the honest father, who wouldn't even dare to steal a needle, was forced to use a stolen jade pendant to confess, and even grandfather wanted to drive you out of the ancestral home. This was all because Uncle Tongsheng had taken someone else's jade pendant, and in order not to affect Uncle's future, the honest father was made to take the blame. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue the matter further, but grandfather, in order to protect Uncle's reputation, actually claimed that there was a thief in the house, requiring you to move back to the dilapidated house and dividing 2 acres of land. Seeing this, father had no choice but to apologize to his wife. I'm sorry, I've implicated you all. However, mother understood and comforted him. Let it be. Your father will remember this in the future. After the division, we will have no contact until death. I see through your family. It doesn't matter if you starve to death with them, but it's the children who suffer. Father sighed and said, don't worry, when spring comes next year, I will farm those 2 acres well, ensuring you have plenty to eat. You lay in bed, too weak to complain. In this year, the yield is very low, and not starving to death is already good enough. But it seems this reassured mother. It was dark, and Aunt Air brought dinner. I couldn't talk to your second brother, as we were afraid of taking the blame. This is the eggs I secretly saved, to help you recover tomorrow. Mother politely declined. Sister-in-law, thank you, but take the eggs back for Juanzi to eat. Only you and your second brother have warm hearts in this family. In the end, she left the eggs, and mother handed them to you. Young Ming, eat the eggs. You shook your head. Mom, I don't want to eat, just get me some water. Dad and Mom, you and Uncle eat. I feel like if I sleep, I will wake up with an appetite in the morning. The next morning, after breakfast, father went to divide the family property, while the 3 of you could not get involved and could only wait for news inside the house. There were sounds of arguing from the front yard, and father was angrily disputing, very dissatisfied with the distribution. Grandfather's voice was loud, even calling father a thief, which was very embarrassing. The distributed items included 2 acres of thin farmland, 2 beds, 2 sets of bedding, a set of tables and stools, a set of pots and bowls, a set of farming tools, half a bag of grain, half a jar of pickled vegetables and salted beans, half a jar of oil, half a pound of salt, a cart of firewood, 2 chickens, a pair of hooks, 2 buckets, and a broken water jar. Apart from that, there were only the family's clothes, and not a single copper coin was distributed. Subsequently, under the supervision of the village chief, everything was moved out in one go. You were carried out on a bed, and the street was full of onlookers. You curiously observed the villagers, noticing that there weren't many village girls, but there were a few snot-nosed girls that were quite hard to look at. When you arrived at the dilapidated old house, the yard was full of withered grass, and a lot of the mud on the walls had fallen off, with mouse droppings all over the stove. The villagers were well aware of your father's theft, knowing he couldn't have done such a thing. It must have been the lazy eldest son or the thieving 4th and 5th sons. Hearing the villagers gossiping, the Oldley family fled in a panic. The second uncle's family wanted to stay and help, but was called back by your grandfather. The village chief felt a bit sorry and said, we are all from the same village, and everyone knows the situation of his family. If you can help, please lend a hand. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, a group of people rushed into the yard to clean up, helping to stack the stones into a wall. Watching the enthusiastic villagers, you felt quite moved. The people in the village were more caring than family. Suddenly, a snotty face leaned in. Brother Yongming, are you feeling better? It was a child who played with you, named Zhang Daniu. I feel better, just still don't have strength. Zhang Dania chattered on in front of you, and you looked at his 2 streams of snot that seemed like they were about to fall. His face filled with fear. Don't let it fall on my face. Busy until noon. The villagers dispersed. Your uncle peeled a boiled egg, dipped it in sauce, and handed it to you. Brother, you need to eat to get better quickly. You patted your sister's hair. I don't like eating eggs. Uncle can keep it. You looked at your sister with some pity, as the original owner had bullied her terribly. Uncle, after I got sick, I felt nauseous at the sight of eggs. You should eat it quickly, or I'll feel even worse. Your uncle looked terrified upon hearing this. Brother, I'll set it aside for you first. It won't spoil in the cold weather. You can eat it when you don't feel nauseous anymore. Your mother was cooking thin porridge in the outer room and felt somewhat moved upon hearing your conversation. After a serious illness, her son actually knew to care for his sister. Uncle, brother doesn't like to eat. You eat it. It's all dipped in salt sauce. It won't be good to leave it out. Upon hearing this, your uncle no longer hesitated, took small bites of the egg, savoring its flavor, and felt very satisfied. Just finished lunch, and the villagers came to visit one after another. Third sister-in-law, if you're going to split up, don't take it too much to heart. With your in-law's character, it's better for you to be apart. The head of the family asked me to bring you a pound of rice. Don't think it's too little. Mother felt embarrassed to refuse. Oh, no, that's not right. I already helped this morning, and our family is not well off. Please take it back. The woman said as she poured the rice into a bag. We're all from the same village. Who doesn't have some difficulties? If we all help each other, the difficulties will pass. I still have to go home to sew clothes. It's cold outside. No need to send me off. Third brother, I brought you a load of firewood. It's here. If it's not enough, call me again. The house has drafts everywhere. Don't let the kids get cold. With rice, eggs, firewood, and such warmth in the snow, your family felt warm inside. At dinner, my sister held out 2 peeled eggs and dipped them in some pickled vegetable juice. Putting one in your mouth, uncle. You eat one too. Looking at her wrinkled little hand, you said, in the future, I'll find a way to earn money to buy you meat. Father, hearing this, was a bit curious. My son is not being protective of his food. Has he changed after getting sick? With tears in his eyes, the uncle ate the egg, feeling that his brother cared for him. You had a good appetite. Sitting on the kong eating an egg and drinking half a bowl of thin porridge. The wrinkles on your parents' faces had relaxed a lot, and the drafts had been blocked by the villagers with dry grass, and there was still enough firewood. Mother worried that you wouldn't be able to withstand it, so she made the kong very warm. Seeing your sister dressed too lightly and shivering, you immediately waved to her, little uncle, come up here, it's warm, my illness is not contagious. Hearing this, your sister was very happy, and seeing mother nod, she climbed onto the kong and burrowed into the quilt. Your parents saw you chatting happily and smiled at each other, filled with contentment. Then, they also got on the kong to sleep. Late at night, a few wolf howls came from outside the village. If a wild beast came, the half-person high wall that had just been built could easily be jumped over, and these 2 broken doors, even propped up with furniture, might not withstand the pounding of a tiger. Your parents were sleeping on the outer bed, with a hoe and a shovel beside them. You worried for a long time and unknowingly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, you woke up thirsty, and your sister was also awakened. Brother, I'll go down to get you some water. You indeed felt dry and parched. The downside of sleeping on the kong was that it severely dehydrated you overnight. You drank 2 bowls of water and felt the urge to urinate. You lifted the quilt, put on your clothes, and went to the toilet. After finishing, you wanted to stand in the yard to look at the mountains to the east and north, but seeing your mother with a worried face, you hurriedly ran back to the room and got back on the kong, feeling that the temperature outside was minus 20 degrees. After breakfast, your parents were counting the grain, with about 40 pounds of rice, which was the foundation for the family's survival, and about 5 or 6 pounds of other grains. Mother spoke to father, dear, let's kill the 2 chickens, to nourish our bodies tomorrow. There's nothing left to feed them, and I know these 2 chickens they gave us won't lay eggs. Father felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, increasingly feeling that his own brothers were not worth much, knowing that his son needed nourishment, yet giving them hens that wouldn't lay eggs. Father caught the 2 chickens and started to get busy, while the uncle got up to help. You wanted to get up to watch the excitement, but mother stopped you on the kong. Don't rush, there will be chicken soup for lunch tomorrow. The 2 chickens were put in the pot together, with more than half a pot of water added. Father looked at the empty water tank and then picked up a wooden bucket to go out to fetch water. The uncle was stoking the fire at the stove, while mother cleaned the chicken feathers on the ground. You lie on the kong thinking about ways to get rich, but it's not easy. There's nothing at home, and hunting might get you eaten by a tiger. You don't even have a net to catch fish. You know there are fat fish in the river ahead, but the ice is too thick in winter. You watch your mother finish sewing and suddenly have an idea. You can ice fish. Once your body feels better, let's see if it works. Father filled the water jar with 3 loads of water, and the house was filled with a fragrant aroma. Uncle was tending the fire, constantly swallowing his saliva. Mother lifted the pot lid, served 2 bowls of soup, and sprinkled a few grains of salt before handing them to you. Seeing this, you got off the kong and started drinking the chicken soup. The soup was very fragrant, perhaps because it was organic, and there was not a hint of fishy smell. Uncle, come and drink some, mother said, glancing at you without saying a word. Both father and uncle were a bit surprised. Brother, I won't drink, you drink it for your health. Come on, I can't finish it. Dad, can you take over the fire for uncle? Father took over from uncle. Feeling a bit pleased, his son had changed a lot and his attitude towards his sister had turned around. Uncle timidly walked to the table. Brother, if you can't finish it, I'll drink it, just let me taste it. Li Yongsheng finished a bowl frowned. The second bowl of a mouthful without drinking if the sister may not open her mouth. Gulped 2 mouthfuls, as if some dislike pushed to his sister. Xiao Shu looked at his mother, saw her smile and nodded, no longer polite, holding the bowl small mouth smack. Really fragrant. Ah, Shanger, you're hungry, aren't you? Later on, I'll unwrap the chicken and eat the chicken. After her mother finished, she lifted the lid of the pot and stabbed it a few times with her chopsticks, easily inserting them inside the chicken. His father, don't burn it, it'll be fine after it's in the oven. Cover it first, or the chicken soup will boil dry. Instead of the expected hugging and gnawing on chicken legs, my mother took both chickens all the way out and tore the meat into strips. Xiao Shu, you can't be greedy. 2 chickens are enough for your brother to eat for half a month. Your brother is just sick and needs to replenish his body. In a while I'll use the chicken bones to cook cabbages for you to eat. Xiao Shu has no intention of eating chicken. Just drank a bowl of chicken soup, has been satisfied. Heard that there are bones stewed cabbage, is even more happy. Looking at the bones feel fragrant. Suddenly saw that the bones still have some shredded meat. Mother, take it apart cleanly. There's still chicken on the bones. Li Yongsheng lying on the bed to see the understanding. There is no chicken meat on the bone. A little bad tearing white tendons only. Mother, don't remove the chicken head. I won't eat it. The mother moved and looked at Li Yongsheng strangely. Mother, after being sick for a while, I feel like so many things on the chicken look disgusting. The mother hurriedly turned the basin around to block it with her body. Say, Sangjia, I'll pick out anything I don't want to eat. Chicken head, chicken claw, chicken skin, chicken veggie, chicken blood. The mother silently picked the parts that Li Yongsheng set out of the pot, looked at the looking Xiao Shu, a fragrant chicken claw handed over. Xiao Shu took the chicken claw, twisted his head to look at his brother, saw that his brother's eyes were a little disgusted, put down his heart and ran to the side of the stove to gnaw. The father seemed to see everything. It wasn't even looking disgusting. The boss clearly wanted to save some for his sister. His mother, save what Yanzo doesn't eat, and heat up a spoonful for Xiaoya at every meal. At noon ate a meal of chicken boiled cabbage. Feel the body obviously comfortable a lot. After eating did not go on the bed again. Out of the door to survey the village. Cannot see the river. It is estimated that the village in front of the leveling of the low-lying area it should be the bottom of the ice above the cover of snow. The east and north of the mountains are snow white. Streets and alleys are almost not a few people. It's too cold. Are hiding in the house to warm up. Brother, go back quickly. Will you? Mother said you can't freeze or you'll get sick again. Li Yongxing touched his sister's head. Go home. After eating cabbage and chicken for 3 days, Li Yongxing felt that his body had recovered most of the time, and he was a little restless inside. Mother, who in the village has a net? My mother, who was knitting the soles of her shoes, was surprised to see that she was going to catch fish in the middle of winter. I'm just getting over my illness. The river is frozen. Shanger, Denyo has it at home. It's so cold. The river is frozen. Mother, I have an idea. Li Yongxing just remembered. Denyo family has a small plunge net. Spring drought when both sides of the water is shallow can fish. Fishing cannot be big, but it is a small fish and shrimp are making the children excited. The village does not seem to have a fishing net. That thing is very expensive. Seeing her son out of the yard, the mother hurriedly said to her daughter, Shu, dress warmly and go follow your brother, Zhang Dinyo, all their first little brother in the village. The brain is not too bright. Is that day snot across the river children? Father died early, and mother dependent on each other. Followed the memory to the door of the Dinyo family. It seems to be more than their own home is even more unbearable. Right, remember, his grandmother suspected that his mother Graham's husband, directly kicked out of the house. This broken house or the village Zhang led people to give them to fix it, and also fell into and the widow has a leg of the name of this house is also a reputation of having an affair with a widow. Dinyo, is Dinyo home? When Zhang Dainio and his wife heard that it was Li Yongxing's voice, they were a bit strange in their hearts. When has this child ever been so polite? Brother Yongsheng, come in and get warm. Li Yongxing entered the house. The outside looks ragged. The house is clean. Dinyo's mother is sewing clothes for Dinyo. See, Li Yongxing is very kind. The village children are disgusted with their own Dinyo stupid. No one to take him to play. This Yongxing is the best. Never disgusted with the Dinyo. Yongsheng, are you well? It's a cold day. Come to the bed and warm up with Dinyo. Auntie, I've come to borrow a coping net to check out the river. Dinyo Niang finished sewing her clothes, stood up and touched Li Yongxing's head. Dinyo, bring down the plunge net enough for your Yongsheng brother. Yongsheng, the river is frozen. Can we still catch fish? Li Yongsheng smiled awkwardly and saw the hammer and chisel on the shelf in the doorway. Auntie, can I borrow the hammer and chisel? Use it. Be careful. Don't fall into the ice hole. This is what Big Bull's father used when he was alive, and Granny was disturbed by the sight of it. And like the coping net, it's the same thing that Big Bull and I brought out of the old mansion. Li Yongsheng stood in awe. This ant is good. Zhang Dainio removed the plunge net from the roof and looked at his mother with an expectant face. Go. Be safe. You're the only one in the village who can take you for a ride. Your winged brother. Chapter 5 Fishing. Li Yongxing took the net. Zhang Dainio in the back with a hammer and chisel. This thing is too cold. Cannot let the just got sick Yongxing brother to take. Xiao Shu would have wanted to take the net for his brother. Was his brother stuffed his small hand into the pocket of the coat? Outside the freezing cold, Zhang Dainio out of the door not long after the snot and over the river. smacked in the way of the coat sleeve mouth to rub a little bit. Li Yongsheng as far as possible do not go to look at him. When he arrived at the river, Li Yongsheng had a bit of a headache. There was snow on it. Can't see any bubbles anywhere. You guys wait for me, I'll go back and get the broom. Brother, I'll go back. I'll go. I'm a fast runner. Seeing Zhang Dinyo turn and run, Li Yongsheng hurriedly shouted, put the hammer and chisel down. Zhang Dinyo hemmed and hawed, put down the hammer and chisel, turned his head and started to fall, climbed up and did not care about patting off the snow on his body, started to leap out. Li Yongsheng took the guy down to the river, using his shoes to paddle away from the snow. The ice underneath is very thick. The ice is translucent. It can be up and down to observe a few moments, and took his sister to find a backwater bay. Brother, mother said you can't go down to the river. Shu was a little worried that her brother was short-tempered and would do anything if he couldn't catch a fish. Don't worry, Shu. Brother is not stupid. Zhang Danio carried a broom sitting in the snow and slid down the embankment. The ice is okay. The snow are not stepped on. Running up crunching not easy to slip. Here, give it to me. Brother Yongsheng. Sweep where? I'm strong. You've just gotten sick. Rest. Command will be fine. Good brother Although not disgusting point, but this can be changed. The previously Yongsheng simply did not take this Dinyo as a brother. Go close to nothing more than a little lazy. Stealing chickens and dogs to pull garlic seedlings need him to take the blame. Their own future to this brother a little better. Sweep this bay. Don't step on it. You can't see the ice if you do. Zhang Dania puffed and puffed to sweep the snow. Li Yongsheng in the back to find bubbles. Such a season. There are fish are not active. Like to find a calm backwater bay nesting. Dinyo. Don't sweep. There's none here. Go. Find another place. Zhang Dinyo was not discouraged. He liked to work after brother Yongsheng, who was very smart. Brother Yongsheng. It's too cold. Give it to me. Sweeping 3 bays in a row. Nothing bubbles. No fish in winter? Forget it. Find another bay. No fish, go home for dinner. A few hundred meters to the east, Li Yongsheng saw a large bay. Dinyo. Tired. Give it to me. I'll sweep for a while. Brother Yongsheng. I'm not tired. Wait. I'll sweep it up in a while. Brother Yongsheng even cared about himself. Zhang Dania felt a fire in his heart. Sweeping snow is just a matter. It's not a tiring job. Sweeping for a while is still warm. Bubbles were found, but very few. Li Yongsheng followed the big bull to observe carefully. The closer to the shore the more bubbles. Bull, sweep here. Shu is a bit anxious. She's been out for a long time. Why hasn't mother come out to call for dinner? Don't freeze your brother. Okay, bull. This is it. Li Yongsheng delineated the area and began to chisel the ice under the uncomprehending gaze of Dinyo and his sister. And the two gazes were a bit confused. They couldn't see the fish. According to the size of the plunge net with a chisel, slightly larger than the mouth of the plunge net, the ice is very thick. I estimate that it must be 20 to 30 centimeters. Some effort. Wingnut brother, just chisel away at this ice, right? I'll do it. I'm strong. Careful. Don't smash your hand or you won't be able to fish. Zhang Dania's heart was warmed. Brother Yongsheng had changed. He should have grown up to know how to feel sorry for people. Li Yongsheng was surprised to find that Zhang Dania's chisel was well used. Perhaps it was one of the few objects left by his father, who usually practiced it specifically. The ice was so hard that Zhang Dinyo's forehead began to heat up, and he just took off his hat, which was stopped by Li Yongsheng. Bring it on. You can't take your hat and reduce your clothes when you're sweating, or you'll get wind chill easily. Zhang Danio hurriedly put on his hat. His heart was on fire, and the chiseled ice was about to burst into flames. Pust. The rounded surface of the ice sank a little, and a current of water flooded the surface. Bully, get out of the way. Zhang Danio was afraid of delaying things, holding a hammer chisel in his hand and sitting down on his butt next to him. And when he saw the water flowing over, he rolled and crawled backward. Li Yongsheng with a plunge net stick to the ice pressure, tucked under the ice next to it. Not a moment later, see the black shadow of the following floated up, under the plunge net, quickly rotating back and forth, violently lifted up. The plunge net weight has a significant change. There is a cargo. The fish fell on the ice, too late to check, and then put the plunge net into the water. For the 7th or 8th consecutive times, there is no movement. Li Yongsheng tired and some of the weakness of the Zhang Dania's hammer and chisel fell to the ground, both eyes glaring. This can catch fish. Brother Yongsheng is really a god. Xiao Shu was also completely stunned. Are the fish stupid? No, it's brother who is smart. Li Yongsheng leaned on the coping net to gasp for breath. The body is still not very good. The fish that were alive on the ice gradually lost their movement, keeping their curls frozen. Bull, pick up into the codpiece and go home for dinner. 3 kinds of 16 fish. 3 half a catty or so. The other are 2 or 3 too heavy. Li Yongsheng do not recognize. Search for a moment. Like catfish is bearded fish. Like loach is yellow striped fish. The last 3 larger is the green skin fish. 3 people excitedly walking on the ice. Zhang Dainio has been chattering. Yongsheng brother even mastered the fishing technology. Too powerful, but should not ask, absolutely do not ask. Other people ask, their own will not say. Xiao Shu full of admiration looking at his brother. Too powerful, my brother. The knight should be able to drink a mouthful of fish soup. I remember last year, my brother touched the fish himself, a few mouthfuls of soup, but also nibbled on the fish bones left over from my brother's meal. And that kind of fresh aroma can't be forgotten for the rest of my life. Mother waited at the river bank. The mother of the bull also came out. The two families are very good relations. The mother often go to the bull's home to borrow a needle and thread, but the mother of the bull never entered the door of Li Yongxing grandfather's family. It was a little difficult to get to the shore. It was too slippery. First throw the things in your hand up. Li Yongsheng propped up Ding Yo and his sister, and he himself looked for fresh snow that hadn't been stepped on, and carefully climbed up to the shore. 3 big fish a person, 13 small to the Dainio 6. Himself and his sister 7. Zhang Dainio has been pushing, until Li Yongsheng said not to take the next time, do not bring before red-faced acceptance. Dainio's mother on the side of the eyes look a little wet. Yongsheng grew up, began to respect the Dainio. Zhang Dainio showed off his tools and plunged net to his mother. Mother, brother Yongsheng is great. He can count where there are fish. Dainio's mother took the hammer and chisel from her son's hand and wiped his nose with a square towel. Mother Yongsheng, take Yongsheng home quickly. It's too cold outside. Without a plunge net, Li Yongsheng family of 3 can only carry a hard fish. Xiao Shu and his mother told his brothers great. His mother saw his son's body is not hurt, holding the fish, a kind smile on his face. Chapter 6. Fish soup is a bit salty. The meal was ready, and the father, waiting for his children to return and eat with him, was filled with astonishment to see that his son had actually caught fish, and quite a few of them. The mother went into the house to wash her child in warm water, her face full of pride. His dad, eternal life is awesome, isn't it? Awesome. His mother, boil fish soup for Yongsheng at night, and give Xiao Shu a little too. These fish tonify the body better than chicken. Yongsheng, do you want to drink? Wen Yang will burn it for you here. Li Yongsheng wiped his hands and sat down at the table ready to start eating, surprisingly feeling hungry after the amount of activity. Mother, let's eat first. We'll talk about it later in the evening, and after dinner I'll get Dinyo to catch some more for the whole family to eat. My father opened his mouth and said nothing, and my mother had some worry on her face. Sangjia, why don't we catch it tomorrow? Aren't you tired? Li Yongsheng has already started picking at the cabbage and chicken. Mother, I'm not tired. It feels better to move around and grow stronger. Seeing that his mother was still a bit worried, Li Yongsheng continued. Mother, there's no hurry to go. After dinner my sister and I will go up to the bed to warm up for a while and rest up before we go. A bowl of porridge with salted beans with salted vegetables. A bowl of cabbage stewed chicken. After eating feel warm, or slightly tired, and parents finished eating hurry to take off their shoes on the bed. The quilt warm. Sister also came up. 2 people crowded in the quilt. Not a moment to go into the dreamland. It was dusk when I opened my eyes again. The house was filled with aromas. My mother had already put the fish stew on. My sister should have woken up a long time ago and was burning the fire on 3 of the stoves. Yongsheng, mother saw that you slept well and didn't call out to you. Your body is still weak now. It's fine to catch fish tomorrow. Get up in a while and drink the fish soup. It smells delicious. Mother, where is my father? Picked up water. It's so cloudy it might snow again. Gotta fill up the water urn. Mother didn't bother to stew all of them. Only 1 big one and 3 small ones. Not boiling cabbage, and half a pot of thin porridge after stewing the fish. When the meal started, a big fish and 2 small fish were served into Li Yongsheng's bowl, and his sister only had a small one and half a bowl of fish soup. Yongsheng, eat it while it's hot. I'll be serving you soup when you're done. Fish meat is very fresh. I do not understand why there is no fishing. See his sister greedily eating fish. Li Yongsheng heart is a little hard to eat. The big fish ate half of the small fish ate a small fish, and so on his sister drank the last mouthful of fish soup, and replaced the 2 people's bowls. Shu, you eat the fish. It's too fishy. I'll have fish soup. Mother was a little surprised to see her son served himself fish soup, drinking thin porridge some suspicion. Should not The fish in the river did not smell very fishy. The relationship between the first recovery from a serious illness? Father clamped a shredded pickle, bit a piece of the rest and threw it into the bowl of thin porridge, a trace of imperceptible wetness in his eyes. Xiao Shu, brother doesn't like it. You eat it. Don't let it get cold. His mother, put more oil in the stew next time. It looks fishy without oil. Mother did not see the problem. The heart is a little difficult. The whole family will be divided into half a jar of oil. There are only 3 or 4 pounds of it. Do fish would have used more oil, but also to eat half a year. 2 bowls of fish soup. Li Yongsheng just drank a bowl, and drank a bowl of thin porridge with salted vegetables, and patted his belly with satisfaction. I'm full. You guys drink. Tomorrow eat cabbage. Mother wanted to say something else, but her father tugged at her sleeve. Don't keep it. Go get 2 bowls and we'll split it. Mother saw the father's eyes also understand. Heart is very touched. A person half a bowl. Xiao Shu added a piece of fish to the 2 bowls. It is very fragrant. More than smelling the flavor. The mother lowered her head. Feeling that fell into the tears of the fish soup salted a little. A night without words. Last night and a heavy snow. Early in the morning has cleared. Li Yongsheng's siblings after breakfast went to the Denyo home. Denyo is eating the same 2 bowls of porridge. Denyo bowl of silksum. Denyo mother's bowl of porridge can shine out of the shadow. Brother Yongsheng. Sister Xiao Shu. Going to catch fish? Li Yongsheng pressed the excited bowl down. Eat your fill before you go. There's no rush. Denyo Nyan used her chopsticks to pick up a small piece of fish nuggets. Shu, try it. Auntie roasted it with salt. It smells good. Shu didn't answer it and looked at her brother who was sitting off to the side. Thank you, Auntie. Li Yongsheng took it and handed it to his sister. Although Xiao Shu had eaten breakfast, but it didn't delay her at all to take small bites and nibble. Denyo Nyang handed Li Yongsheng another piece. It was indeed very fragrant, and it was similar to the roasted salted fish. Auntie, you're good at this. Is it just salted and dry roasted? Should I put oil on it? Zhang Dania wolfed down his fill, and for the first time, it felt a bit excessive to make Brother Yongsheng wait for him. Brother Yongsheng, I'm full. Our family ran out of oil a long time ago, and there doesn't seem to be much salt left. Denyo's mother kept smiling, but it was hard to hide some bitterness in her smile. Listen to the bulls rant down the river. The snow was even thicker. Went to the hole in the ice where I caught the fish yesterday and it was refrozen. No new bubbles. Li Yongsheng continued to lead the 2 to find back to the bend, but today is not very lucky. Continuous sweep of 7 or 8 bays did not see the bubble. Has gone out of the village 2 or 3 miles. Brother, why don't we go back? Shu, are you tired? I'll carry you if you're tired. A word of advice motivated his sister, and in the past, if she dared to chatter on her own, a scolding was inevitable. Not tired, I'm afraid you are. Seeing that there were still a few large backwater bays ahead, Li Yongsheng decided to take a few more looks, and really didn't have to go back and look downstream again. Zhang Dinyo can no longer sweep the snow. For fear of causing Brother Yongsheng's displeasure has been gritting his teeth and insisting. Denyo, give me the broom. I'll sweep for a while. Li Yongsheng grabbed the broom without any explanation, and Zhang Dania straightened his waist and sprayed hot air from his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the matter, Brother Wingnut? Denyo, there's cargo down there. Mud, it's all hidden here. Li Yongsheng to the bay of snow or scratched. Find the location of the most dense air bubbles. Pick up the hammer chisel to open the hole. The big cattle rest enough to rotate. With half an hour. Poof, round ice out of the ice. Li Yongsheng took his sister handed over the coping net stuffed into the bottom of the ice. The water underneath the water to roam up. Li Yongsheng holding a coping net stared dead at the hole. Came. Not small that. Wow. Wow. A copy of the net upwards. Turned over more than 10 copy of the net. There is still inside. The sister has been happy hands and feet. Zhang Danio face full of stagnation. Yongsheng brother cattle ah. He swept the morning cannot. Yongsheng brother swept once on the good. Really worthy of their own Yongsheng brother na. Denyo. Come on. I'll teach you. Li Yongsheng wasn't sure if he would be able to find fish nests in the future, so he had to fish as many as he could today. Shove the plunge net into the bull's hand. Stick it in. Reverse it repeatedly. Bring it up hard. Stick it in again and rotate it. Denyo has actually watched and learned almost, sniffing a batch of excitement in the heart. Quickly reversed the plunge net. 1, 2, until after exhaustion no water can no longer fish up a fish. Chapter 7, The Great Harvest. The fish that had just come up on the ice were still bouncing around, but most of them were frozen hard, and it was a good thing the snow was thick, or they would have had to use a chisel to gouge down the ice when the water that had overflowed had stuck and froze. Xiao Shu, go back and call out to your parents, and ask your mother to call out to Denyo's mother as well, and bring more things, and say that you have fought hundreds of pounds of fish. Xiao Shu trotted off, first up the bank and then back down the riverbank, and Li Yongsheng kept watching with his eyes until his sister ran back to the village. Li Yongsheng next to the fish on the surface of the snow pickpocket, the largest 4 or 5 pounds, small and yesterday those are almost the same. Big fish put a pile of more than a pound, more than 20, a pound a little put together. Just after scratching, the hand is still holding a strange red fish, the head suddenly ding a sound. Congratulations, you have obtained the redemption species. The redemption system is open. Whether or not to redeem the red starfish. This red starfish weighs 530 grams and can be redeemed for 5 points. Li Yongsheng froze. Redemption system? 5 points for a fish. A store is displayed in his mind. A level 1 system. The exchange items are only a few simple items. Rice, steamed buns, salt and peanut oil, A caddy of rice requires 5 points, a steamed bun requires 1 point, a caddy of salt 20 points, and a caddy of peanut oil 50 points. Li Yongxing looked at the hand of the red starfish tears. Together with this fish can only change a caddy of rice or 5 steamed bread. Silently refused to exchange. Tried other fish. All cannot. It looks like the system tastes tricky but at least gave a system. Do not know what can be exchanged. It is estimated that not only the red starfish a kind of, perhaps prey herbs and so on can also be. Zhang Dania felt that brother Yongxing was a bit strange. Had he never seen a fish before? Why do you still bring them one by one to check out? Brother Yongsheng, my mother and your parents are here. Father carried a stretcher with 2 barrels on it, and mother and Danyo's mother both carried sacks, followed by Xiao Shu, trotting down the riverbank. Everlasting life, so powerful. We're rich, tired of giving birth to children? Danyo, how did you catch so many of them? Father, mother, auntie, loaded up and distributed at home. 3 adults cannot afford to be surprised. Rushed into the barrels and bags, more than 100 pounds of fish. The father picked 70 to 80 pounds. The mother and the mother of Danyo each carried 20 to 30 pounds. Danyo wrapped up the tools brought. Li Yongsheng holding his sister's hand, outside all the snow, and then came to the time of the lunch. No one found. Entered the yard of Li Yongsheng's house. Originally wanted to distribute in the yard. The yard wall is too low. Can only go into the house to distribute. Li Yongxing divided the fish into 3 portions, and his sister had to be counted as one even though she only took a plunge net when she went. But the portion for Danyo was relatively large. Yongshanghua, Danyo said. You found the fish. The method is all your idea. Danyo just followed the fun. Just give us 2 smaller ones, and continue to bring Danyo to play in the future. See, Danyo's mother said, really? Li Yongxing heart or some admiration. At least this person is not greedy. Everything is for the sake of the child. Auntie, don't excuse yourself. Danyo is my brother. Xiao Shu's contribution is a little smaller, but also participated. Divided into 3 fair and reasonable. Hurry to take it home. Don't let anyone see it, or the river will be full of ice holes tomorrow. Danyo Nyang, if we can't eat it, let's go to the market in Ping'an Township together tomorrow and sell it. We sisters together. We'll have a care on the road. Danyo's mother's eyes are filled with tears. The days are too hard. I did not expect that this time I have been blessed with the blessing of Yongxing baby. Sister-in-law, I'll just keep some small ones and roast them for the big bull. And if you leave tomorrow, give me a shout and sell them for some salt and rice. Danyo Nyang carried the bag and looked back at Li Yongsheng. Yongshanghua, thank you this time. Auntie and Danyo have a good year. Tomorrow I'll buy you candies to eat. Li Yongxing smiled and waved his hand, signaling Danyo to bring his tools with him. Waiting for the mother and the 2 out of the door. The mother plugged the gate, came back to look at the fish all over the ground, smile open flowers. Cannot wait to embrace over the sun, kissed a few mouths. The father is also full of smiles. Since being kicked out of the ancestral home, the 2 families have not been so happy. His father, how much can you sell these fish for? Instead of answering, the father looked to his oldest son. Yang Shang, we can't buy many New Year's goods for the new year, so let's save a few more for you to replenish your body. Dad, tell me about the price of fish first. 1 caddy or less is cheaper. This pile is estimated to sell for dozens of copper plates. 1 caddy or more is sold by the strip. The New Year's Day will be sacrificed to the ancestors. The bigger the more valuable. This pile can be sold for more than 100 copper plates anyhow. Father, mother, cook a pot of fish soup with small fish tonight. Everyone will drink it, and sell it all tomorrow. I found a way to find fish. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat fish in the future. Does the bull know how you find the fish? The mother, a little worried, looked at her son and continued. Mother is not afraid that he will know, but that he will be asked. Mother, don't worry, I've explained to Danyo. He listens to me. Mother looked to Shu, and her sister hurriedly shook her head. I don't know. I just know that my brother is awesome, and I won't talk nonsense, not even at the ancestral home. Mother was relieved. His father, this time when he was forced out of his ancestral home, the townspeople did a lot of help. Should we leave some of it? Father sighed. Can't explain. Wait for later. First buy some things for the new year. Then say, grace slowly pay back. I think Yongxing certainly have a big future. There will be opportunities in the future. Prepare to sell the fish into the bag again. Put into the yard in the snowdrift. The mother gave 2 people blended with warm water to wash their hands to eat. Li Yongxing carefully rubbed. His hands are full of fishy smell. I was really tired this time, so I ate the chicken with cabbage and got under the covers and snuggled up with my sister for another afternoon nap. Dinner time. The family for tomorrow, who went to Ping'an Township, made it difficult. The mother to buy some needles and thread. 70 to 80 pounds of fish picking, too tired. The father went alone. Then, and the mother of the big cow inevitably gossip. And finally Li Yongxing made the decision. The family to go. Before dawn, My mother went to tap on the door of the Daigneau's house, and both families ate early and set out at the slightest hint of light in the east. Daigneau and his mother took turns picking the burden, and Li Yongqing's parents also took turns picking, with his father picking more of the time. More than 10 miles. The road is full of snow. The two families are very excited. This is related to the big event of eating a full stomach. Worried about selling or fish prices are not as high as expected. Excited and with some apprehension. Arrived in Ping'an Township just after sunrise. The market is already crowded. The morning stalls have all kinds of snacks. The two families can only look at the gulp. Came to the fish market, found that everyone set up is a mess of small fish. Big fish is very little. Li Yongqing turned around. The price of fish is very expensive. Not at all like the price of the father said. Maybe close to the end of the year. The fish market buyers and sellers look at the two set out of the fish is very envious, and have to inquire about where to catch. The father of the honesty will not lie. Li Yongqing a sentence of the big mountain with the solution to all the troubles. Chapter 8, Mr. Wang. This point in addition to the stalls is to eat the morning market. Buy goods basically no. Two families of 6 looking at the stalls. More or less uncomfortable. Auntie, move your fish over here. I'll give them for sale together, and you just collect the money for yours. On a cold day, Daigneau's mother had already seen sweat on her forehead and was nervous. She had traded before she got married and could do the math. But these years of autism let her face strangers some panic. Fortunately did not come to ask the price. Otherwise she did not know how to do. Ha, it's you? Father raised his head. His face immediately reddened. Coyly shouted out a Wang. Li Yongqing heart shocked. This is the eldest uncle stole his son's jade pendant of that Squire Wang? At that time, I felt that people are good, but after seeing the person, I still feel that the kind eyebrow. You're the third oldest of the Li family, right? Father nodded. Has shivered unable to speak, which if you yell a little, their reputation as thieves and thieves will instantly spread throughout the market. The key to their own cannot be refuted. Their own reputation is still a small matter. The key is that his wife and children are in awe. Li family's oldest. I heard you guys got split up. Is that right? Wang member of the family. Is separated. Also considered to be kicked out of the family. Grandfather smacked my father's reputation. Afraid of affecting the eldest uncle to take the examination of the scholar. But grandfather said, when the eldest master took the examination of the scholar will be repaid to my father. Mr. Wang bared his teeth. Felt inappropriate. Hurriedly covered the corners of his mouth with a wide sleeve. Looked at the child in front of him with some curiosity. Words have meaning at first glance. It is a smart child. Unlike his father, who was wronged but did not dare to say a word. These are your family's fish. They were caught in the river in front of your house, right? Li Yongqing nodded. Daigneau pulled Daigneau has already hid to the side. This if you ask her the price of fish. Do not know how to open. Counselor Wang. This is from both of our families. It was our 3 young ones who fought together, preparing to sell it for some rice and salt, in order to have a full meal in the new year. Mr. Wang came to be interested. 3 children hid it? It's not easy to fish in this freezing weather, and there's not much adults can do about it. What's your name? Can you tell uncle how to fight? Li Yongqing didn't hide it. Just by looking at the clothes and the respect that Officer Wang had received along the way, there was no way he could go and grab a meal with himself. Member Wang. My name is Li Yongqing. I and Daigneau brothers specifically looking for backwater bay. Sweep away the snow to see the small bubbles. Bubbles more places generally have fish nests, unless shifted together, or smashed the ice have to float up to breathe. The water surface is covered with ice, in which is too suffocating panic. We just inserted into the plunge net to fish on it. Wang was surprised. The fish suffocated panic he knew. Sometimes the water stirred up the water will also jump. But the first time I heard of being ice pressure suffocated panic. But this child's eyes bright and pure. Does not look like a lie. How do you sell this fish? It's a nice red starfish. It's rare to see one this big. Mr. Wang. Although my father had no choice. But you didn't blame as a heavenly favor to my family. This fish is for you. I wish you blessings like the East Sea. Wang Jiaowai jerked his beard happy bad. This child is too good at talking. They listen to the good and bad words every day. Every day there are countless good words into the ear. But no one child said honestly rice are not enough to eat. High-grade goods red starfish said to send. Is a know how to repay the child. Then his hypocrite uncle is not many times better. Well then, I'll take the red starfish. Li Yongqing took 2 straws, put the fish through a live knot. Think handing Wang a little inappropriate. The clothes get on the fishy smell of a pity. Mr. Wang, is your home far away? Give me a direction. I'm quick on my feet, so I'll send you to the mansion. You can go on shopping again. Officer Wang took another serious look at Li Yongqing, feeling a little surprised. Unlike a child, but looking at Li Yongqing's innocent eyes, this is really grateful to himself for letting his father off the hook. You guys pick on fish and follow me. Mr. Wang finished and left. The father looked flustered, but the mother was puzzled. Dinyo, come back and pack up and pick away with me. Father, I can't. Oh, I got it. A bunch of fish were repacked into wooden barrels again. Father and Dinyo picked and followed Li Yongsheng. The two mothers followed with one hand pulling Xiaoshu. Wang Wang was in a good mood. Recognize not recognize, and he greeted will respond. From time to time to look back at Li Yongsheng, this child, but also assured that they are not afraid of their own force to buy and sell it. There is no king's residence. The gate of the postman's house is inscribed with the king's residence above. Very grand. A few houseguards stood outside the gate. Seeing the postman returned hurriedly bowed. Go to Steward Li and take. Mr. Wang suddenly turned back. Winged doll, how much do you sell this fish for in total? Li Yongsheng had pretty much done the math long ago. Mr. Wang, there are big and small. According to the market price can be sold about 381. You are my family's great benefactor. Do you think it's appropriate to charge you 301? Elder Wang nodded and let the family man take the barrel, send it into the kitchen to the flower lady and return the hooked barrels. Winged dolls, come to the house for a hot cup of tea? Mr. Wang, thank you for your kind words. I'm sorry to disturb you with the smell of fish all over me. The Wang clerk smiled and nodded, turning around and entering the gate. Immortality? Father was a little worried. What if he didn't pay? His own was a lot, but he could care less. The Dinyo family had it too. That's life-saving money. Father, wait a while, get the money and we'll go to the fair. The father did not speak. Suddenly feel that the child is big, but also outstanding, and the king outside the speech even head of the head. They are panicked into a dog. Before the barrels came out, a middle-aged man quickly stepped out of the gate, and when he saw Li Yongsheng standing at the forefront, his eyes flickered. You're Li Wingsang, right? Seeing Li Yongsheng nod, the middle-aged man handed over the bag in his hand. 501. The extra 121 is a reward from Master Clerk. Thanks for informing me of the fishing method. Don't push it. Master Clerk doesn't like to be denied a reward. You're wrong. I'm not trying to push you. 5 cents for a caddy of rice. 120 cents for 24 caddies. Nah. Thank you, Master Clerk, for the reward, and thank you, Uncle. The middle-aged man smiled and observed Li Yongsheng for a few moments, and when he saw the family man picking 2 burdens out, he politely arched his hand and went back to the compound. Let's go. Find a secluded place to split the money. The two families picked their burdens and followed Li Yongsheng, and the father's voice trembled a little. It didn't count. Father, don't worry, it won't give less. Sangja, how much was sold? The mother's voice trembled a little as well, and the Dinyo mother and son were equally nervous. Their eyes locked on the winged life. The fish from the two families sold for 381, and Mr. Wang asked me about my fishing methods and rewarded me with 121. Li Yongsheng finished looking at Dinyo Nyang. Auntie, I won't share my reward with you. 381, split into 3, 141 for your family, 241 for my family. Do you think it's appropriate? Chapter 9, Major Purchases. Dinyo Nyang is already in tears. 141, I can't even dream of it. Yongshanhua, Auntie doesn't know what to say. I thought I could sell it for 20 or 31. Why don't we take 51? It's all because of your skill that you earn the money. Auntie feels guilty for taking it. When he came to the quiet street, Li Yongsheng counted 141 and handed them to his aunt in his head. Auntie, I told you earlier, Dinyo and I are brothers. We are blood brothers. We are clear about our accounts. I won't let Dinyo suffer. Father received the cloth bag, hand a little trembling. 501. Gave Dinyo Nyang 104. Still left 300 or how much? Damn. How the more you count the brain more confused. With the money, the two families assured of catching the big market. Rice, lard, peanut oil, salt, by all the life of the shortage of supplies. The two families also bought some sweets. Dinyo Nyang cannot help but give Li Yongsheng and Xiaoshu are stuffed with half a pocket. The ride back was full of joy, with Yongsheng Li holding a candy bar and receiving compliments from the adults of both families. Oops, isn't this Mrs. Yongsheng? What's the matter? It's almost New Year's. Come to buy some New Year's goods too. 4 women, 4 sisters-in-law from the old mansion, each carrying a basket, were supposed to be going to the market, and the one who spoke was the great uncle. The mother did not speak, and the second aunt nodded. The father picked the stretcher without a word. His head passed without lifting his eyes, and the big oxen mother followed the son who picked the stretcher and missed it. Seeing her mother's silence, the first aunt intensified her efforts. Mother Yongsheng, Laosan is close to this widow. Old everyone's, don't worry too much. The road is slippery with snow. Be careful if you fall. Hello, curse me. Surely you are the wife of a thief and thief's family, and your mouth is not clean. Seeing his mother shaking with anger, Li Yongsheng stepped forward. Auntie, today I ran into Mr. Wang in the market. I thanked him for the kindness of not suing the officials. Who would have guessed that Mr. Wang understood very well in his heart, and said that he didn't believe that my father would take the jade pendant at all. The eldest aunt's face was a burst of red and white, looking like she wanted to go crazy. Li Yongsheng continued. Elder Wang also said that he has a plan in his heart as to who in our large family could do that kind of thing, and also said that Wang Tongsheng made careless friends. Li Yongsheng watched his great-uncle's face turn into a pig's liver with anger and felt very painful. Mother, let's go. Don't get angry with irrelevant people. It's not worth it. Auntie opened her mouth a few times and didn't know what to say. We all know in our hearts, are our own people, can't pretend to pretend. That Wang is really blind. Thanks to a family of men to think about a night to come up with a good idea. The rest of the way was a little dull, and the mother hesitated for a moment to speak. Young Shang, try not to interrupt in the future, or people will say you disrespect your elders. Mother, it's fine to disrespect such elders. Let's live our own lives. They don't find fault lazy. If they do, they don't have to give in to them, or they'll still think our family is good at bullying. Dinyo's mother had already taken over Dinyo's burden and turned back to persuade him at the word. Sister-in-law, Yang Shenghua is right. There's no need to give in to them, or they'll climb over you and bully you. Back home, the father inserted the gate, combing the supplies bought back. 30 pounds of rice loaded half a bucket, 10 pounds of flour and other supplies loaded a bucket. 360 won money, spent 210 won. Some heartache, but it is all earned by the son. Feel very bright face. Damn it, there's still 151. Find a place to hide it. It's 30 pounds of white rice. When the family was divided, there were still 18 won in the family, and what should be bought was bought, and not spent before the year. Waiting for whoever kills the pig to buy some fat meat, and wrapping dumplings for New Year's Eve. 2 pounds of lard. Mother cut a piece of brine in a cauldron, boiled half a cabbage, fragrant and very attractive. Used to sleep in the afternoon, after eating, and took off his shoes to the bed. Xiao Shu cannot sleep. Sitting at the table in front of the whispering rummaged, and Yon Yang gave candy, counted a lot of times. 15 pieces. He at most ate 5 pieces, and the rest of them wait for his brother to finish eating and then take it to his brother. The family has food. The heart does not panic. The smile on the face of the parents increased significantly. There are 3 days after the New Year. Li Yongxing decided to go back to get some New Year's goods. After breakfast, Li Yongxing took 2 sacks and brought his sister to Dinyo's house. Dinyo's mother looked at Li Yongxing's eyes with heartfelt gratitude. The orphan mother and mother can finally live a rich year. Our Yongxing doll's gift. Yang Shang, have you eaten yet? Let me serve you porridge. Li Yongxing found a stool to sit down and took his sister in his arms. Auntie, don't mind us, we just finished eating. Today's weather is good. In a while I'll take Dinyo to go to the river again and get some fish for New Year's Eve. Zhang Danio hurriedly finished the porridge. He did not want Yongxing brother to wait for him. In the past, Yongxing brothers seldom entered the door of the house, let alone waiting for him, or shouting a voice and then leave. He had to hurry to run out and chase no matter what he was doing. Dinyo Yang saw the 3 children out of the door. Eyes are grateful. The village of those chewing on the tongue said Dinyo stupid. Children do not like to play with Dinyo. Yang Shanghua as well, not only with Dinyo to play, but also share the fish and money, and did not look down on the alms, but from the heart should deserve. Dinyo Yang feel out. Yang Shanghua has grown up. Brother Yang Shang, where are we going? Going west. I saw 3 big bays yesterday when I went to the fairgrounds. Try them next to each other. The bay is farther away, at least 2 miles from the village. Li Yongxing took a broom, walking and stopping to check the river for bubbles. Shu, are you tired? Brother, it's not tiring. Walked nearly half an hour to get to the place. 3 bays, 2 on this side of the stone bridge, 1 on the west side of the stone bridge. Dinyo grabbed the broom and began to sweep the snow. The bays are a little bigger than the previous ones. Li Yongxing and Dinyo took turns to sweep. Stone bridge is the main road to cross the river. Although the river is frozen, pedestrians can safely cross. Like cattle and horse carts or carts still have to go the right way. From time to time people car passing. I do not know what these 3 children in the river crazy. Adults see it as probably going to beat the ass. The first bay had no goods, but the second bay had some bubbles. Li Yongxing didn't rush down the hammer, dragging his broom to the 3rd bay. The second bay was abandoned if there were more bubbles here. Somewhat disappointed, after sweeping the 3rd bay with a head full of hot air and nothing, I still had to go back to the 2nd bay east of the bridge. The 2 men rotated to smash the hammer. The big bull is more professional. He does not want to let Yongxing brother to contribute. One is Yongxing brother is just sick, and the second is Yongxing brother's brain is good. The brain is good, people should command. The 3 children weren't paying attention when an ox cart stopped just south of the bridge. One hand lifted the curtain and sat looking out over the river. Shu, copy the net. His sister handed him the plunge net, and Li Yongxing kept a close eye on the ice. Bull, back off as soon as you smash it open. Don't get your shoes and pants wet. Pust. Circular ice sinks. The big bull with a hammer chisel immediately backed up. put down the guy to stand next to the Yongxing brother. In case the fish fried more times he has to take over. Chapter 10 Red Star Fish Nest. On the carriage at the south end of the bridge, two svelte middle-aged men were staring at the river. Mr. Dear, what's there to see in three naughty children? Do you really think they can catch fish? Mr. Wang is still waiting. Hurry up and catch up. Mr. Zhu, wait a moment. My father was a fisherman before he was born. I can't move my feet every time I see fishing. Let's see if these three kids have any luck. I really hope they can catch a few fish. I am also happy for them. The man surnamed Zhu also came to be interested. The two crowded in the window to watch Li Yongxing fishing fish. There are goods. The two people at the same time widened their eyes. Red big fish. Mr. Zhu, it seems to be a red starfish. Wait a moment. I'll go down and take a look. I'll go too. I can really catch fish. Did not wait for the driver to put the stool. The two jumped off the ox cart one after the other. Don't look at the two Sven. The body is unusually agile. Zhang Dinyoja break his hands, ready for the call of brother Yongsheng, but Li Yongsheng fished more than 10 times and then stopped, from 7 or 8 times and then no fish. Seeing brother Yongsheng stop moving and gasp for air, Dinyo and his sister dared to speak. Brother, lots of redfish. Brother Yongsheng, so many valuable red starfish. Li Yongsheng gasped for a moment, threw the plunge net on the ice, began to survey the harvest. More than 20 fish. There are 7 or 8 red starfish. The largest red starfish should have 3 or 4 pounds. Li Yongxing next to the red starfish to touch. The largest can be exchanged for 23 points. More than 2,300 grams. 4.5 pounds is still more. Brother, someone is coming. Should we run? Li Yongsheng stood up. Just now touched once. 8 red starfish. Add up to exchange more than 140 points. But this is not the time to exchange points. Change must be their own talent. 2 middle-aged men have already come over. Li Yongsheng also saw the carriage parked south of the bridge. The two people look like readers. Shu, don't be afraid. It's not like you're here to rob the fish. 2 middle-aged men came over and were a little surprised to see 4 or 5 pounds of red starfish. Little friend, this was all fished out just now? Yes, you are? Seeing the youngest girl doll hiding behind the older children and looking timidly at himself, Mr. Deer felt that a few of the children had misunderstood. Don't worry, we're just curious. We came down to have a look. My little friend, you guys are really good. Did you follow the bubbles to find the fish nest? Li Yongxing's heart was shocked, but after guessing the identity of the two people is absolutely nothing. The two readers should not be able to steal food with themselves. Yes, not a lot of bubbles here, but a good catch of red starts. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhu is a bit greedy. The family is ready for the New Year's fish, but there is only one red starfish, or only 3 or 4 tails in size. Little friend, are you going to eat this fish yourself or buy it? Li Yongsheng didn't make any hesitation. Sell. Price geometry. I'll take all the red starfish if I can. Danielle watched in awe as brother Yongsheng talked eloquently with the two richly dressed men, suddenly feeling that brother Yongsheng was a little more powerful. It's all a windfall. Although the red starfish is worth a lot, but for us, it's just something we sell for oil, salt, soy and vinegar. You guys watch and give it. The two looked at each other. Some surprise. Obviously this little friend is to know the value of the red starfish. A few red starfish are not small. The largest is even rarer. This look also said to look to give. Not simple. Surnamed Zhu pulled out a cloth bag and picked up a few pieces of broken silver. Little friend, the red starfish is worth a lot of money. So big is very rare. Immediately after the new year, the red starfish means auspicious and rich. Rare. Here is almost 3 taels of silver. Can change 3 coins, that is, 3,000. You see appropriate? Li Yongxing didn't take the silver. This sir, it's not worth that much. We can sell it in the bazaar for up to 1,000 or 800 copper coins. The two took an instant liking to Li Yongsheng. A premium indeed. But Mr. Deer obviously liked fishing kids because of his family lineage, and didn't want him to feel like taking advantage of the kids himself. Little friend, take it. It's hard to buy such a big red starfish with money. Thank you sir for the reward. Do you need any other fish? I'll load them together if you want. Thanks little friend, but no thanks. You guys keep it for dinner. Just the red starfish is fine. Can you take it to the car for us? Li Yongsheng received the silver nodded, with a hemp bag to the fish loaded. Nearly 30 pounds of fish, carried himself, let Dinyo in the back to support. Shu, wait, we'll be right back. Brother Yongsheng, carry it for me. Li Yongsheng did not force it. There is nothing wrong with carrying it by himself, but it is a bit troublesome to go up the riverbank, and it must be ugly if you fall down. Two people inquired about the details of Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng did not hide. One by one, said a clear, can spend more than twice the money to buy fish, and is a scholar dress, nothing worth keeping secret. setting the fish bag on the ox cart handle and watching the two men get on the ox cart and leave. Li Yongsheng happily patted the big ox's head. Get rich, go home and share the money and fish. The rest of the 12, Li Yongsheng divided into size to the big cattle net loaded with 4. The rest of the 8 loaded into the bag, weighing 11 or 12 pounds or there. The big cattle there is picking up the big points, can also have a 7 or 8 pounds. The footsteps back were fast. My sister almost trotted along. My brother was so good. The red fish seemed to sell for a lot of money. Denyo, go to my house first. Xiao Shu, go and call your aunt to our house. Just finished commanding his sister. Saw the Denyon Yang waiting at the village entrance. Just now in the river did not see. The heart cannot help but worry. See 3 children little red face into the village. Denyon Yang rushed to take over the hemp bag on Yongsheng. Auntie, go to my house. We just sold the money. Let's split it. Denyo's mother saw the net her son was carrying, and the fish in the net were very large, and she was a little surprised to hear that it was still left over from the sale. Who did he sell it to? Passers-by? Entered the door of the house. Parents have already made a good meal. Li Yongsheng let everyone put down the fish into the house, put a few pieces of silver on the table. Father, mother, auntie, today we fished some red star fish over the stone bridge, and it was bought by 2 passing gentlemen who gave us a few pieces of silver. Father, do you know how to verify the authenticity? Li Yongsheng believed that the 2 gentlemen would not fool him with the fake silver, but there was still a need to make up for the copper when he divided it, and there was no need to make up for it in case it was fake. The father pretended to look at it and didn't dare to say anything, and the mother didn't even take it. She just never saw the silver. Denyon Yang picked up a piece, as if it was very professional, weighed it, and bit it with her teeth, put down a piece and picked up another, and when the 4 pieces were all checked, she nodded at Li Yongsheng. Eternal life, all true. Seeing the child looking at her with a surprised face, Mrs. Denyo explained, before I got married, my family was in the business of medicinal herbs, and then something happened to me and I met with a big change, and I still know how to check the silver, so these are no problem. Chapter 11 Auntie picks a fight. Li Yongsheng face full of admiration. Aunt is not simple no wonder the poor on that look still clean up the house, go out with a square scarf. This is a big family lady The 4 pieces of silver, all weighed by the Denyon Yang, and reported their approximate weights, the larger one being a tael and a half, and the 3 smaller ones all half a tael up or down. Li Yongsheng picked 2 relatively large pieces of silver from the 3 smaller ones. Auntie, this is Denyo's. The fish have been divided, and the ones inside the plunge net are yours. Looking at the silver that added up to significantly more than a tael, the aunt visibly broke down her defenses and her eyes moistened a bit. Yongshengwa, give Denyo a piece of the smallest and we'll be satisfied. Denyo just has a lot of strength. Li Yongsheng slipped 2 pieces of silver into his aunt's hand. We said we were brothers. Put it away and don't spread it around. Denyo's mother took Denyo and fish away. Out of the house finally did not hold back tears. Back up the plunge net did not dare to turn back. Mother, put it away. It's almost 2 guan of money, or almost 2,000 coins. The mother's hand holding the silver was a little trembling. She didn't know how much these 2 pieces of silver could buy, and she didn't know how much rice could be bought with 2,000 coins. But it shouldn't be a problem to buy a few hundred pounds. The whole family would finally not have to go hungry. His mother, Father Yuqing called me to help kill the pigs tomorrow. When it's done you go and cut some, cut more. Our family will have a prosperous year too. Mother gave father a blank look. It's all the children's hard-earned money, so it's good to buy enough to make dumplings and save it for the children to get married. Li Yongsheng has already eaten. Put the plate oil chicken stewed cabbage. Porridge is also much silk than before. 2 fragrant, Xiao Shu bowl also have. But it is the chicken skin and their own do not eat those things, while his parents do not pay attention to. Li Yongsheng to his sister quickly clamped 2 chopsticks of chicken, and then looked at his sister sternly signaling to hurry up to eat. Xiao Shu did not dare to disobey his brother's intention. The heart warmed up. A few chopsticks to the mouth stuffed with a full of it. Family belongings more than 2 guan. Just buy rice if you can by 400 pounds. The whole family is super excited. After eating no sleep at all. Blacklight lying in bed on the bed gossip. Shanger, do you think there are still fish in the river? His father, you're out of your mind. How can there be no fish in such a big river? Why don't you and the kid learn how to fish? Father, there are fish, but it's hard to find them. It's so cold, and there are only 2 big fish nests up and down 4 or 5 miles. Alas, father was a bit greedy. Just now I even thought how nice it would be to sell a few hundred won a day. Snap. It should have been father who was slapped by mother. His father, wake up, don't daydream. More than 2 guan's money is earned by Shanger. Go to bed early tomorrow to help kill the pig. Can earn 2 pieces of pig's blood. Right, go to bed early. After eating you take the money over. Don't move the silver. Bring all the others. Shanger also go, see what you want to buy. We have a fat year. Wait for the thawing of the frost, I'll go to fiddle with the fields, and then ask the village to ask for some wasteland to open up, and surely let you guys live a good life. The house gradually quiet. Li Yongxing stared at the roof dazed, called out the system to see over and over again. The first level of the system will be able to change these several look like food. Would like to see the second level can be changed for what good things, but need to reach a total of 10,000 points to be unlocked. 10 pounds of red starfish in exchange for 50 points, which just catch the red starfish then need to be 2,000 pounds of Not only that, but you have to catch it yourself with no one to change it again. So hard Father left early in the morning. Mother stewed a more than 2 pounds of green-skinned fish with lard. Li Yongxing woke up when his father had just left, and did not even think about it. 1,000 rolls of bean curd and 10,000 rolls of fish, and so on. When the Kong was burning hot, he took advantage of the heat to put on his clothes. After breakfast, the mother carried a large bowl. More than 100 coins were brought. Li Yongxing pulled his sister to follow, through half of the village, into a courtyard to see the scene of the killing of pigs. Big fat pigs have been gutted. There are busy washing down the goods. There are cleaning up the scene of the dirty. There is a group of people around. Should be all to buy meat. Brother Yongsheng, it's here. Zhang Danio grabbed a hand towel in his hand and would wipe his nose when it popped up. Since Brother Yongsheng disliked snot, he had to pay attention to it. Auntie, how many pounds are you going to cut? Yongsheng, 1 pound is enough. Tomorrow we will make a dumpling. More, and eat it until the second day of the lunar calendar. Deathstroke, and the face to eat dumplings. In the new year, the discordant voice was very harsh. Everyone in the yard looked over. Daniel's mother's face instantly turned white. Daniel clenched his fists and looked at the old lady who spoke with an angry face. Come to think of it, the old lady who spoke was Daniel's grandmother, who disliked Daniel's mother for her husband and kicked her out of the house. There are so many people who are not favorable. Li Yongxing saw another group came in. His own grandmother along with his mother's 4 sisters-in-law. Things are gathered. In addition to the second aunt to come close to look at pork, the other 3 sisters-in-law and grandmother quickly reached a piece of the grandma and Daniel. Gibbering and giggling looking at this side of the eye is full of contempt. Seeing that Daniel Nyang wanted to turn around, Li Yongxing suddenly opened his mouth. Auntie, now that they're gone they're even more pleased with themselves. Don't mind their barking. Cut more meat. Envy them to death. After the new year I'll even bring Daniel to fish. Don't worry. Our 2 families won't be short of money to spend in the future. The aunt touched Li Yongxing's head, but did not turn around after all. Yongsheng, aunt knows that you fight for us. Just now the words as far as possible not to say in the future. Even if they are worse than animals. Do not respect the old children always have to suffer some white eyes. Yuqing mother came out of the house. Greeted a few family members to help the family into the house. The mother with a bowl followed in. Not a moment after the end of the 2 pieces of pig's blood out of the old lady looked very bad. In the past, this pig's blood to be allocated to her, and now separated. Can only look at it. Mother, a family of poor people will just eat some pig's blood on New Year's Day. Mother glanced back at her sister-in-law and pulled the cloth bag out of her pocket, shaking it in her hand with a jingling sound. Come here. Grandma's family was a little surprised. A bag full of coins? I'll go back first. Here's 168 coins. Buy whatever you fancy? Mother gave Yongxing a wink and carried the pig's blood out of the yard. Great auntie's brain spun the fastest. Mother, it must be the private money their family saved before they split up. After saying that, he looked at the cloth bag in Li Yongxing's hand again. Yongsheng, be honest with your great aunt. Did your mother secretly hide it? Li Yongsheng looked surprised and put on a dumbfounded look. Great auntie, when the family was divided my family didn't have a single copper plate. Last time we went to the Ping'an Township Fair we met Mr. Wang. His old man said that he had wronged my father, and gave our family 500 pieces of money. Buzz. The yard is in chaos. Adults and children are shocked by the 500 yuan. The child is thinking of 500 yuan can cut how much meat. Adults are pondering. It looks like this Wang not confused. Chapter 12, 3 uncles. Ancestral house came 5 people. In addition to the second aunt who is still looking at the shaved bones. 4 people have a very bad face. 4 aunts and 5 aunts pretending to be indignant with some gloating. Grandma in the first aunt's face is iron blue. Looking at Li Yongxing eyes spit fire. Little brat, no more nonsense from you. Grandma looked directly at her third son who was helping. Lao San, say something. Is Yongsheng talking nonsense? Father looked at his own mother and 3 sisters-in-law and siblings with complicated eyes. Now he is also see-through. A family in addition to the second brother and sister-in-law. None of the human nature. Mother, Yongsheng never talks nonsense. We did meet Mr. Wang, and the 500 Wingji is also true. The courtyard began to talk again. Children may lie, but the Li family oldest 3 certainly will not. A group of people look at the Li family grandmother and the eldest daughter-in-law. The gaze is full of contempt. The old lady was angry and jumped to her feet, pointing her finger at the third son unable to speak. Li Yongsheng saw his father somewhat retreating, and hurriedly stepped forward to make up for it. Grandma, Mr. Wang said, "It's not my father's business. What you guys are discussing was heard by him," and said something about leaving a face without pointing it out. Li Yongsheng complimentary words completely ignited the atmosphere. The 2 words of deliberation aroused the curiosity of all people. The Li family's old mansion is as if it were dead. The old lady turned around and walked out. The youngest 4 aunts and the youngest 5 aunts were anxious. "Mother, cut the meat, cut the and go home. Li Quan will not have a taste in his heart. After all, it is his own mother. Father, come home soon after you're done. I've left you fish soup. I ate it before I killed the pig. Wingnut, I'm going back. You watch and buy it." When Dad went out of the yard, a group of people immediately surrounded Li Yongsheng. The old Li family was left with this child, and everyone was curious like a cat scratching. "Young Shanghua, quickly tell us what else Elder Wang said." "Young Shanghua, talk to uncle. Is your father wrongly accused?" Li Yongsheng looked terrified. "I won't say it. If I do, father will break my legs, and uncle is going to take the scholarship exam." Li Yongsheng's words came to an abrupt end. "No need to ask. All understand. The old Li family is not a general lack of virtue. For the sake of that old boy student, even wrongly accused the most honest and capable old 3, started to sell meat. Everyone did not come forward. Want to see how much Yang Shenghua actually cut?" Li Yongsheng did not polite, took out 18 coins from the bag, and the rest were poured on the table. "Uncle, 150 coppers. You see to it that you give the match, and fatten up a little more. The opening of the knife is a big deal. 15 copper plate a caddy. This is to get 10 pounds. In the village general family of 4 mostly buy 1 or 2 pounds of the case, which is properly rich. The townspeople talk a lot. Envy Li Quan will be the family's good fortune. Wronged once even got 500 copper. This wronged themselves also want 7 pounds of meat, both fat and lean. The fat over 3 fingers thick, 3 pounds of large bones, the price of a pound of meat, 3 pounds of well-washed sausage, the price of 2 pounds of meat. Father Yu Qing loved the boy, and finally gave a ride on a rib. Li Yongsheng and his sister lifted up together and shouted to the Dinyo Yang at the end of the line, "Auntie, Dinyo, you guys came over to buy it." Dinyo Yang had thought of cutting at the end. Yongsheng shouted himself, also embarrassed not to go over. "Father Yu Qing, my family cuts just 3 pounds, 1 pound of plate oil and 2 pounds of pork." Father Yu Qing was a bit stunned. Dinyo's family is the poorest in the village, and I thought her family would cut a few taels of oil at most. Dinyo's grandmother stood on crutches in the forefront, a belly full of gas, tart fox, Grams his son, and faced big fish and meat, before seeing the Li family gray all gone, but also did not dare to say anything more. When the 2 families slipped, the meat left the yard, and exploded. The village's 2 poorest households completely subverted their perceptions. Li Laosan is just, got Wang outside of the 500 reward money. The big cow family is too surprising. We must know that her family has only a few points of the barren land, was kicked out of the in-laws but did not give a penny. I heard that all year round do not eat oil. Salt is a problem, but also willing to use a few tens of pennies for the purchase of meat. It's too surprising. Watching the fun, everyone looked at Grandma Denyo, waiting for her to open her mouth first. The old lady felt her face was hot. She just brought 20 wenzi. There was only half a caddy of meat and half a caddy of plate oil intended. She could only beat her face up. Father Yu Qing, 1 caddy of meat, fatten it up a bit, and cut 5 cents of board oil. When the old lady went out of the gate, the courtyard instantly burst. So big melana. Although previously known Yongsheng father may have been wrongly accused, but the Li family old house of a few sisters-in-law have been spreading the news. Li will meet in order to cure his son before stealing the jade pendant. To say the past, everyone is also half believe. Did not think that this is not the case at all. That the lazy old boy is too shameless. The examination for more than 10 years. Do not do anything to produce but also spend money on the big money. But also wrongly accused of their own brother. The Li family old house is not shameful either. Li Yongqing's siblings and Dinyo's mother were going to separate, and Dinyo's mother had a look of gratitude on her face. Yongsheng, Auntie can't speak, but her heart is very grateful. Come to my house tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to have some dumplings. It's thanks to you that our family can have a peaceful year. Li Yongqing's hands shook as he carried the pork and bones. Auntie, I told you that Dinyo and I are brothers. Don't worry, the days ahead will get better and better. Before entering the door of the house, he heard a quarrel coming out of the house. Li Yongqing thought that it was the old mansion that came to find trouble, and hurriedly entered the door of the house. Brother-in-law, you don't need to worry about it. The 3 of us brothers are going to smash up his house. An unfamiliar voice. Li Yongsheng heard a general. Should be toward the home. Sango, don't be impulsive. You'll go to jail. Mother's voice, sounding a little anxious. Li Yongsheng caught a glimpse of the 3 sticks at the door, all tied with red ropes. The youngest sister. You are also, out of such a big thing also do not pass a word. Nephew almost died of illness. You also suffered such a great injustice. The youngest sister husband you can rest assured that we accounted for. To him smashed they have to put up with. Found the memory. 3 uncles, so kind. After being kicked out of the house finally met his relatives. Li Yongsheng hurriedly adjusted his mind. Tears crashed out in his sister's surprised gaze. Great uncle, second uncle, third uncle. Li Yongsheng entered the house with a crying nose, threw the meat on the table, and cried with a snotty nose and a tearful face about what had happened to his family. All 3 uncles loved this nephew, and their faces and noses flamed with anger. Young student, lead the way. Li Yongsheng's face rubbed against his great-uncle's clothes a few times, drying his tears and snot. Great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, there's no rush to go. You guys sit down and drink some water first. I'll tell you how I got my revenge today. Pressing the 3 uncles to sit down on the stool, Li Yongsheng added fuel to the fire to introduce this good show today. Yongsheng father worried bad. He did not want an ancestral home tear face. Just now really worried about Yongsheng brain a tropical with 3 uncles to go to the ancestral home smashed. Good, Yansei, well done. You didn't disgrace your uncle. Uncle, I've cut the meat and bought the sausage. Let my mother cook. I'll go and fetch some wine and have a drink here at noon. Chapter 13, Eat, Drink, and Go Fish. The 3 uncles just now only focus on the angry, quiet only to find a table of pork, but also bought a large intestine. Great uncle took hold of Li Yongsheng as soon as he could. Don't hit the booze yet. Didn't I tell you that you're too poor to drink thin gruel? Second uncle also looked surprised. Yes, Xiao Shang. Your grandmother wiped her tears all night when she heard about it and sent us over at dawn with 5 pounds of rice. Third uncle directly pick up pork and sausage. Their family of 14 people living together. New Year's Eve also only cut a pound of plate oil and 2 pounds of pork. Li Yongsheng can only patiently explain the reason for getting rich. Grandma's family is very close to the Shangyun River in front of her, but it is living in the southeast upstream branch there, 15 miles away from here. In the face of the 3 pro-uncles, Li Yongsheng did not hide his secret, and shared how to catch the fish one by one. Big brother and second brother. Go back to catch fish. The little boy was crying for pork yesterday. Let me huffed and puffed. Li Yongsheng cried and laughed, and hurriedly pulled the hairy third uncle. It's not easy to come here once. Stay and eat. Eat and I'll talk to you about how to catch it. Great uncle slapped third uncle on the head. Counting you can. The whole family who sheds to move the little good of finger. Let father and mother know not to cut your head. Mother, fry a plate of chicken left for me. Stew a fish, and boil a pot of pork and cabbage, and fish a pot of dry rice. 3 uncles came to help us in the cold winter and in the 9th month of the year. We can't let them drink thin food. The father had a smile on his face, and the mother had a kind look on her face. The son had indeed grown up and was not protective of his food, which was not the case before. Li Yongsheng took a jar and went out of the house with 18 cents, and the 3 uncles sat on the stool and drank water. Missy, how do I feel that Yongsheng has changed? We used to come to the door. Do not bring something door are not allowed to enter. What is good food protection? This is grown up? Mother Yongsheng got busy cutting up the meat and had Xiao Shu help with the fire. Third brother, Yongsheng was very sick, almost, but when he got well, he was like a changed child. He knew that he loved his sister, and when he had something good, he also knew to give it to me and your brother-in-law to eat. Just now you have also heard, if it were not for Yongsheng, it would have been very difficult for us to get through to the beginning of spring. This side of the lively discussion, the 3 uncles heard Yongsheng learned well are very pleased. The youngest sister and brother-in-law are good. Is too spoiled this male child. Li Yongsheng went to the grocery store to play 2 pounds of wine. Not cheap. Rough spirits 5 cents a caddy. Have caught up with a caddy of rice. In addition to New Year's Eve and red and white events, almost no few families spare to drink. Back to the Dinyo family by the way to ask for a coping net and chisel. Ready to turn back to send uncle to go upstream to go another round. Dinyo, go, take the hammer and chisel for me and go to my house. Have lunch at my house, and afterward help my uncle find some fish for New Year's. Yongsheng, I'm ready to cook. Let the big bull eat before you go. Auntie, go to my house. I've fried chicken and boiled cabbage. This time I'm fishing for fish for my uncle's family, so I can't let the Dinyo brothers work for nothing. Dinyo Nyang was very happy. Not that she cared about the meal. Yongsheng was really treating her children as brothers. Bully, take the handkerchief and know how to be clean, okay? When I entered the house, there was a very lively discussion in the room about myself, the pride of my parents, and the amazement of several of my uncles. I'm back, uncle. This is my good brother Zhang Dinyo. In a moment the 2 of us will send you back and walk the river to see if we can get you some fish as well. There were too many people, and Dinyo was a bit unable to let go, and was dragged to the table by Li Yongsheng. Dinyo, sit down and wait. We'll need you to plow the snow later. Speaking of snowplowing, the big bull sat down with a silly grin. Snowplowing is not a light job. Third uncle could not wait. A plate of chicken just fried let the youngest sister served up, but also commanded Li Yongxing to find a wine bowl. Seems to be unable to wait. Great uncle was furious and came back with a slap in the face. Shame on him. Li Yongxing smiled and fished out another plate of salt beans, pouring wine for his three uncles and father handing over chopsticks. The family doesn't have that much to say, so let's drink first. 2 pounds of wine and try to finish them all. Great uncle paused his wine bowl. Just this bowl for one person. Lao San, if you dare to get away with this I'll turn around and tell father. Third uncle touched Li Yongxing's head. Big brother, I understand. One bowl is quite a lot. Yongsheng, save the rest for you to drink in the new year. Do a good job of fish and pork cabbage. Mother began to fish dry rice. Wine bowl to the bottom. Li Yongxing forced to fill 4 wine bowl half. Father, drink a little more with uncle. We'll eat when the rice is cooked. Rice is good, wine is also light. The 3 uncles seemed to be in a hurry. One person dry 3 bowls of rice. Not full, but obviously embarrassed in eating. How to let also do not eat. Mother, leave half of the rice my uncle brought. Cut half of the sausage and a pound of pork, and pack half of the candy for my uncle to take with him. Yongsheng, what is this for? Does uncle still have the face to see people like this? Uncle, listen to me. The last time to catch a lot of red starfish. Met the nobleman to spend a lot of money to buy. Our family still has 2 guan money. Your family is not rich, and the population is large. How to let the little boy they eat a pork dumplings. Father Wingman had drunk about as much as he could, and he was a small drinker to begin with. Big brother, second and third brother, you guys just take it. This is Yongxing's heart. Yongsheng is older. Don't chill the child's heart. Great uncle is blushing a bit from drinking. Brother-in-law, we'll take the rest, but leave all the rice. Otherwise Grandpa Yongsheng is going to knock us with a smoking pot again. When we came here this time, we said that if we dare to bully Yongxing's family, we'll smash them to death. My father was a little embarrassed, but it was good to see that Uncle Sam was a hothead. Big brother, Yongsang, let's go. There's still fish to get. Big uncle with an empty rice bag. The second uncle carrying pork. The third uncle carrying sausage pockets filled with candy. Would like to stuff a piece in the mouth, but thought of home. There are so many little gluttony born to hold back. It was over 2 miles up the road, past the hole in the ice that had caught so many fish the other day before I started looking. Feeling that the sizzling chicken and rice could not be eaten in vain, Denyo refused anyone's help, and when he saw the bay, he transformed himself into a sweeper and proofed the snow on the ice. Great uncle, we can't let anyone else know about this, or we won't get a single fish. Xiao Shang, don't worry, big uncle isn't confused. Your second uncle won't say anything. If your third uncle dares to talk nonsense I'll break his legs. Xiao Shang, go to our house to play after the new year. Your brother, sister and sister all miss you, and your grandparents nag you every day. Go. On the second day of the first month the third mother will return to the door. We will all go. Another 2 miles or so up, 5 miles out of the village. Finally found the ice with bubbles. The bubbles were a little sparse. Couldn't go any higher. Missed this place. Don't know how much farther I'd have to go to find it. Uncle, this is it. See these bubbles under the ice? The more bubbles there are, the more fish there are. There are fewer fish here, so we'll make do. After the new year, you guys get a plunge net and do it yourselves. Xiao Shang, it doesn't matter if there are more or less fish. After learning how to fish, at least our family will be better off. Uncle thanks you in advance. Chapter 14, returning with a full load. Denyo was exhausted, sitting on the broom and panting. Li Yongxing chiseled the ice with a chisel, and had just chiseled out a circle when his second uncle grabbed the chisel and hammer. Junior, just chisel this piece of ice away, right? Li Yongxing just remembered. The second uncle but will be a stonemason craft. Grandmother's village which house building will look for him to help, although there is no pay, but 3 meals a day. Sure enough, professionalism is reliable. The sound of the hammer colliding with the chisel clanked and crunched, and in no time at all, the chisel was chiseled through with a poof. Second uncle, get out of the way. Li Yongsheng used the coping netstick to open the round ice, eyes tightly staring at the water hole. In the 3 uncles' curious and surprised eyes, the coping net suddenly stretched in, left and right, back and forth coping, came out of the 2 big fish. After a dozen plunges, 8 fish were thrown out, all big guys, the smallest nearly 2 pounds, but all greenbacks. Immortality, that's great, it's amazing, isn't it? Great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, take it with you, it's getting late. Go back early. Yang Shang, it's enough for us to take 2. You take the rest back and sell them after the New Year's market opens. Yongxingli shook off the ice slag on the copy net. Great uncle, I have this craft, not worry about eating and selling fish. All bring back. Give grandparents, brothers and sisters a taste. After half a day of pushing and shoving, uncle only took away 6 fish. leaving 2 of the biggest ones each for Li Yongsheng and Zheng Dainiu. Watching his uncle go up the riverbank and walk away, Li Yongsheng picked up the plunge net. Bull, 1 for each, go home. Carrying a big fish home, my mother looked a little surprised. Shanger, is it true that uncle can't carry you after you fish too much? There aren't too many, today's is bigger, there are 8 in total. How can uncle not take all of them, leaving 2 big ones for me and Dinyo? Parents are very satisfied with their son's performance. The father-in-law's family is poor on that way the mouth to save the stomach to move to send rice. The family did not imagine that poor. Yongsheng to give the return gift is just right. The 2 adults and the child accompanied the uncle to go but talked for half a day. There is no reluctance to give up. They are very gratified. Yongsheng, it's New Year's tomorrow. Are we still going back to the ancestral home to pay our respects? Mother, what are you thinking? The last thing their family wants to see right now is our family of 4, right? Going to give them a hard time on New Year's Eve? The mother looked at the father. Sure enough, the child will not let go. Indeed, to go is also add to the blockage. Since the 2 families is fire and water, there is no need to go to find uncomfortable. The dishes at noon there are still left over, not dishes to do more. Is that the 3 uncles did not bother to eat? The poor relatives, point to point, how much to eat, how much that is the second rate only do things. The families are clear. The children are still waiting to clean up the mess it. There are still a few bowls of dry rice left in the pot, plus some leftovers, saving the dinner, but the Kong still needs to be burned. Not burned to sleep at night can freeze to death. His mother, don't boil hot water, cook the large intestine after eating. The bones are all boiled in one pot as well, and give the child a bowl of soup to pull his cravings. There is still about 1.5 kilograms of large intestine left. In addition to 3 kilograms of large bones, there is also a rib bone given by Father Yuqing. Put in a pot and boil together, a pot full of water. The last can be left a third of, as long as the cold into a cold sun. Boil cabbage with a spoon. The fresh aroma of the big fat slices of meat is not less than. Li Yongsheng's siblings lying on the head of the Kong to look at the heat of the steam below. The conditions of the stove and the Kong are separated by the shadow back wall. Like their home, the heat directly to the bedding, but also thanks to the heat of the Kong, otherwise it must be cold and damp. An hour on high heat, another hour on low heat, and Shu was already nodding off to sleep, but still insisted on waiting for the broth. The mother lifted the pot, the heat steaming with the ultimate aroma. Shu instantly sobered up. A bowl of soup and a finger-length piece of fat sausage for one person, and the mother fished out a rib as well. There isn't much meat. Chew it with your sister. Meat soup is very fragrant. Fragrant to Xiao Shu think inside put a little fat intestines are a bit of a waste. The siblings a wild Xian. Ribs not cleaner than a dog. The sister is losing teeth. Li Yongxing to the rib tips are also carefully chewed once. Wing nut, another bowl? I'll put some meat on the bone. No more. Just get over it. You and dad drink a bowl too. Such a big pot. It's enough to eat. Before my mother could speak, my father took 2 bowls off the shelf. Drink a bowl. Thanks to the child. Alas, I never drank broth even in the old mansion. When there is no separation, the old house will also get 2 pounds of bones when the new year is more generous. But the broth only grandparents and eldest uncle's family share. Maybe the most spoiled little 5 uncle also have the opportunity to drink a bowl. As for Li Yongxing's family, that is, half a spoonful of boiled cabbage, can experience a little of the flavor of the broth. His father, when out of the first month began to freeze, we will go to open up the land. 2 acres of thin field cannot harvest much, cannot just count on the children. The beginning of the spring thaw cannot fish. Mother, don't worry about it, you can't fish. You can fish. If you can't, buy a net. Smell gradually light need to sleep. Li Yongxing's sleep is very solid. Woke up on New Year's Eve. The father lit the wolf smoke. The mother boiled a pot of Chinese cabbage. A few pieces of fat intestines and pig's blood embellished in it. Looking at the oil flour, let a person's appetite. Li Yongxing is discussing with his mother about visiting his family after the year. In the past, his mother's gifts to her mother's home were all from the old mansion, either a caddy of rice flour or a caddy of white flour, and all the sisters-in-law's homes were the same. But this year is different. Yongsheng, it's not that my mother doesn't want to give up. After the new year our family doesn't have much harvest for more than half a year. Keep the 2 pieces of silver to feel more secure in your heart. Mother, you're the only one visiting relatives in Grandpa's family. In previous years there was nothing we could do. This year we're better off. There's no reason not to help out. Don't worry, Mother, the family's money will only get bigger and bigger after the new year. That's fine, but we'll have to talk to your dad about it, and we'll have to get his permission. What, my assent? My father came in with a hot breath, and it was a little colder outside. His father, Yongxing, said to go back to his grandfather's house after New Year's to buy more gifts. There are no more coins left. If he spends any more he'll have to spend silver. Should be, since the Yongsheng, His grandfather's family are saving their stomachs to help us. They have a large family on more than 10 acres of land. Certainly not generous, but no need to rush. The third day of the year and then back to it. On the second day of your aunts and uncles must go back to their parents' homes to visit their relatives. There is no need to rush to buy things. The grocery store in our village. It is estimated that the silver cannot be broken. Your grandfather's village is large. The village grocery store tops the township store. The goods are also complete, and then to buy it is there. On New Year's Eve, my mother made a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, but there were no firecrackers or other things, and there was almost no movement in the village except for the sound of children's laughter. So it was a pity. Finished. If you can do some fireworks, but probably to the people's situation cannot afford to consume. Chapter 15, Family Visits. Nested in the house for a day. The second day of the new year, Li Yongqing's 3 aunts went back to his mother's home to visit his family. The ancestral home is very lively, but there is nothing to do with Li Yongqing's family. The 3 families did not have any intention of coming over to visit. In the eyes of the entire ancestral home of the whole family, the oldest 3 families may not be considered to be their family anymore. The morning of the third day, the family ate breakfast early. To grandmother's house road is not close, but also to go first to buy some New Year's gifts. The sun has just come out of the mountains on the trip. Danielle was entrusted to the Li Yongqing family to look after the home. Before perhaps no one will hit the poor man's home idea, but now it has been exposed to the wealth. Had to be defended. Along the river road there are also some families visiting relatives, and Li Yongqing family is not the same. Their annual gift is very conspicuous. Li Yongqing family naturally aroused the curiosity of the crowd. This is to be poor on what kind of visiting relatives do not bring a caddy of rice. Is the silver still there? Just walked out 3 miles and my mother has asked 3 times already? Mother, why don't you take it? Li Yongqing took out the cloth bag in his pocket and rubbed it, and the 2 pieces of broken silver rubbed together and made a creaking sound. Mother doesn't take it, she's afraid to walk with it. It's good that it's still there. Don't ever drop it. Grandpa's village is called Taoran Village, very close to the mountains, on the north side of a tributary of the Shangyun River, and there are some hunters in the village, most of whom have few fields at home and can only venture into the mountains with weapons to make a living. Taoran Village was 3 times larger than Li Yongsheng's village. The grocery store was full of items. Many people in the store picked goods. Li Yongsheng instantly caught the attention of the shopkeeper after he reported the items he purchased. Boss, 50 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, another 5 pounds of oil, and 10 pounds of noodles. Everyone's gazes went to Li Yongsheng, who spoke. A half-grown kid. Joking? The shopkeeper also looked surprised. Little waif, how much to buy? Let your adult say. Mother smiled and went into the store. Third uncle, I'm Qingqing, this is my child. The shopkeeper instantly broke into a grin. Little Qingqing, the youngest of the Lin Yuanshan family? After a few words of familiarity, the shopkeeper rushed to prepare things for Little Qingqing. Your family is getting rich. Third uncle, you also know, these years rely on the family's help. Have some money, back to help the family. Li Yongqing suddenly saw the fish hooks and fishing line on the shelf. The fishing line did not know what material was made. Looked very solid. Third grandpa, how do you sell this fish hook and line? Little waif, your name is Yongsheng, right? You should call me third grandpa. I even hugged you when you were little and wet my pants. Li Yongsheng immediately revealed a sweet smile. The 3 grandfathers. Hey, good boy. Fishhooks cost a penny apiece, but fishing line isn't cheap. A meter is 2 pennies. It's spandex, usually can't be broken. Li Yongsheng asked for 20 fishhooks, and directly asked for a bundle of fishing line, 50 meters, and the fishing line alone was 101. Little greenie, you're just letting the kid buy whatever he wants. Uncle San, it's not exactly a hoochie buy. The kid fishes to supplement his family's income. The total price of 671. The shopkeeper let 21. I did not expect the youngest of the Lin family became a rich family. In the village of each family to go to the relatives of the annual gift of up to 10181. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Li Yongqing took the smaller silver and handed it to the shopkeeper, who checked it and weighed it with a small scale, 9.5 coins, and gave Li Yongqing 300 copper coins. Father carried rice carrying noodles. Mother carried a jar of oil. The jar has to be sent back to the grocery store. Li Yongsheng carried 10 pounds of pork. Xiao Shu to his brother with a package of fishing line and hooks. A few people just went out. The grocery store exploded. Basically all acquaintances. All in the shopkeeper inquired about the family's origins. When I heard that it was the youngest daughter of the Lin Yuanshan family, not calm down. The Lin family can only be counted as poor in the village. 10 pounds of pork. The rich families with the most land don't even dare to eat like this. Cousin forever. Cousin forever. Sister Shu. Grandpa's family lives close to the mountain. Not yet arrived at the place. A few uncles' children surrounded. The largest is the eldest uncle's 2 brothers. The smallest is the third uncle's little boy. Here, 5 coppers each. Help with the stuff. Li Yongsheng gave out copper plates to his older brothers and sisters and brothers. 8 children in total. 5 each. Cousin Yongsheng, don't dare take it. Father will spank it. Li Yongsheng's pork was picked up by his great-uncle's cousin, and he rubbed his hand over the little boy's head. Cousin gave it to me? Third uncle doesn't dare to beat you. Take it. 8 siblings flanked the family as they entered Grandpa's house. Grandpa in the yard knocking the tobacco pot. See, brought so many years of gifts. Face instantly sank. Plenary. Cyan, what are you spending so much money for? Grandpa. Cousin Wingnut gave us 5 coppers each. The whole family came out. Receiving things. Hospitality. Grandmother pulled Li Yongsheng and Xiaoshu to survey. Face covered with a kind smile. Father, it was all Yongsheng's idea, and the money was earned by Yongsheng. Yongsheng said, you have helped my family for so many years. You must return the favor when you have the money. Grandpa couldn't care less about his daughter and son-in-law. He loved this little grandson the most, touching Li Yongsheng's arm and checking it up and down. Yongsheng, are you all well enough to be sick? Grandpa, don't worry. It's as good as a baby calf now. What's the point of spending so much money? Grandpa has everything at home. Bring it back when you leave. Grandpa, this is a little token of my grandson's appreciation, so I can't bring it back for people to laugh at. After getting acquainted with each other for a while, the family is very fond of Li Yongsheng and Xiaoshu. Grandpa's family is very harmonious. The 3 sisters-in-law never quarrel, and they never say anything to Li Yongsheng's family for assistance. Father, it's cold outside. Yongsheng is just getting sick. Don't freeze the child. Come on, go inside. The 3 of you sisters-in-law set up lunch. Yongsheng, your grandmother cooked a big rooster in the morning, just waiting for you to come and nibble on the chicken legs. Cousin, what's this you're holding? Li Yongsheng stroked little boy's head. Cousin bought the fishing line and hooks and is going back to fishing. When they entered the house, Grandma and Grandpa inquired once again about Li Yongsheng's skills, and the whole family was very grateful that Li Yongsheng had taught his 3 uncles the art of fishing after he became rich. Grandma wrung off 2 chicken legs, sprinkled them with a little powdered salt, one for Li Yongsheng and Xiaoshu, and all 8 of the older cousins watched with bated breath, but no one felt they shouldn't. The only ones under the age of 10 were Xiaoshu and Xiao, and Li Yongsheng nibbled on 2 of them and gave the chicken leg to Xiao. Sweetie, cousin ate up this morning, so you help cousin eat. Behind his little hands, the little boy had long been instructed not to grab food from his cousins. Listen, if you eat it, I'll teach you to fish later. The boy looked around as Grandpa finally spoke. Sweetie, eat, cousin loves you. Thank you, cousin. The little boy took the chicken leg and said thank you and took a big mouthful of xian. 3 sisters-in-law are collecting the children's coins. 5 coins a caddy of rice. Do not dare to put in the hands of the children spoiled. Chapter 16, Family warms the heart. The children were not happy about it, but all of them obediently handed over their copper coins, which were finally centralized in the hands of Grandma, who gave out another one to each of them, which was really their own free property. Not to mention that a copper plate was a huge amount of money for a child, and the first cousin was already thinking about the grocery store's fishhooks. The daughter's family has brought so many years of gifts. Grandmother went out to rearrange the lunch. Before only large intestine fat chicken and pork cabbage. Now there are 10 pounds of pork. You can fry more than a few plates. Leaning against the mountain. Dried pine mushrooms, and home summer sun-dried beans and pickled peppers. Do not match the meat counts as a dish. There is meat after the grade instantly upgraded, as well as pork and cabbage dumplings. Had been prepared to put a little pork plate oil. Now it can be fat and thin. The 3 uncles chatted with their father. Their mother went to help her 3 sisters-in-law get busy, and the 8 children gathered around Li Yongsheng's siblings, listening to their grandfather and Li Yongsheng chatting, with a few of their sisters-in-law being very eager. Little sister, your family's affairs when the family has come back to talk about it. Yongsheng has really come out of the woodwork. Sister-in-law, Yongsheng is 13 years old, and after all the dirty things that have happened to the family, he should know better. It is better to praise the adults than to praise the children. And the mother who wrapped the dumplings had a happy heart. Grandpa was still chattering to Li Yongsheng about the annual gift. Shanger, your family is now divided out. Everywhere is using money. You bring something, we family eat a fat meal. The rest are brought back. Spend money, don't be big spenders. The group of children were a little disappointed to hear their grandfather say that they were all going to take them back. But their little aunt's family was really in a difficult situation, so they were already very satisfied to be able to let go of their stomachs for a meal. Grandpa, don't bring it. I bought fish hooks and lines, and I have experience in fishing. The family's life will get better and better. Leave all the stuff behind. You guys have saved your stomachs to help us all these years, and I'll come back to deliver the rice and noodles when I make some money. Lunch was very sumptuous. 1 table for men, 1 table for women and children. and Li Yongxing was dragged to the table where the adults drank, and his third uncle was in charge of pouring the wine. Brother-in-law. The family bought 2 pounds of shochu. Father didn't even let us drink it on New Year's Eve. Just waiting for today. Pour some for the raw child too. 13 years old. A little manhood to learn a little. A few uncles are a little funny. Really biased The 2 men of the great uncle's family are 16 and 17. And now they are still mixing the children's table for dinner. Lin Qingjie and Lin Shunkai of the great uncle's family don't care about drinking. A big bowl of dumplings has been xian. Grandma said, not enough there. Today I'll eat full. Father could not resist the 3 uncles' persuasion. Some drunkenness at dinner. Li Yongxing followed the nuisance of a small half bowl. The same some dizziness. The mother was a little worried, but did not dare to speak. Grandpa and the family are all a word of caution. Home strings in and out. Lin Yuanshan family's daughter back to her mother's door spent more than half a couple of silver. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. And Lin Yuanshan more familiar with all come to join in the fun. The meal is not going to eat a bite. Look at what people eat, the meal will be satisfied. Meat and egg dumplings full. Large intestine and fat chicken need not be mentioned. Fried vegetables and boiled cabbage is full of fat meat fat. Too enviable. Do not dare to stay longer. Stay longer cannot help but gulp. Go back but also 2 hours. When the sun is in the west, the family made a farewell. The limit pulling began. Grandparents and 3 sisters-in-law pushed out. The father and mother to the house. The stalemate of more than 10 minutes. Or Li Yongxing a hammer. The grandparents, aunt and uncle. Don't let go. We'll take the dried vegetables and mushrooms and the pickles and leave everything else. Finally out of Grandpa's house. The father carried a bag. The mother slipped a basket. Outside even waiting to see the crowd. The father back of the bag looks relatively easy. The mother slipped the basket full of pickles, which is really sent The old Lin family days are better. Grandpa and his family were sent to the outskirts of the village until the figures of Li Yongxing's family disappeared into the river. Lin urged, good son-in-law, good nephew I've been selling things for so many years. The first time I've seen a New Year's gift of more than half a taels of silver. I've seen the scene today. The family headed back, and Grandpa, smoking a tobacco pot, stood at the entrance to the village chatting with the grocer. Yongsheng baby grew up, grateful for so many years of our family's help. You say, is not just a year 10 pounds 8 pounds of rice it? Spend so much money, said also do not listen, return gifts also do not want, just take some dry vegetables and so on. Li Yongsheng heart beautiful, hooks and fishing line package in the hand. The brain thinks all the ice fishing, tomorrow we'll start the hole, called Dinyo, and Grandpa to understand a little bit into the mountains to hunt things. Not so simple. Hunting are used with bows and arrows and spears. A lot of beasts in the mountains. Every year there are hunters who cannot come back. Dinyo is very responsible. Lunch is sent by his mother to eat at Yongsheng Li's home. He envied Yongsheng brother have relatives to move around. Unlike his family, grandmother's family has long been cut off. Grandpa's family suffered a catastrophe, have no news. Heard that the whole family has been killed. Back home has been dusk. Stayed Dinyo dinner dead no. Agreed to fish tomorrow. Dinyo farting home. Sang, Shu, what do you want to eat tonight? I'm not hungry anymore. And my stomach is holding out now. I'm not hungry anymore either. I had a chicken leg and 2 bowls of dumplings today. My father was already in bed and ready to sleep. Groggy from drinking and exhausted from carrying bags of dried vegetables all the way. Then I'll make a pot of thin gruel with pickles for whoever is hungry. Li Yongsheng began to study fishing bait. No earthworms in the winter. Years ago to kill chickens and throw away the chicken intestines to pick up and put in the house to thaw. This tomorrow to fish for predator fish. The golden flour to get some. Added a few drops of peanut oil. Add water to knead into a ball. Kneaded gluten can be used later. Sung, can you fish in this cold? Fish first. Fish again if you can't. Mother, who has bamboo? There's one right behind Yu Qing's house. You can't just cut it down. You'll have to ask Yu Qing's father. It was still dark. Li Yongsheng slipped a fish of about 2 pounds and went to Yu Qing's house. Heard Li Yongsheng want to root bamboo. Yu Qing father does not accept the fish. Carrying a machete is ready to go. Li Yongsheng kept the fish after some tugging and pulling. Immortality. How thick? Li Yongsheng circled around the bamboo garden. This thing is not, the thicker the better. Last year's new bamboo is not strong enough. You have to look for the old bamboo that is even up and down. Uncle, this one will do. Father Tamakyung cuts it down and removes the branches. Find 2 more. Fishing is easy to pull off. Keep them as spares. 3 fresh bamboos, one of which is a rohan bamboo, which is not suitable for ice fishing where the rods are too long. I went home and tied 3 pairs of fishing lines, 3 meter, 5 meter and 10 meter. Shu watched with great interest, and when my brother finished tying the lines and was ready to go to bed, he suddenly realized that he was also sleepy. Wake up early in the morning. The father has been given to deal with the chicken intestines. Some odor, but inside all squeezed clean. not to get hands on chicken manure. Denyo came at dawn, still with a special tool for frying fish. Yesterday Yongsheng brother went away for a kiss. It feels like a day in no soul. Chapter 17, Ice Fishing. Ice fishing is not a momentary thing. Li Yongsheng is afraid of Xiaoshu freezing, do not want her to follow. But looking at Xiaoshu's pitiful eyes and cannot bear to refuse. Shu, find a basket to carry some fire-starting grass and dry wood. We're going to roast fish for consumption. Xiaoshu jumped and went to get the basket. Li Yongsheng prepared the fishing rod and bundled 3 sets of line. Also took a rusty knife. When Xiaoshu loaded the firewood, picked up the chicken intestines up, pasta and line set to Xiaoshu. He himself lifted up the firewood in broom. Shu, put the noodles in your arms. Don't let it freeze. Shu hurriedly tucked the straw paper wrapped dough inside and took the broom for her brother. It's still cold outside, but the 3 kids are on fire. Big fish. There are big fish to eat again. More can be sold for money. Denyo's mother waited at the front of the village, smiled and greeted Li Yongsheng, and together with Li Yongsheng's mother, they watched the 3 children go downstream, continuing the search for the backwater cove. The big bulls were angry and full of power, sweeping snow in all directions. Still nothing to be found down the next section. Denyo, stop sweeping and go over to the stone bridge first. The 3 of them stepped through the snow on the river. The temperature was cold but the sun was shining and there was no wind. The navy blue clothes absorbed the heat and after a while they felt warmer. The 3 bays above and below the stone bridge were also not found. A few people continue to go down. A few hundred meters past the stone bridge, the terrain is a little more gentle. Everywhere is backwater bays. Looking for fish is not easy. Before the upper and lower 10 miles of the river also looked for 3 fish nests. Li Yongsheng and the big cattle clean more than 10 large and small bays. Only a large bay with some air bubbles. Denyo, don't be in a hurry. Take a break. It's right here. We'll smash through the ice in a minute. Fish before we fish. Li Yongsheng used a chisel to cut out the circle and prepared a fire on one side. Feeling that there was not much hay to start the fire, and it was not always possible to ignite the dry wood. Shu, go to the shore and find some hay. Don't go far. Finally useful. Shu dumped out the basket of firewood and ran to the riverbank with small steps in the basket. Brother Yongsheng, you rest first. I'm stronger. I'll smash the ice first. Zhang Dinyo puffed and puffed, smashed the ice, followed the circle drawn by Li Yongsheng, and so his sister slipped back a basket of hay. Li Yongsheng used the fire scythe to make a fire. I don't know if I can change the lighter in the future. Every time my mother used the fire scythe to make a fire is very laborious. Lighting the hay and setting the firewood on it. When the hay was almost burned and the firewood was also ignited, Li Yongsheng carefully set up the firewood rack to ensure that the firewood was fully burned. Bull, give it to me. Zhang Dinyo has opened almost. Li Yongsheng took over the hammer chisel, smashed through after a while, hammer chisel thrown aside, took over the coping net handed over by Dinyo, used the coping net stick to top the round body of ice, his eyes tightly staring at the ice hole. There is movement. Li Yongsheng rushed down the plunge net more than 10 times. Unsatisfactory. 9 fish and 5 are small guys. For more than half a catty. The largest is a red starfish. Li Yongsheng weighed. The system gives the weight of 1,300 grams. Bull, the chicken intestines are frozen. Hurry up and roast them, and cut me a piece with a knife. Just as big as your thumb. Li Yongsheng tied line group. First tied 5 meters to try. Enough knot in the end and then change 10 meters. This side of the ice hole. There must be fish over the air. First find the bottom of the river fishing bottom to see. Put the line, tied with a small bar of fishhooks fell quickly. The line in the rapid rotation. More than 4 meters. The line is no longer falling. The depth of this is just right. Adjusting the float made of broomcorn stalks. The bull also handed over a small piece of chicken guts, reeled in the line and hung up the guts, and the line was set down again. Bull, smash a couple pieces of that frozen pear and throw them down from here. Brother Yongsheng, don't you want to throw the hook? Yeah, no hooks to throw. Hit the nest. My sister, Shu, was back again, this time with a layer of dry wood under the basket. Shu, don't go far, just get some hay. Brother, it didn't go far. There's a tree down there that's fallen into the river. The branches are dry. It's easy to break. Brother Wingnut, move. The bull was just about to cast the chicken guts when he suddenly saw a tug on the float. Li Yongsheng turned his head and saw the float tugging up and down, holding the Luohan bamboo pole in one hand ready to stab the fish. Denyo and Xiaoshu didn't dare to breathe for fear of affecting Brother Yongsheng's fishing. Float once again a substantial sinking. Li Yongsheng violently lifted the rod. There, the fish is not small. The punch is full. Bull, take the pole and pull back. Zhang Dania panicked and took the fishing rod and quickly backed away. Okay, don't move. I'll let withdraw and then withdraw again. Li Yongsheng wrapped the fish line with a strip of cloth and let the fish line leave the broken ice. The broken ice is irregular. It is easy to cut the fish line. The fish hook is not barbed. It is very easy to take off the hook. do not dare to put hard, and do not dare to pull hard. Take another step back. Denyo hurriedly backed up, a face that was already suffocating red, not from exhaustion, but from nervousness in his heart. Li Yongsheng pulls the fish underneath and quickly leaves the nest. Allowing the fish to run rampant in the nest will scare all the others away. Denyo backed up 3 meters. Feel the fish below, not much strength. Li Yongsheng hurried to close the line. Denyo has grasped the guidelines. Li Yongsheng to collect a cut, he took a step back. A red shadow appeared in the hole in the ice. The last pass. Li Yongsheng did not rush, pulling a few back and forth, violently borrowed the power to lift. A more than 40 centimeters long red starfish was lifted up on the ice, breathless, jumping a few times, almost jumping into the fire. Next to the fire did not move. Bull, cast chicken guts. Those just now will do. Zhang Daniu was a little shivering with excitement. What a big red starfish. It must be 4 or 5 pounds. It really works. Brother Yongsheng is too good. Zhang Daniu cast down the chicken intestines. Li Yongsheng checked the fishing line, put down the rod and touched the big fish. 2,800 grams. Change words 28 points. 5 catty 6 tails of rice. Go on. Put on the chicken guts and put them down again. Bull. See what I mean? Yansei brother? Denyo was a little nervous. He was afraid of breaking the guy for brother Yongsheng. Here. I'm tired. Just keep an eye on it with the rod, and call out to me if there's any movement. I'll roast the fire. Zhang Daniu carefully took the fishing rod. Brother Yongsheng trusted himself so much. He must take advantage of it. Li Yongsheng added some firewood, close to the fire, roasting his hands. Ice fishing should be set up a tent, but they do not have. There is also inconvenient. There is no pulley. Set up a tent cannot close the line. Brother Yongsheng, there's movement. Don't panic. When I say lift, you jerk the rod. Brother Yongsheng, why don't you do it? I'm afraid. Mention. Zhang Daniu violently lifted the rod like a reflex. There are goods. Take 2 steps back. Li Yongsheng couldn't be bothered to roast the fire and hurriedly picked up the cloth to wrap the fishing line. With slightly less force than earlier, the two of them worked together to reel in the line. And his sister, carrying a basket of firewood, trotted back when she saw the commotion. Chapter 18, Delivery of Food. Pulling for 5 or 6 minutes, Li Yongsheng saw the shadow of the fish, not the red star fish, and finally pulled a few back and forth, and lifted hard. A bearded fish of about 3 pounds was thrown on the ice, and also off the hook. Wingnut Li kicked the bearded fish into the snow and popped into the fire a few more times. Bull, go on. Although it is not a precious red starfish, Zhang Daniu was still touched abnormally. Brother Yongsheng taught himself to fish more than 3 catties of bearded fish. How can it be exchanged for a catty of rice, right? With the bull in control of this rod, Li Yongsheng was much more relaxed, and pushed the fire toward the bull with his scribe stick. Denyo, rotate and bake your hands. Don't freeze. Brother Yongsheng, it's fine. I'm not cold. It's not cold enough to take turns roasting your hands or they won't be nimble. Zhang Daniu laughed nervously and moved closer to the fire, his eyes still firmly fixed on the water. Xiao Shu had transported enough firewood all morning to burn until dark. Shu, don't go. Roast the fire and warm up. 3 people grilled fire staring at the ice hole. Playing the nest played a role. May also be open to the ice below. The oxygen is sufficient. Bearded fish and red starfish turn fishing. Several kinds of fish completely no winter should be less active, self-conscious. Go down to bite. Even if the change of pasta bite, this is not purely carnivorous fish. Should be the same as carp, is omnivorous fish. Simply do not be too simple. Xiao Shu on the hand once, caught a green-skinned fish. The snow on the ice had been piled up, and there were more than 30, by eyeballing, all of which, except those just netted, were over 3 or 4 pounds, and the smaller ones could not bite the hook at all. The 3 children were roasting and fishing, not feeling hungry and completely oblivious to the time, when there was a sudden shout in the distance. Brother Yongsheng, it's my mother. The 2 mothers followed the river bank to find, to the hour. A few children have not returned. The 2 mothers cannot help it, made a meal to send over, waiting for the 2 to look at the snow-filled field of fish, surprised beyond words. Is this netted or caught? This is also too much. Yongsheng, stop for a while and hurry up to eat. Denyo's mother carried a basket with jars and dishes in it, and her mother held the bag tightly, which was filled with pot stickers. Li Yongsheng let Denyo put away the pole, and saw the meal before he felt his stomach rumble. A bowl of cabbage and pork and 2 still warm pot stickers for 1, and a rush of xian. Mother, take as many as you can back with you, and call my father before dark. 2, with hooks and bags, and we'll go back together again. Shanger, it's quite a lot. Why don't you go back? Don't freeze. Li Yongsheng pointed down to the fire with his chopsticks. It's not cold with the fire roasting. It's hard to find a nest. Catch as many as you can. Mother, let's go to the market in Ping'an Township tomorrow. Freeze for a night and sell them together tomorrow. Denyo's mother looked at the child devouring. tears in her eyes. Danielle really found a good brother. Fish cannot leave their own nets, but the fishing thing can be completely left out of the Danielle's. Just come over when he saw. Is the Danielle pompole? This is not Danielle as an outsider. It is estimated that after today, Danielle also learned it all. After dinner they continued to fish, and Mother and Dairywoman came home after cleaning up the dishes and watching for a while. Mother carrying 2 large ones, and Dairywoman carrying a basket of big fish, and putting the dishes in a jar and slipping them with her hand. After eating and then fishing feel on the fish not so fast. Li Yongsheng and cast down some chicken intestines hit the nest. More than an hour on of fishing, but after an hour of the nest played a role. Go down on the bite. Fierce. The largest one of the mackerel fish 8 pounds, more than a lot of effort to pull up. I have to say that this spandex is really very strong. So surprisingly, it is not ripped off. I'm really tired. Thanks to the fire. Otherwise I'd be sick with the cold. And the sun is still a rod high. And there's no movement down there. Danyo. Close the rods. Take a rest from the fire and wait for the adults to come and move the fish. The sun had just set when the 3 adults arrived. The father pushing a cart, which he had borrowed from whoever's house, and the Danielle Yang and the mother both carrying burdens. Seeing the 3 children's faces tired, did not let the children help. The father loaded bags to carry up, carried 3 bags tied to the cart on the riverbank. The rest were loaded into barrels. The mother and Danielle Yang 1 person a burden. Dad, whose cart is that? Went to borrow it from Yu Qing's house. Yang Shang, can I bring a fish for the evening? I'll need this cart for the market tomorrow. Send 2. Thanks to his family's bamboo. Pick 3 pounds or more and send them. 1 bearded fish and 1 mackerel. A day's time fishing almost 60 or 70 fish. This damn fishing black pit must also be a master level. It looks like we're really going to get rich. The hooks and lines were not wasted, and there is no worry about starvation for the time being. All the fish were moved to Li Yongxing's house, and Danielle Yang didn't want to come in, picking her burden with some hesitation. Auntie, come in, just pour it all in the snow. Asked to understand what time to leave tomorrow morning. Danielle Yang took Danielle and hurriedly left. Gossip is the most hurtful. Li Yongxing picked 2 for his father, who carried them out. Mother, you cook. Feeling hungry again. I'll cover it with snow. Mother grabbed the iron lift. I'll do it. It's easy to cook. Can you boil cabbage with meat on the bone? Pot stickers are still enough. Just boil the cabbage and slip it in. Li Yongxing nodded and surveyed the pile of fish in the snow. Nearly 70 fish. More than 200 pounds should have. 1/3 of the red star fish. The price will certainly fall back after the year, but it should be able to buy some silver. Tomorrow after the sale of a good stroll through the market. Addictive. My father came back humming a little song. Very happy, and carrying a scale in his hand, presumably also from Yu Qing's family. Borrowed a scale from Papa Yu Qing to sell fish tomorrow. Split the bones and simmered the cabbage. Added 2 spoonfuls of broth cold, and filled the room with the aroma of bones and meat. Li Yongxing ate 4 pot stickers and 2 big bowls of cabbage. The pickles given by Grandpa are very refreshing, especially the green chili peppers. A bite of spicy mouth numb, but just like the taste. Daybreak. Li Yongxing ate breakfast to call the big cow. The big cow mother and son early after eating and waiting. Picking the stretcher locked door, the father pushed the cart. The mother and the big cow mother is still picking the stretcher. The big cow to the father to pull the cart. Li Yongxing sat with a basket, which is loaded with straw and scales. Xiaoshu is most comfortable. Mouth sugar pulling the brother's clothes. How much do you reckon you can sell it for, raw child? It's hard to say. Go ahead and ask around for prices. They may not be as expensive as they were years ago. Father hand and hawed. Sell as much as you can. So many fish. How can you sell 1 or 2 silver dollars? It took over an hour to get to the fairgrounds and the sun was just peeking out. Li Yongxing put down the basket to inquire a circle. No inquiries. Today just the 4th day of the year. There is no fish sales, but also is not a big set. The market only some meat sales to sell New Year's gift. There are a few food stalls. Chapter 19, Business is booming. Li Yongsheng was a little confused. A fish seller did not how to inquire. How is this pricing? Father, move to the mouth of the marketplace. No one is expected to come in this place. Next to a few stalls selling pork, Li Yongsheng greeted everyone and placed all the fish on the roadside. Big brother, hit so many fish, and such a big red starfish. How did you hit it? A group of butchers gathered around. It's really rare to see so many fish, especially a few large red starfish. The boy fished all day yesterday, and it's not even open yet, so I'm afraid to leave it at home for fear of wild animals. How do you sell it? If it's suitable, I'll buy a red starfish to receive the god of fortune on the 7th day of the lunar new year. And without a fish, I always feel that my sincerity is not enough. The father looked at Li Yongsheng. He didn't know what the price was. Uncle, the red starfish is 7 cents a catty for under 2 catties, 10 cents a catty for over 2 catties, and 5 cents a catty for both mackerel and bearded fish. The butcher nodded. The price is slightly more expensive, but the red starfish is too rare. That thing is an underwater fish. It's hard to catch it by pulling the net in the normal season, and picked one that was about 3 pounds and handed it to Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng fiddled with the scale and weighed 3.5 pounds. Uncle, you have a scale there too. Go through it again to see if it's 3.5 pounds. I just borrowed the scale last night. I'm afraid it won't be accurate. The butcher carried the fish back to his stall. That's right, 3.5 pounds. 35 cents, right? Uncle, count 30 cents. It's a lucky opening, and I wish you prosperity. The butcher was happy. A face of horizontal meat smiled out of the wrinkles. Si Xiaoshu hurriedly turned his head away. Little brother, what's your name? My name is Lu Feihu. I've been selling pork on this street for 13 years, and everyone calls me Piggy Lu. Li Yongsheng took the 30 pennies and counted them. Free Guali. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lu Feihu bought ignited the desire to buy. The seventh to welcome the god of fortune. Each family should be based on the economic strength of the table. The worst has to be a bowl of dumplings with a bit of half-baked rice or steamed buns. The rich do not have to say, cow head, pig head, chickens, ducks and fish. What is expensive to swing what? The people on the main road of the bazaar are getting more and more. Many of them are still sending New Year's gifts. Most of them buy some rice and noodles in the grocery store. And occasionally there are rich and noble-looking people who come over to cut some meat or carry a bunch of big bones. Li Wing sang, right? The busy Li Yongsheng looked up and recognized that it was Steward Li from the family of the Wang clan. Uncle Li, Yongsheng bids you a good year. Butler Li squinted his eyes and grinned as he helped Li Yongsheng up. Yongshengwa, really awesome. Fought so many fish again. These red starfish can be name a price. I'll take them all. Last time Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhu's red starfish were also bought from you, right? There was no one on the street who didn't recognize the Li steward of the Wang family, and consciously stepped back to the side. Uncle Li, I caught it last time, but I didn't catch it this time. I caught it on a hook. Fished? Housekeeper Li looked skeptical. So much of it is fishing? Yes, Uncle Li. I fished all day yesterday with my brother and sister, and ate lunch by the river. Steward Li finished being surprised and pointed to 5 or 6 red starfish over 3 pounds. Give me a scale on these. I'll take them all. Uncle Li, I'll have my brother send you to the mansion. Forget about the money. Officer Wang has done my family a great favor. No, Mr. Wang likes you very much. Knowing that I hang your fish will not pick my skin. Hurry up and cross the scale. A group of watchers pondered. No wonder dare to strut in the market head stall. The original has a king as a backer Fortunately, just now they did not. A few green skin hurriedly skipped. Li Yongsheng weighed them one by one, and let Ding Yo hurry to put on the rope after he finished. Uncle Li, it adds up to 22 pounds. 10 a pound. Can I charge you 201? Steward Li directly threw out a piece of broken silver. Less than 1 or 2 is about the same. Close to Li Yongsheng whispered, Little Yongsheng, the member of the hospitality of distinguished guests do not have time to come out. The next time you come to sell fish to meet the member of the master, and he said the fishing method. The member of the master likes to fish is always fishing not. Li Yongsheng hurriedly nodded his head. Don't worry, Steward Li, I'll tell you when I meet you, or I'll tell you. Butler Li hurriedly shook his head. There's no rush. Have your brother deliver it to me? Dinyo is now very careful about hygiene. His face hasn't seen snot for a long time, and Dinyo's mother is a careful one, so she cleaned it up. Dinyo, send it over to Steward Li. Don't bump it. Don't worry, brother Yongsheng. I'll be back in a while. Zhang Dania had 3 in one hand, keeping the fish away from his pants, and followed Steward Li out of the bazaar. Sun up 3 pole, the market head gradually hot. A caddy of fish 5 to 10 cents, a caddy of rice 5 cents, a caddy of meat 15 cents. Fish is the lowest cost effective, but also the cost of oil, but the relationship to receive the god of fortune. Fish has become the most sought after instead. Dinyo sent back after the fish, where grass rope to slip the fish busy. Not yet to noon. The fish all sold out. Li Yongsheng and Shi Sheng Kiki, the price has not been moved, but each fish will let a little bit of copperplate. Sell happy, buy also happy. Little brother, you're exhausted, thanks to you knowing Housekeeper Li. Just now a few greenskins were wandering around here and saw that you and Housekeeper Li were familiar with each other before running away. Li Yongsheng's heart was shocked. He saw a few big and thick together. It turned out to be the green skin that was ready to fight the autumn wind. In his heart, he added another layer of gratitude to Mr. Wang. The two families left the bazaar and found a secluded place to start dividing the money. More than 220 pounds of fish, more than 70 pounds of red starfish. The other fish sold about 701, and the red starfish sold 9 coins of silver and 501, which added up to a total of about 2,101, although not as much as the last time they sold it to the 2 passing scribes to make more money, but that's mainly a reward, which can't be counted. Li Yongsheng counted out 700 when handed over to Dani Yang. Dani Yang excuses half a day. See Yongsheng baby some impatient hurry to accept. Want to kowtow to the heart. The child just follow the play of the day. Netted 140 pounds of rice. Father, mother, auntie, find a place to eat. Yongsheng, don't eat outside. Go back and I'll make it for you. Just go buy some pork bones. Went to the pig's head loose pork store. Li Yongsheng picked a pig's head and 10 pounds of pork. The pig's head let the pig's head loot a split. In addition to a pair of pig livers, pig's head and pig livers cheaper. A total of 341. And then went to the next grocery store to buy 50 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour. And spent out of the more than 300. This time to sell the harvest of the fish and the blink of an eye to spend out of nearly half of the parents did not hurt. The car on the things on the car make people happy. Dani Yang also unprecedentedly cut 5 pounds of pork. Bought 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of flour. How to not let Yongsheng father push. Insisted on putting in a bucket of water to pick. There are still selling pork, beef and mutton on the street, brining down the goods. Li Yongsheng has some intention to feel spent enough hard. Next time, the way back was much easier, the weight much lighter, and the additional exchange of fish for copper meat and grain filled the hearts of all with contented joy. Chapter 20, The Pig's Head Feast. Father pushed the car, walking for a long time with white gas on the head. Some of the mother's heartache want to replace. How the father did not agree. Daniel mother took turns picking the burden, easy and pleasant. Little Shang, this time, thanks to the fact that all the families want to invite the god of fortune, otherwise it would only be sold for half the money. It's not necessarily all sold out yet. His father, what's wrong with half the money? Half of it has to be 1,001. Let you fiddle with 2 acres of land. Can you produce 1,000 won a year? The father smiled awkwardly. I do not mean too little. I'm happy. I can't find something to say, can I? Father, Xiangyun River up and down more than 10 miles have been swept by us. For the time being there should not be any fish nests. Rest for a few days and then say. The market will be open on the 10th day of the first month. So let's go look for it again on the 9th day of the first month. Arrived home. Li Yongsheng exhausted, but tired trip worth it. The family property and become 2 hang money. Just buy rice can buy 400 pounds. A year's life is guaranteed. Plus this time to push back the rice and pork. Eat until the spring sowing no problem at all. Father went to deliver the cart and scale. Mother boiled pig liver. A hang of pig liver 5 or 6 pounds of heavy. Mother generously cut off about a caddy. This stuffed boiled spinach is the best, but they do not have their own home. Can only use the cabbage heart to make do. The strong aroma of the pork liver soup is memorable. And with the fragrant rice, Li Yongsheng ate another rolled melon belly round. Little Shang, after dinner you and your sister will sleep while I cook the pig's head. Cooked and woke up from a nap with a pig's head. Li Yongsheng slept for more than 2 hours with his sister in his arms when he was suddenly awakened by the heat of the hot bed, and the house was already fragrant. Little Shang, is the Kong too hot? Hot is hot. Where's my dad when I wake up from my nap anyway? Grabbing firewood. Father came in, saw that the children were awake, and hurriedly lifted up the Kong. Cooking pig's head and other things is most time consuming, and the Kong was excessively hot, so it was easy to ignite the straw spread on the Kong if one was not careful. Cooked for more than 3 hours, and covered for half an hour. The pig's head cooked when it was dark. The mother turned the lid. The steaming heat mixed with a strong aroma scattered to open. Shanger, Xiao Shu, it's too hot now. Have a bowl of soup first. Mother served 2 bowls of meat soup. Father put 2 petals of pig's head with chopsticks wearing clipped to 2 clay pots, waiting for cooling and then dismantle the meat chopped, and then the meat soup. When it cooled down, it is the fragrant delicacy of meat jelly. Mother, it's lighter. There's no salt flavor. Shu, get the salt for brother. Li Yongsheng was somewhat speechless. Mother, that's not what I meant. I meant that the pig's head soup is undersalted and easily spoiled. Shu took the salt jar and added a little to his brother's and his own bowls. Shanger, after cutting the pig's head meat you still have to put it in a pot and simmer it for a while, and scrape it out again with the soup and the meat, and you have to add salt to it. Li Yongsheng lowered his head and drank the broth. Over the top, unfortunately missing a little bit of soy sauce. I do not know if there is soy sauce to buy. Anyway, in the previous memory of this guy did not turn up the existence of soy sauce. Father, mother, you drink too. Drink, drink, drink when you're done working. When the pig's head is almost cold, father and mother start to break it down in halves. The pig's mouth strips are on the half of the pig's head that the mother is disassembling, and the 2 ears have to be cut off, which is what makes these 2 look like the super hard dishes of the hard dishes. You guys bring over the bowls and I'll put some meat on them. Xiao Shu hurriedly finished the last mouthful of soup to put over. Li Yongsheng shook his head. It's too fat. A bowl of soup tops it off. The meat will be eaten later. Nothing big material. But in the grocery store has seen pepper anise what big material. Expensive. With the current standard of living, Spend can buy a few pounds of rice copper to buy some big material, some excessive. Pork head meat is dismantled cleanly. The mother cut into small pieces and put into the pot. Put a little more salt to boil. With the soup together into the pot. Put cooling on the good. 2 big pots of meat jelly. New Year's Day, do not dare to eat like this. There is also a pig's mouth and 2 pig's ears. Xiao Shu chewed the fragrant pig's head meat. Eyes are happy slits. Little Shang, how can I eat it? Why don't I cut you a pig's ear? A mouthful of strips would be fine. Smelling a little dizzy, Li Yongsheng hurriedly shook his head. Mother, you should eat whatever you want. Boil me some thin rice, I'll eat the pickles Grandpa gave me. I've eaten some greasy food these days, to relieve the greasiness. This sentence, if other people say that the designated is to pretend to be generous, but his own smart son is different. Not to say that is the Wenkuxing descended from the earth that is also born to be delicate. His mother, why don't we drink kanji as well? Save the meat for a slow meal. Father, you should eat how to eat. A year, do not see a little oil. Do not be reluctant to give up. In the future, just rely on fishing to ensure that the big fish and meat. And so on the beginning of spring I will go into the mountains around. There may be other harvest. No way. That won't work. Mom and Dad reacted greatly, and almost simultaneously exited their mouths in denial. Shanger, there's a lot of prey in the mountains. Why aren't there many hunters? It's too dangerous. You know, your grandpa's courtyard wall you also see, more than 4 meters high, to prevent the beasts in the mountains. The beginning of spring we also need to strengthen the courtyard wall. Young Shang, other things father can rely on you, but absolutely cannot go into the mountains. If anything happens to you, your mother and I won't be able to live. Yes, Young Shang, it's good for our family to be peaceful, even if we starve. It's no big deal. The key is not lacking in food and drink now. We can't go on an adventure. There are 5 hunting families in the village, and 3 widows have already been born. Li Yongsheng nodded his head with a bitter smile, not expecting his parents to react so strongly. Well, I wouldn't go into the mountains without a guarantee of safety. Father and mother looked at each other. Both saw the worry in each other's eyes. This is still not dead heart. Trouble. The child is too old to be managed rigidly. No, we still have to find a way to persuade. Rice porridge with pickled green chili felt much more enjoyable than eating pork, and after drinking 2 bowls of porridge with 3 green chili peppers, I felt my body heat up. The mother in the end listened to her son's persuasion. 2 big spoons of pork boiled half a cabbage. The 3 of them ate full of oil. Daniel again reaccustomed to follow the Yongsheng brother to mix the day. Every day early in the morning after eating to come, do not care which meal, is absolutely not in the Yongsheng brothers' home to eat. The mother confided countless times, do not give people trouble, has been engraved in the heart. Not fishing days are a bit leisurely. Li Yongsheng with Daniel and sister in the village inside and outside around for 3 days now. Not much fun. The 3 occasionally peeled off the candy paper to put the sugar cubes into their mouths. Always cause a piece of snotty children's envy. Being the object of others' ridicule at one time, Daniel now had the qualification to ridicule others, following brother Yongsheng without pulling a step, occasionally peeling off the candy paper but not stuffing it into his mouth, and then wrapping it back up when he had walked past the group of children. Bull, ever been up the hill back there? Brother Yongsheng, I don't dare to go. Mother said there are many man-eating beasts. Li Yongsheng looked back at Daniel. Would you go if I took you there? Go, I'll protect you. Zhang Dania didn't have any hesitation. Brother Yongsheng let his family eat meat on New Year's Day, and taught himself how to fish for fish. This heavenly favor can't be repaid. Chapter 21, Black-Hearted Fruit. Xiao Shu, who was following behind, was full of worry. Her brother had mentioned going to the mountains again, so what would the whole family do if something happened? And brother Dinyo, if something happens, will auntie still be alive? Behind the village and the mountains connected, but some low earth slopes, shrubs and trees have been cut down almost. A glance to see through. See Yongsheng brother toward the earth slope. Dinyo did not have any hesitation to follow. Mother's words have already forgotten all. Xiao Shu was a little hesitant, but there shouldn't be much danger on such a low hillside, and in broad daylight, any wild beasts could run ahead. Li Yongsheng picked up a strip of dead wood, boredom pumping the snow, and then behind the mountain is full of tall trees. Surprisingly, there are some coniferous forests, but unfortunately do not dare to go. Swish, the branch drew to a fluffy snow pile. The snow layer crumbled down, revealing a shrub with spikes inside, bearing some red fruits. Looking at the already wind-dried and shriveled, Li Yongsheng carefully picked one. Brother Yongsheng, you can't eat it. That's called a black heart fruit. A small handful of it can poison a buffalo. Seeing Li Yongsheng looking at the fruit in a daze, Zhang Danio hurriedly reminded. Li Yongsheng heart ecstasy, just stood dumb, not want to eat fruit. Is the system suddenly issued a beep? This looks like the previous life called sour jujube and sour beans of the fruit, but can exchange points. A small fruit a point, 5 fruit a caddy of rice. This one how there are dozens of it. This is not hair? Li Yongsheng did not immediately redeem it. Remembered, this thing is indeed a black heart. Peeled off the outside dried fruit skin, and sure enough, the core inside is purple-black. Brother Yongsheng, go home and wash your hands properly or you'll be poisoned. Li Yongsheng casually threw away the fruit and searched his memory. This thing is especially abundant in these low soil slopes, because the fruit is toxic and powerful plus the whole body has sharp spikes. The firewood cutters are all avoiding it. Go home and eat. Go to bed after eating. Get enough energy to go fishing tomorrow, and go to the bazaar to sell it the day after you catch it. Denyo never wanted to take a nap, but since brother Yongsheng had arranged it, how could he not take a nap after going home and eating? Seeing that her son was tired of eating pork, her mother fried a plate of chicken with mushrooms, not much more than enough for 2 more stir-fries. After drinking a bowl of thin porridge and settling for a large plate of chicken, Li Yongsheng went to the bed to put his sister to sleep, and climbed up himself to stuff the wood chipper into his clothes. Mother, I'm going to visit the big cow's house to confer about fishing tomorrow. My father went to the village headman's house after dinner to inquire about opening up the land, and my mother sewed and mended her clothes without looking up. Go on. Wing Li was instantly thrilled to be out the door. Points. Here I come. The day is cold and windy. There is no one in the back slope, and there are not many out in the village. Li Yongsheng came to the place in the morning, and smashed all the black-hearted fruits on the snow with a wood knife, and set aside the black-hearted fruits of the branches, and carefully picked up the fruits. 1 point, 2 points, and the points rose miserably, and a black-hearted fruit tree gave 67 points, and 13 caddies of rice. Ah, snowy strange rumble is this fruit. Some trees do not have, some trees hundreds. Li Yongsheng excited fast pendulum, do not care about the biting cold wind, searched a small hill, points have reached more than 2,300, some time consuming, there are 2 small slopes, are smaller than this one, the rumble is also not much, it is estimated to hit less than 10,000 points to upgrade the second level of the system. Some obsessive compulsive Li Yongsheng again, searched for a while, got a whole 2,500 points, forced not to pick up the last 2 fruits. 2,500 points, equal to 500 pounds of rice, or 2,500 steamed buns, or 125 pounds of salt, or 50 pounds of peanut oil, is also equivalent to 2,500 coins. Cut down a few large branches of the black-hearted fruit, and rushed back to the door of the house by hooking it with a woodchopper, and carefully erected the branches on the courtyard wall at a low place, and pressed them down with a big stone, and hurriedly went into the door to wash his hands. Mother, boil some hot water, I'll wash my hands in shabu-shabu. Brother, you went to cut the black-hearted fruit. Ha, you're the smart one. I see a few gaps in the yard wall, idly chopping a few to plug them. Mother hurriedly burned hot water. Li Yongsheng patiently waited, and so the water opened. The warmth of the matching to pour repeatedly washed 5 or 6 times. The wood chipper is simpler. First placed in the snow with boiling water a few times, repeatedly rubbed in the snow, and then placed in a basin of warm water for a while. Who is not sure if the branches are poisonous, but no one dares to be careless. Dad, how's the land clearing going? Shanger, it's hard. We're not the only ones who are waiting for the wasteland. Your grandfather's family has a large population, and he used to pester the village about it a couple of times, and the 2 thin acres of land we've been given and now it's a little hard to give it to us again. Dad's face was a little sullen, and he didn't look like he was having a good time. Yongsheng, don't worry, there is no wasteland. Father won't be idle. Every year when the grain is almost ripe, there are always wild beasts going to the fields to steal food. When that time father joins the patrols, every season can earn more grain. Father, that's dangerous. Xuanju's father had his leg broken by a wild boar, and he still walks with a limp. Li Yongsheng secretly hated it in his heart, and the more he felt that none of the side of the ancestral home was a thing. Father, you fiddle with the 2 acres of land at home, leave the rest to me. I have found another way to make money, but what it is I can't tell you guys yet. Shanger, don't embarrass yourself, and never do anything that violates the king's law. Before Li Yongsheng could say anything, his mother was reluctant. His father, how do you talk? Yongsheng is so good, he won't. Yongsheng, there's enough food in the house, don't be bitter, you're only 13, your father might still be a slug when he's your age. His father didn't say anything, and Li Yongsheng forced a smile. Father, mother, don't worry, won't do anything bad, it's not worth it. By the way, Wingman, I came back and picked up 2 pairs of chicken guts, they're all ready for you, so you can use them for fishing tomorrow. Li Yongsheng then remembered that the fish food has not been prepared, and hurriedly made a dough. Picking up the black heart fruit can exchange points, and felt that he did not want to fish. At dawn, Li Yongsheng's fishing squad set off. Daniel was in high spirits, carrying his equipment with some of the majesty of going to war. His father followed with a bag of dry firewood on his back. The trio had already arranged the distribution program. he would not take part in it, but it was okay to carry some firewood to deliver it. A few uncles upstream must have acted. Li Yongxing chose to go downstream. These days there is no snowfall. The previously swept bay can still see the ice. Li Yongxing checked next to each other. Occasionally a little bubble is not a climate. After crossing the bay where he had fished before, it was another 3 miles or so before he found the nest, and his father helped open the hole in the ice and lighted a fire. Feeling that the 3 children were a little far from the village, and consciously finding a backwater to nestle in the sun and keep watch over the children. After plowing through the fish and harvesting only 5 or 6 little guys, Li Yongsheng felt a lack of motivation and asked Dinyo to be the mainstay of the fishing today. And Dinyo was so happy that his ass was in the air. A string of actions running in the clouds to start the day of ice fishing. Chapter 22, Meeting Uncle. Fortunately, an hour later, hit the nest of chicken intestines to big fish. Li Yongsheng with his mother sewing special gloves to walk the fish. Much better than the cloth. The harvest was okay, or maybe it was just being closer to the lower reaches. The fish were bigger than last time, just fewer in number, and at lunchtime the 2 mothers came to deliver another meal, and my father took the opportunity to go home to eat and borrow a cart and scales, which were left at the house, and pushed a couple of bags and came back again, still holed up on the leeward side, waiting for it to be over. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon blew a strong northwest wind. Feel the nest fish is not much. Li Yongsheng let Dinyo put away the rod. Small fish do not count. More than 2 pounds of 42. 9 red star fish a little more than 29 pounds. The rest are all the bearded fish and mackerel. The visual estimate of 100 pounds or so. Everlasting life, quite a lot. I'll fish again sometime later. The father saw his son moping and thought he was unhappy about feeling like he was fishing less. Brother Yongsheng, why don't you come next time? I'm a bit poor at fishing, and I've delayed a lot of big fish. Daniel was on the verge of crying when he saw that brother Yongsheng was upset, and Li Yongsheng couldn't help but cry and laugh. I'm thinking of something else. Go home, catch the big fair tomorrow. Seeing Yongsheng happy, his father, Daniel, and Xiao Shu were relaxed. Li Yongsheng suddenly felt that he was a bit of a bastard. He was a bit of a fishing. In their eyes have become the fundamental survival of the bar. If it is not someone in, he should call himself a slap. Floating Daniel still won't stay for dinner. Li Yongsheng's toughness makes it very difficult for him, feeling that if he stays again Dinyo is going to cry. Li Yongsheng shoveled a big bowl of delicatessen meat for Dinyo. Dinyo, I won't keep you. Take this one back to eat. You put in the most effort today. The agreed distribution plan can't be changed. Take this one back, and bring the bowl back again in the morning. Dinyo looked at the delicatessen jelly and swallowed indisputably, just thinking about how to refuse. Brother Yongsheng was impatient. Hurry up, after eating to sleep, tomorrow morning early to leave. The night may snow. Your mother, my mother and Xiao Shu do not go. My father a car can push up. Dinyo carrying a bowl with tears. The net and hammer chisel are placed in the Yongsheng brothers' home. This is what my mother taught. Yongsheng brother taught himself skills, but never hide Yongsheng brother to go out to fish. To do what people want to what? I don't know what to do, but I don't want to steal the fish without my mother telling me. It did snow during the night, and early in the morning, the fish selling party set out, with more than 100 pounds of fish, which my father pushed and pulled with a big ox, with no problems at all. After crossing the stone bridge and meeting the wagon ruts, the unicycle follows the ruts, saving energy. Dinyo is absolutely not allowed to pull the cart of brother Yongsheng. Himself and the calf is as strong, have endless energy. Arrived at the bazaar day dawn, just laid down the stall. 3 uncles came. I do not know, save a few days. A trolley tied 4 bags. How to have more than 200 pounds of fish. The 3 uncles came up to pick up Li Yongsheng, turned a few laps. The 2 fell together in the snowdrift. Rammer, I'll skin you if you fall, little Sheng. Uncle is really angry. Nephew is his family's god of wealth. Bumped after their own, do not beat him, so that parents know also have to hang and beat. Little Sheng, are you okay? Where does it hurt? Uncle Sam hurriedly picked up his nephew and attentively fluttered the snow off his body. Third uncle, it's fine. The snow nest is soft. You guys set up your stall quickly. All 3 uncles fished smaller fish, the largest weighing 2 or 3 pounds, but there were quite a few red starfish. Fish prices have really come down. Cut the waste. Red starfish big 6-1, small 4-1. Other fish average price of 2-1. The price down. Buy more. A caddy of rice money can buy 2.5 pounds of fish, plus a little peanut oil is enough to improve the life of a family. The family has some money left over, can't help but buy a preparation for a mouthful of addiction. Little wingnut, finally I've got you. When Li Yongsheng saw that Officer Wang was smiling and looking at himself, he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Come on, find a place to talk to me. How do you fish? Fishing in the middle of winter. This is the first time I've heard of it. Li Yongsheng followed Mr. Wang to a secluded place. One by one introduced the technology of ice fishing. no big technical content. But listen to Mr. Wang was greatly surprised. After getting it all figured out, he went back to the fish stall with Li Yongsheng. Is it a good sale? If it doesn't sell well, I'll have Stewardly come back to collect it. Li Yongsheng bowed. Master Clerk, thank you for your concern. We can't be faceless anymore. In a while, when there are more people, slowly sell. There's no hurry. Mr. Wang happily stood by the side to watch the fun. Li Yongsheng gave the introduction of the three uncles. Mr. Wang was a little surprised. This is to share the fishing technology to the mother's door. Ah, good boy. Do not eat alone. Some of the purchases of the restaurants will salute when they see the Wang clerk. Their dosage is not small, and it is the first day of the market after the new year. Li Yongsheng's more than 100 pounds of fish sold out in less than an hour. The Wang clerk happily walked away, and I guess that's what he stood here for. The total sold 364 won. Li Yongsheng counted 122 won and gave it to Daniel, looking at a few uncles envious. Finished selling their own to help sell uncles. Sold more than half of some of the morning. Li Yongsheng went to buy hot pork and big white steamed buns. Spent more than 31. 6 people eat full of oil. Xiao Shang, uncle can't eat you for nothing. Great uncle, stop it. If grandpa's family were rich, nephew, I would have eaten at the door long ago, and I wouldn't be polite with you. Great uncle touched Li Yongsheng's head and stopped mentioning the money. More than 200 pounds of fish. The red star fish has more than 30 pounds, but the head is a little smaller. The red star fish sold 110 won. The last 1/3 of the sale cannot be sold. Li Yongsheng to reduce the price of disposal, altogether sold 426 won. The three uncles were so happy that they had to pull Li Yongsheng for another meal. Uncle, tuck the money away and hurry home. We're going back too. And remember about the ice fishing. Don't tell people about it, and try not to let anyone see it. What a good nephew. In addition to the cost of the plunge net, 3 people 4 days earn more than 400 won. 50 pounds of rice. No longer need to thin porridge every day. If it is not Yongsheng baby big, really want to hold in the arms with the beard hard to stab a few times. Sending away the three uncles, Li Yongsheng let his father push the car to wait at the head of the market, pulling the big bull in the market to wander around. Mutton is even cheaper than pork. Li Yongsheng is a little unbelievable. Spent 36 won to buy 3 pounds. Finally on the big material. Too expensive. Spent 14 won only to buy a small paper packet. Daniel also bought a caddy of mutton at the suggestion of Li Yongsheng. He himself will not spend money, but Yongsheng brother let by that have to buy. Carrying the mutton, he found his father at the head of the market, and the three of them set off on their way home. Selling fish divided 240 copper plates. Lunch, plus buy mutton and seasoning. There is still 155 when left. More than 30 pounds of rice. Feel also not on. Anyway, father's face was joyful. Home already dusk. Mother has prepared dinner. Li Yongsheng is the last half of the plate of chicken fried mushrooms. The others are pig head meat who cabbage. Mother, hang the mutton outside and freeze it before bringing it in. Save it to cook tomorrow. Chapter 23 Hunter Xia Pinxiong. The mother had some pity in her heart. The mutton was cheap, but the oil was too little. Not as cost-effective as pork, but her son liked it, so there was nothing worth saying. Cook after eating. Xiao Shang, Xiao Shu, don't eat too much. Save your stomach for a bowl of mutton soup. If you cook at night the Kong burns hotter. It'll be warmer to sleep in a while. After dinner to cook mutton soup. See his mother to put salt. Li Yongsheng hurried to speak to stop. Mother, salt it when you cook it and eat it, or the mutton won't taste good. Mother gave father the salt shaker. Pound some of it with a garlic mortar. Pound it into a powder, or it won't melt when you put it in later. Little life, how do you know so much? Mother, I heard from the man who bought the lamb that it didn't taste good cooked with salt. Good familiar flavor. In his previous life, Li Yongsheng liked mutton soup the most. Not too much like the simmering milky white, most like in goat bones simmering clear soup. Without letting his mother add meat, Li Yongsheng drank a bowl of clear soup with salt powder to sleep, and his sleep was full of soothing satisfaction. After the 15th of January, the weather gradually warmed up. The ice on the river is still very thick, but some places to step on the crunching sound. For several days did not find a suitable nest. Li Yongsheng decided to temporarily stop fishing. Daniel and Xiao Shu had some pity, but what their brother said was the king's law, so they could only hold back the loss in their hearts. After the first month of January, the snow melted a lot, and the black heart fruit shrubs on the low slopes behind them were exposed. And on the 3rd of February, taking advantage of the fact that the big cow had a fever and was left at home to fill the herbal medicine, Li Yongsheng coaxed his younger sister to sleep, and came to the back of the mountain alone again. There is a black heart fruit place at a glance. Before the hillside also hides some. After picking the total points 3003, and so on the back of the 2 hillside picking, the total points came to 6008. From the second level of the system of 10, 000 points is still short of 3002. Li Yongqing is not sure whether upgrading the secondary system requires total points or existing points. Change to steamed bun to check. It does not matter. The points are random. The upgrade needs to be already obtained with points, so it is good. Save the obtained points are not willing to use. Little brother, can I trade you for a bun? Li Yongqing heart shocked. Just now some concentration. Did not pay attention to the sight of more people. Should not see their empty hands into steamed bread. Hunter? A middle-aged man with a bow and arrow on his back, a lance in his hand, and a couple of hunts over his shoulder. No big guys, 2 hares and a pheasant. Looked at himself a little flustered, or I can't say flustered, more like uncharitably apprehensive. Uncle, what village are you from? Although Li Yongqing was eager to try the large white bun produced by the system, he still handed it to the hunter. Thank you, little brother. I live in the mountains behind. Just chased a moose. Chased it here and lost it. By the way, see what you want? Seeing the hunter drop his prey, although Li Yongqing was greedy, but not so much that he wanted someone else's prey for a steamed bun. No need. It's just a steamed bun. Uncle, aren't you scared living inside a big mountain? Seeing that Li Yongqing did not take the prey, the middle-aged hunter was a bit surprised, and hearing the word fear, the corner of his mouth actually rose slightly. My name is Xia Pinchang. Just call me Uncle Chang. The beasts in the mountains don't dare to mess with me. It's me who gets them into trouble. Why don't you take the prey? This time, Li Yongqing was really shocked. An expert? You know Kung Fu? He's not afraid of wolves, tigers and leopards? What kind of person is this? Li Yongqing's brain instantly turned 800 circles. The CPU was almost smoking, and finally thought of a way to continue contact. Uncle Chang, are you short of steamed buns? Is there a shortage of rice? I have it at home. A steamed bun is not worth a chicken or a rabbit. If you want to exchange, I'll run home and get it for you. How about 2 hares and a chicken for 3 pounds of rice and 30 steamed buns? Xia Pinchang is not ignorant of the price. Once took the prey to go to Pingan Township. 2 rabbits and a pheasant sold at most 31. 2 pounds of pork price. These 2 things meet firewood. Not many like to eat. The key is that they do not like to go out of the mountains and people to deal with. The identity of the exposed will have to make their own boredom of the trouble. In order to eat for the mouth of the food is not worth it. They also do not like to deal with the farmers in the neighborhood. Exchanged a few things are disgusted by the other side of the insatiable. Today the ghost saw a child holding steamed buns dazed. Hesitated for half a day before speaking. This small child said rice and steamed buns are worth 45 yuan. They do not like to earn other people's cheap, especially the children's. 1 pound of rice and 20 buns. If that's okay, you go back with your prey and I'll wait for you. Li Yongqing didn't take the prey and bowed to Uncle Chang. Uncle Kung, wait for me for a while. Li Yongqing trotted back to the village, broke into the house, and filled an empty bag with more than a caddy of rice and half a caddy of salt with straw paper in the surprised eyes of his parents. Father, Mother, I met a hunter who wanted to trade rabbits for rice. Don't follow him out. The hunter doesn't want to be seen. Li Yongqing carried the bag out of the house, hiding in the alley to change 20 steamed buns into the bag on his back, grabbing the salt bag in his hand to run to the back of the village. Xia Pinchang had already finished nibbling on the steamed buns. They smelled good. Eating pasta or vegetables was a luxury for his meat-eating self all day long. Uncle Chang, I'm coming. There is no scale at home. I don't know if there is enough rice for 1 caddy. 20 steamed buns and no less. In this bag are 2 handfuls of salt. I don't know if you need it. I don't know whether you need it or not. If you need it, it's free, but if it's not enough, I'll go home and get it again. Sheppingjan would love to say no, but there really doesn't seem to be much salt left. Thanks a lot then. By the way, what's your name? Uncle Chang. My name is Li Yongsheng. Yongsheng. Thanks a lot. Uncle Chang has to go back. Xia Pinchang put the salt into his arms and carried the bag to go. Li Yongsheng was anxious. Uncle Kung, will you still come over to exchange prey from now on? Xia Pinchang turned around and looked at Li Yongsheng with some surprise. Uncle Chang, if you need to exchange something you can come to this place at noon on the 1st, 11th and 21st of every month. I'll come and check it out on the days I arrive. Xia Pinchang wanted to refuse, but when he saw Li Yongsheng's expectant face, he suddenly changed his mind. It seems that this is a good solution. It is just a child. There is not so much trouble. Yes, I won't take advantage of you. You can earn me 30%. 40% is fine. Li Yongsheng looked at the Xia Pinchang walking away some excitement. This is certainly a kung fu master. Their age do not know if it is still suitable to learn. Then fishing and picking fruit. In fact, I prefer to go into the mountains to hunt just after winter. The hares and pheasants are a little thin. Li Yongsheng checked the wounds. They are all shot by a bow and arrow, and they are also all shot in the neck. How the kung fu is not known, but it must be an archery expert. Carrying 2 rabbits and pheasants back to the house, my father and mother breathed a sigh of relief. Where did you meet the hunter? Young student. Which village? Father, mother, don't ask. I need to keep it a secret. The last time I said that the plan to get rich is this. The hunters exchange the prey for something at 70% of the price, and we can take the prey to Pinyin Township to sell it at the original price. And if we are lucky, we can earn dozens of hundreds of coins at a time, but we can exchange it up to 3 times a month. Chapter 24, Redemption of Points. My father packed up the pheasants and 2 hares, leaving 1 hare behind, and hanging the remaining 2 on the wall outside to freeze naturally, to be brought in at night after dinner. Mother, under the direction of Li Yongsheng, hare stewed cabbage, hot peanut oil and pork fat, put a few red chili peppers and a pinch of spices to burst the pot, sautéed rabbit meat pieces, fried a strong aroma and then add water to stew over high heat, and then finally add torn into pieces of Chinese cabbage, before the sauce, a richly flavored cabbage stewed rabbit on the table. Xiao Shang, we still have more than 2 guan of money left, if we don't prepare some more food in case that hunter exchanges more. Father's heart is a little apprehensive. After all, change the prey is not necessarily cannot be sold, but they still choose to believe in their son. Not sell, the big deal is to eat their own. Ada lost a long time to see the small life. This time has been smooth sailing. Occasionally a little hiccups by a lesson is also regarded as spending money to buy insights. Can let him act a little more prudent is also good. From the next exchange day there are 8 days. Li Yongsheng feel nothing to do. Well, now do not have to worry about food at all. Before also thought and father to discuss this, repair the dilapidated house. Save, wait for the rainy season after the leakage of water everywhere. And now there are more than 7,000 points in the system. Feel a little floating. Want to get a new set of house. The village to build a new house does not need too much money. 2 meals a day. The middle meal with some meat and fish. The village does not need a lot of money to build a new house. 2 days away from the exchange, Li Yongsheng sat in the yard. Sunshine days. The yard of snow melted almost. The remaining point was also cleaned out by parents. The ground has been sun half dry. The sunny roof is also exposed to the black wheat straw. Just the bottom edge of the bottom there is still a row in the sunshine, dripping water in the big ice skates. Occasionally fall down, very tiresome. This ancestral home of the ancestral home, although dilapidated, but there are still some usable places. Outside the circle of the fence on the stone is good, especially half a meter high position below the square are not small. To build a new house can be used. Mud blanks can be asked to play. Beams and wood can be found to go to the periphery of the big mountain cutting. As for the roof of the shelter, straw is more affordable, but Li Yongsheng wants to is the tiles. The thing is almost not in the village. There are also wheat straw. Roof is really annoying to make up the occasional 3 or 2 pieces. The roof of the wheat straw is really tired of mending, occasionally mending a 3 or 2 pieces. Pinyin Township has, but also a lot of, especially the Wang Wang, that piece of the mansion, but also all the glowing glazed tiles. Xiao Shu, go inform Dinyo that he will get up early tomorrow morning and go with me to Pinyin Township. Shu went out and his father took the rabbit out and hung it in the back of the woodpile. Hey, kid, do I need to borrow the cart? Father, there's no need for you to go. Dinyo and I have enough to go and get some things for the exchange the day after tomorrow. Mother came out of the house as well, unraveling a cloth bag, 3 layers inside and 3 layers out. Xiao Shang, the money is all here. Take it first, so that you don't forget to bring it tomorrow. Li Yongsheng counted 50 coins and put them into his pocket. Is this enough? What can I buy? Li Yongsheng said mysteriously close to his mother. I have it on me. Hunter gave me some in advance. There are a few days did not follow the Yongsheng brother mix. Zhang Daniu always feel fidgety. The day just slightly bright. After eating breakfast in front of Li Yongsheng's house, waiting, and do not know what need to bring, the hands of the empty, but the mother gave 20 coins, wrapped in 3 layers, stuffed into the pockets of the clothes of the most inside. It's finally open. It's freezing. Dinyo, why don't you tap the door? It's so cold outside. Quick, come in first and sit down. Uncle, I'm afraid I'll disturb brother Yongsheng's sleep. After breakfast, the sun is not yet exposed. The two with 2 empty bags out the door. The road snow is almost melted. After last night's refreezing, potholes is very difficult to walk. The slightest inattention will fall a big horse slump. The two can only stick to the road ahead. Brother Yong sang, what are you buying today? Dinyo, you don't have to care what you buy. Whatever you see today, don't say anything. Your mother didn't say anything earlier either. Understand? I won't tell anyone if brother Wingnut doesn't let me. There are 7 or 8 grocery stores of all sizes in the countryside, and Li Yongsheng wants to cash in his points, and it takes a lot of tossing back and forth. First with 8 copper plates to buy a large jar, can hold 20 pounds of oil of the kind, came to the westernmost township of the oil mill door, support the big cattle, go in and buy the peanut oil of 21. Oil mill, not retail, but the oil mill boss lady cannot withstand Li Yongsheng's griping, and finally patiently loaded up, out of the door, and so on the time of the big cattle into 20 pounds. Nearly 1,000 points are gone. Brother Yongsheng, I'm back. Go, carry it to the grocery store and sell it. the largest grocery store. The shopkeeper looked at the two children carried a jar of peanut oil. Some strange. What kind of family can take 20 pounds of peanut oil out to sell out? After checking, the oil was of good quality. Little brother, 45 cents a pound. Pour it into the tank for me if you can. Boss, aren't you selling it for 50 cents a caddy? Before the shopkeeper could speak, Li Yongsheng took over. Yo, don't talk nonsense. Charging 51 and then selling 51. What do people figure? The shopkeeper saw that Li Yongsheng was sensible and nodded with satisfaction. And Yo did not dare to interrupt. Just now he should not open his mouth. Boss, add 2 1 can be good. 20 gene. Each gene earns 3 1. Also can earn 61. The shopkeeper shook his head. Kid, to tell you the truth, we buy from the oil mill is 47. In your place to collect figure what? This way, 46 1 a caddy. If you can, pour out. Pouring when I have to check the oil underneath. Everything went well. From the grocery store out, Li Yongsheng bought more than 9 money silver. Silver no problem. Their own to find the big cow mother learned. Fully compliant with the verification. It should be 9 money too. And finally there is a residual oil control cannot come out. Li Yongsheng let the 20 copper plate. Brother Yongsheng. Where to? Oil works. Don't go into the village. Wait for me outside. Another 20 pounds. This time into another grocery store. And nearly 1 or 2 silver in hand. The villagers of the oil mill village is a little strange. A teenager in and out of the door of the oil mill 3 or 4 times. But also do not go in to buy oil. Carrying an altar blindly around. Li Yongsheng see someone notice their own. Simply do not go into the streets of the oil mill. Into the village to turn around and go out. The empty altar into an altar filled with oil. After a busy morning, all the grocery stores were turned around. And the 700 plus points turned into 5 taels of silver and dozens of coins. As well as a jar of 20 pounds of peanut oil. Zhang Danio brain dry burning. Think of the morning Yongsheng brothers' rich action. Froze, did not want to understand how he made money, and finally came to a conclusion. Yongsheng brother must have bought cheap oil from the oil mill. Do not allow themselves to follow. Indicating that there are some special relationships with the owner of the oil mill. Combined with the hunter Yongsheng brother encountered a few days ago. Zhang Danio brainstorming a lot of. Chapter 25, Meeting the Great Uncle on the Road. Zhang Dinyo is not going to let Yongsheng brother carry the oil altar. 20 pounds plus 4 or 5 pounds of the altar. Yongsheng brother carrying a very difficult, if it is not allowed to enter the village, will never let Yongsheng brother carry more than 1 step. Come on, Dinyo, it's noon, let's eat. Dinyo pulled out the coins his mother had given him. Brother Yongsheng, my mother gave it to me, let's spend mine for dinner. Stuff it back. Brother's got plenty of money for meat buns now. Wanted 10 cabbage meat buns. Li Yongsheng barely ate 3. Too big. 3 cents of value for money. Zhang Danio ate 6 cannot eat. See Li Yongsheng do not want. The last one to ask for a straw paper wrapped up stuffed into the arms. Ready to take home to his mother to eat. Li Yongsheng took Dinyo all over the street. First spent 3 money silver to buy a cart for his father. 60 pounds of rice. Not to talk about expensive and cheap. Asked the uncle selling carts to ask for some straw. The oil canisters firmly tied to the car. Dinyo pushed a lot easier. Uncle Chang as an outstanding hunter. Meat is certainly not lacking. Li Yongsheng ran 4 or 5 grocery stores, bought a jar of pickles, a jar of 10 pounds of shochu, a bag of 50 pounds of rice and a bag of 30 pounds of white flour, 5 pounds of coarse salt, and spent $6.50 of silver, plus 20 pounds of peanut oil, the value of almost nearly 1 or 2 and $7 of silver. It should be about right. Passing by the Baozi store, Li Yongsheng packed some more big buns and gave 5 to Dinyo and prepared 10 for his parents and Xiaoshu. Nearly 150 pounds of goods. The big bull pushed still very easy. Li Yongsheng tied a hemp rope pulling. The road is a little muddy. Some places to 2 people to force to ensure the safety of the car. There are 4 silver. I do not know if it is enough to build a new house. The site of Li Yongsheng have looked good. The village northeast of the short slope below the village is not far from the village is not close to the village. Suitable for their own to do something that cannot see the light of day. Brother Yongsheng, your eldest uncle. Li Yongsheng back to God. See the eldest wearing a shabby tunic carrying a bag to meet. Seems to be entangled in the mud on the road. Every time the foot to hesitate for half a day. See 2 children pushing and pulling a brand new cart did not bother to take care of. And so close to realize that it is the old 3 family Yongsheng and the village size of the lovely. The first time I saw them, I realized that they were the old 3rd family's Yongsheng and the village's big and small cute. What's in the cart? Is the Lao San family so rich? Yan Siwa, what are you guys? Li Yongsheng just pulls the car forward. Dinyo looks at Li Yongsheng's eldest uncle is not right. It is this old who caused Yongsheng brothers' family to move out of the ancestral home. Uncle was flash not light, although his own poor reputation, but the identity of the student readers so that he usually walk our head high. Did not expect to be ignored by the two little mud legs. If not slippery road, non-chase up to say, a pity, the car is tied to a good thing. The old three family, this is the hair? Or that pretty widow's family hair? If they just stopped to play some autumn breeze on the good. This visit only brought 8 copper. Is really cold This time, I only brought 8 coins to visit friends. It's really cold. Dabo ducked the mud to continue to rush. Think it should be the old three family rich. Listening to others say that the family has bought fish in the market. And so this visit to friends back and parents to discuss. The old three if the pain in the ass to offer some money and grain. You can give their family a chance to return to the ancestral home. They are certainly not for the sake of the money and grain. A mother of the same compatriots the good-hearted people cannot see the suffering of the world. Denyo, are you tired? If you are tired, switch to me and push for a while. Brother Yongsheng, that's not possible. You were very sick a year ago. You can't do heavy work, and you don't have to make any effort to pull the cart on the flat road. I can do it. Li Yongsheng has a black line. This is almost the 10th of February. The big illness of a year ago. Forget it, Denyo, this is heartbroken big brother. The road is drier up ahead. Put the car down and rest for a while. Brother Yongsheng, I'm really not tired. I'm tired. Oh, I'll push faster then. Back home, parents and Shu were stunned by a carload of goods. How much money it must be Dad, this car will be yours from now on. The father did not care about the goods on the car, touching the new wheelbarrow full of tenderness. The future work to save energy the spirit of the oxen and horses. Neither mother nor Shu asked many questions. Father had confided that all the doings of Xiaosheng could be listened to if one said so, but no one could open their mouths to ask questions if they did not say so. Denyo, first send the buns home for auntie to warm up, and bring your family's can of oil up here. Nagisa-chan. What? You don't even listen to your brother's words. Go on. Denyo went out with 1 bun in his pocket and 5 buns in his hand, and his father pushed the cart right into the house, where it would have to be transported for the hunters tomorrow. Mother went into the house to slip the buns, and Li Yongsheng was outside the house cleaning the mud off his shoes. Father, untie the oil can and open the lid. We'll fill it with 5 pounds, and later we'll fill it with 5 pounds for the big bull. Xiaosheng, is it appropriate to spend other people's money like this? 10 caddies of oil is 500 won, and the car must be 200 or 300 won. Don't worry Dad, I did the hunters a big favor. These are my reward. Father no longer asked more questions. The son has the ability to turn stones into gold. I think the help is not small. Denyo came. He will not go against the arrangement of Yongsheng brother. Denyo Nyang stood at the door of the house with a face of anxiety. Want to come in and feel inappropriate. Denyo just pushed the car times. Noon has managed to eat, which also gave the buns and oil. Auntie, come in. Denyo Nyang stepped into the Li family's house for the second time. Holding a cloth bag in her hand, she had to pay for the oil herself if she gave it. Li Yongsheng had already scooped out about 5 pounds of oil for himself, and taking over the big ox's jar, he scooped out almost another 5 pounds, and there should still be a little more than 10 pounds in the big jar. Denyo, Auntie, I won't keep you for dinner. Denyo had a hard time pushing the cart. Go back and eat some food and rest early. You still have things to do tomorrow. When he saw his aunt unpacking the cloth bag, Li Yongsheng hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Auntie, I still have a lot of things I need Denyo's help with. If you give money this brother can't get along. But don't worry Auntie, I won't let Denyo do anything dangerous. Denyo's mother is not good to want to let again. Grateful to take Denyo away. 5 pounds of peanut oil 251, plus a little bit of their own bought a year ago. A year of no worries, is how to return this favor The buns slipped hot. Xiao Shu has already held one like the groundhog and gnawed on it. The buns in her little face is almost as big. Looking very festive. 10 big buns, the night do not have to cook. Li Yongsheng as usual is to sleep. Mother, here are still 4 taels of silver. You hide it well. When I use it I will find you to ask for it again. Father, have time to ask around. How much money and grain is needed to build 4 tiled houses? And then go to ask the village head to ask if you can ask for a mansion. If you can ask for the green stone in the northeast corner of the village there. And it's okay to buy it for a little bit of money. Li Yongsheng arranged to go to bed after sleeping. Parents want to ask but afraid of disturbing their son's rest. After looking at each other face full of shock. Chapter 26. After eating the big buns, Xiao Shuai climbed onto the bed and went to sleep. My parents whispered in the yard. 4 taels of silver After selling so many fish before and after the year to save 2 taels, this suddenly became 6 taels. In addition to shock, the two people also have more worry. But the son arranged things must be done well. The father secretly counted half a day. Build tile house. Buy tile is a not small expenditure. For houses at least 800 or 900 tiles, a copper plate apiece. This alone will have to 1 or 2 silver. The father went to the village head of the house. The mother from the hole in the wall inside pulled out a ball of rags. The silver carefully wrapped up and stuffed in, and stuffed the outside of the withered grass. The wall cracks stuffed with a lot of withered grass. That is, there are thieves sneak in, but also cannot think of this hole will be hidden in the money. It was dark when I woke up and my parents were ready for bed. Xiao Shang, are you hungry? I've also left you 4 buns. I'm not hungry. I ate at noon. I forgot to tell you. Why don't you all eat? 2 will be full. Save it for you and Shu in the morning. Father, have you asked? Asked. The village said that there is not open wasteland to build a house despite the cover. He gave a certificate on the line, but built a good township to come to write the deed. That time you have to pay 50 copper plate. How much will it cost to build 4 tiled houses? The courtyard wall should be similar to that of my grandfather's house, and the yard should be made bigger, so that in the future, when we have more money, we can build a few more houses on the east and west sides. I tile about 1,000 copper plate. Other do not need to spend money. Looking for people to cut wood and quarry stone to play mud blanks, coupled with the building of the house and the courtyard wall. The total calculation is not less than 200 pounds of grain. Pork also need to use at 10 kilograms and 8 kilograms of. 200 pounds of rice is 1 or 2 silver. 10 pounds of pork is 151, and with the 1,000 coins for the tiles, it adds up to a little more than 2 taels. So what's the hesitation? Father, tomorrow there is time to go in village Zhang to determine down. Don't go empty-handed. Bring a caddy of delicatessen meat to go, wrapped in straw paper. The beginning of the spring thawed and we will find people to start. Otherwise it is not good to wait for the farm work to be busy. Dad and Mom nodded at the same time. They wouldn't go until the deal was done tomorrow. And now their biggest worry was that their son had spent so much money on people, and if the hunter wasn't satisfied, they'd be in trouble. As soon as the day dawned, Daniel ate breakfast and waited at the door. Last night mother cried half the night. Let himself a lifetime cannot forget the kindness of Yongsheng brother. Can eat a year of peanut oil there is no danger. Yongsheng father also surely can do. Just pity their own mother's hardships. Yongsheng really grown up. Not in vain Daniel from childhood like a follower to follow the playfulness. My father was afraid that the big bull would come early and not call the door. So he opened the door early, and sure enough, the big bull came over early. Not a big bun. Taking advantage of just dawn no one on the street, Daniel pushed Li Yongsheng pulled, hurried up the short slope, put the car on the north side of the short slope. Li Yongsheng idle boredom continued to search for black heartfruit. Very little, but after the snow melted and revealed some, searching for the south slope let Daniel staring at the direction of the group of mountains, searching for the north slope and let Daniel go to the front of the slope to keep an eye on. In the morning, just picking up more than 1,000 in the snow. The total score reached 8,000, and the points that can be used also have more than 1,200. Another 240 pounds of white rice just after the search, Xia Pinxiang suddenly drilled out of the ravine, carrying a wild boar on his shoulder, as if it had just been hunted, and blood was still dripping down from the pig's body. Bull, don't look back, brother Yongsheng. Got it. I'm not looking back. I'm looking ahead. Xia Pinxiang threw the boar on the ground, lifting his weight as if he had thrown a rabbit, and frowned as he looked at the cart of items. Uncle Chang, is there anything missing? Just say the word, and I'll bring you what's available at home right away. Too much to take. Some of the high-flying models are brief and concise. Uncle Chang, it's not far. If it's not far, my brother and I will send you there. My brother doesn't talk much, but he won't talk nonsense either. Your brother was good. Didn't look back for an hour and kept his eyes on the village south of the hill. Li Yongsheng was shocked in his heart. Was he discovered when he exchanged points? It should not be. The last hour was all searching in the ditch, picking up while taking small stones and throwing them into the snow, and the black-hearted fruits were all exchanged in the pocket. What's in the jars and altars? Uncle Chang, this is 10 pounds of peanut oil. This is 10 pounds of soju. This is a jar of pickles. In this bag is 5 pounds of coarse salt. This is 50 pounds of rice. And this is 30 pounds of white flour. Li Yongsheng has not finished. Xia Pinxiang picked up the wine jar. Sealed very well otherwise, he had smelled the flavor. Opened the clay seal, put it under his nose and smelled it, drank a small mouthful, closed his eyes and felt carefully for a moment, opened his mouth and began to spill pouring. Li Yongsheng completely looked dumbfounded, probably because of the process. The general degree of wine here is very low. Such a shochu is also more than 30 degrees, but more than 30 degrees cannot be drunk like this. Feeling at least a third of the drink, Xia Pinxiang put down the wine altar, fondly retracted his gaze. Li Yongsheng hurriedly gave solid straw paper, with straw to put the altar ears up. This jar of wine and 5 pounds of saltpeter will suffice. Uncle Chang, you may not be familiar with the price of pork. The domesticated ones are 15 when a catty. I don't know the price of wild boar. I don't think it's much different. This pig has 400 pounds, right? That is out half of the meat. That is also 3 taels of silver. These things I brought are worth 1 or 2 out. Why don't I give you another delivery tomorrow? That's enough. Let's change this once this month. I'll come back on the first day of next month. Count me in as a favor. I'm leaving. Xia Pinxiang threw the 2 bags of grain over his shoulder. The wine jar hung around his neck on his chest. The salt bag was clipped to his armpit. The pickle jar in one hand, the oil jar in the other, and squeezed out a reluctant smile for Li Yongsheng. Striding down the short slope, Li Yongsheng once again stunned. This is not good to take? They also planned to let the big cattle watch the wild boar to give a little. This more than 100 pounds of things, altars and jars with feel so easy Seeing Xia Pinxiang drilled into the ravine again, Li Yongsheng watched the wild boar on the worry. Bull, come over here. Deng Yo ran from the front, just now afraid to hear brother Yongsheng talking, self-consciously fast down the hill. Brother Yongsheng, wild boar, big wild boar. No one in our village has ever hunted such a big wild boar. I know. Go call my father over and tell him I picked up a wounded boar in the back of the mountains. Now, Deng Yo took another shocked look at the boar, calf-like, and wondered how many pounds it had to be. Deng Yo and father soon came back. Father has been squatting at the entrance of the alley at the back of the village, fearing that Yongsheng and other people have any conflict. On this, father, everything is taken away. The boar is ours. Pork is 15 cents a catty. What is the price of boar meat? It doesn't sell well in the village, but Pinyin Township can. Those restaurants love wild boar meat. It should sell for 17 or 18 won. Chapter 27, Unsolicited Exposure. Father pushed the car with the bundled wild boar. Deng Yo held the front of the car to block the front. Li Yongsheng on the side to assist the balance. The 3 people down the slope. A group of playful children found out first. The village immediately boiled. The time of the midday meal. Men and women, young and old, all ran out. Father forever. Is this a hit? Father Yuqing, I do not know who hit. Wounded that person did not catch up. Yongsheng found out in the morning. Waited all morning, no one followed. Yuqing father came forward to help, and Li Yongsheng one side to control the car. The ancestral home also came. A large family all came out, looking at the huge boar envy with jealousy. His father had wanted to wait until it was dark before pushing home, but Li Yongsheng felt it was better to take the initiative to expose it, perfectly explaining that his family had the money to build a new house. Ancestor house family followed to the village stopped. Discussion annoying. What not sin this boar is the old Li family, now can only look at jealousy. What Yongsheng family fortunately divided out, otherwise a family at most share a few pig claws. Father, don't go home, just push it down to Pinyin Township and sell it. Yongsheng is right, such a big pig, and it's not a yearly festival, our village can't sell it. Yongsheng, use my family's crate, it's not good to push the small cart. Li Yongsheng searched. The one who spoke was Zhu Dazhuang, who gave a caddy of rice and a quart of firewood to his own family when the family was divided, and was his equal in terms of seniority. Brother Dazhuang, please, I'll treat you to a big bun after selling it. Brother Dazhuang trotted home to pull the crate, and Li Yongsheng ordered 3 strong men, all of whom had gone to his own house to deliver things, including Father Yuqing. Uncles and uncles, please run along, it's no trouble. Wing Nut, with us, we can be in peaceful township in an hour. Changed the car set off. 2 people pulled, 2 people pushed. There are 2 on the side of the support force. Li Yongsheng followed the back, still have to walk in a hurry. This side just left, surrounded by watching the explosion of the pot. Yongsheng baby picked up a wounded wild boar, more than 400 pounds, which will be killed. Envy and jealousy. Such a big boar can sell at least 3 or 4,000 won money. A year ago to live all the difficulties of the family, instantly to become a rich family in the village. Looking at their own runny noses of the baby is very bad. Stupid, only no crazy running. And others. Yongsheng pick up a pig, like how good it is. A large wild boar appeared in Pinyin Township, also caused a sensation. Such a large wild boar, more terrifying than tigers and leopards, full of pine oil and armor. The best hunters in the countryside to see can only climb trees to avoid. Li Yongsheng had planned to find Piggy Lou to sell it out, and just when he arrived at Piggy Lou's store, he was blocked by Steward Li. Little Wingnut, your village fights? Uncle Li, I picked it up on the mountain. It was injured and ran to me just in time to die. Awesome little Wingnut, this is ready to sell? Sell. Sell if the price is right. You can't eat it all yourself. Don't be in a hurry. I'll ask his lordship. Wait a moment for me. Li housekeeper disappeared in a puff of smoke. Pig head Lusum disappointment. This Yongsheng should be running to their own. So big a boar. Negotiated to take down. Their own at least can earn a few hundred won money. But to give him 100 guts, do not dare. And Wang outside the robbery business. Elder Wang quickly came over, and the crowd of onlookers immediately made way. Li Yongsheng bowed. Eternal life has met Master Postman. Well, I heard from old Li. Little Yongsheng is too lucky. It just so happens that I have a guest here tomorrow. Name a price. Li Yongsheng is a little difficult. The weight is not clear. The price is not clear. Piggy, come here. Lu Feihu farted over. Master Post, at your command. How many pounds? About what price? Tell the truth. Piggy Lou didn't dare to be careless and circled around the board twice. Master Clerk, the guaranteed 400 pounds. If I take it I can pay 4 taels and 2 silvers. And if I slaughter and sell the meat I can still earn more than half a taels of silver. Mr. Wan nodded. Go, pull up to my house. Li Yongsheng hurriedly instructed everyone to follow. Onlookers melon eaters have stayed in place, and pig-headed Lou inquired about the origins of the doll. Heard that the child and the family is very familiar with the post. Some of the idea of a little bit of all calmed down. Leaving the house, Dazhuang pulled the plate car. A group of people followed the plate car escort. Although not their own, but the heart is also inexplicably proud. Witnessed the big deal. The master gave a full 5 taels of silver and a bag of copper plate. Copper plate, how to say there are 1,000 or so, adding up to 6 taels of silver. This is completely the rich family in the village. Li Yongsheng took everyone into the grocery store, bought 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour and a big bag of candy, and went to the pig's head. Lou cut 30 pounds of meat, a caddy by caddy all separated, and finally passed by the Baozi store, bought more than 40 big meat buns. Need I to see the cost of 1,600 and 701? Go back and eat at my house. We'll have meat buns tonight. The pork family will take 2 pounds, and the rice will also be 2 pounds. Don't mind if it's too little. Yongsheng, we'll just eat a bun. The folks help. Take pork and rice for people to chew on. Yeah, it's good enough to have big meat buns to eat. Uncle, brother Dazhuang, by all, the day is getting warmer. Can't put it. You guys don't be modest. Some other day our family still need to ask for your help. On the way to pull some, Li Yongsheng has been insisting, but also said not to take, he will give to the home. Si Yongshengwa really want to let, we are happy to accept. Dad, you remember who helped the last time we moved? Remember it all. A bundle of firewood is also in a hurry. Father, in times of trouble, don't care how expensive things are. The uncles and brothers who came this time don't count. Each family back a caddy of pork and a caddy of rice. A family don't fall behind. Li Yongsheng's words made a few people feel a lot of emotions. No wonder Yongsheng chose himself to come. This is to repay that little insignificant favor. But they are all 1 caddy themselves or 2 caddy, and there are big buns to eat. This trip is really worth it. Uncle and brother, if anyone asks back there, tell them that they sold more than 3,001 and spent half of it on buying things back. Papa UK nodded as he held the crate. Yongsheng wa considerate. Sold how much money on how many of us know? Which is a big meat buns and pork rice. New Year's Eve have not been so generous. All control their own mouths. Even if their own mother-in-law wa asked. That is, sold more than 3,000 when, but also spent half of it. Are clear? Big brother, got it. Never talk nonsense. Yan Siwa, we all know it. Uniformly say so. Yuqing father looked at Li Yongsheng walking in front of his eyes. The child is big. Thinking very carefully. In the future cannot be treated as a doll. The family is bustling. Stools are not enough to sit on the edge of the bed, so that the mother slipped buns. Li Yongsheng dug 2 large plates of meat jelly, the New Year's Eve leftover wine to find out to let everyone drink a little bit of meat. Meat are divided up. A family of 2 kilograms of rice can only be more and cannot be less. Together with the big cattle is 10 kilograms of pork and 10 kilograms of rice. Chapter 28, Completion of the New Home. The buns are warmed through, and the wine is finished. Li Yongsheng divided the rice. In addition to meat and rice, a family divided more than 10 sugar cubes. Adults and children should be taken care of. Sweet in the heart, and it will certainly hurt to find help in the future. Uncle brother, Danyo brother, 1 person 5 buns, eat if you can, cannot eat to take home. Yan Siwa, we'll be embarrassed if you keep being so polite. Did not even bother to eat more, all ate 2. Dishes of meat also moved only a plate. A plate is not finished. Who said it is not good to make? 1 person 3 buns, 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of pork, a handful of sugar cubes. Do not give to send home. Danyo wanna follow home was Li Yongsheng pulled. After sending off the few people who helped, Li Yongsheng took out the rest of the silver and copper plates and found a silver of about 1 or 2 taels and gave it to Danyo. Danyo, this is your hard-earned money. Don't push it. Push it to make my brother unhappy. The buns are still hot. Hurry to take them home. An aunt can tell the truth. Others who ask say that I taught you those. Understand? Danyo stammered, half a day froze and did not say a complete word. Yongsheng brother blocked the road. He nodded violently and twisted his head, feeling that he could not hold back his tears. 5 taels of silver, 1,000 copper plates. Spent 1,601. Gave Danyo 1 silver. Still left less than 3.5. Li Yongsheng left a few dozen 1 pocket money. The rest of all to the mother. Father, it's not dark yet, so go deliver them 1 by 1. 1 caddy of rice and 1 caddy of pork for each family and grab a sugar cube. The father nodded, still thinking that he had worked hard at farming to repay the people, not realizing that his son had solved everything for him. Daniel Yang saw the child brought meat and rice and silver, carefully inquired about the events of the day. Last night just touched half the night. Feel grateful to be unable to suppress the feelings again. Have the heart to return the silver. But think of Yongxing baby bright eyes know that this way is not possible. Save, in case the Yongxing family in the future to meet the difficulties and then return it. In a few sisters-in-law have the intention to probe. The news quickly spread to the ancestral home. A large family feel the sky is falling. A wild boar sold 3,001. That bastard loser all of a sudden spent more than half of it. Not to mention the defeat, but also broke the money. A bundle of firewood on the return of people, a caddy of rice and a caddy of pork. This is the money burned. Sooner or later, to be defeated. This month do not need to trade. Li Yongshang although the heart feel pity, but also a lot of ease. Now the family has almost 10 taels of silver. Food is completely enough to eat. Build a house is also enough. Spend consistent money to buy some tiles is good. The north bank of the Shangyun River has thawed out and can be fished, but Li Yongsheng has little heart. The whole family tosses the house base every day. Danielle with a hammer and chisel chiseling stone. Father and mother leveling the house base and the surrounding wasteland. Li Yongxing took his sister to the bushes and weeds palletized, which will later be a ready-made firewood. Li family news of the old three to build a house did not fly. The first to break the defense or the ancestral home of the family. The eldest spent a few coins back hungry. The family only then knew that the old three family did not pick up the boar before the rich. There are rumors that is to catch and sell fish rich. The family is poor well. The old three family rich so they are very unbalanced. But divided into two families is the family, and then have to endure. As for the eldest to put forward as for the oldest propose the idea. As long as the long brains know that people certainly do not want to move back. The snow melted almost. Father gathered people to start action. Himself and Zhu Dajiang with two juniors pulling a crate to Pingan Township to buy tiles. Yuqing father Hu Qinglian with carpenters during the day to go to the back of the mountain logging. Last time to help sell the wild boar Yu Kaishan with a few masons quarrying stone to play the embryo of the earth. Also helped Yuan Zhongchuan with people digging foundations to clean up the house field. Mother one person cooking busy. Li Yongxing convinced the big cow mother to help together. The township. What people we all understand. The clear. Gossip just as a fart. As a rule. 2 meals a day. Li Yongsheng wanted to manage 3 meals by Yuqing father Hu Qinglian refused. Do not open this mouth, or the back of the townspeople are not good to pinpoint. Since the 3 meals are not appropriate, the 2 meals must be hearty. Learn that Li Yongsheng family cabbage is few and far between. Come to work all let the family send a quart. Cabbage and radish have. And how to say no money. Cabbage and radish is the most worthless thing. Li Yongxing can only let father went to pull tile brought back half a bag of sugar cubes. Let Xiao Shu each family sent a packet. In 5 days, most of the work was ready, waiting for the stone to be quarried and the clay blanks to dry. Li Yongsheng let Yuqing father led people to tear down all the courtyard walls of the house. Good pick out, oddly shaped and then base back. Inserted a dense black heartfruit branches. Stone enough, all began to build the foundation, burying the stone into the dug foundation, with rice bran and yellow mud to fill the gaps. The base to the height of the adult's leg bend. The mud billet is almost dry. 2 layers of mud billet erected side by side. The middle and the outside of the 2 sides of the mud paste with yellow mud. The winter can be durable heat preservation. More than 20 people act together. More people power. Eat and good. Every meal white rice big steamed buns tube enough. 1 person a big bowl of fat meat slices cabbage. This standard of living even more than the annual festival. Such a situation who is lazy will be a few officiating immediately cleaned out of the team. And in the future it is estimated that no one will use it. Li Yongsheng watched the house frame flew up. Wheat straw are in the ancestral home. Li Yongsheng intends to find folks to buy. A family and sent 1 or 2 quintals. All straight. Our folks last summer to collect and retain to mend the roof leakage. The frame was erected. The gate and the doors and windows of the house were erected. Half of the men went up on the beams to fan the house, and half of them began to build the yard wall, with large stones underneath, the embryo of the earth in the center, and at the very top a layer of irregular crushed stones, and a protection of straw to prevent the rain from washing away the earth. When the shingles were all pressed on, the group tamped a firm layer of topsoil to the floor of the yard and rooms. After the house is built, it is still necessary to bake the kong, which is the responsibility of the professional Hu Qinglian and Dazhuang, and after baking the kong, it is considered to be all finished, and all the folks who participated in it have to finish the work and have a meal. Li Yongxing took Daniel borrowed Zhu Dazhuang's crate to go to Pingan Township, and bought 5 jars of 10 Jin bottles of soju, not far from the next transaction. Li Yongxing could not think of anything else that Xie Pingshan would need in addition to wine and grain. After eating a finished meal that exceeded the specifications by a large margin, the family will be moving tomorrow. After seeing everyone off, the family couldn't sleep for a long time. The father was giggling after drinking a bit of wine. The mother was sitting at the table and wiping away her tears, and Xiaoshu was excitedly bouncing on the kong. Moving things do not have to do their own hands. The townspeople will come to join in the fun to help. The village, in addition to the Li family old house, and some of the old people basically came. Li Yongxing to all the children to share the sweets. Today do not have to take care of the meal. The Li family's belongings are not much. Compared to the last split, there is more food and meat. Hundreds of folks together. A trip to move finished. Chapter 29, the family comes. The new home is bustling with excitement. All the people have finished moving things or visiting. Adults turn children make noise. This is the village's first all-tile house. For large tile houses, a good courtyard wall, a large doorway, all look very grand. Born child, wing nut, your grandpa's house is here. Li Yongxing squeezed out of the crowd. Grandpa's family all came, and brought a lot of gifts. Mora Mesa shouted, well, people have come to visit their relatives, so let's all go back. Come back another day if you want to see it. The townspeople whimpered and dispersed. Father and mother cheered outside. Li Yongxing and Xiao Shu was surrounded by grandpa's family. Xiao Shang, I've heard all about your family. If only your 3 uncles were half as capable as you are. The 3 uncles all smiled bitterly. This is a big blow. I have worked very hard. Otherwise the family would not have the extra money to send such a heavy gift. After visiting the new home, Grandpa sat in front of the Kong and smoked cigarettes waiting for a drink to start the meal. 50 kilograms of rice, 30 kilograms of white flour, 2 cuts of gift, 20 kilograms of pork, an altar of 10 kilograms of shochu, which in the 4 miles of townships is considered to be a heavy gift in the heavy gift. Great uncle, how's the fish catching after New Year's? Before my eldest uncle could say anything, my third uncle said with a big smile on his face, during this month or so of the thaw, we searched all the tributaries around the village, and together with fishing, we sold more than 4,001. Xiao Shang, the family is rich now, and when I heard you were moving to a new home, your grandfather bought gifts yesterday, and the whole family came to join in the fun. Grandpa had a smile on his face as he held the tobacco pot in his mouth. Shanger, thawed out, cannot catch, and so on this winter when it is cold and then catch. You sisters-in-law, if you don't stand, help the youngest to prepare meals, today to eat a good meal and drink a good meal. Shanger, first said we do not intend to bring back what we brought. There are times when it is difficult to let go. Xiao Shu took out the candy bag and shared the candies with her brother and sister-in-law. Her mother and 3 sisters-in-law prepared to make dumplings and fried and boiled vegetables. The children were too noisy and were driven away to the yard by Grandpa. Li Yongxing's father and son accompanied Grandpa and Grandma and the 3 uncles to chat idly. Because of Li Yongxing, Grandpa's days this year have changed drastically. More than 4,000 wenzi, just to buy a rice can by more than 800 pounds. No longer need to children eat dry, adults drink thin. Knowing their own fathers say no temper, Yongxing mother felt not to return the gift if the gift is too heavy. There is no way to eat as much as you can count. Dumplings are almost pure meat filling. Look at the 3 sisters-in-law, heartbroken pity. 2 duplicates of the plate. Casually add a little bit of vegetables as a plate of meat. And finally 2 pots of fat slices of Chinese cabbage. Grandpa was very happy. Let a few uncles can just drink. Li Yongxing, and on the adult table, brand new large wooden table set full. A jar of wine down half. Father and 3 uncles are a little drunk. Dumplings good, stop drinking and eating dumplings. Li Yongxing red-faced clamped dumplings. Grandpa leaped, rubbing himself, drinking a small bowl. Grandma laughed and scolded a few times and did not really block. Nephews, the more powerful the more happy she is, even if not to help their family are happy, let alone help the uncle earn more than 4,000 yuan of money during the farming days. Even if you don't help their family are happy, not to mention help uncle in the days of farming earn more than 4,000 yuan. A meal ate Grandpa's family floating. Drinking is with some alcohol. Do not drink as fat meat, eat too much is also a little dizzy. There is no hurry to leave. Men sitting on the bench in the yard chatting. Grandmother with 3 sisters-in-law to help their mother clean up the new home. The 2 pot house is separated. There is a wooden door in the middle. The stove and the inner room separated. No longer need to worry about the heat of the puffing head. The hall is also separated. When the summer, Li Yongxing and his sister slept in the outer room. Father and mother slept in the inner room. The beds were made. The old windows were moved to put the grain sacks in. And my parents lived in the hall in a brand new big bed that still smelled of wood. As the sun dipped in the west, Grandpa's family left, and Yongxing Li's family was sent to the entrance of the village, making the move a very successful one. Father came back and went to sleep on the new bed. Mother is still packing up the household goods. Xiao Shu tired on the hot bed. Li Yongxing wandered around the yard to survey. The courtyard wall is more than 4 meters high. The yard is very large, for houses enough to live, but the summer is not quite convenient. There is no hurry. The west side of the planting vegetables, leaving the east side and then build an east house. The day of the transaction arrived. March 1st, Li Yongxing pulling the car. The bull pushed 4 jars of wine and a bag of rice and a bag of flour. Wine are bundled with straw. connected in the middle, with Xia Pinxiang's ability to help. One hand slipped 2 jars of easy and pleasant. Worried about being seen, the two pushed the car to roam over the second short slope. Li Yongxing searched for a few moments, did not find a few black-hearted fruit, but closer to the big mountain black-hearted fruit bushes less and less. Thought I had to wait until noon. Just after an hour or so, Xia Pinxiang suddenly emerged from the ravine, carrying something colorful on his shoulders, like a leopard skin and tiger skin-like things. The top is a wild deer. Do not know what species, looking at least 200 or 300 pounds. Zhang Dania was incomparably flustered and was just about to go to the front of the mountain to take cover when Xia Pinxiang spoke from afar. Now that you've seen it, stay. Zhang Dania hurriedly stopped, didn't dare to turn around, and covered his ears with both hands. Xia Pinxiang approached and looked at Zhang Dania with some amusement, but he was not very good at laughing, and the thing was thrown on the hay, and Li Yongxing saw it. A wild deer, not yet gagged, with no wounds visible on its whole body. A tiger's skin and a leopard's skin. I hadn't planned to come. I'm not short of anything for a while, and I'm afraid you'll be waiting all day. Uncle Chang, this exceeds the value of what we brought too much. I sold and deducted out wine and grain money for you to keep. When will you come back next time? Xia Pinxiang's face was indifferent. Money was of little use to him. No, sell the money and spend it yourself. It's good to have wine. Those 4 jars are all right? Uncle Chang, I know the recipe for brewing a stronger wine. Since Uncle Chang doesn't want money, I'll buy the grain and brew strong wine for you. I guess 1 month is enough. Or we'll touch again next month. Xia Pinxiang's eyes lit up. This kid doesn't look like he is lying. If he really has that kind of wine, it would be worth it for himself to make a few extra trips. Okay, I'll come back today next month. And that kid, you turn your head. Daniel panicked into a dog and turned back, still not daring to open his eyes. Open your eyes and come here. Daniel was even more flustered, and he didn't dare to look at it much even when he opened his eyes, and came over with his head down like a child who had done something wrong. I didn't mean to. Thought you were still coming over at noon. Xia Pinxiang didn't answer, slapping at the big bull a few times and squeezing his arms and legs. Good seedling. Willing to follow me? Forget it, I can't even take care of myself. Next time I'll bring you a pamphlet for you to practice according to. If you work hard you can be 100 enemies. Bull, get on your knees. Daniel was first shocked in his heart. Then he knelt on the ground like a reflex, while Li Yongxing went down on his knees. Thanks Uncle Chang. Also brothers are a bit shy. We kowtow to you. Chapter 30, Tiger and Leopard Skin. Xia Pinxiang was obviously a little embarrassed. Get up quickly or you won't bring it to him. Li Yongxing hurriedly pulled Daniel to stand up and looked at Xia Pinxiang with some anticipation. What? You want to learn too? Uncle Strong, my ideal is to be a hunter. But right now with this small body of mine, you're not as well equipped as he is. Next time I'll bring you a pamphlet as well. Practicing hunting according to it for a few months shouldn't be a problem. Li Yongxing was ecstatic in his heart. Uncle Chang, my family moved. It's in the new house in the northeast corner of the village. If Uncle Chang has any urgent needs it's okay to call the door. It's okay to throw a note or something. Xia Pinxiang nodded and looked at Daniel again. 2 bags of grain on his shoulder, carrying 4 jars of wine disappeared into the ravine in the twinkling of an eye. Li Wingnut hammers big bull. Daniel. Developed. Next time bring you booklet to practice well. To become a martial arts master. Yongsheng brother. What do you mean by martial arts? I do not want to do martial arts. Really if there is a chance of. I practice to protect my mother to protect you. Go, push it away quickly. This can't be found. Tiger and leopard skin pads underneath. Wild deer bundled in the car. The two crossed a dirt slope. In the forefront of the dirt slope to observe half a day. See the front of no attention. From the east side of the dirt slope at the bottom of the ditch slipped back to Li Yongxing's new house. Young Sheng, this is? Father, help unload the wild deer. Stuff the tiger skin and buckskin into a bag and pack it away. I'll make a trip to the house of Mr. Wang in a while. Father looked at the tiger and leopard skin with a look of horror. This thing even if only a skin left to look at the scalp numbness. See the sun and the bull nothing unusual. The father was a little embarrassed. Let the mother to get the bag. Leopard skin can be stuffed in. Tiger skin is too big. Can only use 2 bags to set half, nest up and then set the center, inside and outside of the 3 layers, until you cannot see any abnormalities. Do we go now? Leave now. And when you meet someone, say that a hunter shot a wild deer that he couldn't carry on his back, and found my house in exchange for some money and food, and that the whole family was emptied. Is Father Yongsheng at home? The town office has come to measure the house. Father and Bull instinctively panicked a little. Don't talk, I'll do it. Uncle Muramasa, at home, just about to go out. Li Yongsheng opened the gate and saw Muramasa standing at the door with 2 men. The 3 entered the yard and were stunned to see a moose tied to the car. This is? Village Zheng uncle. Just now there is a hunter back over. Said just hit. Home back cannot. from my home for some money, save a little belongings or he wants to go away, is ready to send to the king outside it. The two officials, hard work, which Mr. Wang, from Ping'an Township, right, the wild boar I picked up last time was also sold to their family, as well as the red starfish I caught before and after the year. The two officials were amazed for a moment and began to measure the house, and after working for a while, they turned back to Li Yongxing and asked him about it. Your family is well acquainted with Mr. Wang, a relative? That to know, merely familiar, because of some small misunderstanding to know. Wang member outside to our one family has a favor. I have taught him fishing and fishing. That's fine. You're going to the township anyway, so let's go together. Just come to the township office to get the deed to the house when you're done. Mother, get the money. Mother finally flexed her savvy for once. How much is it? Little life? The silver was all taken by that hunter, and there aren't many coins left. Forget about it. Your family is familiar with Officer Wang. Let's dispense with it. That won't do. Laboring two officials to come and run. The money absolutely can't be less. Mother, go into the house to look for it. Turn over as much as there is. The village is accompanied by officials to talk. Two officials on Li Yongxing's attitude is very satisfied. The money received or not, but their own hard trip you have to remember in your heart. Li Yongxing counted 98 coins, 50 in a packet, and the other 48 in 2 packets. Uncle official, here are 50 coins, count them. The official took it and shoved it straight into his arms. Little brother is too polite. Now go. We still have to do the deed to the house when we get back. Father cart din yo truck. Li Yongxing accompanied the two officials to walk in front, unknowingly the 2 packets of coins into the hands of the 2 officials. The 2 men a polite or received, said to go back from the fast processing, the deed to change into 8 houses. The yard also give bracket out twice. In the future, if you build to the east will not have to bother. Uncle officials, will this make things difficult for you? Little brother, there's nothing difficult. It's not appropriate for the township to do this, but a village like yours that's leaning against the mountains, no one will go over to the logarithm for 100 years. Don't worry. Li Yongxing and 2 officials blowing cowhide. The 2 did not expect Li Yongxing mouth so sharp, obviously a child, but do not dare to have any contempt. About Li Yongxing family and ancestral home of the contradictions are also stroked again. The same will be their own relationship with the king outside the relationship is also stroked again, almost to the countryside. Li Yongxing unintentionally opened his mouth and asked, Uncle officer, my family would like to brew some wine to drink at home. I wonder if it's in order. Oh, you still make wine? Not familiar. Years ago in the village west of the bridge fishing, a passerby went over to watch the fun. Fancy a day about 5 pounds of red starfish. Did not bring money. I sent him for nothing but do not want to teach me some brewing techniques. I did not take it seriously. This is almost forgotten clean. A moment Wang outside the surely still have to reward. Buy some grain home to try. Can be done, cannot be done, die of the heart. Father pushed the car in the back of the burst of sweat. All the way to worry about the tiger skin leopard skin exposure of the panic is gone. Now he does not know what his son said is true or false. Daniel pulling the car with a face of admiration. Yongsheng brother, powerful and the official uncle can be so chat. There's nothing out of order. The law doesn't prohibit a family from brewing, but you have to report and pay taxes if you're buying and selling on a large scale. Thanks to the 2 official uncles. If I succeed in the future, I'll send some to the 2 uncles to taste, and I'm sorry to trouble you to give some guidance. Good to say. This arrived at the place. We will not accompany you. Look at the house over there. The yard has a cedar place. Busy over to find us. Fine. I'm sorry to trouble you 2 big brothers. Waiting for the 2 to walk away. Li Yongsheng also sighed with relief. Although the tiger skin and leopard skin are not afraid of exposure, but the child who lies is certainly not a good child, and it is not certain that it will lead to any trouble. Let's go. Hurry up and go to Mr. Wang's house. The housekeeper at the main entrance knew Li Yongsheng, and when he heard that he was looking for Steward Li to sell wild deer he hurried in to report. Not a moment later, Steward Li came out. Little wingnut, it's okay. There's still gas? How did you catch it? Uncle Li, there was a hunter out of the mountain for something to send out. Said he fell into a trap and was dying, and then recovered some after he carried it out of the mountain. How much? Make an offer. It's my call. Uncle Li, the hunter just exchanged some rice and noodles and peanut oil and other living items, adding up to less than 2 taels of silver. Do you think it's appropriate to give 2 taels of silver? I really don't know the price. If it's more expensive, 1 or 2 silver will do. Chapter 31 Mr. Wang's surprise. Steward Li circled the wild deer. 200 pounds is there. Venison is more than twice as much as pork in a large family home. This is still alive. And such a big pile of antlers. 2 silver is less. 5 too. If you can, this will let the people carry it in. Uncle Li, 5 taels is too much. That's it. I won't buy anything less. Alright then, there are 2 skins down there. Also I traded spirits and hunters for them in return for Master Clerk's kindness, so give Master Clerk a word of trouble. Although the wild deer was bulging underneath, Steward Lee didn't take it seriously. Okay, I'll mention it at dinner tonight. What kind of leather? It seems to be tiger and leopard skins. I don't really understand. What? Housekeeper Lee just pulled out the silver and hurriedly stuffed it back. Don't talk, push the car and follow me. Lee housekeeper took a few people to the side door, went in and through the hall and courtyard, brought into a secluded garden. Li Yongsheng looked dumbfounded. This meow is a countryside earth magistrate's house. That the palace compound must be luxurious into what kind of awe? Li housekeeper shouted to go. Li Yongsheng hurriedly commanded his father and the bull to untie the rope. The deer's still breath, put down after also stirred the legs want to climb up. Li Yongsheng hurriedly let the bull held down. Next to the stone table is the potted plants and vases. This thing to smash the estimate of the family cannot afford to pay for all the money. Lucky little wingnut is at it again. The wand clerk hurried into the courtyard, followed by two people, acquaintances, Mr. Zhu and Mr. Deer, who bought the red star fish last time. Greetings, Master Postman, and greetings to the two gentlemen. Well, no need to be rude. Little wingnut, what skin? Li Yongsheng unzipped the bag and pulled out 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the 2 almost wrinkled skins stretched and stretched. Tiger skin, leopard skin? Wang was in an excited mood, squatting down and checking the skin. My good boy, there is no wound. This will be fatal. There is no wound. Of the tiger skin value can be more than a few times. How did you get it? Little wingnut? Postmaster. My family is not outside the village, built a new mansion. A hunter short of salt, back of the wild deer, took the skin to my family to exchange. Hunter? Mr. Deer in the back seemed to prefer the wild deer, and when he saw that Y.S. Lee's father had been pressed, he hurriedly helped him up. It's not dead yet. Don't crush it. Seeming to understand Mr. Deer's preference, the wine clerk shook his skin and said, Mr. Deer, this should be the rare treading snow green deer. I don't know if it's still alive. It's yours if you like it. Mr. Deer helped the deer up, didn't be polite with Mr. Wang, and directly ordered Steward Lee, Old Lee, go help find some greens. Elder Wang had already finished inspecting the 2 skins and looked at Li Yongsheng with a smile. Little Yongsheng, the treading snow green deer is very precious. Live ones are even rarer. The tiger skin has no scars. It's even rarer than the green deer. Say it. How much silver do you want? Li Yongsheng was happy in his heart, but still maintained a clear gaze. Master Clerk, the green deer is about 2 taels of silver for it. I can't earn your money. The 2 skins are almost half sold, half given, and this one is given to Master Clerk in return for his kindness. Li Yongsheng's words made all 3 people a bit surprised, and Elder Wang patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. Little Yongsheng, you may not know the value of the skin. This intact tiger skin has a market without price. The countryside is indeed not a few people will buy, but in my hands, at least worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. The leopard skin is also intact. More is not good to say that 100 or 80 taels of silver can still be sold, but also to send it? Yongsheng's father and Dinyo are going crazy, not daring to look up. A few hundred taels of silver, something they cannot even dream of. Master, although the tiger skin leopard skin is precious, that is also met the people who know the goods. For us is not as good as a day's rice and noodles. Master, of my family's favor, 2 does not spend money on the skin is just, but also please master do not see the outside. Good. Wang Wenwei looked deeply at Li Yongsheng, saw Li Yongsheng's gaze was still clear, his mood was incomparably happy, and looked at the housekeeper who helped Mr. Deer feed the green deer to arrange to take 10 taels of silver and 10 guan of copper and load up a cart with the bacon I brought from the south years ago. Seeing that Li Yongsheng was about to open his mouth to speak, Elder Wang walked and patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. It still counts as a 2 silver purchase, everything else is a reward, and rewards are not to be refused. Then respectfully, thank you, Master Officer. Father walked a little twisted. Dinyo was better, but his heart was also pounding, easily out of the door of the member's house. The 2 collectively looked up at Li Yongsheng. Don't talk, don't ask. After finishing in a low voice, Li Yongsheng was suddenly a bit excited. Father, go get the deed to the house. Then take the grocery store at the head of the market and buy 10 pounds of salt and 20 pounds of oil to push back in case that hunter comes back to ask for it to be given to him. We've made too much money today. The father dared not say more. A good. Dinyo. This time to share your 5 taels of silver and 5 coins. Go back and aunt to discuss. In the west of my house also build a new house, close to have a care. Yansei brother, listen to me. If your mother doesn't agree, then we'll talk. When Li Yongsheng 3 people took the deed of the house and bought oil and salt to leave Ping'an Township, a middle-aged man who was blandly carrying firewood suddenly made a magnificent turn. In the garden of the house, Mr. Wang is drinking tea with Mr. Dear and Mr. Zhu, talking about Li Yongsheng and the hunter. Mr. Wan's face is a bit worried. An inexplicable master has appeared in the vicinity of Ping'an Township, and Mr. Wan's mood is extraordinarily complicated. Mr. Deer put some cabbage leaves by the table, is teasing the green deer next to him. The green deer seems to be very spiritual. The body has recovered a lot. Looking at the table, cabbage stretching his head in waiting. Do not give or go to grab. Mr. Deer touched the deer face twice before he would give a leaf. The green deer bit through a few mouths and swallowed his stomach. Your Highness, there is no need to worry too much. Although today's saint is vigorously cutting down the clan, but like your Highness only hangs a name does not occupy the fiefdom of the king of a different surname. The ancestor has made a splash of merit. How can you not take your turn? It should be an accident. Perhaps not so complicated. Just a hunter who avoids the world. The middle-aged man came back. The kneeling salute to the Wang member of the foreigner. Li Yongsheng out of the member of the door to leave the performance of Ping'an Township all over again. The tone of voice did not have half a fluctuation. When the middle-aged man had finished, Elder Wang waved his hand and the middle-aged man retreated and left. Mr. Deer, what do you think of the boy? Mr. Deer knew that the king was talking about Li Yongsheng. Brilliantly intelligent. Finished? Ha, there are no outsiders. Mr. Deer doesn't have to be shy about words. Mr. Deer put all the cabbage leaves on the slate floor, and the green deer yowled and lowered his head and pounded. Your Highness, Mr. Zhu's previous purchase of fish was very interesting. The child clearly knew the preciousness of the red starfish, but was still rigidly prepared to sell it to us cheaply, indicating that he acted very carefully. Mr. Wang signaled to continue. The king has just said that he has dealt with him, and the gratitude is true, whether it is the red starfish or the tiger skin and leopard skin, and it is true that he wants to give it away, and I observe that there is no power and greed in his look, and at a young age, he understands the reasoning of harboring a small item, which is why I said it was a brilliant idea. Chapter 32 Dinyo's family to build a house. After listening to Mr. Deer's evaluation, Officer Wang nodded seriously. Mr. Deer, is it necessary to have the knife confessor followed for a few days? There's no need for that. He'll be here again. Unsurprisingly, Li Yongsheng did not know that several people are analyzing themselves. Knowing that will not care too much, he handled a little bit of fault. Back to the village entrance. A group of elderly people are sitting in the south of the village under the sun looking at the Shangyun River gossip. A group of children playing in the river. Li Yongsheng's grandfather is also in it. I heard that the old three pushed. What a good thing to go to the countryside. Really cannot help but be curious. To see the old three pushed a few bags of things and an altar. Would like to ask and cannot open their mouths. The boss came back from his study tour. He said that the old three family must be rich. The boss is right. The boss is right. The old man is not a few days. The old man said. The new house was built. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. He said. Plenary. What a push. Questioning Yu Qing's grandfather. Father Yu Qing has always been good to Li Yongsheng's family. Grandpa who? Dinyo, and I got some good stuff to send to Mr. Wang. It's all rewarded by Mr. Wang. Grandpa was tempted to ask his grandson what goodies he got and what goodies he got back, but surprisingly, Grandpa Tamakyung stopped asking, and he still didn't have the face to put it together himself. Li Yongsheng politely greeted a group of old people, ignoring his own grandfather. First let his father push the cart to the door of the Dinyo family room. 2 bags of bacon, a guaranteed 2 or 3 pounds, adding up to more than 20. Li Yongsheng took out 5 pallets in the arms of Dinyo. Go home. Don't forget to negotiate about the house, and come to my house in the morning after dinner, and accompany me on another trip to Ping'an Township. Dinyo Nyang heard the commotion and came out. Li Yongsheng and his father had already pushed the car away. Mother, Brother Yongsheng gave it to me, calling it some kind of meat from the waxing moon. Dinyo's mother let her son into the house, then closed the door. A group of children who followed to watch the scene dispersed. Yongsheng family and Dinyo's family. Rich news immediately spread throughout the village. Yongsheng's family has more than 10 meat eaten in Lunar New Year. Dinyo's family also shared 4 or 5. Dusk has arrived. Li Yongsheng's grandfather silently stood up and turned his head with his hands behind his back. His back had some sullenness. Let's go home for dinner. Just around the corner. A couple of old men instantly and nimbly huddled together. I say this oldly buckle why he came out today. I guess he heard the news that the old third family pushed good things to Ping'an Township. Definitely. I don't know if I regret it this time. The most honest and capable was kicked out of the house, not realizing that people's days are getting brighter and brighter. A group of old people gossip heart-burning, gabbing to the last nightfall before they go home. Li Yongsheng home. Dinyo Nyang was dragged in by Li Yongsheng Nyang forcefully. Originally let Dinyo shout Yongsheng Hua out. After all, to avoid suspicion. I did not expect Yongsheng Nyang did not care at all. Sister, people mouth to skin. Body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Daniel all day, Yongshang brother shouted. The relationship between the two people than cousins more intimate. On the basis of Daniel shouted, my voice San Yang is also should be. We take it as a good sister-in-law. There is no need to care about other people's broken mouth how to say. Father Yongshang was a little shy in the face of the pretty widow, signaling his son to hurry up and entertain, and studying the bacon himself with his head in his hands. Yongshang, give then bacon even. This money. Li Yongshang directly interrupted his aunt. Auntie, don't mention the bacon again. If not, still have to leave 10 strips for the important people. Me and Daniel will share equally. The money matter even more, don't mention it. Daniel and Auntie said it? In the west of our house to build a new house. The two families closer together. I and Daniel to do something is also convenient. The great oxen held back her tears. Yansei wa, I really don't know how to be grateful for the great kindness you have shown to my mother and I. Li Yongshang took a new chair and gestured for his aunt to sit down. Auntie, sit down and say, do not say what great kindness. I and Daniel brothers have big things to do in the future. I also have some selfishness. Simple to disclose a little to you. Daniel is a good seedling of martial arts training. No accident, half a year later will become a good fighter. The family is getting richer and richer. Inevitably be missed by people. You live closer to what trouble Daniel can help in time. Having said this, Daniel's mother couldn't refuse. And after praising Yongshang's excellence with her sister-in-law for half a day, and seeing that Li Yongshang's family was about to eat, she pulled Daniel to go home. Yongshang, Auntie's status is a bit embarrassing. It's not good to go to others to ask for help. Daniel is still small and can't speak, so I still have to let you take care of it. Auntie, don't worry. Tomorrow I will take Daniel to go to Pingyang Township and look for someone to buy meat and grain for you. I will find someone for you, and the meal will be cooked at my house. You just have to pay the money and wait to live in the new house. After sending off Daniel and his wife, Li Yongshang gave 5 taels of silver to his mother. Mother, I have 4 more coins here. I'm going to buy some brewing tools tomorrow, so I'll give you the rest. Yongshang, just keep the rest and spend it. Don't have enough to talk to mother. To be honest, I don't even want to keep this money. I don't feel at ease where I put it. There is a month before the spring sowing, or idle time. Early in the morning, I heard that Li Yongshang to worry about building houses for the 2 mothers of Daniel, who Qinglian surprised after some admiration. Also thought that Daniel was a force of followers. Did not think that Yongshang really take him as a brother to treat. Wingnut, how about those guys from last time? Don't replace them if you can. Uncle, it's all good. Just make up your mind. I'm going to find brother Dajiang to borrow a crate to go to the countryside to buy some grain or something. Yongshang, let Yuqing follow and help. Yesterday, he was clamoring to visit the countryside. Li Yongshang showed a smile to Hu Yuqing. Brother Yuqing, it just so happens that there is a shortage of manpower. So if you have nothing to do, let's help out together and have a big bun at noon, okay? Hu Yuqing is 2 years older than Li Yongshang, without any self-consciousness of a big brother, smiled a mouth full of white teeth, eyes are blind. Zhang Daniel pulling the crate, Li Yongshang and Hu Yuqing and Zhu Dazhuang followed, are very excited, and will be able to save 10 days 8 days of grain, but also have meat to eat, likely to taste the meat eaten in the waxing moon in the Daniel's family. A group of people swinging steps to the countryside. First to the Daniel family bought 100 pounds of rice and 30 pounds of flour. Pork also bought 10 pounds. And then Li Yongshang led everyone to look for tools in the grocery store. The round head of glutinous rice bought 50 pounds of wheat, 50 pounds of colanders, clay pots, clay jars, small steamer, but also bought a rice wine quarts and wheat wine quarts. The car is about to be filled with everyone is curious. But Li Yongshang did not say who was too embarrassed to ask. After a busy morning, it was finally time to eat. Li Yongshang asked for 20 large meat buns and a caddy of pork head meat, and also asked the bun store owner's wife to give 4 bowls of egg soup. Li Yongshang ate 2 on the full, looking at a few people devouring. Daniel think it is to work for their own families did not have the good sense to eat. 8-4 will stop. Shu Dajiang 8-7. Hu Yuqing looked not fat and not strong, but also 8-7, are good men. Do you have enough buns? If not, ask for more. Brother Dajiang, it's not easy to go back to pulling the cart. Chapter 33, Brewing. Shu Dazhuang finished off the last bun in one mouthful, finished the pork, shook the straw paper wrapping the pork against the egg soup bowl for a few times, and scraped off the sticky bit of meat residue, and picked up the egg soup bowl and finished it in one gulp. Brother Yongshang, after just this meal, I can make 3 round trips pulling a crate. Back home, Li Yongshang immediately put the rice and wheat soaked on. About brewing, in fact, they are only half knowledge. The neighbor's home in the past life has a small wine shop. Li Yongshang learned by ear. Brewing out is still no problem, and can be distilled about 50 degrees. Compared to this place the highest 30 degrees of height of the wine, which may be the only advantage. The townspeople acted. Li Yongshang set the scale for the Daniel family is exactly the same as his own. Taking this opportunity, Li Yongsheng wanted to build up the family's east and south houses. The two houses are next to each other. According to the rules of the village, picking up people's west mountain wall is to spend money, equivalent to the two families share a wall and a mountain. Denyo Nyang mentioned. Was Yongsheng Nyang made the decision to refuse? And no one outside said. When the house opened, Li Yongsheng's 2 and clay pots of grain are fermenting. Denyo's grandmother came, toe-to-toe scolded the day, involving people's family affairs. Li Yongsheng cannot say anything more. The night to let his father and Denyo accompanied by a trip to Pingyang Township. Grandma Denyo see orphans and widows are good to bully. The dawn of the day to eat enough to continue to curse. Cursing the most unpleasant time. 2 officials heard that some people build houses to measure the area. Denyo flopped down on his knees in front of the 2 officials. Before and after the said a clear understanding. The townspeople building the house have been raved about by Denyo's grandmother for a day now. And if the house can't be built, the meat they eat is not to mention that they will lose 5 or 6 days of grain. They all sympathize with Denyo's mother and son, and they all compete to testify to the tragedy of Denyo's family. The old lady is more than 60 years old. 2 officials straight to the soft underbelly, did not pay attention to this oil and salt old unashamed, inquiring to take her eldest son and 14-year-old grandson. To take yesterday's old lady tried to destroy the ladder and bracket of the upper room, to jeopardize other people's personal safety, to seek money and murder, to let them to the elders to take the blame. A punch right in the 7 inches. The Grain-style family no good thing. The eldest son and grandson looked at the old lady's eyes, want to kill. The official with 2 people to go on the road. Li Yongsheng stepped in, and the official explained the grievances should be resolved, should not be tied up, so that the village issued a separation of the family paperwork. The 2 families recognized the pledge as considered to be a settlement. Denyo's grandmother took his eldest uncle and cousin and left in disgrace, and the 2 good-for-nothing guys gave Denyo's grandmother a bad scolding before they even arrived home. The 2 tolerances did not make a trip in vain, carefully measured the area of the house and yard area of the Denyo family, but also measured the east and south houses of Li Yongsheng's house that did not start the foundation. Waiting for the next time to go to Pingyang Township, you can bring the deed to add. Li Yongsheng and Denyo has been sent to the stone bridge more than 2 miles west of the village. Did not send money, but 1 person from the arms of a bacon, 2 or 3 pounds of the appearance of the last time Wang reward. The 2 official uncles, thanks a lot today. This is the last time to send the green deer Wang officer outside the reward, but also please do not mind the 2. This is said, the king of the staff are lifted out, but also how to think of the 2 words of dislike. The 2 looked at each other, took the bacon stuffed into the arms, outside the bread with grass paper wrapped in black thread, but not so much as to dirty the clothes. Li Yongsheng and Denyo kept watching the 2 officials and waited until the 2 officials had disappeared. Go home. This time it's my brother's carelessness. No, brother Yongsheng, they are so shameless. If you hadn't stopped me yesterday, I would have gone up and broken her head. Denyo, from now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to strike casually, even if you have practiced kung fu in the future. Uncle Chang is powerful, right? He killed a live tiger and leopard with his bare hands, but he still broke the law or offended someone and had to stay in the mountains. Denyo was shocked in his heart. Uncle Chang was a mountainous existence in his eyes. On the way to Pingyang Township, 2 officials were discussing Li Yongsheng while covering the bacon in their arms. Elder brother Qin, you've seen how powerful this child is this time. Yes, brother Huang. The old mansion of the bull was pinpointed to death. Family disputes into a plot to kill. Plotting to kill is not established, but to kill is indeed there. A typical stirring up trouble plus the Weiwei saved Zhao. You do not say. Today we are taking of that old lady also have to send back. Send back to the estimated more intensified. Now well, and then dare to go out and make trouble. Estimated that his bastard children and grandchildren are able to break her legs. Elder brother Qin, none of this matters. What matters is this bacon in our arms. Yes, I weighed in my arms. 3 pounds is there. Pork 15 won a caddy. Bacon should be 20 or 30 won it. This time has completely blocked our mouths. A small age to do things without leakage now. Brother Huang was a bit speechless. His fellow brother had some brains, but not much. He didn't do it to gag us, just to give us a heads up that the bacon was rewarded by Mr. Wang. Understand? Denyo's house is a little faster than Li Yongsheng's house. The 2 tiled houses are right next to each other, and under the slanting sun, it is a stark contrast to the old village 100 or 10 meters away. Finished meal was eaten at Li Yongsheng's home. The weather is warm. The house is baked while building. The afternoon of the completion, Denyo Nyang consulted Li Yongsheng, so that Li Yongsheng moved to help move all of the family belongings from the hayloft, so that you can get on the bed in the evening. Tomorrow also to Li Yongsheng home to build the east house and south house. Work or not drunk, drink giddy and Hu Qinglian's advice all put down the wine glass. Late at night, Denyo tired all day lying on the warm bed asleep, dreaming all the time in a silly smile. Denyo's mother sat on the edge of the bed in the outer room and wiped tears for half the night. This life is too bitter. The mother's family was originally doing business in the medicinal herbs, although not to the rich and famous also never starved, only because the powerful and expensive to see their own business, a trumped-up injustice, the whole family jailed. Their own lucky escape after marrying the father of the bull, just gave birth to the bull after the bull father and went away. That time the heart is dead, if not there is a big bull, want to follow the man with the go, blessed without a single misfortune. The mother-in-law smacked his face charming face of the husband, the mother and son out of the house, even a place a mouthful of food did not give. Cannot imagine how dark the hearts of the people, but that is her own grandchildren driven out of the house after the bull continuous high fever, if not the village saw himself holding a breath of bull ready to throw the river, the poor mother and child to build a shack. Mother and child would have been fed to the Shangyun River fish, Daniel because of continuous high fever after some wooden, no one to play with him, when he was a child, only Yongsheng brought, although often angry at Daniel, but he never blamed himself, at least Daniel had a lot of laughter. Now Yongsheng grew up, know to take care of their own brothers, Daniel maiden heart is full of gratitude. Chapter 34, Moving Mountain Wine and Tanshan Wine. In a few days it will be spring plowing. The townspeople move quickly, just 4.5 days. Li Yongxing family's east house and south house up. The south house also according to Li Yongxing's request base stove and some strange facilities. 3 days short of the April trading day. Rice wine and wheat wine have been brewed. The grain is 50 pounds each. Wheat out of the original wine 28 pounds. Glutinous rice out of the rice wine 32 pounds. Li Yongxing understand. This is the era to drink shochu. More than 20 degrees to 30 degrees. The key is still to distill. The tools are very simple. Sealed jars, bent bamboo tubes, their own charcoal burning. Although I have seen the method, but it does not mean that the hands will be. 60 pounds of original alcohol, enough to distill a day and a night. The first Li Yongsheng and Daniel busy, and then see the mother and aunt learned, directly to the process to them. The finished product came out. 17.5 caddies of high-quality wine made from wheat, 19 caddies of high-quality wine made from glutinous rice, 2 large jars and 2 small jars were packed. The 2 jars of 10 caddies were prepared for Xia Pinshan, and the 2 jars of 5 caddies were prepared to honor Wang Wenwei. Fill the altar and seal the clay seal. Li Yongsheng personally affixed his own writing on the red paper. Wheat made called Tanshan wine, glutinous rice made called Monshan wine. Trading time is still 2 days short. Li Yongsheng and Daniel pushed the car. With 2 jars of 5 pounds of wine and a small altar of 2 pounds of moving mountain wine set off, brewing will have to continue, although by another family can also be distilled. Li Yongsheng does not have that intention. Slowly, the step is too big and not good, and now not even the power of self-preservation. Making money to earn more is not a good thing. First took Daniel to find the Qin Huang 2 officials, took the deed of the house of Daniel's family. His own family also brought to change. It is very simple, and so the two sent out the door. Li Yongsheng unloaded an altar of 2 pounds of moving mountain wine, laboring 2 adults, home just brewed, drinking choking, I stole 2 mouthfuls, slept for a day and a night, but also 2 uncles and adults do not mind. It's really something for you to drum up. The one surnamed Qin is looking at the small altar in his arms, and the one surnamed Huang is looking at the 2 large altars on the car. Young brother Yongsheng, take the deed to the house and go home early. We'll both taste it tonight. Aha, and brought a little for Mr. Wang. So I'll go home after the delivery. One said it clearly, the other answered it, and the 2 of them knew it by heart. Surnamed Qin could not wait to open and taste. Was surnamed Huang slap on the head. Hurriedly pretended as if nothing happened to watch the 2 Li Yongsheng left. Brother Huang, that's not right, isn't that? Nothing wrong with that, just go there. The wine must be good. We're in for a treat tonight. When the Wang magistrate was not at home, housekeeper Li accepted the wine and was refused by Li Yongsheng when he paid out the money. Uncle Li, I brewed it myself. The wine is very strong. If master clerk likes strong wine you can taste it, there is no charge. If you like to drink it I'll make it again. Leaving the house, the 2 went to the grocery store to buy 100 pounds of wheat and 100 pounds of glutinous rice. Li Yongsheng is not able to push. The big bull strong and calves do not feel much heavy. When she went out Xiao Shu asked for something for the first time. The last time she ate a big meat bun made her miss it for a long time. 30 of them, 90 cents, converted into rice is 18 pounds, which in the past was not even dare to think of things. April 1st, Li Yongsheng and Daniel pushed 10 strips of bacon and 2 jars of spirits to the back of the mountain. The hillside bloomed some early spring yellow flowers. The ground vegetables are also delicate. Li Yongsheng saw the familiar caper, while Xia Pinshan did not arrive. Li Yongsheng let Daniel ran home to get a small shovel and rice bag, the 2 together to get up the caper. After moving, Daniel gradually liberalized, often in Li Yongsheng's home to mix food and drink, and also let go, since Li Yongsheng take him as a blood brother, cannot be too distant. The main this is not hard times. You go to eat a bite of people may have to go hungry. Yongsheng brother, capers are very difficult to eat. Used to eat capers in grandma's house in the spring. The eldest uncle's brother has eggs scrambled to eat. My mother and I can only dress up a little bit of pasta paste under the pot. And even eat a spring, blossomed and still have to eat. Really ate enough. Denyo. Now you don't have to think it's hard to eat. Fried pork is fine. Scrambled eggs are not. There is also bacon. Wrapped dumplings are not bad. Dig a little more. Wait for Uncle Chang to come back to do it. Right. A moment after you're busy. You go to collect the eggs to go. A penny for 2. To collect 100 or so. Can you buy some eggs for me to take back with me? Li Yongxing snapped back. Xia Pinxiang was already standing behind the two, still in the style of a master, but holding 2 small beasts under his armpits somewhat spoiled the scenery. I'm not short of anything there, and I didn't specifically go looking for prey. This is halfway across the road. Their parents aren't at home. I've brought them here. Do you want to raise them? If not, I'll take them back and roast them for dinner. Li Yongxing head full of black lines. Do not recognize If this is a small deer, small boar or something can be raised to kill and eat. Who knows what this meow? In case of growing up to eat people. Uncle Kung, what kind of beast is this? I don't recognize it. It should be a meat eater. There are a lot of beast's bones outside the nest. By the way, is that the wine you brewed on the car? Open it for me to taste it. Li Yongsheng let Dinyo wrapped around the small beast. Just now the brain turned a few circles. Or intend to stay. Cannot raise it does not matter. To that Mr. Deer to send. Since I like the green deer, there is no reason not to like the green deer many times more adorable unnamed small beasts. Unlocked the altar and handed it to Uncle Chang. The eyes of certain apprehensions. Has not been given to the martial arts secret manuals. Will not forget it. This is something that has been looked forward to for a month. Uncle Kong took a small sip as if testing for poison. Didn't swallow. Closed his eyes and savored it carefully. And after a few moments, tilted his neck and pounded it in. It won't be drunk. Last time, I drank 2 or 3 pounds in one gulp. But I was able to stop drinking for a few moments. And my face turned a little red. Good wine. Eternal life. What is it called? Did you really make it yourself? Uncle Chang. The one you're drinking is called Moving Mountain Wine, made from glutinous rice. And the jar on the car is called Tanshan Wine, made from wheat. Uncle Chang looked at the other altar on the car, struggled for a long time not to open it, and took out 2 booklets from his arms and threw them to Li Yongsheng. Coincidentally, the gongfu I brought with me is also called Moving Mountain Skill. It is for your brother to use. Practicing well can be a husband. You can't practice. Your body is too weak. Practicing is easy to get into trouble. That book called Everlasting Skill can be tried. Don't expect it to be as powerful as your brother. It's not bad to be able to strengthen your body. Xia Pinxian left, leaving behind 2 small beasts, a wine jar in one hand. Carrying a bag of bacon seems to be a little impatient, and I don't know whether to go back to bacon fried capers or drink, or both at the same time. I'll come back on the 1st of next month and get me some eggs, and 2 more jars of wine, and I'll catch you 2 bison. Li Yongsheng shoved the mountain moving technique into Dinyo's hand. Go home, practice. The safety of our 2 families depends on you. Chapter 35, The Skill of the First Life. Back home, the 2 little beasts stuffed to the sister. Li Yongsheng pulled Dinyo into the house to study the kung fu. Dinyo cannot read and write. Li Yongsheng can only force curiosity to translate for him. The dream is dashed. Not what martial arts secrets, just simple martial arts basics, but Dinyo regarded as a treasure. On the spot to follow the picture to compare and contrast. Well Dinyo, go home and practice again. If you don't understand ask Aunt. I won't say the importance of it, except Aunt can't let anyone know. And at night you have to sleep tucked into your arms and cuddle. Got it? Brother Yongsheng. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. When I've practiced my kung fu, whoever comes to bully us I'll beat him up. With Dinyo gone, Li Yongsheng was just about to see the eternal life technique when he was interrupted by his sister coming in. Brother, the little beast doesn't drink rice soup. Li Yongsheng is a bit headstrong. Carnivores do not drink rice soup as normal. But where do you go to find milk for yourself to drink? Father, go to the village and buy some eggs. This thing doesn't know what to eat. Try feeding it eggs. If it doesn't work then think of something else. Father was a little hesitant. People can't even eat eggs. Father, don't look at them in this shabby state now. They have the potential to sell for a lot of money when they grow up. The father has had the insight that a tiger skin can be worth 1,000 or 800 pieces of silver. And what the son wants to do must be satisfied. His mother, get me 100 copper coins. I'll go buy more and come back. Li Yongsheng studied once again the secret of longevity. Cannot afford the name Thought it was some kind of heaven-defying technique. The kind that learns to turn the mountains and the seas. Didn't expect it to be worse than Dinyo's. Looking at the introduction, it should be more or less the same as one's own cognitive Taijiquan. Just strengthen the body. The dream was dashed. Li Yongsheng could only force himself to comfort himself. Forget it, just strengthen the body. It's good to be able to change the sickly body of his. It is really a carnivore. Hungry Wailing also do not eat rice, but smell the smell of raw eggs is like seeing their own mother. The two little beasts barred 3 eggs, a meal of 1.5 coins. Fortunately, the family has money, or else now have to send away. His sister, Shu, loved the little beast, and the little beast seemed to have found a place to rely on, nestling in Shu's arms and squinting his eyes when he had eaten his fill. Brother, keep it if you like it and raise it. Shu swished up onto the bed with the little beasts in her arms, one on each side, wedged under her armpits in preparation for bed. Spring plowing, the father went to the ground early. 2 acres of thin field. Listened to the son's advice. This year are going to plant sorghum. The morning ate bacon, fried dried mushrooms, ate 3 bowls of rice. Feel all the strength. Ready to spend 4 days to turn over the 2 acres of land all over again. Mother and aunt followed Li Yongxing to learn winemaking. This time the process is taught down, and later they will not be involved. Taught the observation of fermentation. Li Yongxing in the yard began to compare and contrast. Mother and aunt somewhat amused, but no one said anything. The big cattle likewise in their own yard hey ha, and from time to time came the sound of a heavy object smashed on the ground. The yard was large enough for my mother to organize a vegetable garden the size of a 2-minute plot, planting many vegetables and cultivating leek roots and small onions given by the Yuqing family. Shu fought with the 2 little beasts, breaking eggs when the time came, and occasionally stealing a few slices of bacon to feed to the little beasts, both of whom were still teething and struggling to tear their way through their milk teeth. Little Wingnut, does little Wingnut live here? The voice of Wang Wenwei. Li Yongxing hurriedly tucked away the booklet and opened the door. Wang Wenwei stood outside the door with Li Butler and a middle-aged man. And the middle-aged man and Li Butler also carried a lot of gifts. Master Officer, why are you here? If there's something you want to do, just let someone take a message and I'll go. Please come in. Hearing the commotion outside, mother and aunt nestled in the south house did not dare to go out. Xiaoshu hugged the 2 little beasts to hide in the east house. Brother once said that when the little beasts grow up to be sold to the master of the post, they do not want to give up, even if they starve themselves not to give up. Little Wingnut, did you really make that wine? Li Yongxing invited Mr. Wang into his home, and incidentally took the gifts from the 2 men and put them down. Postmaster, indeed I brewed. Last time to send wine back and bought some glutinous rice and wheat. Is fermenting. The king want to see it? Convenient? Aren't you afraid I'll steal the craft? Master Clerk, you don't have to steal the lessons. I can write you the recipe if you want it. Then I'll take a look. I don't want the formula. I won't do anything to cut off people's money. Li Yongxing opened the door of the south house, and his mother and aunt were a bit overwhelmed, lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Mr. Wang. Master Clerk, this is my mother, and this is my aunt, and Dinyo's mother. Mother, auntie, this is Mr. Wang from Ping'an Township. The last time uncle wronged father, it was thanks to Mr. Wang having a pair of discerning eyes, or else father might have to go to jail. After getting acquainted with each other, mother and aunt went to Dinyo's house. It would be too awkward not to say a word. Master Post, these 2 vats are fermenting, one of glutinous rice and one of wheat. Wang Wenwei did not open to see. Looking at the distillation equipment some curiosity, he understands some of the brewing process, but nonetheless, the little Yongxing is not defended to himself. He cannot take the opportunity to steal the teacher. Is there any more wine stored at home? Last time I wasn't home. The wine you sent was stolen and drunk by Mr. Deer and Mr. Zhu, and when I came back I tasted the bottom of it, which almost made me angry. Master Clerk, go to the pot house and wait for a moment. There is still 1.5 gin of moving mountain wine, and 2 gin of Tanshan wine. Wait for me to fry 2 dishes, and in a moment you will have a small drink. Wang did not refuse, followed by Li Yongxing into the pot house. Luxury mansion lived for a long time. Feel that this small farmhouse is very interesting, which is also the reason why Li Yongxing's house is considered a new house. Otherwise look at the dilapidated house and full of courtyard mud is estimated to not have the heart. Stir-frying small onions with bacon and frying eggs with dried chili peppers. 2 simple dishes. Officer Wang actually felt a little hungry. The middle-aged man stood in the courtyard while Steward Li poured water and wine. Master Clerk, I'm really sorry, but I didn't prepare any tea at home. Old Li, brew the tea we brought. How much wine can you produce in a month? Young Wingnut? Li Yongxing understands the meaning of Mr. Wang, but he has to keep it for Uncle Chang. It is only the 10th of April. 20 days out of the wine is enough, and can make another batch. 100 pounds of glutinous rice or wheat will yield about 20 pounds. I think. That's fine. Give me 15 pounds a look. Send me over when the wine comes out. Order a year's worth first. Lao Li, take the money. Steward Li pulled out a cloth bag from his arms. How much do you give? Master? First order for a year. 2 kinds of 30 pounds a month. 360 pounds a year. The market price of ordinary wine is from 3 to 6 won. Good wine is from 10 to 31. We'll pay 100 won a pound. You do the math. Master Postman. Little wingnut, it won't be too little. Master Clerk. It's too much. 35 won per caddy is enough. Well, have a drink with me. This wine is worth the price, and I won't hide it from you. I have a big role to play with this wine, and when the time comes for some people to drink it, a caddy of wine may be worth 1 or 2 gold pieces, or even more. Chapter 36, Fishing. Housekeeper Li counted out 36 taels of silver, converted into copper coins to be 36,000. Li Yongxing took the silver and said thank you. The silver is sufficient. You can increase production. Officer Wang drank the moving mountain wine, feeling more and more excited the more he drank. It was too much. The ones he drank in the past could only be considered trash. Young wingnut, I've brought the fishing guy. How about accompanying me on a fishing trip after a drink? No problem, Master Officer. You drink first. I'll excuse myself for a moment to prepare some nesting material. Well, it looks like we can get something done today. Last time the lees are still there. Li Yongsheng fried with peanut oil, and poured a little moving mountain wine soaked a piece of bacon, and then used the lees mixed with flour to make a piece of fish food, also with moving mountain wine soaked. Look at the Wangdian way a little heartbroken. Li Yongxing and Li Butler detailed introduction to the process of production. Moved Li Butler has been bending down to learn. Can serve the king of the fishing. This Butler will be steady as a mountain. Wine did not finish. Wang Wenwei let Li Butler get the car. He did not, and Li Yongsheng polite. Li Yongsheng did not mention the return gift thing. Polite more instead of unattractive. Li Yongsheng called Dinyo also on. Let Dinyo with a plunge net and barrels. The carriage parked in the village. 2 family guards in the care. A group of people around the carriage discussing. The eldest uncle is also among them. See Wan wanna say hello. Wang did not even look at a glance. Awkwardly shrunk back. Li Yongsheng was pulled into the carriage. The others followed. It has been a long time since I came to Shanyun River to fish. Nowadays the river grass is sprouting and the willow is spiking. It is especially soothing to look at. Where to fish? Ha, Master Clerk. Go over to the stone bridge. There's a big bay there with slower running water. When the carriage left the village, the onlookers exploded. Mr. Wang personally visited Li Laosan's family. It looks like it is running to Yongsheng baby, but also brought a heavy gift. Who dares to underestimate Li Laosan's family? What is the status of the master? I heard that the parents of the county township to Ping'an Township do not dare to make a mistake. The townspeople all looked to the side of the disheartened uncle. Eyes not without ridicule. The old Li family has eyes without a pearl. They missed out on such an excellent child for nothing. Li Yongsheng let the master wait, with a long pole to find the bottom of the nest, while operating the master of the introduction to the master. The master of Wang a bit dumbfounded. Fishing a fish, there is so much to learn? The first thing you need to do is to hang up the food and wait for the fish to bite. Master Officer, wait half an hour. As long as there are fish in this area, they should slowly turn toward the nests, and then start fishing again when the nests are sent. Although the fishing skills are not good, but the patience is still there. And Li Yongxing chatting and waiting for half an hour. Li Yongxing began to teach skills. Fishing low, playing float, what fish eat what fish food. The king learned. Hanging a piece of bacon fell out. Li Yongxing gaze condensed. Not simple. This is either a fishing veteran, or some kung fu. The nest is the size of a bucket. Wang's fishing line fell straight through the nest, sinking down to float right in the center of the nest. Master, it's moving. Elder Wang looked back at Butler Li, who hurriedly covered his mouth with a look of fear. Master Clerk, pulling hard can lift the rod. Harder. Try the strength of the fish pulling the line. A collection and release unloading. The fish is big, do not pull hard. Will pull off the line. Mr. Wang found the opportunity to lift hard. Did not hit the fish. Not discouraged. Feeling that found some feeling. The line was cast again with precision and the float was still right in the center of the nest circle. Awesome. This must be some work. Mention. Li Yongshang gave a cue. The Wang clerk pulled violently. There it was. The rod collapsed, and the line rippled rapidly in the water. Master Clerk, this is not a small one. Loose and tight unloading. It tugs and you loose. It loosens and you tug. Officer Wang was so excited that he was in tears when he talked about it. Except for the lake in his own garden, he had never caught a big fish of more than 1 catia. The fish peeked out of the water, hit the splash and dug back in. Red star fish. A meat eater. Indeed. After pulling for more than 10 minutes, the red star fish ran out of strength and was dragged towards the shore by Mr. Wang. Master Clerk, go up the dike and pull back slowly. Dinyo, give me the plunge net. Stewardly, learn to fry the fish, steadily and accurately, and plunge the head of the fish, but never the tail. The red star fish is powerless to struggle. Li Yongshang saw the opportunity. The net cut off the head. Fierce force. The red star fish was loaded. Feel the danger of the red star fish struggling. Was Li Yongxing forced to lift up? Denyo see Yongxing brother lifting the net is very tired. Rushed to help carry. 2 people lifting the net withdrawn to the dike. Little Yongxing, awesome. Old Li, did you learn it? Steward Li hurriedly nodded his head. Master, read it all, and ask for eternal life's advice later. Li Yongxing took off the hook and put the red star fish into the barrel. The head went in and the tail was still sticking out. Old Li, send the fish back. Don't cast them into the lake. Keep them in the pool. Don't let anyone move them. I'm going back to punch Mr. Deer in the face. Steward Li carried the barrel onto the carriage, which flew across the stone bridge and ran away. Keep going, keep going. It's going to be a big day. The nests were well set. The red starts were constantly on the hook, and the spirit-soaked bacon was the ultimate lure for them. Little wingnut, how many pounds was that one just now? There is no 10 pounds, but 8 or 9 pounds should be there. Member of the master of this rod and line are good. Usually such a big fish cannot pull up. A sinking line will collapse. You know your stuff. This is I find high people specially made. A rod plus 100 meters of fishing line is worth 500 taels. Like it? I have 3 sets. Like to give you a set. No, 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 it's too expensive. More expensive to catch fish is also in vain. Said, the next time to send wine I let the old Li prepared for you. Not to refuse. Li Yongxing smiled bitterly. 500 taels ah. Might as well give yourself silver. This Wang Wenwai is really not simple. Definitely not a simple earth Wenwai. That middle-aged man stood on the embankment for a noon. Has always been a ripple. Looking like a master. Steward Li came back and brought a bigger barrel. Li Yongxing lifted out the fish with grass ropes on and put them into the barrel with half of the water pumped in. And Steward Li looked at the 7 or 8 fish a little bit dumbfounded. Wang member is really fishing cool. Red star fish do not bite the ditch to learn to hit the float. Green-skinned fish hooked one after another. See, the barrel of fish began to turn belly up. Finally hard to close the fishing rod. Little Yongxiang, no matter what kind of trouble you have in the future, just mention my name, and if it doesn't work out well, go to me, understand? Thank you, Master Officer. Forever remembering. The carriage sped away, and Li Yongxiang and Denyo headed back with the barrel coping net. Brother Yongxiang, a 500 taels fishing rod. Is it made of silver? Denyo, hurry home to eat. Are starving. Wait for the next delivery of wine we'll take back. You want to play if you lend you to play. That wouldn't dare. In case it gives out. Selling me wouldn't be worth 500 taels. Chapter 37, Heavy Gifts. Back in the village. There was still a group of old people and children sunbathing in the south of the village, and they all stood up when they saw Li Yongxing coming over. Yongxiangwa, accompanied Mr. Wang to fish? Did you catch anything? Grandpa Yuqing opened his mouth to ask on the basis of his familiarity with Yongxiang, and everyone was curious but didn't dare to get close enough to see what was going on. Grandpa who? Caught it. The fishing level of the Wang member is very high, caught more than 20 of them. The biggest is almost 10 kilograms. A group of people typed out their admiration, praising Li Yongxing for his greatness, not because of the fish he caught, but mostly because Li Yongxing was able to get involved with Master Clerk. Li Yongxing saw the brother of the eldest uncle's family. 15 or 16 people are still playing with the children. Want to come over to spy on the news? Did not bother to take care of? This goods and his father is not a thing. No less than to rob himself and Xiao Shu's things to eat. Obviously every time he shared more. When he returned home, his mother had already prepared the meal and was studying with his aunt the gifts that Mr. Wang had brought. Xiao Shang, Denyo, fried bacon and steamed rice. Hurry up and eat. I was starving. I didn't even eat at lunch. It should be after 4 now. Seeing her son and Denyo start to wolf down their food, the mother hesitated for a moment but still opened her mouth. Young Shang, have you seen all the gifts that Elder Wang brought? Not yet? Mother, what all did you bring? I only know of tea. Your aunt recognizes the words. There is tribute tea, tribute snacks, and a large ginseng. The key is also a 2 yuan bao. Your aunt said it is gold. This is not too expensive ah. When he heard ginseng, Li Yongxiang was a bit headstrong, and when he heard the golden dollar treasure, he was completely unable to sit down. Mother, which one has a gold dollar in it? The yellow wooden box. You eat, mother will open it for you. Just look at the wooden box is not mortal. There is also red cloth inside. 2 big dollar treasure golden, looking bright dog eyes. Li Yongxiang picked it up, and there was an official seal on the back. Yongxiang, this should be 50 taels, adding up to 100 taels. Converting it to silver would be 1,000 taels. Li Yongxiang studied for a moment to put down and continue to eat. Mr. Wang still does not like to take advantage of others ah. Maybe he doesn't want to owe favors. I guess this is the price of 2 skins. Mother, put it away and give it to Uncle Chang in the next transaction. We can't take this big bargain with peace of mind. If Uncle Chang doesn't take it, we'll split it between the 2 families and keep it for the townhouse. Denyo, practice martial arts well. In the future, the task of protecting the two families will be entrusted to you. Yongshang mother is a little heartbroken. She doesn't care about anything else, but the two big gold dollars are too nice to wait for Yongshang's wedding. Yongshang, you've kind of done our family a favor by recreating it. I'll never accept this. I won't accept it even if I say anything. Aunt said very resolute. The human heart greed unlimited. Since the family broke, not without the reason of greed, otherwise it cannot fall into the trap. The big gold treasure looked tempting, but they really do not want to. Yongshang have this heart, they have been satisfied. Then we'll talk about it later. Let's see if Uncle Kung takes it first. I don't think he'll see it. My sister came in with two little beasts in her arms, and the two little ones saw the bacon on the table and squeaked so anxiously that the sound was more like a chickadee than a ferocious beast. The eggs that were fried for Clerk Wang in the morning are still there. Li Yongsheng clamped a chopstick and handed it to Xiao Shu. There is some spicy flavor. The little beast barred and ate sweetly, occasionally making a snort. Daniel ate his fill and left with his aunt, and Yang was a little anxious. Yongsheng, do we really have to accept these gifts? In case you and Mr. Wang fall out in the future, we can't afford to pay for it even if we lose all our money. Mother, you're thinking too much. The last skin was worth this price. Officer Wang just doesn't want to owe a favor. By the way, there's 36 taels of silver. It's right behind you under the quilt. Take a look. The mother lifted the quilt. 3 small silver dollars and a handful of broken silver revealed. Some speechless, the son accompanied Mr. Wang to fish for an afternoon. The silver is just thrown here. Fortunately, not many of their own strings. Mother, the 3 yuan bao you put, those loose silver for me. I will find someone to go to Ping'an Township tomorrow to buy an ox cart and pull some grain back. In the future, every month you have to give 30 pounds of spirits to the Wang clan member. And Uncle Chang's place can't be less. There's a lot to be busy with. Busy what busy. Our family just 2 acres of thin land. Your father himself dry no dry. Your aunt's family 1 point of land is not. We too are responsible for brewing. You should play how to play to go. Li Yongsheng suddenly remembered his grandfather's family. Relying solely on the harvest of the land is not enough to eat. Fishing is not a long-term solution. Mother, when you have grasped the craft of brewing wine, go to Grandpa and ask them to help us brew raw wine. A caddy of raw wine shaved off the cost to give them 10 won a month to 100 caddy of raw wine. It will not delay their labor. Mother's face was excited. 110 won. That's equal to 100 copies of 2 pounds of rice. That's not 200 pounds of rice 200 pounds a month. The mother's family would never go hungry again. Yongsheng, have you thought about it? Your grandpa's house is crowded with people. What if the formula is leaked? It's okay, mother. As long as we master the distillation recipe, it's useless for others to learn it. It's just a way to earn some extra revenue for grandpa's family. Just go teach it with confidence. But don't be anxious. Learn it firmly and then go. Father came back at noon to see the gift. Not very much care. He is now most concerned about the 2 acres of thin field. He has no other skills, but to say that the crop handle. He said the second. The village did not dare to say the first. Behind the village, the old house there has been a big mess. The second aunt finally couldn't stand it anymore. Before the work of the old 2 old 3 is the main force. The old 4 old 5 often stomachaches and headaches as a demon. Now the old 3 family separation is still the same. Dozens of acres of land all over the head of the old 2. Food and so on, but also eccentric. It can't live in the day. Noisy half of the night. The second uncle did not say a word. Things he also understands. So dry their own exhaustion is no good. The second aunt was suppressed by the whole family. The oldest 4 oldest 5 2 families blamed her for nothing to do. The first aunt on the one side of the audience. The last not without complacency of a sentence completely ignited the second aunt's anger. The second family. If you don't have the ability, you have to accept your fate. If the second uncle is as capable as his elder brother, why do you still need to plant the land? The second aunt was completely ignited. The second uncle was also furious. The 2 families stormed to propose a separation of the family. Who said it was not good? The second uncle's family geese were sent to the village in the middle of the night to find the right person. The old man is so bad. The old 3 is forced. The old 2 even have a counterintuitive. Said the separation of the family can be. The old house is no longer. The new house cannot be divided. To go to find their own place to live. 2 acres of thin land. And nothing else. The second aunt is determined. Even if the net family will score points. The second uncle to see his father so cool. Disheartened under the default of the second aunt's drama. The door of Li Yongxing's house was slammed in the middle of the night. And the second uncle's family of 4 stood outside the gate with only bedding and clothes and disorganized household goods. Chapter 38, Buying Cloth. In the pot house of Li Yongxing's house, the second aunt cried bitterly for more than an hour, and finally looked at Li Yongxing and his father. Things have come to a head, and our family doesn't even have a place to stay, so we have to ask for your help. Second aunt, no need to say much, Our mansion is big enough for 2 families. Settle down first, and we'll discuss everything else tomorrow. Young Shang, that can't be done. I appreciate your kindness. We absolutely can't live in the new mansion. Otherwise your grandfather will definitely think that it's you who jumped up and wronged us to split up the family. We just want to borrow your old mansion for a few days. I'll go back to my mother's family tomorrow and beg them to contribute some grain. Building 2 grass huts is still possible. Well said. The second aunt is not to stay, although she separated in anger, but also do not want to be belittled. Her mother's family is her biggest backbone. Borrowing 100 or so pounds of grain is still possible. After sending the second uncle's family back to the dilapidated old mansion of the Li Yongxing family, the family returned for an emergency meeting. Father, Mother, the second uncle's family is on good terms with us, and only the second aunt gave them an egg when our family was squeezed, so I want to help them. Young Shang, you don't say I have to say. In the old family only your second uncle and I are the main workforce. Our 2 families have been helping each other. Your second uncle's family on the 2 daughters. The other male children don't like it, just rare you. Just like this was driven out of the house. Not as good as we were then. Must help. The mother was also helping out. Xiao Shang, your big goose sister and small goose sister like you the most. Have a mouthful of delicious food will be hidden for you. If not for your second aunt daily comfort, your mother would have long been those cannibalistic sisters-in-law to die of anger. This favor must be helped. Li Yongxing's heart is in the right place. Father, Mother, how about this? Tomorrow morning we will first send rice and noodles to the second uncle's family. I see that they didn't even bring out their pots and pans. These things will also give a set of these things. I'll bring 3 taels of silver and 1,000 coins, and convince them to build their house on the east side of my house. And the land has been leveled, so that there will be a lot of people to take care of. The father's eyes are a little moist. He and the second brother have the best relationship. I thought that Yongxing just wanted to give some help with money and food, but I didn't expect the house to be arranged. A good boy, good heart. With himself, Mother also nodded frequently. Compared to money and food, she was more concerned about having more knowledgeable relatives. The second uncle's family were all good-hearted people, and her son's arrangements were very reasonable. Early in the morning, the father pushed 2 bags of grain, Daniel carrying pots and pans. The mother slipped 10 pounds of peanut oil and 5 pounds of salt. Li Yongxing took a strip of bacon, slipped 20 eggs. The sister did not have to take the tribute given by the king of sugar to a handful of the family into the courtyard door of the old house. The second uncle's family is a good person. Early in the morning there are to deliver things. The village is so big. Such a thing can be spread throughout the village in the morning. Yan his mother, but don't cry. Look who's here. Father Yuqing came out to help carry the grain. A bag of 50 kilograms of rice and a bag of 30 kilograms of flour. Daniel dug in to carry and put it away gently. And Xiaoshu also dug in to share the candy with her 2 sisters. The second aunt's tears came down again. Women who have been strong all their lives are more likely to be soft. Yuqing father see understand gift away. Today Shimoda have something to say. He will be the absolute focus of attention. Second auntie, this is 3 taels of silver and a consistent copper coin. This house can't be lived in. The address I've chosen, on the flat land to the east of my house. While it's not yet time to start planting, looking for those who were there last time will be able to build it in 6 or 7 days. Immortality. Second aunt, second uncle, we are now dependent on each other. Don't mention anything else. When the house is built I'll arrange something for you to do. You can't have enough to eat just by relying on those 2 acres of thin fields. Listen to my arrangements for everything. Don't be so outgoing. I'll never forget that egg you secretly gave me. Some melodramatic, but the second uncle's family is very ate this. The second aunt's tears more. The second uncle's eyes also have moist. The 2 sisters tasted the sugar sent by Xiaoshu's sister. The heart of the sweet flowers habitually touched the head of Yongsheng younger brother, and suddenly a little panicked. Yongsheng younger brother developed. I do not know if I will not be too much. Sister big goose. Sister little goose. Our 2 families can live together again. From being kicked out of the house, Yongsheng would love to play with you guys. Another person came to deliver things. The house is too crowded. Li Yongsheng family hurried to say goodbye. Li Yongsheng went directly to Youqing's house, and Yuqing father said the second uncle's house construction. Yuqing father hesitated for a moment to agree. Young Shang, it probably won't be those people from last time. Some of them have a lot of fields at home, so I don't think they can take care of helping out, but I'll still get the people together for you. Then please uncle, is Yuqing busy today? If not I'd like to find him to go to Ping'an Township. Yuqing, hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, accompany your Yongsheng brothers to Ping'an Township. After breakfast, Li Yongsheng set off with a large force, this time to purchase a lot of things. Worried about the money is not enough, and asked his mother to ask for 10 taels of silver. Den Yo and Yuqing, himself and Xiao Shu, and the 2 sisters of the big and small wild goose, they put in 10 coins, to go to Ping'an Township to buy some needles and threads. When Li Yongsheng rushed to Ping'an Township, the ancestral homeside turned over. The main force withdrew. The old man sent a cruel, except for the wife who cooks and the eldest son who reads. Everyone has to go to turn over the land. The children also have to go, and whoever doesn't go has no food to eat. This is going to be the old life. The eldest aunt was deprived of the right to take care of the child man. The little 4 uncles and the little 5 uncles have to work hard. The children are also a family of chickens and dogs jumping. The eldest aunt is superior to the habit of going down to the ground, pointing out the curse of the samsara. The little 4 aunts and the little 5 aunts are not accustomed to her at all. A sentence of 18 years of the child to make the great-uncle and great-uncle broke the defense. The sisters-in-law of the 3 instantly wrestled together. The last time Xiaoshu followed to Ping'an Township were years ago when selling fish. Looking at Xiaoshu wearing pick up their own clothes all over the pudding. Li Yongsheng hard over, and now is not a lack of money. There is no need to be so difficult. Perhaps neither of Li Yongsheng's parents thought about it in this way, and Li Yongsheng wore clothes with frayed cuffs and the same 2 palm-sized patches on his buttocks. Into the cloth store. In the shopkeeper's warm and thoughtful service, Li Yongsheng bought a green cloth, a blue cloth and a flower cloth. Each cloth can do more than 4 sets of clothes. Green cloth is their own Dinyo and father and the second uncles. A set of 1 person. The blue cloth is the mother's aunt and the second aunties. The flower cloth is the small shoe and the big geese and small geese. More than can be done to make the upper part of the shoe. Green cloth and blue cloth is 800 copper plate apiece. Flower cloth is 1000 copper plate, together with a set of clothes to 200 money it. No wonder everyone is wearing in rags. A set of clothes top 40 pounds of rice. 3 cloths spent 226 silver. Li Yongsheng feel a little hasty, but the money is spent. There is no need to be catty, and the shopkeeper blackmailed a set of needles and threads stuffed to the geese. Save the buy. Chapter 39, New Clothes, New Look. The frame car is not cheap. To 123 money silver. Did not think that Yuqing family is still a rich family to come, but this frame car than the Yuqing family looked stronger some big some. The wheel is also wrapped in rubber similar to the rubber. Brother Yuqing, how much did you pay for your family's frame car? Our families didn't have that kind of money. Dad had the car beat up and probably just spent the money on the nails. There is no comparison, there is no harm. Forget it, do not ask. This car is able to set cattle and horses. Li Yongsheng also remembered the words of the strong uncle before leaving. Next time to bring 2 bison to the, I do not know is the bison berserk knot. If the docile is good, can be set up on the car to pull goods. 100 pounds of glutinous rice, 100 pounds of wheat, 20 pounds of pork, 2 soaked grain tank. Denyo and Yuqing brother pulled. Li Yongsheng with 3 sisters cart. Denyo's kung fu do not know how to practice, but the strength of the obvious growth. Yuqing tired of panting, he has not changed much. As for themselves, in addition to the amount of rice to see the growth of the strength of the larger, no other changes. Back home, mother looked at the 3 pieces of cloth a little dazed, forgetting how long it had been since she had made clothes. Poor and accustomed to it, even if the eternal life earns silver did not think about making new clothes. Mother moved quickly, and second aunts and aunts to prepare for the construction of the house. Craftsmen made lunch and then began to work. Mother and second aunts are good at sewing. Aunt is even a master of the clothes. The family did not have land in the past, and often rely on the sewing work to earn a little subsidy. To all the measurement of the circumference of the body, the sewing work began. Little Goose saw the little beast did not want to go, and Xiaoshu together to take care of the little beast accompanied by Play. But the big goose in the end is 16 years old big girl. Play for a while also joined the sewing of the clothes. Li Yongsheng and the big cattle to soak the grain on the fermentation. Construction has already begun on the east side of the courtyard wall. Each family has a field, and some work for 1 day, while others work for 2 or 3 days. Father Yoqing's task is to control the whole situation and make sure that there are enough people each day, so that there is no delay in the work and no work can be done. My father's 2 acres were turned over, and planting was still more than half a month away, and he came back to join the army of house builders. The first batch of wine brewed. Mother and aunt this time is responsible for distillation. 100 pounds of glutinous rice and 100 pounds of wheat. After 2 nights of distillation, out of 43 pounds of moving mountain wine and 41 pounds of Tanshan wine, at the end of the month we'll also be able to produce a batch of Uncle Chang's side of the give 30 pounds. The same 30 pounds of Wang Wenwai there. This month's enough. The next month's prepared in advance of the early. I believe that the Wang Wenwai will also have to increase the amount of purchases there. Spring season. The mud blanks dry a little faster. The second aunt's house was built in 6 days. Wearing new clothes to move. Strong second aunt shut herself in the house and cried into tears. Li Yongxing's green cloth clothes fit very well. Wearing wherever you go will be praised a handsome descendant. Daniel completely said goodbye to the habit of rubbing his nose with the cuffs, and every time he habitually raised his hand he would call himself a slap. April 21st. Li Yongxing for the first time on the ground. There are 3 or 2 days will be transplanted rice seedlings. The second uncle's family of 2 acres of thin field has not been turned. This time it is the 3 families together. In addition to the aunt in the south house to take care of the wine and food, Xiaoshu take care of the little beast cannot go out of the house. The men and women of all ages on the battlefield. Yang Shang, don't go down to the fields. It's a shame to get mud on your new clothes. Li Yangsheng smiled bitterly. Others are used to going down to the ground and wearing ragged clothes. He looks like he came to experience life. The old house of family of more than 10 people are also turning over the land. Because the second family separation, in addition to reading the eldest uncle and cooking grandmother no special, a large family all day chickens and dogs. Looking at this side of the turning over the land of the 2 families are envious and jealous of hate. Looking at sitting on the ridge to see what is happening to see the complexity of the eyes of Li Yongsheng. The reason why the old third family and the old second family are living so nourishing is all because this half-grown child is involved with the Wang Junwei. The eldest aunt is full of hatred. The eldest uncle does not dare to go to the Wang Junwei's house now, and the family guards see it and beat it with a stick. Lunch ate dry food. In order to save the foot, most of the crops will eat in the field. No comparison, there is no harm. Li Yongsheng side of the oil cake bacon with eggs. Full. The old mansion of the land to eat is black flour dumplings with small onions. The small 5 uncles rely on the rascal nature want to come over to mix a little bit of food. Was Li Yongsheng a look of a second? He also do not understand the first beat to play with a bare child how to have a murderous spirit in the eyes. Li Yongsheng did not get to dark. Ate lunch sleepy. No outsiders. Said hello ready to go home to rest. No one thinks it should not be. Now Li Yongsheng is the 3 families of the food and clothing. Not to mention lazy to go back to sleep. That is, rolling around in the ground to play other people have to praise a good roll. Rolling seconds, rolling croak. The aunt is still soaking in the wine workshop. The wine workshop is cleaned up. Only the strong fragrance of wine. The sister is sleeping with the 2 little beasts in her arms. Li Yongsheng rolled his sister inside the Kong. The 2 little beasts threw them to the corner, and they fell into a deep sleep in no time. The Kong is a little hot, mainly because the weather is getting warmer and warmer as the weather opens up. It's time to go to the east room to sleep. I woke up in the dark. My mother has already made dinner. Capers scrambled eggs, and caper meat dumplings. Looks like a lot of digging when turning over the land. A winter only cabbage to eat. And early spring also hardly eat vegetables. Li Yongsheng breath dry 2 plates of dumplings. April 28th. The land planting is finished. The Daniel family has no land. Li Yongsheng family and the second uncle's family of 2 acres of thin field each. The second uncle's family planted rice seedlings. Li Yongsheng family planted sorghum. Almost to the trading day. Li Yongsheng to the geese and geese assigned the task. Full of village collection of eggs. A penny too do not return. Others collect eggs are to hatch chicks. Have written the name of the hatch does not come out to play the money back. Li Yongsheng here does not return the money. Naturally, more popular, the 2 girls a daytime collection of more than 200. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo had already finished delivering the wine and left the member's house. The money that had been paid in advance. The delivery was fine, and member wine was not at home. Housekeeper Li loaded the 2 wine jars that had been delivered before on the car, and at the same time gave Li Yongsheng the fishing gear that member Wang had prepared to deliver last time. Yang Shang, the member of the master of the departure of the instructions. The wine can be brewed more. Even if each kind to 1,000 caddies we can eat, the money is still 100 when a caddy cannot lose you. And please, uncle, tell master clerk to send at least 50 pounds next month, 25 pounds of each. Fine, but the quality has to be guaranteed. The Lord and his late friend have bragged about it. After delivering the wine is still the same old 3 things. Glutinous rice, wheat and big meat buns. Danyo Shang nibbled too began to pull the cart. Now feel pulling 200 pounds of grain is not tired at all. Li Yongsheng calculating the cattle thing. Grain planting is finished. The second uncle family did not have a thing. Cannot wait for their own emergency. If the strong uncle's cattle is not reliable, then go to the market to buy ahead. So that the second uncle rushed to do a bus cattle car. A round trip money should have to do it. By the way, often bring some glutinous rice and wheat to the family. As for the geese and geese, Li Yongsheng is not ready to let them participate in the wine shop. Teach them fishing techniques. Fishing fish let the second uncle every day by the way to the head of the market to sell. Not to say that the rich and famous, food and clothing is no problem. Chapter 40, The Great Green Bull. On the first day of May, Li Yongsheng and Dinyo early in the morning carrying the wine altar in bamboo baskets to the back of the mountain. 2 altars of wine 30 pounds, a bamboo basket of eggs. Bamboo baskets is the father to go to the friends of the Qing family's bamboo garden to cut the bamboo braided. Worried about bumps and break the eggs. Each layer of eggs will be added to a layer of wheat bran. Spring busy time. The wild slopes of the land more playful children. Worried about the children over to join in the fun. Li Yongsheng with a big cow in north to roam over a hill. And Li Yongsheng big cow. The village children from childhood has been instilled with the idea of the danger of the mountains. No one dares to get close to the playfulness. Denyo eat caper meat dumplings eat smooth. Take the initiative to dig up the caper. Li Yongxing on the system to exchange supplies more curious. This touch, that bang. Some strange small trees also hold shaking shake, but never heard the familiar system sound. Strange, but closer to the inside of the black-hearted fruit trees less and less, and now stand in the position of a tree cannot be seen. Denyo has dug half a bag of chestnuts. Uncle Chang finally came, really leading a cow, but it can be said that it is not leading. Honestly, following Uncle Chang, looks like a couple of 1,000 pounds. Winged life, bull, I'm coming. How much wine is prepared this time? Uncle Chang looked at the two significantly larger altars and opened his mouth to inquire. Uncle Chang, 15 caddies of mountain moving wine. 15 caddies of mountain carrying wine. In the bamboo basket are 200 eggs. Does Uncle Chang need anything else? Don't want it. I broke my word this time. I promised to bring 2 cows and only brought 1. The other was wild and untamed and made me eat it. Li Yongxing sweated furiously, took out a cloth bag from his bosom, unraveled it and handed 2 big yuanbao to Xia Pinxiang. Uncle Chang, I sold the tiger skin last time. The buyer thought I lost money and sent 2 more gold dollars. This one is yours. Xia Pinxiang didn't pick up yuanbao. Wing nut, tell me what happened to the sale and what happened to the buyer's return of the dollar bill. Seeing that Uncle Chang was a little serious, Li Yongxing hurried to explain seriously. After listening to Li Yongxing's explanation, Uncle Chang nodded. That Wangwonwai is not simple. You can socialize, but don't socialize too deeply. Yuan Bao, you keep it. This thing is no different from a stone to me. Denyo, come here, I'll see how well you've practiced. Denyo rushed forward, and Uncle Chang pulled over and pinched his whole body. Very good, much better than I imagined. Denyo, keep up the good work. You can't slack off every day. As long as you keep up the progress, I'll give you another gungfu in 3 months. Denyo flopped to his knees, then was lifted up like a chicken by Uncle Chang. Well, I'm leaving. This green ox you guys can plow the land and pull carts despite. This is the most obedient ox in 100 miles. It won't hurt anyone. Uncle Chang stroked the green ox gall head and patted Li Yongxing's shoulder again, and Li Yongping hurriedly inquired. Uncle Chang, what about me? Pinch me will you? After practicing for a month, I feel stronger and have a bigger meal. Xia Pinxiang's cold face was a little tangled, but did not reject Li Yongxing, absently pinched for a moment, and suddenly the action of the hand lurched, and then immediately returned to calm. Practice hard, I think highly of you too. Uncle Chang walked away with a basket on his back, carrying 2 altars in his 2 hands in a dashing manner. Li Yongxing looked at the big green ox some dumbfounded. Strong uncle also do not give a set of rope, which can follow their own walk. Such a big guy, top himself atop can go out 20 meters. Big green, come with me. The green ox looked at Li Yongxing strangely without making a move. Big green, do you eat capers? The great green ox still looked at Li Yongxing strangely. Li Yongxing took out a handful of capers from the big cow's bag. Fortunately, the green cow did not refuse. Tongue a roll of capers into the big mouth, arched Li Yongxing signaling to continue. I'll be damned. This is the big bull to bring home ready to wrap dumplings. Forget it. It's more important to be familiar with the big green ox. Li Yongxing snatched the big ox's bag and poured it all on the ground. The big green ox lowered its head and fiercely shin. It felt that both of these 2 little 2-legged beasts were good. Unlike that horrible 2-legged beast, which vividly remembers the disobedient kind being disintegrated into meat and bones in a split second. When the big green ox was full, Li Yongxing tried to walk back. The big green ox honestly followed behind, watching the big ox with a surprised face. The village exploded. Li Lasun's Yanshengwa and Dinyo went to dig chestnuts, accidentally picked up a big green cow. Experienced Yuqing grandfather eyeballed not less than 1,500 pounds, which slaughtered can sell how much money? Li Yongxing's house is overcrowded. The big green ox is not half wild. The small children boldly touch or not too much. Honestly stand in the yard. Yongsheng, are you selling it? Such a big guy, how can it be worth 20 taels of silver? Grandpa who? It's not for sale. Big green is obedient. Keep it for pulling carts and plowing fields. When the townspeople dispersed, Li Yongsheng came to his second uncle's house next door. Sister Goose, where's the second uncle? It's gone to draw water to irrigate the fields. And tomorrow we'll start planting rice seedlings. Growing rice requires a large amount of water. Shanyun River has a large drop. The townspeople built aqueducts from 3 miles away from the river, usually blocked with gates. When you need to irrigate, raise the gates. The river flows down the river, and each family will open the gaps in the aqueducts and lead it to their own fields. The village is backward, but the level of irrigation is not bad, and probably after several or dozens of generations of hard work, most of the fields can be supplied with water. At lunchtime, the second uncle and second aunt came back. Just 2 acres of land. Must be hard work to plow. More grain harvest will be less hunger. Yongsheng, I heard people say that you picked up a big green cow. Is that true? Second auntie. It's true. I came just about to talk about it. Sister Diane has made a good meal. The second uncle's family seems to be a little worried. Work days at noon or drink thin porridge. Brother, eat together. Seeing that a pot of kanji is also divided into 4 bowls, Li Yongxing shook his head and went straight to the point. Second uncle. The family just 2 acres of land, and then intensive farming cannot harvest much food. The big green ox is very obedient. Tomorrow I will buy a set of driving guys. Set on the ox cart. You drive to the South Wangzhuang hustlers. 1 person a copper plate. Yansei, you've helped our family enough. Second aunts. Listen to me finish. Uncle is responsible for driving the cart to haul passengers every day. Tomorrow I will come back to teach my 2 sisters to fish. Hauling passengers may not necessarily earn money, but fishing can. Every morning the second uncle drove the ox cart to haul the fish to sell. The second aunts have time to dig vegetables and cut the forage. A cow plus fishing should be able to let you guys have no worries about food and clothing. Of course, the cow is still mine, and the ox cart is mine, and so on, when later on there are other ways to return to me. The second uncle was silent. His nephew was too considerate. The second aunt was very touched. Human warmth and cold. Her mother's family is not as reliable as she thought. She went back to her mother's home on a trip to the 2 pounds of rice. Married daughter is better than a dog. What is good to eat and drink first have to will be on the daughter-in-laws. Yang Shang, the second aunt can't talk either. The favor you gave to my family. Li Yongsheng stood up. Second auntie, there's no need to say those things. Second uncle, it's a deal. Get up early tomorrow morning. I'll call out to you. 41. Public cattle carriages. The big green ox is more obedient than imagined. With a full set of truck guys without any discomfort, pulling Li Yongsheng and grain bean cake back, the second uncle does not want to ride in the car. Accompanied by the green ox on foot, the signboard has been put up. Li Yongsheng looking for the grocery store shopkeeper to write. Yangla Village to Ping'an Township. On the car a text, with goods not more than 50 pounds. The second uncle to Li Yongsheng unloaded grain, bean cake unloaded in their own homes. Instructed the second aunt to soak, rushed to the car and set off. Waiting for half a day at the village entrance. There are really on the car, are women and the elderly. Idle not go to Ping'an Township. A penny only, or a trip back and forth to sell a few things and then buy a few knickknacks. Comfortable very much. Fishing is relatively complex. Li Yongxing came back to teach the 2 sisters a day to learn almost. Worried about breaking the fishing rod sent by Wang, Li Yongxing only gave himself to do 2 sets of rods first to let them sink a little. Xiao Shu also wants to learn to fish, but she cannot leave home. The 2 little beasts blackmailed her. A moment to see not to be called. Every meal fixed 3 eggs. Eat the parents' heartache, but do not have to worry about being eaten poor. The weather is gradually hot. After a summer rain, the grass on the hillside. The second uncle every morning to put 2 hours of cattle and then drive the car. Sometimes with a few fish, sometimes with more than a dozen. The day gradually better. Li Yongsheng went again. Can rarely see the thin porridge. Everything on track. Li Yongsheng accompanied his mother back to the door. Simple and rough. The cart pushed 50 pounds of glutinous rice, 50 pounds of wheat and 20 pounds of pork. This time it is to teach grandpa a family of brewing. The father has to fiddle with the fields. Xiaoshu cannot get out of the door as usual. The big cow to help push the cart was rejected. The opportunity is rare. Li Yongsheng let him practice martial arts. Pushing more than 100 pounds of things did not feel tired at all. This eldritch skill should be. There are some things. Grandpa's family, in addition to grandma and the 2 girls, all went to the field. Listening to Yang Sheng was said to teach uncle brewing. Grandma anxious to let the girl to go to call people. Grandmother, the grain was taught to my 3 brothers to make wine, and the pork was bought by eternal life for you to eat. Grandma was a little dumbfounded at the large strip of pork. Is this the way to live? This must be 20 pounds. Young Shangwa, you can't spend money so recklessly. You need to save up for a daughter-in-law. You're not too young. Li Yongsheng lowered his head so that his grandmother could touch it. Pay attention next time. Next time I won't buy so much. Grandma, how are your uncles fishing? Grandma sighed. Young Shang, talking about it, grandma is angry. Selling fish for 2 or 3 months. Just now the days are better. The village are stealing to learn. Fishing more and more. Your 3 uncles sometimes fishing a day to catch a few small fish. It's fine. Sooner or later. But brewing they can't learn. It's useless to learn. The most important craft, my mother put it. Grandma started cooking. The family only has more than half a caddy of cured meat. Intends to do all. Li Yongxing is not happy. Grandmother, bring the meat to eat. Mother and I didn't intend to bring it back. There's still plenty of it at home. It's easy to spoil in the heat. Grandma understands the nephew's meaning, and no longer polite. Cut the leeks to let the daughter chop stuffing. Put how much meat to cut their own. They cleaned up the garden again, ready to get 10 or 8 of the hard vegetables. Grandpa came back. The whole family came back, originally under the belt with dry food. The baby nephew came still under what eternal life? Your sister said you can make wine now. Is that true? Li Yongsheng and Grandpa said their own workshop, and explained the key technology will not be leaked. Every month from Grandpa here into the 100 pounds of original wine. Original wine to brew according to their own requirements. Each caddy at cost plus 10 copper settlement. The need to expand the scale of the future again. Grandpa heart a total of understanding. A caddy of wine plus 10 1. That month is 1,001. Just pay a little bit of time 1 or 2 silver to hand. When the family make money according to the silver counted the nephew is here to send money. Yang Shang, just give 200 more when a month. 200 when can buy 40 pounds of rice. Enough for your 3 uncles to show off. Li Yongsheng receives a head rub from his third uncle. Grandpa, there's no need to save money for me. I'll make 50 or 60 when a kilogram of wine when I go back to the stove. That's your skill. Yang Shang, Grandpa knows that your heart aches for this big family. And we've saved up some belongings after selling fish for a few months. So at least we won't have to worry about a few kilograms of rice for 2 years. Li Yongsheng took Grandpa's arm and shook it hard, pampering and generally pleasing, feeling slightly uncomfortable. In the future, my moving mountain wine will expand. I don't want Mother to work too hard. Such a thing you say. Who is the right person to look for? Grandpa smiled and nodded. It couldn't be cheap if you had to need outsiders to participate. 3 sisters-in-law were called into the house by the grandmother to cook. A group of children were also driven to the house by the grandfather. 3 uncles starry-eyed surrounded the mother went to the warehouse. The grandfather smoked dry cigarettes to accompany the big baby nephew's chat. When lunch was ready, and the teaching wasn't over there, Grandpa told it to start straight away. He wanted a drink with his precious nephew. Grandpa, wait a little longer for your uncles. No wait, what do they have to wait for? It's a meal for them. They can wait for you. You can't wait for them. Come on, drink first. Tasted more than a high degree of alcohol. Drink this. More than 20 degrees of spirits did not feel, such as the 3 uncles to join the table. Li Yongsheng has already drunk 2 small bowls. Great uncle, second uncle and third uncle, have you learned? Learned. Don't worry young student, none of us will say anything. Li Yongsheng drunk, low-grade wine, although drinking smooth, but drink too much also have the after effects of eating a bowl of dumplings in the courtyard. Vegetable drunkenness. Grandpa commanded a group of people blocking the periphery, for fear that the baby nephew knocked into the courtyard wall and stone. Sister-in-laws 3 accompanied the sister-in-law. Looked at this rare scene, the heart of the sweet and happy to come to the flower. They also heard, a long time to buy and sell, a month of 1 or 2 silver earning, and fishing compared to this is obviously drought and flood insurance income. To no 1 or 2 silver but 200 pounds of rice, more than 6 pounds a day. The light of this is almost enough for the whole family to eat. The harvest in the ground simply cannot be used. Yongsheng mother accepted the 3 sister-in-law's sincere praise, looked at the crazy child crying and laughing. This really can't blame their own father instilled. After half an hour of drunken madness he finally got sleepy and fell back to sleep, and was moved into the big bed by his third and second uncles together. It's hard to lift someone who's drunk, even if they're still a half-grown kid. Xingqing, don't come back. Let Lao San go to the house and pass a message to his father. Father, wait and see. Return when you can. Woke up more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yongsheng remembered in a trance crazy drunkenness. Feel ashamed to see people. In a hurry to go home. Grandpa's family has nothing to return the gift. See Li Yongsheng loved to eat cabbage. To the gathers most of the bag tied to the car. Chapter 42, Ordering a Knife. The second uncle cherished the big green cow. Only 2 round trips a day. Put once in the morning. Noon back must be added to the meal. Bean cake eaten out of their own buy. Geese. Small geese also competed. Every day to catch a 10 pounds of 8 pounds of fish. The income is not good. And Grandpa village. The village of the village idlers also secretly stole the teacher. Fishing more, naturally fishing less. In the face of the 2 crying pear-shaped sister, Li Yongsheng sacrificed the big killers. The super rod and line given by Mr. Wang. On the village of those small bamboo poles, pulling 2 or 3 pounds of fish is barely more than 5 pounds. Either break the rod, or break the line. The 2 sisters specialize in raiding big fish, fishing deep and low, hitting floats, harvesting fewer but no less valuable fish, like redstarts, where a 5-pounder can be worth as much as a dozen 1-pounders. The 2 little beasts grew 2 months, saw a big cut, not too peaceful, seems to carry a natural hunting constitution, all day pouncing on the mother to buy dozens of small chickens, and sometimes also go to the vegetable garden. Hua. The father can only cut the bamboo to tie up the yard. At the same time to the small chickens tied up a protective fence. Li Yongsheng some on the head, every time said to send out Xiaoshu or teary-eyed. Moving mountain wine and Tanshan wine made more than 100 pounds. The next time before the transaction can still come out about 80 pounds. Decided to go to the house of Wan Wanwai to send once. Early in the morning, ate breakfast and dinyo together. With 420 pounds of altar on the public cattle car. Not counting Li Yongsheng and Daniel, public cattle car pulled 6 people. 2 are their own village. The other 4 are downstream of the village of Manhwa. The second uncle's ox cart downstream to the circle, specializing in soliciting the Manhwa village of the passengers. A round trip to the bottom of the 6 coins. A caddy of rice to the hands of the car. Of course, to be counted in the car of the 2 big fish. Then the net income was nearly 30 coins. Uncle 2, this is the big goose sister goose caught yesterday? The second uncle had a look of joy on his face. Yes, fished all afternoon yesterday. Started a garden in the morning. Said I was going to plant more vegetables. The 3 families have not been divided into open barren land, but residential self-contained barren land overlord service. The village's unspoken rules. The mansion near the open barren are their own. Others if it is not a deep grudge if no one will go to your home around the open barren land. More than just the big wild goose small wild goose sister. The big cow mother also opened up almost half an acre of land. The same are planted vegetable gardens. The townspeople on the car all seemed to know that this was a little prodigy who turned a stone into gold. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity, especially when they looked at the several jars of wine. They also all understood that it was brewed for Officer Wang, and that those who could talk to Officer Wang were naturally respected. The ox cart stopped at the head of the marketplace. Li Yongsheng refused the second uncle's escort, and Daniel 2 alters each went straight to the postman's house. Wang is still not at home. Li Butler received the wine immediately pulled out 5 taels of silver. 3 taels of silver a month is 30 pounds of wine. More than 50 pounds of natural settlement on the spot. He can imagine the master home to see more wine will be more than happy. Of course the premise is to hide it well. Don't let Mr. Dear and Mr. Chu to find out to steal and drink it. Yongsheng the more the merrier in the future. 1,000 pounds shipped in a month won't be too much for us. Uncle, we try our best. If it's okay we'll go shopping Wait, there are 2 more altars. Bring them back and save on costs. Housekeeper Li took out 2 altars. Also came with 2 pieces of bacon. It seems that the member's family has an endless supply of bacon, and handed it over to Li Yongsheng without any hesitation, not even giving a chance to refuse. The bacon and altar to the cattle car. Li Yongsheng took Daniel drank a meal of mutton soup. 5 coins can come to a big bowl. Li Yongsheng want 10 coins, hot with a big meat bun. Appetite open. Daniel added 3 times the soup also ate 6 big meat buns. Li Yongsheng added 2 times the soup ate 3 big meat buns. The 2 half-big children in general good man of the amount of food to eat breakfast have been sidelong glance. Eat more than not surprisingly. Eat more than not. 2.5 big children so rich people curious. Sold more than 5 taels of silver. Brewing food without 2 people to worry about. The second uncle empty car will be pulled back. Li Yongsheng home south house has been palletized. Back to the car but also 2 hours. After eating a meal naturally want to stroll around the big market. Ribs to a fan. Leg of lamb to a. Long past the days when you cannot afford to eat big material. Now are bought by the pound. The big cattle in addition to eating to let Yongsheng brother out of pocket. By things are spent on the silver given by the mother. The 2 swept half of the bazaar. Li Yongsheng silver spent out of the more than 2 taels. After picking, Li Yongsheng brought Daniel to the blacksmith store. The store mainly specialized in agricultural tools, but also had some simple weapons, commonly used plain swords, arrows and so on. What would you like to buy? 2 young men? Li Yongsheng turned around and was a little disappointed in his heart. The weapon racks were dusty, and the swords and guns all looked gray. What's the preferred blade? Daniel? Brother Yongsheng. Anything, it's a good knife. I don't know if it'll cut through. Little brother, feel free to draw one, cut whatever you want, and if it really breaks, I won't charge a penny, and I'll give you a better one to fight with. The bull blushed a little. He didn't mean it like that. Daniel, try it, we'll buy it if we can't cut it down. Buy 2. It's safe to take with you into the mountains. Daniel picked a shiny one, took it in his hand and shook it, felt that it didn't have much weight, aimed at the round table of iron, swung his arm and slashed down. Surprisingly, there was a sound of breaking air. Dang! With a crunch, the parka disintegrated straight away, leaving a handle and half of the blade in Daniel's hand. The shopkeeper froze, not distressed about his knife, but surprised at the strength of the big bull, holding back 3 words. Good body. The bull rubbed his head and hemmed and hawed. It's not going to make me pay for it. Don't worry, my blacksmith Fong is true to his word. Not only do I not have to pay for it, but I will also give you a handful of anti-built ones. Uncle Fong, it's not appropriate. We won't pay for this one, but if we rebuild it we'll pay for it and buy 2. Little brother, are you sure? That one just now is not worth much, but it's still 501. If I play it with my heart it's more than 1 or 2 silver. Li Yongsheng directly pulled out 2 taels of silver. I'm sorry to trouble Uncle Fong. When will I be able to fight? Blacksmith Fong was surprised at Li Yongsheng's silver money. People can't look at each other. I said don't want money, but if you have to give it, I'll add some more material to you. hit out and still let this little brother chop. But wherever chopped out of the openings I took off my own signboard. Li Yongsheng heart rejoice. This blacksmith Feng is not like bragging, really if you hit a good knife. Not to mention a handful of 1 or 2 silver, 10 silver own also willing to give up. Uncle Feng, let's put it this way, what material you add, as long as the knife is good, a handful of 10 taels is fine. If you don't feel comfortable, I'll have someone bring you the money in the afternoon. Blacksmith Vaughn shook his head. Little brother, I did not expect or a big family. The material is not added more better. If you use, each 3 taels of silver enough, the next fair over to take, 2 charge you 5 taels of silver. Chapter 43 Zhang Jingyi. Having ordered the knife, Li Yongxing turned his attention to the dusty bow on the shelf. Little brother, you want a bow? I'll tighten the string and try it if you like. 5 bows on the shelf. The bowstring is loose. The blacksmith Feng next to each other to give tighten once. Little brother, these 5 bows are 1 quart to 5 quarts each. Try them next to each other. Li Yongsheng modeled after Guojing of the eagle shooting heroes to pull the bow. A load of very easy. 2 loads can also be. 3 loads of some reluctant. For loads of the bow of the effort of full strength also pulled only a little bit of 5 loads of simply do not have to try. This should be the role of the eternal life skill. In order to last year's own crossover to the small body, 2 loads of are not necessarily able to pull open. Bull, pull 5 quarts of it straight. Denyo took the 5-quart bow, listed down the rack, and exerted a fierce force, and the bowstring of the 5-quart bow directly collapsed into a semicircle. Good. Blacksmith Feng had a face of admiration. No wonder he was able to split the park sword. He has 2 brushes. Uncle Feng, a handful of 3 quarts and a handful of 5 quarts. Is it okay to give matching 50 arrows? 3 taels of silver for 3 quintals, 5 taels for 5 quintals. The arrows won't cost extra. Don't be in a hurry to take them away. I'll change the bowstring again. These will inevitably fall apart after a long period of time and a lot of use. Agreed to come and get it together at the next fair. Li Yongxing took Denyo and left the store. Denyo was full of excitement. The precious sword that cannot be cut, and the 5 quintals of bow. Good practice can really go into the mountains. Li Yongxing is thinking about the system. Although now not hungry, it is also considered to be a carefree life. But life should be active? Denyo is getting more and more bullish. And his own longevity skills are also a little something, although he has no feeling for the kings and queens and those things. But the attic and water pavilions like the king of the staff are still very much yearning for it. The ox cart departed, and several townspeople were very satisfied, selling their souvenirs, buying a few feet of cloth or cutting half a pound of meat, which amounted to some hope added to the triviality of life. The ox cart stopped in front of Li Yongxing's house, and his mother had already made dinner. His second uncle, come in for dinner when you're done moving. It's all done. Herb petted the big green cow. Not staying, we have to take care of it first. The second uncle is more important to the big green cow than himself. He can starve himself. The big green must be served. Brother Yongsheng, your favorite bearded fish. Xiaoyan carried a 5 or 6 pounds of bearded fish and put it directly into the pool of watering vegetables. The 2 sisters were full of gratitude to their eternal brother. Every time they caught a scarce fish they would give it to their brother to taste first. Sister Little Goose, is not fishing in the afternoon? How come you fished in the morning this time? The wastelands are all cleared and planted with greens, and there is a lot of idleness, and the fish are getting harder and harder to catch. Morning and afternoon. Denyo carried his own things home. The 2 little beasts saw the leg of lamb and Li Yongxing's hand was not calm, jumping and wanting to tear the leg of lamb. Pippi, Huan, get back here and send you away if you don't behave. With a cry from Xiao Shu, the 2 little beasts reluctantly withdrew their gaze and went to pamper themselves by Xiao Shu's legs. Lunch is dry rice and salted meat spinach soup. Father in front of the house also opened a vegetable field. A day shall not be idle. Cannot wait for a small piece of dirt bumps have to be crushed. Accustomed to a meal to drink a small bowl of half a bowl of moving mountain wine. The days are particularly comfortable. Xiao Shang, why did you buy so much meat again? It's too hot to put it away. And little Yen even gave fish. Mother, the pork is marinated. The leg of lamb is boiled at night. And the fish is still alive. So just put it in the pool and keep it. Just after dinner, the voice of Mr. Wang rang outside the main door. Little Wingnut, is Little Wingnut home? Li Yongsheng rushed to open the door. Wang and a powdered little girl stood outside the door, followed by that Wang side of the middle-aged masters. The masters stood next to a beardless grandfather and a girl. The girl is equally cozy and lovely, but look at the dress like a maid. Master officer, please come in. Alas, little Yongsheng, I won't go in. This is a distant niece of mine. Come to my house feeling bored. You take her to have fun, fishing or whatever. Officer Wang desperately blinked his eyes. Li Yongsheng did not read it, but understood that this girl child is not simple. What a Thai place. Wang, Uncle Wang, you're just fooling me with this place. The powdered little girl had a look of disgust and arrogance on her face. Little Jingy, this place is broken a little. Don't you think Uncle Wang fishing is good? In fact, I am all in little Yongsheng learn. People hit the ice hole in the winter to fish. That casually plunge a few times can be sold for a lot of money. Elder Wang said while looking at Li Yongsheng with a guilty look. The little girl was even more disgusted and was just about to turn around when she suddenly saw Shu watching the fun with her two little beasts and let out a fierce scream. Golden-eyed treading snow leopard. How can there be this kind of leopard here? The girl didn't care about disliking the rustic house, and stretched out her hand and went straight to the two little beasts. Xiao Shu was stunned. Is this a robbery? The two little beasts didn't buy it. Their hind legs stomped. Their upper bodies stood upright, showing their teeth and revealing a fierce look. Sheriff, be careful, miss. The beardless grandfather stepped in front of the girl almost instantly, and the two little beasts whimpered as if frightened and hid behind Shu. Chief Tongueless, Grandpa Tongueless, what are you doing? It's scaring them. The beardless grandfather hurriedly stepped back and lowered himself like he had done something terribly wrong. Xiao Shu did not want to cause trouble for the family because of the little beast, although she loved it and would be sad for a long time if she lost it, but the family had just lived a good life. And after a moment of entanglement, she looked at the bejeweled girl and gloriously opened her mouth to ask, do you want to rob Pippi and Huan Huan? No need to grab. I give you is, they eat 6 eggs a meal. Favorite put some pepper fried. Also like to eat meat. Raw bite cannot. To be boiled and then feed. Like to sleep against people at night. Every day to practice teeth. Gift to find a soft wood to bite on the line. Otherwise the home are demolished. Zhang Jingyi shrewd and unreasonable is not false. The heart is not bad. On the contrary, there is some goodness. Looking at the stubbornness of Xiao Shu Pearly, it feels like he is wrong, but his mouth will not admit defeat. Who cares about your ragged skins, Huan Huan? Uncle Wang, I've decided to stay here. You guys go. It's distracting to look at it. Coaxing me all the way here just to look at your family's ragged stuff. Grandpa Tongueless, you go back with me. Just leave little apricot and my suitcase behind. No tongue grandfather just want to speak. See the little master's sharp gaze. Hurriedly withdrew from the courtyard. Wang outside like also dare not say anything more. Looking at Li Yongsheng hiding the girl silent shouting something. Look at the mouth like please 2 words. Li Yongsheng see understand. This girl is not rich that is. That no tongue is very familiar. Feel an ancient costume drama eunuch almost. Small apricot child lifting the big box cage surprisingly did not feel strenuous. Are damn not mortal ah. Wang, this is not to recruit their own ancestorate? Little girl, I'm not going to rob you of your Pippi Huan Huan. Let them play with me, okay? Lost and found. Shu breaks into tears. Of course they can. They're obedient. Pippi Huan Huan, catch the rabbits. The two little beasts jumped up and down and were so cute and long that they drew laughter from the girls. Chapter 44, Dragonfish Floating. On the dirt road outside of the village, Tongueless, who was following behind Elder Wang, had a terrified look on his face. Your Highness, what should we do? The young master won't let me stay. There's no guarantee of safety. Mr. Wang had a disdainful look on his face. Old no tongue, don't try to be brave. Like you can't do it without you. Just Xinger girl skill. Do you think 100 townspeople are her opponent? That won't do. Didn't you say there were masters in the mountains? Officer Wang was silent. He almost forgot about that village outsider. In case he knew Jingyi's identity was unfavorable to her, he couldn't block it just by relying on Xiao Xinger. Don't worry about it during the day. I'll have Cheng watch the outside of the village. You'll be replaced at night. Don't interfere with the Yongsheng family, and don't let Xinger find out. There's nothing wrong with being careful. The middle-aged Xing spoke for the first time. Your Majesty, your safety then? Don't worry. It's not like I'm asking you guys to go together. And besides, there's Mr. Dear and Mr. Zhu at home, so you think you're better than Mr. Dear? Cheng stopped talking and followed silently. Li Yongsheng had big. The house is good. He lives in the wine shop. His sister and the 2 maids live in the east room. Called Jingyi little girl did not pick much. Reluctantly accepted. As long as it can be good with the little beast. Eating is a big trouble. Li Yongsheng mother to do the little girl does not eat. Is also considered to be respect. Just sweet shout and shout thank you is not to eat. Li Yongsheng has no way out. The craft is not good. But the thought is ahead of its time. 2 fried eggs linked together. 2 green onions through the heart. Next to 3 salt beans. A piece of bacon with only a sliver of fat and thin. 10 filaments arranged in a grove. Served on the table. Little girl. Crystal clear phoenix egg. Want to taste it? Zhang Jingyi wanted to be angry. Little girl? Looking for a beating, but the eyes were attracted by the phoenix eggs on the plate. Rolled her eyes. Obviously eggs. When they are stupid. But it looks a little appetizing. People are vain. Especially with Xiao Shu's general age of the little girl. So exquisite dishes, in addition to their own other people are not worthy of the scourge. Little apricot looked dumbfounded. The young lady even ate the fat meat, although that was on the bacon, but it was still fat meat. Little Yongsheng, after you've eaten enough, take sister to go fishing. Let's say it first. If you can't fish you'll be chopped. If you can't fish you'll be thrown into the river to catch fish. Little fierce sister. Li Yongsheng heart fierce, must put this fierce sister to settle. Let her see her honestly call brother in the future. Little girl, it's not appropriate for you to wear this outfit for fishing. Xiao Shu, didn't you make 2 sets last time? First even out a set for your Jingyi sister. Zhang Jingyi obviously some dislike, but do not want to offend Xiao Shu. The 2 golden eyes treading snow leopard only listened to her, reluctantly went back to the east room to change into the clothes. Surprisingly, feel so comfortable, try to jump a few times. Feel that the previous wear nagging is completely suffering. I feel that the little Jingyi with the change of clothes is much cuter, like a little peasant girl, but she does look a bit more delicate. Goose and Geese 2 sisters fishing addiction. On the one hand is a hobby, on the other hand is the livelihood. The noon meal are eaten in the river. The river fishing is not much, cannot catch the fish also badline group, not so much money scourge. Sister Goose, how much has been caught? The 2 of them turned back to see the eternal brother leading 3 little girls over. Xiao Shu with 2 little beasts. The other 2 girls do not recognize, but unusually good looking, wearing ordinary flower cloth clothes also cannot hide out of the group's temperament. Yongsheng brother, caught 2, 1 red star and 1 green skin. Want to eat it? This is Sister Jingyi, and this is Sister Shinger, who also wants to learn how to fish, so give them a try. Seeing that Yongsheng had shot a wink, Sister Goose hurriedly moved out of the way. Zhang Jingyi politely said thank you, giving Li Yongsheng the illusion that he seemed much more polite after changing his clothes. Li Yongsheng see the fish drift has been no movement, some anxious, afraid of this little ancestor thing cannot resist temper tantrums. County, miss, it's moving, the fish is drifting. Zhang Jingyi glanced back, and little apricot hurriedly bent over in fear. It's a bit technical, the top drift and pole drift didn't even move, and when a fierce sinking, Zhang Jingyi lifted the rod with a swish. Woo, woohoo! The sound of the big fish pulling the line is very beautiful. Li Yongsheng heart prayer, never cut the line, catch this one is probably over the top, more than just a little something. The little girl walks the fish like a champ. Sister Goose, give me the plunge net. Apricot wanted to copy the fish. See the situation hurriedly hide to the side. Copied certainly will be complimented. Copied a way that can be fatal. The big fish came out of the water, flipped its belly and zipped back down, revealing a bright flash of a red starfish. This girl's got a lot of luck. After tossing and turning for more than 20 minutes, Zhang Jingyi always firmly grasped the pole without any half-heartedness. Finally, the red starfish has no strength, floating on the surface of the water no longer struggling. Zhang Jingyi backed up while dragging to the shore. Li Yongsheng nets into the water, to meet the direction of the drag, such as half of the fish body into the nets, violently came up and down. The net sealed into the mouth of the dead mouth. The red starfish are not willing to be bound, twisting the body to do the last struggle, but no help to the mouth of the nets are sealed. Any struggles are in vain. Taking advantage of the red starfish stabilized for a split second, Li Yongsheng lifted the plunge net and violently went up the dike. Little apricot patted her chest and spat out her tongue. She didn't dare to imagine how shaken up the fish ran away from Miss. You can do it, little wingnut. A bit of leveling, haha. Don't worship your brother, he's specialized in practicing. Probably a little excited about catching a big fish. Zhang Jingyi didn't care about Li Yongsheng's irrationality. Don't brag just yet. Will dragonfish puff do it? What the hell? Never heard of it. Dirtbag, I'm going to eat fish tonight, and you'll be sorry if you don't do it right. Zhang Jingyi returned the fishing rod to the geese. Apricot, watch the reward. Little apricot pulled out a brocade bag. One person a golden bean. Li Yongsheng also divided a tree. The geese are a little constrained. Do not know whether to receive or not. Keep it. Go back to Ping'an Township and exchange it. It's worth more than silver and can be exchanged for a lot of copper plates. Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes, not having the slightest bit of the upbringing of an honorable status, more like a spoiled wild girl. Little Yongsheng, Uncle Wang has praised you to the skies. Have you ever caught more than 10 pounds of red starfish? One shot from this young lady is a height you won't be able to reach in your lifetime, right? Li Yongsheng can only smile helplessly and bitterly. This one has not really fished himself. The largest is not more than 10 pounds. Shangyun River's big fish like faraway visitors. Last time, Mr. Wang caught a big one. This time the little girl caught an even bigger one. Go away. Go back to your Thai home. This young lady needs to take a rest. Eat fish at night. If you don't do it right you'll have a good time. Apricot, hold the fish. Apricot looked at her own clothes, did not dare to hesitate, holding the red starfish to hurry to follow. The lady changed her own clothes did not change, although it is a made to wear, but still belongs to the damask. Surely it is to cause the lady to be unhappy. Li Yongsheng in the back and also see the understanding. Sister Xiao Yan, you also shared 2 sets of flower cloth clothes. Go back and share 1 set with Sister Xinger, okay? Chapter 45, Spicy Boiling Fish. Xiao Yan told her sister to fish by herself first and quickly followed Li Yongsheng. I'll go back and get them. It just so happens that set didn't get worn. Xinger gave Li Yongsheng a grateful look. She had brought a few clothes with her, but changing any of them would be 100 times better than Mrs. Flowery clothes, and she didn't know how much more harsh criticism she would suffer. Back at home, Xinger first changed into the clothes given by Sister Xiao Yan and served Zhang Jingyi to clean her hands and face. Then the 2 of them pulled Xiao Shu and the 2 Pippi Huan inside, into the little girl's private domain. Brother Yansei, can you make that dragon something fish? No, not so much. I'll do it later if she likes it or not. The family cannot stay. The father went to the second uncle's house. The mother went to the Din Yo family, gave the hall house to Li Yongsheng. Always living in the brewery is not a thing. Fish good to do. They know best is the Sichuan flavor of boiled fish and pickled fish. Boiled fish is too simple. Pickled fish without sauerkraut. Garlic fish is not upscale. Then do the spicy boiling fish. Tube she dares not eat spicy. Dare not eat a good joke on her. Li Yongsheng is to see the understanding of a small girl piece. Although arrogant black, but the heart is still good. Always go along with her might as well be often stimulate stimulation. It is still more than 2 hours to dark. There is no hurry. The fish will lose part of its fresh flavor if it is killed early. This belly arrogant girl does not know where to come from after Wang. It is estimated that it is a long distance, and it is not known when asleep will be able to sleep to what time. Forget it, one can't be as calculating as a girly girl. It's better to make a double insurance policy. That crystal clear phoenix egg at noon is a bit perfunctory. In addition to spicy boiling fish, and then make a braised fish head. There is no soy sauce, but I remember that Yu Qing's family has soybean paste, which is the kind of soybean collectively split into 2 petals and fermented in a clay pot. Go next door to let his mother to ask for sauce bean petals. Li Yongsheng began to prepare a variety of ingredients. Fortunately, the last time to buy a full range of spices, especially pepper. Without this thing spicy boiling fish without soul. It was dark. The east room face has not moved. Li Yongsheng began to whole fish. More than 10 pounds of fish. Light fish head with the body has 6 or 7 pounds. Cleaned wood knife split. Vigorously out of the miracle. The head of the fish neatly a knife 2 flaps. Make the head first. Slice the body of the fish and put it in a clay pot and just pour hot oil over it. No tongue appeared out of the blue. Saw Li Yongsheng himself in the fish first shocked. Heard the east room messy breathing sound only relieved. What kind of fish is this kid cooking? It smells pretty good. A bit of skill. No wonder the king said that boy Li Yongsheng could keep the sheriff. Zhang Jingyi was woken up by the little beast, and had wanted to lose her temper. But when she saw the little beast chirping and full of impatience, she hurriedly kicked the little apricot up. Hurry up. Golden Eyes Pippi Huan is hungry. Shu had smelled the fish. Sister Jingyi, they are greedy. As long as brother is making red starfish they will pounce on them. They won't change even after being kicked so many times by brother. Zhang Jingyi heart hate. So cute little beast to take the foot kick. Really not a thing. The smell of fish smell quite fragrant. They said it is not delicious. Tomorrow we'll go home. To see how he recruited. Don't think that and one uncle eyebrow to eyebrow she didn't see. Don't sparingly hitchhiking just. Snort. Snort. What's that sound? Zhang Jingyi just asked out. A strong fish flavor drilled into the house. The little thing eaten at noon to walk the fish consumed early. Cannot help but appetite. Girls, get up. If you don't get up the fish will get cold and not taste good. Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This little bumpkin is a little bit of a show-off. However, this house was rustic, but it was very comfortable to sleep in. 2 kinds of fish have been moved to the table. 2 big pots. See Zhang Jingyi a little froze. Fish head is not to be matched with longbeard? Fish meat must not be carved and then cooked? Forget it, there's no need to settle for anything in a bumpkin's house. Pippi Huan is already impatient. Li Yongsheng grabbed one hand to throw. Zhang Jingyi hurriedly snatched it down. Clamped a large piece of fish to be fed. Wait, they have rice bowls. Li Yongsheng threw 2 small iron pots on the ground. Broke a lot of ceramic bowls. Only this one can still stand to be spoiled. The fish was thrown into the iron basin. And Pippi Huan couldn't care less about anyone. Sneezing from the spice and still eating greedily. Enough, any more will easily break down. Don't mind them. They will find a place to nest when they are full. Girl, do you drink? Highly alcoholic. The kind that gets you drunk after 1 sip. What kind of mountain moving and mountain carrying wine did Uncle Wang make? The name of it is so earthy. Who would drink it? Just finished and then some regret. In the king's mansion, no matter how she makes trouble no one dares to control. But the wine is not allowed to touch it. Want it or not? Pour a bowl. I'll taste a mouthful for you to test the test. To see if Uncle Wang is lying. 1 kilogram of wine for 1 tael of gold. And a limit on purchases. he really dares to sell it as well. Li Yongsheng Heart 10,000 alpacas in the gallop, or Wang will do business 1 or 2 gold is 10 taels of silver. Their own one caddy sold a penny of silver. Wang sold 100 times the price, but they do not envy. Wang has Wang's way. If he ventured to sell to the rich and powerful family, maybe the whole family was captured as a brewing slave. Li Yongsheng poured a small bowl for both Zhang Jingyi and little Apricot. Apricot was a little panicked, but did not dare to block it, and the tunless outside was equally impatient. A small bowl, just a small bowl. Drink more than yourself at the risk of getting your head broken and also have to go down to stop it. The fish flavor is fragrant. The fish head is also delicious. The fish meat is even more enjoyable. The mouth is spicy and blowing cool air. Keep saying it's hard to eat, but never stop chopsticks. Little Yongsheng, this fish has barely made it into this young lady's eyes. Shinger, a big reward. A large golden beans handed to Li Yongsheng. This is 10 times larger than the morning. Li Yongsheng looked at the apricot's waist of 4 or 5 brocade pouches a little dumbfounded. This has to be quite a lot of money. Apricot was Li Yongsheng's fiery gaze to see the pretty face slightly red. Good in boiling fish, hot and spicy rolling. Everyone eats this way. Tungless sighed in relief as the sheriff took a sip and stopped drinking, supposedly because the wine was too spicy and the food was too hot and punchy. Pippi Huan ate his fill, one lying on Xiao Shu's feet, the other lying on Zhang Jingyi's feet. Seems to understand that because of this two-legged beast only ate the fish meat, or else surely be thrown out to wait for the fish bones. Zhang Jingyi was pleasantly surprised, then quickly collected herself. What do you do when you're full? This young lady woke up from her afternoon nap, so she can't just go back to sleep. Li Yongsheng looked at her strangely for a few moments. Not sleeping and bouncing in the middle of the night? Or karaoke? What do you want, girl, when it's twilight in a mountainous place? Zhang Jingyi was dumbfounded. Is this bumpkin a hooligan? I don't seem to understand it very well. In the end it is not. If it is, let Shinger give him a pig's head. Never mind. I'll tell you a story after dinner. You can tell a story? Little girl, what do you call this? The stories I tell will make sure you can't sleep when you hear them. Chapter 46, The Great Sage Never Goes Out of Style. Zhang Jingyi is very disdainful. Their own reading more than the rice this bumpkin ate. Listen to the story that has no boundaries. There is even this miss listen to Sleepless. Frogs in the bottom of the well. Ridiculous. Gee whiz, what story hasn't this young lady heard that you're telling? Let's see if it's because this young lady is a loner. 1 stone and 1 root. 3. Ahem, said the wrong. Chi Tian de Sheng haunted the palace of heaven. The Monkey King escorted the Tang Sanzong to fetch the scriptures. Heard of it? Zhang Jingyi shook her head, her heart raising a little interest, but her face was still disdainful. Apricot, make tea. Little Apricot's face was a bit dumbfounded and didn't seem to react, but Zhang Jingyi was looking forward to that whatsoever great saint. What are you fuming about? Hurry up. Li Yongsheng thinks that Shinger is much more lovely than Zhang Jingyi. Martial arts evening against the grain character is well behaved. Tell me, I've got my eye on Shinger. Why don't I marry her to you? Li Yongsheng hurriedly shook his head. You can't talk nonsense about this. It's still young. It's still young. Apricot face full of peach blossom tea brewing went. Teapot tea set just added a few days. The tea is sent by the king. First time. The spiritual root nurtures the source flow, and the heart cultivates the great way. The poem says, chaos has not yet divided heaven and earth, and no one can see it. Ever since Pango broke through the darkness of the heavens and the earth, the clear and the turbid have been discerned from the beginning. The overlaying of all living beings is the most benevolent, and the invention of all things has become good. If you want to know how the creation of the world is accomplished, you have to read the legend of the journey to the west. Xiao Shu was stunned. Xiao Shinger, who had brewed the hot tea, was stunned, and Zhang Jingyi forgot to drink the hot tea as she held it. Outside the no tongue was originally very disdainful, but this small eternal life, no matter how to make up nonsense, as long as you can coax the sheriff is happy, it doesn't matter. But listen to fascinated, almost fell from the wall, stabilized his figure and touched the cold sweat, just now neglected. If there is an expert sneak attack, the consequences are unimaginable. Don't stop, go on. Li Yongsheng rolled his eyes like a little girl. What about 100 times? Don't look at what time it is now. It won't be finished until dawn. 1 every night if you want to hear it. Apricot, stand down. Little Apricot rushed off. Shu, you go to bed too. I'll talk to your brother about something, okay? Xiao Shu thought that Sister Jingyi was angry, and desperately winked at her brother. If it doesn't work, then tell it a few more times. Hearing the two enter the east room, Zhang Jingyi couldn't wait to ask. Tell the truth with sister. Where did you see it? Tell the truth, sister has a reward. No tongue on the wall burst into a sweat. The lone man and woman although the age is still young, it is not appropriate that, and also the switch today, why so good behavior, but also a mouth. A sister said you certainly do not believe. You promised me not to spread out. This is my biggest secret. If it is not Wang Wen, why let me serve you? Well, I do not dare to come out to say. Zhang Jingyi's eyes instantly lit up. I promise, it's a puppy to tell. Li Yongsheng grinned. Over the family. You woof woof too, who can tell? I was very sick last year and almost died. I woke up with more strange and weird things in my head. Do you know why I make wine and fish in the winter? It's just more things in my head. I don't know what's going on. Tunless on the wall nodded. Does that make sense? He thought that he was taught by a high-ranking person in the mountains, but it looked like he was just an ordinary kid who had recovered some memories without knowing what was going on. The brain was the most troublesome thing to talk about, and what he said was supposed to be true. And do you have a headache? Seeing Zhang Jingyi looking at herself with a concerned face, Li Yongsheng suddenly blushed a little. This face, AI tools cannot be built off. It's too excellent. If it wasn't for the dark and capricious character, it would definitely be. What are you looking at? I'm good looking? Li Yongsheng's old face reddened, but he still told the truth. Good looking. 100 times better looking than the prettiest suihua in our village. Stinking rascal. You can't look even if you look good, or you'll gouge your eyes out. As expected, it's a dark, arrogant and capricious loli. No headache, just more things to remember. Didn't I just say a stone and half a caddy of lotus root and 3 eyes with a dog? There are a lot of stories. Good. Sister in your home to live some days. Tomorrow the first time to speak again. Let the apricot child copy down. Finished. Say I wrote. I heard that you see the money I will give you a large amount of spend endless silver. Confidentiality. Understand? Shame on you. This is to grab the copyright? But it does not matter. They also have the 3 kingdoms water margin dream of red mansions or something. Before I did not think of this trick. Is to sell some books. Get rich is not a dream. Tunless sweating furiously on the wall. Do you want to go? In case the sheriff knows that she will be silenced if she eavesdrops. Live a long time to see. The county princess who is interested in everything for a while actually has the intention to publish a book. The king and the empress dowager will definitely be happy when they know. The little witch is finally on the right path, although it is plagiarized. In the east room, none of the 3 girls slept and talked about nothing else. Xiao Shu, talk to your sister. Has your brother had any strange changes recently? Shu didn't understand the meaning of Sister Jingyi's question and didn't dare to speak out of turn. A little bit. I didn't pay much attention to it. Come on. What's so strange? Your brother is so good. I've never heard any of the stories told tonight, and I admire him for making up such a good story. Xiao Shu immediately came to the spirit. Praising his brother more than praising himself makes him more joyful. A peasant girl, how can it be a rival of a dark belly loli? Without hesitation to sell his brother short. Sister Jingyi, my brother wasn't very good-tempered before he got sick, and he wasn't good to me then, and he wasn't good to brother Dinyo, and there wasn't much my father and mother could do about it, and he was always making the chickens and dogs in the old mansion, and almost everybody hated him, except for our little family and my second aunt's family. Outside, Tunless was just about to block out his hearing when he suddenly stubbed his ears again, but after getting sick suddenly like a different person, so good to me that I'm afraid. Our family was kicked out of the ancestral home because of the matter of the eldest uncle stealing the jade pendant. At that time the sky collapsed. I didn't think that my brother changed to know better. First of all, he took Dinyo's brother to fish for fish, so that our family could eat meat in the New Year's Eve. And then he fished and brewed, and the family no longer had to worry about starving. And my brother changed to be powerful. He has become more powerful, and treats me better, giving me all the good things to eat. And then he also helped Dinyo's family, Grandpa's family, and Uncle Air's family, who are all very grateful to him. Zhang Jingyi was kind-hearted after all, and touched Xiao Shu's head, and then the heads of the 2 little beasts. Well, it's all in the past, so get some sleep. Xiao Shu and Xiao Xinger went to sleep. Xiao Xinger was very alert, and would open her eyes to listen to whatever movement there was outside, and Tunless was satisfied to go down the wall and sit on her knees on the dirt slope behind the 3 houses. Zhang Jingyi's big eyes fluttered in the dark night, not half sleep. No wonder Wang Wenwei dared to throw himself in this poor family rags. This Li Yongsheng really is not simple. Zhang Jingyi most admired is their own family over the good, also did not forget to carry brothers and relatives' family. This simple temperament in the mansion compound especially rare. Chapter 47, called Chicken and Barbecue. Breakfast is still made by Li Yongsheng. A simple leek box with eggs. Zhang Jingyi nibbled with flavor. What are we doing today? You're not still taking me fishing, are you? This young lady is not in the mood for fishing right now. Why don't you play with yourself, okay? I have something important to do today. Zhang Jingyi's eyes widened. So bold. Has this never been beaten before? What an attitude. But there's no need to bother with a ragtag man himself. What's so important? Killing people or setting them on fire. My sister has some experience in that area. Li Yongsheng some twisted, lips red teeth white small mouth how to say so scenery words. A pity. Brewing. Want to learn? Can teach you for free. Go out and don't pass it around to me on the line. Zhang Jingyi was not interested in winemaking, but was very curious about how Li Yongxing made good wine. Who cares about your winemaking? But this lady is idle. Give you a face, reluctantly look at it. Perform well, watch out for a reward. The two little beasts do not eat leekbox, chili fried eggs, eat sneezing. Zhang Jingyi looks some heartache. Too bad. So small to eat chili. Simply bad seed. In the wine shop, Xiao Xinger is responsible for recording. Li Yongxing and his aunt are distilling while repeating yesterday's first story. Zhang Jingyi occasionally checks to see if there are any mistakes in her memory, but she is slowly attracted by Li Yongxing's operation. Is it so magical that the broken wine brewed is put in a special container and heated for processing? And the last thing that comes out is that kind of spicy mouth spirits. The kind that Uncle Wang sells for 1 or 2 gold genes per caddy. And it looks like there's nothing technical about it. The first thing I want to do is to get the best out of the world. And I want to do that. The two little beasts were alive and well in the wine shop, worried about smashing the wine altar, and were guided by Li Yongxing to drink a mouthful of spirits and go to sleep, and hated Zhang Jingyi's teeth. Inappropriate people. During the morning, Zhang Jingyi didn't understand the reasoning, but she sort of read it, and little apricot had already recorded it. And the reason why she let it be recorded now was because Zhang Jingyi wanted to listen to a new story after dinner. Xiao Shang, what do you want to eat at noon? Get those messy you try goods again. Li Yongxing stretched his back. Distilled spirits look simple. Engaged in a morning also back pain. Have you ever had squawked chicken? The kind you cook in the wild? Daring, you make this county. You dare to make this lady eat what the caller eats? Auntie wanted to laugh, but stifled it hard. Two little ingrates. Too funny. The name is called chicken. In fact, is a stray from the world of the supreme delicacy. First 1-year-old chickens marinated, wrapped with he leaves, outside in the paste on the mud. After the fire of the ground baking, open the strong fragrance, is unavailable delicacy of the earth. Zhang Jingyi looked disgusted. Paste mud, sounds a little diaphragmatic, but can be reluctant to look at. Maybe really delicious? Then what are you waiting for? Get on with it. This young lady has little patience, and when she's hungry she wants to see food. Li Yongxing is worried that this girl likes to call chickens. Then the whole village of chickens will come to sin. Xiao Shu, go next door and call out to Dinyo. Go to Brother De Zhuang's pond and pick some he leaves. 7 or 8 leaves will be enough. Pay attention to safety. The family's laying hens suffered. A morning all turned into pots of pickled chicken. Dinyo was warned by his mother not to bump into the nobleman. After picking the he leaves honestly went to the wild field behind the house in mud. Zhang Jingyi followed Li Yongxing to the wasteland. Saw Li Yongxing paste mud on the chicken wrapped in he leaves side in relief. Fortunately, it is not directly pasted on the chicken, or else he would never eat a bite. The two little beasts woke up. A rare trip out of the house. Curious about everything. This one can climb trees. 7 or 8 meters high tree whoosh up. No wonder the name has the word leopard in it. Some working leopard potential. Zhang Jingyi was a little impatient. At the same time, her heart was more expectant. Was that thing really a callow food? Why don't you have a better name? Almost. Li Yongxing pulled out the big dirt bumps, cracked them with a stone, carefully unfolded the heave leaves. The strong fragrance scattered. Zhang Jingyi could not help but shrug her throat, and hurriedly turned her body to look at the high mountains in the north. Here, one for each of you. Tear it up and eat it yourself. Dinyo has long been gluttonous, took the chicken bite to nibble on. A large piece of chicken breast meat was torn off. Hot grimacing, Zhang Jingyi with a disgusted face took the chicken called chicken, holding the he leaf sitting on the bench brought by the little apricot child. Has not yet opened to eat? Pai Pai Huan jumped down from the tree to look at her pitifully, twisted off the 2 chicken legs, one by one. Fragrant, more fragrant than the various chickens made by the best cooks in the royal family. A Chang who changed shifts and stared from afar somewhat couldn't believe his eyes. This is the most favored county princess of the royal family. The Empress Dowager's own niece. See the emperor all straight call cousins existence. And a wild girl like holding a roasted chicken to gnaw. The picture impact is too strong. Ah Chung hurriedly lowered his head to count ants. Not a chicken breast meat. Gave all the scraps to the 2 small beasts. Felt that no chicken leg loss. And tore 2 chicken legs from the fat chicken in the hands of Li Yongxing. 8 hiccups. Eyes staring at the small apricot. Some bad. Apricot seconds to understand. Put down the chicken called chicken turned to fly. Not a moment to serve the teapot teacups. Miss, have some tea. Zhang Jingyi picked up the teacup and resumed the style of a lady of the house. Gently took a sip and looked at Li Yongxing without contempt. It's just that. Then the palace. Then my family cooks do far worse. The countryside of the village. This young lady did not hold too much hope. At noon will be. And then use snacks in the evening. Li Yongxing stared at Zhang Jingyi with a deadly stare, until she looked at her pretty face red before letting go. Who just ate more fiercely than Pippi Huan. After an afternoon in the wild slopes with Pippi Huan, the sun had just gone down, and the ventriloquist Lori was clamoring for dinner. and Sima was surely there to hear a story after dinner. Li Yongsheng sneaked back to marinate the mutton almost directly in the yard to build a rack below the charcoal, while skewering and barbecuing. Or the little apricot child Heartgood. See Li Yongsheng busy uncontrollable. Hurry to sit down to help cut meat skewers. Unlike that arrogant belly black goods, a face of dislike is still full of expectations. Fake cannot be more fake. In addition to lamb kebabs, there are also a lot of vegetables grilled. In the eyes of Li Yongsheng, there is nothing that cannot be grilled, and cannot be grilled because the things cannot be eaten. But it is a pity that there is no bira. Less moody. Have 2 skewers of non-spicy ones, winged little brother, and see how it spices up Pippi Huan Huan. Little apricot hurriedly grilled. 2 skewers of fragrant lamb kebabs were grilled. Pippi Huan Huan actually shook her head in disgust. Zhang Jingyi was a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? You eat. Apricot didn't dare to disobey. Sprinkle it with a little chili and roast it before you feed it. Zhang Jingyi opened her mouth and then regretted it a little. But changing her mouth is never to change her mouth. The big deal is to give some compensation in the future. Listening to the words of Li Yongsheng, found a step. Froze for what? Do not see Pippi Huan Huan hungry? Hurry up. Hungry they carefully your skin. Chapter 48 Under the Stars. I'm full. It seems like I'm bursting at the seams. Zhang Jingyi very much wanted to find a recliner and lie on it to watch the stars and drink tea and listen to stories. Have you had enough? Big beautiful girl? How's the taste? Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes, and for the sake of the bumpkin's busy night, she didn't care about his irrationality. It's just like that. This lady just want a fresh flavor. What general it? Apricot. Reward a golden bean. I forgot to reward at noon. Today is not very satisfied overall. Bumpkin. Tomorrow use your heart. Tell a story. Sister Apricot, pour the tea. The little girl is good. Is the lack of color in the eyes? They have not yet tea rhyme throat. She is lying on the table ready to start writing, drinking a mouthful of tea and looking at the sky full of stars. Li Yongsheng voice aside. Narrated. Xinger was mesmerized by what she was hearing, and was knocked on the head by Zhang Jingyi with a treasure fan. So she hurriedly collected herself to record. Tongueless didn't dare crouch on the wall in front of him, this time lying on the tiles at the back of the house like a flyboy, equally mesmerized by what he was hearing. The 72 changes of the Earth's fury, a somersault cloud of 100,000 80,000 miles. Zhang Jingyi obviously ate kebabs thirsty to death, but did not dare to pick up a teacup to drink tea, for fear of interrupting the atmosphere of the story. After the story, Pippi Huan Huan lying on the feet of Xiao Shu and Zhang Jingyi asleep, Xiao Shu holding the knee thinking of somersault clouds, small apricot lying on the record book thinking of 72 changes, Zhang Jingyi head empty, habitually pick up the tea, cold did not care, small mouth obliteration, looking at the sky nebulae eyes stagnant. It's late, all go and rest. I'll practice some kung fu. I haven't practiced for 2 days. I'll get rusty if I don't. Zhang Jingyi is full of blood. You're a bumpkin who still knows kung fu. Practice and this young lady will instruct you. Li Yongsheng didn't pay attention to the dark belly loli and played the Chongsheng fist with a single board. And Zhang Jingyi didn't hold back her spitting. Do you learn to dance like an old lady at a young age? Almond, show me the way. Zhang Jingyi knows some three-legged kung fu but not much. Xinger is a master. But after reading half a day, she felt that she could not point out something that she could not understand. Miss, brother Yongsheng practiced apricot can't understand it. What can't you read? Forget it, it's too hard to read. Go to bed. 5 times in the journey to the west, it was time to go and get the weapons. Make breakfast early in the morning and greet the belly girl through the door. You guys stay home and play by yourselves. I'm going to take a trip to the countryside with Dinyo to get weapons. What weapon? Wait for me. Li Yongsheng was a little helpless, but he didn't dare to really drop the belly girl, otherwise it would be easy to make a mess at home. Half an hour to show up, half an hour to freshen up. The sun was rising when we left. The second uncle didn't have the good sense to get on the car. Chatting with Dinyo and driving the carriage, Zhang Jingyi pulled up Xinger and Xiao Shu, and brought 2 small beasts with her. In the house of the Wang clerk, Xing, who had just taken over the defense, was back. Master, Li Yongsheng came to the countryside to get the ordered weapons, and the county princess followed him back. In the ox cart, marigold tea time into the countryside. What's the mood? Luckily, it came with 2 beasts. Got it. Go ahead. Just watch from a distance. Blacksmith store. Dinyo holding the new knife in love. Li Yongsheng pulling the 3-quart bow. Strength has risen again, although a little hard, but can pull open 7 or 8 times in a row. Zhang Jingyi looked at the dirty look inside and directly did not enter the door, somewhat disgusted at the 2 people showing off. Paid the silver to receive the weapon. 2 people carrying a bow hung with a knife majestic, which if with a set of flying dragonfish suit, that proper genie way 100 households 1000 households. Girl, what do you want to eat? Brother will buy it for you. Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes, and a Chang, who was pretending to be a passerby in the distance, suddenly stumbled. This kid, really arrogant. I wonder what expression he would have when he learns the identity of the county princess. What a Thai place. Go to Wang. Go to Uncle Wang's house. Pull some stuff back. Mr. Wang was a bit puzzled. The county princess came out of the weapon store and went straight to her own home. Is this enough to stay? However, 5 days is not a small amount of time to live. Their own home is certainly not live, but also have to bring people to escort her back. Oldly, hurry and call up Chief Tunless. The sheriff is here. Quick. Tunless had just arrived at the gate when the sheriff arrived with a small group of friends. Uncle Wang is not to leave me there and not care. Little Yongxing's family can have a few taels of silver. They are eating out of their homes. And also, people can't be bothered. Won't they send some ingredients? Li Yongsheng laughed bitterly at the back. Diao Yang Renxian. A total of less than 2 taels of silver were eaten. Miss, Uncle Wang is wrong. Oldly, hurry up and prepare. Let Yongsheng bring it back. No, you personally go to send it. Send it with a carriage. Tungless didn't say a word in the back. The sheriff was a little fired up, trying to minimize her presence at this time. And sure enough, the king's words made the sheriff pick out the faults. Miss, it's not comfortable to ride in an ox cart, is it? Do you want to follow the carriage back? Zhang Jingyi's face immediately changed. A burst of red and white. Uncle Wang, you followed us? No. Absolutely no. Oldly went to the bazaar to purchase and saw it. Did not dare to bother you. Came back to tell me. Zhang Jingyi hummed a gorgeous turn. Xiao Xinger hurriedly followed. Li Yongxing smiled bitterly and made a bow to Wang Wenwei. Wang Wenwei also rushed back to the album. His mouth was still a silent plea. And Tungless, who hadn't been making any movements, also nodded his head. Big beautiful girl. Not bad. Knowing to get some benefits for your brother. Although Li Yongsheng spoke unreasonably, Zhang Jingyi didn't care when she heard the 3 words big beauty. Little Yongsheng, overthinking. Sister just don't want to be bitter. Don't deduct privately or let Xinger break your legs. Mouth said no, but the body is very honest. Li Yongxing to buy some things. Let wait in the ox cart. There is still not willing to enter the market like into the Grand View Garden. See what to buy. Li Yongxing really do not understand what she bought. Some small flower baskets can be used. Digging vegetables? Damiwa, it's almost time. You can't buy another ox cart to pull it. When he returned home, Mr. Wang's carriage had already finished unloading the goods, and housekeeper Li honestly waited at the door. And only after seeing the sheriff's master enter the house, did he pull out a list and hand it to Li Yongsheng. The postmaster said, not enough to bring him a message again. What you want despite mentioning, this is not you do him a favor. It's you give him a solution to the trouble. Do not be polite. After the completion of the postmaster also has a generous gift. Steward Li finished his delivery and ran away, as if there was a great evil in the house. Li Yongsheng swept the list. Really is a big family. Mountain delicacies and seafood everything. Tea utensils and tableware everything. Ingredients are able to put to live. Living supplies are high-grade goods. In addition to the supplies ingredients, there are 10 ingots of grain silver, 52 ingots of the big guy. Money is good, but this money is slightly hot. Seeing almost noon. First have to serve the little ancestors. Pick not easy to store the ingredients. Fried a few plates. Lu cuisine flavor. Onion, ginger and garlic popping pot is essential. Some things Li Yongxing simply do not recognize. Anyway, is a stir fry. Vegetable garden can add on the addition of vegetables. Chapter 49, the introduction of mahjong. Lunch is full of dishes, but the belly girl does not have much appetite. Better things to eat every day. Feel not as good as a barbecue. A call chicken to eat comfortable. Do whatever you want at night. Don't need to be so pleasing to this young lady. After dinner sis want to rest for a while. I don't want to fish or have a picnic in the afternoon. Find something that can make me happy. See you guys bought a weapon. Do you want to go hunting? This young lady can be reluctant to make it difficult. Play happily with a reward. Li Yongsheng considered a circle. Hunting is absolutely not hunting. In case of encountering dry but the beast, a mouthful of the arrogant girl swallowed their own finished. What has not been played by the noble lady in addition to go to the wild slopes to play in the earth also has no good project. No, not necessarily have to live for many days. Must put her ambition to put away. Poker no. Chess, oneself is also half-assed. Mahjong, right, just play mahjong. That play up addictive. A day does not go out of the house. Estimates that she is also willing. Li Yongxing heard that the east room did not move. Took 500 Wenshan quietly out of the house. Came to Yoqing's house. Just Hu Qinglian at home. Uncle, here's 500 cents. Make me some small wooden blocks. It's urgent. Hu Qinglian is dumbfounded. How many small wooden blocks need 500 copper coins? Immortality. How much to do? What are the requirements? Li Yongsheng pinched out a rectangle with 3 fingers of his hand. $150. Just about the size of my gesture. The size should be uniform. The wood better be strong. Will 500 be enough? More than enough. A few dozen one is enough. You're practically giving money to uncle. More is more. The sooner the better. And if it doesn't work, we'll find someone else. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Yu Qing, don't sleep. Get all the carpenters who didn't go to the fields. At least 10 people. Those who didn't go to the fields enough to go to the fields, go and call for them as well. Hurry up. Li Yongxing secretly praised. Reliable. 4 people processing 150 small pieces of wood, all skilled old carpenters. It is estimated that it will not take long. More than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Jingyi yawned out of her room. Saw Li Yongxing was using a fine brush to draw a small wooden block. Did not disturb. Sat on the side to check. It must be something interesting. Mainyo, bring out the small table that Steward Li sent you. And in a moment brother will teach you how to play mahjong. Zhang Jingyi was a bit stunned. Was this human language? Pointing at herself with her green fingers. Dirtbag, you set this lady to work? Li Yongsheng finished tracing, sat on the bench backward to dry. Zhang Jingyi looked at the mess of wooden blocks, some doubt. How to play this thing? Children play house? Apricot, don't sleep. Get your ass out here and move the table. Oh, miss, Apricot is here. Little Apricot slept over. A little flustered. Fastening her buttons and kicking her shoes and running out, Li Yongsheng hurriedly turned his face, and Zhang Jingyi's face, which had just been furious, eased a little. Dry almost. Li Yongsheng began to teach according to the material. Sister Xiaoshu learned some difficulties. Others are basically do not recognize words. No way. The ant next door shouted. Zhang Jingyi understood that this is a game of 4. To the small apricot nuzzle. Small apricot rushed to take out the golden beans. Learn well. It's a reward from the lady. Denyon Yang was a little terrified, and Li Yongsheng hurriedly took it and stuffed it into her hand. Auntie, the nobleman rewarded, just take it. Do not take, not give face. The nobleman will not be happy. Simply said the rules. Zhang Jingyi and little Xinger listened to it, and although the reaction is slower, but after Li Yongsheng's careful explanation and hard listening basically also understand. The sound of clattering sounded, although the wood was ground smooth, but easy to drop the ink. Zhang Jingyi hit the eye circles and nose spent. The little apricot was terrified and did not dare to remind. Ms. Zhang, the conditions are limited. This thing is actually best done with jade. It needs to be carved carefully, or else like now, everyone's hands and faces are covered in ink. Zhang Jingyi listened to the cards and paid no attention to these side issues. Xinger, don't sleep at night. Go to Uncle Wang's place. Find someone to rush a pair of them overnight. Use the best jade. Yongsheng, little brother, do these words need to be engraved on it? Miss, I can't leave? The arrogant girl was instantly furious. Asshole, how dare you disobey me? Go and return quickly. I'll have winged little brother watch the door of the room with a knife. It's fine. Little apricot did not dare to refute. Helplessly looked at Li Yongsheng. This boxing and old lady dancing, the same guy reliable? Auntie spoke to Zhang Jingyi for the first time. Missy, why don't I let Dinyo go? Yongsheng will just write down the requirements. The big bull runs fast. That's fine. Call over. The ant called Dinyo over through the wall. Li Yongsheng wrote the request while the others were playing messy cards. Dinyo took the request, received the golden beans rewarded by Xinger, and was just about to eject the start when Zhang Jingyi called out. Wait, tell Uncle Wang. This thing is made not to be divulged. Make me 3 pairs. Make 1 pair and send it first. I'll take the rest away on my return trip. The mahjong continued, and with no one left to cook dinner, Li Yongsheng could only call his mother back, and likewise received a golden bean. Don't go to too much trouble. Just keep it simple. Eat and listen to the story and keep playing. Li Yongsheng had some regrets. He still had to go and trade with Uncle Chang tomorrow, so it would be troublesome if he was not allowed to go. Mother, go and talk to the second aunt, and tell Big Goose little sister Goose to come over immediately when she returns. When he finished, he turned his head back to his sister. Sister has a lot of golden beans there. Want one? If you want it, come behind brother and learn it well. Ask me if you don't know. Zhang Jingyi pulled Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu walked his feet. Huan will also follow. Toward the small apricot child played a wink. The small apricot child hurried to pull out the golden beans. The results of the small brocade pouch directly by Zhang Jingyi to tear over. Turned his hand stuffed to Xiaoshu. Don't pay any attention to him. Follow your sister's example, and you can have all the golden beans to play with as you like. It must be said that Zhang Jingyi, this belly girl, has a high IQ. After learning to open the hu, after winning 3 in a row, stretched her lazy waist, saw the dirt bag staring at herself, viciously crossed her eyes. What are you looking at? Eyes gouged out for you. Eat and hurry to tell the 6th time. After spending the night in mahjong and stories, when Zhang Jingyi yawned, it was probably already late at night. Sister Goose, little Goose, see what I mean? Seeing his 2 sisters nodding their heads, Li Yongsheng looked towards Zhang Jingyi, who was preparing to sleep. Tomorrow morning I have some personal business with Dinyo. It's not convenient to take you with me. You guys play mahjong at home for a while, I'll be back soon. It didn't feel like the older beauty was that nice, but the reaction was a bit unexpected. Who cares if you bring it, go wherever you like. Early in the morning, Li Yongsheng made a good breakfast, and Dinyo's satchel knife carrying a bow and arrow, carrying a wine jar and a large parcel out of the yard. The parcel is a mountain delicacies and seafood sent by Wang Wenwang. Our dun belly black girl is not willing to stretch chopsticks. Now is to see the understanding. This belly black girl, although arrogant and bratty, the heart is still good. Don't have to worry about her settling scores in the autumn. Chapter 50, Xing's Aftermath. Passing by my second aunt's house, she was already setting up the vegetable garden. Second auntie. Let Big Goose and Little Sister Goose listen to the commotion. This side gets up and accompanies them to play mahjong. We'll be back in a while. Go on. I'll be listening. Unbeknownst to Li Yongsheng, the two had just turned the first dirt slope when Little Apricot set Zhang Jingyi to roam directly over the roof, stalking in the direction of the two. Sheriff, will it make Brother Yongsheng angry? How dare he? This county princess is just curious. Hurry up and follow and see where they are going. Already arrived in front of the big mountain, Li Yongsheng still wanted to go a little further, but did not dare to, although he and Dinyo were fully armed. But in case of a ferocious beast, the knife may not even be able to pull out. Xia Pinxiang arrived early, but did not show up, because he saw the two small tails behind Li Yongsheng. Not simple although the two girls are rustic flower cloth clothes, but definitely not a young girl in Li Yongsheng's village. There is a tail behind the tail. This own went to Ping'an Township to see. Is an expert. It looks like it is not to deal with themselves. The eyes are tightly fixed on the two small tails. Should be to protect the two small tails. Listening to the conversation of the two groups of children, Uncle Chang understood. This is the rich family's eldest daughter to experience the countryside life. Inexplicably some laughter. Some people want to come out, but some people want to jump in. Himself is the person who jumped out. Forget it, the wine can not drink. The last wine was finished the day before yesterday. I feel that I have been poisoned by this moving mountain wine, and I have already endured for 2 days. Tore off a piece of lapel to cover his face, turned back and led a wild cow and walked out. Trained for almost a month, just to talk. 2 cows cannot be less. Uncle Kung is here. Dinyo spotted Uncle Chang first and was filled with excitement. Dinyo, how's the practicing going? Throw a punch and I'll take a look. Dinyo did not say anything to start to show, fists and feet swinging between some of the sound of breaking the air. See, the strong uncle frequently nodded. The last day Chang has been cold sweat. He was discovered. Just now the mysterious person glanced at his hiding place. Seemingly smiling eyes are very scary. He did not dare to move. Can only stare at the mysterious person. In case of a shot at the sheriff, even if you can't beat it, fight to the death, but also have to think of a way to protect the sheriff to leave, or else the king will be in a world of trouble. Dinyo, good practice, keep up the good work. I'll give you another technique in a couple months. Dinyo's head nodded like a rattle. Besides his mother and brother Yongsheng, Uncle Chang was the third best to him. Uncle Chang, can I play a set too? I feel stronger these days and I can eat too. Uncle Chang was a bit amused. The secret of longevity, that thing is just fooling around, but still nodded. This kid was not normal last time. Maybe he can really practice something. Li Yongsheng, old lady dancing like boxing. Peeping Zhang Jingyi almost did not hold back the laughter. The back of the A Chang also relaxed a little. There was a slight change in Uncle John's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Not bad. Practice hard. I'll watch you. How much wine this time? Uncle Chang, 1 altar of 30 pounds, 2 altars of 60. In the bag is some good stuff that I got by chance, and brought it to pay tribute to you. Zhang Jingyi in the back was angry, took her own things to give away favors, full of flattery, really not a good person. Uncle Chang understood at a glance that it must be the rich lady in the back. Then I'm not polite. This cow is more obedient than the last one. Last time it was a cow, this time it's a male. Take it back. Maybe when you can give birth to a calf, bring me some rice and flour next month. I'm used to eating coarse grains, and tigers and leopards don't taste good. Li Yongsheng burst into sweat. The 2 little tails behind him were also confused. The last A Chang was even more scared, saying this intentionally or unintentionally to his own. Is this a warning, or is it a threat? Uncle Chang carried his baggage and carried the wine away. Li Yongsheng was a bit distressed. How to explain this big bull? And then said, picked up the little cute. They don't believe in it. Dinyo, quickly go to second uncle's house. Second uncle shouldn't have left yet. Hurry up and bring Big Green over. Dinyo turned and ran. Xiao Xinger hurriedly led the sheriff to disengage, and so did a Chang in the back. Stalking is always a bit dishonorable. Just as he returned to the yard, the voice of the bull rang out from next door. Second uncle, don't go yet. Brother Yongsheng asked to bring Big Green over. He's in a hurry. Although the second uncle didn't understand what the rush meant, He quickly unsaddled the ox for Big Green. The village exploded again. Li Laosan family's small fortune Li Yongxing morning cattle. I did not expect the cow attracted a bull in the mountains, although still wild cattle, but honest, sticking to the cow does not go, was brought back to the Li family. A large group of melon-eating villagers had gathered outside Li Yongxing's house, and 2 cows were tethered to the tree outside the yard of his second uncle's house. Honestly drinking bean cake soup, Deng Niu went home to practice martial arts. Li Yongxing went home to see the situation of the belly girl. The second uncle can only explain over and over again. Other than that he does not know. The cow is Yongxing's family. This bull is also Yongxing brought back. Yongxing's family no one dares to go. All know that his family has a nobleman as a guest. Can only over and over again brainstorming the scene of the female cow attracting the bull. Envy, jealousy and hate are there. Especially the ancestral mansion family. Far away from the watch. The eyes are all red. Li Yongxing yard. Xiao Shu is a little strange. The 2 sisters inexplicably appeared. They obviously got up and searched for a circle. His brother is even more strange. Is explaining something with his sister? Big beautiful girl. Really went to herd cows. And brought back a bull. Outside is looking at it. Do not believe you go out to take a look. Zhang Jingyi forced a smile. Too funny. This guy is too bad. The cow hooked a bull. How unethical is this idea? Forget it. I won't bother with you. The food is getting cold. Is this your hospitality? Is this lady not even as good as a cow? Fine. Fine. I'll do it now. Big miss hard work wait for a while. After a simple breakfast, the sound of sparse voices rang out and mahjong was back in session. At the house of the wine clerk, the jade mahjong made overnight was ready, and Steward Li hadn't even left the house yet, ushering in an agitated-looking Chang. Your Majesty, I saw a mysterious person this morning. Very dangerous? A Chang told the story once again. Mr. Wang and Tunless are a little afraid. If something really happened, they cannot afford. Tunless is not likely to live. Old Tunless, hurry up and find a way to get the sheriff back. Tunless didn't say anything. Instead he looked at Xing. Xing, how many moves do you think you can make in his hands? You can't walk away from a move. If it wasn't for the protection of the sheriff, you wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. You can at least last 30 strokes under me, and you dare not even make a move. This person's strength is far better than mine. The king does not need to worry. He will not make a move against the county princess. Even if it is clear that the identity of the county princess will not make a move, there is a hatred that will go against the king of Yangzhou. Such a body, the king of Yangzhou cannot hide. If you really make a move, to say that a great deal of disrespect, His Majesty is also very difficult to avoid. Chapter 51. Although Tunless swore that the mysterious person would not make a move against the county princess, but the Wang clerk is still not assured. This is a life-threatening event. There cannot be a half-negligence. Old no tongue. Can you persuade the sheriff to go back? Can't you tell a lie? Just say that the king of Yangzhou is sick. I will send a letter in advance so that he can pretend to be sick. Forget it. There will be heavenly trouble if the sheriff lord knows about it. I'll go on day and night duty near the Yongsheng house. 3 more days without leaving. The Empress Dowager will be celebrating her birthday. The sheriff lord knows the importance of lightness. Change the mahjong sent by housekeeper Li. Much too smooth. The crackling sound is very pleasant. Little wingnut, sister begs you for something? Li Yongsheng was surprised. The arrogant girl asked for herself. Didn't hear it wrong? You say? In 10 days a very important elder of mine celebrates his birthday. And in 3 days I have to leave. Can you write down the journey to the west? I'll go home and read it again and again. Seeing the arrogant girl because of begging some blush, Li Yongsheng heart surprisingly gave birth to the idea of reluctance. Hurriedly diverted his eyes to meditate. He is still a child. Still a child. Should not think too much. Planting, hunting, to help his family to live a good life is the fundamental. No problem. I can't finish it in 3 days, but I'll keep writing it and send it to you. Do you have a suitable path? Zhang Jingyi was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this bumpkin looked much more agreeable. Yes, there is a way. You just hand it over to the Wang clerk. Our 2 families have a link to the green bird. The green bird can carry a pound of weight. Time was fast. In the blink of an eye 3 days arrived. Zhang Jingyi took 20 back to the west on the carriage and tore off all the pouches on Little Apricot and handed them to Li Yongsheng. Little Yongsheng, don't ever forget the journey to the west, or I'll kill you from Yangzhou to settle the score. Don't worry, you're old man. I just forget to eat and I won't forget to write. There are quite a few golden beans. Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flowed, fiercely shocked Li Yongsheng, and with a wave of the Tunless whip, the carriage drove off. Finally gone. Li Yongsheng was a little tired and stepped into the house with Mr. Wang. Wingnut, I'm going out too. Do you have any more wine at home? I'll bring as much as I have. There are still more than 50 pounds. In a moment I will give you to move to the car. By the way, the last time to send the silver dollar treasure 1 or 2 did not move. In fact, That is Miss Zhang joke. Simply cannot eat a few silver. I will take it to you. Mr. Wang pulled Li Yongxing back. Don't be too formal with me. You've done me a great favor this time. Can't explain it to you? Let's put it this way. The favor you did can be worth 10,000 taels of silver. I'll be embarrassed if I'm too polite. Li Yongxing did not continue to push and carry 2 jars of 25 pounds of wine to the carriage. Master officer, it's still the end of the month to deliver the wine. As much as you can. In addition to the book manuscript that Miss Zhang wants, I will deliver it together. Wang Wan left. Li Yongxing is a little tired. Parents have moved back. The second uncle's family came. Dinyo and his mother also came. The 3 families together to lament the generosity of Miss Zhang. Lived more than 10 days. A family of small children in the hands of one person more than 7 or 8 gold beans. They work hard a year also cannot get this money. Yang Shang, what exactly is that Miss Zhang? I see that it's at least the young lady of the prefectural honorable lord's family. The second uncle was the first to ask a question. Don't pry. Just drive your ox cart. The second aunt gave the second uncle a blank stare. Li Yongxing shook his head. I'm not sure. Don't worry about it. Let's talk about the cows. Second uncle, can you afford 2 cows? Affordable. 1 head is also put. 2 head is also rush. Is the matter of a little bean material? Someday I will change a big ox cart. 2 oxen pulling the kind. Long and big. Can pull 30 guests at a time? Li Yongxing some speechless. The second uncle to catch the car to catch up on the addiction. But can afford to feed on the good. Save their own but also distracted. The second uncle's bottom from the daughter of the surrender of the gold beans. For 2 gold beans but worth 42 silver. That's good. Mother, auntie, I'll leave the brewing to you. I have to practice my kung fu to write a book for Miss Zhang. I won't be involved in the big and small things of the house. Just deliver wine to Officer Wang and wine to Uncle Chang every month. Okay, don't worry. Leave it to us. You do what you need to do. Yang Shang, those things from Mr. Wang's family? Mother, I've just mentioned it to Master Clerk. Returning it is impossible. Give some of the food to auntie and second auntie to share and taste, and put the rest away. When the 2 families had left, Mother and Li Yongxing reported on the family belongings, which were more than a little scary, and they didn't know where to hide them. 2 gold ingots, 10 large silver dollars, more than 50 gold beans of all sizes, plus the silver from Mr. Wang's wine order. The sudden huge wealth made the mother a little panicky. Mother, leave a few hundred taels of silver for pocket money. Find a place to bury the rest yourself. Don't let anyone know. Send some to Grandpa's house sometime. You won't be short of money to spend in the future. The mother was a bit speechless, leaving a few hundred taels of silver to spend out of pocket. Why does that sound so scary? A heavy rain fell. Shangyun River's water level soared. Big geese, small geese, 2 sisters cannot fish. Even if the bay also go drifting away from the powerful. The daily task is to herd cattle in the morning. The whole day to help brewing. Each person 5 taels of silver per month, which is before the thought of the pay. Li Yongxing would practice kung fu for 2 hours every morning. Practice archery in the morning. Practice swords in the afternoon. And write 2 times of journey to the west in the evening. And the whole person was full of upward passion. Father, these days some want to talk and stop. In Li Yongxing digging down to the bottom of the questioning, explained the reason. The family has more money. He wants to buy some land. 2 acres of sorghum is not enough for him to pick up. Dad, do you have to farm? Wouldn't it be nice to have nothing to do but organize the vegetable garden? Xiao Shang, the vegetable garden your mother organizes in her spare time. 2 acres of land really isn't enough for planting. Well said. Li Yongxing agreed to buy his father another 5 acres of land, but now the land is all crops. Money more money less are not appropriate. The father also do not want to get something for nothing, after the fall harvest and then buy it on the line. Li Yongxing calculating to find something for his father to do. Why is so brain dead? Is it not good to be a rich generation? You have to fight for your life. After practicing bow and arrow for 10 days, Li Yongxing can continuously draw a 3-quart bow 15 times, which is considered top strength in the village, but it is far worse than Dinyo, who now draws a 5-quart bow as much as he eats. As for archery, for the time being, it is still based on Meng. Opening the bow and shooting arrows are 2 different things. Even if the target of 50 meters, it is also less in the middle and more in the fall. Li Yongxing's 3-dot aiming does not have much effect. This thing should find someone to guide and practice knife. Himself and Dinyo only know up and down chopping and slashing, left and right sweeping. Have to get a knife law. Next time to send wine if Mr. Wang is at home must be mentioned. Casually throw a knife manual is good. Really cannot be pestered Uncle Chang to ask. Shamelessly a little. Can always get a set of knife skills. I do not know how the value of force in this world is in the end. Strong uncle, there should be a master. To be able to kill the tiger and leopard. It must be extraordinary. As well as Wu Tung Boong eunuch last time that one instantaneous movement. Now still in his own brain amazing. Chapter 52, Ancestral Residence Land Sale. Zhang Jingyi gone, Li Yongxing's life back to plain, just crossed over to the sense of crisis disappeared. Every day to live a leisurely and happy, now feel at home over the wall into the mob is not afraid of. The big knife and bow and arrow can teach them to be a human being in a few minutes. Do not have to worry about the masters, who are masters of the night will be turning over the walls of the people. Steel pots and pans? Together with Ding Yo, training archery will go to the foot of the big mountain in the back. The foot of the mountain, more children waiting to pick up cattle. Li Yongxing is a little worried, in case any child is taken by the beasts. It is all their own sins. I had just returned from the back of the mountain, and hadn't had time to catch my breath when the geese rushed in. Brother Yongsheng, Grandpa over at the ancestral home is going to sell the land and bring the crops with him. Sister Goose, sit down and catch your breath. Speak slowly. Goose sat down at the small table where he once played mahjong. I listened to the small fourth uncle's family. Tiger said, the old house has been in the past few days, the eldest uncle to go to the capital city in advance to participate in the examination. In fact, the family knows what is going on. Every 3 years of the examination will be a few months in advance of the past. I heard that they are in Fox friends to hang out with. The money run out will be entrusted to ask Grandpa to ask for more. This year is estimated to be in the home to stay tired. Miss the capital city day. The old house cannot get how much inventory. This year, it is expected to stay at home bored. Miss the city of Fuzhou dashing days. The old house cannot get much money. Grandpa, who said also do not listen, insisted on selling 2 acres of paddy fields. Li Yang angry happy. Vaguely remember 3 years ago, Uncle probably took the family saved 2 years of silver money set off. Said when he left, must test a child test top, show to catch, the result is the last, this year and repeat the same trick. Sister Goose had just left when her father came back in a hurry, barefoot and with mud wrapped around his feet. Yansei, over at the old mansion. Father, I've heard about it. Anyone can buy this land, not us and the second uncle's family. Not to worry about right and wrong, this is something our family does not consider. Buying it would be like aiding and abetting the enemy. Seeing his son say dead straight away, his father was a bit sad that his heart was broken by the old mansion, and now he had no feeling for anything in the old mansion. He just liked the 2 acres of paddy fields. The land of the old mansion was eventually sold, bought separately by the 2 families, and there was no doubt about the importance of the land, which was an important family asset that would be cultivated by future generations. The eldest uncle was satisfied to go. With 2 acres of fields sold, 2 silver, and the family saved more than 500 coins. The heart is all about the hutty and listening to music and poetry. Little 4 uncle and little 5 uncle to split the family. They understand more than the oldest 2 old 3. There is a big brother, this bottomless pit in the family. Do not think there is a day of wealth. Even if the big brother passed the examination or the scholar, and what can be done to the big brother's treacherous and sister-in-law's person? There are benefits will never be divided into a little bit of them. As early as possible, the early separation of the early Toshiba, the old Lee family and fire. The little 4 uncle and the little 5 uncle cannot be so good to talk. All the family property is divided equally, including just sold the 2 acres of paddy field. Iron-hearted separation. The old house in whimpering for 3 days, and finally a family of 3. The backyard opened up the east wall, and the front yard is separated. Grandpa and the eldest uncle family lived in the backyard, the front yard with a stone wall and 2. The little 4 uncle east and the little 5 uncle west. The land is divided into 4 parts. All of the land was divided into 4 parts, and all the family assets were divided into 4 parts. The eldest uncle was absent. The eldest aunt could not support her alone, and the money brought by the eldest uncle from the sale of the land was also folded into the family assets. Just go in the end of June. Li Yongxing cannot wait to send Wang to the house of Wang. Want to see Wang return to engage in the knife method. The results of a big disappointment. Wang has not returned, with an order premium of 15 taels of silver out of the door of the house. Brother Yong sang, are you going home? There's no hurry. It's been a long time since I've been to the countryside, so I'll go around the stores and see if I can buy Uncle Kung something rare. Speaking of Uncle Chang, Deng Yo was excited. Today 21 it. Another 10 days will be able to see Uncle Chang. Feel that I have made great progress. Yongsheng brothers family stone mill can hold up. I do not know if I can get Uncle Chang's praise. The weather is getting hot and the clothes are a bit out of season. Or 3 piles of cloth for a change of summer clothes for the men and women of the 3 families. Spices are not much. Ruthless heart to get 5 pounds. The day is too hot. The meat is not able to put. Li Yongsheng went to the bazaar to buy some salted fish. Vegetables are entering the season. Salted fish eggplant, salted fish leeks, salted fish pepper. See, there are selling soybeans. Li Yongsheng suddenly realized that a long time has not eaten tofu. Moncler outlet store a bag of soybeans were even bags lifted away. 50 pounds of soybeans can do more than 100 pounds of tofu. The second uncle has replaced the double oxen ox cart. Around the holes supporting a grass shed, Quite noble atmosphere. The road fee is still a copper plate, 2 round trips a day. For round trips on market days, the second uncle has become an important source of information in the village. The countryside and the nearby villages do not know the matter. It's bought out. When will you be back after you've bought it? Get in the car. It's waiting for you. 2 strong oxen pulling the cart. The second uncle no longer walk with the cart. Install the small bench on the cart. A yell. The 2 oxen slowly start. The road pedestrians rushed to get out of the way. Finally came to the day of the deal. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo early in the morning fully armed into the mountains. With his father tied the oversized basket back a bag of rice and a bag of noodles, which also put a little salted fish and vegetables and dozens of eggs. 2 loaded 30 pounds of wine altar. Worrying about being seen by the village guarding the mountain to wait for the cattle of the children, the 2 drilled into the ravine where the strong uncle was infested. The forest is a little dense. Looking for a piece of open space to put down the items, Li Yongsheng began to study the things in the mountains. Live animals basically impossible to exchange points. They have tried pai huan, so high-level small beasts do not have a system tip, indicating that relying on prey for points is not very reliable. Of course, do not dare to 100% conclusion. After all, there is a red star fish example in front. Dinyo looked at brother Yongsheng somewhat strangely. Every tree to hug a little, every grass to dig out and study the study. Do not understand what the meaning? Simply take advantage of this rare free time to play the park sword. Congratulations, you have obtained an exchange item. Do you want to exchange the moonlight grass? Li Yongsheng looked at the big 5 words instantly excited up. A plant for 20 points. This piece has a few dozen plants it. That can be several hundred pounds of rice although the family is not short of rice. But who would mind a large amount of points? Afraid of being discovered by the strong uncle who appears at any time, Li Yongsheng did not choose to exchange, took the moonlight grass and continued to look at other plants. No, the several kinds of good-looking fruits that Li Yongsheng had high hopes for were not there. It can't be because they didn't mature. Dinyo, that's not how a sword is practiced. Uncle Chang appeared, and was already in front of Dinyo as he spoke. Uncle Kung is here. Xia Pinxiang nodded, looking very satisfied with the huge wine jar and the big back basket, and threw the package on his back onto the grass. Is that pretty girl of yours gone? Ha! Uncle Chang looked at the dumbfounded Li Yongsheng with some amusement. I didn't go to your house. That girl and a little maid followed you during the last transaction, with the protection of a guardian behind them, and were warned by me with a warning glance. Chapter 53 Field Instruction. Li Yongsheng cold sweat straight. Understand that this big beauty may be a princess or something. Small apricot several times have said missed. Just be valued into the degree of far more than one's own imagination. Maybe their own has been again by the masters of the surveillance. Efforts to recall in Zhang Jingyi contact days. There should be no big cracks it. Uncle Chang, Dinyo and I have bought knives and bows and arrows, and have been practicing for some time, but the knives can only slash horizontally and vertically, and the bows and arrows haven't been accurate. So can Uncle Chang give us some pointers? There is a sword technique, and an archery technique, but it is not for you. Li Yongsheng heart cooled half. Strong uncle should not be stingy. Himself and Dinyo belong to the novice. Simple basics can be handled. It should be really not, but I can show you a few tricks. Next time I come back I'll write a few books just for you to bring here. Little winged one. Big bull. Take a bow and shoot an arrow at that crooked neck tree. Li Yongsheng gestured to Dinyo to open first. Dinyo bent his bow and arrow. Learned Yongsheng brother closed his left eye. 5 quintals of the bow was drawn full. Carefully aiming a bit, the arrow whooshed and leapt out. No surprise. From the crooked neck tree difference of a few dozen meters away. It is only more than 100 meters of distance. Dinyo looked embarrassed. Nervous? Should be up to a difference of 10 meters. 8 meters is right. Li Yongsheng pull open 3 quan bao. The same did not hit the crooked neck tree. Difference of more than 10 meters. Enough strength. Enough lower stabilization. Right arm is lacking. Big bull bao for me to use. Receiving the 5-quart bao from Dinyo, Uncle Chang pulled it with his trusty hand, and with a whoosh, the arrow struck the crooked neck of the crooked neck tree, nailing it deeply. Uncle Chang instructed the 2 to start practicing archery, this time choosing a dirt cliff where the arrows could be picked up after they were shot. Li Yongsheng also understood why he could not shoot well. The balance of the left arm of holding the bow and the stability of the right arm of drawing the bow were very important, and under the guidance of Uncle Chang, the 2 of them were making rapid progress. It's time to change the 4-quart bow. Uncle Chang, go back and change it. Lately my strength has grown very fast. Is it the merit of the everlasting life technique? Uncle Kung didn't deny or admit it. Practice well. The eternal life technique is a good technique, but it has fallen out of favor in the last few hundred years. It's not that the technique doesn't work, it's that there are too few physiques suited for it. I'm very optimistic about you. Although he knew that Uncle Chang might be painting a big cake, Li Yongsheng's heart was also happy. Seeing that it was noon, Uncle Chan was about to instruct the two in the art of swordplay when Li Yongqing suddenly put down his bow and arrow. Uncle Chang, it's dinner time. Home is so close. I'll go back and fry a few dishes to honor you. Okay. Uncle John nodded with a smile. Go for it. Don't like meat. Li Yongqing flew towards home. Don't like meat? Probably eat enough. I don't know if Uncle Chan lives far away. If it's close, I can find a chance to plant some vegetables later. Back home, the mother just made a good meal. Li Yongqing tossed in the garden for a while, let the mother burn the fire. Half an hour to get out of the 4 dishes. Salted fish and tofu, braised eggplant, leeks fried salted fish, chili peppers scrambled eggs. 4 plates put into the basket. The mother to prepare a colander of steamed buns packaged, and then carry a small altar of 2 pounds of Tanshan wine, flew out of the house. Under the shade of the valley, Li Yongqing and Daniel nibbled on steamed buns, and Uncle Chang drank small wine and ate vegetables, and his heart kept lamenting that he had been secluded for too long. A few simple dishes even ate out of the feeling of mountain delicacies. You two eat too. Uncle Chang, we want to eat back to do it again. You only come once a month. Eat more. By the way, Uncle Chang, is there any very dangerous ferocious beasts in the mountains? Daniel and I practiced our sword and arrow skills ready to go to the mountains to practice experience. Uncle Chang stopped his chopsticks and contemplated for a moment. Yes, don't go too deep. Don't go 30 miles to the north. Turn back immediately when you see a bare mountain. Don't go 20 miles to the east, and don't cross the main vein of the Shangyun River when you see it. 2 pounds of Tanshan wine. Uncle Chang drank a drop of it with a few home-cooked dishes. Uncle Chang didn't teach too complicated knife skills, and gave Daniel instructions on simple knife moves such as chopping, slashing, and teasing, and gave Li Yongqing similar instructions, with just a few more wrist techniques. After teaching, he lay down on the grass under the shade of a tree, half squinting his eyes to watch the two practicing with their swords, opening his mouth to give a few pointers every now and then. Li Yongqing had been excited inside. At most 3 to 5 days before he could enter the mountains. Large amounts of points, fragrant prey, and countless herbs were waiting for him. Dusk had arrived, and both of their sword techniques had improved greatly. At least they knew how to send and receive power to connect their moves. Uncle Chang walked away with 2 jars of wine on his back, very satisfied. 60 pounds of wine, every day to save a little drink. At least a month will not be out of wine. Li Yongqing and Daniel viewed the skins brought by Uncle Chang. They are not big, but they are all very pleasing to the eye. 8 skins, white, black and red. Li Yongqing recognizes only one white fox skin. Uncle Chang will not even eat this. Daniel, tomorrow I'll go to the countryside, replace the 4 quarts of bows and buy more arrows. Will you go? Go, brother Yongsheng. With the second uncle's ox cart? Yes, go in the ox cart. Come back and practice your swords and arrows, and in 3 or 5 days we'll go into the mountains. Went to the countryside to change the bow and arrow. The light arrow bought more than 200. 4 quarts of the bow is slightly reluctant. A full exertion can only be pulled 5 times full bow. The home is certainly not able to practice archery. The two people still drilled into the valley of the deal. The morning practice knife, lunch with rice, and in the afternoon to practice archery. Li Yongqing taught Daniel to advance, although the accuracy is getting better. But the prey will not stay put and wait to be shot when they see a person. Taking advantage of the big cattle home to get things, the discovery of the piece of evening primrose to collect, up and down to find 85 plants. The system is tricky. Small do not want. 1,700 points to the account. Can be exchanged for more than 300 pounds of rice. The total score immediately 10,000, just short of 220 points. And now there is no way to do anything about it. Not in a hurry. Ready to go into the mountains tomorrow. Casually messing with the upgrades. The weather is not good. Tomorrow is ready to enter the mountain. Suddenly a torrential rain. The night did not stop. Shangyun River has flooded. The mountain is not able to enter. The bow and arrow cannot be practiced. Can only be nested in the house to practice knife skills. Juggling the knife for 2 hours. The sky is slightly bright. The rainstorm has not stopped. The meaning of the water in the yard is too late to trickle out. Li Yongqing cannot help but curse the thief god. Delay their own big event. Pippi Huan, don't go out. It's easy to catch a cold. Xiao Shu just opened the door of the east house. Pai Huan is about to drill out. Although Xiao Shu shouted, the 2 little beasts did not listen to Xiao Shu this time, leapt into the rain. Crazy splash. After being drenched enough in the rain, he returned to the house and shook off his body. Li Yongqing was immediately splashed with rainwater, and when he saw that Li Yongqing was showing signs of anger, he hurriedly hid behind Xiao Shu. Shang, Shu, let's eat. The mother's heart is a little worried. The child wants to go into the mountains. She knows she cannot stop these days in dance, knife and gun. But fortunately came a timely rain. Chapter 54 Flooding. Breakfast is leeks and salted fish and chili eggs with rice. Li Yongqing has little appetite. Since crossing over, Into the mountains has been their own great goal, and now you can enter, but encountered a continuous rainstorm. Not happy. In the morning, I wrote a morning of the journey to the west, and in the afternoon, I huffed and puffed in the house and played with the sword for the afternoon, and the rain did not stop at all, and the roar of the Shangyun River could be heard across 800 meters, so it can't go down like this anymore, otherwise it might be a flood. Dusk had come, and my father returned with the iron lift. Wingnut, how much food is left in the house? Second uncle's ox cart has been pulling back. Glutinous rice more than 100 bags, wheat 70 to 80 bags, tens of thousands of pounds or half. The family cannot put the big cattle home. How is it, father? There was some sadness on his father's face. It's rare to have such a continuous rainstorm. I'm afraid the stone bridge to the west will be washed away and I won't be able to go to Ping'an Township. So serious? Let's see. If it rains again tomorrow it may have to flood the embankment. There hasn't been such a downpour for more than 10 years. The last time it flooded the embankment was the year you were born. At that time our family still lived in the old mansion at the very top of the house, and the house went underwater in the middle of the night. Luckily we ran away quickly. Simply eat dinner. Lying in bed cannot sleep. Listening to the sound of the rainstorm outside, some annoyed suddenly remembered the landlord Wang outside. No surprise, Wang outside either a reclusive high-ranking officials, or a prince honored and so on. The county princess can go to his home to play. That is, and the county princess's father is very close to the relationship. The king's chances of a little bit more. Never thought of it. No wonder the home is the same as the palace. Early in the morning, the rainstorm is still continuing to rain. Li Yongsheng got up early and just played the knife law. His father came back with a straw raincoat, all wet. Yongsheng, the Shangyun River has overflowed its banks. More than 10 families in front of it have been soaked, and they are being transferred urgently. Li Yongsheng was shocked in his heart. Is it dangerous? Not for now. The dikes are all strong enough for water to come out. Dikes usually can't be washed out, but this time it's a disaster. Most of the paddy fields will be soaked. The seedlings aren't afraid of the water, but they will be washed out by the water that comes down from above. Seeing that his father's face was full of trepidation, Li Yongsheng comforted him. Father, don't worry. Things are pretty much the same with or without the 2 acres of land in our house. We won't go hungry. Father nodded, reacting with relief. Xiao Sheng, I heard Father Yuqing say that both sides of the bridge below have washed out rocks, and will collapse if nothing happens. And the dozen or so folks in front of them didn't snatch out much of their belongings, so they may be short of food. So can you when the time comes? Father, don't worry. A village, no matter if they are kind to us or not, my son can still let them starve to death. Father's rain-drenched face is full of relief, eyes a little red, touched Li Yongsheng's head, heart full of pride. Wingnut, is Wingnut at home? A drenched Muramesa entered the house with impatience on his face. Yongsheng, uncle has a matter to discuss with you. Knowing that the boy in this family was in charge, Muramesa went straight to the point. Uncle, you say, the 15 folks in front of us have their homes soaked with water, and their homes basically didn't bring anything out. I've arranged to receive 10 of them, and there are still 3 that don't have a place to go. So can you help out with these 3 new households? It's coming so soon, but compared to having your home flooded, not having a place to stay and no food on a rainy day is the big thing that kills you. Uncle, the 3 families we received, the Denyo family is in a special situation. You look at the arrangements. Our family and the second uncle's family at will. You go and bring people. I'll say hello to my aunt's second aunt. Muramesa touched Li Yongsheng's head. Don't worry. Arrange Tian Fushun's old couple for the Denyo family. There is no son, and their daughters have all married in the countryside. So it's more appropriate to arrange for them to be in the Denyo family. Muramesa left in the rain, and Li Yongsheng went to the south house with a pot lid. Auntie, did you hear what the village chief said just now? Yongsheng took the liberty. Yongsheng, don't say that. The townspeople have suffered a disaster. There is no reason to stand by and do nothing. I'll go back to vacate the house. The aunt ran back with the rice bag. Li Yongsheng went to the second uncle's house. The second uncle is feeding the cattle, sniffing that there is no problem at all. Not only tube housing, but also tube 3 meals a day. Village Zhang brought 3 families. Denyo's family arranged the old 2. The second uncle's family has 4 people themselves, arranged for the recently married family of 3. Li Yongsheng's family has more houses, arranged for a family of 4. Acquaintances, Zhu Dazhuang. Zhu Dazhuang faced dead gray. The family suffered a disaster. The food was all soaked, and now the family cannot enter the people. Yongsheng, please, I've kept track of how much grain we eat, and I'll definitely return it to you after the fall harvest. Li Yongsheng prepares the fireplace for the Zhu family, and his mother is moving things for Xiao Shu. The east house is 50 or 60 square feet, enough for their family of 4. Big strong brother, peace of mind to live. And so pack out the room first, change roast fire, change clothes. Food and drink do not have to worry about. Uncle Village Zhang, You have all the families that soak water come to my house to carry bags of glutinous rice, 1 bag for each family, as a small token of my appreciation. Village Zhang red eyes, he has the intention to help, but the family cannot take much food. 13 families, the people arranged in the townspeople's homes is already a trouble for the people, are not rich, and then let the people to manage the food some open mouth. Little Yongsheng, uncle thanked you for your great kindness on behalf of the townspeople. Don't worry, when the fall harvest is over, uncle will definitely find a way to return it to you. Uncle, no need to return. Listen to my father said the crop field washed a lot of seedlings are pulling out the roots. This year may not be easy, so that folks can eat at ease. Not enough to come back to me. Li Yongsheng made a fire pit for the east room and found some replacement clothes, and thanks to buying cloth twice, each person in the family had 2 sets of replacement clothes. Brother De Zhuang, roast the fire pot and hurry to change your clothes. The 2 nieces and nephews are still young. Don't freeze and get sick. Mother has done a good breakfast. See, the family added 4 people and fried 2 dishes steamed pot of rice. Since the reception, must not let people starve, or in front of the townspeople to raise their heads. The key is the son of the family can earn. Ken Ben did not have food worries. The meal was eaten in a house. 8 people, some crowded. Dajiang daughter-in-law holding the little 2 children. Dajiang holding the daughter. Li Yongsheng wrapped around the small shoe. See the 2 little beasts eating chili scrambled eggs. The 2 children are drooling, but see the dishes on the table are stunned. The 2 5 or 6-year-old dolls know a little something, did not directly under the hand, are back to look at their own parents. Seeing that the 2 Dazhuang families were a bit constrained, Li Yongsheng handed them chopsticks. Brother Dajiang, sister-in-law, living under one roof is considered a family. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. Eat enough to have the strength to withstand the wind and cold. Don't be polite, otherwise it would be out of the ordinary, and there is no need to worry about the panic. When the flood is over, I will give you an even amount of food, and will never let you starve and wait for the fall harvest. Chapter 55, The Rain Clears. In Li Yongsheng's persuasion, Dajiang family are full of food. The 2 children are very satisfied, not yet reached the age of understanding, only feel as if the family drowned is also good. Eggs randomly eat, and salted fish and tofu, which is usually rare to see the good things. Xiao Shu after eating to the 2 children to share the tribute candy, which is still sent by Wang Wenwei, have not been willing to eat. 3 children and Pai Pai Huan Huan in play. The adults after eating lamented the terrible weather, and so on a few more days. Most of the rice paddies may not be able to keep Li Yongsheng's cover and moved back to the south house. After dinner back to the south house to write the journey to the west. Right early, save the heart has been something to think about. It rained for another day and night before clearing up the next morning. Li Yongsheng finished practicing his sword technique and went out of his house. Looking around a surging yellow color, the riverbank was completely out of sight, and the fields on both sides of the river were flowing with water, and the loss was great. After all, the village's paddy fields are all dependent on both sides of the riverbank. It is estimated that these paddy fields are going to be extinct. The houses in front of the village are also soaked in the flood. Also, thanks to this area is relatively gentle. The flow of floodwater is not so violent, otherwise these houses will be washed away, but now is not optimistic. The houses are all mud billet beaten. It is difficult to say whether the flood water recedes after the can live. Shu Dazhuang 2 families. I looked at the flooded house, eyes wet red. If you cannot live, but also have to build a house. Trouble although the family's money brought out, but only a few hundred coins only. Building a house is absolutely not enough. Although the rain has stopped, the flooding continues, and it is estimated that it will take another 2 or 3 days to fade away. Possibly more if the storm is over a large area in the mountains. Village is the busiest of these days. A few days time to brave the wind and cold, fast running broken legs. Although the village official is also an official, but a year but only 24 pounds of rice salary. Less pathetic, but does not delay his enthusiasm at all. Li Yongsheng stood in the high place to see the flood. The village is fast up. No need to think about this year is the year of the great disaster. Even if the future wind and rain cannot change the loss of this time, each family's crops have been affected by the disaster. Cannot help each other, the village will starve to death. But also depends on the Yongsheng baby cannot provide help. Uncle Muramesa, can those soaked houses still be lived in? Muramesa's pants are all wet, like he's been in the water. You can't live there. I've just been down to look at it. The siding is falling off and the mud bricks are soaked and flimsy. Even if it dries out it will be sparse. It's very dangerous to live there. Uncle, is there a way? Muramesa shook his head in agony. Just one of our villages affected, then can go to the township to find some subsidies. The key to our township next to the Shangyun River has more than a dozen villages. It is estimated to be difficult enough. Uncle, let's do it this way. A total of 13 families, each I borrowed 400 pounds of food. Each family has suffered a disaster. Build a house to manage the rice words are estimated to rush to do. More than 100 pounds of food enough to build a house. The rest of each family to keep their own to eat. But the food to be paid back. This year next year do not have to pay back. Starting from the year after next. 3 years time to pay back. How about it? Li Yongsheng can be sent for nothing. But the hearts of people cannot be measured. Sent for nothing is easy to attract right and wrong. We have collected the disaster. The paddy field may not have something. Why light to the house-soaked hair food? So that borrowing the words of other people cannot say anything. Even within 5 years to pay back also does not matter. The people are concerned about a promise. Ode to the people. The head of the arch of the ground will be paid back within the stipulated period of time. The village just in the face of Zhu Dazhang, two families suddenly gave Li Yongsheng bent over and made a bow. As the village's parents officials, these days worried about the heart, suddenly heard the surprise, almost want to give the small Yongsheng kneel, but the brain turned very quickly. The nature of the kneeling changed. Those long-winded women will certainly say that they are begging for help from the small Yongsheng. This is not good for Yongsheng. Yongsheng, I thank you on behalf of the affected folks. As long as they get through this, you are their savior. Zhu Dazhuang's two families looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Brother Yongsheng, thank you. Brother Dazhang can't speak. Your kindness will always be remembered by our family. Brother Dazhang, don't say that. It's just a loan. Uncle Village Zhang, where is the right place to build the new house? The village head was tempted to say that the place in front of your house is suitable. The terrain is high and still all wasteland. But he was worried that Li Yongsheng would not be willing and hesitated a bit. Uncle, do you think it's appropriate to have a few of us in front? 2 rows will be enough. And we won't be flooded even if there's another flood. It's so appropriate. There's no better location than here. Uncle Moramesa looks grateful. Good. Then build it here. Li Yongsheng's generosity in the village caused a shock. The flood has not yet receded. The village of all the laborers have acted. The logging team directly into the mountains. Li Yongsheng let Dinyo with knives and bows and arrows to escort. In such a difficult time to contribute to the force. That is the hero of the village. In the future, the village can walk sideways. Whoever dares to chew on the ant's tongue in the future. So that the Dinyo directly big mouth to greet. Families put great enthusiasm. Neighbors help each other is one aspect. The main thing is to manage the food. All know that this year's harvest is going to be finished. Can eat out one more meal. The family will save a meal of food. The critical time a mouthful of food can save lives. Li Yongsheng temporarily gave up the idea of going into the mountains every day, in addition to writing books and practicing martial arts, but also joined the roaring army of construction. The villagers look at the eyes of this half-grown child have undergone a marked change. In the past the disaster year, the rich households will find ways to loan sharks, taking the opportunity to annex the land of the affected folks. I did not expect that Li Yongsheng to return the date of 5 years, and also do not collect pennies of interest, which is completely good-hearted to give grace. I guess that the 13 families will all be grateful in the future. In 2 days, the floodwaters receded and the riverbank was exposed, which is already considered a conscientious project as such heavy water basically did not wash away. This side of the dug foundation is also almost sunshine. The field is bare. There are 2 months of flowering rice, no trace. Most of the paddy field is considered to be extinct. It's too late to plant rice seedlings now, and there is more despair in the eyes of the townspeople. Li Yongsheng family because of the old house of the unscrupulous divided into 2 acres of thin field. Thin field terrain are relatively high. Sorghum tenacity to survive. The second uncle's family is also, grandpa a family of 380% of the paddy, basically is considered a grain harvest. The village is next to the village land statistics once. The basic situation is almost the same. 70% of the fields are extinct. The future days of the wind and rain. If the remaining 30% of the land is only enough to pay the grain, but such a disaster should be exempted from the levy. Even if exempted from the levy is also the most eaten until the new year. Next year will be troublesome. Li Yongsheng's parents were very proud, regardless of whether they were familiar with the villagers. They were now full of enthusiasm, praising their own children one after another. And even the second uncle's family was given special treatment. And no one dares to chew the tongue of the big cow mother. Just the day before yesterday, the logging team encountered a calf-sized white wolf. The speed is too fast. The guards of the big cow 2 arrows missed. In the hungry wolf attacked the time to draw up the park knife. A knife to cut off the head. Skill shocked the 4. Which family's mother-in-law and then chew the tongue. Their own family will be greeted by a big ear scraping. Chapter 56, Entering the Mountain. July is the hottest time of the year. The mud blanks dry quickly. The village laborers work together. The house built even faster. Just 7 days on the roof. The village folks to save up to repair the roof of the straw and straw are dedicated. Just enough for the 13 family fan roof. On July 11th, families baked for a day in their new houses and moved out of their borrowed families. For new houses with a large yard, better than where they had lived before. In the Qi Li Yongxing home to eat a meal, Xu Dajiang family grateful to move away. After the flood from the old mansion, salvaged items are washed and dried, and there is no shortage of clothes bedding. Pots and pans are also available. Food washing and drying can also eat. Has been considered fortunate. The stone bridge below the village collapsed. Entering Ping'an Township need to go around to Li Yongxing's grandmother's village. Really around to the grandmother's house. The village is going door to door looking for people to repair the bridge. Some people contribute. No one contributes food, related to their own way into the countryside and to the fields across the way out. And even to the ancestral home that has always been, regardless of the deaths and lives of other people, there also made a bid to contribute. Perhaps to contribute. Although the appearance of the youngest 4 uncles and the youngest 5 uncles may be for the midday management of the meal. Li Yongxing and out of 500 pounds of wheat, on a request, the bridge moved up 2 miles, from the front of their own village erected, since it is rebuilt. Why choose so far? A word to wake up the dreamer. The village folks, this is all suddenly realized. Both sides of the river are solid and smooth riverbank road. Across the river to the west can be connected to the road to Ping'an Township. If it is a farm, it would be even more convenient. Do not have to turn this 4 miles of the road. Repairing the bridge are praising Li Laosan family Yongxing's resourcefulness. In the inside of the old 4 and the old 5 fish in the water is very depressed. Praise Yongxing on praise Yongxing. Why the discussion is always looking at their own folks, which also let themselves how to be lazy. When the townspeople started to repair the bridge, Li Yongxing and Dinyo had already entered the mountain. The 2 men were dressed in strong clothes. The cuffs and trouser legs were changed by Dinyo Yang, carrying a large archery kettle, the bow and arrows slung over the shoulder, and a plain knife in the waist. And they also specifically asked Dinyo Yang to make a slanting bag for the 2 men to carry, so it was very convenient to load some things. Dinyo was very strange. Wasn't he here to hunt? Why does brother Yongxing act like a puppy, pulling out and picking off whatever he sees and sniffing it? Li Yongxing thought of all the points, because of the rainstorm thing, to endure for too long, just short of 220 points. Would love to see what the secondary system could redeem. In fact, it didn't matter to him what he redeemed, just couldn't help but be curious. The most important thing for himself now is to accumulate points. The village suffered a catastrophe. His 3 families do not worry about food and drink, but the townspeople are likely to starve. He will not appear in the body of the Virgin Mary heart, this kind of thing, but do something to help as much as he can or can be. After all, last year's separation of the family in distress when the catty rice is not a fake. Dinyo, wait, you go up and look around. Watch out for wild animals. Wait until I dig up this grass. Dinyo went up to the high ground. 34 mature moonlight grasses. Li Yongxing took advantage of Dinyo's inattention and exchanged 11 of them. The others were put into the bag. The total points reached 10,000. The second level exchange items also came out. Li Yongxing froze. Some pit. There is only one kind of exchange item, even if it is. What the hell is brown sugar? 50 points a caddy. Top peanut oil. Play? However, it seems that Ping'an Township really does not sell brown sugar. Li Yongxing ate New Year's Eve to buy candy. Sugar flavor is very light, including the tribute to Wang Wang's sugar is also only a little sweeter than a family to buy candy. Is not going to be purified it, or the production of sugar is very little. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Li Yongxing feels that he doesn't have much expectation for the 100,000 points of the tertiary system. It's likely that he will pound out soy sauce and vinegar or instant noodles for himself by then. Tumbling over a high mountain, the 2 men didn't see a single prey item. And of course the birds twittering in the woods didn't count. Brother Yongxing, there are no wild animals. My mother has been scaring me since I was a child that the wild beasts in the mountains are swarming and tearing people apart when they catch them. And that day when I was chopping wood I even bumped into a wild wolf. So how come I can't see anything here? Dinyo, there is no hurry. We go into the mountains for the sake of experience. Pick more herbs and fruits. Turn around and let Auntie look at it. If there is any value we will write it down and come in tomorrow and continue to look for it. Hunting doesn't necessarily mean that there are herbs to make money. Whoosh! Ryohei had just started, when a wild rabbit suddenly leaped out of the grass. The fat rabbit dashed left and right through the mountains, and by the time the 2 men took off their bows and arrows to take aim, the rabbit had already lost its trail. The scene once fell into embarrassment. Dinyo embarrassedly hammed and hawed twice, and hung the bow and arrow back again. Li Yongxing sighed a little. Hunting doesn't seem to be that easy. Himself and Dinyo are just 2 rookies, the kind of rookie to the home. Brother Yongxing, look at the cliff over there. Li Yongxing followed the big bull's finger to see. The cliff is a reddish red. Like what fruit? But the cliff is 70 to 80 meters high. The fruit are growing in the middle of the position of the upper. It seems to go up. Came to the bottom of the cliff. Sure enough, and big cherries almost. It is estimated to be a good thing. Li Yongxing studied half a day. Did not find a suitable route. Climb is not dare to climb. In case of falling down is certainly a pulverized body. I'll have to get one to see if I can redeem the points, and if I can, next time I'll bring a long rope and tie it to a cliff and go down on my stomach and pick it too. Denyo, throw a rock and see if you can knock a few down. Denyo found a fist-sized stone, swung his arm, and the stone whooshed up. The difference was too far, and it was only thrown 20 or 30 meters smaller. The bull found a rock half the size of the one he had just thrown, and still couldn't throw the red fruit. Li Yongsheng felt blocked in his heart. Why is it so bad? Go, turn around and see if you can get to the top. Throwing rocks from above will surely bring them down. The two spent more than an hour to turn around. Some silly eyes, 4 cliffs, where can not climb up, and in addition to their own look at the western cliffs, the east and south are also full of this kind of fruit. Li Yongsheng heart and cat scratching the same itch. Difficult Brother Yansei, use a bow and arrow. Denyo suddenly enlightened. Li Yongsheng patted his head. Stupid so dense fruit. As long as the arrow shot to the bushes of the long fruit, how can also shock down a few? Li Yongsheng retreated a few steps, bent his bow and arrow, 60 to 70 meters away. Completely useless to use the big bull. The arrow flew up with a whoosh, and steadily stuck into the bushes. Li Yongsheng head seems to have a few crows flying over. The arrow stuck in. The fruit did not fall. Angry, continuous another 3 arrows, finally shot off a branch, with dozens of fruits fell down. Brother Yongsheng, it's done. Brother Yongsheng is really great. If this is not said by Denyo, Li Yongsheng will wonder if it is not a taunt. A fruit fell right at his feet, picked up and waited for the system sound. No reaction? Li Yongsheng, nauseated to the point that his hands were stained with the fruit's gravy, saw the fruit fall through, and looked for an intact one to continue. The system sound finally sounded. Congratulations, you have obtained the redemption species. Do you want to redeem the red cherry fruit? It can be redeemed for 5 points. Chapter 57 Red Cherry Fruit and Wild Sheep. Li Yongsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is true that the harder it is to get something the more precious it is. Don't look at a single one for 5 points. For to top the moonlight grass. But how many of these cliffs are there? Thousands of them should be there. 10,000 is 10,000 pounds of rice. The whole village is only 100 in a few families. A family of 100 pounds. Save a little thick to eat a month or two. Putting the red cherry fruit away in my backpack. It was noon after a toss. Denyo, are you hungry? Eat if you are. Brother Yansei, hungry. Both brought the oil cake and pickles. Found a shade to sit down to eat. Just bite not a few bites. Li Yongsheng suddenly stopped the action. Bull, don't make a sound. Don't move. Look south. Denyo Ahei sound almost agreed to come out. Hurriedly cover his mouth. See, a wild sheep is picking shrub leaves to eat on the south cliff. Up and down very steady. Not climbed, not high. The highest 5 or 6 meters to stop. Even if a little bit higher will be able to eat pieces of leaves. Bull, stand up slowly. Let the big trees get in our way. Draw the bow slowly, and let it go together when I say so. Denyo nodded his head to indicate that he understood. The two put down the oil cake and slowly stood up. Li Yongsheng stared at the wild sheep with a deadly stare, took off his bow and arrow to aim, and was about to shout release, when he saw Denyo in his afterglow, and had a head full of black lines. Bull, arrow, arrow. Denyo was a little panicked, hastily loosened the bowstring, almost caused a quiver, even more panicked. So easy to knock the arrow to draw the bow full. Forehead is full of sweat. Don't be in a hurry. Loosen the bowstring first. It's a bit far away. Use the cover of the big trees to move forward slowly. Keep your eyes on the ground and don't step out. Keep your eyes on the wild goat. Shoot it when it turns its head and sees us. The two of them cautiously approached forward. From 150 meters to 120 meters, Li Yongsheng felt that it was okay. Any further would easily be discovered. Draw the bow and aim. Release. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 arrows leapt out almost simultaneously. The wild sheep was on its tiptoes gnawing at the leaves of a high tree. Defenseless. Blah. The wild sheep was hit by an arrow, fell down from the 5 or 6 meters high cliff, rolled over and stomped his legs to run. But the neck and thighs were deeply pierced by the arrow. Stomped his legs and found that his neck had been twisted towards the stone wall of the cliff because of the pain, and he was head over heels, and his head was buzzing, and it was hard enough to get up again. Whoosh! Li Yongsheng shot another arrow over, hitting the stomach steadily. Bah! Denyo just reacted and was about to draw his arrow when he was stopped by Li Yongsheng. I can't run away. Go over and take a look. The wild goat had closed its eyes, and a trickle of blood ran down its neck. Denyo, carry it. I'll go back and get the oil cakes and get out of the mountain right away. Denyo didn't understand why Brother Yongsheng was in such a hurry, but Brother Yongsheng's words were orders, carrying the bow and arrows, and carrying the wild sheep as well. Less than 100 pounds of wild sheep, without any pressure. Li Yongsheng packed up the oil cake salted vegetables, stuffed into the backpack with Denyo vigilant outward. The blood of the prey is likely to attract carnivorous beasts. The general can deal with in case of a big ruthless will be very dangerous. Luckily, he didn't meet any scary beasts. Perhaps Uncle Chang was right. There was nothing in this mountain that he and Dinyo searched that the two of them couldn't deal with. Li Yongqing's mother and Dinyo Nyang after lunch went to the back of the mountainside waiting. Children traveling thousands of miles mother worry. Although the two children just into the mountains behind the home. But more than traveling thousands of miles of fear. The sun is too big. Cannot be managed in the capacity of the parents. The two mothers are a little relieved and also a little bit heartbroken. Sister Chang, it's here. The two are coming out. Both of them had some tears in the corners of their eyes and hurriedly inclined their heads to wipe them away in a neat gesture. Mother, what are you doing here? Mother, look what brother Yongqing has hit. The two mothers checked their children's bodies first and saw nothing unusual before letting go. Folks are in the embankment over there to repair the bridge. The children are also in the river to join in the fun. No one found. Li Yongqing let Dinyo directly carried back to his home. Not for fear of people red or something. Is afraid that some half-grown children learn their own brothers and sisters into the mountains. In case of trouble conscience is difficult to rest. Mother and aunt brewing went. Li Yongqing and Dinyo decomposed wild sheep. Not fat, but very strong. Tight lamb looks like a good material for barbecue. A sheep was divided into 8 pieces, and the sheepskin called out on the wall of Dinyo's house, leaning against the white wolfskin. Li Yongqing inexplicably thought of pleasant and gray wolf, but the colors didn't match. Dinyo was cleaning the next goods. Li Yongqing carried the head of the sheep and a front leg to the second uncle's house. The second aunt was washing clothes, and was a little surprised to see the sheep's head of the sheep's leg. Yansei wa, this is? Dinyo and I went into the mountains to fight. It was too hot to put it away. Divide it and ate it. No need to let. Second auntie was gagged by a word. Yongshang, be careful. Don't go too far now that there is no shortage of food and drink in the house. Auntie, when the second uncle comes you'll all go to my house to eat together. Big sister goose and little sister goose I'll stay behind, so I won't come over to shout. Fine. I'll hurry up and cook the goat's head first. After cleaning up the offal with Dinyo and leaving a hind leg and most of the sheep's body for Dinyo's family, Li Yongqing carried 2 legs and half a lamb chop, and Dinyo carried the washed offal. Mother, there's a leg of lamb or something in the house. Go back and get it first. Dinyo Nyang went home. De Yen and Xiao Yen were instructed by Li Yongqing to cut the meat and skewer it. Throw all the lower goods into the cauldron. Let Xiao Shu burn the fire. And Li Yongqing set up the barbecue grill. The first time into the mountain harvest is good. The points broke 10,000. Harvest brown sugar exchange function. A wild sheep. 3 families can eat for a week. The most important thing is the red cherry fruit. The cliff is not going up. The hope of rope from above is lost, or have to think of a way to do it. Li Yongqing on the pieces of fruit is imperative. Nightfall. 2 tables merged together. 2 large pots of spicy fried haggis. People have not yet opened to eat. Xiao Shu's pai pai huan huan open dazzle. Hot lamb kebabs. Tired of eating and then skewers of grilled leeks. The bridge is broken. The second uncle's public ox cart is temporarily suspended, and his father went to repair the bridge for a day. The current in the Shangyun River is still a little bit rapid. The repair of the stone arch bridge must be built on a wooden frame. It is a big job. The 2 men drank wine and discussed the bridge. The aunt is no longer restrained, and Li Yongqing mother and the second aunt to discuss the trivialities of the village. Sister Big Goose and Sister Little Goose quickly ate their fill and took over the barbecue from Li Yongqing, who poured himself and Dinyo a glass of wine as well. Dinyo, the first time to enter the mountain harvest is good. Tomorrow there is no hurry to enter. The sword and archery should be practiced. Come to celebrate this wild goat. We also drink a little. Dinyo was a little embarrassed to see his mother nodding her head, and picked up the small bowl and smacked a mouthful, feeling it was much spicier than the haggis and mutton kebabs. A barbecue ate until midnight. The 2 children can hunt, although the heart are worried, but it is always more of a way out. To know that the 4 miles of hunter's status are very high, even if only in the periphery of the mountains around, when necessary, but can hit the scourge of the crops of the wild beasts. Chapter 58 Uncle delivers wine. Li Yongqing considered the middle of the night. Dinner time asked the aunt. Moonlight grass can cure trauma. For stopping bleeding has a good effect. Red cherry fruit is more difficult to get, and some difficult to say. Just said to the woman to cure. Li Yongqing did not have the good sense to ask more. You still have to go up the cliffs. All sides are cliffs, 70 to 80 meters high. Very scary. Should I let Uncle Chang send myself up at once, and then slide down after picking with the rope, and test Uncle Chang's kung fu level by the way? The mountain is really a lot of temptation. Just a piece of ordinary cliffs let himself soul. Really want to now kung fu and strong uncle like, in the mountains to come and go as you please fly around. Late at night finally fell asleep, dreaming of big red cherries. At first light, Li Yongqing went out of the house with a bow and arrow on his back and a plain sword, and his mother looked worried. Little student, are you going into the mountains? Mother, not going into the mountains. I'll go to the back in front of the mountain roots to practice my archery skills. I'll be back for dinner in a while. Came to the front of the mountain, did not open the bow and arrow, casually found a cliff. Li Yongsheng began to learn to climb. His former life if a rock climber would be good. A little easier than he thought. Perhaps the reason for the strength is very big. Slightly a bump himself can wrench to pull the body up. Do not dare to climb too high. Feel like yesterday's wild goat and the wild goat is almost the same. 7 or 8 meters is already the limit. Practiced a morning. Li Yongsheng feel if ruthless words may be able to climb the cliffs of the red cherry fruit. But the rope is a problem. On the current level of rope making, they do not dare to hand over their lives to them. Fishing spandex silk is very good, especially the kind of fishing line given by Wang Wenwang, but unfortunately too thin. That thing strangled in the waist is not to strangle through the waist. To the mealtime, the last venture up more than 10 meters high. Strong legs trembling, high places have a different scenery. Although this place from the north slope can be climbed up, but from the cliffs all the way up the buckle seam is completely different. Breakfast mutton soup. The day is too hot. Must be eaten quickly. Eat breakfast. Want to continue. Not yet out of the house. Outside sounded the loud voice of the third uncle. Yongsheng, third uncle is here. He hasn't had breakfast yet. Li Yongsheng's mood is inexplicably good. Open the door. The great uncle is scolding the third uncle. Said it is good to send the wine back to eat, so that dad knows to pick your skin. The original wine by the ant and the geese acceptance payment. This Li Yongsheng is not involved. Unqualified to hit the return. There is no room for negotiation. Li Yongsheng can give 200 taels of silver to the grandfather's family, but cannot receive a caddy of bad wine. Mother burned the fire to heat the mutton soup. Xiao Shu shared the last of her tribute candy. All a little sticky. Those are which brother and sisters? Divided clearly. Where's the brother-in-law? Big uncle. My father went to repair the bridge early in the morning. Over there to manage the breakfast. Fast house to sit. I and Inyo brothers just yesterday hit the wild sheep. Boiled a big pot. Just in time. Mother heated up the mutton soup and brought over a pot directly, letting the 3 uncles eat first while she steamed a pot of glutinous rice. Li Yongsheng went to the wine shop and touched a jar of wine and opened it. 2 pounds of Tanshan wine. Enough for 3 uncles to drink. Great uncle. Is the bridge in your village alright? How are the crops at home? The bridge is fine. It's fine to walk on horse-drawn ox carts. The crop loss is huge. The whole village is the same. 60 to 70% of the rice has been washed away. Talking about the crops, the eldest brother and the second uncle felt that the mutton soup did not smell good. Only the third uncle drank too much. A mouthful of wine and a mouthful of mutton soup. Great uncle, how about this? I'm too busy here at the winery. Starting next month, it's okay to send 200 pounds of original wine in January. Yongsheng, although we lost some grain, we can earn 200 pounds of rice from you a month. And the whole family won't go hungry, so we don't have to think about us. Li Yongsheng added mutton to the bowls of his first and second uncles. Eldest uncle, as you can see, we don't have much labor in the winery. And last time, Mr. Wang even said how much he would want, so it's settled. I'll earn more if you guys do more. Uncle C nephew's attitude is resolute. Nodded and agreed. Not to mention 200 pounds, 2,000 pounds they can also engage in. Just the father emphasized many times. Do not look at nephews make money without counting the 2 thinking of making cheap. Li Yongsheng asked his mother to bring 2 silver dollars. 50 taels each. Eldest uncle. This is 100 taels of silver. Xianyun River passes through the region is estimated to have suffered a disaster. The price of food will certainly rise. Go back and buy more glutinous rice and wheat to save. Great uncle was just about to get up and excuse himself when Li Yongsheng continued. It's not a gift. It's a loan to your family, and it will be deducted from the liquor money every month until it's gone. A few pushes. The great uncle agreed to accept the yuan treasure. The mother is almost as touched as the 3 uncles. The family does not lack of money. The son also said last time to send some to help grandpa's family, but he did not really go to send. She understands that the son is sincere. His father will not say more than 1 word, but the child's grandpa's side will certainly not want their own send and the child to send. There is a clear difference. The great uncle and the second uncle also let go under the enlightenment of Li Yongsheng. A pot of sheep's head soup is not enough. Li Yongsheng again full of a pot. Uncle, don't eat rice. You can get full on mutton. The 3 uncles were satisfied to go. Li Yongsheng's siblings and red-eyed mother sent to the village, waiting for the 3 uncles to go far away. Li Yongsheng found the second uncle to repair the bridge. Second uncle, stop doing this. Go back and set the car. Let's go to Ping'an Township. Late July. Has long been to the day to send wine to the family. The family saved more than 200 pounds of high wine. Uncle sent 100 pounds of the original wine will soon be steamed out. Li Yongsheng directly moved 200 pounds of 22 silver wine, excluding the deposit of 3-2, but also can get more 17-2 silver. Last time Uncle Chang brought a bag of leather also brought. Our precious fur, do not care about Mr. Wang is not at home. Throne there will not lose their own. In addition to the big beauty to write, the journey to the west also brought 3 days fishing, 2 days sunshine. Net is not yet finished, but more than half of the writing. Second uncle. Tomorrow we'll take the bridge in Taoran village and continue to the township. It's a long way. Just 1 trip a day. It doesn't matter if you can pull the townspeople or not. Come back and pull glutinous rice and wheat for me. Just pull 500 pounds a trip. I'll give you 51 for a trip. How does this work? The grain comes with it and it's pulled. You can't charge for it. Second uncle. I listened to the small wild goose sister said. Pulling people to earn that little money. Just feed the bean cake will have to spend half. Every morning also have to put cattle to cut grass. This year the grain will certainly be a big price hike. And now bought at a low price. By then just give me the money to save to buy 10 cows. Second uncle. Listen to my arrangement is good. The second uncle nodded and continued to yell the oxen to drive. Did not look back. 51 a day. Pulling a month can earn 1501, excluding the bean cake. Net income of more than 1 or 2 silver. When money can be earned by 2 ah. Second uncle. Food first, put my house. Cannot put, then put your home and big cattle home. This trip to see how the situation, if appropriate, may have to save tens of thousands of pounds of grain. You just pull on the line. Young Shang, is the food urgent? If you're in a hurry, you can make 2 trips a day when the bridge is repaired. No hurry. 1 trip a day, slowly pull it. Take the car more, you run twice. Anyway, a day to pull 500 pounds is good. Chapter 59. Mr. Wang's passion. It was after 10 o'clock when we left, and after a roundabout way, it was past noon when we reached Ping'an Township. The housekeeper was overjoyed to see Li Yongshang. Just now the king was still studying to go to Li Yongsheng. And this came, people really do not go through the chanting. You guys, unload the wine and keep this one entertained while I take our guest to see Master Clerk. Wing Nut, why don't I wait for you over at the fairgrounds after unloading? Second uncle, there's no rush, I'll be out in a minute. Hearing that it was Li Yongsheng's second uncle, Butler Li was even more reluctant to let go, and gave a middle-aged man who looked like a steward a wink. Young Shang, Wang, Master Clerk was just talking about you, saying he wanted to thank you properly. What is this? Traded hides with hunters, traded for spirits, thought it was not bad. Filial piety to the member's master. Steward Li nodded. That hunter wasn't simple. No need to look at it to know that it is a good skin. This child does attract people to like the value he also understands. Not greedy, and do not want anything. Take Tanshan wine, but any greedy some a month to get 1,000,000 or so pounds of the king also has a way. Today is considered to be more, but only 200 pounds only. Master Post, Li Yongsheng is here. Where? Call over quickly. The king came out of the room and looked at Li Yongsheng standing right in front of the door. The surprise on his face could not be hidden. Little Yongsheng, I just came back yesterday. I was going to go to your village. I heard that the bridge was collapsed by the heavy water. Has it been repaired? Li Yongsheng doesn't understand what Mr. Wang is so excited about. Is he short of wine? Master Clerk, the bridge in our village needs to be repaired in 2 or 3 more days, and I'm transferring from Taoran village. That must have been a morning's walk. Old Li, prepare lunch. It just so happens I haven't eaten either. Li Yongsheng was just about to open his mouth when he was pulled into the living room by Mr. Wang. What's in the bag? Some small letter. Looking for hunters to exchange. I can't use it. This is a book for Zhang Jingyi. I still have to trouble you guys to deliver it. Let's see. The book itself could not be read. A promise made by himself and his girl. But the king's clerk was curious about the bag of skins. Surely it was that mysterious master again. White fox, green-eyed beast? Surprisingly, there's also a purple-furred rabbit. Little Yongsheng, how much wine was exchanged for this? This is getting rich. Li Yongsheng knew that the middle-aged man who followed him that day would definitely report on Officer Wang, revealing a little bit of information. Master Post, in fact, is a regular hunter, originally appeared by chance, then got hooked on the Tanshan wine I brewed, now basically comes once a month, but the hunter is mysterious, except for me and Dinyo who do not see anyone. My house do not go to the, this should be a good skin he saved for a long time. Mr. Wang nodded his head and skipped over the topic. Little Yongsheng, you helped me a lot last time with Jingyi's girl, so you can say that you have a lot of merit for my family. So tell me, what do you want? As long as you ask, I will find a way to get it for you. Master Clerk, I really have something to ask you. Mr. Wang poured a cup of tea for Li Yongsheng. Little Wingnut, don't mention the word beg. If there's anything you need, you ask. Master, it is like this. I and Dinyo followed the hunters to learn a bit of physical fitness kung fu. Also got a bow and arrow and plain knife. Thinking of going into the mountains to hunt some prey to collect some herbs to subsidize the family. Yesterday went to a time, and found that the herbs are growing in the cliffs. The heart itching to go up I'd like to ask you if you have any strong ropes here. Wang Wenwei smiled and nodded, also thought that small Yongsheng really have what big problem to find him. Of course, there are excessive requirements of their own will also find ways to solve, but the favor returned to the feeling of the relationship on the cold, and now it is very good. The small Yongsheng, or as always, has the village teenager's pure and simple nature of the heart. Their own lack of money is never. It is this rare fellowship. Little Yongsheng, eat first. After eating I'll accompany you to the weapons depot. Take whatever you fancy. The meal is not imagined sumptuous, but also just 8 plates, and Li Yongsheng heart thought not quite the same. The vast majority of dishes Li Yongsheng have not seen. Tasted the chopsticks, a crystalline dish, full of flavor. Surprisingly, I cannot see what is done. There was no pretty girl pouring tea and water. Serving on the side was housekeeperly. Seeing Li Yongsheng looking at a plate of dishes with interest, he rushed to introduce it. Eternal life, this is the deer tendon from the green deer. Is it still appetizing? Uncle Li, the word appetizing is a bit too extravagant to use on me. I haven't eaten it, but my mouth is full of flavor. Mr. Wang was amused. Yongsheng, don't be polite. Eat your fill. I'm in Beijing. I was continuously drunk at Jingyi's place. I don't have a big appetite. You can eat as much as you want. Eat enough. Li Yongsheng reluctantly put down the chopsticks. Although it is a table of mountains and seas, his own thoughts are still about the rope. Let's go. Go to my arsenal, and say yes to anything you fancy. Li Yongsheng followed Mr. Wang into a special house. The wall was 5 or 6 meters high, and there were no windows. The only way in and out was through a heavy iron gate. Entering the interior, Li Yongsheng was stunned by the scene inside. This Wang would not be preparing for a rebellion. The 4 walls were full of oil lamps, and under the light, the weapons on the rows and rows of shelves emitted an eerie cold light. Counselor Wang, with so many weapons, won't the officials investigate if they know about it? This is a little taboo, but must be asked clearly. But the relationship between their own family of 4 lives of the big things, sloppy, Wang outside the night walk more. Li Yongsheng's little mind cannot hide from him. Little Yongsheng, ordinary people don't dare to hide so many weapons. This officer actually has a status. Can't talk to you in detail. Most of these are handed down from ancestors and royal rewards. In addition, this officer used to be a martial arts general's origin. Not taboo. Li Yongsheng circled around the armory. All wanted. All did not reach out. Too expensive. Each weapon feels extraordinary. Cannot just reach out, so as not to make it difficult for Wang Wenwei. Found the ropes. A rack full of them. Thick and thin. Many with flying claws on them. This should be used for siege or night exploration of the house. Little Yongsheng, that bundle of yellow rope is good. Don't look at the number, it is the thinnest, but the material is the best. Inside wrapped with 9 spandex, 2 oxen reverse pull cannot pull. Li Yongsheng touched the rope. It felt good in his hand. This bundle has at least more than 100 meters. Going up the mountain cliff to collect is completely enough, but the value is certainly not cheap. Master Clerk, the value of this? Little Yongsheng, don't talk about value. As I said, the favor you gave me through Jingyi girl is considered to leave a fragrance for our family and is worry-free in the future. Not to mention a bundle of ropes. Even if this arsenal is moved, I will never say anything. Li Yongsheng does not hesitate. It is not good to keep letting others owe their favor. Then I'll take the bundle of ropes. Wang staff saw Li Yongsheng mind on the rope, took 2 small and exquisite flying claws and handed it over, and took out a dagger from the hidden compartment. Just look at the sheath, is very luxurious. Draw out the cold light. Brightly blinded Li Yongsheng's dog's eyes. Take this with you. It's handy. For self-defense. Chapter 60, The Fruit on the Cliff Top. Li Yongsheng couldn't push back. The dagger was directly given to hang on by Officer Wang. A bundle of rope is very long, but it only weighs 3 or 5 pounds. In addition to the rope dagger and extra money for wine, Wang also gave loaded a cattle car of supplies, are brought back from the capital reward. The value of the skin did not intend to give, that there is no hurry. Now give this child too much silver is not a good thing. They will not think of earning it cheap, and so on their own use of the skin to do the job, will be based on the results of the work to him discounted value. Li Yongsheng was thinking of buying some meat, passing grandpa's house to send some. Looking at the car supplies feel unnecessary. All can put things, bacon, sausage, dried meat, tea and so on. The value is not expensive. Second uncle, pass by Taoran village and go to my grandpa's house. I'll leave some for my grandpa's house. Yongsheng, second uncle has enjoyed the blessing of following you. He has never eaten anything so delicious. And Mr. Wang is really rich. More than rich. Money is not necessarily what you can eat. Like this car supplies? Most of them with the word tribute. I do not know that this thing to give themselves to commit a taboo, but from the countryside on the control of knives, guns, bows and arrows and other weapons. The court seems to be less concerned about the folk hiding martial arts, and I guess there are not so many taboos. Arriving at Taoran village, the ox cart stopped directly in front of Grandpa's house, and the luxury ox cart drew a crowd of onlookers, and some old people who were enjoying the coolness at the bottom of the trees also moved over to watch the fun. What is the meaning of this, young student? Li Yongsheng had already moved down 4 boxes in 3 bags. Grandpa, I did a favor to the wine clerk. This is a thank you. It's summer. If you can't finish it, it will go bad, so I'll give you a little bit to share. Grandpa wanted to talk about the original wine, but forgot all about it when he saw the boxes and bags on the floor. No, just keep 1 box. It's all. Grandpa, it's getting late. We have to rush back, so don't let it go. Look at this big cart. When can we finish it? Third uncle, move the goods. Third uncle didn't dare to reach out and turned his head to his father. Grandpa was still hesitating and Li Yongsheng had already told second uncle to go back to the car. Grandpa, uncle, we still have to catch up, so I'll come back to play with father and mother Xiao Shu when we have time off. Seeing Li Yongsheng jump onto the ox cart, Grandpa sighed. Xiao Sheng, it's too much. You kid, you can't spend money recklessly. Back home already dusk. Li Yongsheng to the Dinyo family and the second uncle's family once again divided. The rest have a stack. Xiao Shu with Pai Pai Huan Huan already and the groundhog in the same open tasted. The mother would like to stop. Was Li Yongsheng stopped? Mother, bring back is to eat. Put bad pity. Hurry to build finished sharp. Li Yongsheng did not care about the supplies. Went into the east room and began to drum up the rope. After brother Da Zheng's family moved away, his sister stayed in the outer room of the hall, giving the east room to Li Yongsheng. The south room often had to burn charcoal. It was too hot. Look at not much. A bundle of rope has 200 meters. The dagger given by the Wang Wenwei is good. His own knife even cut the rope, but with the dagger is very simple. Cut a few meters of rope to give themselves an all-around protection. The rope is still a little thin. The light chain to the waist. Then it will be strangled very painful. Rope cover is done. The highest cliff 70 to 80 meters. Li Yongsheng the rope into 2 sections. 100 meters is enough to facilitate the carrying of whichever one end of the tethered flying claw. Don't look at the flying claw as small and delicate. The weight is not light. Grasping there must be able to grasp firmly and reliably. Li Yongsheng hard excited. More than a carload of valuable materials are also happy to teach a person to fish as well as to teach a man to fish. They are considered to be teaching a man to fish. Early in the morning, and Dinyo practice arrows back. Li Yongsheng let Dinyo do not slack off the kung fu. At home to practice, try not to go out. Dinyo obedient. Li Yongsheng ate breakfast carrying the rope away, with a little dry food, and the mother said to go to the back of the cliffs where to practice lightweight. The mother did not have any doubt. The child into the mountains will not take Dinyo. Into the valley. Li Yongsheng all the way to run wildly, on the road to see hares and pheasants and what not care. Full of red cherry fruit, naked points in front of the eyes, endured so many days, has long been hungry and thirsty, didn't meet any big beasts. Reached the cliff of red cherry fruit is estimated to be about 9 o'clock. The whole circle of cliffs are stored in Li Yongsheng's brain. Know which place can go up and still down. There was no way the rope was going to be left behind. Out came the hammer and chisel and everything was ready to throw the grapple. Overestimated themselves. Although you can use the rope to swing a few rounds, but at best it is thrown to more than half of the distance. Good in the cliffs have raised small trees. Li Yongsheng swung 7 or 8 times. Hooks finally in the trunk of the tree to spare a few circles to hang onto. Bows, arrows, and plain knives to one side. The whole body only with the dagger and hammer chisel sent by Wang, all the way up to the chisel. Their own strength and agility is now very good, as long as a trace of the force point will be able to climb down. Having reached the small tree and opened a staging point, it was now the hardest part, to go up and continue to throw the rope blindly, not daring to put all my strength on the small tree, with my feet on the tree and the landing, holding the chisel deep into the rock face with one hand, and swinging the rope upward with the other hand, more than 20 meters away. Throwing up is not difficult, but it is easy to pull down. Tried 4 or 5 times. Finally, the hook is fixed. There is no hurry to excavate the landing. Timidly climb up. This time the rope off is dead. Li Yongsheng forehead has been sweating. Or 2 spelled just for a few points of food. Fortunately, some of the main character bully suit. On the top of the cliff almost weak legs. Hooks just hooked in a stone crack, which if the cracks are slightly weathered, they will be finished. But look at the top of the cliff is also covered with red cherry fruits. And more than the following, Li Yongsheng felt that finally did not risk his life for nothing to climb a trip. There was no time for emotion. First secure the hook, slide down and mine the remaining 20 meters or so for a landing, and the rest was harvest time. Solve the problem of the back road. Li Yongsheng began to pick. First pick the top of the cliff, automatically shielded from the system's tone. Touch even if. Fortunately, this is not a black-hearted fruit. There is no sharp thorns. Like a hard-working bee, did not turn red system does not want to. In addition to the fruit tree branch tops are still blooming with white flowers, and there are a number of just fell fruit. This is a lasting business picking until the fall harvest feels fine. Picked 2/3 of it, tired and hungry. The points reached 50,000, and the points that can be used also reached 40,000. 8,000 kilograms of rice, for brown sugar or peanut oil can be exchanged for 800 pounds. From the diagonal backpack pulled out dry food to chew. No water, also do not care to find a water source. Den Yang said, this thing in addition to the woman to cure the disease. The same is also nourishing qi and blood of the good. That is, there is no poison. Li Yongsheng continuous dry dozens of sweet, taste good, and large cherries about the same. Eat too much should not be swollen, face it. There's no time to rest. There are still clusters and clusters of them on the cliffs, and they all need to be cleaned up today. Chapter 61 Uncle Strong's Ride. After collecting the remaining 1/3, the rest on the difficulty, each area first to fix the rope, smooth down after swinging around. After collecting an area also have to climb up to change the position of the rope. Dusk has arrived. Li Yongsheng stood on the cliff, experiencing the satisfaction brought by 80,000 points. Total points 90,000. I thought that the next upgrade would take a monkey's time, but I didn't realize that I would almost reach it with just a piece of fruit. 80,000 points that can be used. Converted into rice is 16,000 pounds. It is too good. The sun will soon set. There is no time to masturbate. The hammer and chisel directly thrown into the bushes. The rope and hooks are also thrown down. Li Yongxing followed his own excavation of the landing point step by step down. The last step cannot be joyful and sad. Down to the bottom of the cliff. Find something immediately began a wild goose chase. Strong uncle once said not as a last resort try not to spend the night in the mountains. The danger of the night to be much greater. Returning home just in time. My father had just returned from repairing a bridge over the river. Xiao Shang. The bridge is repaired. 500 pounds of grain did not give in vain. The bridge had tablet engraved on the surface of your name. Ranked first it, the second only out of more than 70 pounds. The father was in pain when the wheat came out. 500 pounds. How many big white buns could be steamed? But it didn't hurt anymore. His son's name came first. He worked with all the energy he could muster, and all the compliments and praises would make him the first to arrive at the crack of dawn. Dad, can you pass the ox cart? It'll pass. It's sturdy. This time it's all big rocks. Even a big flood can't break through it. Your village chief uncle is there all day to supervise. Any little mistake will be reworked. Don't worry. Your second uncle's ox cart will have no problem at all crossing the bridge. Mother in the pothouse ready to eat. Just now the words also heard. The heart is beautiful. You both haven't seen anyone all day. Don't talk about the bridge. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Dinner 2 hard dishes with large rice, bean paste bacon and pepper fried sausage. Pai Pai Huan is still obsessed with spicy flavor. Bacon does not eat. Just eat sausage with spicy flavor. The meal is already large. It is difficult to satisfy the meat alone. The 2 little beasts of other grains are dead, not eaten, but the lees of the brewing of the wine is not averse to it, casually mixing with some spices to get it done. Recently Li Yongsheng also found a problem. Even if his attitude towards the 2 small beasts is very bad, often a foot run out 4 or 5 meters, the 2 small beasts are still intentionally or unintentionally close to themselves. Want to break the head also did not figure out what is the reason. Could it be that it is self-transcendent overbearing service? Brother, are you pulling the strings on Pippi Huan to feed them secretly? Not only their own suspicion, and Pai Pai Huan closest Xiao Shu also some doubt. In order to prove their innocence and test Pai Pai Huan's situation, Li Yongxing sat and placed a kick. Pippi immediately flew to the hall. Xiao Shu sleep outside the bed. Huan was smarter, and ran to the side when Li Yongxing was ready to stretch his legs, and seeing Pippi's misery, rushed away from the horrible 2-legged beast, but the meal wasn't finished yet, and he leaned over again after dilly-dallying. August 1st, Li Yongsheng and Dinyo carrying a large basket with a wine jar and into the mountains. The basket is loaded with rice, flour, grain and oil, and Li Yongsheng specifically for Uncle Chang for 5 pounds of brown sugar, in addition to the things given by Mr. Wang also loaded on some of the things, although Uncle Chang is not short of meat, but bacon sausage is still some flavor. Tea is a good thing to estimate that Uncle Chang will like. The top also loaded with some seasonal vegetables. The basket is higher than the Dinyo, but Dinyo carried without pressure. But Dinyo back without pressure. Li Yongsheng hands of the 2 jars of wine replaced by 50 pounds. Strong uncle drinking look at their own. A meal of 3 or 2 pounds without any problem. Tube should be full. After the request of the strong uncle's place is still a lot of. In a month's time, the unripe moonlight grass matured some. Li Yongsheng is a bit obsessive compulsive. The points for brown sugar with moonlight grass to make up for it again. The points that can be used are still 80,000. Dinyo is still playing knife shooting arrows. More than Li Yongsheng efforts. Simple-minded also has the advantage of practicing when you have enough to eat. A simple knife played tiger. Archery progress is also very big. 200 meters distance is almost 89 out of 10. Uncle Chang came, this time very racy, riding a flowery white ferocious beast. Li Yongsheng looked at his scalp, and the hair of the big bull stood up. Don't be afraid. It doesn't eat people, little flower. Go lie down on the side. The beast wagged its tail and lay down honestly in the shade. Uncle Kung, what's this? Looked a bit like a poor man you've seen while playing the game. Poor Chi, a kind of ferocious beast, unintentionally encountered, originally wanted to eliminate harm for the people, thinking that every time carrying a wine jar to go too long to lose their dignity, so they trained for a few days to ride over. Uncle Chang said this and turned over the back basket, saw the tea with the word tribute, nodded with satisfaction. A string of sausages directly lifted out, shouted Xiao Hua threw over. Little Flower had no self-consciousness of a ferocious beast at all, and took it with her big open mouth, chewing a few times, her eyes brightening and her gaze moving from the two small two-legged sheep. Den Yo, Xiao Yang Shang, practice your sword and archery skills, I'll see. Den Yo instantly came to the spirit, a plain sword played with the wind and water. Arrows are also 100 paces. See, the strong uncle frequently nodded. Li Yongsheng is worse, the sword to the spirit of the main. Arrows are a little difficult to see compared to Den Yo, but the distance of 200 meters is also 6 or 7 out of 10. Uncle John read it and pulled a couple of pamphlets out of his arms. Not bad, all good. This time I didn't bring you prey and skins. Den Yo, this is the follow-up sword technique and the 9 styles of horizontal training. Practice both. I'll check it next month. Den Yo took the booklet and carefully flipped through it, and Uncle Chang looked at Li Yongsheng's expectant gaze with some amusement, naked and close to saying, hey, I want it too. These 2 books are yours. The blade follow-up is almost the same. You still focus on dexterity, and this one is the pace gong method. Practicing it will make your body lighter. Thank you, Uncle John. Li Yongsheng heart rejoiced. Spiritual void steps, the name is very atmospheric, is exactly their urgent needs. Do not know this world's kung fu in the end, strong on what looks like, and cannot get to the root of Uncle Chang. Cannot ask Uncle Chang, you cannot fly it. Yang Shang, there's no rush to practice. Go back and prepare a few more green vegetables. Prepare some meat for Little Flower as well. 3 to 5 pounds will be enough. Uncle Chang, this should be breakfast without eating to come over. Ah, looks like looking forward to this meal. Poor masters, cannot even eat a green vegetable? When there is a chance to go to his place, must be given to plant 2 acres of land. Li Yongsheng went home, spent more than an hour, whole 4 pots of vegetables, our seasonal vegetables plus some bacon sausage, picked about 5 pounds of sausage into the basket, stacked on top of 4 dishes, but also pressed on 7 or 8 steamed bread. Right hand slipped the basket and a small altar of 3 pounds of Tanshan wine, shoulder and a bag of glutinous rice and a bag of flour. Strong uncle have got a mount. Surely you can bring some more. Shu, roll those 2 pieces of twine and hand them to me. Shu rushed to help and rolled the twine and put it into his brother's hand that was blocking the rice noodles. Chapter 62, Blade Technique and Pace. Strong uncle of Li Yongsheng's handiwork is very satisfied. It looks like it is indeed eating meat to eat the top. Light eating vegetables. There is meat with chopsticks. Whoosh, flew into the mouth of the small flowers. 5 pounds of sausage has long been small flowers in the belly of the goods, or lying in the shade. Lazily open his mouth and wait for his master's feeding. Li Yongsheng practiced half a day's pace of some disappointment. The heart of the best expectations is the top of the light power. Of course, the Lingbo Weibu kind of will be. Really can't Wudong Zhang Chuishan's ladder cloud longitudinal or at least climb a cliff without a rope. Not at all so much. Compare to feel not half useful. Immortality, combined with practicing the everlasting life technique. You won't get much result practicing like that for 100 years. I see. Li Yongsheng tried to practice the combination of the 2 techniques. A little doorway. It seems that there are many tricks in it. Constantly experimenting, the pace is getting faster and faster. Strong uncle occasionally opened his eyes to glance. Feel teach a disciple is not bad. At least have a good wine to drink, have good food to eat. Just now I resisted the urge not to eat all the dishes. Every look have left a bottom. As a rippling masters, always have to leave a little face in front of the juniors. Ah, that big bull. Really no point practicing huffing and puffing, shaking the dust. Do not know to move down the place? I'm downwind here, okay? Not in a hurry to leave, but can't stand the dust anymore. Little Yongsheng, Den Yo, practice well. I will see you again on the first day of next month. Li Yongsheng hurriedly bundled items for the ferocious beast, not daring to touch them, and looked at Uncle Chang with bated breath. Stand up and bend down. Surprisingly, Little Flower could understand, and rose from the shade, kneeling on all fours. Li Yongsheng and Den Yo tied up all the things, worrying that the wine canisters fell and smashed. All the hemp ropes were used, and the ferocious beast was tied up like a dumpling. Uncle Chang stuck the gun in his hand on Little Flower as well, and drifted away with his hands behind his back in a dashing manner. Little Flower following steadily, her body surprisingly not swaying at all. Brother Yongsheng, Uncle Chang can really eat. 8 steamed buns are not left, 4 pots of vegetables are left in the bottom of the pot, and he drank a jar of wine, and I don't think he has a bulging stomach. Where did he eat? Uncle Chang, who had already walked out more than a mile away, stumbled and resisted the urge to turn back. Forget it, the big bull is not too bright in the head, he can't be bothered with him, it's a loss of honor. Denyo, do the masters understand? When you have practiced your kung fu, you will be able to eat a cow by yourself. Brother Yongsheng, you're treating me like a cutie again. I can't fit a cow even if I cut open my stomach and sew it back on. Uncle Chang, who froze his ears, nodded. You were already stupid. Let's go bull. We'll practice at home. Brother Yongsheng, should we go into the mountains tomorrow? I remember there are still slices of red fruit. Can I go pick them? Denyo, don't keep thinking about picking any fruits. We don't lack food and clothes now, do we? Seeing Denyo nod his head, Li Yongsheng continued to teach. Uncle Chang has come a long way to send us the secret books of martial arts, and they will be inspected today next month. If we don't practice well, do we have the face to see Uncle Chang? Brother Yongsheng, you're right. Uncle Chang said that he would check next month. Starting tomorrow I won't go out. First I'll practice my sword technique and the 9 styles of horizontal exercise, and when I'm done I'll practice my archery. I'll definitely give Uncle Chang a surprise next month. Passing by the short slope, the black heartfruit has already set fruit. Still green, still early to ripen. The fruit system is now not harvested. Picking very much. Back home, Li Yongsheng began to study the sword, and the previous moves have a big difference. Before the big open chopping and sweeping mode, now pay more attention to the grasp of the details, with the details of the differentiation of the ruffling, stabbing, intercepting, blocking, collapsing, chopping, wiping, bending, wrapping and other moves. Seeing his brother in the yard swinging tiger, Pai Huan also followed the jumping. Xiao Shu some hot eyes, and when his brother finished practicing, hurriedly handed a towel to wipe the sweat. Xiao Shu, now Pippi Huan need not be afraid to meet people. Nothing can be taken out for a walk. Old tethered at home is not boring? Brother, you won't be bored if you teach me kung fu. This is waiting for himself. Li Yongsheng finished wiping his face and handed the towel to his sister. This kung fu you are not necessarily suitable. Without the consent of Uncle Chang dare not give you to practice. Denyo's kung fu is even more unsuitable for you. Next time I will ask Uncle Chang, can you also want a copy of the book? But first of all said Uncle Chang may not necessarily agree. Xiao Shu was surprised and just about to jump a few times to express his happiness. The door opened and the second uncle entered. Wing nut, the food is full. No more room to sleep. All 3 are loaded? Well, it's all filled up. How about this? I'll give you 2 families silver at night. You build up the east and south houses. Anyway, there's nothing to be busy with in the field. The meals get a little better, and the folks who work can save some food for their families. Yongsheng, you don't have to pay for it. My family has been planning this for a long time. Then how about this? Just using the south house to brew wine is also a bit small. Why don't you just build another winery? Build it on the east side of your house, and seal up the patio as well, so that there is no delay in brewing wine and storing grain. Herb was a little worried. Yongsheng, will the price of food really go up? It's not good if it doesn't grow and stay put for too long. Don't worry Uncle too. You can run out of brewing even if it doesn't go up. Li Yongsheng is not a whim. Their future with points for food exchange also need to have a place and excuse. Anything cannot go beyond the knowledge of others. Otherwise there will always be trouble. Build a large grain depot. They live there at night to watch and manage. Easy to operate. Li Laosan's family is going to build a house again. Not only Li Laosan's family, Lao Er's family and Denyo's family is also going to build. Yu Qing's family is squeezed through the threshold. They all want to mix a few days of food. The food has suffered a disaster. Can save a meal is a meal. Yu Qing father came to the house is good to build the Denyo family and Dian family house. Are the east and south house? Yongshenghua requirements of the house is a little difficult. Need a lot of wood, but also have to be a very thick and tall kind of. The village 100 households have 0. In addition to the grandma's family and Li Yongsheng ancestral home, each family out of a strong laborers, playing mud blanks, logging, carrying wood, quarrying stone, a clear division of labor. Yuqing mother and Dajiang daughter-in-law of 7 or 8 women also found a job. Li Yongsheng felt that the mother of a few people still have to brew wine. No time to so many people to cook. The daunting task of cooking the same to the father of the friends of Qing. The cauldron is set up in the yard of the second uncle's house. The second uncle's daily trip to Ping'an Township. A fan of pork every day. Rice can be created. In addition to not being able to take it to the family, how much you can eat is the ability. 3 families started at the same time. The village is lively again. the logging team early in the morning into the mountains. Denyo carrying a bow and arrows with a simple knife as a bodyguard. Very cherish this sacred profession. Last time to kill the white wolf. The village children no longer have to dance on him to get, and those long-winded women do not dare to point the finger again. Playing mud billet and quarrying stone are tired work. Li Yongsheng in order to improve efficiency. The morning will manage the meal, and lunch and dinner are grade, provided that you get up early to do a bit of work. No one would like to sleep. Chapter 63, Encounter with a Wild Boar. Everyone is busy outside. Li Yongsheng hides at home busy, writing books, practicing kung fu. Sword and pace is improving every day, practicing the pace, although it cannot take off on the flat bottom, but up the walls and climb the house has been as good as it can be. I went to the back cliffs to try it out while everyone was wrapping up, and although I couldn't climb up the cliffs on dry land, it was a lot more manageable than before. Practiced for 3 days. Cannot stand the outside of the whimpering? Li Yongsheng took the guy out, and his mother said to go to guard the townspeople with the big cattle. Did not go to the valley where the logging team worked. Circled around, and from the east of the valley into the mountains, running fast all the way, feeling that the body is much lighter than before. Into the forest do not dare to run, carefully searching forward, encountering unrecognizable species have to touch and see if they can be exchanged for points. The mountains are a little quiet. Li Yongsheng walked in the forest is a little thicker. The occasional birds chirping is still a little creepy to listen to. Pull out the park sword in the hand to feel a little more at ease. The system recycling stuff is not so good to find. More than 2 hours without harvest. Li Yongsheng more or less a little deflated. The moonlight grass is an accident. The black heart fruit is more special. The red cherry fruit grows directly on the cliff. Pondered half a day and did not have a common point. Sitting under the tree to rest for a few moments. Suddenly heard the tree squeaking call. It is 2 small monkeys playing in the tree. A closer look at the monkeys. It feels like grabbing something to eat. Is it fruit? Looking at the 20 to 30 meters high tree some fear, but 70 to 80 meters high cliffs dare to climb. There is no reason not to go up to see. The 2 little monkeys spotted the uninvited guests and ran away, chattering and swinging on the branches. Simpler than one imagines. The outer skin of the big tree is very rough. Hands and feet climbed hard without effort. Climbed to more than 10 meters high. See clearly. The branches of the tree some green fruits. Mace. For nothing. It should not be ripe. Even if it is, the system looks at the things that are not ripe, there is no hint of it. Look around. The fruits are all hanging in the branches of the branch tops. The risk is too great. There is no need to take the chance to remember the location of next time to bring a long pole and a small net is good. Standing in the highest branches of the tree can be enough one by one. Down the tree surprisingly did not feel much tired. Back on the bow and arrow sat on the park knife to continue to move forward. Wandering more than half an hour. Suddenly heard the sound of running water. Li Yongsheng is very sensitive to the river. Strong uncle once said that you cannot go to the east side of the mainstream of the Xianyun River. Followed the sound to find the river. Li Yongsheng assured that is a mountain stream, more than half a meter wide. The water flow is crystal clear. Do not have to think about it, will finally converge to the Xianyun River. Washed his face. Suddenly felt some cold back. Li Yongsheng understand is not an illusion. The bull saw the beast once hair upright. Fierce stirrups. A step across the stream. Turn around and turn back to draw the knife in one fell swoop. And sure enough, the back stood a wild boar. Eyeballing 300 pounds is there. A pair of eyes red. Is staring dead in the face of Li Yongsheng. One man and one pig faced each other across the river. Li Yongsheng's legs slightly trembled. The first time he faced a guy who was a threat to his life. His heart was more or less in fear. Wild boar is in humans have dealt with. Compared to steel crops to eat met with the strong man with a sword and spear. This child with a brightly shining weapon is simply a slag. The boar suddenly catapulted to start and flew towards Li Yongsheng, intending to knock down the scum at the same time when it crossed the creek. It didn't believe that the scum could withstand the force of its one hit. Li Yongsheng stared at the boar with a deadly stare. His afterglow looked at the bottom of his feet. There were no stones, branches or anything to stumble on. The boar squealed when it was about to jump. Its hind legs snapped, and the whole pig shot over like a cannonball. Li Yongsheng's right foot retreated violently, and the park sword teased up from the bottom to the top, using his whole body's strength. Thumbs up. The sound of the park knife cutting through the skin rang out, and Li Yongsheng breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to be careless. Taking advantage of the moment, the boar rolled down to step across the stream again. The boar was hit by the knife. The whole body is rolled pine oil stained sand. The neck is its most vulnerable place. Was a knife ruffled open a big mouth? Intense pain came. Know that this slag is not good to be messed with. Hurriedly bugger off. Not yet catapulted to start. Felt the sky spinning. The neck in the whirring of the spray of blood. Just climbed up and planted again. Li Yongsheng did not dare to be careless. Pulled the bow and arrow and shot an arrow out. Hit the boar neck. The boar twitched a few times and did not respond. Just now too exciting. No wonder the hunters are hovering on the line of life and death. If he hadn't practiced kung fu, he probably wouldn't be able to move his feet in time, and he would have to be bumped earlier or later, and his hand strength is not enough, and the park knife wouldn't have been able to cut into the boar's neck. Cannot be delayed. The smell of blood will attract meat-eating beasts. Li Yongsheng rushed to drag the boar to the stream this side, more than 300 pounds, with their own strength to carry some reluctant. It is estimated that they cannot go far. Dragging is also very troublesome to see the stream next to some small trees, to find the right thickness of the cutoff too, with the rope given to the king of the rope to be repeatedly twisted to make a simple slippery pole. The boar turned up, dragging the really save much effort, dragging the sliding pole with 2 hands. The plain knife could only be carried on the waist, fearing a beast sneak attack, and drew the dagger out and held it in his teeth, so that he could give a fatal blow to the sneak attacker at the critical moment. Fortunately, perhaps the reason for the scarcity of wild beasts in the periphery, out of the forest also did not meet the prey sneak attack. The blood has flowed dry, the boar neck wound turned black and red. Looking at the arrow that is still inserted in the top, Li Yongsheng thought of how to explain it, said that the mother must be worried about the fight with the park knife, said that with the arrows, looked at the not dead through the blood letting in a hurry. With a slippery pole pulling is not light, mainly up and down the mountain road is difficult to travel. There is no road, into the mountains with more than 3 hours, out of the mountains when the sun has been west. There is still a distance from home. Li Yongsheng put down the slippery pole gasping for breath. Fortunately practiced kung fu, otherwise they are by no means likely to drag this guy out of the mountains. At most cut 2 pig legs. Come back to look for tomorrow. 100% of other beasts picked up the cheap, dragged to the back of the village has been sunset. The logging team closed down. Saw Li Yongsheng dragging wild boar all stunned. Brother Yongsheng, you went into the mountains? No, practicing kung fu there on the east cliff face. This thing should have gone to the crop field to spoil the crops, and was killed by an arrow from me. Li Yongsheng tried to pretend to be calm and peaceful, carrying his bow and arrow with a slightly more masterful demeanor. The big bull took over the sliding pole and dragged it with no effort at all. Father Yongsheng and the logging folks are full of envy. Big boar ah. It seems that no one in the village has ever killed such a big guy, but I have seen it before. This thing in the crop field rampage, leaping up no one dares to block, can only shout to drive away. Uncle who knows how to kill a pig? There's a lot of work now, so it's just as well to kill it without having to buy pork. Dazhuang will do. He kills all the annual pigs in the village. I can help. Do you want to eat tonight? I guess the meal is already ready. There is no hurry. Kill it after eating. Uncle who? You fine people. 4 or 5 people will be enough. Kill 1 person to share a caddy of meat and a caddy of bones. Chapter 64, Fried Fatty Intestine. Daniel dragged the wild boar back to the home. Immediately caused a sensation in the townspeople who were ready to eat. More than 100 people gathered around. Daniel last time to fight the white wolf, and this time to fight the wild boar. This future days are not more and more fragrant. It wasn't me who hit him. It was brother Yongsheng who practiced and ran into an arrow that killed him. Hearing that it was Li Yongsheng who fought, the townspeople were even more surprised. Although Li Yongsheng is rich, but he is a complete slag ah. Eternal life skill did not make him strong. The townspeople feel that he is still as weak as before, although dancing with a knife and gun, but also think that it is just rich and idle play. I did not expect to really be able to finish off the wild boar. Wingnut, come on, how did it hit? Seeing his mother huddled in the crowd with a worried look on her face, Li Yongsheng acted breezily, practicing kung fu. This thing sneaks out of the mountains. I guess I want to scourge the crops. Separated by 200 meters was I shot an arrow in the neck. Did not die through. With a knife cut open the neck to bleed. Fortunately close to the home, or else I cannot pull back it. Sure enough, the mother was relieved to see the wild boar. Everyone went back to the second uncle's house to eat. Vegetables are not enough to eat. Pure pork soup. Everyone has more than 10 pieces of large pieces of pork in the bowl. The meat is so much. The soup casually drink. Clear white rice, with a little pickles, all eat full of oil. The food is very good, but the day's work is not light. Eat all go home to rest. Yu Qing father left his son and daughter-in-law, but also left the 2 big strong. A little selfish, but also human nature. Killing pigs do not need Li Yongsheng to worry about. Yu Qing mother and Dazhuang daughter-in-law boil hot water. Yu Qing masters and Dazhuang brother to deal with the wild boar, scraping the hair to open the chest to wash down the goods. The father from the sorghum field back to join the pig killing squad. 2 slices of fan pork hanging on the back wall of the shadow. The next goods are all cleaned. To the 2 families divided pork and bones. Yu Qing father and Dazhuang insisted on as long as the amount of a person. Was Li Yongsheng forced into the hand, waiting for the 2 families to leave. Let the big cow slipped back half a fan of ribs and a hang of pig liver. Let the big goose slipped back a hind leg and a hang of pig lungs. Li Yongsheng fancy is the big and small intestines and pig's stomach. The other tomorrow are given to the work of the food. These 3 looks must be cooked by themselves. Mother was busy rubbing salt on the pork and hogsheads. It was so hot that it could go bad in the course of the night, and father took it upon himself to get the fire going. Brother, Pippi Huanhuan wants to gnaw on the ribs. Li Yongxing touched his sister's head. A good child. Thinking of his own pet. I guess he wants to gnaw it himself. The road is going the opposite way, whereas Pai Huanhuan is important as her sister. The pot is big enough, and half a fan of ribs is thrown directly into the pot. Wild boar meat strong. The same need to cook time is also long. 3 hours. Li Yongxing opened the lid of the pot with chopsticks poked a few times. Just right. Cooked but not rotten. The sister and the 2 little ones were starving, and forced themselves to wait for the ribs without eating anything, and Li Yongxing directly clamped the whole ribs into the basin. Serve it away. Cool it before you eat it. Large intestine and small intestine and pork belly all cut into small segments. The pot put some more salt, boiling directly into the pot. Eat a 4 or 5 days nothing wrong. Stayed fried a plate. Start the pot to burn oil. Onion, ginger, garlic and red pepper burst pot. A plate under the goods poured into the room full of fragrance. Fried into the taste and then cast into the green chili pepper blocks. After breaking off the pot immediately, with fragrant glutinous rice, simply do not be too comforting. Pai Huan nod ribs nod full. Xiao Shu nod not down the meat tendon for the 2 little ones is a piece of cake. Eat full without delay. 2 lying on the legs of Li Yongxing begging for food. 1 piece, that's all, and then I'll have to kick you guys off. The 2 little ones hugged the large intestine and nod, as if they understood, and finished eating and lay on the feet of Li Yongxing. Yongxing, how dangerous is it to go into the mountains? Father has been alive for more than 30 years and has never been inside. At most, he can only chop down trees on the periphery and so on. Father, there is no need to worry. Uncle Chang taught me and Daniel specialized kung fu. What is the situation in the mountain? Uncle Chang knows everything. Gave us the direction. We just do not run around without any danger. The father nodded and stopped talking. His son was too old to stop himself from doing what he wanted to do, and it was much easier to ask for understanding. Eat up, the night is too long. Li Yongxing went to the yard and practiced the long life skill. Next door to the big cattle similarly in the dance Zaza. Listen to as the sound of the park knife breaks the air. It looks like it is also the ribs eat too much. More people power. The same consumption is also ruthless. A more than 300 pounds of wild boar just ate 2.5 days. But the work of the townspeople are happy. To other people's homes to work can be full, can also see meat, but also just to see the meat only. I'm really afraid of Yangshengwa to bring the village's culture ask you. Other people can't afford to use the house, can't afford to build such a meal. Eat well, naturally, no one lazy. Folks, reputation is sometimes more precious than life. Of course, Danyo Old Mansion and Li Yongxing Old Mansion cannot be counted. The whole village on the 3 or 5 oddballs. Li Yongxing and Danyo are stalled. The second uncle and the Danyo family's south house east house are built. The second uncle's ox cart and began to pull grain. Wheat unchanged. Glutinous rice replaced by ordinary rice. The townspeople envy some curiosity. I do not know how much wine Yongshengwei in the end. Ox cart every day to the home to pull grain. When the wine shop was on the beam, the second uncle came back and secretly looked for Li Yongsheng. Yongsheng, the price of food has risen. Rice and wheat have all gone up by a penny. Are they still pulling? Pull. Continue to pull. Your 2 families piled up. The wine shop is also covered. The wine shop can store 20,000 pounds. Can pull hard on it. Wine shop fan roof. The same tile. The standard courtyard. Only left to 40 or 50 square meters of the patio. All high and wide room. 3 warehouses. The southernmost house to do the wine shop. The townspeople have not seen such a strange building. Know that Li Yongsheng want to brew here. Consciously did not ask more questions. Finish work wine drinking. Li Yongsheng special ran a trip to the township office. To the 2 officials each brought 5 pounds of spirits. The deed of the house is handled. Of course, did not stupidly bring the wine into the township office, but placed in the blacksmith store. And for this reason brought another 5 pounds of wine to the blacksmith phone. There is nothing. Li Yongsheng and consider the matter of the mountains. Knife law has a certain level. Archery 200 meters away from 89 in 10. The pace is even more remarkable. Rapid progress, not to mention, on the wall climbing house can be like walking on the ground. See the beasts cannot be beaten. To run is not much of a problem. Danyo seems to be practicing to go into the fire. The day does not dawn on the beginning of the heiha. The middle of the night sometimes do not stop. There is no need to bring him. With the collection of items is not good to explain. And the mother spread a panic to go to the back of the mountain to practice archery. At noon do not come back to eat. With a little dry food to go out. Pray does not matter. He just wants to get some system points. Follow the valley where Uncle Chang left into the mountains. The trees on both sides were cut down a lot. This location is some moonlight grass. Turned around. Only a dozen trees can change points. Keep it. This thing cannot be broken. Change their own obsessive compulsive disorder cannot stand. Chapter 65, A System Gone Astray. All the way to the north, to Li Yongxing's current speed, 2 or 3 hours of time has been deep into the mountains, more than 10 kilometers. There is no discovery. Would have been to enter the 100,000 points. Still have some expectations. Even if the exchange of instant noodles, I did not think that the big mountains do not seem to buy. Try hundreds of thousands of kinds of plants and fruits, did not have any movement. Simply eat some dry food. Although the system can change the big steamed buns, but Li Yongxing does not want to move. 80,000 points cannot be less than 1 point. Must return back, to the west around a hill. Continue to search forward, this time focusing on the cliffs. Just walked 2 miles. A small deer suddenly popped out of the deep grass. Like Uncle Chang once live captured the green deer. Unusually agile, not yet waiting for Li Yongxing to take off the bow and arrow. A few jumps to turn around the cliff wall. Hurriedly turned to the cliff wall to look. The green deer did not have any trace of the disappointment of the next. Looked up at the cliff wall. A small orange-red flowers hanging on the cliff. By the already westward sunlight a brilliant. Li Yongxing heart some expectations. Look at the size of this piece, is not small. Do not know if the system needs something. Is if 100,000 total points should be stable. The cliff is only more than 10 meters high. With Li Yongxing's current ability to climb up completely. Is the system demand if you still have to pick? Li Yongxing did not care. Tugging the rope fell a few hooks. Hands loose. Hooks whoosh up. Did not flinging the right. Almost fell off and smashed his head. Flinging 7 or 8 times. Finally hung on. Lending the rope to climb up. More than 10 meters high. Almost no effort on the summit. Forced to hold back the excitement of tethering the rope. Down the rope. The long-forgotten voice sounded. Congratulations. You have obtained the redemption species. Whether to redeem the sunflower. You can redeem 10 points. Steady. Li Yongxing forced the excitement with a chisel, chiseled a few landing points. Turned back up and began to frantically pick. Flower bones do not want. The flowers failed, do not want. The system has been upgraded. Did not care to view. Whether it is instant noodles or what they recognized. Sunflower growth is more concentrated. Only went up once to change the position of the tie rope to pick up. Carefully down the cliff. With all the guys back to the road. Not yet time to relax. Complacency has a slap in the face. Out of the group of mountains and then check, it is not too late. Just arrived at the forest that he had passed before. A hare suddenly leaped out of the grass. Li Yongxing was scared and pulled his bow and arrow. The hare had already run out 40 to 50 meters. Counting the advance. The arrow with a cracking sound went straight to the hare a meter or so in front of him. Squeak. Shot. Li Yongxing himself is a bit surprised. Usually shoot fixed target can. Like this fast-moving target. Shot equal to the blind cat touched a dead rat. The rabbit is very fat. Carrying what feels like 7 or 8 pounds. Out of the big mountain. Throw away the rabbit, cannot wait to be ready to check the system. Instant noodles? Ham sausage? Or a drink? As long as it's not mineral water. The system has really upgraded. The points reached 93,560. The total points reached 103,560. The exchange of supplies is also more. Full of a large page. See, understand the exchange of goods. Li Yongxing brain buzzing. A piece of paper is what the hell. There are words on it, but it is hard to read. Redemption points need 10,000 to 100,000. Martial arts secrets? Or some kind of recipe? The cheapest also needs 10,000 cents. Not a small amount. 2,000 pounds of rice. Forcibly holding back the doubts in his heart, Li Yongxing picked up the rabbit and rushed home. Entered the house. Hung the rabbit on the wall. Father and Mother Xiaoshu are not at home. Back to the east room where he palletized half of the grain, Li Yongxing began to study the system. A total of 36 sheets of paper. The words are more or less, but all ambiguous. Forget it. Do not change it tonight. Absolutely cannot sleep. Gritted his teeth. 10,000 points are gone. A piece of paper floated out. The prescription, surprisingly, is a prescription for medicine. Blood clotting dispersal. The material is sunflower, red cherry fruit and something called strychnine. Sun-dried and broken into powder. According to the ratio of 1 to 1 to 3, add 5 times the spring water to simmer for an hour. And the purple latex obtained can be used externally and internally. Li Yongxing was a little distracted. What does it mean? It feels like the system is making things difficult for himself. Something that can exchange points for him to make his own medicine. And he still has to spend a lot of points to exchange for a prescription. Some dog. Forget it. Don't want to think about that much. Skillful. First look for Ant to ask what is the thing of Che Qianzi. With the system's urine. I guess this thing is very scarce. Daniel practiced inside the courtyard well of the brewery. He had taken up residence in the brewery now. And with more and more grain, he had to guard against some thieves stealing it. Daniel, where is Auntie? The bull pointed down to the brewery's south room. Brother Yongsheng. All of them are making wine. The distillery was in full swing. 4 people were working on the distillation process: mother, aunt, 2 sisters, Big Goose and Little Goose, and Shu was there, but laying on the grain sacks teasing Pippi Huan. Shu, don't let Pippi Huan pee on the grain sacks, or I'll break their legs. Pai Huan has absolutely no self-consciousness about being threatened to break his legs, and when he saw Li Yongsheng leaping down from the grain bag, a left shoulder, a right shoulder, rubbing intimately on Li Yongsheng's neck, Li Yongsheng got goosebumps, and threw one in one hand to Xiao Shu again. Auntie, what kind of herb is strychnine and is it common? It's kind of a common herb. You see it in crop fields sometimes. Li Yongsheng burst into a sweat, thinking it was something rare. Is there any potency known? Sun-dried decoction to drink can replenish qi and blood deficiencies. Not worth money. Sun-dried 10 pounds only sell 5 cents. Not many people to dig. Li Yongsheng asked the general shape. Heard his father and second uncle talking outside. Nodded out of the brewery. There is no hurry. The red cherry fruit is not yet ripe a batch. The sunflower is also still some flowers. Wait for 10 days and 8 days and then go to collect a try. If it is good to get a little bit to keep a spare. Father, I went to practice archery and shot a rabbit, so you can fix it. I'll fry it for dinner tonight. Where is it? I'll get it for you. My father skinned the rabbit and looked a little downcast. Yongsheng, it hasn't rained for more than half a month. Since the last flood, it hasn't rained through the plow. The crops are all on the seed time. If it doesn't rain again it will be troublesome. Li Yongsheng heart a jolt. Before not much thought about this matter. Only think not rain is good. Convenient to enter the mountains. The day is too hot. The sun baked ground baked. Half a month without rain has affected the crops. Their own home is no worry. But this may be more than a Shangyun River basin. In case of a large-scale drought, the consequences cannot be imagined. Uncle Junior pulled the ox cart home and came over. Wing nut, the price of food has gone up another penny. Do we keep pulling it? Shangyun River basin disaster is somewhat apparent. Even the poorest families have to consider the matter of eating enough food. If the drought continues, the next may be even more frantic. The year of the catastrophe of the displaced people fled. If someone organizes a riot, wherever they go, there may not be an inch of grass. Chapter 66 Water Wheel with Leverage. The second uncle went away worried. Yang Shenghua is not wrong. According to this situation, the grain may be able to rise to what kind of price? Li Yongsheng mood is also a little low. Looking forward to the heavy rain will soon water this land. Otherwise it is really troublesome. How do you make it? Stew? Father, I'll do it. Good thing too. Father has been picking water all day. Take a rest. Li Yongsheng picked up the firewood knife and prepared to chop it into small pieces. Pick water? Father, you're not going to water the sorghum field. Yes, we can't just stand by and watch no more grain being produced. The paddy fields that can be irrigated have all been washed out, and all that's left are the higher fields. The water level of the Shangyun River has dropped quite a bit, and there's no water there at the gates of the irrigation canals anymore. Tomorrow I'll go and see how much ground I can water just by picking up water. What annoyance cannot delay the food and drink? Rabbit chopped into small pieces, onions, ginger, garlic, peppercorns, red chili peppers burst pot. The moment the aroma boiled, Pai Huan leaped back from the outside, squatting in the house eyeing the cooking Li Yongsheng. Rabbit meat cast down to prevent sticking to the pan, and when the layer of sticking to the pan out of the flavor quickly stir-fried, choking spicy flavor smoked the two little ones straight sneeze. Do not want to go. Straighten up the front legs, want to look at the meat in the pan, but unfortunately too much difference. You too. No wonder you ran away in a puff of smoke. Your nose is better than a dog's nose. Brother, what's fried? What's so fragrant? Rabbit meat. Brother shot a 7 or 8 pound rabbit. Shu inclined her head, choked and sneezed, and lifted the two smaller ones in one hand. The rabbit meat was served, a ceramic pot full of it, and Li Yongsheng poured a bowl of wine for his father and a bowl of original wine for himself. Father, don't jump in the water tomorrow. I'll go look at the aqueduct and figure out how to utilize it. Father gave a bitter smile. He knows that the family does not lack food, but really cannot let go of the 2 acres of sorghum. Looking at the harvest, Yongsheng, someone tried. Pick the water to climb a dozen steps to pour into the canal, ready to wait to receive water in the downstream. The consumption is too big. The canal is too dry. Pick the morning in the downstream did not receive a drop. Don't worry, Dad. I've got it covered. Being a passerby, if you can't draw some water with your skills, it's too much of a drop. The water truck can't do it. It's still possible to make a big lever. A bowl of original wine did not feel anything. Li Yongsheng poured himself a second bowl. Rabbit meat spicy and fresh. Xiao Shu in the too little mouth has been nourishing the cool air. The more you eat the more addictive. After dinner, Li Yongsheng finished the last chapter of the journey to the west under the oil lamp. His mind suddenly skimmed over the absolutely beautiful face of the abdominal black girl, and he hurriedly shook his head. He cannot be imagining things. She is still a child. at best, a beautiful lowly, and he himself is also a child. Daybreak, Li Yongsheng was woken up by his father shouting, in the end is thinking of their own crops, although he felt that his son may not be much of a solution, but in case there is hope. Shangyun River are croppers, are taking advantage of the early morning to pick water to water the land? Midday is not watering, otherwise it will be immediately sun-dry and cracked. The land is stagnant, the crops might as well not be watered. Seeing Yu Qing two masters picking water difficult to the embankment, Li Yongsheng hurried to greet. Uncle Hu, Yu Qing, don't pick, come with me to the source of the aqueduct to have a look, I might have a solution. The two have a fascinating confidence in Li Yongsheng. Sniffing, put down the hooked burden, hurry to follow the footsteps of Li Yongsheng. Not only Yu Qing masters, bending over to pick the water of the village Zheng sniffing also jogged up. Yongsheng, is there really a way? I don't think it will rain for 3 to 5 days, the crops will be finished soon. Uncle Moramesa, I'll have to go and have a look, but there's a way to only divert the water to run down the canals. The crop fields are all on high ground now, and you'll have to pick it up when you get to the ground. That's good, there is water in the aqueduct, you can pick 200 quintals a day, now pick like this at most 10 quintals and 20 quintals, tired or exhausted. Yongsheng, if you really have an idea, I'll put up a monument for you again, only write your name. Li Yongsheng burst into sweat. Can we not have a monument? Sounds a little creepy. Came to the source of the aqueduct, found that the situation is simpler than he thought. The water level has dropped a lot, but still turbulent. From the gates of the diversion of the canal has a distance of 7 or 8 meters. As long as the water wheel turn up, the water flow can completely push the water wheel. In addition, there are 200 to 300 meters of the canal close to the embankment. As long as to make a lever, a group of 2 people, can be made completely dozens of groups of water lifting device. Immortality, how's it going? Yes, but it will take a lot of carpenters and long trunks, preferably dry. Yes, all of them, just leave it to me to get as many people as you want and whatever you need, if you have the means. The village head immediately got busy, counting the dry longwood contributed by each family by himself, and all the carpenters listened to Li Yongsheng's arrangement to prioritize water according to each family's contribution. Next to the riverbank, Li Yongsheng commanded busy. If others folks cannot believe, but the small fortune god Li Yongsheng said there is a way. That is really a way. A day's time, the water wheel was erected, the bucket device erected 5, the rest are still rushing to build. The water flow impacted the bucket of the water wheel, the big circle automatically turned. Busy day of the townspeople cheered. To God, the children ran down the drain in their bare feet. It's here. Ah, it won't move. Ah, it's flowing up again. Onto my property. The village is in tears, mobilizing the townspeople to water overnight. The Yongsheng family's 2 acres of thin fields must be prioritized. Li Yongsheng's father looked at his own field watering folks a little stunned. Picking his own bucket simply cannot insert. The water covered the sorghum fields, and the parched land came to life, bubbling wherever the water flowed. 2 groups of 20 strong laborers took turns fetching water with a bucket. 1 bucket for 2 men. One rolled up his trouser leg to fetch water at the river's edge. The other lifted with a long lever. A group of half-grown children were in charge of pouring water into the aqueduct, and the water wheel plus 5 lifting devices worked together to send a steady stream of water to the aqueduct. No one went home to sleep, and no one interfered and played. The village Zheng took a small book, according to the contribution of the shouting name, which family contributed to the large which family priority. No exceptions. Yoqing's family out of the 2 carpenters also contributed to the 2 beams, and rightly so the second family with water. Li Yongsheng's father receives a warm welcome wherever he goes, and the hook and burden are snatched by others, and his son is so good that he is not qualified to do the heavy work as an old man. Water truck side do not have to worry about. The lifting device is still being installed and put into use. The scene was handed over to the friends of the Qing masters. Li Yongsheng back to the home. Do not look at the water in the ditch to the fields, but the manpower to the ground is still a heavy burden to pick. Picking up the water is completely physical work. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, folks are all tired and hungry. Down the water cannot be wasted. Even more tired and hungry to endure. Denyo carried the burden, and the 2 wooden barrels were full of steamed rice with brown sugar. Dinner is served. Chapter 67 Brown Sugar Glutinous Rice Cake. Li Yongsheng does not want to be an abusive person, taking advantage of today's plan for the village. 110 pounds of glutinous rice is also considered to be the icing on the cake. Denyo, pick it to the river so that those who rush to carry water can eat it first. Everyone understands. Yongshengwa, this is to see the folks' hard work. Let the family steamed rice. Free delivery of rice to come. Folks, there are fewer people rotating on the riverside, compared to more tired. But don't worry, everyone has glutinous rice cake steamed with brown sugar. 1 person a big rice ball. Everyone work harder. The water in the aqueduct is cleared first. In a moment the big ox will pick it over. Good. Thank you Yan Siwa. The 3 families of the old house and the 2 families of Dinyo Dabo originally wanted to insert a molecule out of the wood, out of the power. They pretended to be blind. And when the water was used to pick, a hooked stretcher came, and was scolded by the townspeople, and stood on the moral high ground, and all of them became righteous chivalry, counting the 2 families' previous disgusting behavior, and not yet going to the channel, and the 2 families fled in a drought. On the river bank, Li Yongsheng let the big cattle pour rice all over the big heave leaves. Li Yongsheng 2 hands clutching rice dumplings. 1 person adults and children have, where the townspeople have eaten brown sugar. This kind of high-grade goods suddenly feel sweet and delicious, especially are tired all night. The mouth is as big as it is. How much it dares to stuff it full. Yongsheng, what kind of rice is this? Why is it so sweet? Uncle Hu, this is glutinous rice cake with brown sugar. Eat it to grow strength. The children were also devouring the food, and some of the more sensible children only ate half of it, wrapping the rest in he leaves and putting it in their pockets, intending to save it for tomorrow's show. Dinyo back and forth pick 5 trips. A bucket is about 50 pounds. Who did not fall? Who did not lead more? Although greedy, but such a situation shameless will be scolded to death by the townspeople. There were many people rotating, and they didn't stop during the meal, and one by one the fields were flooded with water, and they all understood what was at stake, and not just by watering this one time. Even if it didn't rain in the days to come, the grain could be harvested by 30% more. Busy until the sun rises and the reddish disk brings instant heat. Muramasa calls a halt just in time. The big guys blocked the furthest ditch, so let the water trucks fill it up today and come back out at 5 p.m. to pick up water, and each family just mind their own. Are not in a hurry to go home. Hooks and barrels and pickaxe hoe are thrown aside. 3 or 5 groups of people discussing the fall grain harvest had been desperate, now lost and found. The mood is inexplicably complex. The village is yelling finished on the go. He also want to go to the township to find the township to report the situation. Has long been communicated to Li Yongsheng. The child does not have the intention of hiding. Feet all the way to the wind. The thought of pure village just want to put a good news to report up in a hurry, so that the other villages can also save some food. Li Yongsheng squatted on the river bank and said to the carpenters who had been busy all night, Uncle Hu, I guess you won't be able to sleep today. What's wrong Yongsheng? Does the water wheel need to be watched during the day too? If we can't sleep, as long as we can save the crops, not to mention sleep, we're willing to go without food for 3 days. The water wheel does not need to be taken care of, and the device for hoisting water even more so. The village chief has gone to the township, and it is no surprise that the township will send someone, and all the villages along the Shangyun River are in the same situation, so guess whether the township chief will requisition you. There were happy smiles on the tired faces of the group. Yongsheng, can this be spread out? What if they all use it and we can't get water? Uncle Hu, rest assured, can be outgoing, and do not have to worry about the water run out. The water car can be adjusted downward. Is the water level and then fall down a 3 or 5 meters is not a problem? Only is to hang the bucket with more force. The water wheel has been rotating automatically. The water is constantly poured into the aqueduct. The crowd lamented half a day just about to go home. The south side of the bridge to the smoke and dust rolling. In front of a carriage, behind 7 or 8 stallions. To the Li Yongsheng family to get the deed of the house of the Qin and Huang. 2 officials are also in the back of the horse. The carriage had just stopped when Muramasa got out of the carriage. Yongshengwa, old Hu, everyone don't rush off. Shangzheng is here. And Li Yongsheng imagined not to come to the same. The township is actually a tall young man. Looked at the Neron is just about 7 or 8 years old. Looked at the forefront of the Li Yongsheng, eyes burning. First 2 hands do arch a salute. Young brother Yongsheng, I am Chao Yuanqing, the stewardship township Zhang of Ping'an Township. I have heard all about you from Zhu Village Zhang. May I ask if it is really possible for you to disclose the artifact creation technology? Li Yongsheng hurriedly returned the salute, even though the opposite side was just a township square, and after saluting pointed to the group of townspeople behind him who were a bit intimidated. Lord Township Commissioner, this is all the carpenters in our village. All of them participated in the process of making the water wheel and hoisting the water lifting device last night. If we set off now, together with the village's own carpenters, it won't be a problem to complete the water extraction equipment of 2 or 3 villages in 1 day's time. However, these uncles and elder brothers have also labored for a whole night, so please township commissioners, please let them participate in the instructions more just. Yongsheng brother righteousness, for the well-being of the people seems to have long been ready. I heard that the brother also labored all night. This township Zhang will not delay your rest. All the artifacts technology 1 will be presented to the county magistrate. Agricultural time does not wait for people. Please allow a later time to express gratitude. Again at the door. Giving Li Yongsheng another salute, Chao Yuanqing invited all the woodworkers with their eating utensils to get on the carriage and horses, and walked himself, and all the officials who came together also led their horses on foot, and those who couldn't squeeze into the car. Chao Yuanqing let everyone rotate in 2 groups, nodded to Li Yongxing and the village chief, and led the group forward with big strides. When the group was far away, Muramasa turned to look at Li Yongxing. Yongxianghua, Xiangjing is this kind of fiery character. I went when I was anxious to come out to check the drought, but Xiangjing has always kept his word. Promised to come to the door later to thank will definitely come. Li Yongxing has been staring at the faraway team, not thinking about thanking the repayment, just a little surprised at the thunder and lightning of this Chao Yuanqing. This kind of person is either a real heart of the people or a great traitor. Of course, not much to do with themselves. Their own backstage is now hard. Yang Shang, Tomikin and the others will be alright. Yu Qing Yang see the man and the child took away are a little worried. Li Yongxing just want to explain, the village is not much good temper to these village women. Yu Qing his mother, what can be done? That can be the township is invited to go to the disaster relief to create artisans, tube food and accommodation but also a big fish and meat. Come back to say that there is no reward. If not I will not be carpentry. Say what also have to go to make a scene. Yu Qing Yan was happy in her heart and looked at Li Yongxing with some apologies. Yan say Wa, don't worry about it, I was just worried earlier. Auntie, it's human nature to say that it's good to understand. There are still people waiting to be questioned over there, so please go and give an explanation. Yu Qing Yang smiling, carrying an iron pickaxe towards the carpentry family. Last night she was very dignified. Yongsheng family is the first to water the land. Her family is the second. The head of the family and children are good carpentry. As long as you keep up with Yongshenghua, this year will not go hungry. Chapter 68, Hemostatic Pills. Each family went back to rest. Li Yongxing Ancestral Home 3 families and Cattle Ancestral Home 2 families out of the canal is not a lack of water. No one to take care of. Although the big sun watering contrary to the agricultural situation, but now cannot be bothered, affecting some of the harvest than the drought into the firewood strong. There are people in the village saw, but no one to really drive thieves to steal. The water car wine turn. I guess the afternoon aqueduct is full. There is no need and a few general understanding. After all, the crops are related to the big matter of life and death. There is no life and death. You generally do not go back to the complaint counting. Chao Yuanqing's action is very fast, and so Tao ran village carpenters familiar with the process, separated more than 40 carpenters, a group of 4, a group of command of a riverine village. 3 days, the entire Ping'an township of riverine villages have begun to irrigate. More than that, the same night with his subordinates and Yuqing father and son into the county. The year of the disaster out of the political achievements absolutely can be flat. The magistrate read and understand Chao Yuanqing wrote a letter immediately after the action. All the carpenters of the Qingyuan county town centralized, himself with Yuqing father and son and 110 carpenters together in the countryside. 1 passes 2, 2 passes 4, just 5 days. Close to the Shangyun River more than 100 villages have been watered. Shangyun River water level has dropped significantly. Ping'an Township there basically cannot be seen. To the most downstream, the water level has dropped by almost half. All the grain in Yongla village is irrigated, and the townspeople rest during the day and pick up water at night to make sure that the land in all the crop fields is always wet, and excluding the floods and droughts, the crops are actually growing quite well, especially the sorghum in Li Yongxing's house, and the ears of the grains are already starting to lower their heads. Li Yongxing's home. Wang was amused by the 2 little guys to laugh. Into the essence of the good pastries do not eat to eat mixed with chili wine lees, but also looked at Wang face disgust. It is too interesting. Yang Shang, the credit goes to the community. The county magistrate found me and asked me to co-sign a petition, and send up the smiths who would make water wheels and hoisting devices, so I'm sure there will be a reward coming down soon. Master Clerk, those who know it will understand it at a glance. In fact, it's nothing, it's just a trick. Words cannot be said. Do not look at this. Do not look at myself only know eat, drink and play. Shangyun River Basin agricultural situation I still know some. Just rely on water watering. People die of exhaustion cannot save a few crops. Just suffered a flood, the rest of the land and then suffered a drought. It really is hopeless. By then the stragglers in all directions. Not only the county magistrate to be under the jail, I may also be subject to some collateral damage. I'm not only the county magistrate will be imprisoned, but I may also suffer some collateral damage. Li Yongsheng grilled beef skewers, constantly reversing the sprinkle material. Beef and mutton are brought by Wang. I heard that Zhang Jingyi ate what barbecue to eat over the top, came to have to eat, which has a big noon to eat barbecue. Master Clerk, the journey to the west is finished, take it with you on your way out. Right, when it comes to Journey to the West, I remembered, Xiao Jingyi is printing a lot of copies, the name has been played out. A powerful old man also liked to read. Do not say leakage know it, otherwise that girl must kill over to find you trouble. First said, other trouble I can help, only she came I dare not fart. Then don't say I see death to save ah. Li Yongsheng put the grilled beef skewers on a plate and started drumming up vegetables and lamb again. Don't worry, I'll make sure to rot in my stomach from now on is all. The officer came. Li Yongsheng's parents went to the wine shop, and there was only Xiao Shu with the two little beasts in the house. Who built that house on the far east side? It looks quite strange. Li Yongsheng pointed to the family's south room. The family winery is too small and inconvenient. I rebuilt a winery that specializes in brewing and storing grain. Master clerk, I can deliver 500 pounds this month. Wang Wang learned Xiao Shu jerking skewers. Flavorful. Importantly, the eating method is strange. Drinking a small wine is not a fun. More is better. Little Yongsheng, 500 pounds is not too much. 5,000 pounds is not too little. I am now discovering that the less the wine is, the more precious it is, and I won't hide it from you. Except for some of the ones that were given as favors. The rest of them I sell for 1 or 2 gold pieces a pound. Want to raise the price for you again? The member of the master. How much money to sell that is your ability. In my place is worth 100 when a caddy. Not to mention the wine. Recently I drummed out something. Stop bleeding with. Pills ointment powder are available. The effect is fantastic. Before leaving to bring some to you. To help fight the name. The skewer in the wine clerk's hand immediately stopped smelling good. Qi Jia to what extent? Do you know how many people have to die every year when fighting with the Desert Ling Kingdom? If it's better than the hemostatic medicine on the market, I guarantee that you'll get a big fortune in exchange. Li Yongsheng was a bit surprised. Desert Ling Kingdom? How come he had never heard of it? It seems that he still knows too little about this world. Li Yongsheng pointed down to his arm. Postmaster. How to say it? There is no experimental object. This cut is I cut out the day before yesterday. Attached a layer of medicinal powder. The blood then stopped. You look at the current appearance. Have begun to scar. I bring more to the postmaster. Postmaster can experiment and then say. Wang Wang thought to bring more is to bring more copies. When saw an altar of pills, an altar of powder and an altar of ointment stunned. Although it is the smallest altar to load wine. How to load wine can also be loaded about 2 pounds of it. When was medicine used by the pound? Master, the cost is not low. Just the small altar need 5 taels of silver. But the general injury, if you can use a few 100 times, a few 1 a time is not expensive. No business is not treacherous. For me here if you need 10 taels of silver o altar, no business is not treacherous. This analogy is very appropriate. Small eternal life. I already believe that the role of this drug, your confidence says it all. Wait for my news. The success of the experiment I will immediately let people send to the imperial city. You can rest assured that no matter what the end will never treat you badly. Wine is good if you send me over as soon as possible. When I leave I bring, by the way, this drug has a name? I'll bring it with me when I leave. This Li Yongsheng really did not think about it, but to cattle must have a lofty name, called a stop bleeding loose estimated to have the right to use the rich also feel out of value. Black Jade Blood Stopping Bulk, Black Jade Blood Stopping Cream, Black Jade Blood Stopping Pill. The Black Jade Breaking Cream on the Legend of the Dragon is good, and there's nothing wrong with using it for a bit. Wang member of the full load, the completion of the journey to the west, can return a heavenly favor? 3 altars of Black Jade series of hemostatic drugs. They have thought about it. External injuries to find livestock to try. Internal injuries to find in front of the horseback riding a Chang. Themselves to themselves a little bit. After eating can also detect the internal healing. Of course, also not a white try. Good to use on the bounty for some. Save another Hungyguards fighting with a mouthful of blood spraying all over the body wounds. I hope it works well. Help yourself to the small eternal life to offer. That result, absolutely beautiful. The front riding on the horse at Chang suddenly body cold. There is a situation. Is it a hunter expert? I don't dare to turn back. My whole heart is focused on the king. I should not be able to take a shot at the king. If you want to kill the king, your grave would have grown grass a long time ago. Chapter 69, Xiao Yuanqing's visit. Li Yongsheng saw off the Wang Wenwei left. This time the hemostatic medicine is a test. How can he not understand the internal and external hemostatic medicine for the importance of the backward dynasty? If he meets with the forceful seizure of his own will not have half a hesitation to hand over the future of the road to be more careful, that is, if there is no such thing happens, he does not care to bring some benefits to the community. Although high-tech things cannot play, get some benefit to the people of the country is still possible. Wang not long ago, the village carpentry team came back, along with the township Zheng Xiao Yuanqing, for carriages. 2 carriages are for the carpentry team to bring the reward. 2 carriages are for Li Yongsheng. To the carpentry team at the entrance of the village on the unloading of the carriages, the village carpentry 1 person rewarded 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of wheat and 10 pounds of pork, and in addition to the award of the consistency of the money, more than 20 carpentry families this year to ensure that the clothing and food without worry. The other 2 cars followed Chao Yuanqing straight to Li Yongxing's house, and Chao Yuanqing looked like he had just changed his clothes, and although his clothes were clean, there was still some mud on his exposed skin that hadn't been cleaned up. Yongsheng brother. The county dignitary was going to pay a personal visit to express his gratitude, but there was no other way than the imperial court flying pigeons to summon him, so he could only let me bring him to express his gratitude. These are the rewards from the county dignitary, and in addition there is my 50 pounds of rice as a token of my gratitude. Please don't mind it. Li Yongsheng and Wang outside the understanding of this township Zhang, good people, is indeed a good official for the people. The family is a noble family. Offended people were sent to remote. Even a county official did not mix. Hit the township on the appointment of the township Zhang, would have been able to eat and wait for death, but this Chao Yuanqing surprisingly did not have the slightest loss of meaning, doing a good job, and the family disconnected, relying on a meager salary to live. 50 pounds of rice is not much, but it is also his salary for half a month. Li Yongsheng respectfully saluted. Hyozeng-sama. Yongsheng, thanks a lot. Recently I heard about some of your deeds. Yongsheng deeply admires them. Seeing that Li Yongsheng had no intention of disliking it, Xiangjing commanded the carpenters and messengers who had come over to join in the fun again after returning home to unload the car. Grain pork is the mainstream. There are many kinds of grain, almost all the grain. The pig is a pig shell hanging with a big red flower. The visual estimate of the light shell is not less than 400 pounds. In addition to the grain and pork, there are grain silver 50 taels and a picture of words and paintings. Brother Yongsheng. This pair of characters was written by the prefectural honor himself. Please also unfold it. Li Yongsheng and Chao Yuanqing unfolded on the table in the courtyard. Into the eyes of the 4 big words plus a side of the red seal. The red seal next to the 4 small words. The boy Li Yongsheng only know a title, but the 4 big words to recognize, to benefit the people. Li Yongsheng arched his hand upwards towards the outside of the courtyard. Thank you, Your Excellency the prefectural governor, for giving me the word, which eternal life will use to encourage himself at all times. Chao Yuanqing similarly saluted, pointing at the bag of rice he had brought with him and said half-jokingly, Brother Yongsheng, my gift is a bit bland. It won't not care about the meal. Lord Township Justice has worked hard for the people. First please sit down and use some tea. Yongsheng will personally cook for you. What is this for? Chao Yuanqing was curious about the grill and the green vegetables and meat set up in the yard, as well as the bamboo sticks on the ground. Mr. Township Commissioner, Mr. Wang came here in the morning and just left after the barbecue. Didn't you meet him on the road? That's not true. We came from downstream. May we taste it? Chao Yuanqing was really hungry, and his hand went straight to the cold kebabs on the table. Li Yongsheng hurriedly stopped. This thing cold to eat easily bad stomach, especially now the standard of living in medical conditions, cannot be careless, turned his head to look at the gate of the townspeople. Are the benefits of carpentry? The face is full of gratitude, as if with do not know how to repay the excitement. Father, you bring all the messengers from the countryside up to the second uncle's house, and let the second aunt cook a good meal for them, and call out to my mother and aunt to help. Uncle Hu, you go back to rest first, and come over in the evening to talk to me about the experience of going out. A group of people rushed away. Originally the township is here should not stay, but gratitude must be expressed. This time earned a lot. Ungrateful is absolutely not. Li Yongqing's father was thrilled with the pendulum. The county honors his son inscription. This face, after carrying water also have to walk with their heads up. Xiao Shu, change the tea for Lord Shangzheng. Lord Shangzheng, please have a seat. If you don't mind I'll bake it now. It's very quick. It's not good for the body to eat these things cold. Xiao Shu ordered Pai Huan squatting in the shade of the tree is not allowed to move. First to Chao Yuanqing pot of water took a face cloth, and then slipped out of the kettle to brew a tribute tea. Chao Yuanqing for a moment do not know whether it is good to wash his face or look at Pai Huan good. His insights let him understand that these 2 small beasts are absolutely extraordinary, although it cannot be said that the name, mutton cooked fast, first roasted lamb, then beef, and finally vegetables. Chao Yuanqing tea is still calm, although it is extremely good tea, but they have seen it before, but biting into the mouth of the lamb skewer is not calm. It was hungry, plus the novelty of eating and the special aroma, biting a mouth full of fragrance. Eternal brother, I've eaten roasted meat before. Why is it so delicious? Mouth-chewing mutton also did not delay his curiosity. People tall, a handful of meat skewers did not feel all jerked into the mouth, not a few times swallowed into the stomach. Stood up and waited for Li Yongqing's hands flipped meat skewers. Suddenly felt that he was a little excessive, so that if you eat it, send 50 pounds of rice is not enough to eat themselves. This material put a little more, roasted when marinated into the flavor in advance. Eat is a fresh. Xiao Shu, go to the wine shop to load a caddy of Tanshan wine to go. Let your Dingyo brother to the next door to send a altar. 5 caddy loaded on the line. Xiao Shu took the small wine jar and went out. Pai Pai Huan wanted to follow but did not dare to move. A little anxious and uneasy, the little master just gave a dead order. Move to try? The consequences of trying are very serious. Brother Yongsheng, if you don't mind, just call me big brother. One mouthful of an adult. I can't even eat well here. Li Yongsheng sprinkled some chili powder on the mutton. This Chao Yuancheng is a wonderful person. And he did shout a little awkwardly. Brother Chao, then I won't be polite. Have time to come and sit often. I have no other hobbies. I like to drum up some novelty meals, although it is not as exquisite as that of a big family, but it also has a different flavor. When the wine was brought, Chao Yuancheng didn't take it too seriously, but when Xiao Shu poured a bowl and tasted it his eyes suddenly widened. What wine? What kind of wine is this? And how can it be so pungent? The Tanshan wine brewed by our own workshop. The strength of the wine is a bit stronger. Brother Chao can still get used to drinking it. If you are used to it, bring a jar with you when you leave. Chao Yuancheng didn't agree right away and hesitated for a moment to inquire. How much is it worth? I need to see if the salary is enough. 101 a caddy. Brother Chao, I've called you brother. Isn't it right to eat a few caddy of my wine? Chao Yuancheng took the beef skewer and took another sip before jerking it off, savoring it carefully before starting to jerk it off, shaking his head. It's not the same. Today's meal can be considered a good news meal. No one will say anything, but then charging you for the wine will be very different. Chapter 70, Delivery of Food and Meat. No matter how Li Yongsheng wants to let, Chao Yuancheng still did not agree in the end. Li Yongsheng some admiration. This young man is very self-disciplined. The east side of the courtyard gradually lively. At first still collect the sound, but two or two strong wine into the stomach. Completely forget that Xiangjing is still next door to eat. Chao Yuancheng also did not care. These days are very hard, day and night to point out woodworking. Some cannot help but their own hands, themselves, and they will certainly also have a reward. Issued a reward first to buy wine, drink too much. A group of people left the village. Dozens of children watching the scene outside all ran back home. Li Yongsheng watched the convoy leave. Justin and his family cleaned up the scene. Yuqing father and other more than 20 woodworkers came. The same as agreed, each with a piece of meat and half a bag of rice. Uncle Hu, why is this? Papa Tamakyung signaled and put down the rice meat. Yongsheng, we can have so many rewards all thanks to you. Eat water, do not forget to dig well. People, young and old, have agreed. This is a little bit of intention. Li Yongsheng looked at the face with gratitude and joy of the townspeople are very pleased. Can cut out half of the meat, rice to bring more than half. This attitude makes people admire. After all, the next days will probably have a mouthful of food, will be able to save their lives. Everyone's mood I understand. Good intentions I also accept. Are not easy. Rice and meat, how to bring back. Our family's situation you have seen. The county honored adults awarded 2 cars. The weather is still very hot. Their own families are still eating on the worry. Folks don't know how to push back, but none of them are acting on it. Li Yongsheng shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll keep some. Everyone untie the rice bags. A group of people hurriedly untied the rope tying the bag and propped open the rice bag waiting for Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng let his sister end of a large scoop, his own direct reach out and grab. A family grabbed a handful. Touching the last bag of scoop is not yet half full. Well, everyone has worked hard these days. Rice I left to fish for dry rice to eat at night. Everything else is brought back. Food is not in charge now. All rest for a few days. In Li Yongsheng's insistence, the folks all went home with gifts. The father's eyes are a little confused. Rushed back to the hall. The mother from the small shoe took the hands of the Big Dipper. This is all the folks' intentions. Must not be spread. Grain are finished on the seeds. There is no need to water. Waiting for the autumn wind to ripen on the good. The townspeople and leisure. The river has become the best place to cool off. Watching the water wheel and water lifting device gossip. Each paragraph cannot be separated from the Li Laosan family of the Yongxing child. The village young each time he passes by will educate a bit. Idle talk. Free time will not go to plow the rice field. If the rice is gone, then it's gone. Tidy up the land well and plant winter wheat in a few days. It'll be another season's harvest. Mr. Zhu, can it be done? We haven't even planted wheat in this area. Will it freeze to death in winter? Yang Shanghua said. What more than 20 degrees below 0 days do not have many days. Can be, before no one has tried. Did not try does not mean that cannot be, is out of a little strength. Seed can go to Yongsheng home to borrow. Harvested the return of Fengchang, confiscated into the Yongshanghua said do not want to, out of the sun of the force only. Compared to starvation, more than the harvest of a crop of grain is not good? An old man stated the key issue. Xiao Zhuzi, Yongsheng was words we all believe. I just want to ask a question. Planted wheat must be harvested at the Dragon Boat Festival. Harvested and then transplanted rice seedlings. Nearly a month late, can it still work? The village chief had great respect for the old man and lowered his voice an octave at the sound of his voice. Uncle Tian, Yang Shanghua said. Half a month later under the rice seed, so that the seedlings grow half a month more. A month to come and go a month out, and then a month later to harvest the rice. Yang Sheng counted. Just frost, time to catch up, as long as do not suffer a catastrophe. The 2 crops is better than 1. Right, the key is to collect the summer grain can last until the fall harvest is not. Learned at Yongla village to plant wheat. Chao Yuanqing hurriedly came again. Shangyun River Basin has never planted winter wheat. Perhaps someone tried before, but certainly suffered a catastrophe, only to feel that this piece is really not suitable. Chao Yuanqing just want to ask Li Yongxing cannot be promoted. Li Yongxing did not give himself trouble. In the end it is difficult to say. Remember the winter wheat planted in the northernmost part of the place should be Hebei, Shaanxi and Shaanxi areas. The lowest temperature in those places should also have a -20 degrees. Brother Chao, I can't say about this. This time when the fall grain comes down, even if we don't pay the imperial grain, at most we will be able to eat until the beginning of spring. What about after spring? Although there are wild vegetables to feed the hungry, there is a possibility that the starving people will be filled with corpses. My family because of the brewing harvest a lot of wheat, folks out of a little effort I out of the seed, harvested not lose, is not harvested is a few hundred pounds of seed, in case if harvested it? Brother Yongsheng, I guess the county honors will be back soon, do you have time? Accompany me to the county town. Li Yongsheng slapped his forehead, self-inflicted he was still thinking about going into the mountains to harvest, he delayed it for a long time Brother Chao, this way. Sit down I slowly and you explain once again. This I do not get involved. Pussy good or not pleasing to the eye. I also have other things to do. The county I do not have time to go. Understand that after you cannot operate also have to grasp your own. Having just sent Chao Yuanqing away, the second uncle entered the house. Yang Shang, all the houses are piled up, and the price of grain went up to 10 when yesterday. So let's not pull anymore. There's no place to put it so we'll stop pulling it for now. Neither of us has a paddy field. Take a break. The second uncle some hesitation. Want to open the door to look a little embarrassed. Li Yongxing knows that the second uncle this is a difficult to talk about things. Should not Second uncle, if there's anything you're old enough to say, do you still need to be so outgoing with me? Yang Shang, it's like this. This is not all to plant winter wheat. Anyway, idle is idle. I want to get a set of plows for the folks to plow down the paddy fields. Earn some of their corn stalks and peanut rice seedlings. No place to put the cattle in the winter. More ready to prepare a bit of grass to save scratch blindly. You can rest assured that I will not tire the big cattle. Line this thing can be done. Originally, I thought of letting you idle to raise pigs. Wine dregs simply cannot be dealt with. But the village is said to use wine dregs to feed the pigs will be scolded. Can only be a penny a caddy sold to the townspeople, but also all grabbed to be. Second uncle's eyes widened instantly. Feeding the pigs? How dare you think that? Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Yang Shang, cannot dare to spoil the food. Wine lees I have also eaten. Put some salt to steam. Anti-starvation in food is almost the same. Okay. Second uncle, do whatever you want, just don't tire the big bull. The second uncle nodded, his pace much lighter, and just as he reached the front door, he suddenly turned back. Yang Shang, I forgot to tell you, the cows should be with calves. I won't let the cows plow the land, just use the bulls. Li Yongsheng heart some funny. The second uncle is really heartache these two cattle They are not so delicate that they are not allowed to plow the land when they are pregnant with calves. I wonder if the bulls will regret their haste in plowing the land for a winter. Chapter 71 The Problem of Winter Wheat. Li Yongsheng live free and easy. Do not know when the imperial city has made a big name. The county magistrate was not qualified to see the emperor, but involved in the irrigation of farmland is still summoned. Li Yongsheng, this name in the mouth of the cousin heard a lot of times. Fatty Wang also seems to have mentioned. He drank the spirits seemed to be this Li Yongxing doll brood. After listening to the report of this small magistrate, the young emperor was curious about this teenage child. Strange skills, is simple to make a water wheel can save most of the crops in a long river basin. And that lifting device, a simple wooden frame, the focus of a long wooden stick, a person tugging on the rope can easily fetch water. A little bit of something just want to send to Li Yongxing reward some things. 5 city military division generals came in. This cargo face excited. Etiquette are almost forgotten. Forget, not and bastard, or his head early in the flagpole floated 800 times, but this bastard also a little bit of brain. Just want to report suddenly looked to the kneeling magistrate. Yang Aiching, say it, is it that Fatty Wang's medicine verification came out? Your Majesty, the medicine is marvelously effective. If it is used on a large scale in the army, it will certainly be able to preserve more than 40 to 50% more of the injured. What? Zhang Jingyi is still in the Empress Dowager's palace, and is happily chatting with her aunt, who seems to have some interest in the callow chicken, but always feels that the name is indecent. and her heart is a little torn. Mother, is Jingyi there? The emperor seldom barges in without notification. Today I don't know what kind of madness. The empress dowager was just about to educate, when the emperor who came and saw Zhang Jingyi, cousin, quickly talk to me about that Li Yongsheng. Zhang Jingyi was stunned. Li Yongsheng, that fun-loving bumpkin. How did he even cause the emperor's idea? The wine thing? Or was it the journey to the west thing that went east? Your majesty, what's the point of yelling and screaming? There's something to be said slowly. The emperor gave the empress dowager a bow. Mother, allow my son to be a moment. Bingming, cousin Jingyi, it involves the lives of millions of generals and soldiers at the border. Please do not hide it. See his military affairs. The empress dowager hurriedly shut up. The emperor can be the king of the world. She will not get involved in those things to find uncomfortable. Which aspect does imperial brother want to know? There has to be a charter. Is that Li Yongsheng filial? Zhang Jingyi wanted to spit on that bumpkin, but suddenly remembered that it was the 9 to 5 in front of her, and a crooked mouth might bring the bumpkin a killing curse. Imperial brother, filial piety, very filial piety. Not only to parents filial piety, to the sister is also very loving. There is a little cute. The same village brothers also do not mind. All day with, to the townspeople is also very good. About him can have a basket of things. Imperial brother have time to listen to it? The emperor suddenly looked at the palace maid beside the empress dowager. An Qin, go to the front hall to announce the oracle. Let eunuch Sui bring the magistrate of Qingyuan County out of the palace. Tomorrow I will summon him to announce the commendation. Cousin Jingyi, well, speak slowly. I want to get to know this child well. In addition to the 2 days and nights with the townspeople to build a water wheel, Li Yongsheng's kung fu did not fall. Archery and knife skills and pace of progress are great. To the day of the delivery of wine, Li Yongsheng ready to deliver the wine instantly into the mountains. The mountain is the most want to go to the place. The second uncle was busy plowing the land. Li Yongsheng put on the cow and the big ox to drive the cart together. 500 pounds of wine loaded with 10 big jars. The village fields, each family is plowing the land. The paddy fields covered with a layer of silt after being flooded by the big water. No accident, what to plant will be a good harvest. The second uncle and the bull just became the star of the village. Families lined up to plow the land. No one can afford to raise cattle. The village's sheep only 3 or 5. The roll of broomcorn is only a fire. The back of the mountain and the slope of the soil is not a lack of firewood. With a bit of fire broomcorn for a cow's labor, everyone feels earned. The new bridge is very solid, twice as wide as the original old bridge. The south bank of the river has a crop field. Of the townspeople were the first to get the benefit of crossing the river to spare a big bay. Brother Wingnut, delivering wine. Ha, Brother Dejang, isn't it your turn to use the bull? The 2 Dajiang families are digging in the field. Turning up the soil is dark and full of joy. My family's land is small. It's not worth it. There are too many using oxen. So I won't go to the hustle and bustle. I'll use the old, weak and widows first. Li Yongsheng in his heart to the big strong brother sent a good man card. Planing the ground is actually very tired. Oxen pull a round trip, enough for a strong laborer planing half a day. Wang Wenwei was not at home, and the 500 pounds of wine was worth 50 taels. The previous deposit was 3 taels of silver, and housekeeper Li gave Li Yongsheng another 47 taels. It happens to be a fair. Then you must go into shop. Oxcart parked in the pork stalls, let the meat sellers look after. Li Yongsheng with a big cow anyway is a bye. Brother Yongsheng, haven't you eaten all the meat that Xiangjing gave you last time? Why did you buy so much? Go back and walk Taoran village and visit my grandfather's house. Grain rose to 10-1. Li Yongsheng learned from Chao Yuanqing's mouth. This drought has a wide range. 2 state capitals have been affected by the disaster. The next may also be crazy. Grandpa's family is not short of food now. With Li Yongsheng borrowed 2 silver dollar treasure for more than 10,000 pounds of grain, are brewing glutinous rice and wheat, 2 bags of flour, half a horse pork, 10 pounds of salted fish, a bag of pastries, and finally bought a few pounds of sweets for the older siblings. With Grandpa's temperament, he will never eat the brewing grain bought with the money borrowed by Li Yongsheng, and he is very clear and stubborn between what he sends and what he borrows. Arrived in Taoran village as lunchtime, Li Yongsheng and Dinyo got a warm reception. Taoran village also began to straighten the land. The last watering of their village was the first to benefit from the village, and Yangla village relatives a lot. Heard that the winter wheat is a small god of fortune. Li Yongsheng put forward. A lot of lively mind are like to learn from the example. Li Yongsheng was not accustomed to drinking spirits, and after only 2 bowls of the original wine, he was also a little drunk. Grandpa, it's too tiring to plow the ground, so why don't I ask you for another 100 pounds of raw bar? Yongsheng, cannot be added. Grandpa heart understand. This 200 pounds of your family is not worried about brewing. Just see our family life hardship to help. Just add the matter of wine, do not mention it again. You and Grandpa say, winter wheat dependable? Grandpa, let's put it this way. This was originally to see the townspeople suffered a disaster. To think of a way is not a way. Our village on more than 100 households. Rice paddies up to 400 or 500 acres. Not successful is also 1,000 or 100 pounds of seed and a bit of strength only, which spread the word out. And I do not dare to pack my bags, to save the time not to be able to then someone to find me trouble. Grandpa nodded and turned his head to the 3 dry meal uncles. Do you understand? No matter who asks, just say that eternal life is not sure. Planting or not planting is their own business. Into the eternal life also do not ask them to ask for benefits, not to endure their own, or do not plant. Lao San, especially you, dare to go out to give people blind nonsense. I guarantee to whip you to death. Uncle Sam chewed fat in his mouth with an innocent face. Forget it, he's being held as a raft again. Chapter 72 Red Fruit. It was dusk when we left Grandpa's house, and the big oxen, not drinking, set up the ox cart and drove back. Li Yongshang lying on the ox cart enjoying the evening sun. Some regret. Mention what winter wheat, don't look now are voluntary. By the time there is no harvest will certainly be scolded a dog's head. The family is rich again. 10 miles and 8 villages don't want to find a daughter-in-law. Think of the daughter-in-law. Drunk suddenly thought of Zhang Jingyi, hurriedly shake his head and dispersed. Pretty is pretty, the beauty of the too much, but also too dark belly. Denyo. In 3 days it will be the day to meet Uncle Chang. How's your kung fu training going? Brother Yongshang. I don't know how it is. I let my mother beat me with a stick and it doesn't feel like it hurts much anymore. This bean, would auntie be willing to beat him? I'm sure she didn't hit him hard enough. Practice hard. Tomorrow brother is going to the mountains. Then I'll practice more tonight and follow to protect you tomorrow. No need. Denyo. Brother also practiced kung fu. Okay, just go in for a walk. Not far away. It won't be dangerous. Li Yongshang want to go into the mountains to pick red cherry fruit and sunflower, and the kind of unknown fruits in the forest. How can I take Denyo? Set out also not let Denyo found himself into the mountains followed to find themselves almost to the village. The sorghum field is heavy. Corn cobs are beginning to yellow. Peanut leaves are beginning to grow yellow spots black spots. To fall harvest if not for the flood came too fierce. The piece of land below that is turning the soil has also been rice sinking. Before I reached the house, I saw my mother sitting on a rock in front of the doorway looking around. Mother, what are you doing sitting here? Yongshang, why are you so late? Didn't eat, did you? Mother, I've eaten. I ate at Grandpa's house. I forgot to tell you in advance. I was going to walk Grandpa's village today. How is your Grandpa's family? Have you learned our village to turn over the land to prepare for planting wheat? Your uncle brewing, turning over the land, then only your aunt and your grandparents and a few children to do. Mother, have you forgotten? Grandpa's family doesn't need to distill their wine, and the 3 uncles can turn the land over when they wait for the fermentation time. Forget, and mother is confused. When Denyo had gone to his second uncle's house to let out the ox cart, his mother suddenly asked in a small voice, Yongshang, this month just buying herbs has cost more than 100 taels of silver. Your aunt and Xiaoyan Xiaoshu made quite a lot of that what blood medicine. Can it really be sold for money? Don't worry, I'm sure we'll have news in a few days. That one makes more money than wine. The mother was a little embarrassed. She shouldn't have said so much, racking her brain for ideas to lay the groundwork. Yongshang, mother will say it straight. The countryside Lu family sent matchmaker over. Want to give you a marriage. Lu family's daughter your second aunt has seen once. Long can be handsome, but also read a book. Stop. Mother, how old am I? 13, 14 in false years. Not so young. Li Yongshang was sweating profusely, so it was no wonder that mother was talking about something. Mother, you're not going to promise someone, are you? How can that be? If you don't nod your head, mother won't agree even if the princess comes. Keep your voice down. You'll be beheaded. The mother shivered in fear, and after spending so much time in the wine shop in the afternoon, she got a little giddy from the smell alone and started babbling. Mother, you don't agree with anyone who comes. Just say that I'm still young and don't think about talking about marriage. Let's talk about it after 3 or 5 years. 3.5 years. 3.5 years 18 and 19 Your big strong brother had a child when he was 18 or 19. Anyway, you don't agree I won't agree even if I do. Mother, I'm sleepy from drinking a little wine. I'll go to sleep first. Encountering a cross-country marriage urge, Li Yongsheng hurriedly fled. Daybreak. Li Yongsheng ate breakfast into the mountains. This time in addition to weapons also brought a long bamboo pole and a large basket. The bamboo pole head tied with a filtered wine gauze mesh made of mesh pockets. I do not know whether the fruit of those large trees can be collected. The system can be collected if it is developed. The above is a lot of knots. It is too time-consuming to pick. The goal is clear. All the way to the gallop. Feel a lot faster than before. Running is also easy. Arrived at the location of the large group of trees just out of the sun. The fruit is red. Red, a piece of the far look in the sunrise is very colorful. Climbing the tree had been a piece of cake. The parka and bow and arrow hung on the tree. With only the bamboo pole and dagger on his body, he climbed to the highest branch of the tree, stretched out to the bamboo pole with a netting to the fruit, twisted it a few times, and the fruit fell into the netting. Li Yongxing heart some expectations. They are now in short supply of points. The system still has 35 formulas. The total points need to be small 2 million. Although the heart cannot eat hot tofu, but Li Yongxing still want to get them out as soon as possible. Congratulations! You have obtained the redemption species, whether to redeem the red heart fruit, which can be redeemed for 50 points. Li Yongxing had a jolt and almost fell from the tree. 50 points. No wonder it grows so high. How many on this tree? How many trees are in this area? More dare not say. Tens of thousands of fruit should be there. Li Yongxing disguised as a diligent bee. The bamboo stick out again and again. The fruit one by one into nothingness. Right. Red heart fruit. And black heart fruit. What is the difference? Black-hearted fruit is poisonous to eat. Red-hearted fruit will not be eaten. Kung Fu big up. Force the excitement to eat a. Think too much. Is a kind of say dry not dry say water not water fruit. There is a hint of sweetness, but also a little astringent, like very little water. Small persimmons. A tree enough to finish. The points grew 4,000 points. The last branch of the two fruits cannot be reached. Heavy obsessive compulsive patient Li Yongxing how to endure. With a dagger to cut off 2/3 of the branch, and so on the branch drooped down to collect. The points are growing pretty fast, but it's a bit tiring. This tree has been working for an hour. Looking at the top of the tree red, Li Yongxing for the first time felt what is called the power is not enough. Only 4 trees were harvested in the morning's time. The points increased by 15,600. The points that could be used came to 99,160, and the total points came to 119,160. How can this be tolerated? Although it feels that the arm cannot lift up, Li Yongxing climbed the 5th tree without hesitation, until the points into the 100, 000 and 120, 000. Body and soul comfort. Finally picked a fruit. Stayed without changing the slide down the tree. Go back to the ant to see what use. I can't do it this afternoon, and I probably won't be able to do it tomorrow, and if I do it again, my arms will be ruined. Not to mention the fact that it's probably dangerous to climb the tree. Cannot bear to look at the large trees in patches. Go to the stream side to hold a full drink. Ready to leave the woods to go to the red cherry fruit side. Pick the red cherry fruit, and then pick the sunflower. Can go home. These 2 items will not be exchanged. Keep it to do the black jade hemostatic medicine. The strychnine is good to look for. The 2 kinds of words to buy is not cheap. In addition to the countryside of the drugstore is also often out of stock. Out of the forest. Looking for a cliff to climb up. Eat first, the cliff is safer. The mother early in the morning pancakes, a few green onions and a piece of pickled vegetables. Out of this is a good meal. Chapter 73, Deterrence. Simply ate lunch. First came to the location of the red cherry fruit. Looking at the towering cliffs. Feeling the last time I saw the situation is very different. The height of the cliff has not changed. The change is their grasp of the height. For themselves now. Before the excavation of the landing point into the goat path. The basket on the bottom. All the way up to the top. First pick the top of the cliff. And the last time cannot be compared to a cliff top to pick more than 100 fruits. Put in a slanting backpack. A trip to send down the cliffs. Hanging rope picking the wall does not have to be fearful of. All add up to more than 230 red cherry fruit. Go home to the sun drying enough to produce dozens of pounds. The black jade hemostatic medicine. The basket is not yet full, and I have to pick sunflowers, but I think the flowers have bloomed earlier. I don't know how much will fall. I should have entered the mountain earlier. Thanks to the fact that Li Yongxing's physical strength had improved greatly compared to before, or else he wouldn't be able to finish running to so many places in a day. Ouch! Almost to the cliff of the sunflower, Li Yongxing suddenly heard a wolf howl. Cold sweat instantly came down. I heard that this thing are in packs. The one that the big bull hit is an exception. Must speed up. Pick the sunflower and run. Sunflower blossoms look like they are open, densely packed and a layer. Li Yongxing nervous hanging picking, some regret. Just now resounded a wolf howl. Back and forth 3 times, picking a few hundred sunflowers, pressed in the basket to take off the diagonal satchel pressed, back on the basket, the parka knife nestled in his right hand, the big bamboo pole did not dare to take it, erected in the cliff wall, hurried to skedaddle. Ouch! Li Yongxing forehead has been sweating, feel the wolf is not far away from himself. This thing is not the night activity? The first few times into the mountains is too smooth, always feel a little kung fu to come and go freely. The mountains of the terrible is not a joke. The sun is about to set. Li Yongxing bravely almost trotting to catch up, constantly looking back and left and right. His footsteps are slightly weak. A wolf he is not afraid of. In case a group of people see their own a few to meet, but also not necessarily able to kill over. Finally, the sun set the western mountains, and the valley of the trade with Uncle Chang also arrived. There are still some moongrass. Cannot care. Now is the gold treasure buried there cannot be dug. In a hurry out of the valley, Li Yongsheng stood on the short slope behind the village and looked back. A huge gray wolf suddenly climbed up to the top of the cliff on the left side of the valley. Noticed Li Yongsheng, too far away to see, but I can feel it in the eerie survey of their own. Li Yongsheng took off his backpack, drew his bow and arrow. The 5-quart bow that had already been replaced was instantly pulled into a full moon. His hand was loosened, and the arrow flew out with a cracking sound, hitting the big tree 200 meters away, and with a dough sound. The arrow didn't go into the big tree for 1/3 of its length. Li Yongsheng put away his bow and arrow and stood still to stare at the gray wolves. A few more wolves went up. All of them were gray as well. The big gray wolves seemed to feel threatened by Li Yongsheng, and looked a few times in the direction of the big tree and turned around and went down to the top of the cliff. And a few of the gray wolves behind him measured Li Yongsheng for a few times and also turned back after them. Li Yongsheng's legs were a bit weak. A group of wolves were as big as a calf, and the head wolf was even bigger. It was hard to say what the situation would be if he was really under siege. The reason why shot the strongest arrow is afraid of the wolves tracking to see the village have any crooked ideas. After all, their own courtyard wall is only 4 meters. In the face of such ferocious wolves really do not know how to hold back, not to mention those about 3 meters of the courtyard wall. Good thing that this arrow shot is very facetious. Just now, if you can't shoot in the big tree will be embarrassing. It is estimated that the big gray wolves will be in the cliffs despise their own. I put on a big basket and drove home. Recently followed Uncle Chan learn Kung Fu some drift. Today, I even changed the field 3 places to pick medicine. Think of rushing to the road when dreaming of getting rich is a little afraid. Really do not know what to do. Denyo, is Auntie here? Denyo is still practicing Kung Fu in the courtyard well. His character is simple. In addition to taking care of the wine shop, the rest is simply eating and practicing Kung Fu. Much more conscious than Li Yongsheng. Brother Yongsheng, what kind of medicine are you picking? Mother, come out quickly. Li Yongsheng took out the only red-hearted fruit. Auntie, recognize this? Yongsheng, this is called the red heart fruit. It is considered more precious, but the medicinal value is average, but it is easy to preserve. The rich family woman ate it and said that it cannot grow pink pox. Isn't that what regulates the endocrine system? It's considered a good thing. Denyo, my brother has eaten it. This is for you. Denyo took the fruit and smiled happily, taking a bite of the windy crunch with a hint of sweetness. What's an endocrine? Li Yongsheng slapped his forehead. Auntie, I practiced the saying inside Kung Fu. Auntie consciously stopped asking. Auntie, in this basket are all the red cherry fruits and sunflowers I picked. I'll leave them to you. The aunt turned over the basket and smiled happily when she saw all the red cherry fruits underneath, which can't even be bought in the countryside anymore. Yongsheng, quickly go home and rest. I'll leave it to bake overnight in the winery and bring it out to dry tomorrow when the sun comes out. After dinner, Li Yongsheng is still a little relieved. The heart of the old thinking about the group of wolves, since the tracking of their own absolutely not to see how handsome they look. Absolutely hungry, since the village came across. There is no reason why they will not come to get some food. Mother, you guys sleep. It's almost time to trade with Uncle Chang, and Uncle Chang has to check our Kung Fu, so I'll go find Denyo. Go! Denyo lives in the wine shop by himself and has no one to talk to, and spends his days doing nothing but practicing martial arts. Denyo was very surprised at the arrival of brother Yongsheng. Why is he still heavily armed? Denyo, we encountered wolves today when we went into the mountains, and followed me to the back of the village. Denyo was the one who had shot the white wolf to death, and immediately copied his weapon at the word. Is it still back there? Denyo, take it easy. I mean, get on the roof tonight and listen for movement in the village. We're going to have to kill our way out if there's a situation. That wolf is bigger than a calf and jumping into anyone's house is a big problem. After half a day's conversation with the bull, the 2 men climbed to the roof with their bows and arrows. The dew was heavy, and before midnight both men's bodies were wet. Denyo, go down and fire up the stove in the wine shop. Bake it dry and then come back up to replace me down there to bake it. Denyo just drilled into the wine shop. 2 small black shadows suddenly leaped over. Li Yongsheng was scared and shivered, and when the 2 small black shadows pounced into his arms, he realized that it was Pai Pai Huan Huan. So embarrassing. If this is another beast sneak attack himself, simply cannot block. Just to educate the 2 little naughty. Suddenly felt their hair upright, straightened up the front legs to look at the back of the house. Bastard thing, really did not take their deterrence seriously. Li Yongsheng was afraid of waking up a few family members did not call out to the big bull. 2 feet racked on both sides of the eaves to pick up the bow and arrow. Behind the village a row of red eyes. The target should not be their own side. Really have the cunning of the beast. Should be to see Li Yongsheng stood up. Chi turned. Chapter 74, The Might of Pipi Huan Huan. Li Yongsheng anger. If not for his own whim, tonight the village may be a big deal. The family simply do not have any livestock. This group of hungry wolves are obviously running to come. Just touching up the arrow, Pai Pai Huan suddenly jumped on the shoulder, and his mouth let out a whimpering threat, and Li Yongxing cried and laughed. Two big brothers, the good intentions are received. You are cute or ready to send a bite of rations to the hungry wolves. No, the red eyes are actually retreating. Daniel out of the door just about to whisper to Yongxing brother down to bake clothes, suddenly feel that the situation above is not right. 3 times up to the roof of the house, only to notice that there is a row of red eyes in the back of the village. Brother Yongxing, are you going to rush out and cut? Don't worry, let's see it first. The two little beasts do not know whether they are angry or scared. Looking at the retreating wolf's mouth has been roaring, but Li Yongxing feels that the deterrent is too small. The wolves retreated. Li Yongxing did not shoot out a bow and arrow. This thing holds a grudge. Li Yongxing does not want to add trouble to the village. In addition, Pai Pai Huan jumping up and down, cannot open the bow. I was just about to pick the two little ones off, when I don't know if it was Pippi or Joy, but she suddenly squealed, milky as a kitten. Li Yongxing burst cold, some laughter in the eyes. The laughter suddenly turned into surprise, red eyes fluttering, and then cannot see, and occasionally still see is not a pair but a, and more far away, and soon disappeared. Look at the direction should be diffused over the short slope of the hill. Brother Yongxing ran away. Was he scared off by us drawing the bow? Li Yongxing looked back, and Daniel drew his bow and arrow as well. Bull, put it away. It should be scared off. Don't be careless, and keep an eye on it tonight. Li Yongxing touched the two small smooth-furred beasts. His heart rippled. Uncle Chang, what kind of thing did you catch for this? Daniel did not understand. He saw and understood. The big gray wolf's retreat is entirely because of that one similar to the kitten's cry. This if they let their parents find over. The consequences do not dare to think no, the next time I see Uncle Chang must ask clearly. It is related to the safety of a few households. If not it must be sent away. Brother Yongxing, the stove is ready. Go down and roast it first. Li Yongxing rolled over and went down to the room, and the two small beasts jumped to their shoulders precisely. It should be the eyes with night vision. Otherwise there is not even a moon. How to jump the slightest difference. The stove fire is flourishing. Li Yongxing sat in front of the stove heel teasing Pai Pai Huan. See the two little only to the flu put on the red cherry fruit seems to be interested in. One rewarded and the same as the little hamster, holding the gnawing flavor. This is in the end. What the hell is this thing The two little ones seem to feel that they have taken credit for it. After chewing on one there is still someone to eat. Eyeing Li Yongxing, this master is good at everything. Is too grumpy. If the little master is in the words they directly go up and take it for themselves. This does not dare to. Really will be a big foot kick. Li Yongxing directly grabbed a handful of put into the pocket, pointed to the roof outside, but also regardless of Pai Pai Huan read no. Baked dry clothes hair lifting them out of the door. Really smart. They climbed up, the two little ones also climbed up. Then there is no need to be polite. Put the fruits one by one erected on the eaves of the house, pointing to the short slopes behind the house. But also regardless of the two little ones cannot comprehend, lying down on the tiles to prepare for sleep, concluded that the grey wolves should not come. Daniel, get some sleep. There's a situation these two little guys will signal. Daniel never doubted Brother Yongxing's words, although he had little confidence in the two rabbit-sized things, and carefully lay down on the tiles on the inside of the eaves of the house, which could leak if crushed. The bright light is a little harsh. Li Yongxing then opened his eyes and the east has been slightly white. The big cattle went down. Is practicing cross-practice techniques in the yard noiselessly, bare-chested against a few sticks inserted in the wall. The sticks are substantially bent. The two little ones lying on the arms of Li Yongxing fell asleep. Li Yongxing smiled bitterly. Cannot count on them to look after the family. September 1st, Li Yongxing early prepared a large basket. Rice, flour, grain and oil plus green vegetables. A variety of condiments are also complete, or 250 pounds of large altar. In addition to the things given to the strong uncle, but also prepared to a large basket, loaded with pots, pans and shovels and today's noon meal ingredients. Go home to do is too much trouble. In the valley to make a stove on the line. Daybreak, Li Yongxing set off with Daniel carrying a large basket, with a rope around the neck. Two hands slipped 2 jars of wine. Li Yongxing carrying a large basket, also carrying a basket in his hand. The other hand slipped a bag of steamed buns, really a large pocket, stuffed with more than 50. Early to the valley, Li Yongxing let Daniel practice. He built the stove by the way the moonlight grass dug. More than 40. Go back to the sun dry and keep. Maybe when it can be used. Almost noon. Uncle Chang has not shown up. Li Yongxing some panic. Will not come. He and Daniel still need the guidance of the great god. Strong uncle appeared. Still carrying hands. With a mount. Completely lost the previous carrying green deer backpack lumbering. Dashing. Small flowers tied 2 backpacks. A look at their own old man's output. Yang Shang, Dun Yo, long time waiting, have you prepared the meal? Uncle Chang, it's all brought, so settle down and I'll fry it for you. Uncle Chang looked at the pots and pans and ingredients and smiled. Little Yangsheng has a heart. It's not in vain that he has been busy all morning. Dun Yo, unhook the carrier. Li Yangsheng fried vegetables and Uncle Chang told off. Uncle Chang, I was followed by a pack of big gray wolves the day before yesterday. I shot an arrow and felt deterred, but I'm still uneasy at night. What is the origin of Pai Pai and Huan Huan? Will their parents come looking for them? Uncle Kung's face was expressionless as he listened. That group of gray wolves lair I know. Go back and let the small flowers to solve. So many wild things in the mountains still think of sneaking into the village. Cannot stay. Two small beasts you can rest assured to raise is. Its parents cannot find over. Li Yangsheng is relieved. Strong uncle said to solve the gray wolf. Then they must not survive tonight. Some for Pai Pai Huan Huan worried Parents cannot find over what is the meaning of the strong uncle skinned and eaten. This also do not dare to ask. Asked his heart will not feel good. Denyo unloaded the two backpacks. A little surprised. Looking at the backpacks do not know what to think again. Li Yongqing touched 10 pounds of sausages from the basket, placed on the clean stone beside the small flowers. Small flowers see this eye showed a trace of goodwill. Bull, go practice over there and I'll take a look. Uncle John pointed the big bowl downwind, still remembering the last time he was in a mess. By the time Li Yongqing finished frying the vegetables, Denyo had finished fighting, and Uncle Chang nodded. Not bad, no slacking off. 4 pots of food and a jar of wine were placed on the big stone, and a bag of steamed buns made Uncle Chang a little embarrassed. He is not a rice bucket. Uncle Chang, it was just steamed last night. If you can't finish it, let little flower pack it back. Chapter 75 Yellow Ginseng Fruit and Autumn Sun Pear. Uncle Chang started the whole thing, and Li Yongqing played the Changsheng skill and practiced the sword technique. Yangsheng, compared to Denyo you are slacking off, but the secret of longevity does not lie in haste, so this is not bad. Uncle Chang, can you teach others this eternal life technique? My sister at home sees me practicing martial arts all day long pestering me to learn. Don't worry, Uncle Chang, if not, I will never teach it privately. Uncle Strong poured a bowl of spirits and burped the image somewhat lost. Can teach, anyone can learn. It is supposed to be strong and healthy. Those 2 backpacks a yellow ginseng fruit. The other is the autumn sun plow. The autumn sun pear can only be eaten by the big cattle themselves. Yellow ginseng fruit can be eaten, but can only give others to eat one. You practice the long life skill does not matter. One a day a problem is not a big problem. This is specially for you to prepare. So I came a little late today. For the first time, the bull had manners. Thanks Uncle Kung. Is mine one a day too? Your 3 meals a day, one at a time. Li Yongqing twisted his head and suddenly remembered the numbers 3 and 3 written on the small paper packet where he took the medicine. Uncle Strong, very satisfied with his wine and food, examined the basket and was even more pleased with its contents, for there was a bag of powdered sugar, his favorite red color. Yangsheng, prepare more powdered sugar for me next month. It's not cheap, is it? Don't worry about buying it. I'll bring you something nice next time. Uncle Kung, do you want to wait for me a bit longer? I didn't know you liked brown sugar. Let's go home now and get you a few more bags. Never mind. Next time. Still have to go slaughter the wolves and tie things up. After tying up the items, Uncle Chang left with little flour, and Denyo was already nibbling on the fruit, which looked like it tasted good, and the core was chewed and swallowed. Brother Yongsheng, it's just afternoon. I can still have one in the evening, right? You can eat it, but not until after the meal. Denyo didn't understand the meaning of eating after a meal, but nodded seriously. Li Yongsheng studied the yellow ginseng fruit. The system suddenly came to the prompt. 1,000 points? This thing is not simple. Maybe only a strong man like Uncle Chan can get it. And the Denyo's Chiu Yang plow is also worth a lot of money. 500 points. The heart balanced a little. Because the Denyo can eat his own self cannot eat the Denyo's. Although the autumn sun pear with a pear word. But the length is not at all like the green and yellow crispy pear, but like a big winter date, and their own yellow ginseng fruit. And ginseng does not have half a penny relationship. The length and oversized hawthorn the same. These 2 big basket add up to more than 1,000 it. 100,000 points? Li Yongqing's heart aches and drips blood, but if he really let him change the points and is equal to stab him with a knife. Taking 2 yellow ginseng fruits, he gnawed one for himself and threw one to Denyo, who puffed and swallowed the core of the fruit as well. Go home. His sister was really waiting for him, and he was also considered to be on board in order to learn kung fu. Li Yongqing took out a fruit from his back basket. Eat up. I'm tired today, so I'll start teaching you kung fu tomorrow. Xiao Shu puffed and finished gnawing. Seeing a basket of sorts, some eyes coveted. Xiao Shu, you can't eat more. This is Uncle Chan's special instructions. I don't even dare to eat more. If you eat too much you'll turn into an ugly monster. and you'll also turn into a big tummy. Do you understand? Worried that Xiao Shu couldn't help but steal food, Li Yongxing could only make a strong scare. I'm not eating. I'm really not eating. Can I have 2 for Pipi Huan Huan? Seeing Pai Huan Huan staring at himself with a pleasing look, Li Yongxing remembered the horror of the 2 little ones, took 2 and threw them to Pai Huan Huan. His mouth was open, and all of them were gripped and held and gnawed like a groundhog. Li Yongxing nodded the foreheads of the 2 little ones and pointed at the large backpack. No stealing food. Stealing food is a death sentence. Understand? The 2 little ones stopped moving as one, feeling how there really was some resemblance to a groundhog, especially the one that screamed online. After dinner, Li Yongxing to the second uncle's family of 4 sent 4, gave the aunt A. Their parents also divided A. Other are put into a large cabinet, with heavy weight pressure. Not to prevent a point is likely to be too small only to spoil. The wolves should not be much of a threat. Li Yongxing remembered a 50% red heart fruit. In case of ripening and falling and breaking it would be a pity. When practicing in the morning, I didn't feel that eating the yellow ginseng fruit was unusual. 1,000 cents a fruit. Shouldn't the power rise greatly after eating it? Forget it, just think of it as an after-dinner fruit. There are benefits that may not be immediately apparent. After breakfast I was just about to set out with a large bamboo pole when Chow Yuanqing came to the door. Where are we going, Brother Wingnut? Going into the mountains to hunt chestnuts. Last time I saw a chestnut tree, I should have blown my mouth off. Chow Yuanqing was in a cold sweat. Fortunately he had come. Don't go. The prefectural governor will be here in an hour. And I heard that with the decree and the reward. The pigeon came to let me teach you how to receive the decree. Li Yongxing put down the bamboo pole to welcome Chow Yuanqing into the door. It should be the black jade hemostatic medicine has a role to play. I do not know the court wants to be a hammer deal or? The etiquette of receiving the decree is very cumbersome. Kneeling to receive the decree is somewhat uncomfortable for Li Yongxing. But people under the roof, and do not dare to be too arrogant. After all, he is now still a scum. Life and death are in the hands of others. Chow Yuanqing taught meticulously. Not only Li Yongxing, the whole family pulled out to learn. The second uncle's family and aunt listened to the very envious. This is a holy decree. The biggest official in Yongla village is the township minister, nestled in such a mountain nook. Like Wang Wang, who came to feel that it is open to the eyes. Who dare to believe that you can still receive the imperial decree? The news spread out. The whole village is boiling, ready to start today's fall harvest of the townspeople all dressed up to go out. To Li Yongxing's piece of the mansion surrounded a watertight, ancestral mansion. Smoking a dry cigarette grandfather sullen, the eldest son and brought back the news. To participate in the peers' poetry will need silver, or will be looked down upon by peers. Look, listen, when the family income with silver forget, hate iron is not steel. Look at the old 3 and the old second family to live the day. Today to receive the imperial decree, do not dare to go to sea. If you go, your backbone can be broken. Here they come, they are here. The townspeople want to cheer but were suppressed by the powerful aura of the procession. Coming from the new bridge, just crossed the bridge, an official with a black head drilled into a 4-carried sedan chair. The procession paused for a moment and then started again. Chow Yuanqing has already gone to receive the guide. The procession went straight to the door of Li Yongxing's house. Mr. Wang was also there, riding behind on his horse, chubby and looking a bit comely. Li Yongxing calmly watched the team come over. The inner waves are not shocked. The prescription is ready. See, the situation is not good to throw out. They do not want to rely on this thing to get rich. The incense case was already lit, and Chow Yuanqing returned to Li Yongxing. The county honored name is Liang Shantai. Brother Yongxing can just call out Lord Liang. Li Yongxing's brain is messed up. Liangshan Terrace and Liangshan Bojuing Tai have a relationship? It's too easy to make people's mind reverie. Liang Shantai introduced Li Yongxing to a smooth-faced middle-aged man, who quickly unfolded a sheet of yellow silk. The imperial decree has arrived. Li Chuanhui's entire family will receive the decree. Li Yongxing's merit is in the community. He can be exempted from kneeling. Chapter 76. Li Yongxing some wax. Parents are kneeling. Their own standing is appropriate? Didn't listen to the middle-aged man. Li Yongxing also knelt behind his parents, next to his sister Xiao Shu. The 2 little beasts were locked up. Li Lin. Li Yongxing is completely confused, as if there is nothing about himself. But the emperor's old man even knew to start from his parents. It is also considered to have a heart. Li Yongxing intelligent and agile. Strange and obscene skills, work and specialization. Invented the water wheel water lifting device in the community, has merit. So that the research and development of herbal formulas in the army has a great benefit. Rewarded 500 taels of gold. Silk 10. Crowned with a crown after the addition of the Qingyuan County Sun. Li Xiaoshu is gifted and sensitive. Rewarded with a pair of jade ruins. All of you, please rise. Are you done? You haven't thanked me yet? Why are you getting up? do you really think we're two biters? Respectfully thank you for the grace of God. Li Yongsheng stepped forward to receive the holy decree. Toughen up, Your Excellency. Toughen up, Your Excellency, the prefecture. Please also take a seat inside. Yongsheng, this is Chief Steward Yen from the Emperor's side. Greetings to Chief Steward Yen. Lord Yen, good to say, good to say. The talent that His Majesty is attached to is indeed a handsome man among men. Liang Shantai wasn't introduced as a eunuch. In case any of the rustic villagers shouted out the word eunuch, it would be embarrassing. Yen did not rush into the door, greeted the people behind the door, began to move things, one by one, and Li Yongsheng checking the same, the Wang staff and the crowd watching to smile. First sealed parents and then to Yongsheng promised a lowest level of viscounts. The emperor out of a very interesting The reward cannot be said to be not heavy, but the actual items are not much. 10 exquisite gold dollars, silk 10 pairs, 2 jade rui, a pair of bead flowers, the rest is the official clothes of parents. The villagers of Yongla village have seen the scene. They feel the royal atmosphere for the first time. Envy. Look at the people of Li Yongsheng, and then look at their own snotty children. Feel the gap between man and man is too big. Look at Li Laosan, just know the giggle. And Li Laosan's daughter-in-law, walking cannot walk steadily. After reading the imperial decree, Chief Yen and Liang Shantai were invited to the upper seat. Some sitting wax. Dinghai King is still standing in the crowd, seeing himself looking over, smiling and shaking his head straight. Forget it, should not want to be exposed. Gentlemen, please also take refuge for a while. His Majesty still has some oracles for this official to convey. The middle-aged man has a kind face, but Li Yongsheng always feels that there are some inexplicable emotions in his eyes. All of them went out of the house courtyard, and Wang Wenwei also wanted to slip away, and was called by Chief Yen. Wang, Lord Wang, please stay. His Majesty's oracle is somewhat related to you as well. Mr. Wang can only smile bitterly and come back to take his seat. Not surprisingly, the main event is coming. Chief Steward Yen waved his hand, and an attendant dressed as a waiter brought up a box, which Chief Steward Yen opened with his own hands, revealing gilt bracelets and a superb brocade pouch inside, as well as several books stacked on top of each other. Li Yongsheng, this is the Empress Dowager's reward, pair of gilt white jade bracelets for your mother, specially not allowed to be explicitly stated when the decree is pronounced. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your great kindness. This brocade bag is Miss Zhang Jingyi's, entrusted me to bring it to you. Inside are some golden beans. Miss Zhang asked you to share the reward to the playmates who play with her. These books are the recently famous Journey to the West, which was written after 3 years of Miss Zhang's heart and soul. Miss Zhang specially instructed to bring it to you. Li Yongsheng thanked half a day. Together he got 3 books, or their own things. Fortunately, the belly girl in the end is kind-hearted, but also gave a bag of golden beans, but it seems to be divided into small partners. Li Yongsheng, His Majesty asked me to pass on a message. That Black Jade series of hemostatic medicine is very important to the Ministry of War. Please also increase your output. Every month by Wang. Every month by Lord Wang, personally escorted by Kyoto. As for the price, please feel free to ask. Came. The main event came. Li Yongsheng, heart and mirror. The formula themselves cannot keep. The relationship between the fate of a country's medicine. Stay that is purely looking for the head to move. But the emperor ate quite elegant, and is rewarded in gifts. This Queen Mother's gift is not simple. Lord Yen, I wonder how much the Ministry of War needs. More is better, but the formula has to be kept a secret. Such a formula being obtained by an enemy country would be equally detrimental to us. Li Yongsheng took out a cloth bag from his bosom and unfolded it on the table. Though the prescription was not unfolded, Yongsheng accidentally obtained. I did not expect to be so important to the family of heaven. Originally only thought of earning a little silver to support the family. Now the saint's great grace, rewarded to eat a lifetime of rice, cannot eat all the silver, and then have some greed is not supposed to be. The prescription and points of dispensing are on the above, but also please Yen Ta Jen to bring to the family of heaven. Please report to the family of heaven. The Ping'an Township raw materials are insufficient. Yongsheng really have the heart to be unable to help. Elder Wang nodded gratefully. Chief Yen was a bit surprised, but felt it was expected, and gave Li Yongsheng a deep bow, which Li Yongsheng hurriedly returned. Li Yongsheng, on behalf of the 10 million generals in the army, I thank you for your generosity. Chief Steward Yen looked back at the waiter. Xiao Detzi, seal for protection. No one is allowed to touch it until they see His Majesty, and those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. Li Yongsheng's heart tightened. Although this phrase of killing without amnesty was not directed at himself, he still felt a deadly coldness from Chief Yan's calm tone. Originally arching his back, Xiao Detzi immediately straightened his back. The inexplicable heart of Officer Wang tightened. Looking away, this is a more powerful master than a Chang. Xiao Detzi is very well prepared. Bamboo tube, sealing wax, prepared. Li Yongsheng could only accompany Chief Yen in embarrassment. when Xiao Dazi had put it away. Chief Steward Yan and Li Yongsheng chatted for a while, reminding the family of the do's and don'ts that come with being an official. As he said goodbye, Liang Shantai suddenly turned back and asked, "Wing Nut, how sure is winter wheat?" "Your Excellency, this is only I see the village folks suffered a disaster, a momentary plan. Do not recommend a large number of promotion. After all, the labor intensity required is too great. In case the weather is cold, not then that is a labor of love and injury to the people and money." Raya Shantai stroked his beard. "I got the news after the Qingyuan stationed inspection of the county records. 70 or 80 years ago, Shangyun River Basin did have winter wheat planting, and then ended without a disease. The reason for this is probably because of the weather is extremely cold, although the county records are not documented. But listen to my grandfather said that those years of freezing deaths of countless people Yang Shang, this matter I have to go back to discuss, but you can rest assured that the success is your credit, not that is also the responsibility of this official." Seeing that Liang Shantai had finished, Chief Steward Yan silently memorized the conversation and looked at the king beside him and whispered, "Your Majesty, this is your territory, and we are carrying the weight of the nation, so please escort us." Wang Man outside hurriedly nodded his head, not to say that he also want to escort, but also must personally escort to the imperial city, otherwise out of anything himself is the first subject to suspicion of the target. Chapter 77, What's the reason? A line of people came fast, Go also anxious, and so the team crossed the new bridge. The townspeople whimpering crowded to the door of Li Yongshang, 7 mouths to ask, "Father Yongshang, what is the 7th rank? And who is bigger compared to Chao Shangjung? Mother Yongshang, what is a grant? Is it also a great official? Eternal life, what is crowning? And do you have to be missing a hat to be ordained?" There are also those who are watching the fun. "Yongshang, do we have to kneel and kowtow when we see your house in the future? Walk around your ancestral home more often. You can't keep a good thing like this from them." Li Yongsheng explained with a bitter smile. His father's official is a false position, only receives salaries and not work the kind. As for his mother, it is a name. He needs to be 16 years old before he can be knighted, and everyone meets with the same as usual. What should be shouted? Hearing that there is no need to kowtow and kneel, the townspeople are much more relaxed. Really, if it comes to the point of kowtowing, the work in the future can only be avoided here to go. After all, the clothes are too precious, all day long flopping on their knees who cannot stand it, while at least sent away the folks who were watching. Li Yongsheng felt physically and mentally exhausted. "Xiao Shu, call the second uncle's family and Aunt Dinyo over. I have something to say." Father and mother each wore clothes, like a thief hiding in the hall to change around. Heard outside, Xiao Shu shouted, "Hurry to change back to their own rough clothes." Heard that the son has something, do not care to clean up. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Yongsheng unlocked the large brocade bag. "Mother, this pair of bracelets was rewarded to you by the Empress Dowager. Put them away. Second auntie and Dinyo and the big geese and small geese eyes are all stars. Too good looking, too gorgeous, envious of the dead. This brocade bag is Miss Jingy brought over the reward. Said what the last time in this place to live in the fun of good. 24 gold beans, general size. Our 3 families exactly 1 family 8. Yang Sang, there are only 2 people in my family. Yes Yang Shang, although there are 4 people in my family. Your second uncle and I didn't even take a look at that MS. Zhang, it's not appropriate. Auntie, second auntie, Miss Zhang didn't say how to distribute it, so that's it. You've all seen my family's bounty, so if you can't use it and save it, you can still exchange it for a year's worth of food in case times get tough in the future. After a good deal of persuasion, the 2 families accepted the golden beans, which technically were actually a reward for the children, but were too precious for the farmers to give to their children for them to spoil. "Mother, I'm hungry." Okay, you guys don't leave. We'll all eat here today. I'll pack up my clothes and cook. Second sister-in-law, "Sister, don't leave. Still need your help." The mother felt compelled to celebrate. God forbid she had become an official, and although she still didn't understand what enjoining meant, she couldn't fake the gorgeous clothes and the identity plaque. Li Yongsheng see mother hate all the good food to do, some helpless, but can only be hungry and wait for themselves. Today's thing is a field of fireworks. Fireworks scattered also have to do what. The reason why put out Black Jade Hemostatic Medicine series itself is a test of the world. The result is okay, more than their own expectations but also a little more moderate. Black Jade Hemostatic Pill series can make a lot of money is not true, but earn not necessarily have the life to spend. Even if you pull on the wang is not enough, let go is the best choice. Everyone is happy. The more developed the Yongsheng family is, the better their family's life is. The Dinyo family, needless to say, the second uncle's family from being swept out of the sunshine desert to the present food and clothing. It is not because of this heavy-hearted nephew. Second uncle and father let loose. Tanshan wine and moving mountain wine rotation. Mother, sisters-in-law and aunt also drank some of the original wine. Li Yongsheng followed 2 bowls, the rest of the few more interested in meat and vegetables. A meal eaten by the guests and hosts. Sensational reward ceremony is over. The townspeople began the autumn harvest. Heavy ears of grain, sorghum ears, dagan thick corn cobs, planing a tree with 20 or 30 fruit peanuts. The townspeople discussed the reward of Li Yongsheng's family. Looking at the harvest of grain, Li Yongsheng from the bottom of his heart admiration. Up to now has not yet been a penetrating plowing rain, if not watering the ground at that time, and now get up to a bundle of dried out firewood. The harvest is greater than the day. Mother and aunt stopped distilling, to help their own family to collect the 2 acres of thin fields of sorghum. The second uncle's family is the same 2 acres. The adults and children all work together. A day can be harvested. The few acres of dry land left at the old house were watered in broad daylight, and although the results were far worse than at night, there were signs of a little harvest. The eldest aunt's family followed the old house harvest. The youngest 4 uncles and the youngest 5 uncles are no longer sneaky, hating to lose a grain of sorghum. Looking at the oldest 3 families' land, all had deep jealousy and helplessness. Perhaps when the second brother wrongly out of the good, Li Yongsheng did not dare to wait. Who knows whether the red fruit will fall? With the height of their growth, fall down must have become a puddle of mud. Eat early into the mountain, carrying a bamboo pole and stride to the place. The sun has just risen. Taking advantage of the rest, counted the number of red fruit trees. 132 trees. Has been picked 4 trees. There are fruits in 128 trees. Some difficult picking twice a day. Picking 5 trees at a time. Also have to use a more than 10 days. The system is still not powerful. If only I could collect it by looking at it. Rested almost. Hung up the parka bow and arrow on the tree. Felt a little easier again. The red heart fruit is more delicate. It should be the fall sun exposure after the color again. The bamboo poles were stretching back and forth. The points were rising miserably, and a tree was picked without any discomfort in the arms. 2 trees, 3 trees, has been picked up 7 trees before noon. Li Yongsheng brain mess. Why the arm did not have the previous soreness and weakness? Kung Fu has risen or? I can't figure it out after thinking about it, but it's a good thing, so I don't want to think about it, and I'll hurry up and eat and get on with it. The fruit on the tree is dense and sparse. Li Yongsheng on the more dense trees, save the up and down climbed and tossed. 15 trees, the arm finally had a sense of aches and pains. Li Yongsheng looked at the system of points excited. Today changed 55,000. The total points of 1,755,000, and can be used with 1,555,000. Seeing that the sun is still 3 poles high, do not dare to delay, and finally picked a package. Down the tree to hide the bamboo poles, take the weapon and start running wild. Feel like a thief. Obviously this is something that has no owner. With the last incident of being stalked by a pack of wolves, Li Yongsheng did not dare to be careless and ran with a brightly shining plain sword, rubbing, almost out of the mountain. Before Li Yongsheng put down his guard, a white shadow suddenly slipped past in front of him. Li Yongsheng stared a jolt. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his body, and he stopped his footsteps to pounce on the knife and move forward. The white shadow also stopped. White deer. Li Yongsheng's hand had already gripped the bow on the slanting back, and suddenly let go again. 2 beautiful, brownish-yellow antlers. The whole body is snow white. The big black eyes are adorable. Really cannot let go of the hand. Chapter 78, White. The white deer seemed to have no intention of escaping. Seeing that Li Yongsheng had put away the park sword and even turned his body around, his big eyes fluttered as he looked at Li Yongsheng, and his nostrils lifted up as if he was sniffing something. Is it going to attack? I don't think so. It's so pretty. Why would it attack a child? No, it seems to be sniffing something. Unfortunately, it must be the scallion pancake that I ate at noon. But unfortunately it's finished. Right, big buns, brown sugar, peanut oil and salt. I wonder if it will eat it. Li Yongsheng first replaced a large steamed bun, walked forward 2 steps, found that the white deer eyes actually some disgust. Salt, brown sugar, peanut oil changed a little hold in the hand. Are not, little boy, have to eat oil cake? Shiro suddenly took 2 steps forward, his eyes dead set on Li Yongsheng's slung backpack. This one isn't trying to eat red fruit. I'll tell you earlier. Look at the tossing and turning of himself. Wiping his hands clean of oil on the grass blades, Li Yongsheng pulled out a red-hearted fruit, which was supposed to be brought back for Denyo and the others to eat, and also to prove that he hadn't come out to fool around for nothing for a day. White deer big eyes fluttering, seems to confirm the threat of Li Yongsheng. In the end did not hold back the temptation of the red heart fruit. A white shadow flashed. Li Yongsheng hands of the red heart fruit is gone, and then the white deer retreated to his position in the happy chewing. Li Yongsheng looked at the sky. Cannot be delayed. On its speed just now, they cannot catch. From the backpack and pulled out 2 fruits, placed on the clean grass, pointed at the white deer fruit. Missed. The white deer began to run wildly. What a shame. It's so cute and fast. It's fine to keep it in the house as a goose to keep an eye on the house. The white deer happily nibbled 2 more fruits. His nose sniffed at the place where Li Yongsheng was standing as if he was intoxicated, looked at the direction Li Yongsheng left with some hesitation, and finally turned into a white shadow. Out of the mountains, the sun also went down. The evening sun is very beautiful. Li Yongsheng did not have the heart to appreciate. To the home is still a little while, but there is no need to hurry. Walking home is just dark. Swish! A white shadow swept past and stopped with a whoosh. White stag, he's coming after us? Do you have a kingly aura about you? A spirit animal? It should be overthought. It must be for the red fruit. Li Yongsheng pulled out another red starfruit just about to put it on the ground. The white deer came up, this time like it was no longer afraid, rolled into the mouth and bit the crunch. Li Yongsheng walked 1 step by deer followed 1 step. Seems to be inseparable from Li Yongsheng. The fruit is half eaten. Should I save it for my sister and Dinyo? Forget it, I'll pick it for them tomorrow. The little white deer is too cute to miss the opportunity to hook home. Add up to eat 7 or 8 fruits. The white deer does not eat. Put in the hand-to-hand, it also does not roll. Li Yongsheng heart ecstasy. This is to take their own as a long-term meal ticket. Beautiful. Back home when it's already dark. Dinyo at first glance to the white deer thought it was a white wolf. Almost blew up. The sister is happy. See the beautiful white deer wanna jump on. White deer a flash miss. Fortunately Li Yongsheng help a hand, or else iron must fall with a heel. Paipai Wanhuan angry. The little master was teased by an alien species. Must give it some color to see. The too small pounced on. The little white deer like a shock, dodging to avoid. See it is too palm-size thing instantly angry. Head down. Antlers have met the Paipai Huanhuan. Stop, stop, stop. Shu, take Pipi Huanhuan away. Xiao Shu is a little aggrieved. So beautiful, why not give it a hug? She took a small one in one hand and carried it away. The deer was a little uneasy to look back to Li Yongsheng, as if he had come to the wrong place. No, this place is not good. Just about to leap out of the lightning, the figure suddenly stopped. What is the smell? What's that smell? Li Yongsheng just wanted to appease the little white deer. See the little white deer a flash to go to the door of the hall, raised his paws and kept tapping the door of the house. What is this going to do? Doubtful to open the door. The little white deer is lowing and raising its head to sniff violently, as if searching for something. Li Yongsheng did understand. No surprise, it should be the yellow ginseng fruit. Touching a fruit from the cupboard where the sack of grain was pressed, the little white deer's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling even in the darkness. Li Yongsheng first lit the lamp, although the small white deer desire fruit, but did not use the speed to come up to snatch. On this point then Paipai Huanhuan is too strong. How many times did those 2 pieces of goods fight before remembering? Want to eat this? This thing can't eat more than one. One person can only eat one. You a deer certainly can't eat more than one. Just this one. The rest I still have to eat to practice my kung fu. Looking at the little white deer's eager dull watery eyes, Li Yongsheng finally handed it over. The little white deer bit the fruit and placed it on the table, nibbling it bite by bite. It felt like a poor family's child eating a moon cake. Finished eating the fruit, unfulfilled licked the table where the fruit was put. The top of the head on Li Yongsheng's leg rubbed 2 times. Like in the pampering, too well behaved. This is if you let that little witch see. It is estimated that the forceful seizure will also have to be given to the snatch. Brother, Pipi Huanhuan is locked up. Can I come in? Come on in. Don't be in a hurry to touch it. White still recognizes it. Shu came in and looked at the little white deer with straight eyes. It was so beautiful, especially in the light of the oil lamp. There was a sense of holiness. Brother, is its name White? Yeah, just gave it a rise. Li Yongsheng touched Xiaobai's head, signaling his sister to lean over carefully, who expected Xiaobai to be very alert. A jump onto the large table where he was eating. White, don't be afraid. I won't touch it. I'll just look at it. Seeing his sister's pitiful appearance, Li Yongsheng helplessly touched another yellow ginseng fruit. Shu, feed it. Xiao Shu took the fruit with an expectant face. Xiaobai was really attracted by the fruit. His big eyes showed a budding longing, but just not leaning forward. Both sides were in a hurry. Xiao Shu finally couldn't stand Xiaobai's longing big eyes, and put the fruit on the table. Xiaobai clicked and ate and nod, and then leaned on Li Yongsheng's leg. Xiao Shu, don't be anxious. Xiaobai may stay at our house. It'll be fine later when he's familiar with it. Pipi Huanhuan was shut down in the small black house honestly, out of some aggrieved, obviously for the small master to stand up, but was shut down in the small black house. Are that cute guy? There is a chance to be sure to repair it a hard, so that it knows what it means to be first to come first to come. The 3 little ones can live together peacefully. Li Yongsheng is also relieved. Really, if it makes a mess, the family is sure to be in a mess. Xiaobai picky eaters. In addition to fruit nothing to eat, watching Paipai Huanhuan eat spicy steamed wineleys still a look of disgust. Eternal life? Why do I feel this little white one has strange eyes? Is it blind? Mother, You didn't blink. It should just be smacking. Sleeping has become a problem. Li Yongxing to Xiaobai carefully prepared hay nest does not sleep. Always in front of Li Yongxing's east house door pickpocket door. There is no way but to move the hay nest into the house. Xiaobai is small again, there are 30 or 40 pounds. Cannot be like a sister cradling Paipai Huan like cradling. Chapter 79, The Little Follower. Early in the morning, Li Yongxing again to go out of the mountain. Want to leave the little white found simply impossible. Walk a step with a step, and follower of the same. There is no way but to bring. Good thing that this gadget is much faster than their own. Will not delay the time. In order to pick more fruits, Li Yongxing is still running wildly all the way. Xiaobai followed by the side of no pressure at all. Sometimes even mischievous run to the front and wait for himself. That looked like saying weak. To the place. Find yesterday's hidden bamboo poles. Li Yongxing first picked a parcel slipped down the tree, placed on a large rock for Xiaobai to enjoy. His own continued to pick for points of the great cause. White nibbled on the fruit leisurely, which is their favorite, but cannot reach. Occasionally look up to pick fruit. Suddenly widened his eyes. Fruit why touch a hand is not do not care about chewing fruit. Eyes staring at the tree. So strange. No matter how many picks are not to the backpack. Hand to touch disappeared. Bastard. Forget it. Do not look at it. The old head neck pain. Anyway, this pile is enough to eat their own. Another day of labor. Looking at the new addition of 16 bare trees. Li Yongxing heart full of accomplishment. Points 240,000. Can use the points also reach 220,000. Looking at the stomach bulging and swelling of the small white. Today 800s of fruits it. I don't know if they can walk. Can't walk themselves to throw it in the mountains. White. Let's go. Go home. Xiaobai dodged to the side with a whoosh. Martyr. When will he reach the speed? Today is a little earlier than yesterday. Not in a hurry to rush after hurrying out of the big mountain. Today is more excessive than yesterday. Until now have not felt any discomfort. Longevity skills certainly do not have such a good effect. 8 or 9 is the matter of yellow ginseng fruit. Strong uncle also do not know where to pick. To the ability and speed of Xiaobai cannot help but look at the temptation. It is estimated that by no means is the general place can be obtained. This year's fall harvest exceptionally fast. Each family only left outside the rice grain. The slowest also 2 days to finish. East of the brewery. Father and second uncle borrowed a threshing floor pressure a field. Cut all the sorghum ears piled up in the field. Xiao Shu is taking Pai Huan running in the field. Feel the day a little cloudy. Drying a day's worth of sorghum ears to be piled up and covered with grass curtains, but also pressure on the boulder. With all 3 families present, Li Yongxing stopped at the edge of the field with White and took off his hanging backpack. I've picked the red-hearted fruit. Come over here and have a few of them all. Pippi Huan was the first to arrive. Did not look at the White. Out of sight, out of mind. Took the fruit given by Li Yongxing, 2 small paws holding the gnawing happy. Xiaobai is equally somewhat disdainful. Are left over from their own food. Skulking and smelling the sorghum spike. Want to eat a few mouthfuls to taste, but not good. Always feel that the grade is too low. Immortality. Don't you keep it to sell? Second uncle. It's just some wild fruit. It's not worth much. Aunt knows the price of this thing. Like this good quality. Dried a minimum can be sold for 100 copper. See Dinyo 87 or 81 after another. Want to say but not good to speak. Wing nut. I'll go back to cooking first. What do you want to eat tonight? Mother. Just do it. Anything. My father nibbled on 2 cardinal fruits and stopped eating them. Yang Shang. Last time you said that the sorghum was kept for brewing. How far must it be tanned? Dry it in the sun. It's just like drying ordinary grain. I can't be bothered with brewing these days. It's good to be able to put it away. The second uncle took the fruit given by Li Yongxing and gave it to Xiao Yan. Yang Shang. My family can't eat the sorghum rice either. Your 2 sisters are too pulling on their throats. I'll dry it out and save it for you too. Second auntie lamented as she nibbled on the fruit. It is thanks to Yongsheng. Otherwise our family, not to mention the sorghum rice that pulls the throat. 2 acres of crops if all the drought died. To ask for food are not necessarily able to find a place to ask for. Auntie pulled the big cow. 8 a dozen. Can be Who says it is not? Our family's situation you also know. If it is not eternal life, may have long gone out to ask for food to go. Harvest years can still sowing and mending to earn a mouth of food. Like this year this kind of situation. I estimate that I have long led the big cattle to the south to escape the famine. The south is warmer than our side. The winter does not freeze to death. The bull hemmed and hawed. Mother, Yongsheng is my brother. What's the point of talking about this? Yes, auntie. My family can have a meal and still let you 2 go out to beg for food. Auntie touched Dinyo's head. Stupid children have stupid blessings. It's good to be simple-minded. And with a good brother. You don't have to worry about yourself in this life. Xiaobai seems to play with Paipai Huan. Xiaobai run, Paipai Huan chase. On the speed of Xiaobai can throw Paipai Huan 3 streets. On the body flexibility to climb up and down the Pai Huan Huan more dominant. The field is large enough. Xiao Bai around the grain pile running as fast as lightning. Pai Huan Huan used the advantage of the grain pile sharp break to outflank the large and too small three white shadows stunned the crowd. White. Pippi Huan Huan, come home for dinner. Whoosh. Xiao Bai returned to Li Yongsheng heel. Pippi Huan Huan too tiny cute. Still in pursuit. A long time before realizing that little white slipped away early. Angry whimpering. Not a belly full of fruit. Pai Huan Huan is not hungry. The three little beasts are looking at Li Yong's survival yellow ginseng fruit of the cabinet. One more than one can be cute. The eyes look very poor. Brother, look at them. Li Yongsheng nibbled on corn tortillas, fried tofu with salted fish, and occasionally nibbled down the original wine. Don't worry about them. You can't eat too much of that stuff. My brother doesn't even dare to eat more of it. Pippi Huan Huan still acted pitifully, and Xiao Bai turned his head to look at Li Yongsheng. The light was very dark, and no one noticed a trace of contempt in its eyes, as if to express what it meant. Scum, that thing I can eat 10 in one breath. Sleeping at night is another problem. Xiao Bai has his own nest in Li Yongsheng's room. Pippi Huan Huan doesn't seem to want to follow Xiaoshu to sleep, and he doesn't want to go away in Li Yongsheng's room. Shu was a little sad. This was her own brother. She would have cried out if anyone else. Peppy cheerful, get back to bed and I'll share one of your fruits tomorrow. Whoosh, whoosh, the two little ones leapt out with lightning speed. It's for the fruit, but aren't they all sperm? Can they communicate without barriers? Xiao Bai, tomorrow morning I'm going to eat a yellow ginseng fruit to practice. If you want to eat it I'll share one with you as well. Nod your head if you want to eat it. Li Yongsheng wanted to see if Xiao Bai could understand. See Xiao Bai stupidly looking at himself. Finally there is a normal. Eating what can understand. A little more complex is confused. Suddenly saw Xiao Bai whooshed on the bed. Just stood on Li Yongsheng's stomach. Lowered his head to seriously point twice. Li Yongsheng wild sweat. Really all become fine Okay, get down there. Step on me. Whoosh. White jumped back to his nest. And Li Yongsheng was a little confused as to what had gone wrong. Chapter 80, Exotic Beasts? Li Yongsheng stared at half a night did not sleep. Can understand simple words is not strange. Some smart dog training a little bit can help people to get things. And then smarter can hold a flashlight to greet the master. But this Pai Huan Huan and Xiao Bai's comprehension ability is also too strong, right? Demon? In the middle of the night, suddenly remembered that Uncle Chong threatened to pass the big green ox and his Mount Xiaohua, as if there is no need to dwell on it. The animals in this world have gone beyond their own knowledge. Li Yongsheng picked up the red fruit more and more comfortable. The white is still lying down to enjoy the fruit, and occasionally go out to sneak around. Do not know to go around what? Fruit is getting sparse. In addition to the small white tube enough to eat, but also to bring home a backpack every day. And picking for 4 days. Finally finished. Li Yongsheng put together 500,000 points that can be used. The total number of points has reached 52 million. The backpack stuffed full. The small white looks like it is really eaten to support the footsteps have lost some of the drift. There is still a while to go before it gets dark. There is no hurry to rush. Li Yongsheng surveyed the surroundings and chattered with Xiao Bai. White, do you know where else there is this fruit? Xiao Bai looked at Li Yongsheng, as if looking at the little cute. In general, he wandered around the mountainous area here have this kind of fruit. All to pick all still do not know enough? What do you mean you're looking at me like that? Yes or no? White shook his head and nodded again. What do you mean? Yes? Or no? White is straight up not hitting it off with the second little cutie. Say no more. So, if I ask this, do you know of any other place where there is good fruit? Xiao Bai helplessly snorted. Imperceptibly nodded. Li Yongsheng ecstatic. There really is. Developed. This thing is more than just cute. Some things take me there tomorrow. You don't know how to climb a tree. I'll pick it for you. Seeing clearly this time, White shook his head continuously. What do you mean? Too far away or dangerous? Xiao Bai could not stand it. A flash leaped out. Li Yongsheng heart shocked. Will not nag to run away. See the little White ran to the farthest I stopped and waited for himself. Patted his chest. Precious beast cannot let it run away. Tomorrow morning and then feed a yellow ginseng fruit. To ensure that it honestly take themselves to find the fruit. 500,000 points. Can exchange 100,000 pounds of rice. No matter what happens in the future do not have to worry. But think of the 35 formulas immediately bitter face. Too expensive White seems to not want to take care of Li Yongsheng. See him catch up and leaped out. To home. White went to the threshing floor to find Pai Huan Huan play to go. The grain sun almost. The next step to use the stick whacked, hammered and then collected and hulled. Hulled and then have to be sunned for a day. And then it will be raised to the field, slightly remove the dust and chaff bagged to go home. Below also up a large field. Big strong brother a few flooded home of the townspeople to play. Close to home. Care is also convenient. Li Yongsheng scolded Xiao Bai and Pai Huan Huan not to step on the grain. threw the weapon backpack on the threshing floor, loaded 2 pockets of red heart fruit, and turned around to the field of a few families of Dezhuang. Young Shang, idle. Why don't you see anyone all day? Nothing to do but go to the mountains and pick fruit. Little flower and little bean, come here. Zhu Dazhuang's 2 children ran over, timidly shouted Yongsheng uncle, father and mother, and they said countless times, Li Yongsheng is their family's life-saving benefactor. C must be polite. Li Yongsheng pulled out all the fruits in his pockets and put them in a colander. Little flower, little bean, this is what uncle picked in the big mountains. Everyone on this field gives one away, and you split the rest equally. Okay. The 2 children looked at their father. Zhu Dezhuang had never seen this kind of fruit and felt that it was not cheap. This is expensive, isn't it? It's a shame to eat it. It's not worth it, it's a rare treat. See, the father nodded. The 2 children around the field around the circle. After a circle, the fruit is still left 7 or 8. Small flowers gave his father a, small beans gave Li Yongsheng a. Yongsheng uncle said, this place someone are divided into 1. Li Yongsheng received the fruit and smiled happily, touching the 2 children who shared the fruit. Brother Dezhuang, how is the grain harvest? How long will it last? Zhu Daqiang sighed. Usually eat if you can top to the new year. Save a little and wait for the spring, and with wild vegetables can eat 2 more months. Is the suffering of the children, but there is no way. I do not know the countryside still collect imperial grain. Collect, if you cannot get through the winter. Li Yongsheng sat on the small stool that Little Bean had sent over. Brother Dezhuang, I've heard from the county honorable lord that our county was hit by floods and droughts this year, so we won't levy imperial grain, but saving isn't an option. The children are so young, it would be troublesome if they starve. Zhu Daqiang broke into a smile. Young Shang, really do not harvest. That can be a good plan to plan. Catty always last until next year's summer harvest. If the wheat can be a good harvest, this day really do not have to worry about it. Brother Dezhuang, you can't count on wheat either. It's likely to be whimsical, in case there's no harvest when the time comes. Zhu Dezhuang instantly collected his smile and said word for word, Young Shang brother, regardless of success or failure, the villagers are excited about your love. Now this scene of food is all because of your water wheel and hanging water things. The villagers can hold out until the new year is also all your credit. That is, wheat is not successful. That is also more than half a year's meal. No one will blame you. No one dares to blame you. Otherwise everyone will drive him out of the village. Our village tolerate the dirty little things of chicken, hair and garlic, but who wants to know the favor ungrateful bites back? You see the guys beat him to death or not? Li Yongsheng nodded, signaling Dezhuang to keep his voice down. It's not important to make a few snide remarks. The point is that we still have to find a way to solve the problem of hunger. And Dezhuang exchange until dark. The big question to understand the basic situation of the village. Follow their own learned craft of more than 20 households, woodworkers basically worry-free. Relying on the autumn grain and rewards until the summer harvest, no big problem. The family more or less a bit of inventory is also about the same. Just those who are not year after year the trouble of the surplus food. Most of the family's food at most to eat to the beginning of the spring, when only all day to dig up wild vegetables to eat. Starvation not to live in peace. There's no rush to exchange the prescription. Keep the points for now. At least you can't exchange a prescription for more than 10,000 points. White, Pippi Huan, come home for dinner. Li Yongsheng feels like a mother who shouts for her children to eat. And later when Pippi Huan and Xiaobai can go out to play on their own, there will definitely be endless worries. White appeared at his side with a whoosh, and Peppy Cheer jumped right up onto either shoulder. I feel that Pippi Huan is just as big as a small rabbit. When can he grow up to accompany himself into the mountains to hunt? Early in the morning, just finished practicing kung fu. Wang arrived. Last night just rushed back from the capital. This prescription of their own is also considered to be a merit. And now the level has been embarrassing. Reward cannot be rewarded. Can only be given to their own son sealed Rongwei lieutenant, but also rewarded some of the exotic treasures. Chapter 81. Talking about food over barbecue. Mr. Wang complained when he entered. Young Shang, you can make me pitiful. Chief Yan is afraid that something will happen to the prescription. After leaving from your house, I have been rushing, and I can't take a boat and a car. I rode a horse all the way wildly, and when I arrived at the imperial city, my legs were worn out. Master officer, then you must be a kung fu master. Teach me, will you? Mr. Wang was slightly stunned. This? Forget about the hard work. Old Li, move the goods, outside the wall. Steward Li gave an alas, and Officer Wang took the fruit handed by Li Yongsheng and nibbled on it twice. Red-hearted fruit. Good stuff. More or less. If more, I'll take it all. Li Yongsheng pointed at Xiao by standing in the doorway, picked up a little white deer that won't eat anything in the house, and a couple dozen more that have to be saved for it. The one clerk ate the fruit eaten by the beast, did not feel offended in the slightest, looked at Xiaobai's eyes straight, and took big steps to the front. Snowflake deer? Is it really a snowflake deer? Just to reach out and touch it, the little white whooshed and disappeared, and followed in the Chung shocked out of a cold sweat. What the hell the speed is so fast, just now almost drew his sword. Officer Wang looked around. Xiaobai had already gone to the door of the wine shop, his eyes looking at himself warily, as if with a bit of disdain. Immortality, this gene? Li Yongshan let out a bitter laugh. No one is following anyone, and I didn't catch them, they followed me of their own accord, and I still can't figure out why. Wang Wenwei reluctantly looked at the small white deer. This speed, it is likely to be a snowflake deer that represents good luck, but he cannot force himself. This thing cannot be kept alive. Never heard of any rich and noble family can be raised as a pet. Temperament is very big. Even if you catch it will hit the wall hunger strike. Yang Shang, this is a good thing. Keep it well, but don't be small. Don't be seen by Jingy girl, or else either take it with you, or Jingy girl will stay with her. Steward Li came in holding a small box. What is the meaning of this? Master Post? It's all His Majesty's bounty for me. I brought you a box, and I have 7 or 8 more boxes at home. So don't be polite to me. Being polite would be out of place. I still have to eat here. Wang half-joking words so that Li Yongxing cannot refuse. The human condition to take the dead Old Li, make some tea. I'll talk to Yongxing about something. Li Yongsheng hurriedly blocked. How can he trouble people in his own home? Xiao Shu, boil water and make tea. Father and mother and Wang Wenwei greeted both went out. No surprise Wang Wenwei did not leave. They will not go home. Will not talk too awkward. And habit into the natural status gap. Although they have an official uniform, the bones are still commoners. Little winged one, really brilliant this time, made His Majesty owe you a big favor. What high-minded favor? Wasn't it a promise of a knighthood? That Viscount, just reward the water wheel and water lifting device. Don't look at your parents also sealed. That is also for you to provide the black jade hemostatic medicine reward. But what is the recipe formula? That is the core of the focus. Operate properly. A year time can make you rich, can rival the country. His Majesty really did not expect you so fast. We returned to the Imperial City to report when froze for a while. God. Yen reminded the director of 2 times to I see His Majesty is a little waxed Master Clerk. His Majesty is probably just wondering why I let go. Okay, enough talk. Get another barbecue? Li Yongxing looked at the sky. At most 9 o'clock in the morning. Is it appropriate to eat barbecue? I'm not going to lie. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Old Li, serve the meat. Seeing Li Yongxing's confused face, Elder Wang explained. I'm afraid you don't have enough meat in your house, so I've brought what I can. Li Yongxing smiled helplessly. The preparation was really sufficient. Xiao Shu, call Sister Xiao Yan over to help. With the help of the 2 maids, Li Yongxing moved quickly, first grilling some vegetables that didn't need to be marinated, and when the vegetables were appetizing, the meat was almost marinated. Officer Wang shouted at the door. Chang, come in if you want to eat. No need to talk about so many rules. Chang came in, a little embarrassed. The character of raw, cold and shy, to Li Yongxing showed a smile worse than crying, sat down and first dried a bowl of Tanshan wine, and jacked up the meat skewers like the king. Little wingnut, grow up quickly. It will definitely be more than just a viscount by then. Wing Li flipped the skewers of meat. Master Clerk, actually I don't care about those things. What I like most is still going into the mountains to gather and hunt. Of course, coming up with some ideas to help the townspeople to eat their stomachs is quite an accomplishment. Mr. Wang cracked a smile. Good. Small age can see through these is rare. I just can't let go of some things. Almost suffered a disaster. Thanks to you to accompany Jingy girl accompanied by a good. So she gave me to ask for mercy. Took the initiative to give up some things. To keep the old age of the title, is also regarded as a success in the retirement. Seeing Li Yongxing's inquisitive look, Elder Wang immediately changed his words. Not spicy enough. Spicier? What kind of fish is that? How does it smell so good when it's grilled? Meat kebabs are grilled quite a lot. Li Yongxing intends to grill a few salted fish to drink the original wine by himself. And this is also looking at it. Master Clerk, this is a salted fish from the bazaar that costs 12 cents a catty. Have a stick and try it? Mr. Wang took the salted fish and tasted it with great appreciation. Not bad. An ordinary salted fish can be roasted like this. It's considered an excellent craft. It seems that Mr. Wang came here to deliver gifts, but looking at the performance it was more like to have a barbecue. Li Yongxing called Steward Li over and taught some of the essence of barbecuing. Steward Li was touched and bad, and in no time took over and grilled it in a decent manner. Li Yongxing asked as he poured himself a bowl of raw wine and nibbled on the salted fish. Member Master, Shangyun River a piece of because Shangyun River was flooded, and later because Shangyun River irrigated farmland collected some grain. I do not know Shangyun River outside of the territory how. I heard that the township grain 12 won a caddy. Officer Wan was obviously a little worried, feeling that the meat skewers in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. He silently picked up the Tanshan wine and drank half a bowl. Little Yongsheng, those places that have not been flooded are even worse, although the crops are all here, but there is no water source. Some of the wells are enough for people and livestock to eat. There is no room for watering the land. Roughly almost 30%. Cut production by 30%? That's good. Reduce production by 30%, then still worry about what? The imperial grain are exempted. And no disaster. I'm talking about the overall income is also last year's 30%. Clerk Wang drained the bowl of wine in one gulp, picked up a roasted eggplant and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing on it half-heartedly. Do not talk about that. Those things have Liangshan Tai worry. I cannot ask more. Ask more may be to be sin. The most is the county government office fundraising time to put the family property into it. Mr. Wang suddenly lowered his volume. Little Yongsheng, the present majesty is very righteous. Don't look at me when the time comes to throw all the family property into it. As long as there is no big problem, sooner or later, I can give it back, and it is possible to double it. There is a chance to be a little more generous. I know that you have saved a lot of grain. Chapter 82 Purple Sunflower Fruit. Sent away the wine clerk. Li Yongqing opened the box brought by the wine clerk. A box of exotic treasures. Looks like a lot of value. The least valuable may be the silver jewelry. The wine clerk said that his family still has 7 or 8 boxes of such. It seems to get the reward is really worth a lot of money. The emperor looks like enough righteousness. Mother came in, looking at a box of gold and silver treasures. Some eyes, even after seeing some of the world, looking at the eyes still shake. Mother, put it away. Yang Shang, mother is a little afraid. Our family has too many belongings. In case we are robbed by bandits and thieves? Don't worry, mother. Find yourself a place to bury. Don't tell anyone. No thief dares to enter the house during the day. At night the house has me. Den Yo stays in the wine shop, and Xiao Bai and Pai Pai Huan Huan. It'll be fine. The mother half-heartedly glanced at White, who was pretending to be high and mighty, and Pippi Huan Huan, who was picking out skewers of meat from the table, and always had the feeling that these 3 things weren't very trustworthy. The day just dawned. Li Yongsheng dragged Xiaobai up. The confused Xiaobai still did not understand what was going on. His mouth was stuffed with a yellow ginseng fruit. Xiaobai, it's dawn. Go into the mountains right away and help me find the treasure. Okay. Little White crunched and finished gnawing the fruit. His big watery eyes looked at Li Yongsheng with some confusion. Li Yongsheng pulled out another red-hearted fruit and explained with his hands. Go into the mountains. Help me. And look for this. Just about anything. White's eyes were getting misty. Wasn't he smart yesterday? Now why are you acting like a stupid elk? Are you pretending? Simply ate a little meal. Li Yongsheng with a weapon carrying a basket went out. Xiaobai consciously point to follow behind. Yongsheng, going into the mountains so early. Second uncle, this is the end of the cattle. Can we get enough to eat? Herb smiled nervously. Which can let them eat enough? Folks are still waiting to plow the land to plant wheat. A moment to feed some bean cake water. Plowing the land with bundles of peanut seedlings. Resting time and then let it eat a couple of mouthfuls. Okay, just don't tire them out. I'll go first. Xiaobai ran out of sight long ago, and when Li Yongsheng rushed to the front of the big mountain, Xiaobai was waiting for himself as usual. This time do not go to the red heart fruit side. All picked. Small White, or you take me to a place. Okay, the kind of good things cannot be picked endlessly. Xiaobai continued to tilt his head to be cute, with a look of complete ignorance. Forget it, it is better to go into the mountain to find it. This unreliable eater. White nibbled his yellow ginseng fruit. Yesterday a day did not enter the mountain. The White seems to be a little excited. From time to time run without a trace. In Li Yongsheng some worry, and then suddenly appeared. Tilted his head in stupid roe deer as much as to measure themselves, as if to see the earth turtle digging. Li Yongsheng is indeed the same as a turtle. Have not seen the grass, have to touch it to find a feeling. Some unfamiliar fruits have to tear one kneaded a few times, and even the ugly mushrooms on the ground will not be spared. After 2 hours with no luck, Li Yongsheng hit on by again. White, are you familiar with this area? White, is there anything you want to eat that you can't eat? I can give you a hand. After all, you can't climb trees on 4 legs. Xiaobai. Where are the more precious things? Herbs, fruits, anything. It was almost noon, and Li Yongsheng lost his patience. Xiaobai, there aren't many yellow ginseng fruits left. I can't give you and Pai Pai Huan Huan to eat tomorrow. That's what Uncle Chan gave me to eat to practice my kung fu. But don't worry, there are still some red-hearted fruits left. Enough for a few days of eating. Xiaobai looked at Li Yongsheng with pitiful eyes. The 2-legged beast finally showed his true colors. Deer under the roof. Had to bow his head. Forget it. Give this 2-legged beast a taste of sweetness. Really want to eat that crunchy fruit. Xiaobai dodged up the mountain beam and looked back at Li Yongsheng, with some provocative meaning in his gaze. It is possible for this deer to lead the way, but if you can't keep up, it is your incompetence. White, really take me to the good stuff. wait for me. Li Yongsheng hung up his plain sword and bow and arrow, tightened his clothes. The hillside is close to 90 degrees, can only use his hands and feet, occasionally catching thorns will also be stabbed and bleed, but all of this does not matter. Keep up with Xiao Bai to see the harvest. Xiao Bai looked at the clumsy Li Yongsheng and snorted, too slow. This look is going to be a monkey. Li Yongsheng felt that the climb was quite fast, and just after he had gone up the mountain beam, Xiao Bai leaped away with a whoosh, leaving only a white back. Li Yongsheng can only follow quickly. The mountain beam is very narrow. Running must be concentrated. A slip but to fall into the deep valley. White runs a little while and waits half a day. Annoying as hell. Li Yongsheng had been running along for a long time, tired and hungry, but didn't dare to stop to eat. He seemed to sense Xiao Bai's impatience, turned 4 or 5 mountain beams, drilled 5 or 6 ravines, and also crossed 3 streams. Finally, Xiao Bai stopped. Li Yongsheng gasped for air. Himself and Xiao Bai then really far away. This is a big mountain spirit. White, is it here? Where's the good stuff? Xiao Bai looked towards the backpack that Li Yongsheng was carrying, and Li Yongsheng hurriedly pulled out a few red-hearted fruits and set them in front of it. While Xiao Bai nibbled on the fruit, Li Yongsheng took a moment to catch his breath and pulled out a tortilla and nibbled on it. Xiao Bai finished chewing, tilted his head to look up. Li Yongsheng stunned. Really? Where is so good? The cliff is a lonely cliff. The visual height of 40 to 50 meters from the ground. Although they have climbed better cliffs, that is with a hammer chisel while chiseling the landing. Also threw up the rope to make an insurance policy, but today nothing to bring. After looking at the cliff for a while, he turned around and saw Xiao Bai looking at himself innocently, as if saying the place is here. It's up to you whether it works or not, and if it doesn't work, don't push your luck. Turning around and looking at the surrounding terrain, so many such cliffs, like a pillar standing on the beams of the mountain. Are there good things on top of these pillars or? Li Yongsheng ruthless heart, Hampa Batsi, spell, cannot let only a small deer look down. Although it looks like a pillar, but in fact several hundred meters in diameter, or irregular, some places are even 90 degrees of negative angle, circled around the pillar, only their own side can be climbed, the rest of the 3 directions down are all cliffs. Cliff columns do not know how many years erected here, and there is no weathering is not strong place. Li Yongsheng buckle gap will be able to pull the body upward. Careful step does not dare to be careless. After half an hour or so of fear, finally on the top of the cliff, the heart swore that, in the future, no matter where to go to bring a rope, see the little white below to look up. The sun has been west. There is no time to rest. The cliff above is about 2 soccer fields large. Li Yongsheng searched for half a day, and found that the target treasure is actually a kind of purple small fruits, like the dragon flower that he often ate when he was a child, and picked one. The system sounded. Congratulations, you have obtained the redemption species, whether to redeem the purple sunflower fruit, which can be redeemed for 20 points. So expensive. It's not as good as a red fruit, but this is as small as a sour date, and in one piece. Chapter 83 Uncle is back. White introduced something to eat should not be a problem. Li Yongsheng tasted the flavor, sweet and sour. I cannot say a taste, and blueberries seem to be a little bit similar. Good than blueberries hard some. Do not have to be afraid of squeezing the bad. The first pick a backpack on the side. 2 hands began to pull the harvest. It must be quicker, or Dark cannot get out of the mountains. Do not care how many points. Li Yongsheng rushed to finish rowing the purple anemone fruit. The pro went down to look at other cliff pillars, too far away to see. It seems that there are not many good in big trees. It should be about the same as here. With a backpack of purple anemone fruits to climb down some trouble. Holding in the chest squeeze panic, back on the back of the crash panic. In order to let the small white continue to lead the way later. Can only bite the scalp to climb down. Landed on the ground. Relieved. Grabbed out a handful of purple anemone fruit stuffed into the mouth of the small white. Eat and find the fastest way out of the mountains. It's dangerous at night. Small white big eyes rolled twice. Not at all anxious. Chewing slowly swallowing seems to enjoy. Li Yongsheng heart anxious but do not dare to urge. Always feel that this little ancestor is intentional. Well at least when by finished eating and staring at his backpack still wanting it. Li Yongsheng was furious. Go home and eat as much as you can. If you don't leave you'll have to feed the wolves. Xiao Bai whooshed into lightning. Li Yongsheng organized the weapons backpack hurriedly followed. This is now the master. Do not leave yourself behind. When I was in a hurry, I didn't even remember the road. Xiao Bai is still walking and stopping, waiting for Li Yongsheng, a tired person. The sun is setting, and it is about to go out of the mountain. Once again catch up with Xiao Bai, and found that Xiao Bai did not move, and then looked forward to instantly break out in a cold sweat. A calf-like white wolf is sizing up himself and Xiao Bai, and seems to be hesitant about which one to lay hands on first. White, come back here. Li Yongsheng although running is tired as a dog, but still the fastest time to complete the bow and arrow. Xiao Bai did not listen to his own call, but even rushed toward the white wolf. Li Yongxing heart tightened. Xiao Bai although fast, but the budding look has the ability to hurt? Afraid to shoot the little white, Li Yongxing threw away the bow and arrow and drew out the park knife. Oh hoo! The white wolf suddenly let out a miserable scream. Li Yongxing froze in place with his park sword. What did he just see? Little White was clearly charging up front. How did he suddenly complete a side impact? The white wolf has been lying on the ground. There are a few holes in the stomach spraying blood. Li Yongxing looked at the small white sack stunned. You are a deer ah. The antler on your head is a deer antler ah. With an antler word, although it is not furry, but how it is also a blunt angle. How did you poke out a few holes? He had also once touched the antler. Unscientific. More unscientific than his own system. Xiao Bai came over and rubbed himself affectionately on Li Yongsheng, who only realized after inserting the park knife that it was rubbing the blood stuck on the antler. Li Yongsheng did not hit the idea of the white wolf. This thing is basically a pack. In case of smell with the village is a big trouble. The meat will not eat their own. Valuable fur was also topped with a few holes. There is no need to waste time. With a small white hurry to run. Running time is still measuring the antler of the small white. Feel just issued not long ago. Not thick and not strong. Looking at the lack of any lethality, think of their own just encountered when they are also think about when I first came across it. I still thought of catching it and going home. I really don't know how to die. I think that when I first came across it, I thought of catching it and taking it home, but I really didn't know what to do. After leaving the mountain, it is already dark. Some greed the kung fu is not good enough to think of entering the mountain wave. If there is no white deer today, if the white wolf suddenly attacked himself, most likely will not be able to avoid. The best result will be torn off a piece of flesh by it. Took the time to check the points. Points and total points are more than 800,000. There are 0 and whole. From the million mark is getting closer and closer. The third level is the prescription. I do not know what the fourth level is. Try not to be the prescription kind of thing. They do not want to change. The mother had already made dinner and saw her son coming back to serve it in the hall. Yang sang, why are you so late today? What's wrong with little white? How did the antler turn red? Bad. Did not rub clean. Li Yongsheng hurried to lie. Mother, ate a kind of red fruit, and one fell from a tree just in time to hit it on the head. The mother did not suspect. Went to the pothouse to serve food to go. Li Yongsheng hurriedly wet the cloth to clean the little white. The little white seems to know that the antler is not clean. Did not resist. Brother, what red fruit? Didn't you bring me a few to try? A touch will break. Can not bring. Brought you some purple anemone fruit. Do not eat too much It's not good to eat too much. Taking off the backpack, he grabbed a handful and placed it on the table, filled another plate for White and placed it on the bench, and dumped the rest into the cabinet with the yellow ginseng fruit, still weighted down with the grain sack. During the meal, my father was a bit sullen, and in a little while, he had drunk 2 bowls of Tanshan wine. Dad, what's wrong? Father sighed as mother grumbled beside him. Yang Shang, your eldest uncle came back, failed the exam again, and made a lot of jokes. Your eldest aunt is going back to her mother's home with her child. She doesn't want to spend time with him like this, and your grandpa is almost mad. Li Yongsheng looked at his father and said with a straight face, Father, although our family and the ancestral home have been ripped off, it's always your family, and there's no shortage of food or money in the house, so if you want to help them feel free to take it. Father shook his head. We can't open our mouths. They're all blood drinkers, and if we open our mouths they'll rely on us and we won't be able to get rid of them. Mother was relieved. If his father really went to help them, his own life is not much fun. Why if they had even a little bit of heart for their own family, they wouldn't have gotten to this point. Mother, what's the joke with the eldest? Listen to the Pingan Township to send the messenger said. Your uncle nothing will not. When the examination fell asleep, dreaming shouting a name such as flowers, was the examiner let people bombed out? Relying on what the garden does not go. Hungry skin and bones, or Chow Township is going to the county to do business to bring back. Instructed your grandfather not to let him go out. Has been disgraced the people of Pingan Township. Li Yongsheng brain melon buzzing, with the whole family to live the money and food, but also asked for another time. This is really not to the good grass on the rush It is also really strange enough. On his 3 melon 2 jujube, perhaps enough to spend a night in the flower. Well, don't say it, don't mention them in the future is, out of sight, out of mind. Let's just live our own lives. The father was a little drunk and looked at Li Yongsheng with some blurred eyes. Yang Shang, should we plant wheat on our 2 acres of thin field as well? If we plant wheat we will only be able to plant rice next year, and we don't know what the harvest will be like. Father, take a rest. Just 3 minutes of vegetable land isn't enough to keep you busy. We're a dry field, and even if we could harvest some wheat, planting rice would probably be a waste. Farming time has come. The townspeople began to plant wheat. From Li Yongsheng home to borrow seeds, not a small number. An acre of land needs 30 pounds of seed. The village planted wheat fields have 180 acres, adding up to more than 5,000 pounds. Although Yang Shanghua said the success of the seed only, but there is no any one family intends to only return the seed. It is not a human being to do. Of course, provided that there is a harvest. Do not receive the success of all hitching a ride in. Chapter 84, The Regulator Plow. At the time of fall planting, Li Yongsheng did not go into the mountains again. Sitting in front of the wine shop and waiting for the townspeople to come and borrow seeds, the village head was also there. He was responsible for the record, although it was free of charge, and still had to be recorded in the book. In the course of the morning, all the families that were preparing to plant winter wheat received their seeds, and the village chief ended up awkwardly receiving 45 pounds. Li Yongsheng idly went to the paddy field by the river. Very backward. Use a stiff to plow the furrow, sprinkle in the wheat seed and then use a wooden rake to straddle the top. The efficiency is very low. I don't know what kind of plows are in this world. Li Yongsheng turned back to go to the second uncle's house, and only Sister Diane is at home alone. Sister Goose, where's the second uncle? I've gone to graze the cows. Yongsheng, do you want something from my father? I'll call him back if there's something. It's okay, I'll look at the plow for plowing. Li Yongsheng saw, plow and rake put together. Look at the plow, some twisted, and Li Yongsheng impression is completely different. Straight up and down. The plow is not the kind of turning the soil, but like a pouting furrow, so that plowing efficiency is also very low. I don't know if the second uncle bought this or all this way. Li Yongsheng decided to go and look for the blacksmith phone. It is not yet noon. Walking a round trip is completely timely. Going home and saying hello to his mother, Li Yongsheng called up Dinyo. Brother Yongsheng, the second uncle is not here. Should I pull the cart? No, not to buy anything. Looking for that blacksmith phone for something. Xiaobai is a little reluctant to go wherever followed Li Yongsheng. Good talk is not to stay. Li Yongsheng can only sacrifice the big killers. A yellow ginseng fruit to let the small white honestly lie down in the nest to sleep. After the new bridge, out of the village boundary, Li Yongsheng found other villages are also planting wheat. This is a little big not counting manpower. An acre of land, 30 pounds of wheat seed, in case of a hit on their own guaranteed curses. To Ping'an Township when the ground is still busy. Looks like more than 1 or 2 villages. Chao Yuanqing may let the whole township planted winter wheat. Li Yongsheng does not know is not only Ping'an Township. The entire Qingyuan County and the county magistrates call for support all sown winter wheat. Seed by the government. Collected 30% of the tax. The loss of the county government's calculation. There is no hurry to go to the blacksmith store. Lunch has not been eaten. Li Yongsheng took Dinyo to go to the Baozi store. The big meat buns want 10, but also let the shopkeeper to go next door to cut a plate of pig head meat. Giddy up, panting, brother Yongsheng, it's Chao Shangzheng. Li Yongsheng was gnawing on a big bun when the sound of a halted horse rang out behind him, and didn't look back, but the big bull across the street looked up and saw it. Brother Eternal Life, I look like you from a distance. Chao Yuanqing was covered in mud, and the horse was half covered in mud, looking at the buns on the table and swallowing. Brother Chao, please have a seat, eat some together if you don't mind. Shopkeeper, 10 more buns and a plate of delicatessen meat. Okay, you wait a little. Chao Yuanqing was a little embarrassed, stammered for half a day without taking a seat. Li Yongqing calculated that he should not have brought money. Brother Chao, why are you still seeing outside with your brother? Hurry up and sit down. I still have something to ask you. Chao Yuanqing is not polite. Sit down and take the buns to open food. Said the morning without eating to visit the autumn planting. Starving, have to supervise the townspeople. There are lazy families simply do not want to move. Ready to put 30 pounds of wheat to stay in the New Year steamed buns. Li Yongsheng didn't rush, waiting for Chao Yuanqing to nibble on 3 big buns in one breath and start drinking the wild tea Li Yongsheng poured for him before he opened his mouth to ask, Big brother, several villages on my way here are planting wheat. Aren't you worried? Yongsheng, the county respect is afraid that you are under pressure to let me keep it secret from you. Now you have seen it with your own eyes, then there is no need to hide it. Not only our Ping'an Township, the entire Qingyuan County are planted. A family of 1 acre of seed. The collateral must be turned over and planted on the ground. The county respect would have taken our township as a pilot. The capital came from the capital of the 800 miles of expedited. All the seed by the imperial court is responsible for the harvested levy of 30%. Not to collect the county zone originally took our township as a pilot project. Li Yongsheng is a little speechless. The last time he and Liang magistrate's conversation should be letting Chief Yin heard. Must have gone back to tell the emperor. What he did not expect is that the emperor is so on the ball. By the way, brother, you just said that you only found out on the road that other villages grow wheat. You didn't come here this time just to ask me about that, did you? Li Yongsheng felt that Chao Yuanqing was more familiar with it than blacksmith phone might be, and pushed the delicatessen meat towards Chao Yuanqing. Brother Chao, I unintentionally looked at my second uncle's plow this morning and suddenly had an idea. Are you familiar with the plows used nowadays? How many kinds are there in total? Chow Yuanqing's two eyes instantly lit up. One kind. Everyone uses all the same. I've never seen the second kind of plow. You see is not also a corner in front. Two sides to the outward expansion of the. No surprise should be. Say, what is the idea? Brother Chow, let's not talk about the plow. Have you seen any plow shafts that are straight? Are there any bent ones? Bending? What did that become? Big brother has not really seen. After eating go to my place, draw me to see. Chow Yuanqing seemed to be unable to wait, hurriedly stuffing a few large buns, and the meat of the dishes was also hurriedly stuffed into his mouth. Go go go. Man, I can't wait. Li Yongsheng paid the money, asked for straw paper to wrap up the remaining 5 or 6 buns and stuffed them into Dinyo's arms. The township office arrived. Before their own deeds to the house came a few times. Chow Yuanqing office place is very shabby. A rice pole of mud blank house. A table and 2 chairs of vertical cabinet. The ground is also rammed earth. Chow Yuanqing signaled the two to take a seat. Rummaged around for some tea yet hot water. Brother Chow, don't get busy. I don't know if it will work. I'll draw a picture for you to see. If it works, we'll get blacksmith Feng to beat it out and see. Chow Yuanqing immediately looked for a pen and paper. Li Yongsheng lying on the table seriously sketched. Next to Chow Yuanqing more and more surprised to see. A brand new plow. The beam bent into a strange shape. There is a special plow illustration. And finally drew a pocket plow. So small for what purpose? With manpower to pull it? Li Yongsheng pointed to the sketch and Chow Yuanqing explained. Brother Chow, I've watched the plowing a few times. The plows we use now turn the new soil to both sides when plowing, so that when plowing the next course it undoubtedly increases the burden on the oxen. Think about it, if the new soil that comes out of the plow is turned over to one side, wouldn't it be much more labor-saving? Wing Li pointed to the strange little wheel in front of him. In addition, look at this place. We now use the plow without a support, with the cattle walking high and low. Plowing the ground is also deep and shallow. Deep cattle will be dragged, shallow, then have to come back to rework. There is such a small wheel to support. Is not the depth of such as a, in addition to the wheel above the fixing of a thick iron bar, outside the addition of an adjustable buckle. Adjusting this can be adjusted to the plows. The depth of the plow can be adjusted by adjusting this. Li Yongsheng did not design the threads. Designed to the current level of estimation cannot be out of the hole. But in the thick iron bar design 3 snaps. Next to the ring slightly change the shape of some. Lift the wheel can be raised and lowered. Yongsheng, I want to make it and see. If it's really going to be as you said, the credit is in the society. Then the water wheel and hanging water device credit. Go to find old Feng. By the way, have you brought money? Brother me. Chapter 85, Feng Blacksmith's Surprise. Blacksmith Store. Lao Feng is beating the farm tools. Many folks' wheat planting is finished. The next few months cannot use the farm tools. Take advantage of the leisure to clean up. Do not delay the beginning of spring use. Lao Feng, is Lao Feng here? Feng Blacksmith didn't raise his head. Little Tsauzi, if you're not going to help the folks plant wheat, what are you doing here with me? Do you want to play the autumn breeze? No way. I won't give you any wine even if I have to feed it to the dogs. Chow Yuanqing had a black line on his head. He was used to messing around with this ragtag blacksmith, and now there were outsiders. Hello Uncle Feng. Oops. Little Yongsheng is here. Did you bring wine? Last time I drank your wine. I feel like I can't forget it for the rest of my life. Uncle Feng, in a few days to send wine to the king's clerk. When you send you 10 pounds, do not charge money, but can only drink themselves or not allowed to sell all. How is that a good idea? Old Feng does not lack money for wine. The more wine the better. The price you can open. Chow Yuanqing was not happy. Yongsheng, call him big brother on the line. Call Uncle Mess. Old Feng, you are sure you can afford. The capital selling price is now a caddy of wine 1 or 2 gold. Do not say that the brother underestimated you. How many pounds can you buy? Feng Blacksmith's eyes widened. 1 or 2 gold pieces. Eternal life, is he talking nonsense? Nonsense is not nonsense. In fact, the king is to sell a rare. I send really do not charge. The cost is not high. You also helped us before. Rest assured that drink is. Blacksmith Feng glanced at Chow Yuanqing smugly. The two of them didn't seem to be generally familiar with each other. Little Yongsheng, I don't drink for nothing. Don't you and this Dinyo both use knives and bows and arrows? Give me a month to make exclusive weapons for you. Dinyo, talk to me. How many times can you draw a 5-quart bow? My arms are a little sore from pulling all morning. Dinyo's words shocked the two. Looking at Dinyo's appearance did not look like a lie. Blacksmith Feng looked at Li Yongsheng again. I can't compete with the big bulls. My arms are a little out of sorts if I pull it more than 30 times. Feng Blacksmith held his tongue for half a day. His face red. Yongsheng, Dinyo, I'm bragging. It costs money to make exclusive weapons for you guys, and it has to be a high price. It needs at least 50 taels of silver. I can't afford this anymore. Uncle Feng. Just call me Brother Feng. I won't take advantage of this guy Xiao Chao. Brother Feng. In a few days to send wine I will bring you 100 taels. Materials do not save. Not enough I will add. Do you think it is okay? Okay, that's a deal. Chao Yuanqing laid the drawings on the table. Old Feng, stop chattering and hurry up to see if these can be beaten. Fight some more. Get in line. Half a month from now. Chao Yuanqing had a sneer on his face. Brother Yongsheng drew it. It's likely to be a national treasure. Is it going to be half a month later? Yongsheng brothers, go. Dead Zhang butcher. Can still eat with hair pig not? No, 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 no. Let me take a look. Is it one of those water wheel things? Water wheel? If it really can. The water wheel can't be compared. Plowing can save a cow. Turning efficiency can be increased by half. Small manpower can pull. Forget it. Let me show you a glance. If you can call then pick up. If you can't don't dawdle. Say yes If it really works, your name will not be missing from the merit book. I don't care when I come back. Meat and wine can't be missing. Foam blacksmith two ears automatically shielded the words of Chao Yuanqing. Water wheel and water lifting device he personally went to see. Although simple, but also belongs to the level of ghostly craftsmanship. This is the plow? Some strange. And this structure, how to look so awkward. Eternal brother, all can be fought. 3 days if you are in a hurry. Old Foam, think before you speak. 3 days, and if it really comes to pass, you'll make His Majesty wait for you for 3 days? Old Foam gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of determination. 1 day, delivery tomorrow afternoon. But Brother Wingman, you'll have to talk to me carefully about the wood. I'm not very well versed in carpentry. Old Foam, carpentry you do not need to worry about. I find people to find materials to assist you. Tomorrow afternoon I bring the cattle to pick up the goods, and then we'll go down to the field to experiment, to give you a chance to take a look at it, and said, this is the people to use. Do not need to be expensive materials, plain pig iron is good. Li Yongsheng gave Feng blacksmith pointed out the precautions. There are specialties in the art. The small will thing Li Yongsheng felt that he had not yet explained. Feng blacksmith said that he understood, and said that the direction is completely in line with Li Yongsheng's design. Brother Chao, Brother Yongsheng, I won't keep you. I won't sleep tonight. I'll make sure to have it ready for you tomorrow afternoon. Make 2 sets and rotate the experiments. After leaving the blacksmith store and agreeing with Chao Yuanqing to come over and wait at noon tomorrow, Chao Yuanqing impatiently went to find a carpenter. Bull, let's go. Go home. Daniel was so confused in his head that he continued to be confused by the words of others. But Brother Yongsheng wouldn't mind if he asked any more questions. Brother Yongsheng, doesn't the plow at the second uncle's house also have an ox pulling it? Bull, you have a bull in your name. You haven't actually seen many bulls, have you? I've seen them a few times on the fair, except for my second uncle's. And do you think there's any difference between the ones you've seen and the ones at Herb's house? The bull snapped out of it. Duh, Brother Yongsheng. I know, the second uncle's family's ox is big. The ox must be strong, right? Li Yongsheng nodded in relief. Yes, the big bull of the second uncle's family is a wild bull, and it is a bit of a strain to pull the plow alone. Think of those little buffaloes. I suppose they have to rest half a day after pulling for a while. If a calf pulls it easily, doesn't it save a lot of cows? Passing by the pork stall, Li Yongsheng bought a hang of large intestines to let Daniel carry. He is good at this, especially the chili pepper stir fry. Never get tired of eating. There are still a lot of planing in the field. Don't look at each family, only let the planting of 1 acre. If the labor force is not enough, this acre of land is also enough to plan. But the planting of wheat is still early in the season, but does not delay the farm time. Tomorrow also cannot go into the mountains. Anyway, the wine has been made. Tomorrow together with the delivery of the pull down. Back home, let Xiaoshu cook on the large intestine. Li Yongsheng practiced a little kung fu. Listen to the movement next door. It should be the second uncle cattle back. Uncle 2, are you going to give people back their plows tomorrow? Yongsheng, no more plowing. The village is planted these days. Is something wrong? Then tomorrow set the car to accompany me to go to Pingan Township. Send the wine in advance. In addition to some other things, Li Yongsheng looked at the cow's stomach, just a month or two, and could not see any changes yet. When it was dark when the large intestine cooked, Li Yongsheng deliberately picked some green and red, with fat sausage fried 2 big plates. Pai Pai Huan ate straight snorting, but also do not want to stop. White nibbling on the purple anemone fruit, some contempt. Disgusting guys, in the future, must be away from them a little farther. Mother, how much wine has been steamed? 16 jars of Tanshan wine and 15 jars of moving mountain wine, both 50 pounds. Yongsheng, is that enough? If it's not enough you can still steam out 10 or 8 jars in 3 or 5 days. Enough, tomorrow I'll pull 12 jars just the same, and sell the money just for me and Dinyo to order weapons to go. The mother was a bit staggered. What weapon is so expensive? But didn't say anything more. What her son wanted. She wouldn't be heartbroken if she spent more money. Chapter 86, His Majesty Knows. After dinner, Li Yongsheng went to the second uncle's home, and confided that tomorrow there is no hurry to go out. 10 o'clock in the morning and then go not too late. The cattle put cattle without delay. Wing Nut, have you eaten? I had just come out of my second uncle's house, and my aunt was standing at the door of the brewery, saying hello as if she had met him by chance. Auntie, you've eaten. There's no need to do the distillation when it's dark. It's all spirits and it's not safe to light the lamps. There is no steaming. I checked the grain to see if there is moisture. Yang Shang, heard Dinyo say you want to order weapons for him, is it? Or a very expensive kind? Aunt saved some silver money and gold beans, all to you, not used up and then returned to Aunt is. Li Yongsheng hurriedly shook his head. Auntie, what's this for? The money from the wine sold tomorrow won't be enough. Besides, it's between me and Dinyo. There's no need for you to pay for it. Save it up for Dinyo's marriage. Push and shove for half a day. Li Yongsheng said nothing to accept. Xiaobai waited impatiently, stood at the door of his own house to look sideways. Auntie, put it away. I'll go home first. On the way to Ping'an Township, the big green ox pulls the frame cart. 25 wine jars stacked too high, all tied with twine. 1,250 pounds of net weight, plus 1,400 and 500 pounds of wine jars. The big green ox pulls very easily. Li Yongsheng, Dinyo and the second uncle followed the ox cart on foot. The road bumped into people no matter whether they will greet the second uncle, and will be between Li Yongsheng and Dinyo probing a few eyes. Second uncle. It's not bad to know so many people after having driven a public bullock cart. The second uncle tugged on the cow's reins. Some potholes to break in time to slow down. Wine altar cannot withstand violent collision. Yang Shang, it's all because of your face. They don't know me, but they know this big green bull. They all know that you picked it up from the mountains. It's much bigger than an ordinary bull. Li Yongsheng laughed bitterly. People are afraid of famous pigs or afraid of strong awe. I do not worry about other things. Now worry about the winter wheat. In case of a mine, although not their own, force them to plant, then it will inevitably blame themselves, although not so much as to make a fuss on the door. The back of the scolding is certainly inevitable. Wang Wang's home arrived. This time Wang Wang was at home. Heard Li Yongsheng came to personally welcome out. Yang Shang, Chu Yuan Plow. I've heard it all from the Chow family boy. Is it really as powerful as you say? Li Yongsheng gestured for Dinyo to carry the wine. An elder Wang waved his hand and looked at Butler Li next to him. Old Li, don't let the guests do it. Greet the people to carry the wine. Go to the back kitchen and say, I'm going to entertain my honored guests today. You serve these two well. Yang Shang, come with me. We'll talk about it in detail. Entered the main hall. This time a maid poured tea and water. Li Yongsheng looked at it without a trace. Just a small girl. Yang Shang, I am not disbelieving you. If it is really as good as you say, His Majesty probably can't wait for you to be crowned. And a viscount is not suitable. At least a baron. A marquis is not impossible. Li Yongsheng tasted the freshly brewed tea. Mr. Postman, is it that much of an exaggeration? It's just a matter of making it easier to plant a plot of land. Officer Wang headed for the recliner. His chubby body squeezed into the recliner, and first sighed. Yang Shang, my identity you can guess some. Before afraid of you, see Ra did not tell you in detail. Put it this way, I am inherited my father's title after relying on military achievements to climb up. Although I am a different surname, King of the King, also considered a person under 10,000 people, but I know very clearly in my heart, in order to want the country to be prosperous, the army is strong, the food is the fundamental. You don't understand, His Majesty, how much importance to the food. Wait and see. If you really want to be as good as you say, the thing's handed over not more than 10 days. The reward will definitely come. But said merit to bring me a sum of money. Show your face on it. Postmaster. I still call you like this. In the afternoon after coming out to do an experiment. Can if the rest are left to you in Chaoshangjang? I cannot afford to send to the imperial city. The county have not even been there. Mr. Wang immediately straightened up from his recliner. Good, that's a deal. Don't worry about it, eternity. Leave it to me. I'll get them to meet with your Majesty in the fastest way possible. Li Yongsheng temporarily do not want any reward. Just to give the black jade hemostatic medicine to do a safeguard only. They are aware of the formula. The emperor if a little stingy. It is entirely possible that there is the idea of monopoly. The best way to monopolize is to make yourself and your family disappear. The probability is not, but have to prevent. Chu Yuan plowed out. The emperor has such a thought must be considered to consider. Lunch is very sumptuous. Li Yongsheng ate a mouthful of oil, and even the Wang officer also has some appetite. And in the afternoon to try the plow. Did not drink. After lunch, Li Yongsheng received Steward Li's 117 taels of silver, and went to Feng Blacksmith's store with Officer Wang, followed by Ah Chang and Steward Li, with an extra sword on their backs, and a dozen or so sharply dressed houseguards further back, and an altar of Tanshan wine on the second uncle's ox cart that had been promised to Feng Blacksmith. Chao Yuanqing was pacing in the blacksmith's store, and beside him were 4 other public servants, 2 of whom Li Yongsheng recognized, one leading 2 oxen, and the other next to a pile of locks for plowing. Uncle Wang, you're here too. Humph, can't Uncle Wang come and get a piece of the pie? Uncle Wang is joking. The credit goes to eternal life. We are just cooperating. The look of a petty pickpocket. With your father that old stingy, Uncle Wang still does not know that the merit is eternal. Add a few names will not be? No wonder the offense was dispatched. More brains. Chao Yuanqing could only smile bitterly and stand with his hands hanging down in an arch, and the official next to him didn't even dare to raise his head anymore. Li Yongsheng and Chao Yuanqing nodded their heads in greeting, and the 2 recognized officials also nodded their heads in greeting, lifted the curtain and entered the store, which had been clanking, and did not know how the results were. I thought I told you to be outside. Winged life, you're here just in time. Do you see the right design for this wheel? Blacksmith Feng just finished his speech and saw Officer Wang, and was about to salute. When he saw that Officer Wang shook his head, there were 2 other carpenters in the store, and the plows were made, 2 sets of large curved plows, and 2 sets of small curved plows, one of the 2 smaller sets being of wood, and the other of pig iron. Li Yongsheng helped to adjust the wheel, which can be stretched and retracted, and the blacksmith Feng is not called a blacksmith for nothing, and the craftsmanship is good. Well, it's ready to try, and it's okay to adjust it when you do. Blacksmith Feng was relieved, and the 2 carpenters were as relieved as they could be, when Officer Wang suddenly opened his mouth. Yuanqing, come in. Chao Yuanqing hurriedly entered the store and stood with his hands hanging down. Confidentiality. From now on, to the success of the experiment, and then handed over to the emperor before the holy decree came down. The personnel involved in the account. Dereliction of duty to leak but to lose their heads. Uncle Wang, it's all been delivered. Everyone knows the importance. That's good, and I'm giving you a heads up. So let's go. Go to the experiment. Li Yongsheng asked Dinyo to carry the wine jar in and handed the 100 taels of silver given by Steward Li to Blacksmith Feng. Take it first. More refunds, less compensation. Troubled Brother Feng. Chapter 87, The Prince Pulls the Plow. On the way to the outskirts of the countryside, Mr. Wang didn't hold back his curiosity. Yongsheng and Feng Blacksmith said what? This Feng Blacksmith craft is good sneaky. Master Clerk, Dinyo and I ordered bows and arrows and swords. Ugh, I have them all at my house. Just pick mine. Just at the head of the township field experiments, the township officials and the family guards brought by Mr. Wang went to the surrounding guard. No one is allowed to approach. Sets on the plow. Chao Yuanqing personally in charge of the plow. A yell. The buffalo started. The small wheels turn up. The plow followed the traces of the wheel pressure through. The brown soil was turned up, looking very decompression. Mr. Wang excitedly followed the plow to check it out and felt that the oxen pulled it very easily. Much better than that furrowing type of plowing. How do you transfer the depth you're talking about? Li Yongsheng lifted the plow and pressed down on the iron bars that held the wheels in place, pressing down a grid. This will do. This depth is the deepest. Any deeper you can only replace the wheels. The iron bars get a little higher, and the grill has to add 2 more. Try it, Yuanqing, and keep plowing until the oxen get tired. Chao Yuanqing yelled. The plow turned up new soil. Wang followed the 7 or 8 back and forth. Looking too much fun. Before that kind of plowing mode she has seen. Turning up the soil covered in the ground without plowing. Need to plow into the deep. Otherwise the plow is all soil skin. Yongsheng, how does the little plow work? It looks like the oxen aren't tired yet. Didn't you say that people can pull it too? Let's try it first. Li Yongsheng asked the messenger for a thick hemp rope and tied it to the head of a small wooden plow, the body of which was wooden, and the shovel and small wheels were still iron. Master Clerk, can you hold a plow? I'll pull it if you can. You hold it, I'll pull it. I'm going to try the amount of force and whether it's suitable for the people. Mr. Wang yanked up the rope with an anxious look, and Steward Li wanted to say something but didn't dare to open his mouth after all. All right, Master Post, even up and go. Mr. Wang's shoulders sank. The small plow plunged into the soil, a slight beat, and then stride forward, a breath to the end of the ground. Mr. Wang looked at the plowed furrow, froze for a moment. Wing nut, you can use it for planting corn and wheat and stuff through the furrows, right? Yes, the plow is too small. If used to cultivate the slate land some difficulty, people pull need to take some effort, mainly for wearing furrows. Save a stiletto planing. In addition to cover the ditch can also use this small plow, such as this furrow sown with seeds, both sides are worn a little. The seeds naturally covered, but also covered the depth of the one to the other. With a rake skeletonization can be done. Come on, let's try it. Mr. Wang seemed to be addicted to pulling the plow abruptly. A back and forth check again. Very good. See that side of the buffalo is still pulling the plow at an even speed, urging Li Yongsheng to continue to hold the plow. A trip back and forth shuttle. The old ground pulled a while. The new turned over the ground also tried 2 or 3 back and forth. Is not finished, and tried 2 back and forth of the iron plow, and finally satisfied. Eternal life. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the imperial city myself. Do you want to go? I don't want to, Master Clerk. I have to trade things with that whoever. Good. Then wait for my news. I will take away all the people here. You put your brother Dinyo and your second uncle are well accounted for. This matter must not be leaked out. After half a day of chatting with Mr. Wang, the water buffalo finally got tired and started to pull the plow one after another, either peeing or ting. Yuan Ching, stop. You will immediately measure the land that is plowed out. The 2 messengers took cloth rulers and hurriedly worked in the fields, while Chao Yuanqing unlocked the locks of the green oxen and took a small stone to scrape the clay from the plow. Master Post, 6.5 minutes of fresh plowing. Yuan Ching, you know the situation. How much can 2 oxen pulling an old plow a field like this in one breath? 4 points. At most 4 points, but also the plow in the hands of the plow constantly pulling out the plow. Just now I feel that the plow in the hands of the plow to save most of the strength, so that the plow does not take into account the oxen tired or not. I can plow an acre in one breath, but in the past, the plow more than 3 points on the exhaustion of gasping for air. Elder Wang looked at Li Yongsheng and suddenly bowed deeply. Master Officer, make it so. Yongsheng, I thank you on behalf of the people of the whole world. You can rest assured and wait for my news. We departed overnight. Chao Yuanqing, half an hour with 3 craftsmen and your people to wait at my door. Present one is not allowed to fall. Lao Li, go back to prepare the car and horses. Bring good food and grass. Departed the imperial city overnight. A Chang summoned the brave Sun battalion of brothers to escort. Bring all the guys to make sure that plows can't have any. The plows cannot have any failure. Li Yongqing 3 people in the township entrance to see the team leave. Wang magistrate riding a horse. Craftsman in a carriage. 3 carriages and more than 20 steeds in the slanting sun raised the sky of smoke and dust. Not in a hurry to go home. Li Yongsheng went to the grocery store to pick up the fixed sorghum wine quarts, and bought some salted fish groceries, lying on the second uncle's cattle car, chatting with his second uncle, Dun Yo, to catch up with the day. Yongsheng, Herbwa didn't quite read it. Isn't that plow very valuable? Second uncle, not valuable. The people use things, too valuable cannot afford to use. The main thing is to save cattle and labor. Next year to see it. If wheat can really harvest, I will study the kind of automatic sowing tools, and ox pulling, a day to sow a 10 acres of 8 acres and play. No ox is okay, as long as the land is tilled and loosened up. 2 strong laborers can also pull. So is the emperor going to send another reward? Last time your father was overjoyed. I came across him secretly crying in the field, saying one after another that he was incompetent, but had a son that was the envy of all the villages in the 10 miles. Li Yongsheng froze, did not find any change in his father. It looked like he didn't have the good sense to get excited in front of himself. Home has been dark. This little white, looking at their own budding big eyes, actually some resentment. Pippi Huan still around their own, jumping up and down. Was salty fish flavor topped? Whoosh run. Delayed for 2 days. Early in the morning, Li Yongsheng pulled the small white gathers up, mouth to stuff a yellow ginseng fruit. He ate some breakfast and then opened the road. White, how did you know there were dragonflower fruits on that kind of big pillar cliff? Did you smell them? Bye. Are there any more on the other pillars? Can we go back to the dragonflower fruit today? Shall buy. Other fruits can also be. Long quai fruit even auntie does not recognize. Also do not know what is the use of it. Fast buy you a pie Huan spoiled finished. Little White suddenly stopped, rolled his eyes, and looked at Li Yongsheng with some anger. I'm sorry, Pippi Huan eat is spoiled. You eat his long body. Where to go today? Can't go too far. Uncle Chang said, but Bear Mountain. Have you ever heard of Bear Mountain? What is the danger? Whoosh! Xiaobai finally couldn't take it anymore. A flash scampered out. Li Yongsheng eyes lit up, hurriedly and quickly followed. This time, the walk was through a valley, and after what felt like at least an hour of wandering around the valley, Little White stopped in front of a mountain crevice. Chapter 88 Deep Pit Autumn Moon Pair. Li Yongsheng looked at the mountain crevice dazed. More than half a meter wide, completely a line of landforms. The 2 sides of the wall is high and unfathomable. The wall also grows a large number of shrubs, but did not see any red or yellow or other colors of fruit. White, there's something good in there, right? Look at the squeeze to get in. Shall we go in? Xiaobai didn't pay attention to Li Yongsheng, staring at the gap like he had been hesitating. White, there's danger inside, right? I'll go in and explore. Such a hidden place. There can definitely be some good things inside. Li Yongxing drew out his dagger and was about to go forward. The little white whooshed and drilled in first. The narrow gap surprisingly did not affect its speed much, and in the twinkling of an eye, it lost its trace. Li Yongxing hurriedly followed. The gap seems to be very long. After walking for half a day there is not much change. The head cannot see a line of sky at all, but the good thing is that there is light refracted down. The gap is not dark. Xiaobai had already disappeared. Li Yongxing was a little anxious inside, hiding the bumps on both sides and trying to move forward. Finally, a bright light appeared in front. The gap was getting wider and wider. Li Yongxing's heart was happy, and he trotted to the end of the gap. The scene in front of me is a bit shocking, looking like a karst landscape in Guangxi side of the formation of sinkholes. Although close to noon, due to the reason that the sun in late fall to the south, the pit cannot get down the sun. Only to the north of the third of the cliff wall, standing underneath a couple of large trees, looking up at the tawny fruits on the trees, White turned back to look when he heard the commotion behind him. Little White, this is your favorite fruit, right? Don't be in a hurry. I'll pick it for you right now. Li Yongxing took off the weapon on his body and put it away, rubbing up the big tree. The fruit is not dense, probably because of the lack of light, yellowish brown with some pale. The size is about the same as an egg. Congratulations, you have obtained the redemption species. Whether to redeem the autumn moon pair, you can redeem 300 points. The pairs are sparse, but one can exchange 300 points. Can these big trees upgrade themselves? Do not care about the study. Hurriedly picked a parcel down the tree, took out a few set in front of Xiaobai, the parcel on the ground and went up the tree again. Xiaobai nibbled on the fruit and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, greedy ghost, the rest will have to disappear into thin air again. After picking a few large trees took more than 2 hours. Ate one. Felt nothing special, the small white stomach bulging. Li Yongxing worried that it could not get out of the crevice. A backpack packed more than 80, took off the top, cuffs collar tied up, and packed more than 50. The points reached 93 million now. The total points also exceeded 95 million, closer and closer to the 1 million mark. Perhaps the next time it will be able to. With the lesson from the last white wolf, Li Yongxing came out of the crevice holding the fruit in one hand and the dagger in the other hand to keep alert at all times. White, can we go into the mountains again tomorrow? White, where else is there such a fruit nearby? Little White, go back tonight and reward you with another yellow ginseng fruit. Unable to bear it, White whooshed away. White, wait for me, it's dangerous ahead. Out of the mountain when the sun is still 3 poles high, Li Yongxing experimented with another black heart fruit. Or not. White, do you eat this? Xiaobai looked a little cute. As one, he looked at Li Yongxing and took an arrow step down the dirt slope. There was a lot of commotion in the brewery, and third uncle's loud voice carried across the 800 meters. Fawn, quick, round it up, grab it. Oops, Li Yongxing's heart was tight, rushed back, and his third uncle was lying in the wine shop, yelling and screaming in pain. That's raised by eternal life. Don't ever move. Eternal life is coming. Xiaobai for the evil people in front of him is very dissatisfied. Originally ear suffered a way of sin is a little angry. See a drooling two-legged beast pounced over. A dodging plus a hoof. The two-legged beast sprawled on the ground. White, one of our own. Uncle Sam, is everything alright? It's fine. It's fine. Ouch. My back. Li Yongxing glared at Xiaobai. Xiaobai did not show any weakness. This bastard looks like a bad guy. He is already very polite. Otherwise, Uncle Sam, move around and try to see where it hurts. Uncle Sam stood up straight and was fine. Just a little stomp on his waist, which didn't feel too important. Yongsheng, the third uncle's fault. Regardless of this little white deer, the third uncle also thought that the eyes blurred, where there is such a good-looking deer, but also the whole body snow white. Also thought that the wild deer in the mountains into the home to look for food it. Li Yongsheng helped the third uncle home. Pai Pai Huan followed back from the wine shop. The two little ones seemed to smell the fruit inside the clothes bag, jumping up and down waiting for Li Yongsheng to share. Xiaobai feel a little aggravated. Top opened the door of the east room back to their own nest. Li Yongsheng went to touch 2 yellow ginseng fruits and gave one to his third uncle. Ha, where's White? Xiaobai did not want to take care of him. Smelled the fruit with hooves to pick open the door of the east room. A flash. Li Yongsheng hand fruit disappeared, and then the door of the east room closed again with a snap. Yongsheng, what kind of fruit is this? Where did you buy it? So delicious. Third uncle, this thing one person eat at most one. Eat more is not good for the body. In a moment I will give you a count of 12. You take it back to share. No one should fall. No one should eat more. Remember Uncle Sam took half the fruit and studied it for half a day. Immortality. It's expensive, isn't it? Not expensive, but rare. Li Yongxing unraveled the clothes package. Gave the up and down Pai Pai Huan too. The two little ones cupped and gnawed the juice. What is this? Today into the mountains pick small pears. A moment I will bring some. To brother and sister to taste afresh. Don't bring them, they all have. Whoosh. Little white flashed to him. Some dissatisfaction in his too big, budding eyes. Okay, I know it's yours. I'll put it in the cupboard for you. Okay. Xiaobai looked at the third uncle who was gnawing on the core of the fruit, pitying the good fruit, and dashed back to the east room. Third uncle, this can't be given. Xiaobai specially brought me to find it. The little guy doesn't eat anything but fruits. Picky eater. Uncle Sam didn't think anything of it. Just some fruit, apples and pears and whatnot. They're not worth much. Young Shang, your grandfather is afraid of troubling you and won't let us eat at your house. Third uncle still has a little pain in his back. He has to rest for a while before he goes. You see. Li Yangsheng hemmed and hawed. Third uncle, I understand. You wait for the big uncle and the others to come over to continue to watch a few times. I will go to fry the large intestine for you. Good nephew. Uncle Sam may have to rub some spirits in his back injury, but of course a few sips may work better. Leave it to me. You just ouch. Li Yangsheng clothes bag and backpack bag of fruit all poured into the large cabinet, with grain bags pressed, looking for large intestine salted fish or something to go to the pothouse busy. Not enough vegetables. Pick some green and red peppers from the yard and a few eggplants that had been lightly beaten by frost. A burst of choking smell came out of the pothouse. After nibbling on the fruit in the study of the cupboard of the Pai Huan immediately ran over. Xiaobai skimmed his mouth, holding a stick to put the top of the door of the east room. Chapter 89 Research on Sours. After the brewery side was busy, Mother Xiaoshu entered the house with her great uncle and second uncle. Little sister, don't stay for dinner. It will be dark soon, and father won't let us stay. What are you afraid of when it's dark? If you can go, if you can't go, go to the wine shop and make a bunk. It's not cold yet. Smell it. Yangsheng has started frying. Can he let you guys have it? Uncle Sam yelled, his big voice in the middle of his voice. Big brother, I need to take a break before I go. My back still hurts. Great uncle entered the house without a good breath. Take a chance. How do you not get your back kicked out by a little white deer? Xiaoshu pestered the great uncle. He couldn't eat the snacks and so on. One by one to the three uncles' mouth. The great uncle is embarrassed to mention the matter of going away. Sitting at the table in front of the gathered Xiaoshu and sister nagging family life, Li Yangsheng brought over 2 dishes, a chili pepper fat intestines and a salted fish eggplant. Xiaoshu, make tea. Look for the tea given by the Wang clerk. Mother, go and hit the altar of Tanshan wine. Hit 5 Jean. Uncle, hit the wine and you guys drink it first. I still have a few more dishes. Young Shang, don't go to so much trouble. Just eat something simple. Your grandfather said he wouldn't let us stay and cause trouble. Great uncle, it's no trouble. It's all ready. Just fry it up. Li Yangsheng just fried 6 dishes. The father carried a stiff back. The mother is a little helpless. Every day at dawn to open up the land. Near the home has opened up almost 2 acres of land. Quickly wash your face. The 3 uncles of Yangsheng are here, and they say they won't move their chopsticks. Waiting for you. Father happily put down his stiletto. Why didn't you call out to me earlier? It's at the bottom of the slope to the east. Li Yangsheng called his second uncle over as well, and 5 pounds of Tanshan wine was enough for them to drink, and he himself drank the original wine, and the table was full. Young Shang, this month's delivery was a bit late. Planting wheat was delayed for a few days. No delays, right? Great uncle, without delay. How many acres has your family planted? According to the rules of the township you should plant 4 acres, right? The family's paddy field all planted, 8.5 acres. The township issued 4 acres of seed. The rest are planted with brewing wheat. Your grandfather let and you say hello. Next year's harvest and then 10 times to make up for it. Li Yangsheng let his uncle eat more food. What else is there to make up for? You go back and talk to grandpa. Don't use the grain until it reaches 5,000 pounds. Keep it for disaster preparedness. That's no good. Your grandfather would never agree to that. A drink to the middle of the night. The sky sprinkled with light rain. Want to go cannot go. And do not have to worry about grandpa's home thought. Uncle walked nephew home. Stay overnight is a normal thing. Rain ticked the whole night. The dawn of the rain instead of big. 3 uncles after breakfast cloak on the straw raincoat. Pushed the car left. Li Yangsheng to bring some fruit. Sent away the uncle. Li Yangsheng looked at the dense rain some depressed. Finished. Today cannot enter the mountain. After practicing kung fu for a while, the rain didn't stop at all. Li Yangsheng gave Xiaobai a yellow ginseng fruit and convinced it to lie down in its nest and watch the rain. And he himself went out of the house draped in a grain bag. Yang Sang, where are we going in this rain? Mother, I'm going to Yu Qing's house to get something from Uncle Hu. Last night uncle's words let Li Yangsheng some self-blame. A large family planted 8.5 acres of wheat. Is not a light work. Get it out early, as soon as possible to popularize the beginning of the spring planting of sorghum and grain. What can be used? Sours this thing their last life as a child used. called zhangzi, the general shape of their own still remember, especially under the seed place. They also once studied the bat received a fat beat. Uncle whose family was eating. When they saw Li Yongsheng enter, they all put down their chopsticks. Yongsheng, come in quickly. Xiao Frost, get a clean cloth for your brother to wipe. You haven't eaten. Sit down and eat together. Xiao Frost is Yu Qing's younger sister. Her big eyes fluttered as she took a cloth and stood on her tiptoes to wipe the rainwater on Li Yongsheng's face and neck. Frosty, give it to me, I'll do it myself. You guys go ahead and eat. Li Yongsheng good to say that they have eaten. Hubo family only sat down to continue. Rice is corn cakes. Vegetables are boiled spinach. There are a few pieces of fat meat. Seeing Li Yongsheng looking at the vegetable pot, Uncle Hu smiled and said, the last time I went to make the meat for the water wheel reward, I put a lot of salt to preserve it until now. Yongsheng, thanks to you. Otherwise who would want to eat the meat for so many days? Li Yongsheng sat on the side and smiled. Uncle Hu, you guys that is out vigorously earned. And not for nothing. A moment after dinner you and brother Yu Qing help me study something. Okay, are 2 enough? And what tools do you need? 2 is enough. It needs to be kept secret. And when it's studied it may have to be reported to the court. A sentence let Yu Qing family excited do not know why. Yongsheng family rewarding the gesture they have seen. They follow Yongsheng research out of good things. Reward dare not think, but the benefits are absolutely will have. Yu Qing, Frost, after eating I'll accompany Yongsheng to have some tea. You guys clean up the south house. The wood and tools are ready. The family was anxious to finish the meal. Yu Qing mother of 3 went to clean up the house. Uncle who made a hot tea. Tea is the wild tea on the mountain. But drink some of the fragrance. Eternal life, which aspect of it is that? Hubo bo, or ground with the guy. Sowing wheat, sorghum and soybeans and so on can be. Did not plow the ground need to oxen pulling. Plowed soft ground 2 laborers pulling very easy. A family of 3 or 4 a day to plant a 10 acres of 8 acres is not a problem. Uncle who poured tea for Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng tried to carry the teapot and was not allowed to do so. Yongsheng, both of our masters listen to you. Relax, we won't say anything to anyone. Not his mother or Frost. Yu Qing family's south house. Li Yongsheng first drew a simple drawing. Drawing and Yu Qing father and son explained the use of each place. The master and son listened very carefully. But the operation is not so simple. Often a part needs to be done 3 or 5 times to meet the requirements. A down grain tube did not meet the standard. Hubo head see sweat. Afraid of Yongsheng will lose patience. Yongsheng, our masters are a bit stupid. You sit down and rest first. Yu Qing and I will hurry up and get it going again. Uncle Hu, there's no rush. The better it is the harder it is to study. You let Auntie cook. Cook the rice and we'll eat before we do it. Right, let Xiao Frost make a trip to my house. Just say that I'll eat here at noon. Uncle Hu relaxed, opened the door and squeezed out of the south room, loudly arranging the aunt and Xiao Frost. Li Yongsheng secretly smiled in his heart. Very important but their father and son's carpentry skills are really good. Ordinary farming families can do good food is limited, and so the meal cook Li Yongsheng was still surprised. So short time, 2 small roosters fried. The last time to do the water wheel points of the meat some of the odor. Surely can not give Yongsheng to eat. 2 plates of fried chicken. Less than a year of birth of the small roosters. The meat can aroma off the teeth. A plate of chili pepper eggs. No one in the village does not know that Yongsheng likes to eat spicy. A plate of deep fried peanuts, but also simmered a basin of a plate of fried peanuts and a pot of simmered bean curd. The meat is fresh meat that Yongsheng's mother borrowed from someone else's house. Auntie, just make a pot of cakes and eat some small pickles. Why did you kill the rooster? What are you going to eat for New Year's? Chapter 90 Rainy Day Test Drive. Li Yongsheng home also raised a group of chickens. Small roosters is just the right time to fry. Mother mentioned a few times. Li Yongsheng do not want to give up. Now life is rich, but last year crossed to eat the 2 chickens are still fresh in the memory. Did not grow into really do not want to give up Hua. Yongsheng, eat more. You and Master Yu Qing are different. You have to move big. It's not good to eat badly. Li Yongsheng is no longer polite. Gave Xiao Frost a large piece of chicken thighs, and he himself clamped a half-sized chicken waist and chewed slowly. One word, fragrant. The afternoon is much smoother than the morning. Hu Bo played a superb craftsmanship. The structure design is flawless. Li Yongsheng at noon to eat propped up, drinking the tea brewed by Yu Qing brothers sat and commanded the afternoon. The rain is still falling. Seems to be some continuous meaning. The columbarium assembly is complete. Brand new columbarium, a nail is not used. All structure, 3 feet through the ground, are made of dense wood, into the shape of a plow. Yu Qing, go to the wine shop and find Ding Yo. Tell him I asked to move a bag of wheat, and call Ding Yo over as well. Yu Qing ran out of the house in the rain, and Li Yongsheng tried the weight of the columbarium, which was lighter than he thought. Uncle Hu, it's going to be dark soon. Let's go find a piece of land to try it out in a while. It's done. It still needs to be tested. Uncle Who pushed open the door to the south house and asked, pointing to the empty vegetable patch in the yard, "How big is the land? Do you think this is enough? The greens have just been eaten and the ground is still relatively sparse." "Okay, then we'll settle for this piece and save ourselves the trouble of having to carry the columbarium out." Yuqing came back with wheat on his shoulder, and Denyo followed behind, looking at the columbarium and froze. "Yongsheng brother is too powerful," and drummed up a new thing. The rain is a little less. Li Yongsheng let Denyo move the columbarium into the vegetable field. Let Yuqing poured the wheat. A columbarium bin can be loaded with more than 30 pounds. Continuous planting of an acre of wheat is not much of a problem. "Uncle, you hold the columbarium. The big bull is too strong to count. Me and Yuqing pull. You adjust the handle of the grill as you go. Yongsheng, you help. I will pull with Yuqing. I know that you also practiced kung fu. You are very strong. As long as Yuqing and I can pull, that is definitely not a problem." Li Yongsheng holding the columbarium, Yuqing masters pulled forward at an even speed. More than a point of the vegetable garden, only a dozen meters long. Li Yongsheng holding the columbarium went back and forth. Each trip block size is different, and each time they press the columbarium's strength is not the same. "Denyo, bring the columbarium into the house, and Xiao Frost, find a cloth to wipe it down." Li Yongsheng looked at the soggy land, which had already taken on the ripple shape of a wheat field, and some of the mud clods had not been turned back, and in some places the wheat seeds were still exposed. "Yongsheng, it's not qualified, isn't it? Look where it doesn't work. I'll rework it overnight with Yuqing." Li Yongsheng stepped on the mud and pulled every wheat ditch. Wheat seed is very uniform, almost no balls squeezed together. Exposed wheat seed placer because the ground was stepped down. Turned up a large block of slate soil cannot be scattered. "Uncle Who, very good. Beyond my imagination. These places are because the ground is sloughed off. With a rake skeletonization can be covered. And besides, who planted wheat must not plow and plow the ground. Tomoki's family is all smiles in the rain." "Yongsheng, is it really done? Quickly go inside and wipe yourself off. You're all wet." Li Yongsheng pulled the mud off his shoes on the rock. "Auntie, do not go in. Shoes are full of mud." "Uncle, columbarium put away. Do not give outsiders to see. Wait for the day to clear up so that Yuqing take advantage of no one to send my family. No surprise, within 10 days we'll have a reward arrived. Then take the opportunity to offer to the emperor. You two masters in the past 2 days and then familiarize themselves with the process. Try to do it as familiar as possible." Yuqing's family sent Li Yongsheng to the gate. "Immortality, wheat only used. Uncle, you grind the rest of the noodles and eat it. Don't be polite to me. I ate a chicken and a half by myself at noon." Denyo is also very happy. The more powerful brother Yongsheng is, the happier he is. He is not afraid of brother Yongsheng becoming the emperor. He will definitely take a precious sword to brother Yongsheng as a guard. "Bull, who's still in the brewery? No one's here. My mom just checked for leaks and went home to cook. I'll go home and get my clothes. You get the stove going and I'll be over there in a few minutes to bake them." Back to the east room. Xiaobai raised his head, looking at Li Yongsheng covered in rainwater, somewhat disgusted. Especially on his feet there is mud, and relayed down in his nest. Out of sight, out of mind. The stove was born. Li Yongsheng changed into shoes and clothes, and the change was put on the flue to bake. The autumn rain was a little cold, and it took half a day to warm up after holding the stove. "Denyo, go home for dinner and remember to lock the door." "Brother Yongsheng, my mother is calling me. Are you coming over to eat with me?" "You go back. I'll bake a little longer and come back after dinner and I'll leave." Autumn rain. It seems that there is no stopping the day. The temperature is dropping rapidly. Early in the morning, Li Yongsheng simply do not want to get up. Xiaobai do not know when on the bed, nestled in the bottom of their feet, but also covered himself with a little quilt. This thing afraid of cold? Not to it. Last winter it was -20 to -30 degrees in the mountains. No, maybe it wasn't born last winter? That's not right either. The antlers are forked. Shouldn't it be over 2 years old? Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Maybe it's a different species, but I know it's afraid of the cold. Wingnut, get up and eat. Before Li Yongsheng could make a move, Xiaobai whooshed back to his deer nest, and when he saw Li Yongsheng waking up, his big eyes were suddenly a little embarrassed. "Come on, get up and eat." The yard was a little muddy, and my father was putting in stones, and his own house, the pothouse parlor and the east house, were all connected. "Yongsheng, step on the stone. Be careful, don't slip." Pippi Cheerful was making a mess in the yard, dripping wet, and every now and then he shook it off, immediately splashing water droplets all over the place. Oil cake with salted fish leeks. No meat to eat. Pai Pai Huan has little interest in salted fish, accompanied by small white nibbling fruit. Small white 3 autumn moon pear. Pai Pai and Huan 2. Yongsheng, that what the car to send. I just opened the gate. Yuqing masters waiting outside, all drenched. that what the car is very well protected. Li Yongsheng sighed. Uncle who really valued it. There was still time to think about what could make the emperor pay attention. Adding just a few names could change their lives. Mother, where did I put the sorghum wine quill I brought back last time? Find it after dinner and I'll go to the wine shop. It's in the bag behind you. On, ready to make sorghum wine? Try it. Not sure if it's going to work or not. You can't go into the mountains with the rain. It's just idle. Li Yongsheng researched sorghum wine when Wang Wang has been pulling the plow, but this time to support the plow changed into the emperor. The imperial garden of a few acres of the size of the flower beds are all pulled out. A buffalo is pulling the plow in the drizzle. Chapter 91, The Emperor's Surprise. Wang Wang outside the whole body is full of strength. Fortunately, he and the little Yongsheng practiced. Know this pulling the plow's ability. Do not look at the big inner guards masters like clouds, more powerful than the A city. But they will pull the plow? Can pull a plow with the emperor. This can go out to blow a lifetime. Wang member outside more than plows pulled evenly. Feel the back of the plow tilted will immediately force in the opposite direction. The emperor is not going to help the plow, but still maintain the balance of the plow out of a straight field furrow. After a short pause, Mr. Wang immediately turned up the dirt. Your Majesty, you see, just now, if that ridge is sown with wheat seed, this time the plow just covers it, starting a furrow to cover a furrow. When a piece of land is finished planting, use a harrow to gently skeletonize it again. The little emperor's heart is equally excited. The royal direct male line are required to learn farming, although he does not know much, but he has already seen the convenience of this small plow. Wang fat, good, I am very pleased. Go, accompany me to see the ox pulling the plow to go. Cattle are ordinary cattle, from the imperial estate to bring over, has plowed a large piece of land, civil and military officials surrounded by a dense, rainy ground wet reason. Wang deliberately adjusted the wheel to the lowest, a piece of dark soil turned up, looking very decompression. The cow finally gets tired and won't move a step without moving the whip. Daishanin, measure the land that has been plowed without error. At the emperor's command, a group of officials from the Division of Agriculture rushed into the field, and not a moment later, the Grand Sergeant ran over and fell down on his knees in the field. Your Majesty, 8 cents of land, a whole 8 cents of land. Heavenly auspiciousness. Bull auspiciousness. Lu Qingjia, don't have a little something good to open and close your mouth auspiciousness. This is the Dinghai King brought. It is the new invention of the teenager who made the water wheel and water lifting device. I am terrified, Your Majesty, but you must reward this young man heavily. I have my own ideas. Driving Taiha Temple, the secretary of the house to go together to discuss the popularization of the Chukwari plow. The imperial garden was soon quiet. Feng blacksmith unlocked the locks, the ox was taken away by the guards, the plows and locks and other tools were also carried away by the guards. In a short while, there was only the unattended Feng blacksmith and Stewardly and a Cheng left in the same place. Stewardly, this, old Feng, don't move or talk, when the king is done he will take us out of the palace. A few people stood under the rain outside the imperial garden. The rain is cold, but the heart is hot, thanks to the blessing of eternal life, performed in front of the emperor. Back to the Peace Country can blow a lifetime. You're from Peace Township, aren't you? A few people turned around. Ah Cheng suddenly knelt down, and Butler Li and Blacksmith Feng did not dare to hesitate. Kowtow to the Empress Dowager. All hail and peace to the Empress Dowager. You know this palace? Haven't you answered the words of the palace yet? Auntie, come on. People have just finished plowing the land and are covered in mud and water. The Empress Dowager helplessly looked at her quirky niece and waved her hand at the kneeling trio. Rise, all of you, and answer the questions of the grieving lady. Auntie, that big man is King Dinghai's retainer. Chang, that fat one is King Dinghai's butler. And that one is. Zhang Jingyi still didn't have much of an impression after half a day of thinking. The who? Which one are you? Returning to your lordship. My little blacksmith Feng Qima of Ping'an Township, commissioned by Li Yongxing to beat the curved plow. I came today to demonstrate the usage of the curved plow to your lordship. The empress looked anxious to know the result. How is it? Is the emperor satisfied? That who? Chang is it? Since you know me, you speak? Xing fell to his knees again. Back to your excellency, the emperor looks very satisfied, and has already taken the group of ministers to discuss the popularity of the curved plow. The empress dowager nodded. Good, very good. The mourning family is also very happy. Xiao Shunzi, take them to the front side of the hall to change clothes. Waiting for the emperor to summon. Little Shunzi walked away with 3 covered in mud and water, and the empress dowager turned back and pointed down at Zhang Jingyi's forehead. Little girl, less interruptions when this palace is talking. Do you know that this palace has to show its majesty? Zhang Jingyi wasn't afraid at all and smiled as she supported the empress dowager. Auntie, this Li Yongxing is a water wheel and a curved plow, and he also contributed that black jade hemostatic medicine to cousin Huang. So tell your old man. Am I not also credited quite a lot? You? What credit do you have? If you don't say that all of Li Yongxing's skills were taught by you, Auntie won't believe it. Of course it's not that. Auntie, look, Li Yongxing is also more than 10 years old. Before has been obscure. I went to the Dinghai King's home to play. Feel bored to be recommended to see Li Yongxing. I just left Li Yongxing invented this and that, but also not stingy offering to the royal family. You say there is no my influence it. You know he used to be very stingy. Please I only eat what called chicken and barbecue meat and other messy. The Empress Dowager was exasperated and happy. And there was no reason to fight for 3 points, but there is a nose for what was said. Line. This palace recognizes that you have some merit, but the reward thing this palace can't overstep its authority. You have to find your royal cousin. Palace Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Emperor's 2 feet of soil arrangements for the popularization of the curved plow, led by the Division of Agriculture, the Ministry of Household Assistance, the local administrators in charge of the next year before the spring plowing, must be popularized to the villages. Every 100 households must be equipped with a curved plow. There are obstruction and delays or failure to act. The death of the 9 clans. The young emperor is thunderous. He knows the procrastination of this group of officials, to wait for them to get up and finish. It is estimated that the popularization will have to be 3 years later. Yen Chief Tube, take Wang Fadzi bathing and dressing. Evening in the Yonghe Palace, set up a banquet. I want to and Wang Fadzi have a good drink to celebrate some. Right. The Jingyi that girl also called on. In addition to Wang Fadzi brought those people also arranged. Out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Wang excited full-body pendulum. Their own last winter just fancy a red starfish. See Li Yongxing family in the market freezing shivering sent a time of kindness. I did not expect the return to come so violently. Tanshan why nothing to say. Just earn a little bit of gold. Only, to their own level. The money is dispensable things. The water wheel thing so that the emperor praised himself. Today to the long-lasting master. Pulling the plow but out of the limelight. Who dares to harp on his title in the future? No need for others. Long live the emperor may reward him with a few big than a pocket. Your Majesty, congratulations. This time, the king has made a great achievement, and I really didn't expect that little eternal doll to add to your honor again. Governor Yen. Same joy. Same joy. It's all about doing things for the heavenly family and benefiting the people. I'm just an errand boy. I really don't dare to be greedy for credit, and some of the credit is also eternal. Chief Steward Yen was a little amused in his heart. His legs were shivering a little. Li Yongxing knows nothing about what is happening thousands of miles away. Annoyed with this continuous rainy days, covered in moisture. The home cannot stay. The mountains cannot go. Can only be nested in the dry wine shop today's. Xiaobai leisurely nibble fruit. Pippi Huan jumping up and down, but after being punched was very careful to stay away from the fragile altar jar. Chapter 92 of Yellow Ginseng Fruits. Daniel cautiously approached Xiaobai. He wanted to touch Xiaobai's smooth fur. He had just been kicked a little bit, and his heart was a little scared. Nearly close. Xiaobai suddenly looked up at Li Yongxing. The sneer in his eyes is full of flavor, as if to say, pipe or not, no matter what I'm not polite. Daniel, stay away. Forget how my third uncle was kicked? Xiaobai didn't exert himself just now, but he won't be polite if he touches again. Daniel laughed nervously. Brother Yongxing, it's so good looking, I can't help but want to touch it. Can't help it but have to endure it. This rain is endless, and I don't know if Uncle Chang will come tomorrow. Is an expert like Uncle Chang still afraid of rain? He will definitely come. Brother Yongxing, if it still rains tomorrow, should we invite Uncle Chang to our home? If Uncle Chang doesn't want to meet people, then it will be in the wine shop, so that it is convenient to cook and other things. Li Yongxing looked at Daniel appreciatively. Good idea, but we have to see what Uncle Chang wants. After dinner, the rain has not stopped. Li Yongxing began to prepare supplies for Uncle Chang. 2 jars of 50 pounds of Tanshan wine and moving mountain wine unchanged. Oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar half a back basket, on top of which 50 pounds of brown sugar was pressed. Mother, tomorrow after Daniel and I leave, you prepare some vegetables and meat. I'll make an appointment with Uncle Chang to try it out, and if I come, I'll fry up some vegetables and go to the wine shop, and say hello to Auntie Danyan and the others. So don't go to the wine shop tomorrow. The day has just dawned. Li Yongxing went to the old place to wait. The rain is continuous. Seems to have no intention of stopping. The heart is a little apprehensive. I do not know strong uncle with or without their own home. Idle boredom. Li Yongxing practiced the skill of longevity. In the drizzle, fighting without arrogance. Meditation felt that this kung fu seems to be practiced in the wilderness more feeling. A punch had just been thrown when Uncle John's voice rang out from behind. Yongxing, good practice. Quit being arrogant. Don't think about the mess when you practice. Maybe it's more than just kung fu to strengthen your body. Uncle Chang, you're here. Little flower. How are you, little flower? Who was carrying 2 large backpacks? surprisingly nodded. Where's the bull? Li Yongsheng wiped the rainwater from his face. Uncle Chang, it's like this. It's raining. It's impossible to stir fry in the middle of nowhere. My family has built a wine shop. It's just me and Dinyo there. Can we go to take shelter from the rain? I'll stir fry for you to eat. Seeing that Uncle Chang was a bit hesitant, Li Yongsheng hurriedly said, Uncle Chang, it's inconvenient to be here. Wait for me. I'll go home and call Dinyo to come with me. The things are ready. It's quick. Seeing that Li Yongsheng was a bit terrified, Uncle Chang felt funny in his heart. He was not unseen. He was just unwilling to find trouble. Never mind. Let's go to your liquor store. Just in time to bake clothes. Li Yongsheng was instantly happy. Let's go. Uncle Chang, I'll lead the way. Don't worry. Absolutely no one will disturb. Little Flower followed the two, looking left and right, very nostalgic for something. But now, even if you give yourself 100 guts, you won't dare. This man, when can you let yourself go? When will this man let himself go? Almost no people go out in the fine rain. Many people on a set of clothes, wet still have to change the summer clothes, wear and have to wash again. Into the wine shop, Dinyo happy to want to shout. Was Li Yongsheng a slap to block the mouth? Dinyo, add firewood to the stove and roast it for Uncle Chang in Little Flower. The small flower frame is too big. Distillation of the house door is big enough, or cannot get in. Li Yongsheng can only and Dinyo unloaded the two large back basket. Looked stunned. All yellow ginseng fruits. These two baskets. A few thousand should have it. Xiaobai heard the commotion and came over, originally looking for Li Yongsheng, and when he saw the small flower lying on the heel of the stove, he suddenly pressed his legs down, and his budding antlers lit up. Xiaobai, don't be unreasonable, they are all guests. Xiaobai ignored Li Yongsheng and looked at Xiaohua as if he had seen an enemy, or the two were originally natural enemies. Wingnut, how was this deer caught? Strong Uncle spoke up to attract the attention of the small white, looked at a few eyes. Strong Uncle, the small white suddenly no temper, big eyes innocently cute, jumped on the shelf. Also took a yellow ginseng fruit, lying on the other side of the small flower, puffing and puffing to chew up. Uncle Strong, not caught. I picked a kind of red heart fruit when I came across, maybe craving fruit to eat and followed me home. Favorite yellow ginseng fruit you brought, come here. Ha, oh. Li Yongsheng just stood up and realized that Uncle Chang was speaking to Xiaobai. Xiaobai's big innocent eyes fluttered a few times. Seeing that the scary man was still staring at it, he honestly walked to the front and buried his little head, very good, waiting for someone to touch him. Uncle Chang touched the antler. Li Yongsheng saw Xiaobai actually trembled a little. Is it afraid? This little white intuition so smart? He also knows that Uncle Chang is an expert. Not bad, go back. Xiaobai looked at Uncle Chang with his big eyes adorably, and went back to the stove to continue chewing on the fruit. Uncle Chang, the dishes are all ready. You roast the stove for a while. I'll go and fry them. It'll be ready soon. There's no rush. Go ahead. Call your sister over and I'll give it a look. You don't have to follow me. Just fry your food. Li Yongsheng's face showed surprise as he nodded his head and exited the door, looking back at the dumbfounded Dinyo. Dinyo, make some tea. Oh, when Li Yongsheng returned home, his mother, in addition to preparing a variety of vegetables and meat, had finished cooking more than 10 oil cakes. Xiao Shu, serve 5 oil cakes. Mother, put a hang of sausage for Xiao Shu. Shu hurriedly did as she was told, and her mother went to fetch sausages from the porch. Xiao Shu, this is for Xiaohua to eat. Is lying in front of the stove that one? Look, don't be afraid. Xiaohua, if you don't want to eat the oil cake, then bring it back to us to eat. Uncle Chang ask you what to say. Don't be nervous. Xiao Shu eyes are full of little stars. Finally can learn kung fu. Mother put on a hang. 7 or 8 pounds of sausage, did not feel heavy. Ran out of the house in the rain. Mother, you give the fire. I'll fry it. Mother fried the shredded meat and sliced meat, and then fried greens is simple. High heat oil cooking, broken raw can be out of the pan. 4 pots of vegetables, chili pepper eggs, salted fish leeks, shredded meat and mountain bean curd, sliced meat and baby bok choy. Li Yongsheng are placed on the top of the lid. The oil cake is also put on. Afraid of not enough, also wrapped a package of steamed bread. Mother, you go ahead and cook the oil cakes. I'll bring some more for Uncle Chang to eat later if he likes them. Alright, you go on. I'll call your aunt for help. Li Yongsheng carried the rice and quickly went to the wine shop. Bully, open the door. Into the house. Put the top of the lid on the counter. The same end on the table next to Uncle Chang. Xiao Shu is feeding small flowers. Oil cake, rolled sausage in the hand. Small flowers bite by bite, chewing slowly. Obviously can be swallowed in one mouthful. Xiao Shu hand reveals how many bites, how much. The key also poured the small flowers of the wine. The small flowers ate a mouthful of oil cake, a mouthful of wine. Big eyes, even some enjoyment of the meaning. Uncle Chang has also started to drink. A cup of tea and a bowl of wine. Dinyo is responsible for pouring water and wine. It looks like he has already drunk half a caddy. Chapter 93 Uncle Kong wants to move in. With Dinyo serving Uncle Chang for dinner and drinks, Li Yongsheng made another trip home and took a hang of sausages and a cap of steamed buns. And when Xiao Shu's oil cakes and sausages were fed, Li Yongsheng tried to stuff the sausages into the steamed buns. Hannah, is it okay to eat like this? Little Flower raised her head and opened her mouth, signaling Li Yongsheng to throw it in. Shu, you come too. Dinyo served Uncle Chang to eat and drink. Li Yongsheng brother Xiao Shu served Xiao Hua. Intestines clip steamed bread. Throw one after another. Uncle Chang suddenly remembered something as he ate his meal, and pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and threw it on the table. Wing nut, 4 powdered sugar. Uncle Kong, it's not necessary, it won't cost a few dollars. Uncle Chang oil cake finished eating and touched the steamed bun. Take it, picked it up in the mountains. Li Yongsheng picked up the bag, very heavy, clattered and poured on the counter, but it is a pile of gold bumps, the size of the big fist, the small is also the size of an egg. The bull's head gold? The first time I saw it, I was so happy to see that it was so worthless. The mountain can be picked up. Strong uncle in the end is living in what place? Ah, Uncle Kong, take it. It's useless for me to have that. It's getting cold. This wine shop of yours is good. I may come to stay for some days after the snowfall. Get me a house. It doesn't have to be big. Prepare more eggs and vegetables. Good strong uncle. You feel free to come to live. When to come can. I specially for you to pick up a room. Base on the Kong. The flew through to go. As long as the distillation of alcohol here, the Kong will burn warm. Uncle Chang ate enough. 4 pots of vegetables, 6 or 7 oil cake, but also ate 7 or 8 large steamed buns. Wine drink at least 2 or 3 pounds. Li Yongsheng looked at Uncle Chang thin appearance some curiosity. In the end ate where to go. Ah. The stomach does not fill up. Ah. Little Flower is somewhat unfulfilled. Clamped the meat of the small donut quite fragrant, but unfortunately too little. There are a few hundred is more or less. Or to eat 2 feet. Pa. Or eat the beasts in the mountains satiated faster. After eating a full meal, Uncle Chang pointed out a circle of kung fu next to each other. Dinyo pointed out the most. Li Yongsheng here is only a sentence of let nature take its course, but it is Xiao Shu instilled some things, and also gave 2 broken books. The swish of light rain outside suddenly stopped, and a fresh breeze blew into the room, bringing a slight chill. Wing nut, bundle up, we have to go back. Li Yongsheng greeted Dinyo to bind. First let Xiao Hua out of the house, or else he could not get out after binding. 2 jars of 50 kilograms of wine, Tanshan and Monzhan each a jar, 2 large basket, 1 with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and brown sugar, but also put 2 boxes of tribute tea. The other is the rice and noodles and oil cake steamed buns. The mother and aunt worked for half a day. The oil cake alone branded more than 30, all bundled up. Li Yongsheng is ready to go out to meet each other. Yongsheng, treat Xiaobai well. Those 2 little leopards since they are raised are also well attentive. Don't go out and give them away. Uncle Chang stroked Bai's head, rubbed his big hand twice on Bai's antler, and led Xiao Hua out of the house. Li Yongsheng 3 people and 3 beasts watched the strong uncle did not pass the hillside behind. Pai Huan suddenly leaped back. Xiao Bai then also flashed into the yard. You 3 have eaten a lot. It's not good to eat too much of that stuff. Li Yongsheng knows what the 3 guys hit the idea. Strong uncle and the time do not dare to flop. Strong uncle went to the spirit of the spirit. Brother, I can practice kung fu too. No more geriatric boxing from you. Li Yongsheng scraped Xiao Shu's nose, but also old age boxing. Do not learn there is a time when you regret. Dinyo, if it doesn't rain tomorrow pack up the east room. Find a place to put the extra grain. I'll get someone to build a bed and prepare a room for Uncle Chang. Dinyo also wanted Uncle Chang to live here and nodded, thinking that Uncle Chang was too pitiful to eat meat and not just vegetables. Li Yongsheng put away the yellow ginseng fruit and locked it up. This thing is too precious to be spoiled by a few little guys. After putting away the yellow ginseng fruit, Li Yongsheng found his father, who was weaving baskets, and Yuqing sent so many bundles of bamboo that his father pumped the rainy day to turn them into backpacks and bamboo baskets. Father, which vegetable gardens outside the yard are our family's? Uncle Chang may move in after the snow. I'll go see if there's enough vegetables to eat. Father immediately came to his senses. He had been tossing and turning all summer and fall, and finally he could show off. Come on, I'll show you. Enough to eat, definitely enough to eat. Out in the yard, my father pointed to the 3 vegetable plots in front of the house. When Dazhuang and the others built their house, the village justice specially left vegetable gardens for our 3 families. Your aunt only wanted the 2 points. She said it was enough for her own family to eat. The 3 points on the east side were your second uncle's, and this piece in the middle was almost half an acre, full of cabbages and radishes. Enough for our family to eat. Go, come with me. There's more. Out in front of the door, behind the house, east of the wine shop by the threshing floor of the ravine east of the wasteland. adding up to nearly 2 acres of vegetable gardens. No wonder the mother sons so much dried beans and peppers. Cabbage and radish add up to an acre of land. Enough to eat, absolutely enough to eat. A grown cabbage 10 pounds and 8 pounds, the big 15 and 16 pounds. A large carrot also has 4 or 5 pounds. These vegetable plots guaranteed to be able to harvest these vegetable plots are guaranteed to yield several thousand pounds of vegetables. Father, isn't the village not allowed to open up any land? Your village uncle said that our neighborhood to other people do not come to open. Said that the occupation of our head of the house is not a shame to see people. The village said that you do good deeds. If I do not open the only baron. Li Yongxing has some feelings in his heart. There is a son who can make money. It looks like the father is under a lot of pressure. There is nothing else that he can do, but he can do hard labor to open up the land. Father, just enough to eat, do not need to be so tired. This 2 acres of vegetable fields just watering a day to dozens of quarts it. Don't wear out your body. It's not cost effective. Father is not tired. Young Shang, tired is you. Father cannot help. From being kicked out of the house to now, which is less than a year's time. The family food and clothing are not worried about, and no lack of money to spend, but also helped so many people in the village. Father sometimes sleep dream can wake up laughing, and now also by the emperor knows, but also sealed the official. The village people see the father either shouted 3 brother or shouted 3 uncle, no longer shouted Li Lao San. The village people see father either shouted 3 brother or shouted 3 uncle, no longer shouted Li Lao San's. Father from the heart feel proud. Okay, you like to plant on the plant. Winter does not worry about food to eat also save by. Next summer let my mother more pickled some. Winter can eat pickled cucumbers and beans green chili what is better than what vegetables? Young Shang, you didn't see it. The south room has a room full of pickles. You said it all. Leeks are pickled. And onion leaves, adding up to more than 20 jars. Li Yongsheng looked at the small cabbages in the ground a little dazed. He said he liked to eat green vegetables, also complained about the summer vegetables. Winter only cabbage and carrots. It looks like the mother remembered in the heart. Father, let's go. Go home and eat. I've been serving Uncle Chang and Little Flower at noon. I haven't had lunch yet. Dinner was salted fish stewed with tofu and shredded pork fried with baby bok choy. And hungry, Li Yongsheng wolfed it down. Young Shang, are the fruits given by your uncle strong precious? Pippi Huan has been picking at the cabinet, so give them a few more. Mother, I don't dare to give too much food. I don't dare to eat more of that stuff even after practicing kung fu. It's easy to get into trouble if you eat more of it. Li Yongsheng looked towards Pippi Huan at the bottom of his feet, and the 2 little ones immediately left to go to Xiao Shu's lap, looking at Li Yongsheng vigilantly. Chapter 94, Painkillers. Dawn, Li Yongsheng woke up and shivered. Last night for the little white relayed nest, the bottom is dry straw. The center is a package of cotton flannel. The top is a mother soda small quilt. The little white nest in the nest, looks like sleeping comfortably. The cool wind blew all night. The blue sky shook my eyes. The air carried freshness. The rainy days were finally over. These days it felt like mold in my heart. Xiao Bai heard the sound of the door opening and woke up. Confused look at Li Yongsheng. Yao Yao shouted 2 voices, teeth grinding twice. This is thinking about eating fruit Last night, Li Yongsheng made a distribution. Xiao Bai 3 a day. Morning, noon and night each one. Pippi Huan morning not eat, night each one. The big cabinet has been moved to his east room, on top of which is pressed a bag of 50 pounds of grain. Li Yongsheng lifted the cabinet and touched one, and threw it to Xiao Bai in the air. Nibble on that and then get on your back. I'm going to go out back and do some boxing. Li Yongsheng was just about to bring the door with him when Xiao Bai flashed by with the fruit in his mouth, and the strong wind carried Li Yongsheng's pants leg in a flutter. The air in the back of the earth slope is more refreshing. The black heart fruit has been colored, but the system still does not accept. Li Yongsheng found a piece of turf and began to practice boxing. The very beginning of the practice is indeed the same as the old lady dancing, but now there is a kind of natural feeling. I do not know how other people look at it, but anyway, I feel transcendent and spontaneous. Xiao Bai weaved back and forth in the wild, lightning like the wind, occasionally stopping to incline his head to look at Li Yongsheng, who was boxing, and there was some looking at the little cutie in his cute big eyes. The implication. As the sun rose, chasing away the crispness in the air, Li Yongsheng closed his fist. White is home. Hurry back. This guy, I do not know where to leap to. Li Yongsheng worried that it meets the village people cause misunderstanding. The next hoof is not a lightweight. Hurt people will not be good. Whoosh! A figure came from afar, and with a sharp break, the deer antler was already only a few centimeters away from Li Yongsheng. Careful, Fluffy, let's go. Home for dinner. Li Yongsheng began to worry about Xiao Bai's meals. 3 yellow ginseng fruits a day is definitely not enough. There are also some autumn moon pears and purple anemone fruits, and there is also a little bit of red heart fruit. It is okay now. What to do in winter? Passing by the cabbage field, Li Yongsheng plucked a radish planted by his father, which was as thick as a baby's arm, and broke off the tassel and handed it to Bai. Xiao Bai also cannot just eat fruit. Fruit eat more is not good for the teeth. This is the green and white luoyu tassels, pure natural pollution-free. Want to taste? White inclined his head in disgust. Don't eat it. Don't eat and feed the chickens at home. Li Yongsheng wiped the dirt off the radish, wiped it on his clothes, broke it open with force, took a bite of the white one, and chewed it with a whimper. Green and white luoyu. You eat green and I eat white. Taste it. Just eat fruit really cannot feed you. Really not good. I'll go to buy you pears and apples. Can not you? Xiao Bai looked at Li Yongsheng in a confused manner, saw Li Yongsheng gnawing tastefully, stretched his head and took a bite, chewed a few times, his big eyes instantly lit up, took a bite of the rest of the radish, and turned back to look at the lushness of the vegetable field. Li Yongsheng happy to look at the small white, stable, as long as you eat radish and greens and so on their own can feed. There is time to buy some other fruits. Do not have to be afraid that it did not eat to run. And then again in the mountains in the winter can have what you can't go and pick up half a tree bark. Xiao Bai, if you want to eat it, come and pluck it yourself. Don't pluck it indiscriminately. Just pluck the ones in front of and behind our house. Plucking the ones elsewhere is called stealing. And if people see it they will break their legs. Whoosh! White finished nibbling on the radishes, pulled one out with a backward glance, and in the blink of an eye it was gone again. After breakfast, Daniel has already moved things in the wine shop. Li Yongsheng went to Yu Qing's house, the east room, to burn the Kong. I do not know how long Uncle Chang lived in the mountains, although the martial arts is strong, but there is an old cold legs and other symptoms is not surprising. Uncle who said that it doesn't take many people to make a Kong. It's just a dirt Kong, and it's enough for the two of them plus Zhu Dazhuan. Li Yongsheng by the way to the river to look at the eye. After continuous autumn rains, wheat has come out of the seedling. From a distance a bright green, very pleasant, but live or not live down to see the temperature this winter. -30 may not be a big problem, and then low will be directly frozen rotten. The river was so high that the water wheel and water lifting device still stood upstream. The water wheel had stopped turning, so perhaps the next use would need to wait until next spring's drought. Shangyun River more fishing half-grown children. The north bank of the river rows of densely packed, since Li Yongsheng fishing home, is a peaceful township of Shangyun River basin fast spread. The children want to fish and touch the shrimp. The family bite the bullet will support. His own old mansion was completely deserted. The fall of the courtyard wall, and the crumbling of the house, which, like the mansion in front of it, which had been almost submerged by the flood, had become a dangerous house, and the children of all the families were strictly forbidden to go to these northern parts of the country to play. Back home, there is still some time before lunch. There is a small handful of radish tassels in the door of the east room. No surprise that Xiao Bai went to pull carrots to eat again, threw the tassels into the chicken coop, and, sure enough, Xiao Bai lying on his back nibbling on the carrots in his own nest, didn't care about the little white who was gnawing on the radish. Li Yongsheng silently called up the system. The hemostatic medicine was half bought and half forced by the court to take them away, and had to do something, preferably one that could not be used by the court but could benefit the people in general. Li Yongsheng wandered between 10,000 points of medicinal prescriptions, and finally gritted his teeth and chose one with a little bit of melons and a little bit of greens. Xiao Bai mouth radish fell in the nest. Again, things disappear out of thin air. What is this thing appeared out of thin air? Haunted? Suspicious look at the will Li Yongsheng. See him looking at a piece of paper showed a lewd smile only feel normal. Bite up the radish continue to puff. Painkillers, the recipe for 5. Huma, black heart fruit, moonlight grass, wisteria flowers and oil pine needles. Li Yongsheng recognized two kinds. One is the first to change their own fruit class points of black heart fruit. This toxic however, it is medicine 3 poisons. It is poison 7 points of medicine. And moonlight grass, this own pick some, not used to. The production process is somewhat complex. Several herbs need to be dried and ground, in accordance with a certain proportion of animal fats added to the simmering, the final molding for the state of the dissolved gelatin. The internal service can be taken. Li Yongsheng studied half a day, found a busy ant in the brewery. The last hemostatic medicine cannot be helped, since the court cannot be casually refining. To get a little bit of their own stand by nothing wrong, if the practice of the sale, that is to take the neck to the court blade, this time to make it simpler, so that the ant and geese extra to earn a little more money. Auntie, you remember the prescription. It is best to keep it in your mind, and when you are finished, the steps are memorized, so you can find your own geese to study. When the ant remembered almost everything, Li Yongsheng continued the arrangement. The herbs, since they are not expensive, then buy and hurry to try, and so boiled out of the ointment rub 2 kinds of pills, one rubbed and dried with a small porcelain bottle. The name is called Ink Jade Pain Relief Pill. A bottle of 10. A bottle of 1 bottle to sell 1 or 2 silver. The other kind of rub a little bit smaller, dried with a straw paper wrapped a little bit. 10 pills to sell 100 copper coins it. Chapter 95, The Efficacy of Yellow Ginseng Fruit. Ant was in the business of medicinal herbs. After reading the ingredients, big question also counted the cost. Heard Li Yongsheng said the price. Froze in place for a few seconds. No surprise, this is another extremely good medicine. Yongsheng, do you need to go to the pharmacy in the township to push the sales? Auntie, this is a few of your money-making gadgets. Do not have to rush to launch. The townspeople's headache and toothache and stomachache quite a lot. Slowly to the outside. The wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Auntie got it in seconds and is going to keep a low profile this time. There was a sudden sound of horses' hooves galloping outside. From far away. Li Yongsheng, is Li Yongsheng here? It seems to be Xing's voice. Mr. Wang is back, pushing the door open. Xing had already dismounted. Thank goodness you didn't go into the mountains. Winged life, get ready for the royal decree. The procession to deliver the decree will be here in an hour. Li Yongsheng did not say anything. The brewery exploded. And a scream hurriedly covered his mouth, and Denyo together with the grain of the geese and geese is the same cheers. Denyo holding the grain bag simple giggle. Just entered the door ready to measure the size of the house of the friends of the Qing father and son, and Da Jiang is a face of amazement and surprise. Invite A Cheng into the house to let Xiao Shu pour tea and take fruit hospitality. Li Yongsheng deliberately to touch a yellow ginseng fruit. A Cheng is a test goods. Deeply looked at Li Yongsheng. Eternal life, thanks a lot. This will be of great use to me, so I won't be polite with you. The family is all busy. Li Yongsheng accompanied A Cheng to chat, ready to pry into what reward, so as to have a psychological preparation. Uncle Xing, is there any use in eating this? The person who gave it to me said he wouldn't let me eat more. Yellow ginseng fruit, idle rare to see. The royal banquet I also participated in a few times. Occasionally appear one or two will also be rewarded to the great achievements of the people. This fruit ate the benefits of infinite. I like to fight. These years saved a body of internal injuries. Eat this fruit and then practiced half a month of strong boxing. Injuries can be good for 8 or 9. Right, by the way, how many of these fruits do you have? Don't waste them. Uncle Chang, a cabinet. Almost 2,000 or so. I didn't know it was so important to you. I'll get you a few more. Hearing 2,000. A Chang tea poured on the clothes. Li Yongsheng out of the house has not reacted. He understood that this should be the gift of the mysterious master. Originally already felt that the mysterious person is extremely scary master, and now it feels that it is still underestimated a lot. Li Yongxing took 3 and wrapped them in straw paper and stuffed them into Ah Cheng's pocket. Uncle Xing, don't have enough to ask for more. Enough is enough. Eternal life, try not to expose it, or you'll easily attract trouble. Seeing that Ah Cheng looked anxious, Li Yongxing understood that the gold content of the yellow ginseng fruit was still rising. Xiao Bai rushed into the house in anger. Shameless, take 1 is still too little, and touched 3. Li Yongxing understood Xiao Bai's meaning and hurriedly opened his mouth to pacify him. Xiao Bai, this is your guest. In fact, this stuff is about as nutritious as the green and white jade roses. I still think that the green and white jade roses will match your temperament. Xiao Bai looked fiercely at Ah Cheng, twisted his head and left. Ah Cheng was stupefied. Too many blows today. Is this also a mysterious expert to catch? What kind of luck is this for Li Yongsheng? No, in the future, we must make good relations. Wing Nut, you're in trouble. What's going on? County Zhang, eldest Miss Zhang Jingyi is also here. Letting her see this little white deer might drive her crazy. Li Yongxing's brain turned over an exquisite face. It was indeed excessively beautiful. If only it wasn't belly aching. What is she doing here? His Majesty agreed, saying that he came to supervise you to rebuild some new things, so that you don't have nothing to do but fish and shrimp without doing your job. Li Yongxing cried and laughed. He counted that the reward will come down in the next few days. Today did not enter the mountain is also for this reason. I was thinking that after the reward and then enter the mountain to complete the millions of great deeds, but the belly girl came, and the trouble followed. It is difficult. Uncle Ah Chang, the last time the one who declared the order left in a hurry because of the prescription. Should I prepare some meals this time? You can prepare for it. You invite Chief Steward Yen. I guess he won't refuse, but it's hard to say. With Miss Zhang around, they don't necessarily dare to stay for dinner. Li Yongxing's heart sweated profusely. Definitely a witch. Chief Yen should be the emperor's side of the red man. Even Chief Yen is afraid of her, which means that it is usually basically lawless. The news spread out. The farm work has ended. The whole village almost all out. Except for Li Yongxing ancestral home 4 families and 2 families of the ancestral home of the big cattle, all dressed up waiting to see the royal grandeur. Li Yongxing prepared some purple anemone fruit and autumn moon pear. Set up 2 plates. Sternly warned Pai Pai Huan Huan, bitterly persuades Xiao Bai not to be angry. Today is his own important day. In the future, green and white luo YouTube enough. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, the procession entered the village, crossed the new bridge and stopped for a while. A Cheng early passed to meet the dismounted horses dismounted. Mounted sedan chair. A group of guards in the front to open the way. Brightly shining lances and the waist of the saber majestically and solemnly. The people on both sides of the road and in the vicinity of Li Yongqing's house were excited but did not dare to breathe. The guards stood in position outside the row of houses, and the sedan chair landed in front of Li Yongqing's house, all of whom were familiar with each other, with Chief Yen and Tunless on either side, and Little Apricot close to the sedan chair. A few people just stood in place and looked at Li Yongqing, and did not speak. Li Yongqing slightly stunned. No surprise, the sedan chair should be Zhang Jingyi. This girl, this time is not ready to hide the identity of still have to pose. Zhang Jingyi sitting in the sedan chair actually also some panic she is on behalf of the royal family, all dressed up. That bumpkin look will not think that he bragged about him Little Apricot's 2 hands are wringing out water. Good sheriff, hurry up and cough. It's too hard to stand like this without speaking and not daring to gasp out loud. Ahem. 2 coughs finally came out of the sedan chair. Little Apricot's apricot mouth opened. Lord Yongning County has arrived. Saying that, she lifted the curtain, and Zhang Jingyi blushed slightly as she exited the sedan chair. Li Yongsheng looked dumbfounded. Never knew that I still have some lowly control. This foxy delicate little face, with this big red sprinkled with gold damask clothes, looking to test the human heart. Zhang Jingyi saw Li Yongsheng looking at himself dumbly, almost drooling. His heart was still a little happy, and then suddenly thought, why should I be happy? A bumpkin is just a bumpkin. His little temper instantly came up. Li Yongsheng, why don't you kneel when you see this county princess? Puff, flop. Before Li Yongsheng could react, a piece of the surrounding had already knelt down. Li Yongsheng bitterly smiled and followed. His knees hadn't even landed when the voice of the big beautiful girl rang out. All are excused. Zhang Jingyi looked condescendingly at Li Yongsheng. Eternal prodigy, lead the way. When the group entered the house, a crowd of eaters immediately surrounded the doorway 3 meters away. Chief Steward Yen, this sheriff master is tired. I'll leave the next matter to you. Chief Steward Yen took the imperial decree that Zhang Jingyi was holding in one hand. Sheriff, please take a seat and rest. Leave the rest to the old slave. Chapter 96, Marquis Li. By the time Li Yongqing's family had knelt down, Zhang Jingyi was already sitting at the table teasing Pippi Huanhuan with purple anemone fruits and autumn moon pears. Feng Tian Chang Yun Emperor. The imperial decree that the Qingyuan County Li Yongsheng young and studious, such as the rising sun, strange and obscene skills are endless. The first water tanker to solve the drought disaster. The second time and the introduction of good medicine to protect the army, and then dedicate the godly agricultural tools of the Chu Yuan of the plow, the heart of the people, the work of the earth and grain. This is the Marquis of Qingyuan County, rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, 10 pieces of silk, jade pendant jewelry set. Hope to continue to work hard, for my great Qian dynasty to add glory. Li Yongqing's knees hurt when he knelt, and General Manager Yan spilled out, as if he could write hundreds and thousands of words on an imperial decree. When it was finally over, Yongsheng Li's family shouted their thanks. Marquis Li, please rise and let them dress you in proper attire. Li Yongsheng looked around and reacted to the fact that Marquis Li was shouting at himself. Isn't it true that you can't be a marquis without a crown? Chief Steward Yen, County Lord Yongning, wait a moment. Yen Chief heart a thump. Zhang Jingyi is also sitting upright. This time to listen to the mercy of the good. Do not make anything wrong. Chief Yen, Yongning County Lord. The last time Yongsheng get rewarded sleepless nights. Only feel that His Majesty treats me too much. Looking at the townspeople in the wheat field toiling figure inspiration outbreak. In the same village woodworker Hu Shunfeng and Hu Yuqing father and son of the help of the design of a sewing columbarium. The land is loose and soft double pull a person to support. Can be sown more than 10 acres of land per day. The land is hard and hard to use the oxen to pull a person to support. Can be plowing per day. The land is hard and can be plowed for more than 15 mu per day with one person supported by oxen. Chief Steward Yen had an excited look on his face, and Zhang Jingyi also stood up from the back. Uncle Hu, Yu Qing, the columbarium is in the south house. You guys give it a lift out. Be careful. Li Yongsheng moved so much that the guards outside heard it, and Yu Qing's father and son also heard it, and cautiously leaned forward, and the guards immediately released him after asking for his name. The columbarium was carried out. The construction is too peculiar. Do not look at its appearance. No one dare to doubt its role. The curved plow is not also a special plow head and curved plow bar. Chief Yen, Yongning County Lord, Yongsheng all the time thinking of my emperor's love. This columbarium also please dedicate to His Majesty on behalf of His Majesty. These two are senior columbarium research and development personnel. If there is a need you can bring them, but they are all honest townspeople. If you bring them to meet His Majesty please teach more etiquette and rules, so as to avoid offending His Majesty by not knowing the rules. Yen deeply looked at Li Yongsheng. Great talent the human condition to take dead, not give others a way out. This columbarium designated early design. Take this opportunity to thankfully offer to go. Do not think the emperor will be pleased. Marquis Li, the columbarium and this father and son are in our hands. Don't worry, that's it. Come on, let's continue. Chief Steward Yen looked toward the door. King Dinghai, aren't you the one who fought with His Majesty for the right to add the crown? Come in quickly. Mr. Wang Mithrayalike drilled out from the crowd and looked at Li Yongsheng with a face full of excitement. Yongsheng, sealing the marquis first must be crowned. This is the rule, but you are also counted as an exception, less than 16 years old, in order to seal the marquis crowned. Can see that the holy favor is being prosperous. The process is very cumbersome. Li Yongsheng can only in a puppet on strings like at the mercy of the manipulation. Wang outside the fiddling, and then change the officials and eunuchs around Yen. And finally Yen, Zhang Jingyi one hand one arm around Pai Huan, called Xiao Shu over to ask questions. Xiao Shu also played a few boxing to Zhang Jingyi. See, what a handsome young man, with the tongueless chief of a compliment. The crown dressing ended. Li Yongsheng's dress blinded the crowded outside the door of the townspeople's eyes. Too shocking. There are bold townspeople and guards to ask the marquis what the official. The guards did not hide. The majority of the land in the future of the Qingyuan county are Li Yongsheng. That is to say, in the future, the people of the Qingyuan county do not pay the imperial grain to Li Yongsheng to pay the rent. Townspeople get the news instantly excited. They don't think much. A village, always exempt a few points of rent. After sealing the titles and handing over the rewards, Li Yongsheng bowed to several people. County Lord Yongning, Chief Yen, Chief Tongless, King Dinghai, it's already noon. Please stay and have some rough tea and rest for a few moments before leaving. Little Yongsheng, do you really want to drive this county princess away? I dare not. I dare not. Alright, prepare the meal and go. Shinger, bring in the ingredients I brought. I'm not going to eat these countryside things. Chief Yen, aren't you going to take those two carpenters with you? You have to let them go home and get ready. You eat here too. Yes, it is still the sheriff who has thought it through. It's still as arrogant as ever. I don't know who is hugging the baked sweet potatoes and the barking chicken and nibbling all over the place. Wearing a marquis's equipment and then cooking would be inappropriate. But the good thing is that the apricot is very eye-catching. Greeted the mother ant and the big geese and small geese, a few people to prepare. Li Yongsheng was listening to Chief Steward Yen explaining the do's and don'ts of the marquis, when Xiaobai came in with a flash, giving Chief Steward Yen and Tongless a cold sweat. Looking at Xiaobai with anger in his eyes, Li Yongsheng secretly screamed, bad. It's time for the meal. Forgot to get the fruit for Little White. Li Yongsheng turned and ran to the east room, touched a fruit to try to coax Xiaobai away. Xiaobai nibbled on the fruit and squinted at Chief Yen and Chief Tongless, with contempt in his budding eyes. Little ancestor, don't make a scene. Zhang Jingyi stared blankly at Little White, not moving her gaze away from it since the moment it appeared. Dropped his teacup and lunged straight up. Sheriff, be careful. Sheriff, Xiaobai, shall not be unreasonable. Seemingly hearing the panic and urgency carried in Li Yongsheng's voice, Little White retracted his front leg that was ready to kick out with lightning speed. Zhang Jingyi directly hugged Xiaobai. Little White dear, so pretty, so cute. Li Yongsheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chief Yen breathed out. The right hand inside the tongueless robe that was running the power was already sweating. Xiaobai forced the discomfort to gnaw through the fruit. The most hate this two-legged beast without boundaries. The last one punished some. This time met again. The master is not allowed to do it. Bah! Fart master. It is a serve their own food and drink. Where did you get that? It's so cute. Ahem. Sheriff, be careful. Xiaobai doesn't have a good temper. My third uncle has been kicked and injured. Can you let go first? As soon as Zhang Jingyi let go of her hand, Xiaobai flashed back to the east room, listening to the movement as if he had a stick in his mouth against the door. Chief Yen and Tongless looked at each other. Both saw the horror in each other's eyes. Yellow ginseng fruit feeds the fawn. This Li Yongsheng. There are still a lot of big secrets hidden. However, after associating it with that mysterious expert, they felt that there was no need to make a fuss. Lunch was sumptuous. Seeing Zhang Jingyi eating happily, Chief Yen and Tongless followed suit and ate a lot, while the other eunuchs and outside guards were also arranged to go to second uncle and Dingyo's house. Li Yongsheng asked his mother to find some silver barley. Sensei sent a. Yen did not say anything to accept. No Tongue looked at the sheriff, also accepted. Li Yongsheng is considering to give the sheriff and the king outside the fit is not appropriate. Zhang Jingyi opened a small white hand. The king followed the outstretched hand. Chapter 97, White's Trouble. Sending silver to receive silver is out of order, but no one cares. Chief Yen will not even mention it after he returns to the palace. Giving a rural doll that has just been crowned a marquis to the eye. Such a heart and mind of the emperor will never tolerate it, and the eye is equal to cutting off one's own future. Besides, there is also a good thing like a columbarium. Last time, the king of Dinghai was out of the limelight. This time, the king of Dinghai and the sheriff and the tongueless chief are not going back. the limelight is definitely their own. Yuqing father and son to get home to clean up the order. Anxious to go home to prepare a little fine soft, eat a little meal, hurry back to wait outside the gate. Father and son together, 4 legs are a little soft, trying to control not to let the body trembling. Yongsheng is too righteous. He really lacks a carpenter. Shirley is not lacking. Looking for their own masters, and masters is also because of their family to build a house when more on the heart. This return to come too fierce. It is possible to see the emperor. Even if you cannot see, can enter the imperial city. Even if half the reward is not. Back to the grandchildren can blow 3 generations. After lunch, the procession to announce the decree was ready to depart, leaving Zhang Jingyi and Xiao Xing'er toneless 3 people in the line of Wang Wang, in front of Li Yongxing's house. Chief Yan smiled joyfully. This young man is too good. Think about the carriage of the columbarium, and the Yuqing father and son are happy. Marquis Li, please stay. Columbarium sprinkler to offer to go. Maybe the reward will soon come down. Li Yongsheng gathered his smile and said with a straight face, Yen governor, please also report to the emperor. Eternal life is not what he seeks, is not what reward. The world's prosperity and demise. Everyone has the responsibility. Eternal life is only for the country, strong and rich people to do a little bit of modest contribution only. A paragraph that stunned most of the people present. Those who understood naturally understood the meaning. The force is too big. Some cannot resist. Chief Steward Yen tried to memorize for a moment before remembering the key points of the 8 words, and arched his hand at Li Yongsheng. Marquis Li, take care of yourself. I will report to His Majesty. The procession of carriages and horses left the village, crossed the stone bridge, and disappeared into the autumn winds of the solemn wilderness road. Li Yongxing turned around and looked at the line of Wang Wenwang. Master Officer, Chao Shangzheng, it's been hard work, but please come inside for a quick tea. Elder Wang was just about to agree when he suddenly realized that Zhang Jingyi was a bit impatient. Marquis Cheng Yuan, it has been many days since we left home. This time we have also received a lot of rewards. Naturally we have to go back and share the joy with our family. Can we come back to congratulate us some other day? Li Yongsheng almost said out of mouth a good word. Very strange. After the sealing of the marquee, the speech also liked to bite the words. Master Clerk, it shall be so, and eternal life will not be retained. Zhang Jingyi finally couldn't help herself. Just separated by 10 miles and 8 miles. Miss half an hour to run to. Riding a horse, marigold tea work. Long-winded. Li Yongsheng helplessly smiled bitterly at Officer Wang. Officer Wang and his party hurriedly excused themselves, and Blacksmith Phone whispered a greeting to Li Yongsheng. Go back to sleeplessness and I'll send you the weapons when they're ready. The team hadn't even left the village when Zhang Jingyi had a seizure. Li Yongsheng, Xiaobai ignored me and went into your kennel and closed the door. Open it quickly. I want to play with Xiaobai. Li Yongsheng parents are already in the process of moving. The mother moved to the Dinyo family. The father moved to the wine shop. Inquired about Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi and Xiao Xing'er live in the inner room of the hall house. Xiao Shu live in the outer room of the hall house. Li Yongsheng remains unchanged. Wu Tong live in the south house. Wu Tong nothing dissatisfied. The county magistrate lets him stay is already an exception. Was also planning to whisk him away to the house of Wang Wenwai. White, open the door and get you 2 fruits to eat. The sound of the top door stick falling to the ground came out, and the door came next, and Bai looked at Li Yongsheng's big eyes fluttering a little speechless. The dead center understand their own dead center too well. Sheriff, I'll move the bag, you take it and feed it. You can also take a few and eat them. Don't eat too many. 1 a day at most. Li Yongsheng moved away from the bag. Zhang Jingyi opened the cabinet, was brightly blinded. Yellow ginseng fruit, their own, is not never eaten, but only eaten once. That is also stalking and robbing the Queen Dowager Aunt. Zhang Jingyi shook off the confused head. What do I see? A cabinet of yellow ginseng fruit? Hundreds? Thousands? This thing is so worthless? Zhang Jingyi didn't take more, grabbing 5 with 2 hands and giving 2 to little Apricot. Apricot will eat 1 for herself and send 1 to Chief Toneless, he said, and stuffed a fruit into his mouth, handing 1 to Kahaku in 1 hand. Xiaobai is a little dissatisfied, but there is nothing he can do. Anyway, eat into the stomach is their own. Although this is a 2-legged beast staggering a little annoying, but the fruit is not annoying. Slanting Zhang Jingyi a glance, puffing and nibbling on the fruit. Sure enough, this old 6. The hand touched up again. After nibbling on the 2 fruits, Xiaobai looked up at Zhang Jingyi with some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Li Yongsheng, what does Xiaobai mean by looking at me like that? You really want to know? Nonsense. Come on. White means it's almost okay. 2 fruits to touch these few times. Seemingly confirming Li Yongsheng's words, Xiaobai dashed out of the east room and then disappeared from the courtyard, leaving Zhang Jingyi frustrated. It's not going to run away, is it? No, patrolling the turnip fields out there. Don't worry, you'll be fine once you're familiar with them. Shu blinked in the doorway. The fart's familiarity was just fine, and he wasn't even letting himself be touched yet. For the first time, Zhang Jingyi revealed a look of supplication. Li Yongsheng, I want Xiaobai. What should I do? A demon. How can this be denied? But white is definitely not. Can't take it away. Living in my house is also an accident. It may go at any time. No one can stop it. Xiaobai has 3 fruits every day in the morning, midday and evening, and you'll feed it in the future. Well then, Xing'er, what are you stupidly standing there for? Hurry up and make the bed. This county princess is tired and wants to rest. Li Yongsheng, we are going to eat barbecue and cold chicken in the evening. Eat it when you wake up from your sleep. Zhang Jingyi retreated and cheekily touched 2 more fruits, coaxing Pippi Huan to go to the hall. Li Yongxing first went to the gate to find Xiaobai. Xiaobai stood in the cabbage field in front of the house, did not know what to think. Perhaps just simply do not want to go home. Marquis Li. Seeing brother De Zhuang somewhat cowering, Li Yongsheng hurriedly revealed a smile. Brother Da Zhang, there is no need to shout like that. It's fine to still shout brother Yongsheng. Marquis Li, that's for outsiders. Xu Dazhuan gave a naive smile. Marquis Yongsheng, Master Yu Qing and his wife have gone to the capital. There aren't enough men to beat the Kong. Is it okay if I recruit 2 more? Li Yongsheng slapped his forehead. Brother Dazhuan, I forgot to deliver. You just feel free to recruit. Just ask my father for what you lack. White, come back. The sensational ceremony of sealing the marquee came to an end. The streets of the village are a mass of people. Li family Yongsheng sealed the marquee, then the county magistrate official. A county of land are his, their own future to pay rent to be handed over to him. Seeing Li Yongsheng's eldest uncle wearing a long shirt full of patches wandering in the street, a few good village women hurriedly coaxed. Li family boss, don't go back to the Shiokai exam. Farm well to pay rent to your nephew. Maybe your marquis nephew can give you an official position. Chapter 98, The Shock Brought by the Poor Chi. Zhang Jingyi rushed 3 days road is indeed tired. A wake-up has been dark. Surprisingly sleep so comfortable. Is not their own suitable for this small farmhouse? Apricot is still sleeping. Zhang Jingyi did not move. He slightly moved. Apricot will wake up. There is nothing moving outside. Right. Small white will not run into the mountains. Zhang Jingyi had just rolled over when Xing'er woke up. Sheriff, do you want to get up? Up? Go check on white. Li Yongsheng has already built a stove in the yard. All kinds of barbecue meat marinated. Vegetables are finished skewering, and the callow chicken is already cooked. As long as it is peeled out and cracked open the mud, White plopped down in front of the stove to ask for food, and although he had eaten a few more during the day, it didn't deter him at all from asking for that fruit for the night. Creak! The door opened. Zhang Jingyi has changed into the last time to wear the flower cloth clothes. This girl, even still keep it. A few lanterns illuminated the courtyard. Under the hazy light, a flower cloth clothes Zhang Jingyi showed the quiet beauty of the superb, but an open mouth immediately destroyed the atmosphere. Yongsheng little brother, is the barbecue and chicken ready? This princess is hungry. If you don't serve me well, I'll scrutinize your skin. Xiaobai couldn't wait for Li Yongsheng to take the fruit, and helplessly turned his gaze to Zhang Jingyi, walking to Zhang Jingyi and twisting his head to the east room. Immortality, what does it mean? Tell me quickly. One of the fruits of the night awaits your old man's labors. So cute? Is it okay to give it more food? Wingli fanned the charcoal in the grill with a bushel. Fine water. Don't look at so many fruits. In fact, they are all Uncle Chan just for me to practice my kung fu. My kung fu can't be done without this kind of fruits. Zhang Jingyi was a bit dissatisfied, muttering under her breath. She went into the east room and came out and really touched 2 fruits. Little White, come, sister feeds you. Li Yongsheng's heart is evil. The killing power of cute pets on beautiful women is too strong, and the sister is shouting. Xiaobai endured Zhang Jingyi's caresses and finished nibbling on the 2 fruits, flipped out and entered the east room in a flash, ringing the sound of a stick against the door. Li Yongsheng peeled out the callow chicken, and Xing'er took over the handling of the mud shells on the outside. Chief Tunless, come out to eat. Tunless pushed the door out. The old face was covered with kindness and touched. He was afraid that the sheriff would not dare to come out for fear of the sheriff's displeasure, and endeavored to reduce his presence here, but he did not expect that the sheriff would still be thinking of himself. Little Yongsheng, where is the Tanshan wine and the moving mountain wine? Let Chief Tunless taste them. What is so special about 1 or 2 gold pounds a pound? Li Yongsheng looked towards Sister Goose who was helping to fight. Go to the wine shop. There's a 5-kilogram bottle. Carry an altar of the same. Tunless had a smile on his face, grateful that the sheriff still remembers the old slave's preferences. Marquis Li, adding to the trouble. Li Yongsheng set the cooked lamb kebabs on the table. Tunless chief, no need to be so polite. You have come a long way to declare the decree. For the eternal life said originally is the honored guest. The farmhouse can't make exquisite food. I hope not to be disdainful of it only. Zhang Jingyi jerked her skewer and looked at Li Yongsheng with contempt. Don't bite your tongue. I admit that you have something in your head. Don't talk so disgusting. Roast your barbecue well. Roast it well and this sheriff will have a reward. Zhang Jingyi ate barbecue and obliterated Tanshan wine to tell Li Yongxing interesting stories in the palace. Little Yongxiang, you became the only underage marquis in the Great Qian Kingdom. Originally this was not in line with the ancestral system, but there was not a single voice of opposition from the court. The infamous young imperial historian of the Imperial Historian's Office had just mentioned that he was young and foolish, and then he was lifted up and thrown out of the Hall of Imperial Harmony by the great general Lu Guodong, who was rushing back from the borderlands, and kicked him 2 times after he threw out, claiming that the food had all gone into the stomachs of the dogs. The in front of the great virtue of benefiting the people also dared to make a fuss. Inappropriate son of man. Zhang Jingyi obliterated a mouthful of Tanshan wine, which was unbearably spicy, and spat out her little tongue and blew out a few breaths, which was adorably over the top. Imperial cousin didn't get angry with Duke Lu. Instead he demoted all the imperial historians of the Imperial Historical Station by 1 rank. Little brother Yongxiang, you are in big trouble. In the future, all the officials of the Imperial Historical Station will regard you as a public enemy, and thanks to the fact that you aren't in the Imperial City, or else you'll be impeached for even taking a look at a woman on the street. Your Highness, the sheriff, don't yell so meaty, just call Sister Zhang. If you can't yell it out, call Sister Jingyi or not. No more politeness with her. Stomping on her nose. Jingyi sister, I am just offering a plow. I don't care much about whether there is a reward or not and how much the reward is. What I like is still hunting and driving the mountain. The wonderful and wonderful within the big mountain is what I want. Take me with you. I'll also go into the mountains to find a cute beast like Xiaobai. Lend me a few yellow ginseng fruits to take with me. I don't believe they won't follow me. Li Yongxing refused without thinking. Jingyi sister, the door is not even there. The mountains are too dangerous. I am trembling with every step. You just rub a little skin I cannot afford. Look at your little wimpy face. What do I do when I leave behind Chief Tunless? You don't think he can't even beat a beast? A dog's eye view. Li Yongxing looked at Tunless to report an apologetic smile. He did not mean this. Tunless returned a look. I understand. You greet the sheriff on the line. Do not need to take care of me. I just reduced the presence of mixing a barbecue to eat. Chief Tunless, have you heard of the poor monster? The most powerful ferocious beast I've ever seen should be it. I don't know how it would do against it. If it's fine against it, there shouldn't be much of a threat for me to take the county princess into the mountains. Tunless looked at Li Yongxing in shock, and Zhang Jingyi looked at Li Yongxing with a skeptical face. Poverty. Are you sure you saw a poor man? How did you survive? Tunless jerked his meat skewer with an expressionless face. 50-50. Zhang Jingyi also developed a sense of curiosity. I've only heard of what a formidable ferocious beast the Infinity is. Chief Tunless, and you can only fight to a draw? Tunless bowed his head and bent his waist. The sheriff can't babble when she asks. Sheriff, the old slave didn't understand. 50-50. In fact, it's that the old slave can hold on for 5 breaths at most, and the poor man can eat a 5-minute meal if he doesn't mind it. Not only was Zhang Jingyi stunned, Li Yongxiang was also full of shock. Is Little Flower so bullish? However, the small flower is no longer a cow, but it is also the mount of Uncle Chang, which shows that the great inner expert is also a battle 5 dregs in the eyes of Uncle Chang. Yongxiang little brother, quickly say how to survive. Dare to hide this county master whip wait. Is not Porchi dislike you stink not eat you? Sheriff, it's the mount of one of my elders. I can't say anything else. Zhang Jingyi was really stunned this time. When she came, Chief Tunless revealed that there was a supreme expert beside Li Yongxiang, and that she was not an opponent. Zhang Jingyi didn't take it seriously, and only thought that Chief Tunless was modest. After all, Tunless's stature was also outstanding in the big house where there were a lot of experts. Little Yongxiang, sister begs you for something. Can you take me to meet that senior of yours? Don't worry, this county princess knows what's good and bad and will never lose her temper. The next meeting isn't for another 20 days or so. I can ask, but I can't guarantee he'll see you. So long? Forget it, this county princess can afford to wait. Yongxiang, knock on the drum well. Just tell the truth about this county princess's excellence. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. Chapter 99, Trouble. Daybreak. Li Yongxiang went to the back slopes to play a morning boxing. Xiaobai's early morning fruit finished. Still hungry. Pulled out 2 radishes themselves waiting for Li Yongxiang. Now rubbed not eat, must be washed. Home more than a little ancestor. Into the mountains is hopeless. After serving the small white began to prepare for breakfast. Fried a few plates of leek box. Put the egg outside the crispy tender. Leek box fried. Apricot served. Missy also got up. Wing nut, where are we going to play today? Going fishing? It's no fun. Picnic? Cook your head off. All day long just no eat. Right small white fruit it. Bring me feed. I'm sorry you're up late. White's morning fruit is fixed. Then you didn't say so earlier. No, I have to feed one more. Xiaobai, open the door. Sister will get you fruit to eat. Little White Bit came the top doorstick, his budding eyes looking at Zhang Jingyi. Little White be good. Sister will get you fruit to eat. After eating breakfast, found nothing to do. Zhang Jingyi interested in entering the mountains, but Li Yongsheng live and die do not agree. The other fishing picnic barbecue feel nothing interesting. Sullen apricot find out the mahjong. Played not yet half an hour. Li Yongsheng lost 3 gold beans. Self-inflicted sin. Yongsheng, it's not much fun to dry fight like this. Tell another story. It's not too demanding. It's almost the same as the journey to the west. Isn't that too much to ask? Journey to the west is already the top of the ceiling. Okay, put it in early. Li Yongsheng is considering the material. The 4 great masterpieces can be told. The water margin is not suitable. A group of rough old men rebel and surrender. For a quirky young girl is not much fun. The dream of red mansions cannot be told. The warbling and swallows of the disease-free moaning. Look at Zhang Jingyi's character, know that she will not like it. The 3 kingdoms? The 3 kingdoms should barely be possible. So let's tell her the story of Lu Huangshu's weaving and peddling. No chance? Didn't you say last time that the lotus root and the 3 eyes were fooling this princess? There's the root. That's good. You can talk for 3 days and nights about half a pound of root beer. Alright, then let's start with the story of Noza. Zhang Jingyi's eyes lit up. Xinger, prepare a pen and paper to transcribe. Xiao Shu, take over from your sister Xinger. The winnings go to you. The losses are on your sister. Xiao Shu cheerfully sat down. Today only for the county princess sister point gun. Even if you lose, the benefits will not be less. They are now learning kung fu, but also need to go to set some hand weapons. Mahjong continued. Li Yongsheng told the story losing money. Very helpless. No tongue playing unbiased. The sister rebelled, and lost 3 gold beans up. Just thought of proposing a break for a cup of tea. The door came from the voice of Liang Shantai. Marquis Li. Mr. Liang came here uninvited. Please don't see. Liang Shantai froze before he finished speaking. Yongning County Lord? How will she be here? Liang Shantai in Kyoto and the county princess, although only one side, but extremely impressive. This is in front of the emperor, dared to clamor for the reward of the Lord. Could it be that followed yesterday's awarding of the decree procession to come? And live. Hasty one did not even cast a bye. Just like this lifting a leg of lamb to come in. Too embarrassing. Li Yongxing took the gift and asked the county honors to take a seat. Looking at Zhang Jingyi with some difficulty, Liang Shantai made a big bow in a regular manner. Liang Shantai didn't know that the sheriff's lord was coming, so I'll ask the sheriff's lord to chastise him for his unreasonable behavior. Zhang Jingyi did not show dissatisfaction. Li Yongshang Marquis, as a party of the parents of the official is necessary to visit. Just this Liang surnamed magistrate is a bit ridiculous. Not to throw the posting is just. Also do not let a person to pass a word. Just like the slipped a leg of mutton came in. Go to the door of the relatives? There is no need to be polite. County Magistrate Liang, just pretend that this county magistrate doesn't exist. Seeing that the sheriff's mistress was holding the 2 little beasts and feeding them fruit, Liang Shantai didn't dare to interrupt. Marquis, the next official rushed. Suddenly heard the surprise, cannot resist, just, please forgive me. Prefect, I can't afford an honorable word, but please just call me Shantai. Marquis, County Honorable Sir, you are the county's parent officer. A heart for the people's doings, let Yongsheng heart admiration. Yongsheng Young, although relying on a bit of strange and obscene skills, got a county marquis, has not been entrusted to the extent that does not speak of inferiority and superiority. County Honorable, please sit down. Today at noon don't go. Allow Yongsheng hospitality a bit. Liang Shantai smiled and sat sideways. Zhang Jingyi skimmed her mouth. Really can pretend. See people say people. See ghosts say ghosts. Small age, where to come so much city Liang Shantai didn't dare to dilly-dally and directly indicated his intention. Marquis, Shantai came this time is about the matter of Qingyuan disaster relief. Originally this matter should be reported to the court, and now that the Marquis has sealed the Marquis of Qingyuan, it can only be done by the Marquis first. Li Yongxing's expression stiffened. Is this good? He has not received a grain rent. In turn, a large number of victims need to deal with their own. The emperor? Are you serious? This in the end is a reward or buried pit. Zhang Jingyi touched Pai Huan Huan, noticed Li Yongxing's micro-expression, and laughed maniacally in her heart. Bumpkin, let you bite the words and chew the words to pretend to be civilized and elegant, and know how powerful it is. Don't look at you now as a county marquis, not deal with the relationship of the disaster victims but to eat melon fall tangled half a day. Li Yongshang or decided to resign. The marquis is not so good. The emperor's move is a young conspiracy. A Qingyuan county, the disaster is heavy and harmless. Casually allocate some food to tide over the difficulties, hand it over to themselves, presumably waiting to see their own lively bar, or waiting for their own petition for help. Prefect, how many households are there in this county, and what is the population? Liang Shantai took the tea poured by Xinger and said thank you, carefully holding the cup. and opened his mouth for the livelihood issues of Qingyuan County. The county township plus 13 townships totaling 365 villages, 679 households, and a population of over 31,800. Li Yongsheng sighed with relief. Fortunately, only more than 30,000 people. The budget in their hearts is 2 or 300,000. Small county A mouthful of 10 pounds of food also only need 300,000 pounds. Their own space has nearly a million points. Space food but does not rise in price. 5 points a pound. Can change nearly 200,000 pounds. There is a system of this golden finger. Do not worry about that point of food supplies. Prefect, hasn't our county ever had any reserve grain before? There is still 800,000 and 3,254 pounds. All good grain. In the county near the Shangyun River by the wharf. This is the itemized account. I won't look at the accounts. Shoo, go and call mother over. The mother came in with a constrained look on her face, wondering what her son wanted with him. Mother, find all of our family's silver, gold in addition to the emperor's bounty and Miss Jingyi's bounty as well. Marquis, make it so. Li Yongsheng looked at Liang Shantai with a clear gaze. Prefectural honors. This amount of money I offered is just a drop in the bucket. I will find a way to follow up. Sit down at ease and hear me out. Liang Shantai sat back in his chair with his teacup. Chapter 100, Work for Disaster Relief. Zhang Jingyi, although a look of care, see Li Yongsheng ready to pull out the family property in the heart, is also a little surprised. This bumpkin, not as much as they want to see the money I open. Prefectural honors, what form did disaster relief take in the past? Liang Shantai looked back at Zhang Jingyi and tongueless, clenched his teeth and hardened his heart, and felt that there was nothing worth hiding. It was just the truth. And so the victims of the government opened the warehouse to put food to set up porridge shed. Porridge cannot be too silk. Also cannot let the victims eat full, or eat on the meal will also go to the hustle and bustle. In addition to the victims ate full easy to give birth to trouble. Is there any precedent for labor relief? Liang Shantai looked confused. Marquis, please explain clearly. What is meant by using laborers to provide disaster relief? The victims don't even have enough to eat. Who would dare to make them do labor corvée? Isn't that sticking your head under the knife? Marquis, listen to my advice. Never don't mess around. The mother began to dig the ground. The gold and silver are buried by herself, and only she can find it. Zhang Jingyi, a black line. This is afraid of people robbing or afraid of people stealing County honors. How much wasteland is there in our county? The kind that can be reclaimed without too much effort? This time Raya Shantai hesitated. There are quite a few wastelands, but they are all some distance away from the Shangyun River and closer to the big mountains, and there have been many incidents of wild beasts injuring people, and fewer people have gone to open up the wastelands. Li Yongsheng understood, and his own village behind those soil ridge should be similar, just do not know whether there is black heartfruit. Mother finished digging the gold and silver, full of 2 big baskets. Is the family in addition to the palace reward and the county reward all the belongings? Eternal life, it's all here. Li Yongsheng looked at his mother's expression. There was no emotion of reluctance. Perhaps there was also concealed prefectural honor. The last 2 questions. Can I make a decision on the spare grain in the granary? Can there be a large amount of black-hearted fruits in those open barren mountains? Liang Shantai rose up with an open mind. Can be the master. Black heartfruit is not lacking. Marquis, I can hear that you are thinking of a big chess game. Please show me. I will definitely ask the Qingzhou government. As long as the Qingzhou government agrees, I will immediately implement it. A sentence let Li Yongsheng deflated. Really? Which will be so simple, but it is not to blame Liang Shantai. Involving the people of the big event. Be careful, some is understandable. Magistrate Liang, Councillor Jingyi suddenly spoke up. The micromanager is here. Can you familiarize yourself with water trucks and water lifting devices? Couldn't be more familiar. Can I hear about the curved plow and the single-turn plow head? I've heard about it, amazingly enough, and have come down with instructions. Then this sheriff tells you that there is also a medicine that is extremely important to the court and the columbarium that Li Yongsheng just offered yesterday, that are not weaker than the curved plow. Liang Shantai hurriedly bowed and lowered his head. Please show me, sheriff, that Liang Shantai can test the law. For the sake of the people, Liang Shantai's head is inconsequential. Zhang Jingyi nodded with satisfaction. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and Li Yongsheng looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. You, this person overall good, is pedantic, some have to change. Li Yongsheng is what people, on these 4 inventions, can make our great Qian state power in 10 years as a whole doubled. In 20 years the power of the state doubled to more than 4 or 5 times. You really think the emperor to the underage sealed marquis so simple? Do what you cannot be pushed to do 3 or 4, or your career matters small. Delayed the royal cousins if you delay the plans of your royal cousin. How many heads do you have and how many clans do you have? Words picked white, Liang Shantai sweating like a pig. Li Yongsheng heart also feel not a taste. play power scheming. His own even with the crossing of the overlord suit, is a slag. Zhang Jingyi noticed the loss of Li Yongsheng, and suddenly had some intolerance in her heart. Imperial cousin, this time overdoing it a bit, pitting such a bumpkin little child. Brother Yongsheng, royal cousin didn't mean any harm. Jingyi applied to come also to prepare a book for you. Royal cousin agreed on the spot, and also bet with Jingyi that you must have a way. I'm sorry, the topic is clear. Li Yongsheng fell to feel nothing to count, and then again, he does not have the strength to count. Prefect, I say you remember. First, the fall harvest is over. The county people have nothing to do. This marquis asks people to open up the wasteland. In groups of villages, 365 villages. This marquis wants them to open up 7,300 acres of wasteland before the heavy snowfalls. 20 acres in one village. Can it be difficult? Without any difficulty, but those beasts? Good. Each acre of wasteland award 50 pounds of grain. More work, more pay. Can mobilize the people's enthusiasm? There's no problem at all, and I'm afraid the people will be clamoring for it. Good. Or the first problem. You organize all the hunters and can take weapons of the officials. To protect the people to open up the land, the prey hit is your own. In addition you can collect the black heart fruit. There are fruit trees in the place, do not planing. Open up the land, also do not destroy. The black heart fruit is ripe immediately. Ripe after this hoe has a way to enter the medicine. 50 fruits for a caddy of grain. The county Zun think can still be fair. I'm sorry. I can guarantee that the black-hearted fruit will be uprooted. No, any black heart fruit trees cannot be moved. As long as the black heart fruit, there are messing around with the black heart fruit trees heavily punished. The hunting team not only to guard the people of the open land, but also to guard the next year's crops. The black heart fruit is to give them the payment. Of course, if the black heart fruit is too much also cannot let the hunters alone. Have to give the village of the old, weak and disabled families to stay some. This marquis here to come to those who do not refuse. 50 fruit a caddy of grain can be used on the head of the guarantee. Of course, this marquis needs more than just black heart fruit. There are other needs will also be listed. All to the price of grain. Liang Shantai quietly waited for Li Yongsheng's second article, which now solved part of the problem, but had not yet solved the fundamental lack of food. Before the second, let me ask you first, does this marquis have the right to do business? Yes, but you are a lord, and the ways of the merchant may be reduced to a laughingstock. A laughingstock? The sheriff said that you are pedantic. This marquis is still not thinking. This marquis become a laughingstock and the whole county people eat their stomachs, which is more important. Liang Shantai flung himself to his knees. Shantai deserves to die. Please ask the marquis to take the blame. Get up, sit down in peace and continue listening. Yes, Liang Shantai worshipped. This marquis has developed a second good medicine in addition to the hemostatic medicine. Pain. This marquis personally tried both internal and external injuries and diseases. Pain relieving effect is obvious. The medicine has this marquis personally led the development of people. You are responsible for organizing the idle labor force to set up a merchant fleet, brought to the state capitals that have not been affected by the disaster. This marquis and you to disclose. The cost of the drug is very low, but the marquis did not intend to sell the low price. Sell it can be exchanged for a low price of grain? Can the price of grain be smashed down? The marquis is far-sighted, and Shantai admires it. This sheriff contributes 1,000 taels of gold that can be used in the name of this sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. Prefect, do you hear me? This wholesale strategy has been saved. Is there any certainty of selling what the Sheriff Lord recognizes? Yes. As long as the medication is strange, if it doesn't sell again Shantai can run headlong into the ground. Thirdly, and a point which you may or may not fail to understand, but do as you are told. The grain bought cannot be distributed directly to the people, they must be made to exchange their labor for it. Chapter 101, Making Plans. Liang Shantai was shocked in his heart, and came back in a circle. Marquis, please, wasteland needs people to cultivate. Since it is a sloping land, it is not up to the standard of water-sourced fields. Is it necessary to divert water to irrigate? So that the drought and floods, aqueducts need to be dug. The need for a large number of water wheels and water lifting devices. To do these things do not count as corvée service. Can be issued food. The specific how to send you to determine. Cannot be short of this marquis, but also cannot be short of people. The point of this thing is not difficult to you and I'm sorry. Liang Shantai suddenly realized that the disc has been revitalized. The people earn food after there are still stragglers? Definitely no more there is food to eat who go to be the subject of the eyes of the second rate. God. Focusing on a remote merchant fleet and work to provide disaster relief. Raya Shantai pointed to the 2 baskets in front of him. Marquis, please also take it back, so that it will not be used at all. Do not accept. This is the marquis for the whole county people scattered family donation. To give the marquis le stone count credit, stone monument is carved in the county outside the Shangyun River. The marquis can, others can, to the number of fixed ranking, and the marquis is not a small-minded person, whose name if climbed to the marquis above, will be honored by the marquis. Of course, this money is not donated for nothing. Have to let the people take the black heartfruit exchange. Liang Shantai cold hair erect. This move is not only clever, but also very poisonous. Those merchants and rich households 10,000 gold to seek not to come to the reputation of this is not there? Don't underestimate these donations. It is very likely that after Lishur famine problem will be solved. Don't look at me like this. It doesn't even matter if this hoe's name is at the bottom of the list. The county princess's 1,000 taels of gold aid has to be in the first place, and other people can only be in the second place even if they have 10,000 taels. Do you understand? Understand. It would have been a supreme honor to be engraved on the stone tablet along with the sheriff's name. Li Yongxing turned his head to Tunless. Chief Tunless, you've heard what I've said. Is there anything that violates the rules of the ancestral system? Not violated, but not complied with either. Put it this way. Most of the things that are not prohibited by law, for the sake of the people, I believe that the Hail Mary will not pull your pigtail. Liang Shantai took his leave, originally with a leg of lamb to mix a meal. The sheriff here, not to mention the meal, stay a moment more are uncomfortable, lose a lot of hitching a leg of lamb for nothing, but the good thing is to slip 2 baskets of gold and silver, although it is to buy the money of the black heartfruit, but ultimately also fell in the hands of the people. Little wingnut, it's okay, that solves the problem? Sheriff, can only say that let the people temporarily tide over the difficulties. Want to live and work in peace and happiness is still far from it. Tomorrow is not necessarily any more disasters. A short period of drought is easy to solve. This is the benefits of relying on the Shangyun River, but the same has a bad side. The occurrence of flooding that is a big trouble. Li Yongsheng suddenly remembered something, but it is a pity that Liang Shantai has gone. The river bottom clearing silt. The silt cleared out is the best fertilizer, both to give the people the opportunity to dig mud to earn grain, but also to increase the output of the land. Forget it, next time there is an opportunity. Yang Shang, no surprise, Lianshan Terrace or to report to the court. This kind of thing he can do, but he dares not hide. Other places there is no room for imitation. If there is, you may have made a great achievement again. Sheriff, to work for disaster relief can be imitated. The premise is that the official food, if you let the victims work for nothing, that is more serious than the problem of disaster. As long as not the whole of the Great Qian disaster, there is always food abundance of places. I have painkillers here, can earn thousands of families of money in exchange for food to bring back. The other places to follow the example can only be from their own advantage to start. There may be what is rare food, there may be what tools. In short, to find a way to other places do not have or rare things to ship out, so that in exchange for profit to bring back food, may be what tools. In short, to find a way to other places do not have or rare things shipped out, so that you can exchange the profits to bring back food. Right, you first sit down peacefully. I go to find the ant to make arrangements. Painkillers must be produced as soon as possible. Li Yongshang ran away. Zhang Jingyi and Chief Tunless looked at each other in dismay. If it was said that there was still some childish playfulness in coming to find Li Yongshang before, after today's incident, Zhang Jingyi became completely curious about Li Yongshang. No tongue. Liangshan Tai handed up the folders are not necessarily to the hands of the royal cousin. You take the time to go to the trip to the Dinghai King to give the royal cousin Flying Eagle through the book. Remind the royal cousin to pay attention to Li Yongshang. This way can be replicated. No matter where the disaster, the royal cousin will not ignore the light of a work to relieve the disaster will allow the victims to return back to the people. And again the work of the gods of the earth and grain. This has just been sealed as a marquee. Sheriff, you said that if Li Yongshang goes to be an official in the court, will not go. If he is a little utilitarian, whether it is a water wheel or a curved plow columbine, will not let others offer to go. This person's mouth shouts a heart for the people. In fact, lazy, there is time would be better to go to pick fruits and hunt. This sheriff will not go for the time being. Have to be here to supervise him for a period of time. You eagle passes on the letter by the way to mention it. Li Yongshang gave a few busy people in the brewery to divide the work. Mother and second aunts are still responsible for distillation. Too busy to let Dazhuang daughter-in-law and Yu Qing Yang over to help. Aunt with big geese and small geese immediately into the production of painkillers. The second uncle drove the ox cart is responsible for purchasing. There is a need to go to the county town delivery and procurement. The drugs are temporarily made in the aunt's house. And so on the plate after the Kong, Dazhuang organized the people in the east of the wine shop and then build a house to do the pharmaceutical factory. Lunch is mutton soup. Li Yongsheng deliberately cooked clear soup, with fragrant corn cakes, a different flavor. Zhang Jingyi think Li Yongsheng a little perfunctory, but for the sake of his busy morning did not nitpick. She is capricious a little bit, but it is not that the brain is not enough. Liang Shan Tai action quickly. The morning back to the county, worried about the evening down the people. Yangla village down the Ping'an township Chaoyuanqing thunder and lightning, visited Li Yongxing to say hello, and then let the village head notify the villagers of the meeting. Li Yongxing to the county lord to speak to the Tai real person. Chaoyuanqing identified the village defense team and the open field team. Each family only need to put out a strong laborer. Xu Dazhuang said that the marquis to build a house of the plan, in advance to pick 30 strong laborers. Black heartfruit has become a top priority. Learned that this thing can be exchanged for food. The guard team daybreak on the protection. Now is not the time of harvest. Any adult children are strictly prohibited from picking. Right by the village is unified allocation of picking for food. According to the family's hours of work uniform distribution, it is already late fall, and will soon be winter. The families can earn food opportunities are not much. This time to save a mouthful of food home more than a mouthful. There is no slack. Even Li Yongxing old house and the old house of the big cattle are sent to join the team of open fields. Steward Li from the family of Officer Wang came in a hurry and then left again in a hurry. Being the biggest honored person in Qingyuan County town, Officer Wang contributed 5,000 taels of gold. Not surprisingly his name would be ranked under the county lord, being the top force in the village. Dinyo was invited to be the captain of the escort. When Dinyo sat on his plain sword and shot 3 arrows in front of the townsfolk, all of them were relieved. Chapter 102, The Arrival of the Secret Letter. Yen chief with the columbarium has not yet arrived in the imperial city. Tungless secret report arrived. The young emperor looked at the contents of the secret report surprise abnormal, trying to control the emotions into a deep thought. As the superior, he almost read the secret report to understand the Li Yongxing general direction, blocking the source of the stragglers, to avoid the production of the stragglers from the root. To be honest, he did not feel that this year's disaster was a problem. 2 state capitals only. Mobilizing 4 or 5 state capitals to store food can make up for the deficit. But who would mind more food? Especially still in the case of the war in the northwest is tight. Little Shunzi convened the 3 provincial chief ministers to deliberate. The eunuch shook people to go. The joy on the face of the little emperor collapsed. Columbine? Tongueless big eunuch mentioned the columbine, a kind of agricultural tool of no less importance than the curved plow. Chief Yen is on the way to bring back. Is expected to arrive today and tomorrow 2 days, along with 2 masters. The little emperor vaguely felt that this Li Yongxing into the capital as an official some resistance. Otherwise it will not be such an important thing to casually thrown to someone else. Yangla village. In addition to the team that built the house for Li Yongxing's family, the other laborers have begun to open up the land and dig ditches. Li Yongxing did not rush to find Liang Shantai to discuss about the desilting of the Shanyun River, and now the river is still very deep. The desilting can only be cleaned up on both sides of the bank. The 2 places are absolutely not clear, or the river bank is not guaranteed. The aqueduct goes to the deep ditch on both the east and west sides of Li Yongxing's house, along the ditch wall all the way to the north, in 3 rows of more than 10 small hills around the surroundings. Li Yongxing with Zhang Jingyi and Xinger on the side to watch the fun. The villagers do not dare to look directly at the sheriff. All lowered their heads under the drudgery. Zhang Jingyi watched the meeting and felt that it was not interesting, and when it was time for Xiaobai's meal, she went home to feed the fruit to Xiaobai. Li Yongxing found that repairing the canal is not so simple. The amount of work is one aspect. The technical requirements are very high. Along the way, what geology are there? Like Li Yongxing home on both sides of the place is good. Our large bluestone in the stone on the excavation is good, although slow, but repaired out of the channel sturdy and durable. Further back is the crispy yellow stone. This place is troublesome. A lot of stone and loess is needed. The place where the aqueduct is built has to be dug all the way through. The loess mixed with rice hulls is rammed underneath and on both sides, and then flat stones are laid. There can't be any gap. And if there is a gap it has to be smashed out and plugged up with the same sized stones. Li Yongxing suddenly thought of cement. And then good craftsman craft is not as good as smearing a little cement sharp. But that thing is not a simple thing. Li Yongxing only remembered a few kinds of raw materials. How to proportion, how to burn nothing. Forget it, there is time to say it. The black heartfruit is ripe. And the important change is that the spots on the fruit turn completely black. And the villages begin to pick them. And baskets of them are sent over. And the medicine factory is not yet built, so they can only be piled up in the winery first. Denyon Yang is too busy. Even with the help of big geese and small geese, the preparation and boiling are easy, but rubbing the pills is too much work. Yang Shang, help Auntie recruit some men. Auntie and Big Goose and Little Goose roll balls until late at night every day, and they can't roll many with this. As many as it takes, the village maids are idle, and pill rolling is not considered heavy work, so they can do it, at least half to 20. In addition to rolling pills, with herbs is also a tired job. I'm ready to draw out the big geese and small geese, specializing in matching the ratio of herbs. Ant is specifically responsible for simmering. Has the costing been done yet? The main ingredient is the black heart fruit, exchanged according to the amount you purchased with rice. Yang Shang, is it according to the original price of rice or the current price of rice? Before 5 won a caddy, now 20 won a caddy. Li Yongxing thought of his own system, a black heart fruit for a point, 5 fruits for a caddy of rice. His own pricing but 50 fruits. Yellow raw materials will be able to save 9 times the profit. They are a treacherous business. Auntie, let's calculate the cost of the black-hearted fruit at 1 text 10. Calculate the result and show it to me. Yang Shang, don't be in a hurry to go. Other ants have an account in their hearts. It's good to know the value of the black heart fruit. So down the line, the cost of 10 small pills is about 5 won or so, and the cost of 10 large pills is about 8 won or so. Do you count the porcelain vials for packaging? And the straw paper must be counted, as well as the cost of labor to roll the pills. It's all accounted for, and the cost is only low. Li Yongxing has a plan in his heart. 5 won to sell 100 won, 8 won to sell 1 or 2 silver. Absolutely violent. Auntie, let second auntie and Yu Qing Yang recruit people. How many suitable all to take? Keep a good pass. Parents have had a history of theft. Do not eat and lazy bad-tempered. Do not. The future of the brewery and the medicine factory are uniformly certain under the wages, regardless of how the price of food increases. Before all of you counted 10 pounds of rice per day copper. The new girl 2 pounds of rice per day copper. In advance, and their parents to say it clearly, and found that the unclean hands and feet of the immediate dismissal. I heard that Marquis Li Yongxing's medicine factory recruiting, as long as the unmarried girls over 10 years old, earn 2 pounds of rice a day. Work is also light and fast. The families hate to put the daughter of all the stuffed in. Loss of money. Girl piece instantly become valuable goods. 2 girls a day 4 pounds of rice, up to 4 age of the girls, every day is 8 pounds of rice, which is still worried about what? Second auntie and friendship mother got the right not to abuse. A village life for half a lifetime. Who girl what look they know very well. A morning time recruited 35 maids, are wearing the best clothes to come to sign up, big geese and small geese to teach them to tie up their hair. The same day the afternoon on the job, learn the afternoon, and then go home at night to bring back 2 pounds of rice. The families in charge and housewives are happy. 2 pounds a day, 60 pounds a month, has begun to cut back on food. Families and dialed back a bit, although they still do not dare to steam dry rice to eat, but the thin porridge has turned into a sticky porridge. Huang San is one of the few hunters in the village, will be a little 3-legged kung fu. Young hunting was prey scratched cheeks, a scar from the top and down looks very scary. After the injury, the old yellow put away the bow and arrow to concentrate on planting. The family on the 2 maids. The land is not much, but do not meet with the catastrophe is barely enough to eat this year by the drought and flooding of the 2 disasters. The fine-tuning of food is also only enough to eat to the new year. This year I thought that the spring of next year to go begging, and so on the scale of the victims can mix porridge shed. Did not expect things to suddenly turn around. Spring to go begging, and so the scale of the victims can be mixed porridge shed. I did not expect things to suddenly take a turn for the worse. He was asked by the village head to re-pick up the skills to guard the villagers, together with a few others who have hunted, and when the black heart fruit is exchanged for grain, he can take 3 times as much as the other villagers, and there are no less than 100,000 black heart fruit on the earth ridge behind. 2,000 pounds of grain, 100 households to share. One household can share 20 pounds, and he doesn't take up the grain of the open field, but he can share about 60 pounds. After a happy shift, I have to eat when I come back, and I have to go around the backwoods a few times in the evening, but I have to follow the big bulls at night, otherwise it's not safe. His father, are you in a hurry? Why don't you wait for Daya area? Huang San some surprises. See the dark, it is the daughter around their mother shouting hungry time. How to eat is still missing shadow. Chapter 103, the hope of the Huang San family. Father, mother, we're back, we're starving, come inside, the food is ready, it's sticky porridge tonight. The 2 girls jumped in the door, one person a rice bag, show off like opening the bag, pulling the bag, revealing the white rice. Mother, pour it into the rice jar, it's all good rice, we'll have to take the bags to work tomorrow. Huang San looked confused, and his mother-in-law looked surprised. Isn't today practice? Practice also sends meters, and only half a day of practice. Brother Yongsheng said that it's not bad for these dozens of pounds of rice. Each person is 2 pounds. Nonsense. Huang San got angry. Brother Yongsheng is what you call him. No big deal. You have to call Marquis. Know what? Dahlia pouted. Shouted. Brother Wingnut won't let me. Huang San looked at the granny who poured the rice. What's going on? Going to the wingman's house to help out? His father, did not say with you? Want to wait for the girl to come and then give you a surprise it. Big cattle mother's medicine factory sure people, as long as not married 10 years of age and above the girl, Big girl and small girl have gone. Just sit down and rub a little medicine pills. A day a person 2 pounds of rice. It is a long job. Years and years of all can do it. 2 pounds of rice? 2 pounds of rice for a girl? Juan Sansum do not believe their own ears. 4 pounds a day. 100 days is 400 pounds. That still worry about a fart. Over a winter. Not only do not have to go to be a stray, but also can save some belongings. Duh yeah. Yeah. Work hard. Marquis Yongxing is a good man. He won't treat you poorly. Work honestly. Daniel's mother has to listen to what she says. Be diligent, and our family will be able to live a good life. Li Yongxing's home. Zhang Jingyi is feeding the fruit, petting the deer. Li Yongxing made bacon and cabbage. Into the late fall. Can eat not much food, but also some cabbage and radish. Good thing Zhang Jingyi is already accustomed to it. No longer picky eaters from Liang Shantai after leaving. White finished nibbling on the fruit and remained high and mighty as he headed back to the roof and up to the door. After dinner, the story of Neza continued to be told, and little Apricot recorded it, presumably taking it back to be published again when she had memorized it. Li Yongxing now headache 2 things. One is how to change the grain for grain, although the home brewery piled up a lot, but the sudden appearance of too much grain simply cannot be explained. This is not urgent for the time being. There is another thing, short of a few tens of thousands of points to break the 1 million mark. A few bags of black-hearted fruits will be enough, but the ant felt that are a big price to buy. The raw material grasp of the dead. If the sudden shortage of a few bags, it is estimated that the ant, if a few bags were suddenly missing, it is expected that the ant would jump into the river to blame herself. Little Marquis, use your heart. Didn't we already talk about Naja's dragon tendons? Why are you bringing it up again? Is it appropriate to be so perfunctory? Little Sheriff, I'm sorry. Start over. Zhang Jingyi looked at Li Yongxing's tired appearance a little too much, but her mouth would never show it. Forget it, just tomorrow if you don't have the heart to tell it. Pippi Huan, let's go. Go to bed. Little Apricot accompanied the sheriff to rest. Tunles went back to the house a long time ago, and Li Yongxing sipped tea in the courtyard, continuing to consider the exchange of integral grain and painkiller raw materials. Pharmacy construction speed is very fast. There are 2 days almost finished. Right, the river. In the river to build a large warehouse. One is the exchange of raw materials is convenient, and the second is that they can secretly get some food. The guards will look for those hunters in the village. Only guards do not enter the warehouse. Absolutely appropriate. When all was said and done, arrangements were made for Sun Daqiang early in the morning. De Zhuang, make a preparation in advance. Here finished, immediately go to the west side of the stone bridge to build a warehouse. To 2 rows of 20 houses of the kind. Your group of people unchanged. And then from the village to draw dozens of strong laborers. The matter of opening up the land so that the various families of the mother-in-law topped. Marquis, there's no problem with manpower. But what if there's a big flood in the summer when it's built there? Stone bridge west of 500 meters to the north is not a stone beam. Then the river bank is 7 or 8 meters high. Built on that, general flooding cannot be. This time the construction of the pharmacy and the preparation of the construction of the warehouse are public work. Each person receives 5 pounds of rice or 5 pounds of wheat per day. I say hello to my father, so that he went to the credit. You build the pharmacy of the past few days to make up for the food. It's not appropriate. Managing food is fine. Listen to me. These are built for the people of the whole county, not the private work of this marquis, and everyone to say, before the construction of the pharmacy this afternoon are sent down, cannot be missed. The entire Yongla village are mobilized. Li Yongxing on the warehouse requirements of the more stringent. The wood and stone used is not ordinary civil housing standards can be reached. Sun Dazhuang asked for advice on the village is almost a collection of the village's strong laborers. Open the matter can only be handed over to the women and the half-grown boy. Liang Shantai rode with a small flotilla came once, sent 110 bags of black heart fruit, took away 1,000 copies of the ink jade pain relief dan and 1,000 copies of the ink jade pain relief pills. The small flotilla will turn around and go down the river. Go to the first station not affected by the disaster of the Cebu prefecture to open up the situation. Imperial capital. Yen general manager arrived with the team. Asked the little emperor, the columbarium and Yuqing father and son directly to the imperial garden. The last plowing traces are still there. A piece of turned land in the imperial garden is quite eye-catching. The emperor does not speak. No one dares to touch a few autumn rains let the land level some. Now is suitable for sowing. Chief Yen belongs to the big inner expert. Pulling the columbarium of course does not count. Yuqing father and son truck. The little emperor to help the car. Chief Yen on the side to remind the precautions. The civil and military officials outside to watch the fun. The columbarium's 3 hard feet cut through the loose soil. Wheat seeds brushed down. A trip to the end of the trip. The little emperor turned back to check it. Almost no exposed seeds. Chief Steward Yen followed with an iron rake. Your Majesty, with this skeleton leveling, it is complete. The little emperor took the rake. a trip of 3 rows of wheat, exactly the width of a rake, skeletonized wheat rows. Looking at the flat wheat field, the joy on his face cannot hide. De Shenong, take your men to finish planting the rest of the field. Look at the columbarium and measure the plowing speed per acre. Xiao Shunzi, take these 2 craftsmen to rest. Old man, come with me to the Yangxing Palace and give me a good talk about this Li Yongsheng. Chief Steward Yan hurriedly bowed his head and followed, and the young emperor glanced at the civil and military officials before he left, his gaze lingering for a split second on the imperial historian standing at the edge. Yongle Village. Li Yongsheng is taking Zhang Jingyi to study the mold. Even if more than 30 little girls rubbing pills is not enough, one by one rubbing is too much effort. Li Yongsheng intends to drum up some molds for the medicine workshop, at first with mud. A flat piece of mud dug dozens of small holes, after drying out and used to make semicircular pills, cannot be used a few times on the cracks, replaced the sturdy pine wood. The production of round need 2 molds, not easy to operate, can only settle for the second best. In the wooden block drilled out a few rows of general size of the nest, ointment paste into, half dry after knocking out for the girls to make a slight regimentation on the good. How could Zhang Jingyi have the patience to do this? She got impatient after doing 2. Apricot, move the table and play mahjong. Chapter 104, Divine Medicine. Li Yongsheng straightened up and stretched. Do you 2 read it? See, understand, do on the line. At least need 200. And the front of the building of the same. 5 pounds of rice a day. Not in a hurry, but all ready to average specifications. The 2 carpenters took the mold and nodded hurriedly. This work is light and fast. There is no problem at all to do 30 or 40 a day. Liang Shantai with painkillers have entered Cebu City's largest chain of drugstores Tongren Yuan. Some stumbling. The big boss of the drugstore simply do not believe that there is any painkillers can be instantly effective and 100 pains completely eliminated. Although Liang Shantai was a party governor, he could only be considered a minor player in a state capital's capital city. Accompanying a smile to introduce his products. Boss, with so many people grabbing medicines in your store, there must be those who are suffering because of pain. Look at that noble lady who is covering her cheeks. Maybe it's because of a toothache, so why don't you let her give it a try? Boss, he replied with a sneer. I Tongren Yuan hundreds of years of golden signboard. You take some black and unknown origin pills for me to experiment. Look at the mess. Still do not know what kind of crap to do. This signboard, then your life is expensive. What is it? Liang Shantai is also some violent temper. Otherwise with his ability to more than a small county magistrate. Heard he shopkeeper insulted pills immediately angry. Boss, he doesn't need it if you don't need it. There's no need to insult the medicine I've brought. I'm the magistrate of Qingyuan County, Qingzhou Prefecture. There's no need to cheat you with something yet. Boss, he sneered. Is the county magistrate great? I'll just insult what you can do. This is a pill approved by the Yongning County Lord, who has invested 1,000 taels of gold in it to account for the molecules. Boss, he was a bit dumbfounded. Which Yongning sheriff? How much is County Lord Yongning? Who else in the Great Qian Kingdom would dare to impersonate the name of County Lord Yongning? Seeing Liang Shantai put away the pills and walked out, Boss, he knew that he was in big trouble. It doesn't matter if the pills are effective or not. The important thing is that this is something that the Yongning sheriff looks favorably on. Honorable Liang County, stay back. Liang Shantai didn't look back. No more staying. The face of the Yongning sheriff must not be lost. Out of Tongren Yuan, Liang Shantai directly entered the opposite side of the Holy Medical Hall, both of which are actually about the same size. The attitude of the Sacred Medical Hall was 100 times better, and although Liang Shantai didn't take out the name of the county princess, the shopkeeper decided to give it a try. Little button, don't you have a stomachache? Taking the soup medicine doesn't help. Try one. Ming shopkeeper did not dare to give the patient experiments. He likewise did not dare to take this risk. His running nephew's stomach pain is an old problem. 3 or 5 months to commit a crime. The drug basically has no effect, at most to relieve some of them, or to rely on their own to get through the difficult few days. Sniffing did not politely, grabbed a pill and swallowed it. Boss Liang, how long does it take to see the effect? Please also sit down and drink a cup of hot tea. We will wait for a while. At most a marigold tea time. Boss Ming need not worry. I am the Qingyuan County Magistrate of Qingzhou Prefecture. The pills were developed by Li Yongsheng, who made the Chuyuan plow, and the Yongning County Magistrate doped the shares in it, so there will not be a problem. The elegance on Boss Ming's face instantly disappeared. Yongning County Lord? This cannot dare to mess with. Do not take into account the Emperor and the Empress Dowager's favor to her. Her living father is never reasonable. There are a few brothers. A family is clearly the identity of the royal uncle and the royal cousin. Hard to change the king of a different surname with the military service. These a few in the Dacian kingdom that can be the existence of a horizontal walk. Without waiting for the little button to react, Boss Ming decided to buy all the pills from Lianshan Terrace. Doing business with the royal family, the point is not to make money. Mr. Liang, What is the geometry of the pills? What is the price? If it's affordable, this store is prepared to order all of them. Liang Shantai read the meaning of the mouth Ming boss, but he himself is not taking the name of the sheriff to bully people, and the bullying does not last long. Boss Ming, rest assured, the marigold tea time will be here soon. Please also look at the effect before saying anything. Boss Ming sat down at ease. This is really something. Daring to wait for the drug to take effect. The other party was most likely not bragging. Boss, the stomach is much more comfortable. What? Little buttons. Honestly, what does it feel like? Shopkeeper, divine medicine. My abdominal pain you are aware of. The pain of any medicine has no effect. At best, relieves some, 7 or 8 years. I am also used to it. This time is different. That kind of whoosh of pain is slowly reducing. Well, now does not hurt. Many of the medicine store to catch the medicine to stay and watch the fun. There is no shortage of patients with various pain. Sniffing cannot help but try. With the signboard of the sheriff, Boss Ming let go of his guts. As long as one person with a painful condition has one capsule. After another tea break, with everyone's pain relieved and mostly outright pain-free, Boss Ming bent his head in greeting to Liang Shantai. Honorable Liang County, inner hall please. Let's properly discuss the supply of this divine medicine. After half an hour had passed, Liang Shantai came out with 1,100 taels of silver bills, and the pills were all left for Boss Ming, and said that they would take as many as they could get, and that they had the strength to sell the pills all over the country. Xinzhou province's food increase is not large. Rice and wheat are 8 cents a caddy. The Chen dynasty on food and salt control is very strict. Any large-scale food mobilization has to be filed by the official. Liang Shantai, in addition to selling medicine of 1,100 pieces of silver, but also brought more than 200 taels of gold, adding up to be able to buy more than 400,000 pounds of grain, enough to sell medicine alone in the future to make the county of Qingyuan clothing and food. But the drug that is the marquis industry, the just to alleviate the disaster. One really wants to make the people rich, must also think of other ways. Liang Shantai took the grain to leave by boat. The most regrettable is none other than he boss. He has heard about the things of the Holy Medical Hall. Missed the pain relief medicine for nothing. Now entangled is to report to the boss behind the scenes. Report may stay a dog's life. Not to say that let the boss know. He will absolutely die without burial. Liang Shantai stood on the boat, looking at the back of the densely packed flotilla of magnificent. Thought Li Yongxing sealed the county marquis of their own trouble. Who could expect to worry about their own blind in front of people? Simply do not call it a thing. In just 5 days, the drug was mass-produced, and with the molds, dozens of girls were so fast that they could produce 1,000 pills a day. Li Yongxing is very busy. Busy playing mahjong, storytelling and cooking. Zhang Jingyi all day to tease Pippi Huan Huan and Xiaobai. Xiaobai is like a white-eyed wolf that cannot be fed. Every day can only be fed fruit when touching for a while. The other time to get close to not even. In the yard of Li Yongxing's house, Zhang Jingyi was lying on a chair and nibbling on the fruit. Addicted to eating it, she now also had to eat a yellow ginseng fruit every day. Little wingnut, it's a bit boring. Want to take me into the mountains? Let's talk about it after we meet Uncle Kung. Ask Uncle Chang if there's any danger if Chief Tung is following him. And if there is, you can just die. If something happens, my whole family will have no good consequences. Ravenous. Chapter 105, Sheriff's Archery. Li Yongxing looked at the sheriff on the chaise longue somewhat unplugged from his eyes, struggling hard to move his gaze away. Zhang Jingyi, although nibbling on the fruit, the afterglow has been aiming at Li Yongxing's, and was just about to spit out a few sarcastic sentences, when Xiaoshu ran out from the main door. Brother, a blacksmith surnamed Feng is looking for you. He doesn't dare to come in and is waiting at the entrance of the wine shop. Go, the weapons are here. Little sheriff, lie down and nibble on the fruit for a while. I'll be right there. Let him in, and this sheriff will see what weapons are available. Li Yongxing welcomed Feng blacksmith in. Old Feng was carrying 2 strong bows and 2 large quivers of densely feathered arrows on his back, and 2 swords on his waist. Looking at the sheaths of the swords, they were more advanced than the previous ones. Kusaka Kowtow. Stop, no need to be rude. Introduce the weapon you're fighting. Blacksmith Feng was a bit puzzled. Was the sheriff lord also interested in weapons? Sheriff, these 2 bows are 10 and 8 quintals. The 10-quintal bow is the Great Bull's. The 8-quintal bow is the Marquis of Eternal Life. The bow body is made of meteorite star iron. The bowstring is made of a combination of white Jiao's tendon and green deer's tendon, and there is absolutely no problem to open it even for 100 times. And both of these 2 knives are made of meteorite star iron mixed with red copper and gold and wool and silver. And the name of them is called the red silver and coal iron knife. And the idle knife and sword will be broken once it's chopped. The name is red silver coal iron knife, and it can be broken by any other sword. Li Yongxing looked at the weapon with 2 eyes. Brother Feng, my 100 taels of silver must not be enough. How much is the difference? Marquis Yongshang, not to hide from you, 1,000 taels of silver is not enough. 100 taels is only enough to buy these 2 sheaths, but there is no use for me to spend money. 1. The materials are all the member of the master sent Li housekeeper to send. I just out of the force. Zhang Jingyi flipped her wrist and flashed out a delicate dagger. Draw the knife and I'll try it to see if you're bluffing. Foam blacksmith is a little difficult. In front of the county princess to draw the knife. In case of an expert shouted assassins to chop themselves or chopped in vain. Sheriff, I'll do it. Tunless took the knife in foam blacksmith's hand and drew it out surprisingly nothing bright. Black with some yellow streaks. Dang. The knife and dagger clashed with a crisp sound. Good sword. Sheriff, it is good. Apricot. Reward. Li Yongxing took the red silver cold iron knife. Huffed and puffed to play a few knife flowers. Very smooth. The heart is spitting Zhang Jingyi. I set the weapon you reward a hairline ah. Blacksmith Feng received a golden bean and hurriedly offered his farewell. He was able to see that the sheriff was not welcoming outsiders. Brother Feng, how did you get here? Riding. The horse was borrowed from Chao Yuanqing. Come on. I'll get you a jar of wine to take with you. Li Yongsheng brought an altar of 50 pounds of Tanshan wine. Brother Feng, is it good to bring? Not good to bring for an altar of 20 pounds. Good belt. Good belt. Don't worry. I'm a good rider. I can't smash it. After sending Feng blacksmith away, Li Yongqing couldn't wait to try out the 8-quart bow. Little sheriff, you continue to lie down. I'll go to the back and try the bow. Bam! The sound of the top door stick falling to the ground came, and Little White appeared abruptly, staring at Li Yongsheng, as if to say again that it was also going to go skulking in the back of the mountain. Li Yongsheng took Xiaobai followed by Zhang Jingyi followed by Xiao Shu and Xiao Xing'er, Pai Huanuan lying on the shoulders of Xiao Xing'er, and Tongueless Chief followed far from the end. Li Yongsheng tried a bow and arrow, and the results came out in full. Xiaobai got rid of Zhang Jingyi's hands and shuttled back and forth like lightning. The short slope was full of openings, and now when they saw Xiaobai they were no longer alarmed. They all knew that it was a pet raised by the Marquis of Eternal Life. Li Yongxing chose the big tree that had shocked the Grey Wolf last time. The Grey Wolf was not shocked, and that arrow was still nailed in the center of the tree. 8-quintal bow. Pull up or some effort. Barely pull a full moon. The right hand release. The arrow as a meteor to catch the moon. Whoosh. Cut through the air nailed into the tree. The arrow tail is still non-stop tremor. Brother Yongsheng, it's time to change bows and arrows. Den Yo ran over. Seeing Xiaobai and knowing that Brother Yongsheng might be coming, just in time to see Brother Yongsheng pulling back his bow, but the bow wasn't the same as before. Den Yo, yours is here too, at my house, go back and get it. A bow, a pot of arrows, and a precious sword, all yours. Okay, the big bull turned out of sight, and the 5-quart bow had long since been drawn with little feeling. Give me a try. Zhang Jingyi stretched out her small, greenish-white hand. You, that's an 8-quart bow. Zhang Jingyi was enraged. Bumpkin. How dare you look down on people? Bring it on. Li Yongsheng handed it over. Little Apricot seems to have a bit of kung fu. As for the sheriff, Tai, the bow was actually drawn. Or the full moon. Li Yongsheng's mouth was wide open. Lin Daiyu backward willow? Who would dare to believe it? Arrows. Li Yongsheng hurriedly drew an arrow and handed it over. Zhang Jingyi hitched her arrow and suddenly turned to the north, which was the cliff where the Grey Wolf used to stand and look at Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng was sweating profusely in his heart. This has to be 500 meters. You think you are playing sniper. Squeak. The bow was drawn into an oval, and with a whoosh sound, the arrow went straight to the cliff wall, and as far as Li Yongsheng's eyes could see, the arrow carried a sharp sound into a small tree on the cliff wall. Li Yongsheng froze for a moment. Both hands suddenly touched Zhang Jingyi's shoulders, and pinched a few times. Zhang Jingyi was stunned. A red haze climbed up her cheeks, and her little apricot eyes widened angrily. Daring, let go of the sheriff. Accidentally. Let's see if your arm is a hard lump. Apricot, he's still a child. Zhang Jingyi rebuked Xinger and looked back at Tongueless, who hurriedly turned her head away, her mouth still chattering. Didn't see it. The old slave happens to be blind today. Little winged life. Serve or not serve? Sheriff, did you purposely aim at that small tree just now? Zhang Jingyi was furious. Don't believe? Take an arrow and this sheriff will convince you. Believe. Sister Sheriff, Eternal Life believes. Teach me? Li Yongxing's fawning face made it very difficult for Zhang Jingyi. Teach. Don't you grab me and shake me. Li Yongsheng hurriedly released. This ing learned and play sniper like. 2 ing bullshit. Don't even say sister, but even auntie. You'd better stop calling me sister. It sounds creepy to me. Better call me Sheriff Master. Sheriff, who did you learn archery from? It's the first time I've seen such skillful archery. Zhang Jingyi had a haughty look on her face. Do you know who my father is? I don't know, but it should be a prince. Nonsense. My father is the god of arrows of Great Qian, the title of the king of Tingjun, once fought at the border, An arrow pierced through 3 armies. The enemy's main general and 2 vice-generals were pierced by an arrow. After that, my father led the army in battle. The enemy generals were all dressed as soldiers. Little Apricot also had a haughty look on her face. The sheriff has 3 other brothers, all with excellent archery skills. I want you to talk too much. Don't mention those 3 tampers. Li Yongxing smiled with a flattering face. Sheriff, see when you have time to teach me. I'm a quick learner. Marquis, please respect yourself. Don't pull your punches. If you want to learn it, the county will make tonight's meal before you say it. No, you still have to tell a good story and convince Xiaobai to let me touch it. No problem, right? Chapter 106, Master of Archery. Zhang Jingyi's performance led Li Yongxing side-eye. Not simple. It is not generally not simple. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager's side of the Red Man, which is a pampering what can flourish. The heart of the absolute king, coupled with kung fu and superb archery. Such a woman, alas, blinded by such a beautiful face. Into late October, the morning weather has become crisp and cold. The warmth of the blanket more and more people to stay, but Li Yongxing not blessed to enjoy. Dawn has to get up to practice archery. Not only Li Yongxing, Den Yo also have to get up early. Even if the knight is still on duty at night, Den Yo was originally a bit disdainful. When he saw Zhang Jingyi pulling open his 10 quintals of the bow, the brain is only left in a daze. As usual, Zhang Jingyi was not able to get up. The little apricot child shouldered the task of pointing out, and with the order of the sheriff, the small leather whip fell in the hand, but did not bother to really whip. Li Yongxing and Den Yo maintained a posture, trained with the original old bow, hitched and drawn, just not allowed to shoot. Their eyes kept aiming at the arrow that Zhang Jingyi nailed to the small tree on the cliff yesterday. Li Yongxing's 3 families plus the wine shop storage of wheat and ordinary rice is almost exchanged. If no accident, Lianshan Terrace is also almost there. The front of the warehouse is built. Sun Dezhuan led the people are baking. Each room has a large grain tun, which is Li Yongxing ready to cheat the tool. After practicing the bow and arrow, the 3 of them have some green frost stuck on their clothes, so they don't have to worry about breakfast. Sending Ding Yo and Xinger home, Li Yongxing slipped away to the warehouse, and from a distance, he saw a few strands of green smoke coming out of the warehouse. Brother Daizhong, can you store food? No more questions. Marquis forever. Will there really be this much food? If Magistrate Liang can't transport the grain, we'll have a lot of fun. The people are waiting to exchange the black-hearted fruit and other materials for grain. They'll eat me if I can't pull in the grain. Firewood are burned out. Sun Daijiang led the townspeople to shovel all the ashes together and rake them out, checking the burned-over ground a few times to make sure there is no aftermath. Zhu Dazhuang, who delivered the carbon ash, suddenly returned with a surprised look on his face. Marquis, the boats are coming. A big slip. The ones in front have reached the new bridge. The ones behind are still there at the old bridge. Well, Dazhuang, you haven't slept well for a few days and nights. You don't need to be in charge of the next thing. Go back and have a good rest after eating. Sun Dazhuang said that he could still do it, but looking at the serious face of Ho, he knew that this was an order not an arrangement, and hurriedly greeted the workers to leave. Liang Shantai had already gone up the riverbank, and was a little curious about the large house that had suddenly appeared, and the business of the day, and was just about to pay a visit to Li Yongxing's house, when he heard Li Yongxing's shouts. The county honors have worked hard. How much grain has been pulled in? When Liang Shantai saw Li Yongxing, surprise appeared on his tired face. Marquis, fortunately, all the painkillers were sold. A total of 400,000 pounds of grain was pulled back. The county's warehouse was replenished and leveled, and the remaining 200,000 pounds are here. Li Yongxing looked at the faraway Zhu Dezhuang. Brother Dezhuang, go back and tell Den Yonyang that the food delivery is coming. Stop making medicine for now. Hurry up and bring people to cook the meal for 200 people. Prepare it in 1 hour. Marquis, there's no need to make arrangements. We all ate last night after unloading the goods in the county. Prefect, that was yesterday's meal. Moving grain is a heavy job. Just listen to my arrangements. Having emptied the periphery of the warehouse of those watching, the fleet began to unload, the grain being piled up in the holds and needing to be carried up the embankment and then transported to the warehouse. The grain was carried up the embankment 1 bag at a time, and was carried by the boatmen and porterfolk. Li Yongxing led the way into the warehouse, and arranged to pour all the grain into the cantonment, 1 team to a room, and though they did not understand the intention of the Marquis, they all honestly poured the grain into the cantonment. An hour has passed. The grain is only unloaded less than half. Li Yongxing arranged for his father to take everyone to dinner. Let Xiao Yuanqing organize the village to unload. Never mind the adults and children. A mouthful of people rewarded with a bag of 50 pounds of rice. Boatmen are gone. Lian Shantai was also pushed away by Li Yongxiang. The river is left with a few children watching. Li Yongxing did a thief like a thief to exchange more than 800,000 points of rice to the 8 large tunnels within the tunnels. Instantly all reached half, and he himself was left with 100,000 points. How embarrassing. It's been a busy one and a fall, and finally the redemption is done. Just why isn't there a bit of joy in it? Chao Yuanqing brought people, men and women, young and old. Shu Dazhuang, a group of people, were also shouted up. The opening of all the suspension. Several hundred mouths of people began to unload. Li Yongsheng was relieved and a little lost. Standing on the riverbank awkwardly kicked the big willow tree. Let Chao Yuanqing commanded to carry. He returned home. More than 200 people to eat. The scene is very spectacular. More than 30 girls in the pharmacy to bring their own dishes and stools all over the just enough, which cannot sit open. Liang Shantai commanded the boat workers squatting in the street to eat. Rice is white rice. The dishes will be simpler. Cabbage and pork soup. Meat is not too much. The dishes are not much. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, the time is too short. I hope you don't mind. The boatmen pulled the rice and hurriedly shook their heads. Dislike? Joking. They are now the county office of the official workers. The monthly rates and go out subsidies enough to feed their whole family, which is the ho's ability to bring. Not to mention the fragrant rice. Today is to eat. The chaff is also fragrant. Liang Shantai sat on the boulder at the entrance of the brewery, without half the self-consciousness of the magistrate, picking at the rice and eating the same times. Marquis, how many copies of the pills have been saved? We'll bring them all with us this time, so we won't go home, and go straight to Cebu Prefecture after unloading the grain. Prefect, will this work? There's no need to be in such a hurry. Slack is the way to go. Raya Shantai pointed to the dry rice boatmen. Ask them if they're in a hurry. An old man swallowed the rice in his mouth. His bowl and chopsticks were put aside, and he knelt down to Li Yongsheng with a flutter. The grass people thanked the Marquis for his great kindness. The little old man is a boatman. The family of 9 people waiting to eat. Shangyun River flooding. Crops all washed away. Was going to take the whole family along the Shangyun River to ask for food, and now thanks to the blessing of the Marquis, the family to open up the land to sun medicinal herbs, coupled with the small old man's boatman fee, has earned more than 100 pounds of white rice. The small old man does not mind tired. As long as the family, I don't mind being tired. As long as my family has food and drink, I don't have any complaints even if I don't get off the boat for a year. A street of people put down their bowls and chopsticks and knelt on the ground like the old man flopping down his dumplings. Thank you, Marquis, for your great kindness. Get up, all get up. Liang Xinzuan, hurry up and let them get up. What has become of this? Liang Shantai greeted the boatman and continued to eat, putting down his chopsticks when he finished eating. Marquis, the family has food. The heart cannot panic. Winter is coming, the year of the great disaster. The big guys do not have so much pretense and will be. Eat a full stomach is the fundamental. Li Yongxing home door is closed. Zhang Jingyi just finished breakfast, holding 2 fruits, stroking the little white, big eyes flashing. Outside the situation she also heard. The heart cannot say sadness and happiness, but heard that Liang Shantai pulled 200,000 pounds of grain is very happy. Chapter 107, Can't Kiss Ass? Liang Shantai took the boatman to eat and then went up the riverbank. The meal cannot be eaten in vain. The boat went downstream, more time to rest. The boatman moved to the shore. The village folks to the warehouse. Li Yongsheng went to the pharmacy. Sent dozens of girls over. Participate in the carrying can be exchanged for a bag of grain. Li Yongxing does not want to let these girls who are busy cooking lose this benefit. Liang Shantai left, took away more than 13,000 pills, and before he left, he brought all the boatmen to kowtow to Li Yongsheng, and returned with the next batch of grain, so that there would be no more famine in Xingyuan County. Chao Yuanqing was just about to greet the townspeople to open the land, was stopped by Li Yongsheng. Everyone take a day off. Hand out all the food. Send people to the nearby towns and villages to spread the word that redemption will begin from tomorrow, and those who have pharmaceutical materials should feel free to come over. Chao Yuanqing organized the distribution of food. Some envy Yongla village folks. A guaranteed 2 bags of rice, more than 5 bags. Huang San family divided 4 bags, 200 pounds of rice. No longer worry about starvation. At noon began to fish dry rice. As long as the big girl 2 girls have been on the job. After the new year we'll have to consider the matter of rice for money to buy meat. Li Yongxing's grandfather, uncle and 2 uncles huddled in the crowd to collect the grain. And for once in a rare while they felt some appreciation for this marquis grandson-nephew. For the first time in his life, his uncle did not work without being lazy. He was afraid of being disqualified from receiving grain because of laziness, until he received 3 bags of grain stacked on the cart. Satisfied and relieved, he hurriedly pushed the cart home, not pushed the car almost into the ditch, attracted a burst of ridicule from the townspeople, and finally the eldest aunt took over. The eldest uncle, in order to prove himself, put the biased bags of rice on the shoulders, crooked straight to the door of the house. Zhang Jingyi seems to no longer pester Li Yongsheng, and no longer for Li Yongsheng busy tantrums, and a small obedient cat, every day to let Xiao Shu Xinger and Tung accompanied by playing mahjong, and occasionally will go to the village outside the village to turn around, and a proud princess to feel the bustling countryside like the people, although not pestering Li Yongshang, but the Knight of the Nose saga is absolutely cannot be missing. Heard the three-eyed Erlangshan is particularly interested in, especially on the Erlangshan side of the snarling dog, to the small white named snarling deer, the small white are not sparingly hitchhiking. Wingnut, are you still busy tomorrow? After listening to the story and getting ready for bed, Zhang Jingyi suddenly asked, Sheriff, tomorrow is the day of exchanging grain to the villages in the nearby townships. Do you want to go and take a look? This marquis needs to personally sit in on the situation. After all, the source of the grain is still this marquis, and the opportunity to exchange for fame must be treasured. Never mind, I'll play with white. Xiaobai, I'll have to take the arrow away when I'm done practicing. I'm going to use it to add some legendary color to the marquis, so they'll have something to talk about after tea when they get back to the village. Zhang Jingyi broke defense, pointing at Li Yongshang some trembling. People, how can there be so shameless? Sheriff, Yongshang is a small family, with the opportunity to show off and make others thankful. How can I miss it? Rich and powerful do not return to their hometowns. It is like a brocade-coated night. By the way, these grains also have your credit. Do you go or not? Shameless, I'll go too. Xinger, give these two fools some pointers in the morning, and hurry back to freshen up for this county princess, who will be in full dress. The people came very early. Early Li Yongsheng practiced arrows in a long line. Zhao Yuanqing could not sit still. Early in the morning to find the back of the mountain. Marquis Yongshang, there's a long line over at the warehouse. Hurry up, there's time to practice archery. Zhang Jingyi was still dressing up, and Li Yongsheng went home and put down his weapon. Sheriff, the townspeople are here. I'll go over first. Don't you dare. Wait for me. This sheriff will be ready soon. Said it was immediately, and waited for tea time. The sheriff made an appearance. Almost brightly blinded Li Yongsheng's dog eyes. Too good looking. Cannot look. Look easy to fall. Hurry up. Grind it out. Zhang Jingyi was almost laughed at by the anger. If it wasn't for the hint of amazement that flashed through this bumpkin's eyes just now, the puppy would have followed to join in the fun. Marquis of Eternal Life. Is there any honor or disrespect? Walking in front of this sheriff's lord is going to get you knifed. Li Yongsheng see no tongue to give himself a wink. Suddenly understand the intention of the county master. He is now the status of the marquis. Trotting to the townspeople for food is indeed a little difficult to get into the eyes of the people. Their own take some is not a bad thing. Seeing Li Yongsheng follow behind with rules and regulations, the corner of Zhang Jingyi's mouth rose. Bumpkin, the rules are still early. Before he reached the warehouse, Tun Les suddenly shouted, scaring Li Yongshen. County Lord Yongning has arrived, and Marquis Qing Yuan has arrived. Chao Yuanqing was a man who knew the rules and took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Kowtow to the sheriff, kowtow to the marquis. Folks followed suit and knelt densely along a river highway that couldn't even be seen in the distance. Li Yongsheng sat a little waxed. He didn't like kneeling to others or accepting others kneeling at. Zhang Jingyi looked like a proud white swan, tilting her head and scrutinizing. Exemption. The north side of the riverbank was silent, and Zhang Jingyi's otherwise modest voice unexpectedly penetrated. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Marquis. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Marquis. The people got up and surreptitiously sized up the sheriff and marquis, compared to looking at Li Yongsheng more, especially the snow-white fawn beside Li Yongsheng. It attracted too much attention. Don't just stand there. Say something. Say more. Never mind. Just say something. Zhang Jingyi was speechless. The Li Yongsheng on his side was as dull as a nerd. Really a bumpkin. Is it appropriate for a group of people to stare at each other wide-eyed? I wanted him to say a few good words about the emperor. Forget it. The fruit of the strong twisted is not sweet. Let him. Can understand this excitement and panic in the face of the crowd. Li Yongsheng stabilized his mind and tried to convince himself that as a person who had been there before, this kind of small scene was completely roaring. Wasn't it just boasting about the higher-ups? No big deal. Folks. One word drew the eyes over. Folks, this is a disaster year. First floods, then drought. A year of great calamity. Many folks had planned to go fleeing for their lives. A sentence attracted resonance. Indeed, do not escape will live to starve to death. Go to escape into a calamity may still be able to mix a porridge hut to live. Zhang Jingyi skimmed her mouth, with some amusement and anticipation in her heart. Folks, although Qingyuan County has encountered a great disaster, but the emperor has not forgotten us. Busy schedules still think of our people in Qingyuan, and sent the beauty set wisdom and won the status of the noble and easygoing Yongning County Lord to come to help us fight against the disaster. Everyone can change the grain today. Are the county lord with great wisdom in exchange for the? Zhang Jingyi has not had the feeling of numbness all over her body for a long time. The The last time this situation was still a few years ago by the toad jumped on the top of the foot. The dress under the white skin wrinkled out of the goosebumps. He underestimated this bumpkin. On the ass-kissing kung fu, he was wrestled out of 3 streets. Such a person can never be in the capital to be an official. Or else that cousin of theirs was also confused by his shot. Chapter 108 Uncle's Apprehension. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Li Yongsheng arched his hand in the direction of the downstream of the Shangyun River and bowed. Long live the emperor. The people all learned to turn around and kneel down and chant, Long live the emperor. After some thanksgiving, the exchange of grain began, and Chao Yuanqing himself took to the battlefield, coming from village to village. 50 black-hearted fruits for 1 pound of rice, 1 pound of dried huckleberries for 5 pounds of rice, 3 mature moonwort plants for 1 pound of rice, 1 pound of dried wisteria flowers for 5 pounds of rice, and 1 pound of dried pine oil needles for 3 pounds of rice. This side and the emperor and the county. The villages came to the people to put some cheating and faking things hurriedly abandoned. One is the imperial grace to be grateful. The second is in case of falsification was beheaded more than lost. The first village exchanged 35 bags of rice, tied to a row of carts, kowtowed in the direction of the sheriff and marquis, cheerfully pushing the carts back to their journey, bragging about how much rice they exchanged when they saw people. Li Yongsheng suddenly saw 3 uncles, ranked in the 7th or 8th position in the queue, looking at Li Yongsheng full of excitement, but saw his nephew's gaze cast over some dodge. Sheriff, you continue to stay here at the end. I'll go check on the 3 uncles. Zhang Jingyi saw Li Yongsheng run away and hated him in her heart, but her face remained serene and she asked little apricot for a fruit and coaxed little white to stay. Dirtbag, Xiao Bai. We're not going. It's fine to look at the scenery here. Great uncle, second uncle, and third uncle, you're here too. The 3 uncles were a little nervous. For a moment they did not know what to shout. The third uncle just shivered out of an eternity. Was the eldest uncle hooted a slap? Marquis, big uncle, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. How in Yongsheng still recognize life? Cannot shout like this, or my mother peeled my skin. A mischievous remark lightened the mood, and my great uncle was relieved. Yongsheng, your grandfather specifically confided, we are here on behalf of Taoran village. We can't just climb the family, saving you the trouble. How many people came from the village? Uncle Sam pointed to the row of carts behind him. 8 cars, plus the 3 of us and 16 men, are estimated to be able to exchange more than 30 bags of rice. Go to my house when you're done changing. My mother and Shu are at home. Eat before you go. Li Yongsheng turned around and pointed down at the sheriff who was playing around with Xiao Bai. There is an honored guest at home. I can't leave for a while. I'll pay a visit to the house when the honored guest is gone. The 3 uncles are very happy. The little Yongsheng has become a big official or the same as before. The apprehension in his heart is put down, and the big uncle said with a straight face, Yongsheng, you are doing great things now. There is no need to think about it at home. Your grandfather was so happy when he heard that you were Crown Marquis that he hadn't gotten drunk for years, and when he got drunk that night, his mouth was still chattering about little Yongsheng. After half a day of chatting with the 3 uncles, and almost next to them, little apricot suddenly came over, holding 3 golden beans. You are the Marquis uncles, right? This is a reward from the county princess. No need to kneel. Hurry up and take it. 3 uncles rushed to take over. Some do not know what to do. Li Yongsheng also confused. What does it mean? What is the meaning of this? What is the trouble with the dark girl again? The 3 big shiny golden beans envied the folks next to them. How much grain can be bought? Xiao Xinger came to Li Yongsheng's side. Marquis, the sheriff doesn't want to watch anymore. She wants to go home and play mahjong. Li Yongsheng glanced at the pretentious sheriff. This is end enough but it was indeed inappropriate to keep being treated like a monkey here. You guys go on back. I'll go in and make the arrangements. Inside the busy not happy, Chao Shangzheng with the township official, aunt and second aunt with dozens of maids, checking, weighing, calculating, moving rice, are crowded in a house. Some turn around not open. Li Yongsheng pointed to a group of big geese and small geese, a group of girls. Auntie, you take your second aunt and the geese and they will open another warehouse. Both sides will exchange together. The townspeople, it's almost as good, and there's no need to be so strict. The 2 warehouses together to collect goods. The speed is suddenly raised. Li Yongsheng looked for a while, basically about the same. More can change about 50 bags of rice, less only more than 10 bags, but received more than 10 bags of also not frustrated. Should be the reason why the village is small. After sending off her uncle who had finished exchanging the grain and returning home, Zhang Jingyi had already changed out of her dress and was drying her rice in her flowery cloth clothes. Marquis, is it that you don't want to go? Love that feeling? Don't like it? Not at all. My ambition is still to go into the mountains and hunt and gather. Then it is this sheriff who is holding you back, is it not? Zhang Jingyi suddenly turned to little apricot. No eyesight. Can't you see that your Grand Marquis is hungry? You just know how to eat and eat and eat. Li Yongxing took the apricot, handed over the oil cake and a bowl of frustrated chicken. Some worry. There is nothing to eat. There is a need to go to the Pinyin Township, Pussy, to get some beef and mutton back. Right, the time to send wine is also up. Tomorrow, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Is the Marquis at home? Steward Li's voice. Just thought of delivering the wine. Steward Li is here. Can't wait. Li Yongxing went out of the courtyard and saw Butler Li standing respectfully outside, and behind him were 3 cars, all pulling things. Marquis, the master knows that you are busy, sent me over to pull the wine, and also brought some ingredients for the county princess, and I do not know what the county princess likes to eat. The family has some of the pull. The day is cooler, but also can be put in the house. Li Yongxing also did not polite, is worried about no food. Wang, member of the Too Thoughtful. Uncle Li, let's put everything in the wine shop. Let's go. I'll take you guys to move the wine. Marquis, cannot dare to call Uncle Li again. Shouting in Old Li, I feel doubly affectionate. Li Yongxing swallowed the oil cake in his hand in a few bites. Uncle Li, there is no need to be so outgoing. I was worried about not having the ingredients to cook. I was also thinking of going to deliver the wine tomorrow to buy some beef and mutton back. Save me the leg. Go back and thank Master Clerk for me. Supplies are moved to the East House prepared for Uncle Chang. Li Yongxing looked very satisfied. Beef and mutton, all kinds of vegetables, bacon, sausage, beef jerky, air-dried chicken, enough to hobo for a period of time. Steward Li suddenly said mysteriously, Marquis, his lordship often praises you these days. If it wasn't inappropriate to come over, he would have come to you for a drink. His lordship asked me to ask you secretly, when will County Princess Yongning leave? Li Yongxing commanded the household guards brought by Steward Li to carry the wine, and sniffed with a bitter smile. I don't know. There's no intention of leaving yet. After breakfast, the mahjong table was set up. Li Yongxing was a little distracted, and he ordered 3 times in a row for tonless. Marquis Yongshang, where is the Marquis residence going to be built? Marquis? What is it? Li Yongxing looked at Tonless a little confused. Little winged life, you don't think you'll be done by giving you a Marquis, do you? Tonless Chief Steward, give him a talking to, so as not to be humiliated when the matter comes to a head. Tonless Chief touched the mahjong to Li Yongxing science, sealed the Marquis to build the Marquis house. This winter is not built. The next year in the spring is estimated to come to the people. Chapter 109, Yu Qing's Return. Li Yongxing heard and understood, but in his heart did not care. His own new home and new courtyard, living quite comfortable, and courtyard sets and servants and maids, not suitable for his own obscene development. The grain exchange along the former river continued until dark, when the village hunting party took over the guarding duties, protecting the townspeople who were clearing the land during the day, and watching over the outskirts of the warehouses at night. Chao Yuanqing had already left and had to patrol other villages after completing the grain exchange mission. He couldn't keep guarding Yongla village. The hunting team consciously set up a broomcorn hut outside. Li Yongxing ate dinner and checked the warehouse. Into bags of grain exchange almost tomorrow, and then people will exchange the big tonsy grain. Master Huang San, labor a little at night. You give a good memory. From now on, I don't care about the daytime earnings. Every night each person plus 2 pounds of rice. Marquis, can't be. We share the rice already more than the folks. Marquis, do not mind if you call me Old Huang on it. Really cannot afford to be this third master. According to the generation is the need to shout Huang grandfather. But see Huang San fearful appearance. Li Yongxing also no longer difficult for him. Not a surname. There is no need to be too serious. That's fine. Lao Huang. The rice is settled. As long as the participation is there, the night does not have to be all shifts. You give the allocation of the team. Each point has 2 people patrol is good. Marquis, when Chao Xiangzheng left, he said that he would let us guard the place for 2 nights first, and that he would send someone over to take over in the next 2 days. It's okay. He looks at theirs. You look at yours. Tomorrow morning to find Sun Dazhuang. Let him take the construction team to build a few more houses. Now live in the shack is not cold yet. When it snows in a few days, can't stay out there. Built on all sides. Can live in people on the line. It's best to dish out a Kong. Auntie came out with the big geese and the little geese locking the door. Yang Shang, this is the account of today's exchange. Take a look at it. Li Yongxing took the ledger book. Auntie, tomorrow I will come over to replace it. You take Sister Big Goose and Sister Little Goose to continue dispensing the medicine. There is no shortage of materials. Try to dispense a little bit more before the next time Liang Xianzuan comes. Don't disclose the matter of the account to the outside. Sister Big Goose, Sister Little Goose, you also have to pay attention to it. Don't say it to anyone who asks. The 3 of them nodded their heads together, and although the aunt did not understand Li Yongxing's intentions, she would strictly abide by what Yongxing had entrusted to her. Li Yongxing is also a helpless move. More than 100,000 pounds of grain, so look at it is not visible, but if the exchange is complete, sooner or later to see the clues. Good thing that Chow Yuanqing is going to go on patrol, as long as the aunt is no longer involved in the exchange, and wait for the next time the grain comes over. Everything is solved. It is time to go back to tell stories. This sheriff has no intention of leaving yet, and thanks to the fact that he is now too busy to go into the mountains, or else Li Yongxing's heart will be itchy and uncomfortable. Temperatures drop. The night is a little cold. The yard is no longer suitable to stay. Li Yongxing chose the wine shop. The stove is born. The little apricot poured tea set up the snack nuts sent by Li housekeeper. Li Yongxing fused the cartoon began to blindly make up, eating the fruits fed by Zhang Jingyi day after day. Xiao Bai's resistance declined a bit, and although he still wouldn't let her touch it, he got used to lying down next to the flue and listening to the story. Next to the immortal Wang, there are two children. One is a crane that has become a spirit, and the other is a white deer that has become a spirit. Xiao Bai Shabu stood up, tilted his head and looked at Li Yongxing for a while with his big, cute eyes, but then suddenly, as if he remembered something, he hurriedly went back and got down, and his little head was buried in Li Yongxing's legs, as if he didn't dare to see anyone. Li Yongxing looked at Zhang Jingyi and shook his head to continue to explain. This little guy has long been able to understand human language. Pretend. Continue to pretend. The story was told. The night was late, and Zhang Jingyi had just turned back out of the wine shop. Eternal life. I want to sleep on the bed too. It's a little early, and it'll get hot during the day if you burn a lot of fires. Why are you so stupid? Why don't you burn less fire? Alright, I'll have my mother move your bunks tomorrow, just as I'm going to the warehouse to exchange grain. Early in the morning, Li Yongxing woke up early and practiced archery, ate some breakfast and let his mother help Zhang Jingyi move her bunk, and brought Xiao Bai to the warehouse. Huang San's group of people were a little depressed. It looked like they hadn't been scared all night. After all, the warehouse was loaded with a large amount of food. Marquis, yourself? You go back and call the half-grown boys at home over. They can't help much with the opening of the land, so follow me today to cash in the grain. Huang San family has only 2 daughters, but heard or for those boys happy half a day. The marquis with people never treat. A boy a day to earn food is not less than the family's laborers. The should be changed yesterday are almost changed, and then some unannounced mountain nooks and crannies. Li Yongxing let Xiao Bai lying around, waiting for a group of boys to arrive. Began a day of busy. The marquis personally exchanged food, which left the townspeople nestled in the mountain nooks and crannies a bit at a loss, picking and choosing from the herbs prepared in the village, and sneaking even the ones with a hint of a blemish into their pockets and bags. Black heartfruit are measured in buckets, tested a few times. A big bucket is about 900. Li Yongxing all gave by 1,000 count. Small bucket can be loaded with about 90. Are in accordance with 100 collection. Yesterday is so exchange. This thing and sour beans almost big. Really if 1 by 1 count. Exchange after these villages estimate also over the new year. Dozens of small villages, redeemed before the noon meal. Li Yongxing arranged a shift for the child. Half eat half guard. Just guard the shack outside the warehouse. Xu Dazhuan with the construction team has begun to build the warehouse on each of the 4 sides of the leveling of an open space. Brother Dazhuan, help look after it, and let the little children go to my house to shout at me if they come to exchange food. Marquis, don't worry, I'm here to keep an eye on it, and lunch will be eaten here today. In the afternoon the child did not come to send a message, but Yuqing masters came back, with the emperor's reward of damask and silk and gold and silver to the door of Li Yongxing's house, did not dare to enter the courtyard, waiting outside for Li Yongxing to come out. The 2 men's opinions are very unified. The crank plow is Li Yongxing do, although they learned the craft into the capital to get the reward. That reward should also be Li Yongxing. Li Yongxing and then rewarded them to be considered theirs. Li Yongxing pulled back the reward. The emperor is also generous enough. 2 ingots of gold treasures, 10 ingots of silver treasures, a car of silk and satin, as well as a few boxes of pastries that have changed in quality. Li Yongxing sweated furiously. This is really did not give up eating. Uncle Hu, good intentions I appreciate. Things you take back, do not show white. The reason why you let you go to the imperial city is for this. Today rest day. Starting tomorrow you 2 masters take turns to me to guard the warehouse. By the way, you see the warehouse? See, Big Strong told us all about it. Outside I'll arrange for a hunting party to stand guard. You 2 masters will guard the inside. Marquis, I know the importance of the granary. Why don't we start tonight? There is no hurry. Hurry home and rest. Those pastries are bad, never eat again. Set up an incense offering. Chapter 110, Prefect's Physique. On the last day of October, Zhang Jingyi was fidgeting. Tomorrow she would meet the legendary character. Although Uncle Chang did not necessarily see him, but still full of small expectations, Zhang Jingyi on one side to supervise. Li Yongxing did not dare to load the basket with brown sugar, estimated that the last certainly not eaten up. This time to say hello to Uncle Chang. Eat too much, diabetes is not worth the loss. Sheriff, Uncle Chang's Mount Little Flower likes sausages a lot, and housekeeper Lee has sent so many. Hey, ask me what I'm doing. I don't eat that stuff. You didn't eat those pastries from Steward Lee either. That little flower wants to eat, just feed. Enough to eat. Not enough you send someone to go to Ping'an Township, and then let King Ding Hai send a few cars. Enough is enough. Sheriff, I can only ask with Uncle Chang. I can't say more than that, in case Uncle Chang doesn't see you. Young Shang, do you think this sheriff's lord is someone who was unreasonable? That did not. The sheriff combines wisdom and beauty. Stop it. Any more nausea and I'll have apricot whip you. No tongue in the south room, bitter smile. Usually he is never dare to eavesdrop, involving the county master's safety. No tongue, heart full of worry. Know that this time is not able to stop the county master. There is a kind of powerlessness on the head. In the Dakian country themselves, not to say that they are not a stable first, that is also ranked in the top 5 masters. But in the front of the mysterious master is not enough to look at all. Early in the morning, Li Yongsheng stopped the pharmacy. The production line was removed into the Daniel family. The pharmacy and the wine shop were emptied, so that the village Zhangjiang gave a notice to suspend to go to the back of the mountain to open up the land today. Worrying that Uncle Chang does not come, Li Yongxing took Xiaobai to the back of the mountain. At Li Yongxing's house, Zhang Jingyi was indecisive, hesitating between the sheriff's dress and the wild girl's flowery clothes, and finally, ruthlessly, put on the rustic flowery cloth clothes. Just after practicing archery for a while, and familiarizing herself with the essential movements taught by Little Apricot, Uncle Chang came, and Little Flower was still carrying 2 large backpacks. Winged life, that was a nice archery move just now. Who did you learn it from? Uncle Kung. Li Yongxing was surprised and was worried about what to say when the opportunity it came. Uncle Strong, it's a sheriff, the girl who followed me to see you last time. Not bad, the master is a master. Follow the practice well, it will be better with the eternal life technique. Li Yongxing was pleasantly surprised and abnormal, something that Uncle Chang had recognized. It must be excellent. Uncle Kung, going back to the wine shop? Lead the way. Li Yongxing affectionately touched Little Flower's big head, and Little Flower grinned as if she was smiling, but the smile was quite scary. Uncle Chang beckoned to Xiaobai, who honestly came forward and cocked his little head waiting to be petted. Little Flower, get down. Little Flower knelt on her front legs, and Uncle Strong fished a fruit out of the basket, purplish red, with a smooth surface, sort of like a large nectarine. Smells good, doesn't it? Eyes keep glancing into the basket. Taste it. Little White's big budding eyes blinked and blinked, picking up the fruit and puffing and gnawing on it, some enjoyment in his big eyes. Back to the wine shop, Li Yongsheng and Daniel unloaded the goods, 2 big basket full of the kind of fruit that Xiaobai just ate. Uncle Chang went into the wine shop to bake himself. The green frost of early winter is very strong. Uncle Chang, you sit down peacefully first, I'll go cook and go. That little girl is a county princess. She wants to see Little Flower very much. Can you ask her to bring Little Flower some food? Uncle John nodded. That just don't let over. Li Yongsheng sweated profusely. Is it talking about Chief Tunless? Saying this was heard by Tunless. I wonder if it would be embarrassing. Next door to the next yard, Tunless Chief breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now he was locked by a, if not a breath of air. Did not do any struggle, and could not do any struggle. The breath disappeared. Tunless understood that this expert did not have any malicious intent. Back in the courtyard, Zhang Jingyi was dressed in a flowery cloth dress like a neighborhood girl. Take Xiao Shu Xinger, sausages, bacon, as much as you can, and go feed Little Flower. Zhang Jingyi's eyes lit up. Shu and I fried 4 dishes first. Should we bring them over for Uncle Chang to sip his wine first? Yes, bring it over. Bring more steamed buns, and bacon sausage sandwiched between the buns to feed Little Flower. When the 3 left, Li Yongsheng hurriedly fried vegetables. The only vegetables left in the garden were cabbage and radish, but housekeeper Li sent a lot. Bamboo shoots, mushrooms and several kinds of greens. By the time Li Yongsheng finished his busy frying, his mother and aunt carried a panel of oil cakes from the yard of Daniel's house. Shu, Apricot, come back and serve the food. The 4 people came back together. Daniel carried the oil cake, Zhang Jingyi beautifully served the plate, and looked at Li Yongsheng with flickering eyes. Thank you. Li Yongsheng pointed to the east, signaling that Uncle Chang could hear him. In the wine shop, the stove was baking warm. 3 maids served xiaohua for dinner. Uncle Chang's table was set with a variety of dishes, and Tanshan wine and Monshan wine were rotated. Uncle Chang, would you like to try the sorghum wine? It's freshly brewed and smells pretty good to me. Up. Li Yongsheng took a small altar and poured it, and then Uncle Chang smelled it. Not bad. This time bring an altar of this and an altar of Tanshan wine. With a full stomach and wine, Uncle Chang was satisfied, and after checking the kung fu of Li Yongsheng and Daniel, he beckoned to Zhang Jingyi and grabbed his wrist to feel it. Woman child, you have a cold constitution. Is it easy to be afraid of cold in winter? Zhang Jingyi nodded in surprise. Uncle Chang, It gets cold at night now, and I'm sleeping on the Yongxing family's dirt bed. Uncle John pointed down to the pile of fruit that had been poured out. Let eternal life teach you the technique of longevity. That purple smoke fruit is one a day. Use it for less than 3 months and your body will be transformed. Zhang Jingyi fluttered to her knees. Startlingly Yongsheng. Uncle Chang, Jingyi kowtows to you. This coldness has been with me since I was a child. Every winter is like torture. Hiding in a warm room and not daring to go out. Thank you for Uncle Chang's great kindness. Zhang Jingyi respectfully kowtowed 3 times, and Uncle Chang raised his hand. No matter, I happen to know some of it. Little Flower is also full. This time it is really full. Dozens of pounds of sausage and bacon, a colander of large steamed buns, and half a panel of fritters. Xiao Shu and Little Apricot are tickling Little Flower, and Little Flower's horrible big face is full of enjoyment. Shu, come here. Uncle John pinched Shu. Good practice. Do you still have the yellow ginseng fruit? Eat one in 2 days if you have one. Uncle Chang, there's more. There's still 1,000 more. Young Shang, prepare lunch. That apricot come here. Little Apricot was full of excitement. Did she have a chance too? Uncle Chang pinched Ba a few times and said more than a dozen phrases, which were obscure and difficult to understand. But Xinger looked like she understood, and with the same face of surprise, she flung herself on her knees. Uncle Chang seemed to be happy as well, and finished tasting a jar of sorghum wine, closing his eyes and reminiscing. Wingnut, all of you go out. I'll rest for a while, and in addition prepare lunch and eat it before we leave. Uncle Chang, the East Room is ready for you. All the bedding is there. Go over there and rest? Uncle John looked at the layout of the East Room with great satisfaction, and the flue from the winery came through, just as warm and dry. Chapter 111, The Stone Tablet. At Li Yongxing's house, Zhang Jingyi shines with tears and pulls Li Yongxing into the pothouse. Xiao Shu tries to follow and is pulled back by Xinger. Thank you, Sheriff. Do you need to be so polite? You don't understand. After all these years, I dreaded the winter. Now there is hope. Can you imagine the joy in my heart? Li Yongxing splashed cold water. The Sheriff Lord seems to have forgotten that practicing the eternal life technique is like an old lady dancing. Zhang Jingyi's eyebrows flowed and she pushed Li Yongxing. Hurry up and get out. Dare to steal into this county princess's boudoir. Let Xinger whip you. It was not intimidating, but rather like pampering, and Li Yongxing shook his head breathlessly. I'm going to prepare lunch. Apricot, help. Little Apricot looked like she had gotten a lot of benefits, and those mnemonics were very important to her. Marquis, feel free to arrange whatever you want me to do. That's not the kind of person who says that. Okay. Facing the pretty maid, Li Yongxing admitted that he was thinking a little crookedly. Uncle Chang left after lunch, and his last words made Li Yongxing ecstatic. Young Shang, there's no need to prepare anything for next month. I'm here and I'm not leaving. After sending Uncle Chang away, Zhang Jingyi quietly looked at Li Yongxing. What's wrong? I have flowers on my face? Hurry up and teach my old lady to dance. Go to the wine shop. Can't be seen. Xinger, go and talk to Tunles. Let him go to Ping'an Township. Ask King Ding Hai to send a message to my Anti-Empress Dowager and also my imperial cousin. Just say that my innate cold temperament has been saved. I won't be going back first, so that they can feel at ease. And in addition send another one to my father king, so that he doesn't have to worry. Li Yongxing took Dinyo and Xiao Shu to the purple smoke fruit all loaded up, moved back to their own house locked into a large cabinet. Just this half a day's time, was Xiao Bai built dozens of it, in the patio of the wine shop. It was originally Dinyo's territory, but it turned out that Dinyo was driven out by Zhang Jingyi. Li Yongxing took Zhang Jingyi's old lady to dance, and Xinger came back to try to serve the sheriff, and was driven out with a rebuke. Meditation. After a set of punches, Li Yongxing made an observation. Sheriff, I've tried it a few times. The everlasting skill has more feeling when practiced in the wilderness. Don't sleep in starting tomorrow morning. Come with us to the back of the mountain. How about Xinger teaches us to practice arrows, and I'll teach you how to play boxing? Zhang Jingyi was a bit hesitant. She really didn't want to get up early, especially on a crisp, cold morning, but eventually nodded her head. I'll teach you archery tomorrow. Xinger has only learned a little bit. Something that can make Uncle Chang sure is definitely not ordinary. Li Yongxing instructed this Zhang Jingyi eternal life skill, and in turn Li Yongxing and Dinyo's archery skills are rapidly progressing. Xiao Xinger and Xiao Shu are also following the hustle and bustle, and the valley in the back of the mountain is very lively every morning. Pippi Wanhuan has grown a little more. His bark is still milky, and white is often missing, returning whenever everyone is ready to go home for dinner after practice. When Zhang Jingyi had some feelings about the eternal life skill, Liang Shantai came back. The fleet size didn't change, and the grain was still 200,000 caddies, and it took a lot of strength to bump around in small boats all day, loading grain against the current, and the boatmen were all exhausted after arriving. Prefect, did the line go well? Marquis, thanks to your Hongfu, everything went well. 13,000 copies of the pills were sold for exactly 7,750 taels of silver. The price of food fell back a little bit. A total of 500,000 pounds of rice and 500,000 pounds of wheat were ordered. 800,000 pounds were put into the county warehouse. And this time, 100,000 pounds of rice and 100,000 pounds of wheat were brought in. Li Yongsheng looked towards Chao Yuanqing, who had come on the scent. All the openings have stopped. Organize people to unload the cargo. Also organize the families to cook. And let the shipwrights rest this time. Liang Shantai has lost some weight, but his eyes are shining. Marquis, will you continue to sell medicine and buy food? Li Yongsheng touched Chao Bai, who was also following the fun. How the drugs are reacting. But there's too much surplus. That's not true. More than 10,000 copies only. Just one Cebu province digested all. I heard that the royal family and the Ministry of the Army have gone to Cebu City to order. Want to expand the market outward? There is no medicine at all. Li Yongsheng introduced Liang Shantai to the newly built guardhouse. This is a long-term deal. After the grain is full of silo, the people open up the land in a hurry to send down. The granary is full. There is no need to enter a large number of grain. Shanyun River ice can only be changed to land transportation. But after the ice is thick enough, can be a horse-drawn plow. This side of the drug will be non-stop production. Before the beginning of the spring is still mainly food. After the beginning of the spring into a number of poultry and livestock. Just rely on farming is not rich. The biggest advantage of our Qingyuan County is that the land is vast and sparsely populated. And next year, we will vigorously invest in grazing and breeding. The Marquis has devoted himself to the welfare of the people. Shantai admires it. County honors. There is no need to be like this. I count what kind of blood. Let's talk properly. And solve the people's food and clothing. You do not need a trip to follow the leg. A magistrate to do caravan leader is not suitable. Find a suitable person for you. Stable and solid, some on the line. Liang Shantai was shocked in his heart. The entrance and exit of the merchant fleet is a big deal. Is the Marquis uneasy with himself? Marquis, is there a suitable candidate? I do not have. What kind of people around me you are not unaware of? From the county court. Do not need to be too smart. And do not need him to sell drugs. Can count good dealings will be good. Liang Shantai sighed in relief. It was not directed at himself. And he really wasn't fit to throw away his livelihood to keep drumming up food. Prefectural honors. There is no need for you to unload the food. Rest in place after eating. I'll have them send over the pills. The sheriff is there, so I won't take you home. Marquis, rest assured. Shantai know how many kilograms he has. At the moment the food is the fundamental to keep the item on the veil. Marquis, go ahead. Okay, then wait for the cold winter leisurely, we will then plan together. Next year, in case of a bumper wheat harvest, 2 ripe a year. Food without worry. Think about the big plan to get rich. I went home and found my aunt in the pharmacy. And the little girl didn't have to carry the grain this time. There wasn't much she could have done. 2 pounds of rice a day. And she was no longer obsessed with that little bit of grain. Auntie, how many servings of the pills have been made? 23,000 something. Is that enough? Count as much as you can. Send a maid to keep an eye on the river. And when you've finished unloading the grain, have Dinyo push the crate and send it over. Zhang Jingyi was very serious. Learning that the everlasting skill together with the purple smoke fruit could solve the een and cold problem of her physique. Mahjong was no longer played, and food was no longer demanded. She practiced every day after eating, occupying a corner of the medicine workshop to feel the active popularity of the practice. Yang Shang, that magistrate has shipped grain again? Or 200,000 pounds. Enough. We have this piece of 7 or 8 townships to come here to receive the opening of the grain. The rest are to the county wharf to receive. Will soon be frozen. After the ice is considered a real farming idol. In addition to drumming some water wheel aqueducts, not much work. Has that stone monument been built yet? Is it true that this sheriff's name is at the top? Li Yongqing's brain instantly turned 100 circles. The sheriff also care about this? Not surprisingly, it has not really been built. Chapter 112, The First Snow. Looking at Li Yongqing touching his head, Zhang Jingyi didn't have a good temper. You're not fooling those rich families, are you? It's not proper to go back on your word. County magistrate, don't worry. Setting up a monument is not a trivial matter. Liang magistrate is busy running around transporting grain. This time go once more. Come back and wait for the winter leisure to slowly engage in. Your great name will definitely be at the top. On the afternoon of November 10th, a strong northwesterly wind blew. The temperature was dropping dramatically, and Zhang Jingyi felt that the Kong in the pothouse was not warm anymore. So she drove Dinyo to watch the door of the medicine workshop, and took Xinger and Xiaoshu to live in the wine workshop. Li Yongshang moved a few bags of charcoal for distilling alcohol. The stove burned red. Zhang Jingyi was still shivering, waiting for the temperature in the room to come up to be slightly more comfortable. Zhang Jingyi for the first time showed a helpless and heartbreaking smile. Marquis, I'm sorry to hear that. Li Yongqing only felt that the cold physique was afraid of cold in the winter, but he did not expect it to be so serious. It has not snowed yet. It is estimated that the temperature is only close to 0 degrees. Sheriff, try playing the eternal life technique once. It might be able to alleviate some of it. Then I'll try. Marquee, out. The old lady doesn't dance that well. Li Yongqing went back home, took a few purple smoke fruits, and brought Little White over as well. Little White, aren't you also afraid of the cold? Stay here first, there will be fruit to eat at night. Little White looked at Zhang Jingyi, who was practicing boxing, as if she was a bit hesitant, and finally took a fruit and stood in front of the stove, looking at the ground and then at Li Yongqing. Wait, I'll move the nest for you. Li Yongqing hurriedly ran back and picked up Little White's warm nest as a whole, reached out and touched 2 yellow ginseng fruits, and returned to the wine shop, where Zhang Jingyi's pale face already had some redness. Marquee, thanks for the reminder. The everlasting skill is indeed useful. Xinger, wash me a purple smoke fruit. Dinner in the wine shop. Li Yongqing made spicy hot pot. Thin slices of meat shabu for a while can be dipped in peanut sauce. Zhang Jingyi appetite, drank a little sorghum wine. Not a moment later to let the apricot child to remove the fur velvet cloak. Coming out of the wine shop, Li Yongqing arranged for Tungless to go and find Mr. Wang overnight, and gave 2 sketches, asking Mr. Wang to prepare copper for Mr. Feng blacksmith to build a mandarin duck hot pot, and to build a pure copper stove. No Tongue old face smiled out of the folds, was still a little worried. Heard the sheriff practice longevity skills really work. The heart has already taken Li Yongqing as a lifesaver. No horse, take the drawings to pull the leg and run. Blink of an eye, disappeared in the vast cold night. After arranging the tongueless chief, the sky suddenly sprinkled with light snow. It was already the middle of November. As long as it snowed, the weather would only get colder and colder, and the opening of the land could be stopped. Li Yongqing groped the dark to go to the township Zhang's home. Chao Yuanqing live in the village Zhang's home of the village. This official second generation of the township Zhang is very satisfied with the current life. Worry countless, but can see hope. He understands that all this is that the brother Marquis to bring. Eating meals and drinking Li Yongqing sent Tanshan wine. Life is full of hope. Is Uncle Muramesa home? The Marquis is here. Chao Shangzheng, greet him together? Words are not finished. Li Yongqing pushed open the door into the house. The townspeople, or the habit of pushing the door into the house. Brother Chao, looking for you to discuss something. Brother Marquis, isn't it a matter of cooling down the land to stop opening it? Li Yongqing refused the invitation from the village head and sat on the edge of the Kong swinging his legs. Uncle Village Zhang, you guys continue to eat? I just accompanied the sheriff to eat hot pot. Brother Chao, it's not just cooling down, it's snowing outside. Stop working, tomorrow we will start counting the data of open fields. After counting, hurry up and distribute the grain. Li Yongqing waited for Chao Yuanqing to finish eating to continue the arrangement. Open land reward food to increase some. Liang Xianzuan's team is estimated to go back, but also a large number of food shipped in. The people do not have enough to eat. Food in the warehouse is not a solution, this time more than open land. Water Conservancy project also pay a lot. Each acre of barren land award 100 pounds of food. Send people to notify the townships and towns. In accordance with this incentive, the statistics finish to the village as a unit near the first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money. Chao Yuanqing and Muramesa hurriedly rose and arched their hands. Marquis, would 100 pounds be too much? After all, each village has a minimum of 20 acres of barren land. That's 2,000 pounds. Li Yongqing gestured for the two to sit down peacefully. 2,000 pounds is quite a lot. Take Yongla village. It's only about 20 pounds to be distributed to each household. 20 pounds of grain is not much. After all, everyone has been busy for almost a month. Leaving the village head home, Li Yongqing went to the warehouse. Snow. Remind everyone to keep warm. The night watchman Yu Qing is ready to go to bed. Worried about burning the grain, did not dare to build a fire. A few beds of bedding sandwiched between the grain bags. The night will not be too cold. Standing by the river bank to feel the drifting snowflakes, Li Yongqing thought of last year in the river and in fishing fish. Just less than a year's time. Life has changed drastically. The trajectory has also changed, but their own ideals are still deep in the mountains and old forests, and so on everything into the right track. They and Ding Yo can be considered a martial arts, and by then into the end of the line. Just as he reached the house, he was stopped by Apricot, who was carrying a lantern. Marquis, the story of the night is yet to be told. Li Yongqing slapped his forehead, lamenting the persistence of this county princess, who was freezing into a dog and still hadn't forgotten the story. The distillery's distillation south room became the sheriff's boudoir, and Zhang Jingyi didn't think much of being offended. Sitting at the heel of the stove and hugging Xiaobai, waiting for Li Yongqing to tell a story. Quickly tell us whether the one with 3 eyes is a bad guy or a good guy. And that Xinxiang, did she save her mother in the end? Neza finished his story a long time ago, and Li Yongsheng is now talking about the three-eyed Yang Jian and the roaring dog, who accidentally blurted out a Xinqiang, and as a result was endlessly questioned, and had no choice but to tell the story of Xinqiang saving his mother. Sheriff, don't be anxious, if you want to know the result, I can finish it in a few words, but knowing the result and then listening to it won't be much fun. Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes and waved her hand to signal Li Yongxing to continue. Looking at Xiao Xinger a little anxious, the sheriff is becoming less and less of a sheriff. After a paragraph of storytelling, Li Yongxing aptly left the suspense, and again caused Zhang Jingyi a burst of blank stares, every time, so that other people are not up and down. Apricot, don't forget to put the lid on when you add the charcoal. Marquis, rest assured, I am here. Early in the morning, the snow stopped, the ground only spread a thin layer. Li Yongxing as usual to go to the back of the mountain boxing and practicing arrows, quietly shouted Ding Yo. The sheriff, this body is not suitable for the past. Of course, the little apricot cannot go. Thin snow under a layer of thin ice, some slippery, turnips and cabbages are pulled out. Turned over the ground to step on a foot will also be sunk. The air is cold but very fresh. Winter is coming. Li Yongxing, some pity for the fruit of the mountain. And then into the mountain is estimated to be frozen. Right, played the Changsheng fist once. Unexpectedly feel the body warm, and usually seems to be not the same. Thought it was an illusion. Practicing archery has a new discovery. Before the tangible and godless action today is actually water. Li Yongxing holding 8 quan bao draw and shoot arrows. Sharp arrows with a bang. In a split second didn't enter the stone wall 300 meters away. Chapter 113, Copper Stove and Mandarin Duck's Pot. After practicing archery, Li Yongxing was elated, humming a little song as he returned to the door of his house. Chief Tunless returned and stood at the door of the wine shop, carrying a stove and a hot pot in his hand, made of pure copper and golden in color. Marquis, it's typed out. When is it going to be installed? Take it home first. When the sheriff wakes up. Wingnut, I'm awake. All done boxing. Got something good. Bring it in. Seeing the two strange bronze vessels, Zhang Jingyi's mind was a bit confused. Immortality. For what purpose? This is a charcoal stove. Later, and a little mud connected to the flue, burning up the house without the smell of smoke. This is a Mandarin duck pot, specializing in eating hot pot, half clear soup and half spicy soup. You can choose by their own preferences. Zhang Jingyi had just finished boxing. Her body wasn't so icy cold anymore, and she smelled warmth in her heart, wanting to do the Changsheng fist again. Marquis, aren't you going to distribute food? Don't delay the business. Just talk to Chief Tunless about how to get it and keep him busy. Li Yongxing strangely looked at the sheriff. So understanding? Some abnormal. Zhang Jingyi almost couldn't hold back her temper, but when she saw that Li Yongxing was comparing the stoves, she forced herself to put down the anger in her heart. I can't be used to exchange grain. Chao Xiang is in the middle of it. All villages have statistics. No one dares to misrepresent themselves. It's much simpler than exchanging pharmaceutical materials. After breakfast, Li Yongxing warmed the family's Kong. Let the sheriff first go back to warm up. Himself and Dinyo and yellow mud to replace the stove. The stove mouth connected to the flue, with mud paste airtight. Outside the fire baked dry, and then lit charcoal from the inside of the stove. Before the midday meal, the stove has been burning red. There were enough spirits in the brewery for several kinds of spirits, and there was no need to distill them for the time being, and my mother had brought my second aunt and Dazhang's daughter-in-law to join in the production of the pharmacy. After messing with the stove, Zhang Jingyi moved back, giving arrangements for the noon hot pot. Li Yongxing went to the warehouse along the front river alone. Snow did not stop the enthusiasm of everyone to receive food. The line is long, but the action is fast. Each village has a resident official messenger. As long as the number of reported to receive food is good, the actual area of open land exceeded everyone's imagination. The men and women of Yangla village were busy with this, and that only opened 20 acres. Other villages did not have less than 20 acres. Most of them were 30 or 40 acres. Marquis, everyone's enthusiasm is beyond imagination. It's all the men, women and children of the whole village acting together. The total amount of land opened up has exceeded expectations. Brother Chow, it's not solid to have no food in the house. How's the irrigation system coming along? It's only good land when there's water. It's all caught up. Some of the water trucks and water lifting systems are still being made, and they are all guaranteed to be ready before the freeze. Li Yongxing saw the three uncles again, in the middle of the line, with big smiles on their faces. First uncle, second uncle, third uncle, how many acres have you opened in your village? Winged Life, 42 acres. Is there food for the extra ones too? Yes, 100 pounds per acre. And your village will receive 4,200 pounds. Uncle San did some math and couldn't figure out how much grain his family was getting. Young Shang, you give a calculation. 150 households in our village. Our one big family is 4 to receive food. How much can we receive? 28 pounds for one family, 112 pounds for four. Third uncle's smile is even wider. The family is actually not short of food, but the farm can earn more than 100 pounds of grain. That strength does not count. It is like a free gift. The surrounding villagers' eyes gaze hot, silently counting the income of their village. Before the black heart fruit and herbs have been divided into dozens of pounds of rice, this time and then divided into dozens of pounds. Save a little bit of food. After the year basically worry-free. No longer have to worry about fleeing and wandering. After chatting with the three uncles for a while, he marched to the granary after the uncle who was next to the line. Which township and village? Taoran village. Ping'an township. How many acres? 42 acres. Who is responsible? An official immediately stepped forward. Lu Haizhu is in charge. 42 acres passed inspection. Taoran village. Ping'an township. 4,200 pounds of reward grain. Half rice and half wheat. Loaded. From my uncle's village came more than 40 men and 20 carts of 200 pounds each, and in groups of 2, the grain was soon loaded. Yang Shang, we still have to go back to distribute the food. We're following it back. Third uncle, there are more things to do these days, so I'll pay a visit some other time. After sending off the three uncles, Li Yongsheng chatted with uncle who inside the warehouse to watch the fun. The grain is going fast. The bags of it that were moved in last time have been distributed, and any more claims will have to be loaded from the canton. Li Yongsheng observed the officials on the township. All of them are exhausted. Dozens of villages to be stationed. There are not so many people. Many of them are a pick 2 or a pick 3. Brother Chow, how many messengers from your township will participate this time? Add me 26 men. There are not so many errand boys. Most of them are idlers mobilized from the countryside, but they are all doing very well. There are no cheats, and they are all very responsible. Li Yongsheng signaled Chao Yuanqing out of the warehouse to talk. Queuing up very few, the two came to the river. The river level is still very high, dredging basically little hope. Brother Chow, these errand boys can't be allowed to work for nothing. When the redemption of the grain from the open fields is finished, basically all of them are also free. Each of you will receive 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of wheat, and the other one person 5 pounds of tamarind mountain wine. In addition to the granary rotation, all of them go back to the township. Marquis, this isn't appropriate. We all have salaries, and those new ones can report food as well. Is it against the Torah? That's not true. Then it's a deal. You send your, I send mine. Just say it's a reward from the Marquis. In the coming year Ping'an Township will also be vigorously developed, and there's no shortage of them to contribute. Chao Yuanqing immediately turned into a fawning face. I thank the Marquis on behalf of everyone. Marquis, can I get my Tanshan wine replaced with Monsan wine? Li Yongsheng looked at Chao Yuanqing somewhat speechless. Brother Chao, just drink some wine. There is no need to be so careful. Want to drink yourself to carry, before you have to avoid suspicion. Now just say that it is the Marquis' reward is not finished. Chao Yuanqing hurriedly nodded his head. It is done. There will be no lack of wine in the future. Follow the Marquis to mix. Drink 3 times a day. The wine shop was quiet. Zhang Jingyi should have rested after eating the hot pot. Li Yongsheng returned to the courtyard. Saw Chief Tunless waving at him from the south room. Entered the south room. Tunless prepared the wine and food. You haven't eaten, have you? I've bothered your hall to fry a few dishes for you. Let's have a drink if you're not doing anything. Haven't really eaten. Just got back from the river. Tunless poured the wine, and Yongshengli tried to take the wine altar without agreeing. Marquis, make preparations? When the snow comes down and there is no fighting on the northern defense line, the sheriff's father and 3 brothers will come to visit. What are they doing here? Li Yongsheng has no reason to be shocked. What is wrong with himself? A thief's heart? There is nothing wrong with it. Is it because of the matter of the sheriff's physique? Chief Tunless nodded. 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. After so many years, the county lord's condition is getting more and more serious. The Dingbei king and the 3 generals have been worried about this. The news came from A Chang. Knowing that the county lord's physique can be improved, the Dingbei king and the 3 generals almost marched over on a long-distance march. Chapter 114, The Favored Sheriff. Tunless took a sip of the spirits and savored it with his eyes closed. Marquis, don't worry. They all came to be grateful to you. Not only the Dingbei king's family, the emperor is equally pleased with his dragon face. I heard that the Empress Dowager even went to burn incense and worship the Buddha specifically for this good news. Chief Tunless, how favored is the sheriff's mistress? Put it this way, royal 2 generations of princesses add up to 46. None can compare to the county princess. In Kyoto can offend princes and ministers, but also can offend the royal sons and daughters, and even can offend the vanguard. The vanguard enlightened very generally will not be because of who offend casually descended, but if you offend the county princess, even if his father is the court minister is also absolutely no way to live. Do not need to the vanguard and the Empress Dowager to do it. His father will be the legs broken to the vanguard. The first thing I want to do is to ask you whether you are dead or alive. Li Yongsheng violent cold. Ignorant people fearless He is not offended lightly. Big beautiful girl what called a lot. In the course of a meal, Chief Tunless and Li Yongsheng introduced the county princess in detail. Beyond Li Yongsheng's imagination, her father and 3 brothers were the linchpin of the northern defense line. The aunt who loved her the most was the Empress Dowager, and the emperor was a few years older than her, and had loved this cousin since she was a child. Li Yongsheng clenched his back teeth. This is if anyone who married is still not flat on his face. But the risk is also big. In case of offense may die without burial. Do not want that. The more beautiful the more unreliable. Their own ideal or wilderness mountains. Grain finished. The village gradually calmed down. More idle people. Uncle who and the village discussed. To each family scheduled rotation. There are benefits to be evenly distributed. Guarding the granary is a light work. The men of each family 5 days on duty can earn some food to supplement the family. 3 days passed. Zhang Jingyi felt that her body was much better than the days when it just snowed. After years of suffering, she was very clear about the changes in her body. In addition to the 3 meals a day and the mahjong in the afternoon and the stories in the evening, the rest of the time she practiced the skill of longevity. Her gaze when looking at Li Yongsheng changed a little bit. Li Yongsheng did not pay attention to it, but Tunless and Apricot, who were familiar with the county lord, were both aware of it. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the weather changed suddenly. A sudden overcast came up from the northwest, and before it got dark, the sky was sprinkled with flurries of snow. Overnight, the earth alpine is snow white. After the snow, the temperature fell sharply. Shangyun River's bay began to freeze. The main road because of the northwesterly wind and running water is not yet frozen. Liang Shantai came, rushed to the Shangyun River before the ice. Zhang Jingyi is not out. The plummeting temperature makes her very uncomfortable. Xiaobai also uncharacteristically, lying on the stove heel nibbling on the fruit. The head does not lift, the eyes do not open. When Li Yongsheng arrived, Xiao Yuanqing had finished arranging for the men and half-grown children to unload the cargo, and the women were at home preparing lunch for the boatmen. Li Yongsheng felt that Liang Shantai had aged a little bit, or it could be due to exhaustion. Yu Qing, the granary doesn't need to be looked after now. Go home and let Auntie fry 2 small dishes. Then go and find Dinyo to get a jar of sorghum wine. I'll have a small drink with the county honors. Yu Qing happily ran away, and Li Yongsheng looked at the tired-looking Liang Shantai. Prefectural honors. The huts over there are freshly built, convenient for the guards to keep warm at night. Go in and warm up. We'll have a drink in a while. Marquis, don't you need to keep an eye on it? 200,000 pounds of grain. Old Liang, I have to talk about you. You also know is 200,000 pounds of food. A bag to watch the end of the move? I feel that you are a few years old. Do not have to be so desperate. Food cannot be lost. To be properly decentralized. Go into the house. Back and forth shuttle 3 times. There is no hurry to go. Accompanied by this marquis to have a good drink. Li Yongsheng pushed Liang Shantai into the house. The house is not big. 2 beds and a table occupy most of the space. The doorway has a stove. Firewood into red charcoal. Li Yongsheng added some firewood. Closed the door to block the cold wind. Prefect, how much grain was pulled in total this time? 350,000 pounds were stored there in the county warehouse. 200,000 pounds were shipped here. And all the grain from the open fields was rewarded out, and the total surplus of the 2 warehouses is about 700,000 pounds, and 9,100 taels of silver notes are left. For you or? Food is almost enough. Look at this situation. Shangyun River will soon be frozen. At most 1 more trip. The next time it is estimated to have a horse-drawn plow. Silver tickets you hold on. The caravan is not easy to come and go back and forth. The reward is generous. Do not have to withhold for this Marquis province. Winter is approaching. The inspection of those cold houses, dangerous houses. The fill the move. Do not want to cause the tragedy of the frozen deaths. Marquis great virtue. Shantai 5 bodies. Marquis, Shangyun River's direction is northeast-southwest. The more downstream the warmer. There is nothing wrong with transporting again. This time or all the grain to be? Immediately the freezing cold. You can enter more meat groceries. Slowly put out. The people flat rate sales. To some widows and orphans to take care of some. At least the New Year's Day when you have to eat a meat dumplings. Not in a hurry. After the ice is closed there is no food shipment. The next time I come back I will give you a statute. The township set up a flat rate groceries. Supplies by the merchants to supply. Yu Qing came, carrying 4 hard dishes. Danielle followed carrying a basket of hot steamed buns and a jar of sorghum wine. Saw Yongsheng brother he smiled twice, put down the wine and went to join the carrying. Come, prefectural honor has labored hard. Yongsheng toasts you. Liang Shantai hastily raised his glass. Marquis, a mouthful of county honors. Old Liang is not comfortable. Just now outside that old Liang heard my heart warm. Or call Lao Liang it. Li Yongsheng held up his wineglass and smiled gently. Lao Liang, for all your labor and hard work, fill this cup. A glass of wine went down, and Liang Shantai smacked his lips a few times. Marquis, good wine. This could be sold for 100 when a caddy if the merchants were to take it out. You're underestimating the rich drunkards. My bid is 101. King Dinghai is in charge of the sales, and it's a tale of gold to sell. A pound or two of gold. That's all that's in short supply. Old Liang obviously had some ideas, and after hesitating for a long time he finally sighed. What? Think the wine's a little expensive? It's more than just a bit more expensive. 1 tael of gold, 10 won of copper, and 2,000 pounds of grain. Enough for a family of 4 to save for 3 years. So what? This hoe is robbing the rich to help the poor. Gold in the hands of the rich and stone no difference. A caddy of wine to change out. Earned silver money is still into the people's stomach in the end. Although the king outside the big head of earning. But donations of silver, donations of food also never ambiguous. Right, not to say that these useless. This time you don't want to go back to the county to hurry up to get a stone monument to the matter of the atmosphere. To solemnity, all the expenses this marquis is responsible for. This marquis cannot go back on his word. Seeing Liang Shantai hesitate for a moment before nodding, Li Yongxing knew that he still had his heart set on food. Don't hesitate to donate as much money and goods as you can in a grand way. 67 families, the lowest is 100 taels of green silver, the most is the king of Dinghai, 5,000 taels of gold. No matter how many, when the stone monument is erected all of them are invited to attend. This marquis will personally host a banquet. Chapter 116, Visits to Relatives. Liang Shantai walked away with painkillers, a whole 40,000 copies, another handsome income. The granary is full again, this time not ready to move. Even if the change of herbs and so on will have to be said in the spring, a distribution is not good. What not to do can eat and drink enough, will inevitably give birth to a group of lazy people. The Shangyun River is slowly starting to freeze. The day before yesterday it was just the bay. Yesterday it was spreading down the middle, and when I woke up this morning to check, there was only a 4 or 5 meter first aid area left in the middle. Liang Shantai action very quickly. Go back to the 3rd day. Chao Yuanqing with officials began to go down to the countryside to examine the dangerous houses. As the marquis of the residence, Yanla village by Chao Yuanqing personally responsible for the dangerous houses have. Summer floods soak a few, but do not live in the people. Really live in people's dangerous house only Denyo grandmother's family. Denyo's uncle is not a thing. See, the old man is not much use. From the door of the home to drive out, live and all around the leakage of the head off the mud of the old house. The family is not a thing. There is no management of the ask. The village justice do not want to take care of. Chao Yuanqing asked to understand the truth is a little difficult, but the orders of the marquis and the county dignitary is a household. Then you cannot favoritism because of the marquis. Li Yongxing's reply is to do things by the book. Chao Yuanqing with the township is communicating with Danio's uncle. The old man must be taken home after the year spring by the government to pay for the construction of the house. Worried about Danio's uncle does not do personnel. Chao Yuanqing deliberately threatened. If he heard of the abuse of the old man, then his family of 3 will be driven out of the village, and likely to be under the jail. Denyo's great uncle and aunt were bluffed. Small farming family. Family conflicts and village disputes may still be able to pop up 2 times, involving the orders of the marquis and the county honors. To give them 100 guts will not dare to make a fuss. The old lady back into the family, eat a hot full meal, finally repent of their behavior. Leaning on the crutches to go to the door of Li Yongxing's house and Denyo's house each shout out a few loud. A time to become the village after dinner talk. Li Yongxing is convincing the sheriff to visit her grandfather's house tomorrow. Zhang Jingyi even wants to go. How can this be? The temperature outside is getting lower and lower. In case it freezes the sheriff, disregarding the emperor and the empress dowager, just her Yama father and the 3 judge brothers can come to pick their own skins as well. Sheriff, I won't go if you have to follow. The center of Shangyun River is freezing. It's terribly cold outside. If something happens to you, will my whole family and village still have a chance to live? At ease, Marquis of Eternal Life. Don't be so agitated. My fox fur is warm. I'll leave when the sun comes out and come back when the sun doesn't set. It's fine. No, can't take you at risk. Want to go and wait for the physique to be controlled and then take you there. Honestly, bake the stove at home. I'll leave Xiao Bai to you always can. Zhang Jingyi boss unhappy, beaming little mouth cute. But no matter how cute Li Yongxing is not let go. Angry teeth itchy. Alright, this county princess is not going to go. I wanted to give you a face as a bumpkin. Good intentions made a donkey's liver and lungs. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Li Yongsheng laughed bitterly and exited the room. And Zhang Jingyi's voice resounded inside again. Don't forget the story of the night or I'll skin you. Early in the morning, Li Yongxing attentively made breakfast to send over, but also brought a bunch of fruit. Instructed the little apricot to take good care of the sheriff. so that the two sisters of the big geese and small geese to eat and go over to accompany the mahjong game. Their own breakfast to prepare a gift. A family of 4 on the second uncle's ox cart. Li Yongsheng drove the cart. Pulling the cart is a bull. The cow is already about to give birth. The second uncle emptied the south house. Built a stove to make a warm room. Yongsheng, what have you brought? I watched little apricot stuff you with a lot of it. Didn't you piss off the sheriff yesterday? Mother, there is no real anger. Otherwise I wouldn't have let Xinger prepare a gift for me. She really can't come out with that physique. She should have figured it out on her own. Before reaching the village of Taoran, it was seen by a few children playing with the ice by the river, and the ice stopped playing and ran wildly towards the village. The Marquis of Eternal Life is here. The Marquis of Eternal Life has gone pro. Quiet village instantly boiled. All know that the old Lin family has a nephew Marquis. The family's surplus food is also distributed by this Marquis. Can eat without having to flee the famine. All rely on this Yongsheng Marquis, and now really come. Must show the enthusiasm of the Taoran village. Just arrived at the head of the village. Li Yongsheng looked at the scene at the entrance of the village. Some headaches. Pressurized all the people. So idle? Indeed. It should be so idle. Kowtow to the Marquis. Li Yongsheng sat waxed. Grandparents and 3 uncles and brothers and sisters also all kneeled down in the crowd. All of you please get up. Today Yongsheng visited his relatives. All the fathers and mothers do not need to be polite. Hurry up and disperse. Taoran village's Muramesa took 2 steps forward. Marquis, do not blame. The townspeople have got the benefit of the Marquis. Heard that the Marquis came out specially to thank. I will dismiss. Do not dare to delay the Marquis to visit relatives. Alright, all go home. It's rare for the Marquis to go on a family trip, so don't delay the family reunion. The townspeople dispersed, and the village chief, seeing that Li Yongsheng had no intention of staying, drove a group of children away. Grandpa, Grandma, how and Shenger still see birth. You guys like this let grandson heart how good to feel. Grandpa had a kind look on his face, and Grandma gently stroked Li Yongsheng's cheek. Shenger is able to endure. Shenger is really able to endure. Grandmother's heart is soothed by this kneeling. Well, go home first. There's no telling how many people may be peeking through the door. 3 uncles are okay. A group of brothers and sisters are a little constrained. Li Yongsheng went up and everyone is familiar with some. Pulling the hand of the youngest 3rd uncle's little boy, accompanied the grandparents to the door of the house. Several of the children jumped into the ox cart driven by their father, and Shu climbed up and down in search of sweets and pastries for everyone. Shenger, is that princess still living in your house? Will she be difficult to serve? Grandfather, well served. The sheriff is very good-tempered and is learning kung fu with me. That's good. That's good. Don't offend anyone. I heard that her father is a prince. Don't pay attention to anything that is not as good as it should be. Plant more flowers and fewer thorns. Entered the house. Parents and a few aunts and uncles unloading. Li Yongsheng accompanied his grandparents into the house. The stove should be just born. The house is still some soot. Grandparents, should have come to see you earlier. The sheriff can't get away at home, and other things are troublesome. Delayed until now. Shenger, we are in good health, and there is no lack of food and drink. You can do great things to go. This time the village has distributed a lot of food. The villagers are all remembering your good. Grandpa did not dare to go out on the street. They see Grandpa praised you. Pulling me still do not let go. Have to say a morning to be done. Xiao Shu occupied the outside room and the distribution of gifts. 8 children. The largest of the 2 brothers of the great uncle's family also. 3 aunts and uncles have already begun to busy work. The mother wanted to help was pressed by them on the chair. Dead. 3 uncles accompanied their father in, and the 3rd grinned as he served tea and water, bubbling over with joy. Chapter 117, Departure to the county town. Lunch was sumptuous, all the things that Li Yongsheng liked. Small fried rooster, stewed hen with pine mushrooms, steamed red starfish, fried eggs with chili peppers, and so on and so forth made 2 big tables. 3 aunts and 8 children in the outer room to eat. Li Yongsheng family and grandparents and 3 uncles in the inner room, drinking the uncle's home-brewed original wine. Li Yongsheng usually do not like to drink Tanshan series of wine. On the contrary, I feel that it is still the original wine nourishing people. Grandpa, don't save on food and drink at home. The grain brewing simply doesn't run out. Don't let everyone go hungry. Yongsheng won't go hungry. 3 meals a day are dry. Often there is meat to eat, and you don't always worry about the family. Compared to the village folks, our big family is considered a rich family. Day after noon has been dusk. Li Yongsheng was carried on the ox cart by 3 uncles. Drink. Grandpa rare drunk. Early sleep on the hot bed. Father is also drunk. Good thing the big green ox is good behavior to recognize the road. Not slow to drive back. This side just left the village. 3 aunts and a group of children ran wildly towards the house. So many gifts. Mostly meat. Yongsheng, wake up. We're almost at the village. Don't let people see the joke. Li Yongsheng opened his eyes in a daze. just in time to see the water wheel standing on the east side of the village. Quickly rub your eyes. Chao Xiang is waiting for you in front. Li Yongqing shook his head and jumped off the carriage. Father, you guys go back first. Big brother Chao must have something for me. Father drove the ox cart around the corner. Chao Yuanqing hurried a few steps forward. Marquis Yongshang, a letter from the prefectural governor. The stone monument has been carved. The monument will be erected tomorrow at noon. Please make sure you arrive early. Brother Chao, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I've never been to the county town, and it takes a few hours to drive an ox cart. Chao Yuanqing has a black line. What is the difference between driving an ox cart and walking? Besides, it's strange for a county marquis to sit in an open-topped ox cart without being laughed to death. Marquis, don't make a fuss. Drive the ox cart to Monkey Years and Months. Tomorrow morning I will drive the carriage to pick you up. Long live the master is also really. The marquee must be built next year. First send your line over. Hiya, heave. A fast horse suddenly appeared on the south bank of the river, and Chao Yuanqing turned around and surveyed it for half a day. No need for me. Xing is here, and not surprisingly it's master clerk who asked you out. Phew, Marquis, tomorrow morning the member's carriage goes here, so that you can wait in peace and leave together at that time. It's been a hard day's work. Why don't you go home and have a hot cup of tea? Thank you Marquis. I still have to go back to accompany master clerk to play mahjong. Ah Cheng came and left quickly. Chao Yuanqing had a lost face. A big scene. He won't be able to see it. Brother Chao, you also drive a carriage over tomorrow. I'll bring brother Dinyo. It's not appropriate to get on the king's carriage, so you'll pull it on then. Understood. Don't worry Marquis. I'll come and wait before dawn tomorrow morning. Back to the door of the wine shop. There was a crackling sound from inside. Still playing mahjong. It can't have been playing all day. Sheriff, come in. Li Yongqing shouted and pushed open the door, almost topped out by the dry heat inside. The copper stove is burning red. The cracks of the doors and windows are stuffed with cotton cloth. Li Yongqing is a little red in the face, taking the liberty of all wearing very thin, especially the sheriff. It's too hot. You guys hit it. I'm going to go get the meal for. Stand still. What is the sheriff's order? Apricot is clumsy. Go get dinner. Come sit down. Li Yongqing can only helplessly sit on the seat of the apricot. A good hand of cards this is playing. It seems to let the sheriff's. Looks like it is letting more made a mistake. Li Yongqing touched the mahjong tiles. Eyes do not dare to look at the sheriff's dressed in a cool. Sheriff, tomorrow Le Ji Gong Gong is up. I have to go to the county town. Mr. Wang came over to pick me up. Yongshang, you have to pay attention. Being this county lord's man, if you fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2 days, my father and 3 brothers may come, and when this county lord is upset, you may have to take a beating. Li Yongqing puzzled to look at the sheriff. The small face was steamed by the heat wave crystal clear. Red fluttering look want to bite. In such a hot house, the face did not have a little bead of sweat. This physique is really good. At least the summer should not be afraid of the heat. Cannot stare, easy to fall. Hastily stabilized the mind to move the gaze away. Tomorrow. I'll spend time with you tomorrow when I'm done. The corners of Zhang Jingyi's mouth rose as she took the card played by Li Yongshang. Paste it, pay for it. After a few rounds of mahjong and sobering up, Xinger and Xiao Shu brought the meal, and De Yan and Xiao Yan left happily with 2 golden beans, apricot, sorghum wine. Good harvest today. Have a drink. Li Yongsheng wanted to say goodbye, and saw Zhang Jingyi pointing down the table where she was eating, and it was unbearably hot and dry. Really do not want to stay. Take your coat off if it's hot. Li Yongsheng blushed a little, awkwardly took off his cotton shirt. Looking at Zhang Jingyi snorted in her heart. Bumpkin brat, will blush. Xinger, say something to Tunless. Go to Pingan Township and ask King Dinghai to prepare a warm car. This county princess is going tomorrow as well. Xinger answered and went out. Li Yongsheng's brain is a mess. Do not persuade? Sheriff. Alright Bumpkin, hurry up and sit down to eat. Do you really think that the princess won't go out in winter? Do you know how to warm the car? With a stove. Do you want me to spend money for nothing? After an awkward meal with no place to put his eyes, he eventually stared at White, who was lying on his back watching the action. Little White, you can't keep lying down in the warm room. Come back with me in a while. The oven will be toasted like this. This sheriff is in a good mood today, so don't pick a fight. After eating Li Yongsheng more cannot go. Drinking the strong tea made by the apricot continue to tell the story. Now has been told crooked. From the sinking of the incense to tell the list of the gods, the main thing is an exclusive copyright. Say what no one questioned. Early in the morning, the caravan of the wine clerk arrived, and along with it came Chao Yuanqing's carriage. This side began to busy. Zhang Jingyi surrounded and a penguin, holding the fruit to coax Xiaobai on the car. Xiaobai struggled for half a day, and finally did not resist the temptation to get on the carriage. Sheriff Apricot child Xiaobai a car. Li Yongsheng and No Tongue into the wagon of Wang Clerk, Den Yo into the wagon of Chao Yuanqing. The caravan is voluminous, not loaded. Wang Clerk's household guards all changed into light armor. A Chang arrived to open up the road, wearing bright armor, head wearing bright silver helmet, riding a white horse, a long spear across the table. End of the formidable. Mr. Wang looked at Li Yongsheng and did not say anything, and laughed vigorously, which made Li Yongsheng's heart hairy. Master Clerk, you're making me panic. Mr. Wang sighed. Yongsheng, do you know? On the matter of you saving the county princess, as long as you don't do anything treasonous in the future, no one would dare to touch you. Master Post, it's just by chance. It's all because of Uncle Chang. Great luck This king before living with fear and trembling, for fear of cutting the title after being revenged by the enemy. Since the county princess of the matter stained your light, this king's title is considered to be preserved, but also because of the Chu Yuan plow of the matter of the generous glory. In short, the future is as stable as Mount Taishan. Chapter 118 Unveiling Ceremony. Mr. Wang saw Li Yongsheng look like he didn't care. Some bitter smiles. Other people want not to be able to things. This child does not care. Spontaneous, completely not like this age of the child. Yongsheng, if this king is just admiring before the Chu Yuan plow. After that, a series of initiatives in Qingyuan County made this king impressed. Originally intended to let you and I owe a personal favor. Now it seems that this king owes you. Your Highness, from now on, it's better to call out to your Highness. Yongsheng doesn't quite understand where the favor comes from. The emperor gave you this mess of Qingyuan County, not to create difficulties for you, because this king is here. With this king, the people of Qingyuan County will definitely not starve and become refugees. This is a favor from this king to you. The wagon was well damped and very smooth, and Tunless was already carrying a small stove to make tea. The result of the favor did not send into, but instead made a loose stone counting credit. No county master participation. This king is not dare to fish this reputation. There is the county master top. This king of this 5,002 gold spent peace of mind, but also owes you a personal love. Li Yongqing took the Tunless cup of tea and said thank you. Your Highness, don't go around. Your brain is getting dizzy. Isn't it a bit foreign to talk about favors all the time between us? Tunless hemmed and hawed as he laughed on the side. King Dinghai is trying to express his gratitude with you too embarrassed to ask. You old thing. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. Laughing and cursing Tunless, the king turned to Li Yongsheng and said with a straight face. In any case, this king needs to solemnly thank you. Yongsheng, perhaps you don't know much about the tilting of honors. Let's put it this way. As long as I don't do anything rebellious, this throne of mine can be passed on for at least 3 generations. Li Yongsheng looked like he remembered something and hesitated for a moment before asking. Your Highness, Chief Tunless, say something you don't care about. Consider it as my momentary curiosity. I've roughly understood the situation of the county lord's family. Is his family's military honor too prosperous? A little embarrassed and nervous, the king's gaze turned to Tunless, and he was relieved to see Tunless nod imperceptibly. Yongsheng, you kid think long enough. I see you are also suitable for mixing the material of the court. Do not worry about the sheriff's family. The emperor can be on the throne. Dingbei King and the sheriff's 3 brothers are unable to contribute. The details cannot be said in detail. You only need to know that the emperor will suspect anyone also will not be suspected of suppression of the king of Dingbei on the good. The king rambled on all the way. Li Yongsheng sipped tea and looked at the scenery outside. The further down, the wider the Shangyun River. Wingnut, get in the cold wind. What's there to see out there? Your Highness, haven't been out of the house before. Seeing everything is fresh. Pust, Tunless was amused, holding his mouth somewhat feminine with his cuffs. Phew, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Li Yongsheng lifted the curtain and Shinger got down from the sheriff's car. Marquis, Little White keeps trying to jump out of the car. The sheriff lord has asked you to go over and pacify her. Li Yongsheng did not do it think. Jumped out of the car and got on the front. The sheriff's carriage is very warm. The stove is burning charcoal, the kind that does not smoke. What's up, White? Little White's big budding eyes were all puzzled. Hurry up and sit down, Almond, and keep going. Behind the carriage, No Tongue lowered his head and laughed awkwardly. Wang Clerk laughed a little lewd. Ha, young boys and girls, who is not from this age over Of course this old guy in front of me does not count. I heard that it is a small child in the palace. No experience in this area. Li Yongsheng stroked Xiaobai. Very obedient. Are you carsick? No, going down to run is also possible. Yongsheng, this county princess won't get off the bus when she arrives. Ask that Liang Shantai. If there's a need, this county princess can show her face. No problem. You're the main character. Just look outside when Prefect Liang introduces you and let the onlookers know that the county princess is here. The speed of the carriage is not slow. There is still almost an hour from noon. The county arrived. Shangyun River North Bank has been a sea of people. See, a team of armor cavalry arrived. All know the main man came. Xing's voice broke through the clouds. Sheriff Yongning has arrived. King Tinghai has arrived. The Marquis of Qingyuan County has arrived. The crowd immediately fell silent, and the waiting Liang Shantai straightened his clothes and knelt. Greetings to County Princess Yongning. Welcome King Dinghai. Welcome Marquis Qingyuan. Everyone fell to their knees, including the people watching. Greetings to County Princess Yongning. Welcome King Dinghai. Welcome Marquis Qingyuan. Forever. Go out and shout for all of you to level off. The Dinghai King and tongueless in the back have already come down, looking at the large pedestal and large stone monument by the river and pointing. With no intention of moving forward, Li Yongsheng hurriedly jumped off the carriage. All of you, level off. Liang Shantai had a solemn face and took 2 steps forward. Marquis, everything is ready. The unveiling will take place at noon, and the banquet is prepared at the Moonwatch Tower in the city. Li Yongsheng slapped his head, forgetting the big thing, but also to eat with these donations of rich households. County honors, forgot to confide. Wine banquet. This marquis will not go. The county lord body holds a sickness, cannot withstand the wind and cold. You on behalf of the hospitality. Unveiling finished. This marquis and the county lord hit the road back to the house. Marquis, go ahead. Just let a separate warm room be prepared. Sheriff, listen to me and go. This sheriff is also hungry, so I'll return after eating. Seeing Li Yongsheng's helpless nod, Liang Shantai hurriedly arched his hand at the frame. Don't worry, Sheriff, I'll have someone make the arrangements. Liang Shantai arranged for people to go. Li Yongsheng walked into the crowd of people watching, and when he saw that everyone was going to kneel again, he hurriedly raised his hand to indicate, all folks need not be polite, just wait quietly for the unveiling hour. Liang Shantai arranged to Li Yongsheng after the introduction. The front of the clothes are well dressed is out of the money of the rich. Looking at Li Yongsheng some trembling, Qingyuan County returned to the marquis, looking for them to point out that the problem is too simple. Before it is not no, most of these landowners have some great trajectory, no matter which place. The newly appointed officials and honored most like to take them to open the knife. The name of the money double harvest. The people are also clapping and screaming. Gentlemen, this marquis took over the Qingyuan County will be hit by a catastrophe. All rely on your broken family assistance. This favor this marquis remembers. Qingyuan County folks should also bear in mind. Le Stone counting merit. Counting is everyone's selfless dedication. And so unveiled at the end of this marquis a good toast to you. Dare not. Dare not. The marquis is overstating things. And these dirt old money exchanges, relying on the land to make a fortune is really not a few. The last emperor butcher knife raised for decades. Land mass annexation is basically solved. Most of these people are commercial home. Do what business? Li Yongsheng stared at will do the money business and pawnshop business. The eyes are a little playful. The hour is up. The unveiling ceremony began. Li Yongsheng thought to tear off the black cloth on the monument on the good. I did not expect such a cumbersome, and a puppet like being fiddled with to fiddle with. Liang Shantai changed the usual competent, and an old pedant like reading the ekphrasis. Li Yongsheng basically did not understand. Onlookers of the old money and the people are very enjoyable, followed by the Liang Shantai's anguish and staccato bobbing their heads. Chapter 119, Keep Your Face. And so the Liangshan Taiwan angrily staccato finished, with the people kneeling in the direction of the imperial city shouting long live. Li Yongsheng and Dinghai Wang also kneeling with the shout. Li Yongsheng heart spit this Liangshan Taiwan. Engage in such complexity, not afraid of the wrong time? The main event came. Liangshan Terrace invited the sheriff prince and Li Yongsheng. The rest of the people all dispersed. Li Yongsheng was just about to accompany the king to go up. The car curtains opened. The penguin-like sheriff got out of the car, and together with the budding Xiaobai came down. Sheriff, I'm fine. My body is warming over. It won't matter for a while. The people who have just finished with Liang Shantai's angst and frustration are excited. Yongning Sheriff Dakian dynasty is not short of Princess County, but there is a seal of the county alone. Set thousands of favorites in the county concerned about their own livelihood. How can not be moved? The county also has a white deer. I heard that it is auspicious things. Such auspiciousness are staying in the countryside. Visible county kind-hearted as water. Of course, they will not know that Xiaobai was coaxed into the car with the fruit of the county. Liang Shantai whispered commanded the three people on the stone seat. The sheriff in the middle, the king in the left, Li Yongsheng in the right. Together force, ripped off the black cloth on the monument. Ripped off the black cloth monument is more spectacular. 7 or 8 meters high, more than 2 meters wide, more than a meter thick, above the densely carved. The sheriff's title is at the top, in gold-painted font. The king's name is second, in purple-red font. Li Yongsheng's name is third, in red-orange font, and the rest are unpainted and in a double row. Zhang Jingyi looked at her name and seemed to be very satisfied. Nodding to the people who were watching, her lotus steps lightly moved into the carriage. Li Yongsheng kept an eye on the county princess and saw her hugging the stove the moment she got into the carriage. Your Majesty, Marquis, let's go to the Moonwatch Tower to dine. Come on, Wingnut, get in my car. With so many people watching, it was inappropriate for Li Yongxing to climb the sheriff's frame again, even though he had just drilled out of it. The caravan crossed the stone bridge. Liang Shantai greeted those who donated money to the rich households to hurry to follow. The people did not hurry to disperse. 3 to 5 groups of people discussing their own today's sights and sounds. Le Stone counting the merits of the Qingyuan event. Enough for them to blow a lifetime. The king pulled Li Yongxing lifted the curtain move. Outside the same crowd, C came to the car driver both sides to avoid. Li Yongxing, this is too humiliating. Did not come to the county cannot be the same as a bumpkin, but a marquis of it. Liang Shantai has ridden his horse to catch up. County princess, the warming room has been prepared. Will the king and marquis dine alone or? Zhang Jingyi touched Xiaobai and got off the carriage. Join me. There's no need to spread out. Li Yongxing was still thinking about waiting for the squire behind him when he was dragged into the restaurant by the king. Yongsheng, you're not really planning to eat with them. The status is not equal. It's not appropriate. If you really sit together, they will sit in wax. In a while, when you've eaten almost enough, go over and raise a glass of wine. And there's no need to say much. Li Yongxing bitterly smiled and followed the king into the warm room. Is a luxury package room born 7 or 8 smokeless charcoal furnace? The temperature and Li Yongxing home distillation of the liquor workshop won a spell. The restaurant produces food very quickly. Liang Shantai understands Li Yongshang. The light marquis alone does not need to be so exquisite. But the county princess and the Dinghai king are both present. Do not dare to be slow. Prefectural honor. Set up big brother Chao Yuanqing and my brother Dinyo. Don't worry, marquis. All the attendants have been arranged. After 5 flavors of food, Liang Shantai knocked on the door again. Marquis, it's just right to go over there now. They should have been the ones to toast. The county princess is here, so I can only trouble you. Let's go. All of them have contributed silver for the people of Qingyuan and deserve a toast. 3 tables of squires. Li Yongxing drank 3 cups. The squires naturally want to communicate more with the marquis, but Liang Shantai did not give them the opportunity. Old Liang, is this good? This marquis is supposed to be approachable. A group of old foxes. You casually say a couple of words, they dare to go back to wooing. Face to give a little on the line. Give more is not worth it. After lunch, Li Yongsheng and his party boarded the carriage amidst the bawling eyes of the burghers, and with a shout from Ma Chang, the procession set off, the burghers waving their arms enthusiastically, and the occasional one wiping away a tear with his wide lapel. Phew! The caravan had just crossed the stone bridge when Cheng stopped again, and Li Yongsheng and Tunles were simultaneously called up to the sheriff's caravan, where the mahjong had already been set up. Back to Yangla village is nearly dusk. The king sent the county princess home and then hit the road. Accompanied the county princess into the distillation room of the distillery. See, the county princess is unharmed. Li Yongsheng only feel exhausted. Are you still going to tell stories tonight? I see that the sheriff is tired. So how about tomorrow? If you want to be lazy, just say it. No need to be so subtle. This county princess is not tired or hungry. Forget it. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. Go back. I went home and fell asleep. Woke up to a cloudy day and felt like the temperature had dropped a lot more. Bring the bow and arrow and the precious sword. Passing by the sheriff's house, nothing moves. The back of the mountain is a depression. Once again the longevity skill to warm up the body, and then once again the sword, and finally draw the bow and arrow. The 8-stretcher bow is no longer much difficulty. Just about to open the bow, and suddenly found a small flower coming out of the mountain pass. It is Xiaohua, right, carrying 2 large backpacks, followed by Uncle Chang, who was carrying both hands. Uncle Chang came early. It must be that the temperature in the mountain is too low. Li Yongsheng put away his bow and arrow and hurriedly went forward. Uncle Kung, little flower. Uncle John nodded, and Hannah smiled her horrible smile again. Uncle Kung, you're not leaving this time, are you? No more walking. The mountains are depressed in winter, and I've had enough of eating wild beasts. Winged life, please. Li Yongsheng rubbed Little Flower's big head and was in a good mood. Uncle Chang, it's no trouble. It's just that sheriff is afraid of the cold occupying the distillation room of the distillery. Is it okay for you to live in the east room? No, I'll build her another warm room. No need to be so troublesome. It's not that I can't meet people. I just don't like to deal with people. And this time I brought some fruits with me. That sheriff's maid's physique can be improved. Li Yongsheng ecstatic. County Maine is not afraid of the cold. Such as his father and brother to come certainly want to take home. They can enter the mountain. After the joy suddenly some loss. The mood is a little complicated. Do not know whether to lose the sheriff to leave or to lose the mountain fruit may be frozen and finished. Li Yongsheng took Uncle Chang into the east room of the brewery. Zhang Jingyi and Shadow heard the commotion and came out, not saying anything and directly kneeling. Uncle Chang, Jingyi's body has improved a lot. A great favor is not appreciated. Uncle Chang, in the future if there is anything you want to do, feel free to order. Uncle Chang smiled as he watched Li Yongsheng unloading xiaohua. All of you get up. Jingy girl, in this back basket is the green yang fruit. Eat 3 times a day. 3 each time. Practice the everlasting skill for an hour after each meal. For 3 consecutive days, you will return to an ordinary person's condition. Continue to eat the fruit and practice the everlasting skill, and you shouldn't have a relapse after half a month. With a fluttering sound, Zhang Jingyi knelt down again. Chapter 120, Encountering Visitors While Enjoying the Snow. Uncle Chang came the 3rd night it snowed heavily. Zhang Jingyi ate 3 days of fruit, practiced 3 days of longevity skills, felt that I can. Old living in the distillation room is not appropriate. Along with the copper stove moved back to Li Yongxing's family pothouse. The family added 2 mouths to eat, and is not a general mouth. Strawn uncle every day is pork cabbage with oil cake, simply not enough to eat. Small flowers every day 30 pounds of meat plus 30 pounds of steamed bread. Top 20 men's meals. Ton Les went to Ping'an Township, and housekeeper Li brought a caravan to deliver a large amount of supplies. Sausages, bacon, and all kinds of overwintering vegetables and dried vegetables, palletizing a room. Early in the morning, Li Yongxing accompanied the county princess to practice the everlasting skill by the Shangyun River, which was all frozen over and covered with thick white snow. I heard from Shu that you were kicked out of your ancestral home last year and made your fortune fishing with the Daniel family's plunge nets? Li Yongxing looked at the snow on the river with a reminiscent face. The old house leaks around. Food can't be eaten in the new year. If not fishing for fish for some food, maybe we have to go to escape the famine. To say thanks to the Dinghai King, at that time in the market to sell fish, the Dinghai King saw a red starfish. Giddy up. Hiya, hiya, hiya. A body of cavalry suddenly appeared on the road on the north bank of the river, and in the distance Chief Tun Les dashed to it, and Little Apricot hurried to follow. Relax, it's my father. Little Apricot suddenly became agitated. Your Majesty. At the top of the list is His Majesty. Li Yongxing looked at the knight at the head and was confused. Is this your father? Are you sure? With a rough face, big and thick, and white frost hanging on his beard. How did he give birth to a princess with such a face value? Girl, my good girl, how did you come out on such a cold day? No tongue, you old thing, cannot persuade it? Next to that kid, is not your business? The visitor jumped off his horse with a sharp break and leapt in front of the sheriff master in a few steps. Baby Shoei, is it cold? Is not no father to come specially here to wait? Dinghai King this naive, told him not to talk nonsense. Quickly home, Father Heart is very touched. Immediately, 3 more big men jumped down, presumably Zhang Jingyi's 3 brothers, even more rugged than their old man, instantly surrounding Zhang Jingyi. Shoei, we'll shield you from the wind. Who's that? Which one is Marquis Chang Yuan? It's you, isn't it? You brought Shoei out? Zhang Jingyi's small face reddened with anger, and while moved, she wanted to punch someone. Stop, stop, father, stop strangling. Any more strangling will kill you. Dingbei King was scared and rushed to untie his baby daughter. The scarf was loosened, and Zhang Jingyi took a deep breath. All stop talking and listen to me. Fine, fine, you 3 shut up right now. Li Yongxing looked at the lively family some feelings. Just this unquestioning look, but also thanks to their own, did not offend the sheriff. My body is almost well. The Marquis of Yongxing begged Uncle Chang to fix it for me. Now I don't fear the cold. Soon I can get rid of the root. Father, come back to Yongxing's house with me in a while. I'll ask Uncle Chang, and if you want to see it, put away your violent temper. Big brother, second brother, third brother, from now on don't talk. When you see Uncle Chang just smile. Smile, will you? The 3 older brothers immediately shut up and revealed a smile. Li Yongxing always felt that he couldn't smile much differently than Little Flower, and Zhang Jingyi also felt deeply helpless. Shoei, don't worry, that's your savior and our family's great benefactor. Father knows how to take things lightly. King Dingbei turned to look at Li Yongxing and patted his shoulder. I've heard all about you. This king is very appreciative of you. Your saving grace for Shoei will be remembered by this king. There is time for us to chat slowly. You don't enter the court is very good. You don't have to be afraid of wanting to enter in the future, as long as he offends the emperor. Other than that I can deal with it for you. Who dares to offend you? The old one, I will pull out his mustache, and the small one, I will directly break the legs. Dingbei King helped his daughter. Walking carefully, the 3 brothers smiled and looked at Li Yongxing. Each patted the shoulder to show affection. Tun Les watched from the side. Li Yongxing was patted by the gas and blood. These 3 rammers really have no brain. This is also Yongxing practiced, or else a slap can be given to a disability. Li Yongxing some understanding of the county. Have such a father, not to mention the barbaric black sum, cannot kill people is already considered a good-hearted generation. When Li Yongxing accompanied Zhang Jingyi's 3 brothers and left, Tun Les arranged for the dozen or so cavalrymen behind him to stay in the granary. Zhang Jingyi told Xinger to take her father home and pushed open the door of the wine shop herself. The 3 older brothers passed by and stuck their heads in to look in. and were met by their younger sisters turning back in anger. Apricot made hot tea for the master for. Dingbei King has been pulling Li Yongxing's hand. The more he looks. Only such a young talent can match his own precious daughter. These years the capital's playboys are not without action, but most of them have been broken legs. Marquis of Eternal Life. Your Highness, I'm equal in rank to the county lords and the others, so it's fine for your Highness to call me Yongsheng. Well, Yongsheng, the black jade hemostatic medicine is good. The painkiller is also good. The two complement each other. The casualties at the border have been sharply reduced. The king would like to thank you properly. Li Yongxing to pour tea for the king, without a trace of the hand withdrawn. This rough, big hand. The tender hand of their own crunching. I do not know whether it is really brain rust or try their own situation. Your Highness, you've been running all the way. Have some hot tea first. 3 generals, you also sit. There's no need to call them generals. You're similar in age. Just call them brother. Li Yongxing cried and shouted big brother, second brother, third brother. From where to see the similar age? Obviously 3 bearded hunks. Okay. Zhang Jingyi came back with surprise and nervousness on her face. Father, Uncle Chang has agreed to see you. Come with me. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Jingyi turned around and left, as if she remembered something, and looked back at her 3 brothers who had gotten up. Don't talk, 10 lashes for a word. The 3 older brothers giggled in favor of their sister, who hit herself without bothering to hit hard enough to hurt. After Zhang Jingyi moved out, Uncle Chang slept in the east room at night and ate and drank in the distillery during the day. Dingbei King entered the house, and so on the back of the 3 sons followed in, flopped down on his knees, and the 3 behind him and the same as the dumplings, kneeling next to Li Yongxing felt the tremor. Zhang Jingfeng pays his respects to Senior. Senior has saved my daughter's life. Zhang Jingfeng is unable to return the favor and is willing to serve Senior as a dog and horse. Zhang Jingyi eyes slightly red, heart fluttering pulling Li Yongxing's sleeve. Li Yongxing heart infinite admiration, a person under the king, for the sake of his daughter's body to get better kneeling without hesitation. Get up, those 3 boys in the back come here. Dingbei King hurriedly got up to make way. Zhang Jingyi signaled her 3 brothers to hurry up, and the 3 of them walked up to Uncle Chang and looked straight at him without speaking. Not bad, the 3 of you are good. Kind-hearted generation. Do generals make things difficult for you? What is the name? Chapter 120, a surprise for the 4 masters. Li Yongxing's heart sweating furiously. 3 border generals, not to say murderous is almost the same, but even by Uncle Chang said to be a kind-hearted generation. Why don't you say something? The 3 brothers twisted their heads in unison to look at the sister, and Zhang Jingyi cried and laughed. Hurry up and say something if Uncle Kung asks. Senior, I'm the boss, called Zhang Jingchen. Senior, I'm the second oldest, called Zhang Jingyang. Senior, I'm the third oldest, called Zhang Jing Evening. The small flower lying on the heel of the stove suddenly looked up and showed a terrible smile to the 3 brothers. Li Yongxing, listening to write these 3 names, is also a little surprised. According to his idea, these 3 brothers are called Zhang Fei or something more appropriate. Not bad. Stay here for some days if you're not in a hurry to leave. All of you have dark wounds in your bodies. I can give them some conditioning. Puff. The Dingbei King behind him knelt down again, and the 3 brothers followed when they heard the voice. There's no need for that, and don't kneel in the future. 4 people rushed to climb up. Zhang Jingyi heard Uncle Chang said that he could adjust his brother's dark injury, excitedly grasping Li Yongxing's hand secretly hard. This family, their own this shoulder and hand today is suffering. Uncle Chang invited Dingbei King to sit down. Zhang Jingyi and Xing Er were busy serving tea and pouring water. The 3 brothers sat in front of Xiaohua, nibbling on the fruit and teasing Xiaobai. Xiaobai loved it, and the oldest reached out for a split second, and then suddenly stomped his legs. Ouch! Lao San fell to the ground on his back. Dingbei Wang, habitually to touch something to whip, suddenly reacted, hatefully glared at Lao San, looked at Uncle Chang a little embarrassed. Senior, I'm sorry, the 3 assholes don't have a heart. Uncle Chang smiled and took the tea handed by Zhang Jingyi with some playfulness within his smile. Your body also needs to be toned up. Jingyi girl, divide your Qingyang fruit into 30 for your father. Take 1 a day, before you go to bed, for a month, and your body will be restored. Zhang Jingyi opened her mouth wide in surprise. Father's body is very good. I don't know what is the reason. Added a new injury? King Dingbei's red face was a bit embarrassed, but he still arched his hand earnestly. Senior, Zhang Jingfeng is unable to return the favor. Uncle Chang nodded and shook his head as he looked at the oldest 2 who were sneaking close to Little Flower. These 3 brothers, they really aren't alike. Not daring to disturb the senior expert too much, Zhang Jingfeng saw Uncle Chang yawn and hurriedly offered his farewell. Let's find a place to stay first. You 3 brothers come over in the morning. I'll help regulate it. Yang Shang, and eat as is at noon. Back home, King Dinghai's curiosity was aroused and pulled Li Yongsheng. What do seniors eat? Li Yongsheng heart spit, a mouth a senior. I called your daughter and I strong uncle. You then shout senior. Appropriate? Your Majesty. Uncle Chang likes to eat pork and cabbage, and he eats that at noon. What pork? What cabbage? Get more. I'll try some. Li Yongsheng pointed to the east, and then pointed to his own ears. Ding Haiwan understood in seconds. The senior is really extraordinary. Eternal life? Where do I live? Li Yongsheng pointed down the hall. Both the inner and outer rooms have big beds. Can you and the three big brothers squeeze in? Yes, why not? When marching to war you live in the wilderness field. Cabbage is good. Next door also sent oil cake big steamed buns. Ding Haiwan saw the delivery of oil cake and steamed buns, learned that it is Li Yongsheng's family, and some polite, touched the body did not touch anything. More or less embarrassed. After serving Uncle Chang, there was a circle around the big table. A pot of plain pork stewed cabbage. It should be the reason why Uncle Chang likes to eat. Ding Hai King and the three brothers drank Tanshan wine. How can they not eat enough? Father, just now Uncle Chang said you have some health problems. What kind of problems? Is it a new injury? Children pry less. King Dinghai suddenly reacted to the questioning was not his thick-skinned son, but his precious daughter. Good yippee, it's okay, a little problem. Zhang Jingyi beamed with some dissatisfaction, but Li Yongsheng was here and didn't say much. Xiao Bai came back. His budding eyes glanced at Lao San and stared at Li Yongsheng with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Shu, get a yellow ginseng fruit for Xiao Bai. I forgot about it in my busy schedule. Xiao Shu put down her chopsticks and touched Xiao Bai's head. Go away white, eat the fruit. King Dinghai had a puzzled look on his face. Eternal life? What kind of deer is this? It looks humane. Before Li Yongsheng could reply, Xiao Bai came back with lightning speed. Xiao Bai, shall not be unreasonable. Li Yongsheng cold sweat. This is if the kick on a big fun. Xiao Bai cocked his head and looked at King Dinghai for a moment, and disappeared in a flash of white light. A family of 4 stunned and quite humane. Brothers 3 drunk. The military is strictly prohibited to drink. 3 brothers are good at this. More than 50 degrees of Tanshan wine is the original wine drink. Master for a altar of 5 pounds to build on. In addition to the king of Dingbei, all drunken eyes. Useless. King Dingbei lifted 2 with one hand, threw them into the bed in the hall and then came back to lift 1. Little Yongsheng, thanks for the hospitality. This king likes you more and more. After 3 days and 3 nights of long distance running, I'll go and rest first. We'll talk again in the evening. Zhang Jingyi didn't know what came to her mind, and a rouge-red color hung on her face. When the hall room was snoring like thunder, Zhang Jingyi's beautiful eyes flowed. Yongsheng, accompany me to the back of the mountain to practice the technique of long life. In fact, my father's archery is what is called powerful. The 4 of us siblings have only learned a little bit of skin. You take care of this princess, there are benefits for you. The air in the back of the mountain was cold, and Zhang Jingyi turned the corner of the house, still shrinking her neck out of habit. Cold? Why don't you go back? You can practice just as well at home. Apricot, go back and get me a scarf. When Apricot left, Zhang Jingyi suddenly turned around and looked at Li Yongsheng seriously. Li Yongsheng touched his mouth. There are no vegetable leaves or anything. Thank you. There's no need for that, is there? We have this relationship. My 3 brothers have dark wounds on their bodies. When it is cloudy and raining, they are in pain. My father doesn't know what kind of persistent disease it is. Uncle Chang was obviously relieved when he said that he could regulate it. It's all because of you, and I myself, not to mention, Yongsheng, a great favor, no teeth to forget. Li Yongsheng read the gratitude in Zhang Jingyi's eyes and joked easily to avoid embarrassment. Sheriff, I'm still used to you being meaner. You, seeing that Xinger had run over with her scarf, Zhang Jingyi twisted her head to look at the empty vegetable patch, the valley in the back of the mountain. Li Yongsheng stood in the snow and watched Zhang Jingyi boxing. Obviously the same thing, he just practiced like an old lady dancing. While Zhang Jingyi fights really pleasing to the eye, anyone still cannot be compared to Ah. The gap is too big. After a session of everlasting fist, Zhang Jingyi had no intention of going back and stood dumbfounded in the snow, as if she was admiring the beauty of the distant mountains. Sheriff, go back, it's too cold. Zhang Jingyi didn't turn around. I never played in the snow when I was growing up. When I was a kid I could only look out the window and see the snow outside. My brothers would always carry the snow to the conservatory for me to play with, but unfortunately I still didn't dare to touch it. I could only watch them melt away. Chapter 121 Uncle Kung's Conditioning. Late at night, the hall is still snoring like thunder. Li Yongsheng can only continue to tell the story and wait. The meal is hot on the stove. The apricot sitting next to the stove record. Zhang Jingyi yawned, very tired, but more heartache. The father and the 3 brothers must be called home did not return to rush over. May not go to the imperial city to resume the order. Dad, wake up, it's time to eat. Where are we? Father, why did you kick me down? Big brother and second brother, wake up, the enemy is coming to sneak up on us. Where? Lao San, you dare to lie about military intelligence. Come on people, drag out and chop. Zhang Jingyi had a black line on her head and didn't dare to face Li Yongsheng, who was looking at her squarely. It was too humiliating. Dinner Li Yongsheng made exquisite, not yet sober. The three brothers noisily want to drink wine. Dingbei King is also helpless. He himself also wants to drink. And it is not good to clean up these three beasts in front of outsiders. Li Yongsheng went back to the east room to sleep with his brain still buzzing. He did not know why the three chatterboxes would become great generals, and it is said that they are still extremely ferocious kind. And Xiao Bai was also raucous and bad, and ran to the wine shop early to accompany Xiaohua. Early in the morning, the three brothers stood at the door of the wine shop early. Worried about disturbing Uncle Chang's rest, the three brothers held back a word. Li Yongsheng accompanied the sheriff to finish the morning boxing and was just about to knock on the door when Uncle Chang's voice came out from inside. The door is open. Come in. Yongsheng, bring me a pot of tofu brain made by Dinyon Yang, and cut a plate of spicy cabbage. Li Yongsheng stared wide-eyed. Uncle Chang, although you are strong in kung fu, is it appropriate to spy on the ant who makes tofu brain like this? But it is also possible to smell the smell of tofu brain feel past. Zhang Jingyi is carrying spicy cabbage. Xinger is carrying tofu brain. Xiao Shu is holding a stack of oil cakes, and Li Yongsheng is carrying Xiao Hua's breakfast, 10 pounds of sausage and dozens of steamed buns in his basket, and he is holding the fruit that Xiao Bai eats. The three brothers were working out on the patio, in crooked and bizarre poses, and as they watched Li Yongsheng and his sister scowling, they really couldn't connect them to the great general. Uncle Chang started to eat. A few people served Little Flower on the side, and Little White jumped up to the top of a stack of empty wine jars with 2 fruits in his mouth, his head almost on the roof. Sausage sandwich, the small flower's favorite, eating dumplings like a mouthful of one, chewing 2 into the belly. 4 people hands and feet half a day to feed. The end of the small flower showed a charming horror smile. Continue to lie down next to the stove squinting and snoozing. Boredom is over the top. A few white and tender flesh is its favorite, but unfortunately it cannot even think about it. Strong uncle is also a super foodie. A plate of spicy cabbage poured directly into the tofu brain pot. End of the pot to drink. Drink a gas to nibble a oil cake. A jar of 2 pounds of highly sorghum wine into the belly. Tofu brain and oil cake is also dry. Wing nut, is there any pressure on Hannah to eat like this? I'll kick it out if there is. Uncle Chang, I did some business some days ago. There's no shortage of money and food. There's no pressure to raise Little Flower. The Little Flower had raised its head, but it hung down again powerlessly. For what it is necessary to be raised. This flower does not want to be raised by others. Uncle Chang looked at Little Flower and suddenly felt that this guy was taking up too much space. Get lost. Remember to come back in the spring. Little Flower excitedly jumped up, almost toppled over the stove. Pug-like rubbed on Uncle Chang's legs, and then rubbed his big head against each of the 4 Li Yongsheng. Rubbing the 3 girls of Xiaoshu giggled, carefully out of the door, pretending to be reluctant to go out of the courtyard, looked back at the small whiteout to send off. A flash without a trace. More than 10 breaths. The direction of the back of the mountain came a fierce beast roar. Li Yongsheng pulled by back to the house. Uncle Chang, will Little Flower really come back? It wouldn't dare not come back and eat people again. Followed in Zhang Jingyi and Little Apricot suddenly hit a cold shiver. Always feel that small flowers look at themselves like they are very appreciated. Perhaps not because of the beautiful, most likely because of their fine skin. So scary or the cute little white is lovable, just annoying to touch. Now always like to jump to the top of the wine altar to lie down. Uncle Kung, playing mahjong? What is mahjong? Bring it to me. Mahjong table moved. Li Yongsheng, Zhang Jingyi and Small Apricot sat down in 3 sides. Taught once, strong uncle will be familiar with the rules. Won 3 games in a row. Feel no fun, closed the 6th sense. There are losing and winning, so it is much more interesting. Ding Hai King ate breakfast also came over. Watched a while then sent Apricot to make tea. People thick-hearted and fine. Played 2 rounds of the game to get into the state of mind. Li Yongsheng is the inventor of mahjong. Found himself into the most inferior. Wanna pull over Xinger instead of himself. Zhang Jingyi is still reluctant. The 3 of you collect your energy. Drink some strong wine and sleep. Seeing Uncle Chang yawning, the mahjong game ended. Li Yongsheng arranged for lunch. Stepped on the snow and came to the former warehouse. The guards were all driven away. The soldiers who followed the Dingbei King occupied the guardhouse. And there were jugs of wine on the stove. All of them tearing roasted leg of lamb and roasted hare. Tongue knows that Uncle Chang somewhat hates himself, and can only be resigned to watch over the grain depot with Yuqing, but went to Ping'an Township, got a large number of raw meat and cooked food, and the days are also free and easy. Greetings to the Marquis. All hail and peace to the Marquis. That sounds familiar. Isn't it a line from a palace drama? Are these soldiers so particular? There is no need to be polite. Heroes, keep eating and drinking. I came over to see what the shortage is. Tom less, for a change, was elegant, nibbling on a leg of lamb and sipping Tanshan wine. Marquis Yongsheng, you don't need to worry here. Just take care of the county princess. A beady-eyed sergeant handed over a leg of lamb, and another poured a bowl of tanshan wine. Marquis, taste my subordinate's handiwork, often dealing with the desert people. The leg of lamb roasted more, should be to your taste. Li Yongqing took the leg of lamb, said thank you, sprinkled with some hot sauce noodles and put on the fire, turned a few times, nibbled a bite, hot straight blowing cool air, but baked is really fragrant. To the sergeant gave a thumbs down. Good craft. The atmosphere in the small room was much warmer as he was integrated into the small group and a bowl of spirits was consumed. Marquis, at the border, all the soldiers have immense admiration for you. The hemostatic and painkillers have helped us a lot. From the delivery of the hemostatic medicine to the suspension of killing under the snow, at least more than 2,000 more soldiers have been saved. Li Yongqing felt that the war was cruel just by listening to it. Commander Wang, can you tell Yongqing about the situation at the border? Of course I can say it. It's not a secret. The main enemies of our Dacian dynasty come from the northwest. There are grassland nomads, desert nomads, and the northern Tartars who drink blood in hair. The sergeant saw that Li Yongqing had finished drinking and picked up the wine jar to fill it up. The grassland nomads are the most numerous. They founded the Great Golden State, and wars mostly occur in the fall. The desert nomads founded the Great Desert State, and there are wars in all the other 3 seasons except in winter. And the Tartars of the northern region are the most ferocious, and live in the bitterly cold land for long years, and everything living thing they see in the south is their ration, and their numbers are not large, but both men and women are ferociously fierce and vicious, and in addition to the winter season, all the other 3 seasons also come out to plunder. Not only us, the Great Golden Kingdom is also deeply victimized by it. Chapter 122 Archery Recipes. Li Yongqing listened to a few sergeants' explanation. The world has a general understanding. The Dacian dynasty occupies the most central position in the world. To the northwest is just said that the 3 national communities. The northeast is the 100,000 mountains. That is, the strong uncle living place. The mountainous area is far bigger than Li Yongqing imagined. The vast majority of the mountainous areas of the ferocious beasts. Basically no one to wade into the south is the countryside of fish and rice. There are more than a dozen small countries, relying on the Dacian dynasty, every year to the Dacian dynasty offerings. To the southeast is an endless sea, with many other peoples in the middle and on the other side of the sea, and a few thousand miles to the southwest in the direction of the capital of the king is also an endless sea, with many tribes and nations living along the sea and on the other side of the sea as well. The sea is not calm. There are foreign invasions in several directions of the Dacian dynasty. The king of Dinghai is relying on sea battles to start. Li Yongqing is not too interested in these. He is most interested in the 100,000 mountains in the northeast. No need to think that there are too many fruits and beasts that he can hunt. Little Flower is estimated to be the king of the big mountains, and Uncle Strong is estimated to be a Bujin the big mountains. Chatting with a group of soldiers gnawing on a leg of lamb until dark, Li Yongqing has enough knowledge of the world. Passing by the wine shop inside the sound of rubbing mahjong again. The atmosphere is very enthusiastic. Zhang Jingyi chattering, like a little fart who was counted by King Dingbei, and then began to infinite counterattack. The sound of King Dingbei apologizing was very funny. Li Yongqing listened for a while outside the wall. His heart had more feelings. Dingbei King is considered a super daughter slave. Those 3 brothers are considered super sister slaves. This family, wing nut, it's not a good habit to eavesdrop on corners. Come on in. Some awkward Li Yongqing entered the house and saw a room full of people looking at him. Uncle John, not eavesdropping yet, standing outside considering something. Little Apricot made way and invited Li Yongqing to sit down. 7 or 8 golden beans were placed in front of her. It looked like she had already started playing with money. Zhang Jingyi had 20 or 30 in front of her. There were 4 or 5 left beside Dingbei King, and Uncle Chang had the most on his side. Young Shang, Jingyi and I said that you and your Daniel brothers want to practice archery. Starting tomorrow morning, I'll teach you for 3 days. After 3 days we'll be going back to the royal capital. Jingyi, I'll take back with me. If there's time you can go to the royal capital to have a look around. I'll personally entertain you. Your Highness, have the 3 brothers been conditioned? Uncle Kung said 3 days would be enough. Zhang Jingyi lowered her head a little unhappy, but there was no excuse to stay, because Uncle Chang said that her physique had basically improved, and that she could just pay attention to recuperation at a later stage. Li Yongqing heart suddenly some loss, like losing something. It does not make sense. Didn't he look forward to her leaving? Xiaobai suddenly jumped down from the wine altar, looking at Zhang Jingyi with big budding eyes, leaning his head against Zhang Jingyi and rubbing it gently. Zhang Jingyi's eyes instantly reddened. Little White, is it that you don't want to let your sister go? You don't want to let your sister stay with you, okay? Li Yongqing touched Xiaobai's smooth spine. Little White, do you want to follow the sheriff? Follow if you want to. I'll bring you all the fruits with me. Xiaobai and Zhang Jingyi made out for a while, and finally jumped on the wine altar. Looks like no intention to follow. Zhang Jingyi heart is not discouraged. Just now Xiao Bai's behavior has recognized her. The heart of the beautiful. Go away can also come back. Just say come back to repay. Uncle Chang is not finished. Little Flower went back to Dashan. It is simple to just serve Uncle Chang for dinner. Uncle Chang seems to be addicted to mahjong. Arranged for Xiao Xinger to cook. Everyone stayed at the wine shop to eat. Of course, Zhang Jingyi's 3 brothers were not allowed to stay. Dingbei King and Zhang Jingyi were very happy. After dinner, Xiao Xinger took over from Li Yongsheng, and the people played mahjong and listened to Li Yongsheng tell the story of Fengshen Bang. The mahjong game suddenly stopped, and a few people sat motionless at the table, as if the story was more attractive. When the story was finished, several people took a long breath, and Uncle Chang asked with a twinkle in his eye, how did this come about? Uncle Kung, when my family was forced to split up, I got very sick and woke up with a lot more in my head. Uncle John was silent for a moment. Wing nut, good speech, tell me some every day from now on. Li Yongsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The house was too hot. Okay, Uncle John, I'll tell you every day. Early in the morning, in the back of the mountain, Li Yongsheng and Dinyo practiced archery under the guidance of King Dingbei, while Zhang Jingyi followed with Little Apricot and Little White to watch the fun. Yongsheng, my family's archery skills can be outsourced, but the archery mnemonic is a no-no. I can teach it to both of you. Promise me that you won't pass it on. Your Majesty, why don't we just forget it? No, I must learn. The girl is watching from behind. If I don't teach, I'll have a hard time later. Li Yongsheng's eyes showed gratitude. Your Majesty, don't worry. I promise I won't spread it out. And Brother Dinyo definitely won't either. The bull hastened to take a stand. Your Majesty, I won't spill half a word, not even if my mother asks. Dingbei King touched Dinyo's head. Very fond of this child. Teach him well, and in time, his achievements will be higher than those 3 assholes of his own family. But with Uncle Strong to guide him, it won't be a matter of the height of his own assholes. The password is obscure and difficult to understand. Dinyo is a little blind, anxious in the cold day, sweating, but looking at Brother Yongsheng suddenly quiet again. Brother Yongsheng will. Not far from the hillside. Zhang Jingyi nodded with satisfaction. Such a great favor. Still hesitant. Yongsheng and Dinyo are outsiders? That is a strong uncle fixed personal disciple. Do not look at the king's identity as unusual, but that can how, even if their own royal cousin, and how. The father also thought of letting himself persuade the Marquis of Yongsheng into the capital to develop. The Kyoto is absolutely cannot go by virtue of a marquis will also be struggling to move. And so on the Marquis of Yongsheng grows to the height of the unpredictable, and then to go that is the existence of the high and mighty. Sheriff, is it cold? Let's go back early if it's cold. Xinger, let me ask you, Uncle Chang has taught you a lot. What height have you reached now? How is it compared to Chang? Speaking of Uncle Chang, Xiao Xinger also had a look of gratitude on her face. Sheriff, it should be stronger than Uncle A Chang, and there is still a bit of a gap compared to Chief Tunless, but Xinger is confident that she will catch up in a month. Good, we must go back this time. You practice your martial arts, and come out again when you have time. We'll sneak away if Auntie doesn't agree. 3 mornings of practice. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo Ding's archery skills had made qualitative progress. 100 paces through a poplar was no longer enough to describe it, and they could shoot wherever they pointed within 500 meters. Early in the morning of the 4th day, King Dingbei brought his 4 sons and daughters into Uncle Chang's room, and all of them knelt down even though Uncle Chang had said that they would not be allowed to kowtow. Uncle Chang, you've been so kind to our family. If there's a need, you can send a message at any time, and we won't hesitate for a second on the mountains of daggers and seas of fire. Chapter 123, Preparing to Enter the Mountain. Zhang Jingyi bids farewell to Xiaobai and Pai Pai Huan in front of the carriage, which was sent by Ding Hai Wang, with a Chang leading the escort. Dingbei Wang and Zhang Jingyi's 3 brothers all got on the bus without urging, leaving the farewell time for Li Yongsheng and Zhang Jingyi. Yongsheng, take good care of Xiaobai and Pai Pai Huan. I will come over as soon as possible when I have time. After the beginning of spring I am going to build a marquee for you. Leave me a yard. A courtyard? How big a marquee house is it? You'll know when the time comes. Eternal life. Xiao Shu Xiao Bai. Pai Pai Huan. Sisters gone. Zhang Jingyi got into the warm car. Chief Tunless jumped on the front of the car, and when Little Apricot went in, the foremost Chang gave a whoop, and the procession set off. Witnessing the team disappearing out of the village, Li sighed in relief and touched the fixed small white beside him. Finally he could enter the mountain. Wing Nut, come over here and talk. When Li Yongsheng entered the house, Uncle Chang was drinking tea alone. There's nothing more to it. There's nothing going on that journey to the west from the beginning. Uncle Chang, do you like to listen or read? If you like to listen I'll tell you slowly. If you like to read there is a new set of books that the sheriff sent to bring me after she issued the books. Give me the book and read enough for you to talk about it. Li Yongsheng was relieved and rushed home to send the western traveler over. After arranging lunch for Uncle Chang, Li Yongsheng took Xiaobai around the village. The granary was back to its previous order. Still, the village people took turns to guard it. The township had the same 2 people stationed there every day, and the only ones who could get into the granary were township official Chao Yuancheng and Danyo's mother, and of course, Yu Qing's father and son, who took turns guarding the inside of the granary day and night. In addition to the grain in the granary, the exchange of various medicinal herbs is also piled up. Li Yongsheng is still short of some points, but there is no hurry to exchange. We'll soon be able to go into the mountains of all things withered, but there will always be left behind some fruits like the black heart fruit. Back home, father and mother are moving. Lived in the Danyo family for quite a few days. Father and mother live in the pothouse. Xiao Shu returned to the parlor. Li Yongsheng is still accustomed to the east house. Does the distillery still do distillation? Mother, Uncle Chang is used to living in a wine shop. There's no rush for now. I see there's still a room full of high-level wine. It's enough. Okay, that mother and your second aunt and big strong family continue to work in the pharmacy. Have to find something for your father to do. Every day he thinks of digging the vegetable field in front of and behind the house, and doesn't look at what season it is. He's getting sick from idleness. Father is a little embarrassed. Everyone has something to do. He is the only one who is idle. The key is that he can't be idle. Father, how about this? During the day uncle who looks after the warehouse. He can't sleep in broad daylight. There's no one to talk to, so you go and keep uncle who company, and come back when it's dark and Yu Qing takes over the post. Okay, then I'll go tomorrow. The joy on his father's face was obvious, and Li Yongsheng smiled helplessly at his mother. Still really idle. When it got dark, Li Yongsheng was carrying a few small dishes, and behind him Ding Xiaoshu was carrying a pot of pot stickers. Uncle John was sitting in front of the stove, still holding the journey to the west. Uncle Kung, it's time to eat. After setting up the meal for Uncle Chang and sending Xiaoshu back, Li Yongsheng diligently set to brew tea and pour wine for Uncle Chang. Uncle Strong, with the sheriff gone, Danyo and I have time on our hands and want to go around the mountains tomorrow. Go if you want to, don't go too far. With your and Danyo's kung fu, there's usually not much danger in a place that's strung back and forth one day at a time. Asked Uncle Strong about the periphery, and Uncle Strong didn't know much. He was too lazy to hang around the periphery. Li Yongsheng looked at the small white at the heel of the stove. Zhang Jingyi is gone, and there is no need to climb so high. It is not on the top of the wine jar already. White, how about accompanying me into the mountains tomorrow? You haven't gone into the mountains for a long time, and although the house is warm, it also binds your happiness. The corner of the mouth of Uncle Chang was a little up, and Xiaobai was a little confused in his big eyes, pretending not to understand the fixed appearance, and Li Yongsheng could do nothing about it. Go, otherwise if he lets the beasts eat him, you won't have any fruit to eat either. As soon as Uncle Chang opened his mouth, Xiaobai understood and stood up with his head rubbing against Li Yongsheng's stomach, being as good as he wanted to be. Strong uncle, old reading eyes tired. Daytime boredom fixed words on shouting Xiaoshu. Let her find the big wild goose small wild goose sister to accompany you to play mahjong. You won't mind me. I like to dawdle when I'm on my own. Hilarity is rather uncomfortable. Li Yongsheng took Xiaobai out of the house and built a stove in his own house, so he won't freeze Xiaobai. It seems that the masters will have to bear the loneliness. I can't imagine how boring it would be for Uncle Chang to live alone in the mountains. Every morning Changsheng boxing and archery training has become a routine. After boxing back to eat breakfast, arranged for the family to take care of Uncle Chang, and then dragged the sleeping Xiaobai up, took the weapons on the back of the bamboo basket, 2 people and a pet into the deep mountains, just walked not a few miles. Li Yongsheng some headaches, the snow in the mountains is too thick. Xiaobai did not have any obstacles. Himself and the big cattle are always deep down. The snow on the animal footprints across the board. Want to follow the footprints hunting but do not have a clue. Li Yongsheng can only take the big cattle and Xiaobai wandering around. LOL. A pheasant flew out of the snow and screamed off into the distance. And Li Yongsheng, who had just knocked an arrow, was a little embarrassed. White, know where there are wild beasts? Pheasants, hares, wild sheep or whatever. White was playing dumb again, and with a sudden flash, the white figure had melted into the distant snow, so it seemed impossible to count on it. Brother Yongsheng, why don't we keep chasing after a string of footprints? Good idea. Then find one with 4 hooves. After all, it's not worth getting a hare or something when you don't know how far to chase it. There was no hope for herbs, and even if there were, they were buried under the snow, and Li Yongsheng kept an eye out for fruits on the trees, expecting most of all something like the black-hearted fruit. A series of hoof prints appeared in front of the eyes. It was impossible to tell if it was a sheep or a deer. Just about to track, the little white stopped in front of the eyes. Li Yongsheng cried and laughed. This must be his kind. Never mind, let's find it again. After crossing a valley, on a slope, another set of hoof prints was found, and this time, when it was time to give chase, White didn't stand in the way. Dinyo, keep an eye on the surrounding trees and call out to me if you see any dried up fruit. Dinyo nodded. He knew that brother Yongxing worried a lot about timings for herbs. His own mother ran the pharmacy and was busy from morning till night, and the kind of sadness that he used to see on his face was seldom seen anymore. Chased 2 or 3 miles, hoofprints suddenly disappeared. The bull was what tripped to fall, and found that it was the head of an animal. Wild goat, 2 horns are still hanging on it. This dam is cut off by the beast. It seems that there are more than just 2 of them in the mountains who want to eat meat. White followed, and there seemed to be some gloating in his eyes. Brother Yansei, what kind of fruit is that? Li Yongxing followed the direction of the big cattle pointing to look over. A few small trees are still hanging fruit, covered with snow. Cannot see the original color? And the size of an apple. Go over and pick one and see. Before reaching the small tree, a beast suddenly came out of the snow pile. Coldly scared Li Yongxing a jolt. A whale. The beast was hit by an arrow. The reaction speed of the big cow is much faster than Li Yongxing. Chapter 125, Yellow Sheep and Roe Deer. Li Yongxing looked at the silly roe deer that scurried out to be shot by the big bull and then stirred its legs with some headaches. This is also a close relative of Xiaobai. Will little White lose his temper? It looked fine, and White looked up, more concerned about the fruit on the tree. The fruits don't have much water left. The sugar content is very high. The low temperature didn't freeze. It tastes very sweet. Put one in White's mouth, and picked all the others and put them in the back basket. Dozens of fruits. A silly roe deer. The harvest is good. The fruit is called the red jade fruit. 5 points A. No more, no less. Cannot change many points. It is better to keep it for Xiaobai to eat. Li Yongxing carried the fruit on his back, and Dinyo carried the silly roe deer on his back, looking for a series of hoofprints to continue searching, and Xiaobai was scattering in the snow, disappearing for a while, and suddenly appearing for a while. There may have been some fruit on the shrubs, but they were covered with snow and hard to spot. It felt like it was almost noon, and after finding a windy cliff, Li Yongxing and Dinyo nibbled on the oil cakes they pulled out of their arms, while Xiaobai nibbled on the fruits on his own. After lunch, Li Yongxing and Dinyo continued their search, not knowing how many ravines they had crossed, and finally, they found a yellow sheep picking needles to eat in a valley. Brother Yongxing, you come. Li Yongxing looked back, did not see Xiaobai, pulled the bow and arrow. The arrow went straight to the yellow sheep 200 meters away, hit the yellow sheep fixed neck penetrated through the past, with a blood splash drilled into the snow. The yellow sheep tried to catapult to start, but suffered a heavy blow, his body up and his head drooping into the snow. Li Yongxing shouted beautiful, a jump straight to the yellow sheep, very big and very fat, eyeballing 60 or 70 pounds is there. There was no turning around anymore, and one man for one prey. The big bull gave the roe deer to Li Yongxing, and carried the bigger and heavier yellow sheep on his own back. Brother Yongxing, are we going back here? There's still a set of hoofprints here. No more chasing. It's dark if we go back again. There's time for that. Li Yongxing looked around and didn't find Xiaobai. White, come back home. A white shadow suddenly crossed in the distance, and in a few breaths it was in sight. On the way back, the big bull kept hemming and hawing. Dinyo, so happy. Yes, brother Yongxing, if I had such skills last year, my mother wouldn't have to cry every day. Li Yongxing silent. This time last year, should be the 2 families the most difficult time. That time, not to mention the roe deer and yellow sheep, can have pounds of rice have to be happy half a day. After leaving the mountains, it was already dark. Passing by the wine shop, Li Yongxing and Uncle Chang said hello. Uncle Chang, there's no hurry to eat. I'll cook mutton soup for you later. Li Yongxing let Dinyo carry the roe deer home. He asked for the yellow sheep. His father just came back, helped Li Yongxing finish processing the yellow sheep. The 2 hind legs of the sheep were chopped into small pieces, and simmered over high heat. More than an hour. The pot room smelled. Li Yongxing served a large pot. Xiao Shu slipped a basket of steamed buns. Uncle Kung, it's time to eat. Have a drink with me. Mutton soup, big steamed buns, sorghum wine. Uncle Chang had nothing to look forward to. He was never short of meat. But Yongxing simmered mutton soup is really comfortable to drink, especially with red oil chili. Wing Nut, are you still going tomorrow? Let's not go there yet. The snow is thick in the mountains and it's too hard to walk. The weather is getting colder and colder. The Shangyun River's ice has held up the pedestrians. Li Yongxing fishing fishway do not know how to disclose out. The ice are plunge net-sized holes. Liang Shantai came again, this time with a team of horses, more than a dozen wagons loaded with supplies, all of which are rare items bought from abroad. Marquis, this time is still smooth. The total sold more than 14,000 silver. Picking supplies spent more than 1,000 too. The supplies stayed in the county, most of them. These are brought to the marquee. The rest of them are changed into silver tickets to bring you back. Take it back. Aren't we still building houses for the elderly who live in dilapidated buildings after the first of the year? And I won't be able to use the money here for a while. Marquis, this is out of order. My land listens to me, not only to build houses after the year, but also to give some benefits to those old people who have lost their ability to work before the year. An old person according to the settlement of half a taels of silver. Right. Liang Shantai broke the defense. The Marquis thought too thoughtful. He was an official for more than 10 years. Never encountered such a thing. Never heard of it. Li Yongsheng did the county Marquis. This is not the blessing of Li Yongsheng. It is the blessing of the people of the whole county, which is placed in which dynasty is the existence of the 10,000 families of the Buddha. Father, uncle who? You guys arrange for the people brought by the county honors to have lunch, and go to the wine shop to carry a jar of 50 jin of Tanshan wine. Father and uncle who nodded their heads in agreement that all the food for the hospitality would come out of the granary, and the meat and vegetables from each family would be discounted to make up for the grain. County honored. Go home with me. Some days ago shot a yellow sheep, not yet eaten. This noon we drink a breath. Liang Shantai arched his hand. He still had a lot of things to explain to Li Yongsheng, and knowing that the sheriff master had already left, there was no need to avoid suspicion. Thank you, Marquis. Shantai will take care of it. At noon or boiled mutton soup, sent to Uncle Chang, came back to accompany Liang Shantai open drink. Lao Liang, no need to be formal when you come to me. You know me. I can see your hard work. Real food and drink. The body is the money to do things for the people. Thank you, Marquis. Then I'll make myself at home. A bowl of spirits with a bowl of hot mutton soup down. Liang Shantai opened the box. Marquis, it's still extraordinarily cold this year. I don't know if the wheat can carry it. Old Liang, don't worry too much. As far as our trade is concerned now, what can we do if all the wheat freezes to death? Old Yellow sighed. My heart aches. Last year the Shangyun River was flooded on both sides of the river. I was heartbroken 3 days and 3 nights did not sleep, and then suffered a drought. Hanging heart have, but also thanks to you. Otherwise my body will be worried about collapsed. Li Yongsheng served Huang Shantai mutton soup and pushed the chili oil over. Old Liang, want to eat spicy on plus? Livelihood matters I will not care. I also do not have that work. Lack of money, lack of food, look for me. Manpower is not enough if you hire their own. Recruit more will be martial arts guards. The caravan needs to be protected. And later on, when we all have enough to eat, law and order also need to be controlled. It's going to cost a lot of money now. Old Liang, Marquis, I'm poor and have only money left. Liang Shantai sipped the mutton soup and actually didn't know how to answer. After lunch, Li Yongsheng brewed tea to continue to explain. Nothing in detail. All are livelihood issues and the intentions of the coming year. Liang Shantai surprised to find that the Marquis is the livelihood of everyone. More than their own awareness of the county magistrate ahead of them, much more. A lot of issues they do not think about it. Li Yongsheng can directly grasp the focus. Really do not understand what he has loaded into the small head in the end is what. Liang Shantai took the medicine away. 30,000 copies. The same half. Not surprisingly another 16,500 taels of silver. Even the Dingbei King's team used painkillers. Visible distributor distribution capacity. Next time you can come back to the horse-drawn plow. Chapter 126, Practicing Martial Arts in Peace. Li Yongsheng watched Liang Shantai's team go away. Looked at the Shangyun River ice holes a little worried. This does not work. Must be in Xiao Yuan Qing account for it. Breaking the ice to fish can be. But the middle of the river 10 meters wide is not allowed to hit the ice holes. There are still half a month after the new year. Today just the set. To the peace of the township of the townspeople in an endless stream. See Li Yongsheng will greet with a smile. The year of the catastrophe. But also a little bit of surplus food sold for some of the New Year's Eve. All thanks to the blessing of the Marquis. Especially the maids of the pharmacy. Now 1 person a day 5 pounds of rice. From the home unpopular loss of money to the current meat and potatoes. Have to sigh the reality of society. Uncle Chang knew that occupying the distillation room of the brewery would delay the brewing of wine. And moved all the guys for eating and relaxing back to the east room where he slept. And also moved the copper stove that Zhang Jingyi had used over there. And every day he made the east room dry and hot. And it looked like he was really afraid of the cold. And he didn't know how many years he had lived in the mountains. And he didn't know how he had survived the winters in the mountains. Dinner accompanied Uncle Chang drink a cup, put down the chopsticks of Uncle Chang suddenly opened his mouth. Yang Shang, you're a bit distracted these days, is it because that girl is gone? Li Yongsheng's chopsticks stopped at his mouth, and a red light rose up on his face. Uncle John, I'm still a child. Uncle Chang looked at Li Yongsheng and smiled without saying anything, with an I see through you look. Li Yongsheng put down his chopsticks, looking at the stubby ears fixed Xiaobai speechless. Uncle Kung, pretty is really pretty, just dark and capricious. What's a bellyache? Just too much heart and too many thieving eyes to hide anything from her. Ahem. Uncle John choked on his wine and coughed twice. The girl is good. More is not convenient to say. You are complementary to the situation. This you consider yourself. The long life skill, although happy to be close to nature, but cannot be so soulful. Tomorrow morning to start I instructed you to practice it. Li Yongxing heart ecstasy. His own kung fu progress is not very big. After listening to the need to let nature take its course is also the attitude of herding. And now that Uncle Chang is going to help, that progress shall not immediately take off. Uncle Kung, please. Xiaobai suddenly stood up from the copper stove heel, tilting his head and looking at Uncle Chang with big eyes in a cute way. Uncle Chang stretched out his hand, and Xiaobai's head immediately leaned up to facilitate Uncle Chang's petting. Good, count you in too. And Yo, that boy likes to take the bull by the horns. I've been putting up with it all these days. Seeing that Uncle Chang hates his teeth, Li Yongxing understands that the Daniel brothers are going to suffer. But suffering is also equal to great progress. Daniel's thick skin and flesh should be able to hold up to Uncle Chang's intensity. Yang Shang, I've heard about all the things in your Plains County. Very good, very good. You are very good. And kind-hearted. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Learn Kung Fu and don't let go of people's livelihoods. Of course, having a kind heart can't be sent out casually. What you're doing now is very good. Yang Shang, you've made Uncle Chang very pleased. Li Yongxing's heart was happy, and Uncle Chang's affirmation created great pride in his heart. Early in the morning, Li Yongxing threw Xiaobai a fruit, pulled Xiaobai out of his nest, and waited at the door of the wine shop with Daniel in full armor. Creak, the door opened. Uncle Chang was in a thin white dress. Li Yongxing, some wonder, is not afraid of cold? Still dressed so playful. Go to the back of the mountain. Very cold. Li Yongxing felt the temperature reached at least -20 degrees. A few days ago, although Liang Shantai said not to worry about wheat, the heart is still very concerned about. After all, this is not a few acres, dozens of acres, but thousands of acres of acres. If all the freezing deaths, not to mention that, their own reputation has to be destroyed in half. Yang Shang, Danyo, you guys just practice here. I'll take Little White further in. Uncle Chang took Xiaobai into the ravine. Lin Yongsheng was a little curious in his heart, wondering how Uncle Chang would instruct Xiaobai. Could Xiaobai also practice Kung Fu? Danyo's punches are tigerish, every punch with a strong wind. Li Yongsheng did not hurry to strike, closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and then struck the clouds and water. Uncle Kung is back, Bai is gone. Danyo, the momentum is there, but the ruthlessness is not enough. There is no one who hates very much. The bull shook his head. Uncle Strong, I used to hate the people of the ancestral home. I hated them then. My mother has stopped crying now. She is happy every day. I don't hate them so much now that I see them, but I don't want to see them either. Uncle Chang nodded, and Danyo was a good boy. Come on, I'll open your tendons first. It's a bit painful. Bear with me. Uncle Chang suddenly patted on the big bull. The big bull's face saw red, looks very painful, but has been gritting his teeth and insisted. Not a moment's effort. The big bull's forehead appeared beads of sweat. Li Yongxing's legs suddenly shivered a little bit. This does not seem to be the instruction. This is the pulling out of the seedling. The slapping was over, and Uncle John was surprisingly a little tired, too, and it didn't look like it was just a simple slap. Danyo, bear the pain and keep practicing. Danyo's eyes contained tears, not because of the pain, because of the concern of Uncle Chang. Since childhood without a father, Yongsheng brother does not count. No man has cared for him. In Uncle Chang, Danyo experienced the warmth that has never been experienced. Hoo. Danyo began to punch again. The wind sometimes strong, sometimes convergence. Li Yongsheng see understand, sometimes a punch out, as if the back was pulled by what general, halfway through the fight. Suddenly no strength, but look not let a person feel uncomfortable, but in the conversion of a kind of sprightly feeling. Stop looking, it's your turn. Uncle Chang a flash flashed to Li Yongsheng's heel, slap on the shoulder. Intense pain came. Li Yongsheng almost did not kneel down. This is not a normal pain. This is like something in the body is tearing. The patting ended. Li Yongsheng looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His legs and body were trembling uncontrollably, forcing himself not to go limp on the ground, gasping for air. The white air coming out of his mouth was more than half a foot long. Bear the pain and keep punching. Li Yongsheng struggled to stand up straight with his legs, raised his heavy arms, and continued to punch Changsheng Quan. The whole body is in pain. The fingers do not want to move. But looking at Uncle Chang smiling at himself, can only grit his teeth and insist. The fist winds suddenly changed. A set of old age fists even hit the strong wind, rigid and soft between the more sweeping feeling. The punches were coming out faster and faster. He couldn't stop even if he wanted to. The pain in his body was getting lighter and lighter, and there was a bit of a floating feeling between the movements of the spiritual void steps paces. 3 trips Changsheng punched down. The body is magically not painful, but also vaguely some feverish feeling. Li Yongsheng looked at the strong uncle eyes thief bright. Uncle Kung. One more time? For the first time, helplessness appeared on Uncle Kung's face. Eternal life, too much is too little. One more shot like that and you might be buried here. Sure you want more? Uncle Kung. Just kidding, it really hurt just now. Well, you can go home and prepare the meal. I'm staring at Daniel waiting for Xiaobai, and I still want to eat tofu brain. Chapter 127 Tofu Brain with Pickled Vegetables. Li Yongsheng ran back to his home in a hurry, just in time to bump into his aunt who was preparing to go to the pharmacy. Auntie, don't rush off yet. Come to my house and help my mother make tofu brain. The aunt followed Li Yongsheng into the house. Yongsheng, didn't Dinyo say he accompanied you to martial arts practice? The big bull is still back there. Uncle Chang himself instructed it, and it's made a lot of progress. Yongsheng, the rice is ready. Bring it over to your Uncle Chang. Wing Li lowered his weapon. Mother, I've called my aunt over, so you guys hurry up and make tofu brain. Yongsheng, if you make tofu brain you have to make it to the high south half of the day. Do it. It's okay to be a little late, the aunt said suddenly. Yongsheng, yesterday I heard Xiao Frost say that his family is preparing to make tofu. Do you want to go and take a look at it? Don't let your Uncle Chang wait in a hurry. Whether there is or not we'll do it first. Li Yongsheng took a big basin and went out of the house. Uncle whose family was eating, and Yu Qing was not there. Yongsheng, I'm going to pick up my shift after dinner, so sit down and let Frost serve you a bowl of tofu brain. Uncle who? Auntie, I won't eat the tofu brain. Uncle Chang wants to eat it. You fill up this basin for me. My mother and aunt are making it. I'll send it back to you when it's done. Uncle who got up and lifted the lid of the pot for little Frost Lady to hurry up and serve. Thanks to waiting for Yu Qing to come back to drink tofu brain. Not yet pressed into tofu block. Yongsheng, a pot of tofu brain. Say also words would be out of place. Li Yongsheng is carrying a large basin. This basin should be enough for Uncle Chang to drink. Uncle who? I won't delay your meal. I'll take it back and warm it up first. Xiao Frost escorted Li Yongsheng to open the door. The girl did not know what the situation. Looking at Li Yongsheng always blushed a little. When I got home, my mother and aunt had already soaked the soybeans, and the effort in this thing is in soaking the soybeans. Yongsheng, do it and I'll send it back. Send tofu brain or press it out and send tofu. Mother, there's no need to send it. Keep a pot for tomorrow morning, and press everything else. Li Yongsheng carried Pouting Head to the vegetable field in front of the house. Small onions can be overwintered. The onion leaves on top of the dry, but buried deep in the soil below the white onion is still alive and fresh. Bean curd brain is good to drink. The small pickles are the soul. The ground in the garden is hard, and it took a lot of effort to shave a handful of onion white. When I got home, I cut up a plate of white onions and a plate of cabbage hearts, poured them with brine and chile oil, and looked at them with an appetite. Dinyo and Xiaobai came back. Dinyo panting look really like exhausted cattle. Xiaobai do not know what happy encounter. Jumping up and down to spread the joy and pain to Dinyo wiped the sweat. Dinyo took the facecloth casually full a few times. Mother, Uncle Kung has taught me real skills. The aunt took the cloth and wiped the bowl carefully. Listen well to your brother Yongsheng and Uncle Chang. Don't be lazy. Li Yongsheng was carrying tofu brain. Xiao Shu was carrying 2 plates of small pickles, and Uncle Chan was already sitting in the east room waiting. So soon. You're gone. I suddenly remembered that it's only right that this thing is slow to make. Strong uncle, is done more slowly. Mainly soybean have to soak. This is the village people do. I and my mother said, a moment to do out to you to leave a pot tomorrow morning drink. Other are pressed into tofu, and then want to eat when the first night to say a word. Soaked soybean in the morning can be done directly. Uncle Chang looked at the 2 plates of small pickles in the eyes and nodded with satisfaction, and waited for Li Yongsheng to pour sorghum wine. You and Dinyo drink some sorghum wine. Don't drink too much. A small bowl at a meal is good. Soothe the tendons and vitalize the blood. Don't be idle after eating. Continue to practice the Chongsheng skill. Well, I don't need to serve here. Hurry home and eat. Xiao Shu, come back over after eating. I will give you some pointers as well. Li Yongsheng ate his mother prepared for Uncle Chang's breakfast. Oil cake with pork and cabbage. Feeling much larger meals. 5 oil cakes and 3 bowls of cabbage into the belly before feeling full. After breakfast, Li Yongsheng asked Dinyo to continue to go to the back of the mountain to practice, feeling that now going into the mountain is no longer fragrant. Even if the tree full of fruits waiting for their own do not want to go. The morning sunshine more or less brought some warmth. The snow under the cliff face had been flattened. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo only wore single clothes. Just like this the whole body is still smoking hot. When Li Yongsheng and Dinyo practiced kung fu, Chao Yuanqing brought a few officials into the village and gave holiday benefits to the village's elderly. In this world, over 50 years old can be called an old man. Over 60 years old may still be able to do some of the work that can be done. 70 years old and above can only wait for their children to filial piety? Of course there is no such thing as an absolute. The village there is also an 80-year-old man. The body is great. Able to jump into the water, can push the cart. The first is a man who can dive into the water and push a cart. Chao Yuanqing concentrated the village's elderly people over the age of 60. Not to mention the fact that the village has more than 100 households, and there are only 23 elderly people over the age of 60, of which 8 are over the age of 70, and only 2 are over the age of 80. For those aged 60 to 69 it was 30 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of meat worth 401. For those aged 70 to 79 it was 40 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of meat worth 501. And for those aged 80 and over it was 50 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of meat worth 601. Li Yongqing's grandparents also sat in the queue. They lowered their heads and felt ashamed to meet people, but not to come to the collar is truly reluctant to give up. And the same shyness and teeness of the grandma of the big cow. They all belong to the 60 to 69 sequence. Elders, the gifts are not much, but this is the intention of the Marquis of Eternal Life. The Marquis has said that there will be more in the future, and the Marquis hopes that all of you will live a long life. Well, we have to rush to the next village. The old man cannot hold watching the folks to help send a little. Respect for the elderly and love for the young is a traditional virtue. Chao Yuanqing left with the team. Where there is what cannot be held. The 80-something-year-old man was carrying a bag of rice, with pork on the other shoulder, walking with a tiger's wind. Doggy, follow Tai Grandpa and go home and boil pork for you to eat. The 4 or 5-year-old dog, who was his great-grandson, sucked in his snotty nose and hurried to keep up, drool already running from the corners of his mouth. The old man left with the grain and meat, and the townspeople who were watching were talking, and a few of the old men who were not of age were making fun of each other. Second master, you're craving, aren't you? Don't be anxious, you'll be of age next year too. The second master looked at the old man who was about his own age. Fatma, aren't you 52? You'll be able to claim it the year after next, too. The old man with the gag. Fatma is not fat, but looks thin and stubborn. I'll go home, make a tablet for the Marquis of Eternal Life, kowtow every morning and evening, and bless the Marquis of Eternal Life with a long life, and I won't burn the incense for the gods on New Year's Day. I'll burn it for the Marquis of Eternal Life, and pray for blessings for the Marquis of Eternal Life. It is noon. It is time to eat lunch. The townspeople discussed half a day each dispersed, although they do not have anything, but the heart is still on fire. Sooner or later we'll be old. No one filial piety tragedy is vivid in my mind. I sincerely hope that the Marquis of Eternal Life can always be rich and wealthy and live a long life. Chapter 128, The 10-10-10 Bao. Kung Fu has made great progress. Li Yongqing is no longer obsessed with the issue of entering the mountain and the system, and every morning, he will be slapped by Uncle Chang once. Pain and happiness. During the day, practicing the secret of longevity also have to give Uncle Chang to change the pattern to get food. Zhang Jingyi took the mandarin duck hot pot away. See the mention of the hot pot when Uncle Chang some intention. Li Yongqing decided to go to Pingyang Township, just after the time to send wine to the king. The 8 quintals of the bao also need to replace the bowstring. The last Pingyang Township fair before the year. Xin Yueming let the second uncle set on the ox cart, pulling dozens of jars of Tanshan wine and moving mountain wine, bringing his own bao, pulling an additional jar of 50 pounds of Tanshan wine and a jar of 50 pounds of moving mountain wine, which is ready to send to the blacksmith Lao Feng. Catch the last annual set of people. A lot of people. Across the stone bridge, on the highway to Pingyang Township. Crowded. See the second uncle's frame or consciously stopped. Originally just want to say hello to the second uncle. Did not expect the young marquis is also on it. Some people want to kneel down. Li Yongqing eagerly greeted the townspeople. Without any trace of a marquis's demeanor, the ox cart didn't go fast. Not as fast as the townspeople on foot, but no one bothered to overtake the ox cart, spontaneously following behind. Not so much in awe, but more in respect for Li Yongqing. In a year of catastrophe, to be able to sell some grain to do some New Year's goods, and to be able to pull a piece of cloth to make new clothes for their children and themselves, this is already considered a good year for the people. And of course, all of this comes from a young marquis. Peaceful Township arrived, and I don't know who shouted. The Marquis of Qingyuan County has arrived. The dense crowd on the road and at the fairgrounds knelt down, and Li Yongqing stood up on the ox cart. Fathers and mothers, there is no need to be polite, so please rise quickly. When the townspeople climbed up, Li Yongqing arched his hand and greeted everyone, and the crowd consciously diverged and made way for a wide road. Second uncle, hurry up and go to the blacksmith store first. As if he had heard the news, Blacksmith Feng was waiting outside the blacksmith store early. Greetings, Marquis. Li Yongqing smiled and jumped off the ox cart. Big brother Feng, why are you so polite? I'm here to ask you for an errand. Come, these 2 jars of wine are specially brought for you. Denyo, you help brother Feng move in. Feng Blacksmith was so happy that he couldn't even see his teeth and eyes with his smile. Marquis, it's rare that you still remember old Feng's mouth. Please come in. Li Yongqing took off his bow and handed it to Blacksmith Feng. pulling out $2 and handing them over together. I'll go to deliver the wine to the king first, and eat there at noon. You help change it to a 10-quart bao. In addition, build me a copper stove. Last time that Mandarin duck pot was also beaten by you, right? This time, you don't need to beat the Mandarin duck pot, just make a round pot directly. Don't worry, Marquis old brother, leave it to me, and strive to bring it with you when you leave. The middle door of the royal residence is wide open. Li Yongxing's identity is different, and the reception naturally cannot be the same. Steward Li accompanied a young man standing at the entrance of the mansion. No surprise, this should be the son of the king, that is, the young boy student who was stolen by the eldest uncle's jade pendant. Perhaps now is already a shokai. And so on Li Yongxing jumped down from the ox cart. Steward Li led the young man forward. Greetings to the Marquis. Marquis, this is the Grand Duke of the house. Wang Jilu, Duke, this is the Marquis of Eternal Life that the king reads about every day. Brother Yongsheng, Jilu is courteous. Eternal Life has met Brother Wang. This was someone who called his elder uncle brother. It was reasonable to call himself an uncle, but both of them were cut off from their eldest uncle, so naturally they had to be treated according to the seniority of the Dinghai king. The second uncle ox cart has its only housekeeper to guide. Send the county princess line back. A Cheng took away the big ox. Wang Jilu with Li Yongxing's hand into the house. Was a big man grabbed the hand. Li Yongxing more or less a little bit uncomfortable, shaking it off and not too polite. See, the king stood in front of the living room door to wait, rushed to draw it out without traces of a hand, arched his hand and salute. Eternal Life has met the king. Ha ha ha, Yongsheng, how and this king is still polite on. Come on, taste a taste of the good tea I got. Jilu, prepare the banquet. Tell a Chang, in a while to invite the big bull brother over as well. Did not invite the second uncle. The status is not equal. Invited over the second uncle is not comfortable, but the big bull is different. That is the personal disciple of the mysterious master. On this status, can kill the vast majority of the honored nobles of the Dechen dynasty. Yongsheng, Jingyi, that girl is gone. Is it much easier? Have you gone into the mountains to hunt? There are good things still have to remember me. Your Highness, to be honest, I would like to go into the mountains before the sheriff has left, but I can't go in now. Uncle Chang is going to do intensive training for Dinyo and me, so let's wait until after the new year. But the good things that were fought are still prioritized to send you over. The money can't be less. Ha ha ha, I'm as poor as you are. Li Yongsheng was slightly embarrassed. It must have been that Liang Shantai who gave the word out. Your poor just left money into the people after dinner. Fixed talk. This is if other people say, even in thousands of miles away, will be impeached. You are not the same. Your money are spent on the people, or for the sake of the elderly. The hardest head of the royal historian also dare not say half a word. Wang Jilu poured tea for the two. Li Yongsheng blocked the teacup, feeling not quite right. Wang Jilu is still 5 or 6 years older than himself, should be about 20. Yongsheng, there's no need to be polite with the canine son. If he had 10% of your ability, this king wouldn't have to worry like this. There is no need to be modest. Your Highness, a tiger's father does not have a dog's son. Big brother Jilu is definitely hiding his clumsiness as well. Yongsheng can understand that. Complimenting people is not as good as complimenting people as children. The king laughed loudly. Yongsheng, this is true. His own child cannot take a few years of exams to a shotsai. Is it possible? But wait, for the next time to take the test will not be necessary. One has the certainty that this child can soar. After all, his two gentlemen are not ordinary people. Wang Jilu produced a great favor to Li Yongsheng. Repressed for too long, sometimes feel like a little cute. This Yongsheng is not simple. Also right, young age can do marquis. How can it be a simple generation? Brother Yongsheng, fallacious praise. Jilu expresses his heartfelt admiration for Brother Yongsheng's series of inventions and livelihood measures. Alright, you two young people don't brag about each other. Ji Lax, you go and rush the back kitchen again. Today I'll have a good drink with Marquis Yongsheng. After chatting with the king for a while, Wang Jilu came back. Father, eternal brothers, the banquet is ready. Now go over there? Yongsheng, let's go. Drink. Jilu went to call up Chang and Dinyo. The table was large, with a wide array of dishes, and Li Yongsheng sat beside the king, opposite Wang Jilu, while Chang and Dinyo sat on the other side. Not too heavy on etiquette. The king knows how to grasp the atmosphere, and the usual family feast is almost the same. The wine did not stop. Chopsticks are not allowed to put down, the same as the Lord. Li Yongsheng is still accustomed to his own family's home-cooked meals. Of course, touched on such a mountain of delicacies and seafood will not be polite. Yongsheng, supplies are scarce in the village. I asked Old Li to prepare a cart of things for you. Bring it back for your family to try, and cook for Uncle Chang so you can make it richer. Your Majesty, then Eternal Life will not be polite to you. Chapter 129, Xia Jiqing's Confusion. The Dinghai King and the two masters are both seafaring, and Li Yongxing controlled it and did not control it, but his head is still clear. Your Highness, you can't drink anymore. If you drink anymore you'll really get drunk. In a while you still have to go to Feng Blacksmith's place to get the copper pot and 10 quarts of bao. Out of the royal house by dusk, the oxguard pulled a carload of supplies. Wine money is given. 1 or 2 silver is not missing. Blacksmith Feng looked like he had finished building the hot pot and stood at the door of the blacksmith's store eagerly waiting to see Li Yongxing drunk and put the hot pot and bao on the cart, along with some leftover broken silver. Brother Feng, take the silver back and buy meat for the new year. Old Feng was not polite, put it away and put it into his pocket. Thank you Marquis Yongxing for the reward. Back home it was already dark. The ox cart parked in front of the house. Li Yongxing picked some gifts for Daniel and the second uncle to take home. The aunt and a group of girls to get off work after dark. Li Yongxing said to the aunt, Auntie, pack up and leave work tomorrow. One person will be given 20 pounds of rice and 200 copper coins. The girls cheered up, chattering and thanking the Marquis. Second uncle, tomorrow morning early to find village young uncle and Hu uncle. Participate in the treasury guard. One person equally issued 20 pounds of rice and 200 copper coins. Second uncle and Dinyo helped his parents unload the goods. Li Yongxing went to see Uncle Chang, saw that Uncle Chang was eating dinner, stroked Xiaobai's head, and went home to fall asleep. Late at night, the sleeping Uncle Chang suddenly opened his eyes, and in the darkness of the night, the corner of his mouth crossed a cold smile, and beside the stove fixed Xiaobai raised his head at the same time. On the roof of the east house of Li Yongxing's house, a masked man was alerting the surroundings. Hearing the steady breathing inside, he revealed a smile. Marquis of Qingyuan, I admit that you are a talented person, but it is a pity that you have to die. If you hand over the recipes of the hemostatic pill and the pain-relieving pill, this princess doesn't mind to give you a pain in the ass, or else, he. The masked man was just about to go down to the yard when he suddenly felt a cool chill behind him, and subconsciously looked back, his big jewel blue eyes filled with fear and surprise. What the hell? A snow-white deer stood behind him, tilting his head and looking at himself adorably, his eyes full of curiosity. Xia Jiqing felt her scalp tingle. What the hell is this? How could it be behind himself? Xiaobai seemed to have forgotten to attack. This two-legged beast's eyes were too beautiful. Blue pupils, never seen before, just wanted to get closer to study it. The two-legged beast in front of him suddenly drew his knife. Xiaobai was just about to raise his leg, felt the aura of Uncle Strong, stopped his movement, and looked at this two-legged beast with some sneer. Xia Jiqing wanted to kill Xiaobai, looked at his cute appearance and did not want to do it. Forget it, knocked out. When he was done, he carried him back. He was too cute. Putting away his sword, he approached Xiaobai with lightning speed, formed his palm into a sword, and slashed down at Xiaobai's neck. With a stumble, Xia Jiqing almost fell off the roof, and stabilized herself in some distress. Where is the little white deer? Where is the little white deer? Turning his head, he found that the little white deer had already arrived behind him, still tilting his head, his two big eyes still looking at himself. Xia Jiqing shed a cold sweat. She understood that this little white deer was different. Her own speed was not an opponent. Forget it, regardless of him her own task is 2 formulas. Flying down the house, not half a sound. Li Yongxing's door is hidden. Quietly pushed open the door. They have not gone in. A white shadow flashed. The little white deer drilled in. Xia Jiqing ahead of Blackline. You this little guy, go in, there is still a place to run? Followed the little white deer flashed in, turned back and closed the door. You too, all are this princess's prey. Xiaobai still butting looking at the two-legged beast. The two-legged beast's hand suddenly chopped over again. Xiaobai tossed and turned. Simply can't chop. Xia Jiqing angry to the extreme. Since the kung fu big success, for the first time this kind of wretchedness, even sneak attack, those 3 jerks have never encountered such a situation. The house is not big, but really cannot catch up. Xia Jiqing some discouragement, suddenly turned his anger to the sleeping Li Yongxing, or first chopped stunned before, the hand knife chopped the past. Xiaobai just want to launch an attack, suddenly felt the breath of the strong uncle again, lowered his head and already rushed to the middle of the road, the emergency brakes to stop. Xia Jiqing's hand knife was about to slash Li Yongxing's neck when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head, and then his whole body flopped on the bed without any weakness. Kahaku sneered for a moment and was summoned by Uncle Strong to open the door and go out, closing the door from the outside and jumping onto the roof to disappear into the wine shop. Xia Jiqing did not lose consciousness, she was just weak, her heart was in a panic. She met an expert. Not this Lin Yongsheng, it was a mysterious expert hiding in the dark. The opposite side had not yet made a move. She lost the ability to resist, far from being a rival. She just didn't know why this mysterious expert would control herself in Li Yongxing's bed. Sleeping Li Yongxing felt something pressing himself. Presumably Xiaobai came back. afraid of cold rubbing their own nest. The small white peeled to one side. Coincidentally, the hand stayed in the position that should not be left, murmured a few words, and huffed and puffed to sleep. The hand is still subconsciously pinched. What? Xia Jiqing's eyes were spitting fire. This was worse than killing her. Li Yongsheng suddenly turned his body, his thighs on Xia Jiqing's abdomen. His mouth was only a few millimeters away from Xia Jiqing's mouth. Asshole, how did his mouth smell so much of alcohol? Xia Jiqing felt that the whole person is not good. At this time has forgotten the matter of the pharmacy. Just want to escape from this devil's den. That damn smell of alcohol. That damn hand. That damn leg. Xia Jiqing want to cry without tears. I don't know how long it took, but the restraints were suddenly lifted from his body, and Xia Jiqing didn't dare to move. His face flushed red, wondering what the other party's next step was going to be. Uncle Strong in the wine shop yawned. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't have a chance to. Xia Jiqing slowly pulled her body out of Li Yongsheng's clutches, didn't dare to lay a hand on Li Yongsheng, forced her fear out the door, flew up to the roof, jumped to Li Yongsheng's home. Just after she was relieved, a voice suddenly came to her ears. Don't come back. If something happens to him, your entire imperial city will have to accompany him. Icy cold weather. Xia Jiqing cold sweat wildly. He surprisingly know where he came from. Did not doubt the words of the mysterious person. He is one of the best experts in the country. In front of him not half a point to fight back. He said to the whole imperial city to accompany the burial may not be a threat. Xia Jiqing turned around and bowed to the front. Late. Go away. Go back and tell Xia Yuanba not to engage in all this chicken. Xia Jiqing bowed his head and bent his waist, after saluting a burst of frantic running, into the group of mountains, breathing heavily, just now really scared. Xia Yuanba is his grandfather, but also the previous Taishang emperor, but the outside world has long been said to be the death of the emperor, hiding in the royal graveyard practicing kung fu. How could he know? Too scary. Never dare to come again. Chapter 130, Fried New Year's Goods. Dawn. Lin Yongsheng opened his sleepy eyes, yawned, his nose twitched, always felt a strange fragrance, did not think much, thought it was about the fruit in the cabinet, just about to put on the clothes. The gaze suddenly condensed. The little white bastard. It looks like he came to rub his own comforter again. There are still hoof prints on the clothes placed next to him. No, that seems to be a footprint. The more Li Yongsheng looked, the more wrong. Not only a footprint, the quilt also rubbed a lot of dust. Jade pendant? Why is there a jade pendant in the corner? Li Yongsheng gently picked up the jade pendant. Red. It is blood jade. There is also a word carved on it. Ancient style. Lin Yongsheng repeatedly scrutinized for a moment. It should be a summer character. Sitting on the bed stayed half a day. There are two long hairs next to the pillow. This damn. They are being slept with? In the wine shop, Uncle Chang woke up early, and Xiao Bai was in an eye-to-eye daze. Noticing the situation at Li Yongsheng's place, he suddenly laughed happily, and Xiao Bai followed suit. Wingnut, come over here. Right, there's Uncle Kung. Uncle Kung must know the situation. Getting dressed and coming to the wine shop, Uncle Chang was already drinking morning tea, and Li Yongsheng handed the blood jade to Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang, someone came last night, I don't know what the situation is, and left me a piece of jade. Uncle Chang nearly spat out a mouthful of tea and forced a laugh. Eternal life, probably running for the recipe for your medicine, was chased away by me. What kind of person is it? I have a feeling it's a woman. Eternal life, a princess of the desert kingdom, was terrified last night, first by Xiao Bai, then by my shock, and by your cuddling for half the night. Li Yongsheng sweated furiously. It really wasn't an illusion. That peculiar fragrance. Ugh, brain some mess. Well, they shouldn't be coming. Call up the big bull backcountry. Li Yongsheng laughed nervously and picked up the jade pendant, suddenly realizing that Xiao Bai's gaze towards himself was a bit off. His big eyes full of teasing, he shook his head helplessly and went out of the wine shop. The back of the mountain, once again received the relentless slap of Uncle Chang. Has not been so painful. The spirit of the virtual step walk up, the fist power to send and receive like water. All natural. The big bull's boxing has also had a great change. Swinging between the astral wind is cold and sharp. Xiao Bai did not run into the mountains today, so he lay down in the snow next to Li Yongsheng, occasionally remembering something and happily rolling in the snow. Xiao Bai, get the hell back. Get Xiao Shu to prepare the tofu brain. Xiao Bai pretended to be unable to understand, and looked at Uncle Chang with big puzzled eyes. I have to be able to talk too. Strong uncle to take the cute little white also cannot help. And so Li Yongsheng collection. Arranged Li Yongsheng back to prepare. Specially explained. Small onions cannot be less. Mother and aunt are already frying the New Year's goods. Tofu brain hot on the stove. Li Yongsheng took the pouting head to continue to go to the vegetable garden planing green onions, the old two kinds of pickles, and to match a plate of pickled vegetables pulled back from the royal palace, crisp diced radish, pickled bamboo shoots, and unknown vegetables. After breakfast, Li Yongsheng helped his mother and aunt to fry a lot of things, already steamed a lot of steamed buns hair cake, but also have to cook all the raw meat. Tomorrow is the New Year's Eve. All of these things have to be completed today. Second aunties side to fry a few things. The big goose sister and the small goose sister also support over the pot of mutton and beef, ribs, under the pig and other things need to be cooked. Fated chicken, there are still more than 10 big pots and small pots together. Mother and aunt fried things cannot speak. Lin Yongxing commanded 2 sisters and Xiaoshu busy. Compared to last year, this year's atmosphere is more relaxed. Goose, you'll be 17 after the new year. It's good to find an in-law. Sister Goose's face was instantly covered in a blush. Third aunt, not looking for it, and the ones about my age don't want to look for it. And if they do, they can't work in the pharmacy if they marry. Li Yongxing cried and laughed. This is their own to take the blame. If the delay in the village to the age of the girls married to the lifelong event, that is to be poked and prodded. It seems that after the year to find the girls said, married, of course, cannot come back to continue to work in the pharmacy, they can give them a dowry to make them satisfied, the marriage or to be married. To save the dowry words are also simple. More than how many years old do not use not on the line. Li Yongxing never thought that he hired a group of girls, but also have to give them to pay the dowry insurance. Sister Diane, we should still look for them, otherwise all the good ones will be picked by other girls. Wing Nut, say I'm not going to do you any favors anymore. You can't leave without helping. There's mutton cooking in the pot, and if I drive you away, I won't be scolded in my heart. Li Yongsheng and his mother did not mention the matter of finding an in-laws. 17 or 18 is not a big age. It is normal to get married around 20 years old. Yongsheng, your father and I are going to your grandpa's house this afternoon. Are you going? Why go in the afternoon? Don't you go in the morning to visit relatives? Before the year is to give some annual gifts, not to eat, and to come back afterward. Li Yongsheng added some firewood to the stove, and after burning this, the mutton would be ready for the pot. Mother, I won't go if I don't eat. I'll wait until after New Year's to feast. Mother and aunt heard laughed. Xiaoshu and aside steal mother and aunt fried food to eat. Sniffed also said that he will not go, but his brother and sister prepared sweets and pastries to bring all. Mutton cooked, boiled rotten is not delicious. Li Yongsheng all served to the pottery plate basin. The remaining small half pot to eat hot pot copper pot, with salt and pepper. Let the geese brush the pot to cook beef. Their own to get 2 plates of pickled salted vegetables for Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang's favorite food is pickled bamboo shoots and salt beans. Himself with a copper pot. Sister with 2 plates of pickles. Large steamed buns are ready-made. Steamed in the morning is still hot. The mother loaded a package to hang on the shoulders of Xiaoshu. When we entered the wine shop, we sat the hot pot on Uncle John's copper stove. Uncle Chang, eat it while it's hot or it'll get cold quickly. What are you drinking for lunch today? It's still a sorghum bar. After serving Uncle Chang, came back to his own family also opened dinner. Ready-made mutton, 2 plates of pickles, the next door to the big cattle also called over. 3 families of 7 people to eat. After lunch, my mother sealed the gifts in the cart, went to the warehouse along the front river and got my father, and the 2 of them pushed the cart to Taoran village. The fried goods were all fried. Beef was cooking in the big pot, ribs on the charcoal stove, and chicken was cooking in the small pot. Li Yongxing took 2 fruits and tricked Xiao Bai out of the brewery, and brought Xiao Bai to the wheat fields on both sides of the riverbank, and ate steamed buns at noon this day when he had a whim, digging a little bit of wheat to look at it. And now, if there is no freezing to death, then it should not be a big problem. The wheat field is still covered with thick snow. The little white is spreading in the snow. Li Yongxing squatted down and peeled away the snow. Fortunately, the wheat is a little yellow, but still maintains vitality. The land is frozen. Tugged a little bit, did not pull out. Checked a dozen or so places over and over. No outright freezes. Found a slightly fluffy spot to yank out a few, and the roots are good. Chapter 130, Chao Yuanqing wants wine. After standing in the wheat field and lamenting for half a day, he suddenly heard Chao Yuanqing's voice from behind. Marquis, where is the inspection of the wheat field? Brother Chao, it's almost New Year's Eve, and you're already closed, right? If you're not at home preparing the New Year's goods, what are you doing here? Where does Big Brother have a home? I'm all alone. Do I need to prepare for New Year's goods? It's a good day when you have food and drink. Li Yongsheng got out of the wheat field. Brother Chao, you say so this marquis have shame a township Zhang. Life's so bitter then. All is the responsibility of this marquis. Chao Yuanqing was amused by Li Yongsheng. Brothers, stop it. Big Brother came here this time just to get some wine. With wine and meat, there is no worry in the new year. Wine is good, Brother Chao, or else spend it at my house. It's not too bad for you. Do not come. Big Brother is accustomed to loneliness. People instead of homesickness. Brother, Big Brother these days around the countryside of wheat fields have all seen. The situation is good beyond my imagination. There are still more than 10 days to hit the spring. This time it is a stable. Li Yongqing took Chao Yuanqing back to the wine shop and tied up 2 jars of 50 kilograms of Tanshan wine and Monshan wine with straw, with the jars set up on the back of the horse. Brother Chao, in order to drink more wine, I can only work hard for you to walk. What is this hard work? These 2 jars of wine I can also carry back. Brother, big brother left after the new year and then come to pay you New Year's greetings, sending Chao Yuanqing far away. Li Yongsheng heart some curiosity. This Chao Yuanqing in the end made what mistakes? A noble family's son was sent to this poor countryside, and cannot go back to visit his family. Wait for the next time to see Zhang Jingyi must ask for an understanding. Think of Zhang Jingyi. Li Yongsheng heart suddenly hot. That absolutely beautiful face. It is difficult to let people forget. Sister Dian came over with a basin, and Xiao Shu carried a plate with half a package of steamed buns. Sister Dian, what kind of meal is prepared for Uncle Chang? Shu asked. This pot is spicy beef. Uncle Chang wants to pour it in a hot pot and eat it, and Shu's end is fried. Okay, you guys send it over. When I got home, my parents were already back. Yongsheng, do you want to eat beef or ribs tonight? Li Yongsheng looked at the fat chicken cooking in the small pot on top of the stove and suddenly remembered the chicken he had eaten last year after he got sick. Get me a chicken. I'll nibble one myself tonight. Got myself a plate of pickles and my mother brought over the cooked chicken in a tub. Chicken heads and asses are not eaten and are wrung off and placed on the table. Pippi Huan Huan, come for the chicken. Pippi Huan Huan bounced into the house. One held up the head of the chicken. The other held up the chicken but not too satisfied. Li Yongsheng wrung off another chicken neck and 2 chicken claws. That's all there is. The rest is just right for me to eat by myself. Raised a year of large rooster is very sinewy. Kill 2 chicken legs. Threw 2 long bones to the Paipai Huan Huan. Always feel that something is missing. Right, wine. Pour yourself a bowl of sorghum original wine. Sip the wine and eat the chicken is fragrant. Underestimated themselves. A chicken simply cannot eat enough. And asked for a bowl of spicy beef. Ate 2 large steamed buns. 8 points full. Almost. Eat more than grow into the king of Dinghai that looked too damaging to the image. After eating a bellyful of meat, I can't go to bed right away. I have to go out for a walk to dissipate the food. Just out of the gate, I heard Uncle Chang's call. Wingnut, the journey to the west is over. Come tell me a little of the other stories. Li Yongsheng was a bit headstrong. Telling stories is really enough. Never mind. Let's start with Neza. In the wine shop, Li Yongsheng brewed a pot of fragrant tea. From Shentangwen began to narrate. Strong uncle listening to close his eyes, as if immersed in the story. Xiaobai listening to a face of anger. The last time clearly is not so say. Fool the deer. Grips open the door to seize the door out of the door. Do not go out of the ordinary. Jumped on the roof back to the next door of the east house. What's going on with white? Uncle Chang, lose your temper. Then the fairy wing told has a white deer. Stupid. White is not happy. Well, let's stop here. We're busy with the new year tomorrow, so let's not go to the back of the mountain for a few days. It's too late. Li Yongsheng nodded. Some pity in his heart. These days progress rapidly. Really do not want to stop but strong uncle's words do not dare to violate. He said that too late. That certainly cannot continue to toss. Back to his room. Xiaobai has fallen asleep on his own nest. Put the stove up. Not a moment later, the house warmed up. Took off his coat into the quilt. Suddenly remembered the body of the jade pendant. From the pocket of the clothes pulled out and played with it. And thought to myself, what kind of a person is this? Princess, should not be too old. I don't know if it's pretty. How does it compare to Zhang Jingyi? Definitely can't compare. Zhang Jingyi is already beautiful and soul-stealing. Suddenly waking up from his wild thoughts, Li Yongsheng inexplicably remembered a saying from the animal world. Spring is coming, everything is recovering, and it's the annual season for animals to go into heat. Can't think nonsense? Sleep. New Year's Day is very busy. Parents in Xiaoshu are wearing aprons. Li Yongsheng rare leisure. Feeling more and more lazy, do not want to do anything at all. Took 2 fruits, quietly out of the yard. Coaxed Xiaobai out of the brewery, and took Xiaobai wandering all over the village. The street is full of naughty children, too young to help the family. A groups gathered together to play house. See Li Yongsheng will always disperse, and then secretly hide in the corner to watch. To see Li Yongsheng less, most of the eyes gathered in the body of Xiaobai. Marquis, idol, Uncle Qian, how are the preparations going? Can we have dumplings and meat? Marquis is really a nobleman. Didn't he just give us rice and meat? How can we afford to eat it? We are saving it for the new year. It's good to have meat. So Uncle Qian get busy. I'll wander around some more. Unconsciously came to the front of the river along the warehouse. For small houses live in 8 people, plus the warehouse inside the Uncle Hu. The 9 family's New Year's Eve cannot be reunited. Uncle Liang, go and call out my Uncle Hu. I'll tell everyone something. Uncle who came out. And 9 men surrounded Li Yongsheng. Today is New Year's Eve day. Tomorrow is the big year. The day after tomorrow is the day of visiting friends and relatives. These 3 days the warehouse will not need to see. Uncle who locked the door. I'll go home to prepare for the new year. Marquis, please don't. There's so much food and herbs. What if someone steals them? Li Yongsheng touched the small white at his side. Don't worry everyone. Xiaobai is the best of the best. During the day there are children playing everywhere. No one will lay their hands on them. At night I'll have Xiaobai come over for a few rounds. It won't be stolen. That is, in case we lose some. It doesn't matter. Having been there or not, the family is not able to make ends meet. Who would risk breaking the king's law to steal some food? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Marquis in the end is a marquis. Crooked reasoning is more. A group of people bowed and thanked. Each went back to their own homes. The joy on their faces. Who do not want to spend the New Year's Eve with their mothers-in-law and children? The marquis is too sweet. Chapter 131, The Arrival of the New Year. Wandering home from the river. It was time for lunch. The pot was a pot of red star fish. Shu was on the fire, and there was another in a big vat next to it, still all alive. Mother, where's the fish? Village Zhang and your big strong brother sent over. More than 20, or more than 2 pounds. Said that this year's fishing is too much. The fish is not worth money. Asked whose family also do not say. Always said that it is the hearts of the fishing children of each family. Li Yongsheng heart slightly moved. The fish is no longer valuable. The red star fish can still be. At least for some rice is no problem. Fishing has long been rotten street. So many red star fish, but also live. It is estimated to be the village children saved for a long time. Did you send it over to Uncle John's side? Not yet. It's still almost on fire. Xiao Shu, don't add more firewood. It'll be fine when the firewood in the hearth is finished. When the fish was ready, Li Yongsheng brought over a pot for Uncle Chang, who had smelled the fish and was already ready. And the wine was already full. With chopsticks in his hand, the hot pot on the stove was brushed clean. The plate of fish was carefully dumped into the hot pot with charcoal burning underneath so it wouldn't get cold for long. Uncle Kung, take your time. I'm going home for dinner. Wing Nut, send me a bunch of dried chili peppers. I'll tear them up and put them in the pot. Li Yongsheng a pat on the head. Strong uncle is now also no spicy. Rushed home to pick a string of peppers. The altar of chili oil to the strong uncle into a small jar. Give with the strong uncle to tear into the pot a few. The rest of the chili pepper hanging on the wall. Back at home, I found myself a small pot. And likewise tore up 7 or 8 dried chili peppers, rolled the hot fish and fish soup served in it, and poured some chili oil on it, and it felt there. The flavor of the red star fish is indeed delicious, probably because this kind of fish can be exchanged for points. Lin Yongsheng always felt that there was something else different about him. A few pieces of fish in the stomach, felt his body warm, tried to run the everlasting skill, and suddenly found the problem. Some obscure places in the body that were obscured when he fought the everlasting fist. There were some signs of soothing. Li Yongsheng found a cover to snap on the basin. Immediately went out of the courtyard to try to play the Changsheng Quan. There is no mistake. It is indeed the same as his own feeling. In general, more integrated than before. I feel that I have lost a lot of things. Had I known this, the village of the red star fish package round before. Really not enough to package a few more villages. And then cannot package half of the Shangyun River can always be it. Immortality. What does it feel like? Uncle Chang's voice. Li Yongsheng looked back. The whole family is standing in the doorway to look at themselves. Do not know what crazy, eating a meal suddenly came out to fight. Running to the brewery, Uncle John was having a real good time and was sweating profusely. Uncle Chang, I've eaten the red star fish, and I feel that the obscure place where I practiced the everlasting fist has opened up. I can see, those obscurities are the reason why I don't let you continue practicing. Now it's better. Uncle Chang didn't expect that the fish in the Xiangyan River still has this kind of effect. Li Yongsheng was ecstatic in his heart. Red star fish, you are in danger. You are likely to be eaten to extinction by my great demon king Li Yongsheng. Uncle Kung, so are we still going to the back of the mountain in the morning? Don't go. Take 3 or 5 days off. You can box once a day in the morning and once in the evening. Just do it at home. When Li Yongsheng returned home, he saw his family looking at him curiously and lifted the lid to continue eating. Don't look at me like that. Practicing martial arts epiphany. Once you have an epiphany you become a master. Family members do not ask. Gnawing on the fruit of the small white raised his head. Want to spit a pity that he cannot speak. Forget it, continue to gnaw on the fruit. A pot of fish and fish soup into the stomach. Li Yongsheng feels some fire in the body. Put down the chopsticks out of the door. Go to the back of the house to play a few Chongsheng boxing. The line of clouds and flowing water. After the fight refreshed? I have to get some sleep ahead of time as I have to keep the New Year's Eve in the evening. Little White, let's go. Go back to your nest and take a nap. Tonight is New Year's Eve. you have to observe the New Year's Eve. Understand? Xiaobai understands, but did not pay attention to Li Yongsheng. A run, easily jumped on the roof, disappeared at the other end of the roof. Li Yongsheng a little helpless. Xiaobai is now more and more lazy. Do not turn the road. Sensei is from the east house to go to the wine shop or from the wine shop back to the east house. All jumping and climbing the house. It's good to be in the body is not heavy. Stepping on the tiles cannot be broken, otherwise the house will leak. When I woke up, it was dark, and Uncle Chang's meal had already been delivered. 4 plates of vegetables plus a pot of dumplings. Dumplings of pork and cabbage and mutton and radish. Li Yongsheng likes to nibble on raw radishes, but can't stand the strange odor of cooked radishes and only eats cabbage and pork ones. Mother called over the 2 Daniel mothers and the second uncle's family, and with the wide array of dishes plus the Mo Shan and Tan Shan wine, father and the second uncle were already slightly drunk before they even started drinking. I really don't dare to think about it. Last year's New Year's Eve was still in that light, and now, the second uncle downed a bowl of wine, and with a little drunkenness led to the topic of conversation. Second auntie looked at Shu, who was sharing the pastries for Big and Little Geese, with a kind face. Last year at the same time, Big Goose and Little Goose were scolded by his grandmother for being a money loser all night because of a few extra chopsticks of eggs, and the 2 kids hid under the covers and secretly cried on New Year's Day. The eyes of Big Goose sister and Little Goose sister were instantly red, and Li Yongsheng moved the scrambled eggs with scallions and peppers to Big Goose and Little Goose sister and said half-jokingly, "Sis, it's not a good time to cry on New Year's Day. Let go of the food and let your third aunt fry it up when it's gone." Sister Goose is a little more cheerful. "Yongsheng Di, you don't want us to eat meat? Gag us with eggs." A table of people laughing with joy. Aunt asked for a bowl of Tanshan wine. A person to taste themselves. Think about the days before last year. And then look at the show off the meat of the big cow. The heart is solid. Look at Li Yongxing's eyes full of warmth. Father and second uncle are still drinking. Li Yongxing took 2 sisters and 1 sister, pulling on the big cattle together to pay New Year's greetings to Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang sat by the stove and drank to himself. Xiaobai lying on one side, in front of a large plate, the plate piled up with fruits. New Year's Eve, not limited. Perhaps more than one feels meaningless. Xiaobai actually gnawed on the radish. Li Yongsheng led everyone to kneel on the ground and kowtow respectfully, and Uncle Chang accepted everyone's respect, and when everyone finished kowtowing, he pointed to the mahjong table next to him. "Get ready, I'm almost done eating." Playing mahjong on New Year's Day, the mood is completely different. It seems that everyone is prepared. The sheriff is not there. The golden beans are a bit extravagant. All brand new copper plates. Xiao Shu threw his brother a bag, and pulled out another one and respectfully handed it to Uncle Chang. "Uncle Kung, brother, it's for you." Mahjong Bureau began. The big bull is not going to. He also do not want to learn. Always feel that playing this thing waste of time. Might as well go to practice martial arts. Pippi Huan squatting on the shoulders of the big bull. There is a strong uncle and the 2 little guys honest like 2 good babies. Small white carrot in the mouth warped on the wine altar. In the bottom cannot see. Lying on the wine altar at a glance. Chapter 132 Unexpected Visitors. Already late at night, Li Yongsheng slept in the afternoon. No sleep at all. A few girls are also in high spirits. A copper plate in front of their own scratch. Strong uncle sighed that he is old, cannot survive this group of young, but also do not want to destroy the atmosphere, and forcefully endure the sleepiness. Pippi Huan had already jumped back over the wall, and they were still sleeping with Xiao Shu, and Xiaobai had taken a nap in the afternoon, stretched out his head and stared at the tense battle, and if he hadn't been unable to speak, he would have warned the girl down there called Xiaoyan not to play that card. Wing nut, no more fighting, there's someone outside, probably looking for you. Li Yongsheng was puzzled. In the new year, Uncle Chang looked like he did not know. Who could it be? Could it be someone sent by Liang Shantai? There should be a problem somewhere. Li Yongxing suspiciously walked to the gate. It was lightly snowing outside. 2 large black shadows stood outside the gate, and after a careful look, the black shadows were 2 horses, and there were 2 girls standing in front of them. Is this the house of the Marquis of Eternal Life? The voice was hoarse and tired. I'm Li Wing Sang, may I ask you? The other girl spoke up, her voice equally full of exhaustion. It's County Lord Yongning who sent us to find you. Can we have a bite to eat first? Go home. Sister Big Goose Little Goose, take the 2 horses home, and call on Uncle Tu to take good care of them. The woman speaking from behind suddenly said, Yuner, unpack our bags, there are still gifts inside that the county princess brought to the marquis. Back at home, let Xiao Shu make tea for his 2 sisters. Li Yongsheng found out a few plates of fried vegetables and 2 plates of dumplings, and put them in a big pot to heat up together. The 2 girls are starving. The meal on the table gave Li Yongsheng a salute. When one ate, Li Yongsheng measured the 2 girls, a big lady and a maid. I do not know which big family ran out, and I do not know what things to find themselves. When she had almost finished eating, the tired-looking Missy put down her chopsticks and took a few sips of warm tea. Marquis Yongshang, thank you for your hospitality. My name is Huang Xiaoya. I am the daughter of Huang Xuanzi, the Minister of Rights, and a childhood friend of Chao Yuanqing. Li Yongsheng suddenly realized. Understood. This is running to Chao Yuanqing. Just why not go to Ping'an Township? Marquis Yongshang, my father does not agree with my daughter in Chao Yuanqing. Ready to marry my daughter to the third son of the Minister of Ceremony. That's a playboy. My daughter had no choice but to beg the sister of the county princess Yongning. The sister of the county princess sent me here to look for you, saying that you and Chao Yuanqing have a good relationship, and will give to think of a way. Li Yongxing's head buzzing. This dark female really will find trouble for themselves involving the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Rights. A simple marriage may be a court dispute. The last thing they want is to involve the court. The thought of refusing. But look at Huang Xiaoya because of the long distance running around a face of fatigue, clean face wiped black, is looking at himself with a face of supplication, is really cannot open the mouth. Miss Huang, can you say exactly how you need this marquis help? Li Yongsheng intends to listen to what Miss Huang says first. He didn't want to find too much trouble, but with the face of the sheriff, plus the fact that a girl can travel thousands of miles for love, it's usually impossible to resist. Huang Xiaoya blushed slightly, and after half a day of agonizing, she still opened her mouth. Marquis, I would like to ask you to be a witness. Li Yongsheng opened his mouth wide in surprise. So ahead of his time. So bold. So direct? Miss Huang, I'm still a child. Is it appropriate? Huang Xiaoya snorted and was amused. The innocence of a young girl returning to her tired face. Marquis, you are the emperor's most favored marquis. With your status, it's more than enough to be Yuanqing and I's witness. If it wasn't for the introduction of the county princess, if it wasn't for the road guide that the emperor gave me, I wouldn't be able to get here and I wouldn't have the qualifications to come to you for help. A paragraph reveals too much information. This emperor is not too serious. People's daughters to elope? He gave the road guide. Seems to have some meaning. Miss Huang, I haven't even met the emperor. Just a marquis and a reward. Isn't it too much to say pampering? Huang Xiaoya smiled softly. Not excessive at all. The imperial historian who has impeached you has been decentralized. The imperial historian has been subjected to a major overhaul. This is something that has never happened since the establishment of the imperial historian. The emperor has issued a message. Whoever idly crosses the line with you, that is to cross the line with the thousands of people of the Dacian dynasty. The imperial court does not raise a drunken bag. Eternal life. The two girls are in poor health. Give them each a yellow ginseng fruit. Li Yongxing's expression moved slightly. Uncle Chang's voice seemed to be directed only at himself. Xiao Shu, get 2 yellow ginseng fruits for sister. Shu went to the east room and touched 2 of them, and the 2 girls took the fruit and poured out their thanks. Already full. You are tired after a long journey. Hurry up and eat. This is to relieve fatigue. The 2 girls stopped being polite after hearing this and clicked their little nibbles. Miss Huang, should I send you to see Brother Chao now or? Can you arrange for us to stay for a night? Please send someone to deliver a message tomorrow. I still don't know if Yuanqing is willing to see me. Li Yongxing's head is full of black lines. It can't be unrequited love, right? In that case it would be difficult. If Chao Yuanqing didn't like it, he couldn't press his head to drink water strongly. Forget it. Unsurprisingly, Chao Yuanqing will come to pay his respects tomorrow, creating a chance encounter for them, and look at Chao Yuanqing's expression. The word like can't be hidden and can't be faked. After Huang Xiaoya and the maid nibbled on the fruit, their spirits were noticeably better. Marquis, look at my memory. The emperor and the county princess entrusted me to bring you something. Yuner, quickly untie the bag. What Zhang Jingyi brought with her was a stack of books, and Li Yongxing spat in his heart that it must be his own books again. And sure enough, the legend of Neza, the legend of Yang Jian, the roaring dogs, the enchantment of the gods, and the Daji Gaiden. This was brought to you by the emperor. When he finished opening the secret papers for me, and had nothing else with him, Lin Yongxing looked at the ink, paper and ink stone and spat in his heart, and came to 2 big gold dollars are also affordable. Greeting Uncle Chang. Li Yongxing arranged the 2 girls into the distillation room in the south room of the distillery, where the sheriff had also slept, and with the stove up, it was soon as warm as spring. Miss Huang, make yourself at home here for a while and get some rest. I'll make the arrangements tomorrow. I'm sorry to trouble the marquis. In fact, the county princess also wanted to come. She said she wanted to come to see Xiao Bai, but when she left it was close to the end of the year. The emperor did not agree. Li Yongxing felt that this Huang Xiaoya was a bit ambiguous when she said this, and the laughter in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Well, you guys get some early rest. I'm going to give these books to one of the elders. Uncle Chang was still drinking tea when he saw Li Yongxing staring at the book in his arms first. Uncle Chang, the stories I told Jingy last time have been compiled into a book. Put it here with you. Flip through it for a while when you're bored. Chapter 133, Why Are You Crying? Arranged everything. Li Yongsheng rushed back to sleep. Cannot sleep long. This year there must be a lot of over to pay tribute to the new year. Sleep is not appropriate, but also have to get up early to play boxing. They are fast becoming a time management master. In his sleep, he heard the sound of snow sweeping in the yard. Li Yongsheng put on his clothes. The snow has stopped. The ground is a thin layer. His father is sweeping. Wingnut, why don't you get some more sleep? I'm going to go outside and practice some boxing. I guess there will be some to pay their respects in a while. Clunk! The sound of something falling? Then there was a scream from the east. White deer. Miss, look at the little white deer. Xiaobai had already jumped over from the east roof and landed steadily in the snow, raising his head as if asking Li Yongsheng for fruit. Bye. I finished that plate last night. I can't afford to feed you if you eat like that. Little White stared with big, budding eyes and inclined his head in the direction of the brewery. This time, Li Yongsheng didn't see it and took a yellow ginseng fruit. After a long life punch in the vegetable garden behind the house, my whole body was energized. I stretched and my bones crunched. White, my brother is starting to grow up and is going to leap big. White, having had enough of the snow, took a leap onto the roof and disappeared in the direction of the tavern, as another scream came from up ahead. Miss, Yuner didn't lie to you. It's really the little white deer. The first to come over to pay homage is a group of children. Dozens of children conferred in general, the eldest holding the youngest, pulling the middle, into the courtyard, looking at the face of the wash Li Yongsheng, kneeling on the ground together. Good New Year to Marquis Yongsheng. Greetings to the Marquis. The script wasn't lined up, the shouting was a mess. You looked at me, I looked at you, and there was some grumbling amongst each other. All up, Shu, share the candy. Shu was ready long ago, carrying a small basket, 2 coppers and 5 pieces of candy for one child, and the children were polite. Thank you, Sister Xiao Shu, and thank you, Marquis of Eternal Life. Thank you, Sister Xiao Shu, and thank you, Marquis of Eternal Life. The yard was so crowded that the children who had been given their share of coins and sweets left of their own accord, and went out to confer about the next big house. Worship of the new year in an endless stream. Li Yongsheng had wanted to go to the village of the old man's home to turn around. Cannot go. This wave has not yet gone. The next wave came again. Xiao Shu cut the pastries into small pieces. Adults and then send the copper plate and sweets is not appropriate. One person to taste a piece of pastry naturally attracted a sound of praise. Just after it subsided, Li Yongsheng was about to go out. When the village chief uncle came with Chao Yuanqing, Li Yongsheng's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head to instruct Xiao Shu a few words. Brother Chao, come inside and warm up. Have a cup of tea. I'll show you a surprise later. Chao Yuanqing New Year's greetings take the official route. It is reasonable to kowtow, but was pulled by Li Yongsheng, and his eyes were equally bright after hearing the surprise. Marquis, is there a new wine? Is it better than Tanshan wine? Li Yongsheng held back his laughter and patted Chao Yuanqing's shoulder. Brother Chao, it's 100 times better than Tanshan wine. Chao Yuanqing was a little lost in his heart. It wasn't wine. What's better than wine? You can blow all you want. After a pot of hot tea went down, Li Yongsheng let Chao Yuanqing stand up and straightened his clothes. Go to the wine shop with your brother. After half a day this is not still wine. Make secretive. Chao Yuanqing heart anticipation. Tanshan wine is already the king of wine. I do not know whether the new wine will really be stronger than Tanshan wine. The two of them entered the distillery one after the other, and Shu stood in the doorway of the distillation room with what appeared to be a slightly nervous expression. Shu, is it ready inside? Ready, just now. Xiao Shu nodded and replied, and suddenly stopped the conversation. Li Yongsheng pushed open the door and looked at it. Not ordinary. Without the exhaustion of last night, it looks like it has been carefully dressed up again. Bright eyes, looking around. Originally he should not come in, but must see Chao Yuanqing's reaction. Convenient to make any plans later. Brother Chao, come in. I'd like to see what kind of wine is so. Chao Yuanqing laughed and entered the house. His voice came to an abrupt end, his mouth still not closed, his eyes staring greatly, his eyes like being glued to something, not willing to have the slightest shift. Li Yongsheng stared at Chao Yuanqing. Proper, just this eyes, all ing torn silk. Yuanqing, why are you crying? Hearing Huang Xiaoya's words, Li Yongsheng didn't have the heart to look at Chao Yuanqing's expression again, pointing out the door to the maid Yuner, waiting for Yuner to go out, and following behind with the door himself. Little Cloud, let's go. Go back to my house first. Breakfast is ready. Send over to Uncle Chang. Originally thought of shouting at the childhood friend to eat. Heard inside crying and crying. Did not have the heart to disturb. After breakfast, Li Yongsheng began to pay tribute to the village elders. A total of more than 10 strings. Are more than 60 or 70 years old? The pocket candy has long been stuffed. No matter who went to the house. Have to drink 2 cups of hot tea. Would have eaten breakfast to hold out. The stomach bulging. Do not dare to turn around again. When I returned home, my childhood friend was already eating. And when Xiao Yuanqing saw Li Yongsheng come in, he put down his chopsticks and stood up. And with a thud, he knelt down. Brother Chao, why is this? I can do this favor. Do we still need to be this outgoing with each other? Brother, big brother is grateful to you for the rest of your life. Originally there was no light left in this life, because brother befriended the sheriff. The sheriff then agreed to help. Li Yongsheng picked up Xiao Yuanqing and followed the kneeling Huang Xiaya. The old Chao is very romantic. There is no light in this life. Enough ahead of the curve. Alright, all get up and continue eating. Xiao Shu, take an altar of original sorghum wine. I'll have a drink with big brother. After dinner, Lin Li Yongsheng and Xiao Yuanqing made a plan to choose an auspicious day before the 10th day of the first year, and then do the thing in the countryside, drinking a cup of the original wine. Huang Xiaoya face hump red, as if he was not able to win, but also as if it was the ultimate shyness. Xiao Yuanqing left, reluctant to leave, but must go back to prepare. He is now one person to eat, the whole family is not hungry. On his little salary, drinking is not enough. Li Yongsheng secretly stuffed him $2 silver. Xiao Yuanqing moved to tears. Although Huang Xiaoya was searching for her husband for thousands of miles, she couldn't really follow Xiao Yuanqing. The etiquette engraved in her bones didn't allow them to have too much contact before they got married. Li Yongsheng took Huang Xiaoya and the maid Xiaoyun to visit Uncle Chang, living in a courtyard. It is always necessary to familiarize yourself with it. Do not happen in the morning that kind of embarrassing things. Xiaoyun tracked Xiaobai into the house of Uncle Chang, who was getting dressed. The first day of the new year is the day to play. The strong uncle house set up a mahjong table again. Huang Xiaoya and Xiaoyun are mahjong masters. It seems that this industry is developing well in the capital. Rubbing mahjong, Huang Xiaoya said with some embarrassment. Marquis Yongshang, I still have 100 taels of silver there. I'll let Xiaoyun take it to you in a while. Please worry about getting some dowry. Life is unfamiliar, and I don't know what I need to purchase. Chapter 134 Immortality. Your letter. Li Yongsheng took the 9 cylinders played by Huang Xiaoya. Muddled. 1 man, 1 penny. Cover no credit. Miss Huang, you don't need to worry about the dowry, and you don't need to send the money. Save it for later in life. Just leave everything to your brothers. Yongsheng, there is a page of letter paper in that dodgy biography. Uncle Chang mistook it for Daji's story and read it unintentionally. Don't worry, Uncle Chang has already forgotten what he has read. Li Yongsheng looked at a serious Uncle Chang. A black line. Make up. Uncle Chang, you continue to make up. Mistakenly? Mistakenly? If it were someone else, he might have believed it. Receiving the letter paper that Uncle Chang drew from the dodgy biography, Li Yongsheng put it into his coat pocket without changing his face. Huang Xiaoya smiled a little ambiguous. I'll look if I see you. Finished playing mahjong, Li Yongsheng crisp and unhurried back to the east room. Learn to put the door top of the small white. Take out the letter paper a glance. The opening Yongsheng brother 4 words to Li Yongsheng lay turned over. And then it is Huang Xiaoya's have to worry more. And then how to miss the small white. Pai Pai Huan Huan, Xiao Shu and the geese and geese. Give yourself just 1 sentence. Research some delicious and so on her over. Li Yongsheng folded the letter paper and pressed it under the cabinet, playing with the blood jade hanging on his chest a little distracted. The second day of the new year was supposed to go to Grandpa's house. Xiao Yuanqing's matter cannot be delayed. Li Yongsheng drove the ox cart to go to Ping'an Township. On the one hand, to go to pay tribute to the king of Dinghai, and on the other hand, this kind of dowry has to look for the help of the Li housekeeper, or else he will not know what to buy with his own money. Snow compacted on the road. Slippery. Li Yongsheng picked up 7 or 8 townspeople along the way. Sat in the basket to go to the relatives. Sat in the Marquis Drive ox cart. Think this trip out of the door worth it. Jinghai Wine's residence is relatively cold. Qualified to pay New Year's visit is really not much. Li Steward saw Li Yongsheng overjoyed. Personally took over the ox cart to the subordinate. Instructed the subordinate to take care of the green ox. He led Li Yongsheng to the front hall. Dinghai King looked at Li Yongsheng more excited. Immediately ordered Li Butler to prepare wine and food. Li Yongsheng sipped tea and explained the matter of Xiao Yuanqing and Huang Xiaoya. Dinghai King thought it did not matter. A few corrupted Confucians are just a few. There is no need to worry about them retaliating afterward. And anything can be pushed to him, stating that he despises those who force to marry or marry without regard to the feelings of their sons and daughters. Your Highness, Miss Xiaoya entrusted me to arrange some dowry for her. I don't know much about this aspect, so I would like to ask Steward Li to help. Old Li, do you hear me? The specifications don't need to be too high. Just place it according to 1,000 taels of silver. Rent that courtyard near the township office to Xiao Yuanqing for a penny a month. You go and deal with it right now, so that Yu Enqing's kid doesn't get blinded. Li Yongqing called out to the Li steward who was heading out, and pulled out $2 from his arms, and was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the king. Young Shang, you don't need to worry about those things. Yu Enqing's father and I are also somewhat old friends. As an elder, it's only right to contribute some money and effort. The king waved his hand at housekeeper Li, who trotted away, afraid that Li Yongsheng would mention the money again. With the trivial matters handed over, Li Yongqing was in a relaxed mood and felt that he could not get drunk from 1,000 cups, and as a result, he was carried on the king's carriage, with the household guards driving the ox cart and Ah Chang driving the carriage, and was sent back to the door of his house before nightfall, on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, giving Uncle Chang's dinner task to the geese. Li Yongqing's whole family went to his grandpa's house, and ended up lying on the ox cart and being pulled back again. The auspicious date was set on the 6th day of the New Year, and housekeeper Li has already started to send the dowry here. Li Yongqing's family is now Huang Xiaoya's maiden family, and when the time comes, the marriage will be sent from here. On the 4th day of the New Year, Li Yongsheng at least half a day of leisure. Liang Shantai came, to Li Yongsheng parents pay tribute to the New Year, followed Li Yongsheng into the house. Marquis, I haven't even eaten breakfast. I'm just waiting to come to the Marquis house to mix a meal. Drinking tea? Yongsheng told Liang Shantai about Chao Yuanqing, and Liang Shantai shook his head when he heard it, saying that this is something he will pretend not to know, but of course it is possible to secretly send some gifts. Old Liang, is there a need to be like this? At least it's your subordinate. Isn't it good to go have a drink and say a few words of congratulations? Liang Shantai smiled bitterly. My great Marquis, don't toss me around like this. What is their father's status? They are all figures who can call the shots in the court. They can't afford to mess with you, and even more so with the king of Jinghai and the county lord. But I have small arms and legs. In case they take out their anger on me, they will be injured or killed. Is it that serious? The emperor are secretly supportive. Marquis, I'm really not exaggerating. The Liang family may not care to deal with me, but what about the Shinshu family? The chosen daughter-in-law became someone else's daughter-in-law. This is not a common joke. Why would the emperor secretly support it? Other people's family's affairs. If they don't come to him, he can't afford to intervene openly. So guess which direction the Shangshu family's anger will actually be vented to. Then I'm not being punked. The sheriff and the emperor have joined forces to pit me. Ryashantai stroked his beard and shook his head a bit. That's not so bad. Shangshu can indeed call the wind and rain, but the wind and rain don't dare to blow into your tiger cub's territory. Let's put it this way. Unless you do something treasonous, he will have to tolerate whoever he offends. I also have a few old friends in Kyoto. No one dares to badmouth you now. Even if the emperor doesn't take action, those military bruisers won't be able to spare him. Just, Lao Liang, I do not understand so much. I did not expect to create so much trouble for you. I see simply you gifts also do not send. To save in the end even that can be too wrong. The New Year's Day to say something happy. Chao Big Brother said that the piece of the township's wheat is in good condition. Other townships you have a grasp of the situation? Liang Shantai immediately came to life with a jubilant expression. Marquis, I actually came to report to you. Immediately hit the spring, and then the cold will not be colder than now. Even if it is colder than now cannot be cold for a few days. All the townships of wheat in good condition, with irrigation resources, the occurrence of the spring drought do not need to worry about. A bumper harvest, I dare to guarantee that the summer grain harvest. Li Yongsheng heard the heart of the beautiful, wine and food on all. The two touched a cup. Liang Shantai efforts to set the wine glass low. Li Yongsheng a mouthful. After the beginning of spring, if really encountered drought, the Shingyun River section cut off the flow. The organization of the townspeople to clear the silt to do fertilizer. Not for nothing. Tube rice. Another person days to send a caddy of rice. Clean up the silt priority to provide the work of the townspeople to use. Marquis great kindness. Shantai thanks Marquis on behalf of the townspeople. Old Liang, there is no need to be so courteous. This Marquis is actually the most afraid of trouble, but involved in the fiefdom of the townspeople's food and clothing problems. This Marquis dare not be careless. The specific operation has to be you to deal with the lack of food and lack of money to look for the 100 Marquis on the right. Liang Shantai understands what Li Yongxing means. Afraid of trouble. Not bad or stingy. Understand. Marquis you are at ease as a shirker. Shantai to you to do a clear. Clear? Come on. Shantai lending flowers to the Buddha. For the whole county of the townspeople to toast you a cup. Chapter 135, Zhao Yuanqing's wedding. Li Yongxing drunk again. Liang Shantai left without seeing each other off, but this time in their own homes. Much more convenient. Was put on the back of the Denyo put the bed in the east room. The smell of alcohol to Xiaobai are smoked away. On the 6th day of the first month, Shangxing Zhao Yuanqing's wedding was a sensation in Ping'an Township, and I heard that the Marquis was in charge of the wedding. And anyway, with nothing to do, The townspeople who heard the commotion ran to the township, and it was even more lively than catching a big fair. These etiquette issues. Steward Lee is a master. Lin Yongqing just do puppets. 11:30 in the morning, the welcoming horse team came. Chao Yuanqing was originally a talented person, was cleaned up very colorful, rode on a high horse in hot tears. To welcome the bride is to do the poem of hypnotic makeup. The maid Xiao Yun is the main force to block the door. According to the custom, the personal maid should be married with the master. Chao Yuanqing did not want to. The real people tenacious up to kill people. He only wanted to put his whole feelings on Huang Xiaoya, which offended people. Xiao Yun knew it cried for a whole night. In the end, Huang Xiaoya left 100 taels of silver to her. The deed of sale is still in the Huang family. She herself does not dare to go home. And ultimately Chao Yuanqing and Huang Xiaoya entrusted her to Li Yangshang. The pharmacy and the wine shop are short of people, but it is not bad for a mouth to eat. The key is that Xiao Yun has the knowledge in the body. Lin Yongsheng intends to set up a literacy class in the pharmacy, so that the girls who do the medicine to recognize more words is also good. Xiao Yun was bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to really delay the auspicious time, and with the 5 poems urging the makeup to come out, he hurriedly opened the door. When in Rome, Huang Xiaoya has already covered her red head, assisted by Xiao Yun, and lightly swayed onto the carriage. Drums and gongs opened the way. The procession to welcome the bride embarked on the homeward journey. Xiao Yun hid in the house full of hot tears. She was happy for the young lady, but also feels suffocated for herself. Xiao Yun, why are you crying? Aren't you going to Ping'an Township to watch the fun? Xiao Yun looked at the naive Ding Yo and shook his head. The pearly appearance made Ding Yo's heart throb. I don't know why this is so. I always feel some heartache. Little Cloud, I'm going to take Pippi Huan to the back of the mountain to practice archery. Are you going? Looking at the naive face of Ding Yo with some heartache in his eyes, Xiao Yun red-faced and inexplicably nodded his head in agreement. Newlyweds get married. Who cannot steal the newcomer's limelight? Even if Li Yongsheng is a marquis, can only obediently follow the procession, but do not have to walk. Rode in the Dinghai King's carriage. This time good to bring the little white also brought. The townspeople feel that the little white is auspicious. The little white appeared in the wedding. That is worth bragging about than accepting the blessing of millions of people. Xiao Bai finished nibbling on the 3 fruits and arched open the curtain to look out, startled by the enthusiasm of the onlookers folks outside. The little white deer, the marquis little white deer. Geez, it's really white and the head is white. It just looked at me. Am I going to be auspicious this year? Li Yongsheng dragged Bai over to him and gently stroked him, comforting his seemingly broken heart. Entering Ping'an Township, Li Yongsheng's carriage suddenly accelerated. As the main celebrant of the big wedding, he had to arrive at the battlefield early. Just a few days' time, Ding Hai Wang deactivated the yard was refurbished in new style. The gate tower hung on the red flowers. Li Yongsheng followed the Li housekeeper hurried into the antechamber. Outside the things do not need to worry about him, and so on newcomers to pay homage to the time. He only need to say a few words of good luck. Ding Hai Wang is doing the Chao Yuanqing elders of the High Hall. In his relationship with the Chao family, to do the High Hall there is nothing wrong. Yongsheng, why do I get the feeling you're a little nervous? Li Yongsheng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with his wide sleeve. Your Highness, for the first time, I'm afraid to speak baldly and say the wrong thing. King Dinghai was amused and laughed, and beside him, Ah Cheng also suddenly turned his head. King Dinghai had a wicked smile on his face. Yongsheng, this king is not adding pressure to you. If you say the wrong thing then it will become a joke, and the whole township will laugh at you. Li Yongsheng looked at the gloating Dinghai king. I do not know why. Suddenly not nervous, sitting peacefully in the chair waiting for the newcomers to enter the door. Outside came the noise. The welcoming team arrived. Not Li Yongsheng imagined directly into the front hall, but outside to perform the tedious procedures. Sit down here. Come and have a cup of tea first. Save yourself from being thirsty for a while. When the newcomer toasts the tea you'll be all dried up. The king seems to be so happy that he doesn't have a proper form. Your Highness, you're in a good mood. Is it just because of Big Brother Chao's big wedding? The king hemmed and hawed. I think it will be wonderful to go back to the capital and see the faces of those old men. Your Majesty, will Brother Chao and Miss Huan be in danger? Dangerous? You really think you can be lawless? Ah, I say to you, not married before they may be some danger. Once married, the families only want to cover up. Chao family and the Huang family, needless to say, the relationship is likely to be further. After all, raw rice or made mature rice. The Shangshu family does not dare to voice this kind of thing on their family's reputation hit is very big. Want to retaliate, there is no target. Do you think that you can move you or can move me? Move Yuanqing and Xiaoya will be guilty of the wrath of the people. Rest assured, there is no danger. Li Yongsheng sat at ease and drank tea, and it was almost dusk time before a big commotion came from outside. The auspicious time has come for the newlyweds to enter the hall. Huang Xiaoya's head was still covered with a cover. The maid didn't come. It was the couple who came in hand. The two men stood in the center of the hall, waiting for Li Yongqing's ekphrasis. The beaded curtains and embroidered curtains. The FM radio is 100 years old. I wish to be a double flyer and not to be separated for 100 years. The townspeople crowded further forward. Some of them had little interest in the big wedding. They just wanted to see the young marquis and his little white deer. And Steward Li, with the royal household guards, maintained order. Li Yongqing read out the ekphrasis from memory. The voice cannot be small. A set down. Indeed some dry mouth. The newcomer toasted tea. Li Yongqing gently sip, but also really let the king said right. He really has some impulse to drink it all. After honoring Li Yongqing, it was time for the most important part, and Li Yongqing ripped his voice out again. One worship of heaven and earth, the second worship of the high priest. The king looked happily at the newcomers in the hall. Husband and wife worship, sent to the cave. At this point, Li Yongqing's task is considered complete, and the next step is a big fish and meat to drink the wedding wine. Chao Yuanqing came out in his auspicious clothes, next to a family man with a tray. Sprinkle candy session. In addition to candy and copper coins, the front hall outside the compound crowded with people. Li housekeeper has long been greeted. Sprinkled to the place of who picks up who. Strictly forbidden to take each other. A plate spilled. And then came a plate. Spread 3 plates. All the people satisfied. Watching the townspeople gradually dispersed, the banquet opened up. The halls within the table. Wine and food flowed like a banquet served up. Li Yongqing followed the king to the back room. Not many can go on their table. Li Yongqing feel that the 3 or 2 people are a bit of a waste, so that Li butler to a few older people invited. The king smiled and watched. The child is really pleasing to the eye. Chapter 136, A Chance Encounter at Home. The wedding wine was drunk late into the night. Li Yongqing did not participate in the bridal party, although not drunk and passed out, but already staggering. Sitting in the king's carriage, driving the car Chang, completely did not expect. The Maitreya Buddha General Jinghai King still have such a violent anger. Just now he but mentioned a sentence of the assassin's matter. The king is like from the mountain of corpses and fire out of the sea. The whole body of the fury of the whole back of the hall have made the people out of the cold shiver, but heard the strong uncle out of the way, and then restored to the state of the chubby Maitreya Buddha, and a neighboring landowner is not much different. Phew! The carriage came to a sudden halt. Marquis, there is someone blocking the road in front of us. It's a formidable enemy. Uncle Chang is not necessarily an opponent. I will lure it away. You should hurry up and run. Go to the royal residence. Don't take the carriage. Li Yongqing was shocked in his heart. This is only after the marriage revenge came. They really dare to assassinate the marquis in the street. No, it cannot be the court over. They do not have that much courage. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. May I ask if the car is the Marquis of Eternal Life? Female, and a weirdly nice voice. Marquis, it's not my people. The eyes are blue. Run. Marquis Yongshang, my name is Xia Jiqing. I am the 9th princess of the Great Desert Kingdom. I had some misunderstandings with you before, and I came here this time specifically to apologize to you. Li Yongshun lifted the curtain. The woman in the moonlight is masked, giving a hazy feeling, looking at some fairy. The moonlight shines on the azure eyes. Exotic flavor, although all in black, but the body is concave and convex, is a superb. This marquis doesn't remember any misunderstanding with you. Can you make it clearer? Xia Jiqing then remembered that this bastard had been sleeping. All the actions were unconscious behaviors. Looking at Li Yongqing's probing eyes, Xia Jiqing suddenly felt numb, as if her body was crawling with bugs. Her face flushed red, and after half a day of agonizing, she still opened her mouth. Marquis of Eternal Life, it was my fault before. I had hit you with the idea of your prescription, but the prescription didn't turn out to be stolen, and I was restrained by your strongest person there. I sincerely apologize to you. I can accept whatever punishment there is. Can you give me back the blood jade that I dropped? It is very important to me, more important than my life. Li Yongqing subconsciously touched his neck. Xia Jiqing suddenly widened his eyes. The blood jade was hanging on Lin Yongqing's chest. He wanted to go forward to snatch it, but he stiffly stopped his footsteps. That strong person, even if he is here, he can sense it, right? Marquis of Eternal Life, give it back to me, will you? How do you want to compensate? How do you want to be chastised? Just ask. Looking at the timid appearance of the woman in front of him, Li Yongqing was a bit soft. The blood jade was dispensable for him, but this woman thought of stealing her own prescription or simply stabbing herself. She must not be so cheap. There was no danger to his life. Li Yongqing resumed his drunken state. 3 conditions. First, tell me if you will come back in the future. Will it be a threat to my life and safety? Second, it seems impolite to be masked. Untie it and let me take a look. Third, the blood jade was found on my bed. Take something in exchange if you want it. Gold, silver, treasure or whatever. This marquis isn't picky. When Li Yongqing said that he found it on the bed, Xia Jiqing's face immediately turned camel red. Fortunately there was a black veil blocking it. I can't agree to the second one. Forget it then. If you're going to make a move, hurry up. If not, I'm going home. You. Xia Jiqing was furious in her heart. She really didn't dare to make a move. She didn't dare to take the lives of the entire imperial city of the Desert Kingdom to gamble on the temper of that mysterious expert. Hey, that horseman. Turn around, no peeking. Ah Chang speechless. This is not a wonderful girl. Their own high and low have to try with her. Looked back at Li Yongsheng. See, Li Yongsheng nodded, turned his head south to look in the direction of Ping'an Township. Xia Jiqing's big blue eyes twinkled as she touched one hand to the veil. You don't have to worry about being stolen or assassinated. At the very least we, the Great Desert Kingdom, won't send anyone over in the future. As for the safety of your life, I don't dare to guarantee it, but as long as that, if it's by your side, there's no one who can threaten you. Li Yongsheng was stunned. The moonlight was hazy, the blue eyes were already pretty enough, but the whole face had more of a transcendent out of the ordinary. Seeing Li Yongsheng looking at himself dumbfounded, Xia Jiqing was furious in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. Li Yongsheng reacted to the drink a little abrupt, but it seems that he can not regret. Such a beautiful woman. Do not look at it, will regret it? This Xia Jiqing's beauty and Zhang Jingyi are completely two levels. If you let yourself choose, the heart is really struggling. Snap! Li Yongsheng gave himself a slap. Ah Chang turned his head abruptly, and Xia Jiqing put on the veil in a flash of lightning. Li Yongsheng gave himself a slap as to let himself wake up. The age is not enough to want to be a scumbag. Should be beaten. Xia Jiqing misunderstood. Also thought that Li Yongsheng is to feel that he is abrupt. The cold light in his eyes is slightly softer. His back is turned up, and he pulls out a pile of things from his arms. This is a few thousand taels of silver bills I prepared, common to all countries. I don't know if it's enough. If not, I have a dagger here. Enough. 100 Ben Marquis is not greedy. Asking for your silver ticket is just for a small punishment. Looking at Li Yongsheng's eyes glowing as he stared at the silver ticket, Xia Jiqing felt for the first time that the four words not from the heart had materialized. Li Yongsheng took off the blood jade, glanced at Xia Jiqing, and suddenly threw it over. Don't! Xia Jiqing panicked and caught the blood jade. So close. This did not take me. This blood jade is a good thing. Stroked the blood jade with his hand once again. Xia Jiqing did not want to stay another breath, especially Li Yongsheng's bright eyes, which always made his whole body numb, and put the silver ticket on the ground at his feet. Marquis of Eternal Life. I'll see you later. Take the silver ticket yourself. Save that horseman behind you from getting nervous. Ah Cheng's eyes were on fire. He had been insulted twice in one night. If he hadn't been unable to fight, even a teenage girl would have beaten her to death. Watching the woman in black disappear into the moonlight, Li Yongsheng walked towards the silver ticket. Marquis, beware of deception. I'll do it. There was no problem with the silver ticket. Nearly 8,000 taels, worthy of her status as a princess. She still carries so much money when she leaves the house. Li Yongsheng took out a stack of subs. Uncle A Chang, you have been rewarded for protecting this marquis. This is for you. Xing took a step back. Marquis, money is of little use to me anymore. Marquis should keep it for great things. When the people can eat, Ah Chang is happy in his heart. Li Yongsheng has sobered up, got into the carriage, and moved on. And on the banks of the Shangyun River, Xia Jiqing was alone down along the river, muttering something. Hog's head, assholes. Taking the blood jade and comparing it to the moonlight, he suddenly remembered that he had been stored by Li Yongsheng on his chest, and a vicious chill ran through his heart. Stinking man, disgusting, don't fall into the hands of this princess. Chapter 137, Springtime of the Big Bull. Returning to the door of the house, seeing Xing leave, and seeing that Uncle Kung's room in the wine shop was still lit, Li Yongsheng pushed the door to enter. Back, Uncle Chang. I met that woman on the way back and asked for the blood jade. I gave it back to her. I know. Li Yongsheng was surprised beyond words. I regret it. I should have known it wouldn't be so easy to give it back to her. You saw her face. Li Yongsheng smiled nervously. Uncle John, I'm just curious. His eyes are so strange. You'll cross paths again later. Well, go back to bed. Li Yongsheng left the wine shop, did not understand what Uncle Chang meant, and after half a day's thought, he did not figure out how he could have any interactions with the princess of the desert country. When he woke up, Li Yongsheng resumed his previous life, and in the morning, he was slapped by Uncle Chang in the back of the mountain, played a few sets of Changsheng Quan, and then practiced the archery skills taught by Ding Bei Wang. Deng Yo was a little distracted, and Uncle Chang didn't say much, but just gave Lin Yongsheng a wink. When Uncle Chang took Xiaobai to the cliff, Li Yongsheng stopped moving. Deng Yo, what's wrong this morning? Not feeling well? Deng Yo's face was a little red. He didn't want to lie to brother Yongsheng, but how should I say this? Stammering for half a day before opening his mouth. Brother Yongsheng, that Xiao Yun is so pitiful. Li Yongqing understood that Daniel was getting the hang of it and had to be encouraged. Daniel, in fact, now for her is also a good thing. Although the deed of sale is still in Kyoto, later find Jingyi to ask for it back is the identity of the free. Do something in the pharmacy, do not worry about food and drink, and then after 2 years to find a person to marry, that is. Brother Yongsheng, I beg you for something. Li Yongsheng guessed what Daniel wanted to say. Daniel, we are brothers. Don't say the word beg again afterward. I will agree to whatever you say. The bull blushed red, like a shy girl. If you're going to marry Yunoff, will you do it with her permission? Uncle Chang in the distance suddenly stumbled, and Li Yongsheng patted Daniel's shoulder. Don't worry, we can still afford to raise a maid, and unless it's her own favorite, I won't mess around with the idea. Daniel's mood is obviously better. Punching a tiger. Astral wind carrying the snowflakes on the ground flying all over the sky. Back at home, Lin Yongsheng finished waiting for Uncle Chang to eat and pulled Xiao Shu into Xiao Yun's room. All hail the Marquis. Little Cloud, we'll be a family from now on. We don't need to be so polite. Li Yongsheng's gaze scanned the distillation room. This room will soon have to do distillation. It's not convenient to live in. I have a south room at home. I'll clean it up for you in a while, but you'll follow your aunt to do the medicine workshop. It's okay to go to your aunt's house to live in. Her house is more spacious. By the way, Danyo, do you know her? Auntie is Danyo's mother. Auntie is a widow. Danyo is still young. There is nothing inconvenient about living there. If you can, I will go to find Auntie to talk about it. Xiao Yun blushed slightly and nodded imperceptibly. Looks like there's a little something there. By the way, Danyo didn't go to Ping'an Township yesterday, so I think the two had some kind of contact. The aunt naturally agreed. The girl looks like a fairy, polite, and hardworking. She likes it very much, and she will raise it as a daughter in her home. Xiao Yun only had one bag. Moving was simple enough. Living in the pothouse of the Danyo family, waiting for the weather to get hot, then driving Danyo to the medicine workshop, and then sleeping in the hall. The taste of the year gradually faded. After the first 10 days of the first month, the village has been busy working on the matter of the field. Li Yongsheng spent money to invite people to open up the baron, and finally these baron returned to the townspeople. A year to collect 20% of the rent. Although Li Yongsheng is not poor this money grain, but also cannot do the virgin bitch to give it out for nothing. The village wasteland opened 30 acres. A family of about 3 points of land. The townspeople take advantage of the cold weather, are working hard to turn the ground a little softer. The reason why the turn now is in order to put the wasteland inside the various bugs freeze. Otherwise the crops are not enough to gnaw on the bugs. This year, the festival is relatively early. After the 15th day of the first month is rain, the snow on the distant mountains is basically melted away. The land is thawed and fluffy, and the sun is not warm enough to make it a muddy mess everywhere. Hofu construction team came, a line of more than 80 people. The head of a small eunuch, Liang Shantai, accompanied them to the Ping'an Township called on Chao Yuanqing. Chao Yuanqing newlyweds, walking legs some shivering, but the face of the rosy cheeks, nourishing good. Marquis, this is Chief De Hua from the palace. The size and establishment of the Marquis residence is led by him. De Hua greets the Marquis and wishes him all the best. Li Yongsheng picked up the small eunuch. He heard the Dinghai king said, the construction of the Marquis should be the Ministry of Industry. Why send a small eunuch to himself? Little eunuch De Hua detected the words and seemed to understand what Li Yongsheng was thinking in his heart. Marquis, originally built the Marquis is the Ministry of Works. Long-lasting master of the Marquis is more attentive to the matter of the Marquis. The small to support the small. The small will not disturb them to build. Is a small supervision. Supervision do not appear jerry building and substandard on good. Li Yongsheng invited all the craftsmen to drink a meal, which would not have required him to do, but are all a long way to come? Please have a meal and drink a meal is considered a warm reception. Drink Tanshan wine craftsmen are very excited, which is in the imperial city, but 1 or 2 gold Akadia. Construction of the Marquis without Li Yongsheng to worry about. All the money and food from the county government. Do a chief do statistics, and finally by the Ministry of Households to the county to make up. Of course, if you meet the financial difficulties of the place, the construction team will be pre-funded over the funds. After a day's inspection and consulting Li Yongsheng, it was decided that the Marquis residence would be built on a small hill to the east of the pharmacy, only 1 ditch away from the pharmacy, covering an area of 30 acres. The construction team set up the temporary shelter on the same day. The shelter was set up outside the confines of the Marquis, and it moved quickly. The ground was not completely dry before a large amount of materials were hauled in from outside. Several nearby villages of stonemasons and carpenters have been hired by them. Some into the mountains to log, some go to the quarry to quarry stone. The site is hot. Li Yongsheng every day out of the stuff is 20 pounds of a jug of moving mountain wine or Tanshan wine. Do not look at this 20 pounds of wine. Can enhance the craftsman's sense of responsibility a few times. The ground gradually dried up. Li Yongxing finally went into the mountains, with Dinyo and Xiaobai, with a bow and arrow on his shoulder, a basket on his back, and a treasure knife hanging on his waist. This time there was no target, and there was no mission. It was just purely wanting to go into the mountains and turn around for a while. Wait, know where it's more fun? Xiaobai's footsteps paused for a moment. Fun place more, but do not want to take you. If it is not because of your those broken fruit and strong uncle's guidance, who rare and you live together, long ago ran out to play on their own. Seeing that Xiaobai didn't care about himself, Li Yongxing could only plan his own route, not going to the places he had traveled before. This time it was the northwestern direction. Chapter 138, The Mountain Maiden. Spring has begun. The small animals are more active. More than an hour to see 7 or 8. Li Yongxing did not take an arrow. These small rabbits and so on can no longer attract his interest. Xiaobai into the mountain like a wild horse out of control, spreading joy, a moment to appear, a moment to disappear, but always keep up with Li Yongxing and Dinyo's pace. The trees in the mountain a little bit of new signs, but from the draw off the shoots is still early. In the course of a morning, the big game came across a wild deer. Lin Yongxing looked at Xiaobai when he saw the prey, saw Xiaobai's angry eyes, knew that this was its close relative, and gave up the hunt. Xiaobai may be a bit too much, and led the two into a valley. Someone? There's a house in the valley, and there's smoke coming out of it. What kind of person would be so bold? What kind of person is this? Is he the same as Uncle Chang? There is a little white inn. Lin Yongxing did not fear. 2 people and a beast into the valley. A small bamboo forest. 2 adobe houses. Lin Yongxing saw a young girl. Rough clothes cannot hide Zhongling Ningxiu. Small red face is splitting firewood. Ahem. Ha, who are you people? Little white deer, have you come to see me again? Why don't you come these days? I've picked so many fruits for you and they've all gone bad. This is to meet Xiaobai's acquaintances. The door creaked open. An old man walked out. Eyes in Li Yongxing big cattle and small white deer body turned around. Is the little white deer following ye? Have ye come to the mountains to hunt? Grandpa, it's to take a turn in the mountains. Little white brought us here for the presumptuous intrusion. The young girl has run back to the house to find a few fruits. Came back to squat on the ground to feed to the little white to eat. The little white bud let the young girl caress. See Li Yongxing some taste. This little guy, know a lot of people it. The old man seemed pleased, and went up and stroked White's head, who shook his head disgruntledly. This little guy, still won't let me touch him after all this time. Grandpa, your hands are too rough. It's not comfortable to touch little White. The old man looked at Li Yongxing and Dinyo. It's been half a day's spinning, hasn't it? Just made lunch. Come in and eat together. How is that a good idea? We brought dry food. Li Yongxing and Dinyo followed the old man into the house, and Li Yongxing imagined not quite the same. The house is unusually neat and clean, cleaned up sharply. On the table put a pot of porridge and a pot of what kind of mushrooms cannot be seen to stew. Bamboo colander and a colander of cakes. Meeting is destiny. Don't be polite. 2 little brothers, sit down and eat while it's hot. The young girl took the little white also into the house, and rummaged through the box and tossed some, and found a small colander of fruit. Fawn, picked a lot of them. They're all rotten. These are the only ones left. Xiaobai looked at the fruit and then at the basket that Li Yongxing had placed at the door, and the young girl giggled. Little white deer, are you full? I'll put it in the basket and take it home to eat, right? Xiaobai tilted his head to be cute. The young girl put the fruit into the back basket. Xiaobai slanted his eyes to look at Li Yongxing. The meaning is self-evident. This is my thing. Less give me ho-ho. The old man is very enthusiastic. To the big cattle and Li Yongxing dishes and porridge. The big cattle is hungry, but Li Yongxing does not eat. He also does not eat. Xiaobai recognized people must be nothing wrong. Li Yongxing although he knows to go out to be careful, but then humble words are a little inappropriate. Thanks grandpa, we won't be polite then. Dinyo, give the little sister a taste of the brown sugar hair cake we brought with us. Li Yongxing and Dinyo took out their arms with straw paper wrapped hair cake and put it on the table. The old man smiled and did not refuse. The hair cake attracted the attention of the young girl. Some intention, but did not have the good sense to reach out. Bamboo, eat. Seeing her grandfather open his mouth, the young girl with a red face picked up the brown sugar hair cake, uncovered the straw paper and gently took a bite. Her eyes seemed to have a light in them. Looking at her grandfather with a look of surprise, broke the hair cake in half. Grandpa, you eat too. The old man smiled kindly. Eat it yourself. Is it sweet? Grandpa can't eat sweet things. Li Yongxing and Dinyo were already drying rice. The dried mushroom stew was supposed to be grouse. It was very fragrant and not firewood. Where did you come from? What are your names? Grandpa, have you heard of Pingyang Township? We are from Yongla village in Pingyang Township. My name is Li Yongsheng, and this is my brother Dinyo. The old man shook his head, his face a little bitter. I haven't been out of the mountains in 20 years, and I can't get out, so I don't know anything about what's going on out there. Li Yongxing heart shocked. Dare to live in the valley of the mountain. Certainly with some kung fu. Kung fu will not be low. Why will not be able to go out of the mountain? The old man did not say. Li Yongxing did not have the heart to ask. Eternal life, will you come back next time? Can you bring me some salt if you come again? I'll trade you for prey. Looks like the grandkids are having a tough time. I don't know why they can't get out of the mountains, but it's easy with the salt. Grandpa, I'll come back in a few days. Besides salt, is there anything else missing? I'll bring it over together. No need to change it, since Xiaobai brought us in. It means we're destined for each other. The old man smiled, the folds of his face stretching. And bring the little white deer with you when you come, or you won't get into the valley. Li Yongxing heart a condensation, eyes along the doorway to look out. Just came when the road was even a little blurred. What is the situation? 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. Or, wing nut, don't keep staring. Grandpa, are you guys trapped in some kind of formation? That's not true. The valley can still go out. Some reasons can't go out of the big mountain. Xiaozhu can go out, but her kung fu is too low. I don't feel at ease. Kotek nibbled on the brown sugar hair cake with some displeasure. Grandpa's still looking down on people. What about Xiaozhu having defeated a white tiger with his bare hands? Li Yongxing sized up Xiaozhu and was a little shocked inside. Such a soft little sister. Was the white tiger she was talking about the kind of white tiger she was thinking of? That won't do. In case I run into a fierce beast like the pauper, I won't be able to explain it to your parents. The 2 words poor caught Li Yongxing's attention. Poverty? Eternal life? You've heard of the poor man. Li Yongxing was a bit torn, but felt that there was nothing he needed to hide. I don't know how many poor wits there are in the mountains, but I had a predecessor who captured one as a mount and named it Little Flower. The old man's face, which had been quiet, rippled, staring closely at Li Yongxing as if he wanted to see through him, and Din Yo, gnawing on a chicken leg, suddenly said, Brother Yongsheng, did Little Flower really go into the mountains to find food on his own or did he run away? I haven't seen him for days, and I still want to feed him oil cakes and sausages. The old man looked at the naive Din Yo, believed Li Yongxing's words, looked at his granddaughter who was nibbling on the brown sugar hair cake. His eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. The old man didn't eat much, and the young girl only nibbled on the brown sugar hair cake. A pot of chicken, a pot of thin porridge, and a colander of cakes basically let Li Yongxing and Din Yo eliminate. Chapter 139, The Strange Master and Grandson. Li Yongxing touched his mouth a little embarrassed. Grandpa, I'm really sorry for finishing your lunch. Didn't get full, did you? Looking at you guys, another serving like this won't fill you up. Xiaozhu looked at Lin Yongsheng and Din Yo. Isn't that more edible than a cow? Take. After lunch, Li Yongsheng offered his farewells. There was still a long way to go on the return journey, and it was better to try to get home before dark. The young girl was a little reluctant to let go, but it was Kahaku who didn't let go, leaning down and gently nuzzling Kahaku's neck. White, you'll have to come play with me again sometime, okay? The little child's head gently rubbed against the young girl's leg, tickling her and making her giggle. Yongsheng, the basket you're carrying is empty. I have some sun-dried herbs here, so bring them with you. The old man finished lifting the grass curtain. Under the grass curtain is a yard neatly various herbs. After a winter, the herbs still keep green and dry clean. Sunshine is very good. Preservation is also very complete. Grandpa, we can help sell it, and I'll bring you the money. What money or not? We have money and no place to spend it. Just sell it and you buy some salt. Li Yongsheng and Din Yo loaded 2 large back basket. Just to finish the old man's sunshine herbs loaded. Recognize a few kinds. Are worth a lot of money. Don't know look seems to be more advanced. Looking at the young girl Xiaozhu embracing Xiaobai's reluctant appearance. Li Yongsheng inexplicably some heartache. This is a little bit older than Xiaoshu girl. I do not know how long accompanied his grandfather to live in this valley. A piece of brown sugar hair cake did not want to finish eating, but can hand tier white tiger. Then himself and Din Yo should be much stronger. Leaving the valley, Li Yongsheng looked back. The young girl and grandfather stood at the door of the small courtyard smiling at them. Always feel a little unreal. I do not know where it is wrong. Forget it. Go home and ask Uncle Chang. White, what are those 2 in the valley? How long have you known them? Little White's big, budding eyes slanted at Li Yongsheng, as if asking, are you polite? If I could talk, I would have already opened my mouth to scold you. No harvest on the way home. Almost out of the mountain. Xiaobai suddenly scampered up to the high ground. Li Yongsheng put down the basket and followed. A small wild boar is arching the grass roots in the valley, bending the bow and arrows. With a pop, the arrow inserted into the head of the wild boar. Xiaobai tilted his head and flashed down proudly. Li Yongsheng and Din Yo are carrying a large basket. The 2 can only carry the wild boar. Good thing that the wild boar is about 200 pounds. The overall harvest is good. 2 baskets of dried herbs, a small wild boar, but also need to go into the mountains as soon as possible, to the grandchildren to bring more living supplies. Back home, Li Yongsheng and Dinyo sent the basket of herbs to the pharmacy. His father is not at home. Li Yongsheng let Xiao Shu boil water. Himself and Dinyo clean up the wild boar. The same wild boar, last year, caused a sensation in the village of Yongla. And now for that matter, there is no longer any excitement. Giving half of the pork to the Dinyo family, cooking the next goods, and letting Xiao Chai watch the stove. Li Yongsheng went to the wine shop. Strong uncle lying in a recliner holding dodgy turn. Counting the time should have finished. This is still watching the second time? Uncle Chang shot a wild boar. Do you want to eat it tonight? Uncle Chang frowned, as if the boar brought him unpleasant memories. I don't eat it. Just the same old thing. Uncle Chang, Xiaobai took us into a valley today. There are grandchildren living there. Do you recognize them? The valley? How long has it been moved? In which direction? Li Yongsheng and Uncle Chang said the detailed location and introduced the valley's strangeness with the grandchildren. And Uncle Chang frowned again after listening. This I really don't know. That old man is not simple. His cultivation may not be below me. It is likely to be the legendary old man who guards the mountain. What does his granddaughter look like? Li Yongsheng secretly shocked. I thought that Uncle Chang is the ceiling of this world. I did not think that the mountains are still hidden masters. Think of the old man with a kind face. How to hang with the masters cannot hang. But that little girl is able to tear the white tiger with her hands. Uncle Chang, that girl called Xiaozhu said she could beat the white tiger and his grandfather wouldn't let him go out of the mountain, saying he was afraid of the poor man. Is he talking about Xiaohua? That's right, there are rules in the mountains. Said I can't say. Make good relations with this grandchildren. There will be benefits for you in the future. Uncle Chang touched the innocent looking boy next to him. White was good to you, and you'll have to take him with you again. Little White buttingly bit the corner of Li Yongsheng's coat, as if urging him to go back and get a few more fruits to eat. Going home to get a few fruits for Xiaobai, Li Yongsheng carried a wild boar foreleg and a hind leg to his second uncle's house, who was taking care of the calf. Li Yongsheng's heart rejoiced. The big green cow gave birth to a calf. Wing nut, what's this for? Shot a wild boar. Couldn't eat it all. Gave you some, second uncle. When did this little guy come out? Big goose, little goose, come out and take it on. The second uncle stroked the little green cow with a tender face. More than half a month. Yang Shang, Zhao Shangjing issued 2 curved plows to our village. Soon spring, both green oxen can plow the land. I'm going to let Dazhuan use one, to help the townspeople by the way to earn some broomcorn stalks in the fall. Li Yongsheng heart some sigh. The emperor's action is really fast. This poor countryside are down the curved plow. Visible already national popularity. Okay, second uncle, you can have all these oxen. I'll just use the oxen when I need an ox cart. Herb hurriedly straightened up and shook his head. Yang Shang, this won't do. Do you know how much 2 cows can be sold for? Or a big green cow from the mountains, one head topping 2 raised in the countryside. Second uncle, and I don't want to be so polite, said to give you, but don't sell and don't kill, and don't tire them out. You can't plow the land to earn only a little broomcorn to feed the cows. Like this, let the villages and the villagers to say hello. An acre of land 10 pounds of grain. And so on the summer grain harvest. Each family is not lack of this grain. You and big strong brother also earn a little. To the 2 big green more to feed a little bit of bean material. Li Yongsheng bent down and touched the calf. No matter what it was cute when it was small. The calf suddenly raised its front legs and buttingly topped over to Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng was just about to use his hand to block it, and the calf toppled off and milked its milky voice. Eyes. Both of the big green ones shouted their voices, seemingly a little distraught. Silly boy. This 2-legged beast is never to be offended. Li Yongsheng touched the 2 big green heads, and the 2 cows hurriedly lowered their heads. Second uncle, it's a deal. You can't just make some hay. Second auntie had just finished cooking and wiped her hands out of the potting shed. Your second uncle has a good heart. Always feels like he can plow the land by eating a mouthful of grass. How many times have I told him he won't listen? Yang Shang, or you have to talk about him. The second uncle laughed nervously, and his hand unconsciously touched the little green cow's back again. Chapter 140 Nourishing Pills and Blood Replenishing Pills. After half a day of playing and fooling around with the little green cow, the pot was opened long ago when he went home. The wild boar is not big. The pork is not that hard to cook. Li Yongsheng opened the lid of the pot and poked the large intestine and pork belly with chopsticks, and it was cooked through. Mother had already made the meal and sent it over to Uncle Chang, and father had just returned from the warehouse along the former river. Yang Shang, that 30 acres of barren land has been divided among all the villages, but our family is the only one who hasn't been given a share. Father still has an incomprehensible obsession with the ground. The mother rolled her eyes in hatred. Li Yongsheng cut the large intestine. Kung fu is high. Craftsmanship is also there. The knife chopped on the board of the sound of harmonization. The large intestine is almost cut into uniformly sized segments. Father, 30 acres in the village, thousands of acres in the township, and tens of thousands of acres in Plains County. All of these are strictly our family's, or I'd keep them all for you. Hey, isn't this to see that our family has the least land in the whole village? Quite a lot. 2 acres of thin land. The front and back of the house must add up to more than 2 acres, right? Just you one person busy work. Can grow good vegetables is good? You also know the strong uncle's food, and like to eat vegetables? Wait for the beginning of spring to plant more varieties. That's fine. Growing vegetables is something Dad is good at, and I'll even go and help Father Yuqing look after the warehouse when I have time. Li Yongxing would have liked to say that the warehouse does not need to be looked at. There is a strong uncle living in the village. What thieves and robbers do not dare to come? But there is always a need to find something for Dad to do. Let him go. Uncle Chang, who was drinking a small drink, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Li Yongxing's house. Is this because he thinks I have eaten too much? Li Yongxing had planned to enter the mountain at dawn, took people's precious herbs. People are still waiting for salt. Anyway, they are idle. Cannot be delayed. Not delayed. The night of a light rain disrupted Li Yongxing's plans. Midnight rain. Dawn is still pattering. Spring rain is expensive as oil. The role of this rain on the wheat is not self-evident. The village old man idly liked to go to the wheat fields around. Sitting on the stalks of the wheat fields, sunshine solar saya morning. Even if it is drizzling today, there are still old people cloaked in straw raincoat in the wheat fields wandering around. And from time to say a sentence. The spring rains are expensive as oil. Because of the rain, the construction of the marquee residence had stopped, and the little eunuch Dehua, covered in mud and water, looked at the marquee arrival and rushed over in 3 steps. Hail Marquis, is it time to check the construction? Chief Executive Dehua, what's going on here? It's raining, why don't you take a break? Marquis, long live the things entrusted by the master dare not be careless, out of the question but really want to lose their heads. Where are the artisans? They're all resting. It's idle on a rainy day. Let them go to the wine shop to carry a few jars of wine to drink to get rid of the cold. Chief Deva scraped the mud under his shoes on the stone. Marquis, with 1 or 2 gold pounds of good wine to drink, how could they be idle? All of them are in the house planing wood. Lin Yongsheng followed Chief Executive Dehua to the front rows of artisan houses. Worthy of being a great country artisan, the house built with simple wooden boards looked more upscale than Li Yongsheng's house. The Marquis has arrived. Greetings, Marquis. Everyone rise. No need for so much courtesy. There was some wood lying around the house, some planing, some carving, and some riveting and mortising. All of you have worked hard. There's no need to rush so much when it's raining. Is there a shortage of food? Laboring on the Marquis mind. There is no shortage of anything. Li Yongsheng counted the people in the room, except for Dehua exactly 8. Chief Executive Dehua, change your clothes and bake your body first. Don't get wind chill. Everyone else come with me. Li Yongsheng took 8 craftsmen to the wine shop, 2 people 1 altar, 4 jars of moving mountain wine and 4 jars of Tanshan wine. All of them are 50 kilograms of large jars. The craftsman carried the wine with 1,000 thanks and went away. Went to the pharmacy around. A group of girls production in full swing. A steady stream of pain pills from the mold knocked out. All of these are white silver. It is estimated that after another 2 or 3 days Liangshan Taiwan will come again. The gap is too large. The supply does not meet the demand. Strong uncle under normal circumstances will not monitor this group of girls. Li Yongxing took advantage of others do not pay attention to. In the blink of an eye in the hands of more than 2 prescriptions. One with 40,000 points for redemption. One with 50,000 points for redemption. A total score of 95 million did not change, but the system can be used only 10,000 points left. This 10,000 points left to redeem a little brown sugar or something for the time being does not move. Stuffed the prescription into his pocket. Li Yongxing went back to his east room. 40,000 points is the health pill. 50,000 points is the blood replenishment dan. Health pill made from 5 materials. Blood replenishment dan made from 8 materials. The material Lin Yongxing mostly have not heard of. It is true. 40,000 points and 50,000 points to change the more delicate a little bit, to the level of the pill and the level of the dan. Raw materials used more. The process of production is also more cumbersome. The light rain outside stopped. Li Yongsheng slipped to the medicine workshop again, and in between breaks, Xiao Yun was teaching everyone to recognize words, and Xiao Shu came over at some point. Auntie, come out for a minute. I'll give you something. Lin Yongsheng gave the 2 prescriptions to his aunt who had a confused look on her face. Auntie, these are 2 new prescriptions. Find the ingredients to make them. Don't be in a hurry to sell them. I'll taste them then. The aunt carefully looked at the prescription once, trying to remember it in her heart, uneasy to turn back and look at it twice more, feeling that she remembered it all. Returned the prescription to Li Yongsheng again. Yongsheng, aunt remembered. There is a herb inside the blood tonic dan prescription that I have not heard of. Next time go to the pharmacy in the countryside and ask around. The other herbs we can directly import. And then production. Also batch production? Let's get a little to try it out and see how it works. This time we'll take the high-end route. Out of the doorway of the pharmacy, a group of children gathered around. 7 or 8 children, 2 by 2, carrying 4 wooden barrels. Marquis forever. Your favorite red starfish. We came across a nest of red starfish today. We caught so many of them, and they are all still alive. The child who spoke Li Yongsheng recognized, called Zhao Erden, almost 2 years younger than Li Yongsheng, is the child king in the village. Erdnace, how many people caught this? 8 of us fished together, and when there's a favor we'll split it among the 8 of us. Zhao Erden suddenly felt that he had missed the point. Marquis Yongsheng, this is our filial honor to you. My father said that it's all your great kindness that we can have enough to eat right now. It doesn't need to be paid. Come on, follow me home. Going home to dump all the red starfish into their own empty fish pond. 8 children reluctantly bid farewell. Li Yongsheng smiled and shouted to stop. Wait, I can't let you work for nothing. I'll get you some pastries to eat. Come on, all of you, come in. A person a pastry, a handful of sweets and 2 sausages. In addition to each person to grab a handful of coins. A few children a mouthful of filial piety. Marquis don't want anything, but the pastries hugged to death. Lin Yongsheng forced to hold back his laughter. Next to touch the child's head. Go back and eat early. Pastries are easy to spoil if left for a long time. And come back to me next time you have red starfish. Chapter 141, Entering the Mountain Again. A group of children out of the door began to yell, eager to count their own copper plate. Lin Yongsheng remembered the previous winter when selling fish. From the Wang family received silver money. Worried about the trouble. The 2 families are also looking for a hidden place to go to the count. At that time, think of how much rice can be exchanged. The rain stopped. Li Yongsheng prepared supplies for the grandchildren in the valley. 2 large backpacks, 20 pounds of salt, I think, 20 caddies of brown sugar, 20 caddies of peanut oil, 20 caddies of Tanshan wine, heavy goods below, the top stuffed with pastries and candies. The dinner was red starfish. Li Yongsheng gave Uncle Chang 2 red roasted and steamed 2 for himself. Although now that the hidden dangers of his body from practicing kung fu are eliminated, he feels that it is still better to eat more of this stuff. At dawn, Li Yongsheng and Dinyo set off with Xiaobai, and it was still a bit slippery going into the mountains, but it didn't have any effect on Xiaobai. In early spring, there are chirping birds everywhere. Xiaobai disappeared in a flash, and came back in a flash, this time with a target, traveling faster, about 10 o'clock in the morning, to the place where Xiaobai led the way the last time. Li Yongsheng carefully observed. There is no discovery. White, get back here. We're at the place. Xiaobai fiercely scurried out from behind Yongsheng, intent on scaring Li Yongsheng. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and lead the way. Find your sister Xiaozhu to have some fun. White, not knowing who he learned it from, rolled his eyes humanely. Li Yongsheng followed Xiaobai to seriously check out. Xiaobai turned left and right. Li Yongsheng's brain was memorizing the road. His eyes suddenly lit up. Saw the valley. Looked back. Messy, all bushes. Forget about it, do not study it. Xiaozhu sat on the stone in front of the bamboo forest, staring blankly at the mouth of the valley. Grandpa has said many times, the 2 little hunters will not necessarily come back. Xiaozhu does not believe. Her brown sugar hair cake finished, but never forget that sweet feeling. She likes the little white deer, also like to see the 2 brothers, even if to look at them for a couple of eyes, and say a few words with them are good. The old man sat behind the bamboo forest weaving rattan. A small basket is already half of the way. Heard his granddaughter in front of the readings of the little white deer and brother. The old man's face showed a bitter smile. Why would he want to be accompanied by his little granddaughter at the age of a flower, trapped in the valley of these mountains? But there is no way to do it. If the 2 teenagers come again and again this time, ready to let them bring Xiaozhu out of the mountains. Xiaozhu, although she is kind and pure, but with her kung fu should not suffer. Little white deer, I miss you. Hearing the shouts of his granddaughter in front of him, the old man's heart moved slightly, came in. And the 2 men and a deer went into the valley. Xiaobai dashed to Xiaozhu's front and lowered his head to let Xiaozhu pet him. Xiaozhu happily wrapped his arms around Xiaobai's neck and smiled very brightly as he looked at Li Yongsheng and Dinyo who approached him. Bamboo, where's Grandpa? Xiaozhu's face was flushed, looking at Li Yongsheng and Dinyo's backpacks with anticipation, weaving baskets in the back. Brother Yongsheng, do you have brown sugar hair cake? No. Xiaozhu's face was a little lost, but quickly hid it. Grandpa had said that he couldn't make excessive demands when he met outsiders. So maybe he was being excessive when he asked for brown sugar hair cake. But there is something sweeter and more delicious than brown sugar hair cake. Go back to the house. I took it you taste it next to each other. What is delicious just say. Next time I will bring it back to you. Xiaozhu laughed happily, her eyes curved in a smile full of pristine innocence. The old man put down the basket in his hand to pick up the basket on Li Yongxing's back. Grandpa, I'll do it, it's heavy. Li Yongxing finished before remembering that this old man may be a master, and still master of masters. Some embarrassed to unload the basket, to Xiaozhu to find the inside of the pastry to eat. Xiaozhu red face and a groundhog-like, next to taste Li Yongxing unwrapped pastries. Feel that every kind of like to eat, let him choose if too difficult. Grandpa, this jar is peanut oil, this bag is salt, this jar is wine, and this bag is brown sugar. That's too much. It's expensive, isn't it? I just gave you some herbs. Grandpa, it's your herbs that are worth the money. My family owns a pharmacy, and those herbs are of great use. The old man's full creases stretched out again. Why don't you guys sit down and have a drink, and I'll go make you some dinner. The old man was just about to go out the door when he suddenly sniffled and looked back at the wine jar. What kind of wine is this? It tastes so stiff. Li Yongxing took the fresh water poured by Xiaozhu and touched Xiaozhu's head, making Xiaozhu feel shy. Grandpa, the Tanshan wine brewed in my family's winery. You can taste it later. I'll bring it next time if it's good. The old man cannot wait for a while, turned back and picked up the wine jar, uncovered the clay seal, one hand grabbed in front of his eyes and smelled, closed his eyes and enjoyed the look, did not hold the wine jar and drink like Uncle Cham, looking for a ceramic bowl and poured a small half bowl. Nuisance tasted a few mouth. Good wine, strong wine. Yang Shang, is it convenient to tell me what your family does? There's a wine shop and a medicine shop. Grandpa, I won't hide it from you. A year ago my family was an ordinary family in Yanla village. During this year I invented some things, like the curved plow and the columbarium, and was made a marquee by the emperor. The marquee house is now under construction, but I still like to go into the mountains to hunt and gather. I always feel that there are too many things in the mountains that appeal to me. Little bamboo, you go and cook. I'll have a good chat with your brother Yongsheng. Xiaozhu gave Li Yongxing a light smile. You guys take your time. I'm going to go make some rabbit stew. The old man seemed to be a bit torn, watching Bai jump and follow his granddaughter out, and then suddenly it was as if he had made some kind of determination. Yang Shang, when you are crowned marquis, will you go to the court as an official? No go. As I just said, I still like the big mountains, and that marquee is actually an invented reward. Li Yongxing told the old man about the role of the curved plow and the columbarium. The old man has been nodding approvingly. After listening to everything Li Yongxing said, the old man's will in his heart is even stronger. The talented young man. There is a super strong man in his family who can subdue the poor man. The little white deer is willing to follow him. Xiaozhu can't suffer any loss by following him for sure. It's simply a heavenly gift of opportunity. Can't let Xiaozhu be stifled in the valley any longer. The flower-like age should be in contact with the age of a flower child should have more contact with the outside. Lunch was ready. A tub of rabbit meat and a colander of tortillas. Grandpa, where did you get your corn? There's a clearing at the back of the valley. I plant some every year. Barely enough to feed our grandparents and grandchildren for a year. And I usually rely on a bit of hunting. So you guys were eating saltines before? There are hunting parties that go into the mountains to hunt. They usually go into the mountains for days. And when I run into them I exchange some of the game and skins. But it's rare. I don't run into them more than a few times a year. Li Yongxing heart thought not quite understand. This is no better hard to eat obviously kung fu excellence but cannot go out of the mountain. In the end what is a mountain guardian? Chapter 142, Bringing Xiaozhu Home. The old man poured himself another bowl of wine. Xiaozhu also want a taste. The old man spoiled to pour a bowl. Xiaozhu sip. Was spicy little face red? But do not want to waste. Has been small mouth to die. Little bamboo. Do you want to go outside the mountain and see what's going on? Grandpa, can we go out now? Of course Xiaozhu wants to. The old man smiled a kindly smile. Grandpa can't go out yet, but you can now. Follow Yongsheng and Daniel out of the mountain after dinner if you want. Go and stay at Yongsheng's house. His house has a pharmacy, and a wine shop. You know a lot of herbs. The pharmacy is something you can help with. Xiaozhu felt dizzy in the head. Can't drink anymore. If you drink again you will go to sleep. There is still a small half of the wine left in the bowl. Hurriedly poured it to Grandpa. Grandpa, of course I won't go if you don't. Who will cook for you if I go? And there's no one to talk to you. Li Yongxing's heart was sore after hearing this, and he felt that it was not a good taste. Xiaozhu. In fact, Grandpa still wants to know about the things outside the mountain. Every time we meet people outside the mountain we are in a hurry and don't have time to talk about it in detail. What I mean is that you follow Yongxing to live some days, come back and talk to Grandpa about the things outside the mountain, so that we don't all know about it. Xiaozhu shook her little head, trying to keep herself awake. What her grandfather said seemed to make sense, but she really didn't want to leave her master. Li Yongxing said as he looked at Xiaobai who was leaning against Xiaozhu's side. Sister Xiaozhu, in fact, going to my place is not like not coming back. Grandpa likes to drink wine. We'll deliver wine every few days and bring some of Grandpa's favorite food. Is that good? You'll also have time to play with Little White. Xiaozhu tearfully glanced at his grandfather, then at Xiaobai who was rubbing against his leg, and finally looked at Li Yongxing who had just finished speaking. Brother Eternal Life, is it true what you said? You can come back often? Yes, my brother packed his bags, and it's okay to come back once a day. The old man looked somewhat relieved and continued to persuade. Xiaozhu, it's not true that Grandpa likes fine wine. It's also true that he wants to eat something outside the mountains. You can't be idle after you go. Your brother Yongsheng doesn't owe us anything. Doesn't his family have a medicine workshop? You know a lot of pharmacology. Work in the medicine workshop, earn silver money and then buy wine and food for Grandpa. Grandpa is happy to eat and drink. Xiaozhu seemed to have some visions of her future life. Her eyes were mesmerized with some excitement as she stood up and gently approached her grandfather, snuggling into his arms. Grandpa, Xiaozhu will make good money to honor you, and when he makes money, he will buy things and come back to see you. After lunch, Xiaozhu not went the wine to another house to rest. The old man to Li Yongsheng did some introduction. His name is Tun Jinjin, is a mountain guardian, but did not say what is the mountain guardian. Xiaozhu is not his own granddaughter. Is he saved from the mouth of the white wolf? 12 years ago, Tang Jinjin hunting near the periphery of the mountains, encountered a white wolf with Xiaozhu. I do not know what the reason is. The white wolf did not hurt Xiaozhu. Tun Jinjin did not kill the white wolf, but only saved Xiaozhu foster. 12 years have passed. Li Yongsheng gave Tang Jinjin an assurance that he would take care of Xiaozhu just as much as he took care of his own sister. And in the other room, Xiaozhu's eyes were open and she was lying on the bed with tears streaming down her face. The atmosphere of parting is always a little sad. The mouth of the valley. The three people and a deer are saying goodbye to Tang Jinjin. The old man is forced to smile. Xiaozhu is also the same. When the three people and a deer out of the valley, the old man's complexion suddenly dim. Xiaozhu turned around has been unable to hold back tears. Worried that Xiaozhu did not sober up. Li Yongsheng did not walk fast. Xiaobai did not run this time, and has been hanging around in front of Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu suddenly stopped, turned to look at Li Yongsheng, gaze clear, which has a little bit of drunkenness. Brother Wingnut, can you tell me why Grandpa kicked me out? Li Yongsheng choked on a sentence and looked a little embarrassed. Xiaozhu, I don't know the specifics, but I guess it should be that Grandpa Tang doesn't want you to suffer in this mountain. In fact, it is not bitter. Grandpa is very good to me. The little master is not so eager to go to live outside, but Grandpa seems to have considered it for a long time. From the last time you guys came, Grandpa seems to be a different person, often knitting bamboo baskets alone and fretting. Xiaozhu does not want to disobey Grandpa. Li Yongsheng touched Xiaozhu's head and rubbed it favorably. Xiaozhu, don't be sad. We'll come back to see Grandpa often in the future. We have to hurry up, or else it's dangerous if we haven't left the mountain by dark. A word made Xiaozhu anxious. She seems to have a natural fear of something in the mountains. Accelerated the speed of travel. Li Yongsheng realized that he and Dinyo could not even catch up. Not to mention Dinyo. He himself has the spiritual void steps pace bonus. Xiaozhu and Xiaobai ran in front. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo chased behind. Seeing that Xiaozhu and Xiaobai were about to disappear in the line of sight, one person and one deer suddenly stopped, waiting for Li Yongsheng and Dinyo to rush to the ground. The ground has already laid down a prey, looking like antelope or something like that. Xiaozhu exasperated look. Some cute. Brother Wingnut, I was almost frightened by it. Li Yongsheng looked at the twisted neck of the antelope and then looked at the exasperated and cute Xiaozhu. There was a strong sense of visual contrast. Brother Eternal Life. This, can it be sold for money? I can sell it. 10 taels of silver. I'll give it to you when I get home. Xiaozhu can't help but carry the antelope. The back of the big bull that should come up to be dumbfounded. This guy is at least 400 or 500 pounds it. He can carry it himself, but he can't go far. This little girl carried it and even ran away. It wasn't even dark when they left the mountain, and Xiaozhu and Xiaobai were waiting for themselves at the mountain pass. Xiaozhu was looking around with the look of a curious baby. Go home and I'll make you a nice meal. Xiaozhu went to Li Yongsheng's home before the door is still a little apprehensive, but not a moment after going in to be surrounded. Xiaozhu and small clouds and geese are fiddling with something. Saw carrying a large tray. Xiaozhu came in. The head is a little dizzy. Through Li Yongsheng's introduction to the identity of this girl, a group of girls' sense of adoration and sense of care bursting, surrounded the Xiaozhu, end of the water to drink, to take the pastries, looking for clothes to find shoes. Li Yongsheng could not intervene, only outside to clean up the prey, but also to find the clothes and shoes. Li Yongsheng's home. Yongsheng could not intervene and could only pack up the prey outside. When Li Yongsheng finished cleaning up the prey, Xiaozhu had already turned into a cute and well-behaved peasant girl, holding a pastry in her hand, squatting Pippi Huan on her shoulder, and seeing Li Yongsheng flipping over the prey he wanted to go up and help, but suddenly he was afraid of dirtying the new shoes he had just changed and retreated back. At dinner time, Xiaozhu had already adapted to the atmosphere of Li Yongxing's house, although he had eaten a bellyful of pastries already, but it didn't delay him from gorging himself at all. And just like Uncle Chang, his favorite food was not meat but vegetables. Li Yongxing asked his mother to pack out the south house for Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu clamored to live with Xiaozhu. Anyway, it will be warm soon, and parents will move the Kong, so it is better to let the two girls live in the south house to have a companion. Pai Pai Huan Huan also followed to live in the house. The two girls and the two munchkins made a mess until most of the night. Chapter 143, Spring Blossoms. Spring has sprung, and both Li Yongxing and Daniel's kung fu have improved so much that, in the words of Uncle Chang, they can spend the night in the mountains. The marquee has been almost completed. Moved a large number of trees from the field. Are cut the main branches, left a little tender branches. Those left behind the branches bloomed pink apricot blossoms and white pear blossoms. Shangyun River on both sides of the wheat field has been lush. Naughty children would like to enter the wheat field chase. There is always a group of grandpas over there to watch. Digging capers, digging wheat artemisia are allowed. Stepped on the wheat seedlings cannot. These grandpas are really beat. Go home to find adults to sue aggrieved, but also have to be beaten by their own adults. Xiaozhu has already gotten used to the life outside the mountain. Every day after dinner will go to the medicine workshop to work. Not with those girls to work, but by the ant as a treasure. There is no medicinal herb she does not know. There is no medicinal theory she is not familiar with. And now in the medicine workshop has become a more important existence than the ant. Has saved 10 taels of silver. Is playing antelope cattle Yongxing brother to the money. To the end of the month can also be issued 20 taels of silver. Now also know the price of goods outside the mountains. 30 taels of silver. Enough for him to buy a lot of items for grandpa. To buy what are thinking about pretty much. Just to the time when they are sure that they can't bring it. So see Li Yongxing and the big cattle. A mouthful of a Yongxing brother. And then a mouthful of a big cattle brother. Shouting particularly sweet. Everyone loved this simple and innocent young girl. And Uncle Chang took special care of him. With good cooking skills and a hard-working person who, in addition to his work at the medicine workshop, took over Uncle Chang's 3 meals a day. The vegetable garden in front of the house has been planted with all kinds of vegetables. Originally my father was also thinking of planting some corn or something. There is a strong uncle, a vegetable consumer, and now added a small bamboo. Nearly 2 acres of land all planted with vegetables. Early spring cultivation of dried leeks have issued shoots. One day a cut thrive. Last year's late fall planted spinach tender. A plate of spinach and egg soup can let Uncle Chang drink soul. And then with a plate of green onions and leeks mixed with sauce. No longer want to go back to the mountains to eat meat suffered. Liang Shantai came, this time brought 30,000 taels of silver. Almost blinded Xiaozhu's eyes. The disaster has passed. A winter. The county did not starve to death and freezing to death occurs, although they all know what is going on. But Liang Shantai was verbally praised by the emperor. The size of the merchant fleet in Qingyuan County has expanded several times. Now it is a fleet of ships plus a fleet of horses. The total number of people has reached 500. A large amount of grain filled in. The price of grain has fallen back to 5 cents a catty. The business of medicinal herbs is only a very small portion of the merchant fleet. Transporting mountain goods outward. Transporting food and daily necessities inward. It has already realized self-sufficiency. In addition to the medicinal herbs, other commodities are beginning to make a profit. Li Yongxing's family's pothouse is already a little hot. In a few days we'll move to the hall house to eat. Liang Shantai hot sweat, but the look is unusually excited. Old Liang, take off your coat, or we can change rooms. Liang Shantai wiped the sweat from his head and pointed to the ledger on the table. Marquis, just take a look. I'll be comfortable if you take a look at old Liang. Old Liang, Yongxing became a county marquis. Isn't it right to pay for the people of the county? It's not like they're eating for nothing, opening up so much wasteland and giving so many herbs. One size does not fit all. That is only temporarily help them to tide over the difficult times. There is no white gift that, of course, donations do not count. Donations of those money in addition to the folks to build houses, have been put into the merchant fleet. Put it this way, the county's is the county's. Yours is still yours. The disaster has passed. Although there are still places that do not have enough to eat, but there will not be stragglers and starvation. Seeing that Li Yongxing didn't say anything, Liang Shantai wiped the sweat on his forehead and continued to explain. Marquis, I know you can't see the suffering among people, but what's yours is yours. Just what you did last year. It's already beyond all the honors of the Dacian dynasty, and to put it more bluntly, even if the stragglers were all over the place last winter, as long as there's porridge to drink and don't freeze to death too much, you don't have much to answer for. Li Yongxing flipped down the ledger. Liang Shantai also wanted to give a little explanation, but Li Yongxing flipped too fast, remembered that it was very cumbersome, but Li Yongxing was clear at a glance. The county now owes itself more than 10,000 taels of silver, or more than 2 million pounds of grain. Marquis, the price of food down. This place I and you to understand. Is the county took advantage of your cheap, to food nothing to lose, but to silver words missing you 3 pennies difference. This difference can't make up for you, but also please Marquis forgive me. Mother and Xiaozhu made the meal and Xiaozhu took it to Uncle Chang. Old Liang, it's too hot. I'm still hot if you're not. We don't have that much to say to each other. Let's go eat in the courtyard. Marquis, don't be in a hurry. First make it clear if you want silver or grain. Li Yongsheng didn't have a good temper. What do I need so much grain for? Do you think that my Marquis has raised a bunch of pigs? Liang Shantai tucked away his account book and followed Li Yongsheng with a sarcastic smile. Marquis jokes, Shantai would not dare. But now the grain in the former riverfront warehouse and the county warehouse are still all yours. Otherwise the silver would have to be added. Li Yongsheng turned back and stared intently at Liang Shantai. This Marquis will not be a virgin bitch, but also is never a miser. You think of a way. All the grain on credit to distribute to the people. And then in the fall to take back the grain as it is. Not a grain more. Not a grain less. The old grain for new grain. This point of things is not difficult to overwhelm you, right? How could Liang Shantai not understand Li Yongsheng's meaning? On the surface it is old grain for new grain, but the actual meaning is to solve the existing problem of lack of food for the people, and not to increase the rent. Shantai thanked the Marquis for the great favor on behalf of all the people of the county, and the Marquis will surely give birth to the Buddha in all the houses. It's a pity. This Marquis doesn't believe in Buddhism and only sees the suffering of the earth. Li Yongsheng put down a sentence to make Liang Shantai scalp numb pretending 13 words, took a rag to wipe the table clean. Xiaozhu and Xiaoshu served. Simple 4 dishes and 1 soup. To Liang Shantai drink is moving mountain wine. They drink sorghum original wine. Old Liang, medicine thing you can't work for nothing. Like this, no matter how much money is sold. You guys draw out 10% and merge into the merchant team. According to the reasoning that selling medicine is this ho's own thing. Since the merchant team contributed, there is no reason to work for nothing. Marquis, there's no need for that. The reason why the merchant caravan is smooth sailing, going everywhere at low prices in and high prices out, it's all dependent on the medicine as a gold standard. This matter is settled. You will not only sell me medicine in the future, but also feed me raw materials. This time the new production of several hundred copies of the new medicine. 2 categories, I have tested. One is the nourishing pill, specializing in treating the body weakness, qi and blood disorders. The other is the blood replenishing dan. This does not need to be explained. Good, great good. The sacred medical hall will definitely be happy crazy. Then old Huang will not be polite with you. Marquis, what do you need despite mentioning? The old Huang and the merchant team to greet. No matter how great the difficulties, have to find a way to buy for your old. Chapter 144, The Excited Xiaozhu. Li Yongsheng picked up the wine cup. The cup is still used by Zhang Jingyi left behind. Very delicate. From the Dinghai King's residence? Drink drink drink. Old Liang, you've worked hard before and after the year. Take it easy, don't wear out your body. Marquis, although this year has been a bit of hard work, this is the most comfortable year for old Huang. Here's a toast to you. More than 20,000 taels of silver were placed in Xiaozhu and Xiaoshu's south room, and Xiaozhu and Xiaoshu were rummaging around like 2 little groundhogs, their eyes full of little stars. Little bamboo, didn't you say you were going to buy a lot of things for Grandpa? Hurry up and hide a few. Brother won't find out. Xiaozhu firmly shook her head and reluctantly put down the silver ingot in her hand. Sister Xiaoshu, it's not okay. If Grandpa knows that I stole the money to buy him something to eat, he'll scold me to death. I've earned enough already. I can't be too greedy. Liang Shantai drank a lot of wine and remained sober, handed over several medicinal herbs with his aunt, arched his hand at Li Yongsheng, and took the boatman to the river. The spring rains did not stop, and the water level of the Shangyun River always remained at a certain height, and Li Yongsheng's dredging plan went bankrupt again. Li Yongsheng was drunk even though he was drinking the original wine, and he went back to his noon and fell asleep. Sister Xiaoshu, Brother Yongsheng just put the money here without counting or checking it? My brother didn't have good intentions yet. Knowing that your kung fu is strong, this is intended to make you a free escort. The 2 girls giggled, and Kotek suddenly responded. I'm going to go to work. Sister Xiaoyun is going to teach word recognition later. Are you going? Come on, get it together. The apricot blossoms have failed, and the large apricot tree has some small apricots on its protruding branches. All the nutrients of a large tree are supplied to a few twigs, and the apricots grow fast. A group of children gathered around the outskirts of the marquee, waiting for the soft-spoken chief executive Dehua to send them some small apricots. The apricot kernels were still watery and tender, and there was a refreshing tartness in their bites, which the children enjoyed. It's almost dark. Everyone disperse. When the new branches are drawn out again next year, the whole marquee house will be full of apricots and pears, and at that time you will ask the marquee for them again. The children said thank you to Chief Steward Edward and dispersed, and little eunuch Edward greeted Li Yongsheng, who was wandering around with his hands behind his back. Hail Marquis, the work schedule has caught up. You can move in another half-month. Chief Dua, I'm sorry to trouble you. Is there any more wine left? Thank you Marquis for thinking of me. A few days ago you sent 2 more jars, and I've only just finished half of them. Li Yongsheng entered the Marquis accompanied by Chief Executive De Hua, entered from the back door of the Marquis, green trees and red walls, very spectacular and elegant. The most striking thing is not the building, but a clear pool on the right side of the Marquis. The pool water is clear and bright. Inside there are schools of small red starfish swimming. It is? Chief Dua seemed pleased with himself, and his eyes smiled. They are all caught by the urchins in the village, too small to be sold at a price. I've collected them all, 5 coppers apiece, almost put in 200 or 300 of them. Li Yongsheng turned around accompanied by Chief Executive De Hua. It was immediately dark. Fires were built inside the big houses, and the craftsmen were still busy. Doesn't Chief Steward Deva rest at night? Marquis was to eat and then dry for a while. The guys feel that drinking wine work is not stable. Simply eat a little later. In fact, the opening of the government to build the yamen is not allowed to drink. That is, the Marquis is kind-hearted. Dark. Li Yongsheng returned home, found Xiaozhu has been organizing the basket, all the belongings of 30 taels of silver, all in Li Yongsheng exchanged for food and drink with 3 large basket, 350 kilograms of wine altar, which is to take her own and Li Yongsheng and the bull as a cow to make use of. Bamboo. It's all packed. Xiaozhu's face was flushed and she was very excited to see her grandfather tomorrow. Brother Yongsheng, is 30 taels of silver really enough for these things? You can't lie to me. Enough, I counted it for you. Not a penny more and not a penny less. Xiaozhu, in fact, do not need to bring so much brown sugar. This thing is not good for the body if you eat too much. Didn't Brother Yongsheng say it couldn't be broken? The next time we go we'll still have to wait for the monthly payment, so Grandpa can eat it slowly. After dinner, Li Yongsheng played a long life boxing. Strong Uncle's side has been waiting to start. For playing mahjong opponent is very demanding. Only looking for smart. Xiaozhu although simple, but very talented. Small Cloud is also smart enough. In fact, the 4 people on Li Yongsheng the most pull crotch. The bets are still copper plates. The losses and wins are not big. Li Yongsheng lost only 30 in the most one night. Xiaozhu has saved some, specially put them in a small wine jar. Xiaozhu said that she counts them every day, and is very happy when she counts them. Daybreak. 3 people and a deer set off. 1 person a large basket. Daniel said carrying a wine jar is heavy. The Yongsheng brothers also snatched over. The trees in the mountains have grown young leaves, hanging dewdrops, in the early sunshine of verdant. Brother Yongsheng, we agreed to go back in a few days. It's been a month. Do you think Grandpa is worried sick? Xiaozhu, rest assured, with the way we're rushing, we'll be there in 2 hours. We won't be able to delay you from making lunch for Grandpa. Xiaozhu's biggest purpose for his passion for cooking was still to go back and cook for his grandfather. He smiled and narrowed his eyes as he sniffed. He was going to stir-fry at least 6 dishes for his grandfather today, as well as stew 2 soups. Xiaobai is always in the forefront to open the road. See small animals will scare and run. Met a stupid roe deer, not afraid to follow it. Xiaobai is also helpless. See Xiaozhu put down the wine jar to catch, hurriedly blocked the front. Xiaobai, you know this chubby fellow don't you? I won't kill it. Catch it and go back to be a companion for Grandpa, okay? The silly elk seemed to feel bad, old, and hopped into the valley. Xiaobai stared at Xiaozhu innocently with big eyes, as if to say that he ran away by himself and it's none of my business. The days are getting longer and longer. The same dawn walk, almost half an hour earlier than last time. Xiaozhu looked at the valley with hot tears, really misses his grandfather. Xiaozhu, come in. What kind of goodies did you buy for Grandpa? Tang Jinjin's voice suddenly came out from the valley, and it seemed to have spotted them long ago. As soon as they marched into the valley, Tang Jinjin was really repairing the bamboo garden, and as he watched his granddaughter come flying, he hurriedly threw down the rattan in his hands. Xiaozhu, slow down, don't break the altar. Xiaozhu put down the altar and happily jumped into her grandfather's arms. Grandpa, I really miss you. The valve of emotion opened and couldn't be stopped. Xiaozhu fell on his grandfather's arms and cried bitterly. Li Yongsheng helped to unload the basket in the back and put everything into the house. 3 large baskets and 3 wine jars, filling up the empty space in the house. Takeshi came back holding his grandfather's hand, his eyes red, but happy. Grandpa, I've learned a lot of skills. I'll cook for you now. In a while you'll taste Xiaozhu's handiwork. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Chapter 145. Tang Jinjin old face smiling openly. Folds all stretch. Greeted Li Yongsheng and Dinyo sit down to drink water. Was Xiaozhu pulled to show off the various food brought. Mouth was stuffed with pastries. Xiaozhu, can't stuff it. Save it for Grandpa to eat slowly. Grandpa, Xiaozhu will cook for you. will you come and burn the fire? Xiaozhu wants to talk to you for a while. Well, I'll see what Xiaozhu has learned to do. The stove was in the yard under a straw shed, and all the dishes Xiaozhu was going to make were in a backpack, which he carried straight out. Tang Jinjin asked Li Yongsheng and Dinyo to move the table to the courtyard, where an unknown tree with tender green leaves was just right for shade. Xiaozhu fried quickly, knowing that Grandpa also does not like to eat meat. The meatiest one is considered leek scrambled eggs. Grandpa, you and brother Yongsheng Dinyo will drink the wine first. I will cook 2 more soups and just start the fire myself. Bamboo. Enough to eat, just enough to eat. Let's cook a shrimp and egg soup then. I'm not good at cooking fish soup yet, but Grandpa needs to eat his fish early. It might be bad tomorrow. Tang Jinjin smiled and nodded in agreement. Inquired about Li Yongsheng and Dinyo. Both do not drink alcohol. Xiaozhu also do not want to drink. Poured himself a large bowl, 50 pounds of the altar. The bowl poured full. Surprisingly, did not spill a drop. The ones I brought last time were finished long ago. Yongsheng, the wine you brewed is addictive to drink. The old man feels unable to leave it. Grandpa, brother Yongsheng sells it cheaply. I can buy you 4 jars in a month with my monthly money. Tang Jinjin gestured for Li Yongsheng and Dinyo to eat the food. Yongsheng, be honest with Grandpa. How much does this wine sell for? Grandpa, I sold it to someone else for 100 won a caddy, and someone else is transporting it to the imperial city to sell it for 1 or 2 gold pieces a caddy. Tang Jinjin was a bit surprised. Why don't you transport yourself to the imperial city? Li Yongsheng smiled unconcernedly. A benefactor who helped my whole family through the most difficult time. The wine was more or less given to him then, and it will not change now or ever. He is not really short of money. I am not short of money now. We made friends from fish to wine. Friends are more precious than gold. Tang Jinjin smiled and nodded, seemed to approve of Li Yongsheng's statement. Sipping spirits, tasting various seasonal vegetables, gazing tenderly at Xiaozhu, who was busy burning soup, with memories, reluctance, and relief in his eyes. Suddenly reaching into his arms, he pulled out 2 antique booklets, looking a little worn out but not yet tattered, and gently set them in front of Li Yongsheng and Dinyo. Dinyo, this is a book of body training techniques. You practice and try. Successful although it can't be made to be invulnerable to swords and spears, but it can withstand unusual injuries. Yongsheng, this is an internal energy technique. The name is called Shang Shang Xin. I feel it's quite suitable for you. Go with the flow. Don't force yourself if you can't practice it. Without being polite, Dinyo smiled nervously and said thank you, grabbed the booklet and cupped it in his hands, and started flipping through it with gentle movements. Li Yongsheng's heart is a little shocked. Why do you always have to go with the flow of nature? Uncle Chang's longevity decision is. Grandpa Tang fixed life is also. Could it be that he is suitable for practicing those strange things? Picked up the booklet and stood up, bowed deeply to Grandpa Tang. Dinyo also hurried to learn. You two don't be polite. All call me Grandpa and still so outgoing. Xiaozhu is simple-minded. You two brothers take more trouble is. Grandpa, if anyone dares to bully Xiaozhu, Dinyo Bao turn, will beat him up. Dinyo's voice was getting lower and lower as he remembered that he couldn't beat Kotek and that the gap was huge. Grandpa, you can't even spare those 2 booklets for me to practice. Try the soup made by Xiaozhu. The shrimp is delicious, salty and fragrant. Xiaozhu's soup was ready. The table could not fit the basin. Served 4 bowls. First served a bowl to Grandpa. Tang Dingjin tenderly touched Xiaozhu's head. It's not that it's not for you to practice. It's that it's not appropriate for you to practice. Kotek pretended to be angry. It's not rare. Uncle Chang has taught me a lot, and Xiaozhu has improved a lot as well. Grandpa can see that. That Uncle Strong of yours is much more powerful than Grandpa. In the future, ask him for more advice, and be circumspect in your manners. Don't worry Grandpa. I've been playing mahjong with Uncle Chang every day, and I also cook for Uncle Chang, who likes me a lot. Tang Jin really did not know what mahjong was, smiled and did not ask, and drank a mouthful of shrimp and egg soup, which was thick and fragrant. Xiaozhu, Grandpa likes the dishes you made. You have to go back and learn them well, and next time you will try to make a few more patterns, okay? Xiaozhu had wanted to ask Grandpa if he could stay, but he was flattered by Grandpa's heart, and he was too embarrassed to mention it again. Grandpa, brother Yongsheng has prepared a lot of seeds for you. Grain and vegetable ones are available, and the festivals for planting are written on the packages, so you have nothing to do to open up the land and plant more grain and vegetables, so you don't have to eat meat every day. The dry rice bowl suddenly raised his head. He didn't quite understand why it was bad to eat meat every day. It was his favorite. Yongsheng, have a heart. In fact, Grandpa is also an old hand at farming. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo quickly ate their fill and didn't give up too much on the food. Xiaozhu and her grandfather ate all the food and soup on the table. The grandparents and grandchildren patted their little tummies together, both with happy smiles on their faces. The time to get together is short. Out of the mountain is still 2 hours. Xiaozhu has been staring at the direction of the sun, feeling that it must go. The heart is a little reluctant, afraid of Grandpa's sadness. The smile on his face is still bright. Li Yongsheng touched Xiaozhu's head. Bamboo. Make good money again this month and stay a few more days next month when we come. Okay? Xiaozhu's eyes curved with laughter and happiness. Yes, brother Yongsheng. Thank you, brother Yongsheng. Tang Jinjin old man is very relieved. With his vision to see through a young man is too simple. Yongsheng and Dinyo is really good to Xiaozhu. More than 10 years. No matter what, Xiaozhu is considered to have a good home. Tang Jinjin prepared some herbs, some dried, some still half-dried, all into the basket. Brother Yongsheng, herbs aren't given away for nothing. Just give it to me for how much? Xiaozhu was like a financial junkie. She knew more now and knew that these herbs could be worth at least 7 or 8 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver. I'll give it to you when I get back. Having to go, Xiaozhu took the initiative to carry the basket with herbs, snuggled into his grandfather's arms and pampered himself for a while, and finally, left the valley with a single step and 3 turns back. Brother Yongsheng, I'm sorry, I've delayed too much. Then what are you waiting for? Run up. 3 people and a deer in the valley ran wildly. Xiaobai pulled the wind to run in the forefront. He has to guard whether there is no ungrateful. 3 people although the force value is not weak, but meet the murderer sneak attack is still very dangerous. Encountered the stupid roe deer again. Seems to be the same. Lin Yongsheng waved at the stupid roe deer, was going to say hello and continue to run, but the result is that the stupid roe deer followed up. Running is not slow. While sizing up Li Yongsheng in the front of the small white, big eyes full of stupid innocence. Chapter 146 The Embarrassment of Borrowing Food. I thought that the silly roe deer would stop after running for a while, but I didn't think that it had been followed out of the mountains, like it was pestering Li Yongsheng, and Xiaobai pretended to kick it twice, but the silly roe deer didn't move. White, don't kick people. Isn't it good to stay and keep you company? Xiaobai looked up at Li Yongsheng. Are you serious? What kind of grade is it to be a companion with me? Angry, do not want to take care of this bean. A flash disappeared. Tired of running all the way? Go home and sleep. Li Yongsheng stroked the silly roe deer's head, and the silly roe deer raised its head and happily licked Lin Yongsheng's palm. Let's give you a name, okay? Seeing as you're yellow, let's call you Little Yellow. You're not far from Little White, so listen to him in the future. Little Yellow was even happier. His front legs lifted up and tried to lick Li Yongsheng's face. Go go go. Go home first. I'll steal the fruit from White for you. After a winter, the fruits were magically not bad, but lost a lot of moisture, and they were no longer crunchy to eat. So what did the silly roe deer care about this? Nibbled on 2 fruits, and became more dependent on Li Yongsheng. Pippi and Huan a little looked down on the silly roe deer. Open teeth and claws want a hunt. Li Yongsheng hurriedly reprimanded. Let the 2 little guys toss. The silly roe deer can't really withstand around. Don't look at them as small. Whether it's the speed or the strength, as well as the sharpness and toughness of the claws, are not the silly roe deer to be able to resist. Mother made Uncle Chang's meal. Xiaozhu put down the basket to carry the meal to Uncle Chang. Li Yongsheng followed, waiting for Xiaozhu to go, and took out from his bosom the shang. Uncle Chang, this is from Grandpa Tang, who also said to let me go with the flow. Put it away. Just practice it. The birthlessness, coupled with the everlasting life technique, will take you to a great level, but don't force it. Don't be anxious if you can't practice it. Your Grandpa Tang is right. Just let nature take its course. Having just returned home, Xiaozhu held out his hand to himself, and seeing that Li Yongsheng was confused, he pointed to the backpack he had carried back. Li Yongsheng entered the south room. More than 20,000 taels of silver are packed in large boxes, yards into a stack. The smallest is 10 taels, the largest is 50 taels. Li Yongsheng took the smallest and stuffed it into Xiaozhu's hand. Save up. There is nothing lacking in the house. Don't spend it recklessly. Save up for a month and we'll go back to Grandpa. Xiaozhu happily put it in his hand and waited, opened his little altar and shook it. It was clattering with quite a few coins, and put the silver ingots in it. I'm not going to spend any money. I'm not going to spend a dime. Early morning birds and flowers in the back of the mountain. Xiaobai went into the mountain alone. Xiao Huang followed and ran for a while. Xiaobai in acceleration to throw it away. Can only helplessly come back to pester Li Yongsheng. Play by yourself. Don't go far. The people in the village love roe deer meat. Xiao Huang could not understand, but saw Li Yongsheng dancing and not close, lying on the side and tearing the bitter cauliflower, shaking his short tail. Early in the morning bright, Li Yongsheng first practiced archery and then boxing, and finally played over the Sang Sang Unlimited, feeling nothing difficult. A set of Sang Sang Unlimited boxing down. Felt that just now practicing archery and boxing fatigue is swept away. The heart is happy. This Sang Sang Unlimited gold content is really high. Strong uncle sitting on the grass, closed his eyes to meet the rising sun. High cold paradigm. silly roe deer who are close to, but has been far away from the strong uncle. Looking at the strong uncle is also a little curious. Never close. Not bad. You're good, Uncle Kung. I'll be proud if you praise me like that. Uncle Kung's eyes remained closed. You have the right to be proud. And if you're happy, you can bounce around like white. Seeing Uncle Chang joking in a serious manner, Lin Yongxing suddenly had the illusion of remembering a character from an animated movie, The Sword Saint Gainer, and the more he looked at it, the more similar he became, both in terms of voice and temperament. Liang Shantai moves quickly. After breakfast, the village is already distributing food, and Chao Yuanqing, who has not been seen for a long time, has appeared again, full of redness, and the feeling of weakness from the last visit is completely different. Brother Chao, nice temperament. Chao Yuanqing saw the cunningness in Li Yongsheng's eyes and blushed, suddenly remembering that Li Yongsheng was still a half-grown-up child. His waist instantly straightened. My marquis little brother, when you grow up and get married you'll understand big brother's happiness. How has your sister-in-law been? Very well, just found out that there is a happy pulse. Every day, they are chanting about you? He also said that when the child is born, he will worship you as his godfather. No wonder big brother looks so good. This is idol ah. Li Yongsheng gave Chao Yuanqing a least food is calculated by population. Each mouth can receive up to 30 pounds. No interest, even 0.5% of the interest is not. As long as the autumn grain down to return on the good. The village in fact, there are not a few families lack of food. Before and after the back of the earning a lot, especially to help give the cover of the marquee of the construction team to get the material fixed time. Do not lack of food, but are gathered around the front of the river to see the fun. The eldest uncle is still wearing a worn-out long shirt, grasping 2 bags in his hand. His palms have been clenched out of sweat. He cannot even compare with the youngest 4 uncle and the youngest 5 uncle. The 2 younger uncles are thick. Whether it is to open up the land or to guard the warehouse have contributed. The family is not short of food. At least do not have to borrow food to live. The eldest uncle secretly hated in his heart. A group of mud legs. Why do not you go down to borrow food? His first to go down will certainly be ridiculed. Chao Yuanqing is also helpless. I should have known not to come. I should have thought of this situation. I am just taking an excuse to communicate with the marquis brother, just to give him a good news. No. Daba was just about to charge out with a vengeance when a dark shadow suddenly sprang out in front of him. I'll do it. My family of 4, including the old and the young, can share 120 pounds, right? It was Dinyo's eldest uncle. And everyone in the village knew the situation and pointed at Dinyo's eldest uncle. Chao Yuanqing looked at the village chief and saw that he nodded. After borrowing the grain, sign and draw a pledge, and return it immediately when the grain comes down in the fall, or delay it for a year in case of a disaster. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you for the great favor of the marquis and the country justice. I can't read. Is it okay to draw a pledge? Dinyo's eldest uncle chose 2 bags of rice and 20 pounds of wheat, drew a pledge, and carried them out in a hurry, tied them to a cart and pushed them away. With the first one, the eldest felt no panic in his heart, straightened his tattered clothes, and went out of the crowd with a kind of pride that stood out from the others. My family of 5, 150 pounds, to 2 bags of rice, a bag of wheat, the township Zhang Lord, my humble status as a child student, feasible to sign. Chao Yuanqing naturally recognized Li Yongsheng as his cheap uncle. Grinning, feeling a bit diabolical in his heart, he didn't say anything in the end. The eldest uncle was a little hard to hold the grain bag, and was afraid of dirtying his long shirt. Suffocating and sweating, Chao Yuanqing saw that Li Yongsheng had already turned his head, and winked at the village chief, who pointed to the 2 lads. Help, don't just watch. The 2 lads helped seal the grain on the cart, and the eldest pushed it crookedly away. And after a moment of silence, Chao Yuanqing continued to shout, is there any more? No, really call it a day. There was no movement at all, and the townspeople all ducked back, fearing that they would be mistaken for grain borrowers if they stood at the front of the line. Chapter 147 Relocation of the Marquis. Chao Yuanqing rode away on his fast horse. He had to go to the next village. The townspeople dispersed in 2s and 3s, gabbing about what had just happened. Marquis finally built, was to send a group of guards and maid's housekeeper. Li Yongsheng thought nothing of all refused. Their own home drilling in a large group of people, although it is serving people, but still feel uncomfortable. Moving procedures are very cumbersome. It takes a whole day. Do a chief overall command, bathing and burning incense, bowing to thank the emperor, after the move, but also to accept congratulations, but also run a banquet. The intention of the popularity of the prosperous. When Li Yongxing's family moved in, Dinyo and his wife couldn't resist, so they also moved in, and finally Uncle Chang, who was very satisfied with the small courtyard built for him alone, with bamboo forests, ponds, and a special mahjong room. The second uncle's family said nothing to come, although the marquis can live a 10-8 families, but the second uncle feels that he and the Daniel family's situation is different, and has already gained a lot of benefits. In the unashamed to follow to live, the townspeople will poke their spines, the happiest to count a group of small friends, white high and cold around the marquis round, very satisfied. His favorite rockery on a few pear trees, lying under the pear tree to sleep must be very comfortable. Pai Pai Huan Huan was Li Yongsheng warned once again, next to each house to check, didn't dare to buy the nature of the tossing. Silly roe deer looked at the pool dazed, trying to drink water, his feet slipped and fell headlong. The bastard can swim surprisingly, circled around the pool, found a gap and climbed up, although Li Yongsheng did not accept the maid escort, but the room that should be one not less. The backyard has a row of houses in two unique small yards. The east side of the small yard is the strong uncle's, the west side of the small yard is the Daniel family's, and father and mother live in the back of the house. The house in the front yard is even more magnificent. In addition to the main hall of the main hall, the rest of the rooms are randomly selected. Xiao Yun, Xiao Zhu and Xiao Shu chose the three houses that are connected together, and the large marquee house is only 9 people. And of course, there are also 4 budding beasts. King Dinghai was the last to arrive. 10 carriages and 10 ox carts loaded with supplies. The guards were all dressed in gold armor, and Acheng rode in front of him in a majestic manner. Steward Li arrived in the morning and brought the cook and subordinates to set up the tables and chairs to prepare the meal. Waiting for the meal to start, Jinghai King's chubby body is very joyful. Acheng sings the salute, the guards carry inside. Li Yongsheng's words of gratitude have not yet been said. Was Dinghai King patted on the shoulder? Ah Cheng, don't read it, it's dark even after reading it. It's not worth much? Hurry up and command to carry it inside. Young Shang, you are really bold. You dare to refuse the escort maids given by the emperor. I can hear about it. The maids that the emperor found for you are all stunning. Your majesty, I am still a child. Ha 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 ha. King Dinghai laughed cheerfully in a battle and looked at Butler Li, who came over to inquire. Is it all set? Master, it's all ready. Enough for the whole village to eat. Well, eternal life, take me to my seat. The king will have a good drink tonight. The table in the main hall is the largest. Not many can sit on it. Ding Hai Wang, Liang Shantai, Chao Yuan Qing. Do a chief since the marquee was built has not gone in, said into the inauspicious. Li Yongsheng gave a hard drag to come in. This period of time Do a chief did not have to worry about it, and even a meal had to be eaten outside. Then he is too much of a thing. Chief Dehuo was moved to tears, gave King Dinghai a salute and then found a corner and sat down. King Dinghai surprisingly returned a salute. It looks like he better understands Chief Dehuo's origins. Ah Chang also did not want to get on the table and was dragged onto the table by Li Yongshu with a mouthful of Uncle Chang. Outside the townspeople are happy. The Marquis of Yongsheng said earlier, a maximum of a bowl of rice or 2 eggs, more than not to accept. Each family hated to pick from the rice bag is the most full of the longest. The eggs are also looking for the largest and cleanest. In the courtyard more than 20 large tables, a table sitting 4 or 5 households. Craftsmen occupy a few tables, all kinds of meat and don't want money like to the end. Roast chicken, elbow, braised meat. The children, usually the most gluttonous pastries, cannot be bothered to do their own hands to wring chicken legs. The mountain-moving wine and Tanshan wine casually drink. Li Yongxing's father, the second uncle, including more familiar with the 2 Yuqing masters and Dazhuang, a table to sit down the main companion, and constantly persuade the townspeople to persuade the food and wine, have not eaten enough, and suddenly found that the food is almost gone. The adults consciously stopped the chopsticks, the whispered reprimanding their own children, don't eat too ugly. Steward Li had waved his hand, and a group of houseguests quickly removed the plates, and then another set of large fish and meat came up. The banquet continued. The children who had just eaten chicken legs were very conscious of not reaching out. The adults twisted off the chicken legs and distributed them to the children who didn't grab them. The fat and thin elbows and braised pork were everyone's favorite. The women desperately pinched their own men. Stupid. Such a banquet, even greedy for wine, simply do not grow a brain. The atmosphere in the courtyard is warm. The front hall is not bad at all. Dinghai Wang's laughter spread throughout the marquee. Drink 2 bowls of wine. Liang Shantai also let go, pulling Chao Yuanqing full of blessing words, said he is not a good county official, the most capable township Zheng big wedding he was even afraid of. Li Yongsheng drank the original sorghum wine. The mood is refreshing, naturally a mouthful of the bottom, but also arrogantly turned over the wine glass. See through not to say anything. Dinghai King smiled grimly and looked at Liang Shantai and Chao Yuanqing, waiting for a moment to see them drill the bottom of the table. Outside the townspeople eat a lot, eat in a hurry, but also eat fast. Li housekeeper let the children who eat enough to go home to serve bowls and pots, and so on. Everyone is full. The table residue of all the dishes to take home. The townspeople are naturally happy to go out of the marquee. The adults took over the children's hands of the plate pots. Our valuable things, don't ever smash it. In the crowd, the 4 families of the old mansion felt a bit forlorn. This should have also belonged to their honor, but the result was buried alive because of their shamelessness and greed. The eldest uncle pushed down the children of the oldest 4 and the oldest 5 families, grabbed half a plate of braised pork, flaunted the fact that he had eaten this kind of banquet in the city as well, and everyone stayed far away from him for fear of spreading the plague in general. Stewardly let the family cooks eat dinner last, all the people together to clean up. Tables and stools, plates and bowls all moved on the ox cart. The courtyard cleaned up, quietly greeted Li Yongsheng, and led the large force to withdraw, leaving only the carriage and Cheng for the king. The people in the front hall are all drunk. Chief Dua runs the fastest. Inviting him in for a drink is already a special respect. Absolutely can't live in the marquee house anymore. Out of the marquee house back to his own boarding house. And tomorrow morning he will have to take the team back to the imperial city to resume his orders. Li Yongsheng looked at a room full of drunks a little worried. In addition to himself and a Chang, are drunk. No more up and down respect. Chao Yuanqing pulled Ding Hai King called Big Brother. Ding Hai King surprisingly agreed. Liang Shantai also pulled Li Yongsheng rambling. Mouth full of gratitude. Now live too comfortable. Is to give him a house of the Taiwan also do not change. Chapter 148. Father wants to plant a marquee mansion. After the hustle and bustle, Li Yongsheng continued to live a bland life. The marquee is too big. A lot more trouble. The most troublesome is that the old man looked at the empty land too much pity. To planting, this is no use. Li Yongsheng out of the way. The always good-tempered mother erupted. The father can only give up his own ideas. You don't have to go to the back of the mountain to practice martial arts. The garden is fine. The big trees are not yet in the shade, but the atmosphere of flowers and birds is there. White dominated the wigwam. No one is allowed to go up. Pippi Huan and Xiao Huan was ruled obedient. Every day after eating fruit to lie down under the pear tree on the wigwam to rest. Sometimes look up to see the red starfish below. Uncle Chang no longer drinks tofu brain in the morning, and every morning he has to drink 10 egg flowers with sugar. Li Yongsheng taught Xiaozhu, and Xiaozhu is still in charge of 3 meals a day. All the important things from the old home were moved over. Along with the old home of the big bulls made a warehouse for storing food and medicinal herbs. Practicing in the morning, after breakfast fishing, Li Yongsheng very atmospheric. More than just red starfish, as long as it is alive to buy their own. The village's children fishing all the fish sent to the pond, large and small. Father has no hope of planting, but also did not idle. Marquee inside the tree and flowers and plants to take care of. Refused to Li Yongsheng spend money to hire people. Their own every day in addition to the vegetable field is this. The family's 2 acres of thin fields have been planted with sorghum, wheat ears. The village old man turned more and more diligently. Cannot wait to eat every morning to stay there all day. A lifetime. I do not know how many years of starvation. Food has a kind of almost crazy stubbornness. The village hunters organized to look at the green. Every village is like this. Who dares to nibble a bite of the sheep? Will be the whole village's verbal abuse? Serious, and even blocked the door to scold. Blocked the door of the self-knowledge of the wrong. Hate their own family's sheep a knife stabbed. There's still a month or so to go to harvest the wheat, and the rice is already being nursed, again with a dedicated staff. The windmill by the river still continues to turn. Repair a few times, the old and new wood exudes a special flavor. The windmill under the hill is also turning. Just more than 10 days without rain. The townspeople began to can the ground, whether it's peanuts, sorghum or cereal grains, through the big water irrigation, harvested wheat, and then planted corn or rice. This year's rush to planting even completed. To practice in the morning, the weather is a little hot during the day. Li Yongsheng every afternoon with his back hand around the outside of the village, especially Shang Yun and the river, looking at the turquoise wheat fields, a sense of accomplishment. Marquis, walking again? Yes, Master Qian. It's almost dark. Why don't you go home for dinner? It'll have to wait. Those goat herders will be passing by soon. Got to keep an eye on them. The words just fell. The sheep herding children came back. No family can raise more than 2 sheep. Most of them are 1. 2 of them also have 2 children to take care of. All of them are the county's poverty alleviation policy down the road. Spring to send the little lambs. You can keep their own reproduction, but also in the fall and winter seasons to sell to the county. Passing by the wheat field, all of the children alert, rolled the rope up, and directly grabbed the collar on the sheep's neck, and the other hand hated to pinch the sheep's mouth. Li Yongsheng suddenly remembered an image. The elevator. The owner walked the big golden hair back, bumped into the scared children, grabbed the golden hair dead pinch mouth, afraid to scare the children. The children scurried off with their sheep in tow, fearing that their own sheep would be lectured by their grandfather for nibbling a mouthful of wheat. Let's go home for dinner. A few old men learn the marquee like backhands to the home. Now food is enough to eat. Usually a little spare money. Hit a little wine. The evening mealtime to drink a cup. Really do not want to understand. Do not know How can you drink wine? Please, little brother, can I ask you about someone? Li Yongsheng has long noticed the man who came over. Cloaked hair does not look like a good person, but he is not good now. Want to see what he intends to do? I didn't expect it to be a wayfinding. No, it's looking for someone. The man has some scars on his face that look like sword wounds, and this guy, it's really hard to associate him with the good guys. Looking for who? Tell me. 14 years ago, did your village have any women who married from distant lands? Li Yongsheng took a closer look at the man in the dusk. The raspy voice of the speech seemed to be faked. The cloak of hair seemed to hide the scars on his face. There was something wrong with this man. I just turned 15 this year. Do you think I can know what happened 14 years ago? Little brother, I'm sorry, I'll find someone else to ask around. Li Yongsheng saw that he was really a finder, and did not care. Between the two intersected. Li Yongsheng looked at the man again, surprised to feel a trace of familiarity. Wait, is there anything else? Little brother, what are you looking for? The man seemed a little hesitant, and after half a dozen moments of agonizing, he opened his mouth. My own sister ran away from home for almost 15 years. The family is very worried. These years have been looking for. Today turned here, inevitably into the village to inquire about it. Could your family be a family of herbs? The man's eyes suddenly rounded and he took a step back, making preparations to attack. Don't get excited. No matter if you are a good person or a bad person, it has little to do with me. This marquis just has a brother who is 3 times similar to you. If you don't want to talk about it, you cannot talk about it. The man's face had been changing in extremes, like he was afraid of something, and like he was expecting something. Little brother, you're still a marquis. Yeah, ever heard of a water wheel? Ever heard of a water-carrying device? I've never heard of this one. What about the curved plow? What about a columbine? The man seemed to drop his guard a little. You are Marquis Li Yongsheng of Qingyuan County? Marquis Yongsheng? It's me. So you can talk to me. The man's raspy voice couldn't be faked, and he spoke again with some trembling. My family is a family of medicinal herbs. My little sister is also familiar with pharmacology. 15 years ago the family met with a huge change, and her whereabouts were unknown after she ran away. Li Yongsheng more and more think that this may be the relatives of the big cattle. 3 generations do not leave the door of the grandmother's house. The big cattle and men look similar to some do not need to be surprised at all. This big brother, is his surname Yun? The man was even more agitated, and could not wait to grab Li Yongsheng and force him to ask, but thinking that the opposite side was a marquis, there was some natural instinct of fear. Marquis Li, can you tell me who it is? As long as you let me find my sister, I will repay you like an ox or a horse. Li Yongsheng turned around with his hands behind his back. Come with me and keep quiet. The man hurriedly followed. His legs were a little trembling. Kung fu was not enough. Can really find it? He had been looking for it for 6 whole years. Li Yongsheng led the men into the marquee house, crossed the west garden, the woods and wigwams by the pond, and pushed open the door of the Dinyo family's house. Brother Yongsheng, my mother just cooked dinner. Let's eat together. The man heard Dinyo's voice, which seemed somehow if anything familiar, and tried hard to suppress the excitement of his mood. Dinyo, don't make a sound. Take us to see Auntie. Chapter 149. Dinyo recognizes his family. Dinyo has some doubts in his mind. This man looks a bit abnormal with his cloak and hair. He is also a middle-aged man. Why did brother Yongsheng bring him to see his mother? Is it because of the matter of the pharmacy? Dinyo, let your Yongsheng brother come in quickly. Dinyo led the two into the house. His mind was doubtful, but he trusted brother Yongsheng 100%. Auntie suddenly saw the man behind Li Yongsheng. Heart shocked. Yongsheng children, this is why. Even his father would not normally come into his house. Even his father doesn't usually come into his own house. And if he does, he has to be accompanied by Li Yongsheng's mother. The man's whole body shivered as he stared dead at the woman in front of him, who had barely changed, except for being a little richer. Shout I. Is that you, Shout I? Li Yongsheng sweated profusely. The name Auntie. The aunt's mouth opened wide in surprise, and her mouth shivered as she couldn't speak. Little Dai, don't you recognize your brother? I'm second brother. Tears had flowed from the man's eyes, and the bull was in a bit of a trance off to the side. The aunt stumbled. Li Yongsheng rushed forward to support her, and Daniel also reacted and supported his mother's other arm. Second brother. Are you really second brother Yunfei Yang? Li Yongsheng secretly called a beautiful, good name in his heart. Auntie, take it easy for now. Keep your voice under control. This uncle seems to have committed a crime. It was then that my aunt noticed my uncle's face. Ergo, your face? Die. Don't worry. Yunfei Yang suddenly knelt down for Li Yongsheng as he spoke, scaring Li Yongsheng. Marquis Li, you have shown great kindness to the Yun family. Please allow Yunfei Yang to pay his respects. Li Yongsheng hurriedly assisted Yunfei Yang, pointing to the big bull holding up his body. Do you know who this is? His name is Dinyo. He's Auntie's only child and my brother. Aren't you embarrassing me with this kneeling? Li Yongxing turned his head to look at his aunt. Auntie, you guys chat and eat first. I'll go to the front to say hello and come back later. When Li Yongxing exited the gate, Yun Feiyang suddenly knelt in front of his sister. Little Dai, second brother is sorry for making you suffer. After going home and having dinner, and going around to Uncle Chang's side, and estimating that it was about time, Yongxing went back to Danyo's yard. Aunt's eyes have already cried red. Danyo seems to have cried too, and Yun Feiyang has already tied up his hair. Except for some scars on his face, he was still a little handsome when he looked closely, worthy of his name. Marquis, thank you for taking care of Danyo's mother and son. Xiao Dai said that without you they can't hold on to the present. Yun Feiyang, although he has exterminated the enemy's door, but he has already pierced the face. No one knows me and no one will recognize me. If Marquis doesn't mind, Yun Feiyang has some kung fu and is willing to serve Marquis saddle up. Li Yongxing had just heard Uncle Chang say that this Yun Feiyang was not weak but had some physical problems, but Uncle Chang finally said that he could fix it when he went out of the house. Seeing that the dishes on the table were still neat and tidy, Lin Yongxing looked towards Danyo who had an expression that looked as if he had received a shock. Danyo, go to the warehouse and get an altar of original wine and an altar of Tanshan wine, just 2 pounds of original wine. With Danyo gone, the aunt, whose body was a little weak, stood up and asked Li Yongxing to sit down. Second brother, tell Yongxing more about our family. There's no need to hide it from Yongxing. Yun Feiyang sat down and narrated. When the family suffered a major disaster, not only the little sister got away, he also escaped with a little kung fu. Then do not care about looking for the little sister, trying to find someone to rescue the family, bumping into walls, but also be denounced twice, with the cleverness to avoid 2 robberies, and then poking around. The family in the prison has disappeared in thin air. Yun Feiyang with a little kung fu to go to the enemy family to investigate. The results of the enemy family is heavily guarded. Almost caught. Do not die. Yun Feiyang cut his cheek, pretending to be a beggar around the enemy family to probe. A year's time, and finally know that the family has been killed. Learned that the whole family was killed. Yun Feiyang temperament changed. A person crazy looking for sister. Physical and mental trauma. Fainted in the rainy night of the mountain village. Was saved by the high people. Learned a few years of kung fu. Came back to slaughter all the men of the enemy family. Revenge. The only thing that cannot be assured is that the sister, from Sangling County to the perimeter of the exploration, a few years, and today ran into Li Yongsheng. Siblings are finally reunited. Yun Feiyang finished paying attention to Li Yongsheng's expression. As long as the Marquis showed a hint of dislike or disgust, he would leave immediately. His sister and nephew were living happily now, and his nephew had learned kung fu, so he would not affect their normal life. Danyo and I are not blood brothers, but better than blood brothers. I'll call you second uncle all the same. No one in the village knows Aunt's name. You are still called Yun Feiyang, but the identity change is I went into the mountains to hire guards. In the future also don't live in the Danyo family. Live in the guard room. Trim your hair. Be upright. I need you not much place, just in the Marquis house at ease. Of course, your identity is inconvenient to contact with Danyo's family. Find a chance to let Danyo to worship you as a teacher. Everything is solved. Yun Feiyang stood up and with a flutter, he knelt down again. Marquis to my Yun family gracious as a mountain, but there is a need to be all at your disposal. Yun Feiyang 10,000 deaths. Let's do it this way. I will call you Lao Yun from now on. Although your family has suffered a great disaster, the great revenge has finally been avenged, and your siblings have been reunited. Life should look forward. Danyo, pour the wine. The teacup held by Uncle Chang was sent to his mouth, and the tea was already cold, and he looked at Xiao Bai who stretched his ears to listen with some amusement. Curiosity killed the cat. I really do not want to eavesdrop, and generally will not go to eavesdrop. By the way, this time is not eavesdropping, is to look at the standard of Yongxing's work. Not bad, not half a bit of hesitation and procrastination. Spirits may be the best medicine to hurt feelings, and also let pour a bowl. Both have little appetite. Talking, drinking, do not realize that it is late at night. Old Yun, come with me. I'll go arrange a room for you. Yun Feiyang was a little reluctant. There were still a lot of things he hadn't said, but with an unknown identity, it really wasn't appropriate to stay any longer. Second brother, don't worry about going over there. There will be plenty of time later. Li Yongsheng and Yun Feiyang walked in front. Danyo followed behind. His mind is still a little messy. Out of nowhere more than an uncle. Then the rest of Grandpa's family died. Uncle Chang said last time that he let himself look for hatred. He said he didn't have it. And this time the fury of hatred really came. That is, the uncle's enemies were slaughtered by the uncle, or else he would have had to go and exterminate their whole family. Arranging for Yun Feiyang, Li Yongxing saw that Uncle Chang's courtyard was still lit up, coughed and pushed the door in. Uncle Chang, it's late at night and you're still not resting. Yongsheng, things were done well. and this Yunfei Yang is not a bad person. Uncle Chang suddenly silenced. Some embarrassment. Isn't that revealing that he was eavesdropping? Li Yongxing was a little amused in his heart and hurriedly helped Uncle Chang round up the scene. Uncle Chang, it's thanks to you, otherwise I really wouldn't have dared to bring him back to the marquee. Chapter 150. Din Yo worships his master. The fact that there was an extra guard in the marquee residence didn't attract much attention. Everyone had their own things to do, although this guard was peculiar, and his face was still crisscrossed with slash marks. In just one day, Yunfei Yang adapted to the life of the marquee. It was too cozy. He was too tired to look for his sister in these years. This was indeed a good place to rest and recuperate. A few branches and cannot withstand the sustenance of a large tree. The branches of the tree and sprouted some new branches. The tree can also cover a small shady land. The small white lying on the wigwam, distantly looking at the face of the two-legged beast of some strange, the heart of some indignation, has already eaten their own 10 fruits, said that it is to regulate what the body worries. Really want to give him a head to the pond. Junfei Yang knows the power of Xiao Bai, also know the ability of Pai Pai Huan Huan. On the all day in the marquee wandering small yellow also some curiosity. He really cannot see small yellow what is special. Solidified thinking. Feel small yellow's ability should be on top of Xiao Bai. They cannot see it just until the small yellow staring at the fish to see the fall into the pond. Protector Yun, you're an expert hired by Yang Shang. You don't need to do these things. Yunfei Yang stopped the hoe in his hand. A fresh breeze blew in, only to feel refreshed. Family master, Fei Yang is idle. Hoeing and pulling grass is in a good mood. Too idle instead of being all over the place. What's the point of calling me family master? Didn't I say so? Just call me Big Brother Lee. Brother Lee. Hey, is this the right thing to do? It's a pity that such a big place is planted with flowers and grasses. If we planted all the food, it would be enough for our family of 10 to eat for 3 years, he said. Yunfei Yang just smiled and didn't say anything. The marquis's old man is too interesting. If he really planted crops, the atmosphere of the marquee house will all change. Alas, the whole family didn't like me to plant food. Planted a few loofahs over the wigwam, and before the seedlings were taken off they were nibbled by Xiao Bai. Fortunately, there are 2 acres of vegetable gardens over there in the old home, or I would have to be idle out of the disease. In just over half a month, both Li Yongxing's and Dinyo's kung fu had made great progress. Li Yongxing had made the most progress, and was already on par with Xiao Zhu, who was using only one hand. The leaves at the very bottom of the wheat were already slightly yellowed, and the self-organized group of old men was growing so large that no one was allowed to go into the wheat fields anymore, not even to go in and check on their own fields. A ceremony of worship was going on under the wigwam, and there were not many people, or the 10 of the family, but of course Uncle Strong was not there, and he could be seen in his own little yard. Little White still lying on the wigwam. Pai Pai Huan Huan seems to be a little stormy growth rhythm, like through the juvenile period. Xiao Shu has not let them jump shoulders. The 2 little guys blackmailed on the small bamboo, one on each side, still lying on the shoulder. Small yellow squeezed in the crowd to watch. Pure and stupid big eyes are full of probing desire. The ceremony is not complicated. Kowtowing and serving tea is just a toast. Dinyo's eyes glistened with tears. The family is finally reunited, although only the 3 of them are left. But the eternal child is right. Everything has to look forward. At noon, the Dinyo family is to hold a banquet. 1 hour short. Li Yongsheng helped Xiaozhu to organize the back basket. Tomorrow we have to go into the mountains again. Xiaozhu's eyes are smiling all morning. Xiaozhu, prepare an extra backpack, and bring escort Yun with you tomorrow. Brother Yongsheng, I don't have enough money. Things have been bought. This is simple. Brother Yongsheng will lend it to you first. Just come back and pay it back. Xiaozhu jumped up and down and went to find Li Yongsheng's father, who still had a few very large backpacks there. Still is the daybreak on the departure. 3 people a deer into 4 people a deer. Stupid road deer wanna follow was shut in the marquee, standing on the rockery dissatisfied with the howl. Usually it is not dare to go on the rockery. Close to all dare not. Small white is not. The monkey into the claim that the king. The mountains are already lush. The morning dew is a bit heavy. The sun has not yet risen. A few people's shoes and pants are wet underneath. The further you go the more noisy it gets. All kinds of birdsong fills the valley. White is still in the front to open the road, often looking back at the 4 clumsy 2-legged sheep. Inside the valley where Xiaozhu lives, Tong Jin truly smiles bitterly as he confronts a murderer, the long unseen little flower, who has changed her naive and cunning image from when she was at Li Yongxing's house, and is full of anger and ferocity. It was too much. The descendant of the mountain guardian had run away. This was intolerable. Just about to launch an attack to teach the old man a lesson. Suddenly there was some confusion in the ferocious eyes, as if he smelled something familiar. If not, 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 if not. Tang Jinjin was very nervous. Had eaten a few times poor cheese loss. This time it looks like it is very difficult to make good. I do not notice Li Yongsheng and the big bullet will not let go of themselves. Just thought to say a little. Suddenly saw the ferocious beast's big eyes are full of confusion. It just bypassed himself to go to his own small yard. Tang Jinjin hurried to follow, waiting for Tang Jinjin to arrive. Poor Chi has already squeezed into the small house. Good thing the doorway is spacious enough. Otherwise it really cannot get in. Although the poor Chi's back is turned to himself, Tang Jinjin did not dare to sneak attack. The skin is thick. Sneak attack is not necessarily hit. Poor Chi withdrew, holding a bag in his mouth. It is Tang Jinjin left over most of the bag of brown sugar, so it is for this although I don't want to give it up, but for the sake of no trouble for Xiaozhu in the future, I will give it to him. The poor man put down the bag and seemed to wait for Tang Jinjin to give an explanation. Take it away if you want it. My friend is coming today and giving it back to me. Come back and get it when you're done. The poor man's big eyes showed cunning again, and he plopped down under the shade of the tree with the bag in his mouth, seemingly not ready to go. Tang Jinjin also reacted. This should be the little flower that Li Yongsheng said, maybe recognizing this strange brown sugar powder. May also be the brown sugar bag with Li Yongsheng's breath. Relieved, at least now do not have to worry. The old man is not too concerned about his own safety, but afraid that the poor man went out of the mountain to go after Xiaozhu. Li Yongsheng and Dinyo's kung fu have improved a lot. In order to give Xiaozhu and Grandpa more time to spend together, the team traveled very fast, exceeding the previous speed of twice. Just like this, Xiaozhu also took the time to hunt and kill a wild goat, without using other people's help. He himself carried the wine in one hand and the wild goat in the other hand, and Li Yongsheng said that he wanted 10 taels of silver. Arrived in the valley is also sea time. Xiaozhu excited face suddenly fear uneasiness. The hand of the goat and wine altar fell to the ground. Li Yongsheng quick eyes and hands, with the foot blocked the wine altar. Fortunately, did not fall bad. Poor man. Grandpa, my grandpa. Li Yongsheng also saw little flower, who was lying in front of the house, and patted little bamboo's shoulder. Xiaozhu, don't be afraid. It's a friend. Your grandfather is beside him weaving baskets. It was only then that Xiaozhu shifted her gaze to notice her grandfather, and with her panic slightly reduced, she subconsciously tugged at the corner of Li Yongsheng's coat. Let's go. Xiaozhu, don't worry. That's Uncle Chang's friend. Dinyo picked up the wine jar. Yunfei Yang carried the wild goat. His hair stood up, although he did not recognize the poor man, but there was a natural fear in his heart. Chapter 151, Roasted Goat with Sugar? Kotek ran to his grandfather with a basket on his back. Grandpa, are you okay? Little Flower disgruntledly swept her eyes at this little minced meat. This question, something still need to wait for you guys to come over. Li Yongsheng was also very happy to see Little Flower, and went up and put his arms around Little Flower's neck. Little Flower, why are you here too? Are you familiar with Grandpa Tang? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Little Flower's large eyes, and she gave Tang Jinjin a threatening look that meant something like don't look here and don't talk nonsense. Little White was also happy to see Little Flower. His little head touched his big head as if he was going to attack, but in fact, he was just making a fuss, and Little Flower's big eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible tenderness. Hannah, should we go back this time? We've got a new home, a big place. Little Flower hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, looking at the wild sheep and then at Li Yongsheng. Understood. Make you a barbecue to eat, okay? One wild goat is not enough for you to eat. Pat it first and I'll get it for you when I get home tonight. Hannah seemed to remember something, perhaps sausage, perhaps bacon, or perhaps a large steamed bun, and there was some anticipation in her eyes. Xiaozhu cooks for Grandpa. Li Yongsheng makes a barbecue for Xiaohua. Enough time, very elaborate. After cleaning the wild sheep, the whole marinated. Dinyo and Yunfei Yan went to the valley stream to clean the goods, and so on Xiaozhu and Grandpa started to eat. Li Yongsheng cooked a big pot of mutton mash. When the whole lamb was roasted to half, Xiaohua suddenly grabbed half a bag of brown sugar and gestured for Li Yongsheng to sprinkle it on top like a salt bar. This flavor is a bit unique, but it must satisfy. Chili pepper, brown sugar. I don't know what it will taste like. Roasted whole lamb is ready. Li Yongsheng gave patted 2 bags. Small Flower's eating is horrible. A bite of a leg, even the bone with meat, crunching and chewing a few times, swallowing down, big eyes full of satisfaction. This side of the grandparents and grandchildren nagging the family has not finished eating. Li Yongsheng cut the haggis, a big bowl of haggis soup for one person. There is no need to eat the cake. Tang Jinjin was already almost full, and Li Yongsheng brought up the haggis soup and still took a sip. Eternal life, what a flavor! They are all big bellies, especially Dinyo and Yunfei Yang. A big pot of haggis soup is only a small pot left. Xiaohua is definitely not full of food. Li Yongsheng served to send it over. The big mouth a suck. A small pot of mutton soup clean. Tang Jinjin took Xiaozhu into the house to whisper. Little Flower's big eyes have some contempt. What to pretend? It's not like you can't hear. There are small flowers and small white double insurance. Do not have to worry about walking at night. It is almost dark. The people only bid farewell to Tang Jinjin embarked on the trip. Small flowers of the roasted whole sheep to eat comfortably, and occasionally flash to leave, and then carry a fat sheep flash back, and so on out of the mountains. The 4 people's backpacks are loaded with 4, and each person's arms are still holding a. If not for the Li Yongsheng blocked the way. Along the way near the yellow sheep and wild sheep is estimated to be all to the gripping if it wasn't for Li Yongsheng's obstruction. All the yellow sheep and wild sheep in the neighborhood along the way would have been taken. Just after arriving at the marquee residence, Little Flower suddenly leaped in through the fence. A scream came out. It is silly roe deer. Will not be small flowers gripped again, right? Xiaobai heard the screams and jumped in from the fence. Li Yongsheng hurried into the marquee. Fortunately, just scared. Xiao Huang has been paralyzed with fear. The whole body is shivering, soothing for a while before calming down. There was no time to rest. The 8 wild sheep and the yellow sheep needed to be handled. All of them worked together. And by the time Li Yongsheng and Dinyo delivered the 2 roasted yellow sheep to Uncle Chang's yard, it was already late at night. Little Flower was honestly lying at Uncle Chang's feet, behaving like a cute pet. But it didn't have anything to do with being cute in any way. The Dragon Boat Festival has arrived. Wheat ripe. The wind blew. Golden wheat waves rolled. Shangyun River. Li Yongsheng is worship god. The village organization. Before the opening of the sickle to thank this thank that, originally to the village's oldest old man presided over. But there is the Marquis of Yongsheng. No one wants to go up. The village can only drag Li Yongsheng up. What Li Yongsheng didn't know was that they were honoring all the gods and goddesses and the emperor who was far away in the imperial city. And all the other places were honoring the emperor and Li Yongsheng. Sickle. Li Yongsheng was forced to cut the first sickle, and then each family rushed into their own wheat field full of joy. Adults in front of the cut, the old man in the back of the bundle, the child in the end to pick up. An ear of wheat will not fall. Worrying about the action of the wheat will be dropped. Dry are very gently. Uncle Morasa, can you see how many acres there are? Marquis, after discussing it with some old handlers, it should be no less than 400 pounds. Li Yongsheng nodded his head, and suddenly realized that 2 fast horses came furiously from the south bank of the river. It was Liang Shantai and Chao Yuancheng. Liang Shantai was full of dust, but full of red face. Marquis, the great age, a great pomp and circumstance. Old Liang, the summer harvest is a big plan. You don't go to urge the people to collect grain. Why do you still have the leisure to run here? Urge? How do you still need to urge? It's all life-saving stuff. Who'd want to leave it to rot in the ground? I came from the east of the 4 directions of the town, where a few days earlier than you here ripe. 2 days to harvest clean, and now already piled up in the threshing floor waiting for the sun and hammering. Marquis, the work in the 1,000 years don't give me a high hat. Old Liang, brother Chow, it's hard to run all the way. Give me back to the house. I'll roast a whole sheep for you to eat. Liang Shantai shook his head back and forth. No go. Just have a random bun at mealtime. I just like to be here looking at the blooming beauty. Li Yongsheng shook his head helplessly and looked towards Chao Yuancheng, who was also filled with excitement. Brother Chao, how has your sister-in-law been? It's good. Just thinking about you a lot. It was a good thing that he said this, and it was also a good thing that Li Yongsheng was still young. Brother Chao, there are many rooms in the mansion. You are busy every day. There is no one to take care of sister-in-law. Cannot let sister-in-law move in for some days. There is something wrong with the family can be taken care of. In addition to every month to let Uncle Chang to the pulse. Careful not to be wrong. Ho Fu, lying in the campus drop sunbathing Uncle Chang suddenly straightened up. This eternal life? Himself is not a professional. That's fine. Big brother won't be polite with you. Go back and I'll ask Xiaoya. Folks do not seem to feel tired. Just a morning time. Shangyun River on both sides of the wheat field saw emptied a large piece of the second uncle and son Dazhuang with a big green cow set of 2 ox carts. To help the townspeople transport wheat, the calf jumped in the back. See Li Yongsheng a head arched over. Li Yongsheng hugged the little calf intimate for a while. The little calf turned back to look for the parents. Mumu screamed chaotically around. Hearing his mother's shout, he chased after her with joy. The wheat field is occasionally interspersed with green ears of wheat. A few children specifically collected to feed the little white. The little white did not refuse the children's good intentions. Eat with taste. The children are more and more. Collected more and more. The little white fell away. The folks were well prepared. And seeing that it was past noon, they all took out the dry rations they had brought with them and nibbled on them right there in the field. Chapter 152, 450 acres of yield. Lao Liang, home. Want to see after dinner and then come back to see. Do not look at it. Go to the Hofu mixed a good meal. Then hit the road back to the county. And so on the acres of each township statistics out, but also to the court on the table. Li Yongsheng let the small children back to give notice. The mother has prepared lunch. Lao Liang looked at Tanshan Wine suddenly shivered, but still cannot help the heart of the gluttony. Marquis, since this year, Shangyun River is considered to be too ripe a year. Even if 10 years suffered at 2 or 3 years of freezing weather is worth it. Get ready for it. When finished on the table, the court will surely have rewards down. This marquis does not care too much about those vanity rewards. Let the people eat to work more. Work more. This marquis can lie on the Qingyuan County to eat and wait for death. Got to get. Stop. Big favor things have to say so nasty. Chow. Let's drink. 1 or 2 gold a caddy. Today how to load 1 or 2 gold back. After lunch, sent away Liang Shantai and Xia Yuancheng. Li Yongsheng idly continued to wander around the village. Uncle Chang also came out, playing from the first time to move into the marquee went out. The townspeople do not know Uncle Chang, but know the small white that follows Uncle Chang. See Uncle Chang rub the wheat and put it in his mouth and chewed it, and picked up a few green ears of wheat from the byfield. House hang, that one is almost dried out. Eat one like this, it has enough moisture and wheat flavor. Uncle Chang smiled and thanked him. The sentence of the latter almost made him break the defense. Turned his head and touched his cheeks. All I ate too much fruit. Just 2 days. Shangyun River on both sides of the wheat fields are empty. Picked up clean. A large area of wheat fields cannot find a wheat ear. The threshing floor is lively and noisy. Just like this sunshine for 3 or 5 days to whack. No one likes to squat in the house, sitting in 2s and 3s under the tree next to the threshing floor, full of joy to discuss the harvest. The townspeople thought that the strong uncle is the Hofu guards of the stream. Meat will greet warmly, when see the strong uncle with his bare hands from the Shangyun River to capture a 40 or 50 kilograms of red starfish, but also feet do not touch the water. All amazed at the heavenly beings. See you again face to face in the eyes of the whole is revered. Red starfish did not eat. Li Yongsheng with a few small braised red starfish to exchange into the pond. The pond came to the overlord. Every day will come to a few big jumps to declare their own force. A cart push-ups can rise 3 or 4 meters. Fall down after the sound of flopping. The wigwam on the small white gaze is very bad. Seems to think that disturbed it. Li Yongsheng see the pond miscellaneous fish is almost eaten by the big red starfish. Hurry to use expertise to prepare fish food. Grain does not eat. Raw cooked do not eat. Dough does not eat. Cakes steamed bread have tried. Raw meat cooked meat also do not eat. Only eat live. Li Yongsheng helpless to sacrifice the big killers. Wine and rice. Red. Dinner's ready. The red starfish spit bubbles and swam up from under the pond. And when it saw Lin Yongsheng it seemed to be very close, and it went up and down and hit the water. Li Yongsheng scattered the wine rice in his hand. Red, try this. We can't eat all the fish in the pond. Little Red did not take care, still lapping the water. Suddenly as if smelling something, lightning-like chase to get off the wine and rice position. Open the mouth a whale swallow filter. Wine and rice almost all into the stomach. Li Yongsheng eyes light up. As long as the food will be fine. A jar of wine and rice fed. Perhaps some drunk. The little red inside the pond repeatedly bouncing. The little red gone. The other red starfish before coming to pick up the wine and rice that fell below the pond. Xiaobai was annoyed by the red starfish. Really can't help it. Wait for Li Yongxing to go. A jolt into the pond. The head of the lightning hit the red starfish. The red starfish in front of the small white. Like a dolphin facing the killer whale. Like a sandbag to be slapped around. Without the power to fight back. Small white venting finished. The red starfish scaly. It has long noticed the white meat on the rockery ding. Had thought of seducing him down to bully. Now down. The red starfish feel very aggrieved. 2 bullying fish. This is in their own territory. Do not dare to pop up. At least this white shadow in the rockery will not dare to pop up. The village resounded with the sound of bang when whacking. Adults and children are holding a stick hammering wheat. Hammering to swipe after swiping. Swiping to yang. When the yellow wheat into the bag. The folks hang sweat on their faces, congratulating each other on the joy of the harvest. Township came up to the official and the village is counting the harvest. Yongla village 231 acres of wheat. The total output reached 110,000 and 5,000 pounds. Mu yield more than 450. The official went away with the statistics. Each family wheat home, from today onwards, will not have any trouble for grain. Li Yongxing feels that he does not need to go into the mountains, and Uncle Chang, who likes to eat vegetables, is beginning to like barbecue. Xiaohua is busy, carrying 2 large backpacks, going into the mountains at dawn every day, and coming back at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the prey in the backpacks is different, but every time it is loaded with a full load. Had a fight with White over carrying back a wild deer, and didn't care for anyone, but never caught another wild deer or elk or anything like that. Strong uncle's small courtyard every day and cultivate the same. Smoke. Breakfast as usual is not eat meat. 1 hour from noon to start baking. Xiaozhu may have been entrusted by the grandfather. Served more attentively to Uncle Strong. There is no need for Li Yongxing to intervene. The prey is the whole roasted. There is a small flour. Do not have to worry about eating not finished. Strong uncle has the pride of an expert. Never eat the next goods. Also do not let the side of the small flowers to eat. Li Yangqing naturally do not mind. The marquee on 10 people. Cannot eat. Simply cannot eat. The excess will be given to the second uncle's family. And then more will be given to those girls in the pharmacy and villagers who are on duty in the granary at night. The village meat flavor smells fragrant. The wheat is ground into flour. And the family steamed a large white bread. The children fishing cannot care about going home to eat. The mother would send too. Red doesn't eat many stray fish anymore. And occasionally swallows one for a change. And a few pounds of wine and rice a day. And White is honest when he's lying on his back on the wigwam. And only flips a few heels when he's gone. The 12th day after the summer harvest. The village are replenished inserted rice seedlings. The day is getting hot. The shade of the big trees is not enough. Li Yongsheng can only hide in the bamboo garden all day to avoid the summer heat. Liang Shantai came again, brought the imperial decree and rewards. Through the whole praises, the substance of the rewards is not much. 650 taels of gold treasure. Marquis, Shantai thanks to your blessing. Once again on the golden palace. In front of the full court made a splash. The emperor but complimented you on a morning and even I also rose a grade. Li Yongsheng sat up from his recliner. Isn't that a transfer? Where to serve? Do not go. The emperor specifically asked me. Will also stay in Qingyuan County as a county magistrate. At least 3 years in office before. That's too bad. Otherwise it would have gone into the state capital. Right? The state capital and so what? Still not go to give people miscellaneous. Rather for the head of the chicken. Not for the phoenix tail. The main thing is that there are you old in. I am happy to relax and happy. Just wait for the emperor to praise is good. Chapter 153 Directory of Herbs. Li Yongsheng lay back in the recliner, signaling Liang Shantai to pour his own tea, and Liang Shantai served tea to both of them and lay down on the recliner next to him. Ugh, it's soothing. Old Liang, I am not blessed to enjoy it. Running around all day like an old dog. Isn't there a truce? There's no need to work so hard. The people are already living in peace and contentment, so being busy is just icing on the cake. The breeze blew, and Liang Shantai closed his eyes, enjoying the rare silence. Marquis, what about collecting rent? The emperor's meaning is to exempt us from the summer grain here. How much to collect is up to you, as compensation for what you paid to Qingyuan County. Old Liang, stop it. This marquis can't see the stale sesame seeds. Let the people's families keep some leftovers. Old Liang instantly sat up from his recliner, sighed, and helplessly lay down again. I knew it. Then I won't be polite with you either. I'll go and thank the marquis on behalf of the townspeople of the whole county. When the autumn grain comes down, Yun Feiyang came to call for dinner. The spirit of short hair, cool scars, the old Liang some habitual vigilance, staring more than a couple of eyes, and so Yun Feiyang gone. Some cannot help the curiosity of the heart. Marquis, are these your newly recruited guards? It feels like everything in your marquee is weird. Li Yongsheng put on his shoes, holding the teapot, signaling Liang Shantai to bring the teacups. Sometimes it feels like there are benefits to having more maids and servants. At least this kind of thing you don't have to do yourself. What's so weird about it? Isn't it just a few more scars on your face? A master. This is the demeanor of a master. Seeing that Li Yongsheng did not go into details, Liang Shantai consciously did not ask again. I'm familiar with Little White. What's up with that stupid roe deer spitting at me? And the red star fish in your pond? Has it become a spirit? I washed my hands, did a somersault in front of me, splashed me all over, and exposed its head to spit bubbles at me. Li Yongsheng almost didn't hold back his laughter. These little guys are quite friendly to their own family. They always like to play some pranks on others, especially the poor man. The little kids come to deliver the fish. They even hid in the back and quietly approached to scare the people. If not for Uncle Chang's sudden appearance to drop the poor man, it really might have scared the kid. Lunch is very simple. 2 roasted leg of lamb and a pot of spicy fried haggis. Lianshan Terrace's goal is still 1 or 2 gold Tanshan wine. The meal is eaten in Li Yongsheng's study. Said study, only for Zhang Jingyi's a few masterpieces. Dodgy biography is not in. Uncle Chang seems to have no intention of returning to their own. Just 2 people. The old Liang put very open, peeled off the official uniform wearing a lining, half squatting on the chair to chew on the leg of lamb, a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat. Very spontaneous. Old Liang, the seedlings are all planted too, and the next thing left in the field is pulling weeds. Should we make some more small moves? Liang Shantai nibbled on the leg of lamb, and every now and then he even chucked a few pieces of haggis into his mouth, sucking in his breath as he was spiced up, and his words were slurred. Marquis, if you have any instructions, feel free to speak clearly. Old Liang, I don't have any other skills, but I can still do my duty in carrying out Marquis' orders. Planting herbs, the wasteland in front of and behind the village, the place in front of and behind the house, the edge of the field. You buy seeds and distribute them. After the folks planted them out, After harvesting and drying them out, I'll collect them, and the price is definitely not low. Although every family has food, but now they can't afford to eat meat, and there are not a few families that are willing to buy food and meat. So how about it? If you do not engage in, I will later find Ant to find you a list of herbs and planting methods, which is I spent a lot of money to find a high level of guidance, he said. Liang Shantai instantly felt that the leg of lamb in his hand didn't smell good anymore, put down the leg of lamb, and respectfully saluted Li Yongsheng. Marquis's great kindness. Shantai even has no words to express it. Alright old Liang, hurry up and gnaw on your leg of lamb. What you gnaw on the rest no one else has eaten. Don't waste it. Liang Shantai looked at only gnawed half of the leg of lamb. Some on the worry. Forget it, cannot gnaw away is. Liang Shantai left with an important directory. Li Yongsheng felt that the old Liang will also be a bit of kung fu. A caddy of Tanshan wine to drink as usual to ride a horse. Just sent away to pass the decree of Liang Shantai. Li Yongsheng has not yet returned home. Chao Yuanqing with Huang Xiaoya came. Marquis brothers, big brother has come to intrude. Xiaoya has met the Marquis. All hail and peace to the Marquis. Li Yongsheng hurriedly gave a false support. Aya, please don't. Sister-in-law hurry up. Go, enter the mansion. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Huang Xiaoya came, the most happy than small clouds. Saddle up and wait. Chose a room near the pond. Is inside and outside of the kind of large room. Furniture is naturally not missing. Clean up a little plus new bedding can move in. Chao Yuanqing looked like he was really busy, waiting for his daughter-in-law to settle down. Royally instructed half a day, and reluctantly rolled away. Little Cloud, you don't go to the medicine workshop to work on it first. Stay behind to take care of your sister-in-law exclusively. Is that okay? Tears were hanging from the corners of Sayumi's eyes. Thank you Marquis for being successful. Xiaoyan really wants to stay by Mrs. side and take care of her. Sister-in-law, what's missing arrange for Xiaoyan to find. What the Marquis doesn't have and tell me I'll think of a way to make this place a home. Li Yongsheng also should not stay longer. Today out of this house as far as possible cannot come back in. Daniel practiced under the apricot tree. The apricot tree left on the apricot tree has been golden. In the spring by the chief steward do a thinning fruit. Apricots and large and round. Seeing brother Yongsheng come over, Daniel huffed and puffed and climbed up the tree, picked 4 or 5 apricots and ran to the pond to wash them. Brother Yongsheng, eat it, it's sweet. Li Yongsheng has seen the apricot. Break open a apricot kernel have been dry separation. Apricot meat with some red. Looks very attractive. Eat really sweet and delicious. Daniel, you eat too. Brother Yongsheng, will Xiaoyan be too tired to take care of MS? Huang, the root is here ah. Li Yongsheng forced the laughter in his heart. No wonder Daniel will also give himself attentions. Some warm man potential. It won't be tiring. Xiaoyun has been with MS Huang for so many years. She's used to it. If she doesn't want to herself, no one can force her. If you're afraid she'll get tired, care more about it, and do the heavy lifting. Yansei brother, I'm not afraid she'll get tired. Daniel's face reddened and he stammered as he tried to explain something. It's good that there aren't any, but they're 2 weak women, so it's always a good idea to help out when you're not doing anything. Well, help, I'll help with anything. Xiaobai suddenly appeared, his eyes staring at Daniel somewhat unkindly. Li Yongsheng hurriedly stuffed the apricots into Xiaobai's mouth. No, it's all yours, don't be so greedy, I just taste it. Daniel scratched his head, a little embarrassed. White, do you want to eat now? I'll pick it for you if you eat. White spat the apricot kernel on the ground and walked away with a haughty look on his face. Brother Yongsheng, what does Xiaobai mean? Are all these apricots its? Yes, it's not just apricots, it's pears too. With a flutter, White jumped into the pond again, with a fire in his heart that didn't go out, and gave the red starfish boss another thrashing.